I just wanted to quietly earn some pocket money during summer vacation, while incidentally maxing out my skill tree. Who knew an accidental live-streamed interview would completely ruin my plans? Facing joint accusations from multiple countries worldwide. From stealing bombers to destroying nuclear facilities. Where's the evidence? All accusations were thereby reduced to ashes and scattered to the wind. The legend of the alias thug Xiaomu resounds across the globe. But who can prove that was me, the model student? The production team offered an exorbitant revenue share to request follow-up filming. I reluctantly agreed. First stop is the wildlife park to mediate fights. When the live stream camera focused deep into the animal enclosure, everyone thought I was just an ordinary part-time worker. Little did they know the mediation method I was about to unveil would truly shatter the world's perceptions. Chapter 1, Who is Xiaomu? Hello, little girl. I'm Yaya, the host of the Happy Summer Show. I'd like to interview you about how you plan to spend your summer vacation. At the entrance of Yangcheng Elementary School, Zhou crouched down and handed the microphone to a third-grade girl. The little girl glanced at her mother beside her, and after receiving an encouraging look, she spoke nervously. I want to go find Xiaomu. Zhou froze for a moment and pressed further. Who is Xiaomu? To her surprise, the little girl immediately rolled her eyes, snorted, and said, You don't even know Xiaomu? Mom, let's go. The little girl angrily dragged her mother away. Do kids these days all have such strong personalities? Zhou couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry, while the director's urging voice simultaneously came through her earpiece from backstage. Quickly go interview the next one before all the school kids leave. We must find a child full of positive energy and optimism who can boost our ratings. Otherwise, if we're surpassed by Huaguan culture's where to go this summer, you can just wait to be fired. Hearing the director's threats, Zhou grew somewhat anxious. Their summer livestream series following children's daily lives was originally unique to their Xingyue media company, and it even sparked a wave of popularity. This should have been good news, but the former host had a falling out with the company over profit sharing and switched to their arch-rival, Huaguan culture. The competition between the two companies is now intense. The CEO of Xingyue Media even demanded that they must outperform their rival Huaguan culture this time, otherwise she could pack her bags and leave. Of course, if they surpassed their competitors, both she and the entire production team would receive substantial rewards. Thinking of these things, Zhou also noticed the little boy across from her who had been watching her attentively. Hello there, little friend, I'm. Who cares who you are? The boy immediately rolled his eyes at her and scoffed, You don't even know Xiaomu? Can't be bothered with you. Zhou and her colleagues stared blankly as the little boy turned and walked away. Her mind was filled with nothing but two question marks. Who is Xiaomu? Are kids these days all this aloof? Hurry up and find the next one. Also, remember to find out exactly who that little Mu is. The director's gnashing teeth could be heard through the earpiece. Got it, director. Zhou hunched her shoulders slightly. Coming up short twice in a row didn't discourage her. But when she went to interview other kids again, every child initially chatted quite willingly. The moment they heard her say she didn't know Xiaomu or tried to ask who Xiaomu was, the kids all turned away in disdain. Their expressions looked as if they'd just spotted a pile of summer homework dozens of centimeters tall. Just as she was wondering, Zhou suddenly heard a loud clattering roar coming from above her head. Looking up, they saw a helicopter flying toward them. Damn, a helicopter. Could this be some parent coming to pick up their kid? The audience in the live stream room was immediately shocked. Zhou quickly followed, leading the cameraman into the school's open playground. She saw a father and son standing in the center of the playground. The little boy's father is holding the school bag and an umbrella. They shielded him from the scorching sun in the sky and also guided the helicopter to descend. Did you guys in the live stream see that? The helicopter really came to pick up the child. As soon as the helicopter landed, Zhou rushed forward with the photographer in tow. Hello little brother, I'm Yaya, the host of the Summer Vacation Fun Show. May I ask how you plan to spend this summer vacation? The child ready to board the plane glanced lightly at Zhou when the microphone was handed to him. Just a single look. Yet it made Zhou's heart tremble slightly. Was this the gaze of a 10-year-old child? It carried more intensity than when she faced directors or company executives. Just as she felt slightly flustered and forgot what to do next, the little boy spoke in a steady tone. My summer plan is to do some side jobs after I finish handling what's on my plate. Zhou was utterly dumbstruck. She had interviewed at least 100 or so elementary school students, but this was the first time she'd heard such an answer. Working, a part-time job? She couldn't help but glance at the helicopter nearby. Did a family like this really need a side gig? The little boy simply replied, I'm very busy. Do you have anything else to ask? With that, he had already stepped one foot onto the helicopter. Zhou, please wait a moment. She was momentarily stumped by the question. But her professional instincts told Zhou she absolutely couldn't miss this opportunity before her. With a quick glance, he immediately handed the microphone to the boy's father beside him and asked, "Hello, may I ask why your son is doing part-time work outside? Given a family like yours, shouldn't he be spending his summer vacation enjoying games, reading comics, or visiting the park instead?" She blurted out everything she wanted to ask in one breath. Yet what was unexpected was the visible flicker of panic that crossed the face of this little boy's so-called father. He quickly waved his hands and said, No, you're mistaken. I'm not his father, and he's certainly not my son, he's my boss." "Zhou Yu?" Zhou Yu was completely stunned. This extraordinary-looking man in a perfectly tailored suit. He clearly fits the archetype of a domineering CEO with a thriving career in billions in assets. "You call this child the big boss?" The live stream room erupted in chaos. "Big boss, did I hear that right? Sure enough, those with a domineering CEO-like face are always bodyguards. Little cutie. Does your bodyguard call you big boss? Then what's the current situation? The host should quickly clarify it." Zhou Yu listened to the chaos in her earpiece and turned to look at the domineering CEO character. "Could you tell me why you call this child big boss?" The domineering CEO persona said with utmost sincerity. 6 months ago, my company went bankrupt and was pursued by over a dozen venture capital firms for debt collection. Just when I was driven to despair and about to jump off the building, it was my big brother who appeared like an angel, giving me 50 billion in cash to save me in my time of need, rescuing both the company and my life. The big boss also taught us how to do business, and now the company has successfully gone public. From that day on, everything I had belonged to Dage. He will always be my big boss in this lifetime." Zhou Yu was utterly astonished. A 10-year-old child pulls out 50 billion in cash to save someone. Could it be a super-rich second-generation heir? Zhou Yu quickly walked to the helicopter cabin door, holding the microphone to the little boy's mouth, having already prepared what she wanted to ask. "Little one, may I ask you a few more questions? What is your name, please?" "Lu Xiaomu." The boy glanced at her. "That's the first question. You can ask 2 more. Zhou Yu was visibly taken aback, but her face quickly filled with shock. The word Xiaomu had been echoing in her mind like a curse all afternoon, replaying incessantly since she first heard it. Could he be the Xiaomu those kids were talking about? No, it must be him. Otherwise, how could she be remembered by so many classmates? Zhou Yu, who believed she had uncovered the truth, took a deep breath and continued asking. "Excuse me, Xiaomu, you mentioned earlier that you needed to handle something on your hands. Could you share what matter has captured your attention so much?" She also wanted to follow the suggestions from the live stream audience through her earpiece and ask which big shot Lu Xiaomu's father was. But she didn't want to waste her question opportunity on this matter, because she had a feeling the other party cared about something more important. To the provincial court, to file a lawsuit. Lu Xiaomu looked at her calmly. "Your final question." "Ha?" Zhou Yu was dumbfounded again. Glancing at the domineering CEO-type person beside her, she instinctively asked, "Could it be the previous debt issues of this gentleman's company?" Lu Xiaomu shook his head. "It's not him. I'm the one being sued." As soon as he finished speaking, the domineering CEO persona beside him immediately boarded the cabin and closed the door. The helicopter flew away with a thump sound. "What are you standing there for? Chase after them now." Zhou Yu's earpiece transmitted the director's furious roar. Chapter 2, What the hell does it have to do with me? Zhou Yu and her team hastily boarded the vehicle, with the driver receiving strict orders to reach the provincial courthouse in the shortest time possible. The earpiece had long since become a cacophony of arguments. "That little kid is such a badass, we strongly demand the production crew to follow him. Right, we're going to see what kind of trouble that kid brother can get into. If this season isn't about him, we'll cancel our membership immediately. Fortunately, the provincial high court isn't too far from here." Zhou Yu and her group arrived at the provincial courthouse entrance as quickly as possible, but the moment they got there, she was completely bewildered. "What's the situation over there?" LV Xiaomu's helicopter had landed on the open ground, now surrounded by a group of heavily armed Longwa soldiers. On the steps of the courthouse stood a crowd of black and white people, even some who were chattering away in North Korean and Japanese. Their faces were full of resentment as they pointed at Lu Xiaomu's helicopter, looking as if they wanted to rush forward and tear him apart. "What are you two waiting for? Hurry up and go interview them. This is major news." The director's excited reminder immediately echoed in their earpieces. Zhou Yu quickly approached with the cameraman and cautiously addressed the leading soldier. "Hello, I'm the host of the Summer Vacation Fun Show, and I'd like to interview student Lu Xiaomu." "You dare to interview him?" The leading soldier's expression turned strange for a moment. Whoosh, the next second, the cabin door was yanked open as Lu Xiaomu stepped down from the helicopter. In an instant, all the surrounding soldiers went on high alert. The black muzzles of the guns were all aimed at Lu Xiaomu as she disembarked from the plane. The atmosphere instantly grew tense and intense. Zhou Yu and the photographer beside her were instantly startled. They had never witnessed such a scene before, their legs trembling uncontrollably. "Relax. Lu Xiaomu spread his hands to show he wasn't carrying anything and said casually, "I'm just here for the court appearance." The captain who had spoken with Zhou Yu earlier breathed a small sigh of relief. "Then please refrain from any dangerous actions and cooperate with the trial proceedings." "Of course, I'm an honor student." Lu Xiaomu revealed an innocent smile unique to children. Subsequently, they were escorted into the courtroom. Seeing this, Zhou Yu didn't need the director's reminder and hurried to submit the filming application to the court, which was quickly approved. And in the live stream room, damn, those guys were actually special forces just now. Bullets are already loaded. What on earth did Brother Kid do to deserve this? Even the US trial against Latin America wasn't this heavily guarded, was it? Upon entering the courtroom, the photographer immediately pointed the camera at the judge's bench before anyone could find their seats. With a grave expression, the judge had already begun questioning Lu Xiaomu. "Defendant Lu Xiaomu, the military base of the United States accuses you of infiltrating their facility under the codename Rogue Xiaomu and stealing a U-2 bomber. Furthermore, you allegedly assaulted their base commander, leaving him soaked in a toilet overnight. Do you have anything to say in your defense?" From the defendant's stand, Lu Xiaomu shrugged with both hands outstretched. "Do you have any evidence?" The judge maintained an impassive expression as he continued. "The second charge against you. Japan accuses you of destroying their nuclear research facility and abducting 342 of their nuclear experts. Resulted in a nuclear leak accident, causing devastating losses. What do you have to say regarding this charge?" Lu Xiaomu said, "Your Honor, please consider this. How could one person possibly abduct 342 nuclear experts? Unless they weren't actually Japanese citizens to begin with, and were in fact being held captive by them. So this wasn't an abduction of experts, but rather their liberation. Moreover, the bounty for rescue missions is extremely high. The more heads we save, the better." Just as he finished saying this, the short-statured Japanese man with a small mustache on the plaintiff's side immediately became agitated and began shouting, "Bakayaru! You're lying, you're slandering, you! Order!" The judge banged the gavel loudly. "Plaintiff, please maintain silence in the courtroom." With that, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he looked at Lu Xiaomu. "The Vulture Nation has accused you of using a grenade to knock out their undercover president, attacking their atomic bomb base, destroying 20 intercontinental missiles in a single night, leaving the country facing an unprecedented nuclear gap and suffering severe nuclear deterrence losses." Lu Xiaomu responded with a smile. "I'm aware of this matter. President Nida of Vulture Country owes us mercenary fees, claiming he needs the money to wage war against the Persian Lion. If they can't even pay their debts, how do they have funds to bully other nations? Then don't blame us for flipping the table and destroying their nuclear weapons. And who can prove it was me anyway?" At these words, everyone was left speechless. All fell silent as their gazes turned toward Lu Xiaomu. Only the black man on the plaintiff's side, after receiving a nod from the white man beside him, immediately pulled out a human-shaped card from under the table. "Ladies and gentlemen, take a look. This is a photoshopped image of someone throwing a grenade into our new aircraft carrier's fuel tank to sink it. The dynamic posture, body movement, and facial expression of this human-shaped cutout throwing a hand grenade are completely consistent with the defendant rioter Xiaomu at the scene." After saying this, he took out two captured body posture images and merged them, one in color of Lu Xiaomu throwing a hand grenade on the battlefield, and the other in black and white of sinking an aircraft carrier. Both images aligned perfectly. The judge turned his gaze toward Lu Xiaomu. At this moment, no matter who it was, they felt that Lu Xiaomu would find it extremely difficult to provide any further defense. Live stream, holy, this is insane. He actually sank an aircraft carrier with just one grenade? This is completely defying the laws of physics. This kid brother isn't human, he's a god. He single-handedly destroyed a nuclear weapons base. How on earth did he manage that? We strongly request this episode focus solely on interviewing this child. We must witness his future brilliance firsthand. Zhou Yu and the cameraman were also staring in stunned silence. They had suspected Lu Xiaomu might be involved in illegal fundraising, scamming these nations, but never imagined he could accomplish such earth-shattering feats. The two men were utterly stunned. Even as they sat through the trial in person, they still felt as if they were dreaming. At the scene, confronted with such irrefutable evidence, Lu Xiaomu slowly spread his hands, then turned to the black man and asked, "Why is that photoshopped image of you throwing a grenade at the aircraft carrier's fuel tank black?" The black man snorted and said, "Our black nation just prefers using black and white surveillance cameras. What's the matter with that?" Lu Xiaomu scoffed, "Since it's black, you can't even see my face clearly. So how can you prove what's in that hand in the picture isn't a ping pong ball, but a grenade?" After speaking, Lu Xiaomu turned to the judge, who was barely containing his laughter, and said innocently, "I'm Lu Xiaomu, a model student with all-round excellence. What the hell does that thug Xiaomu's actions have to do with me? Moreover, Your Honor, I also accuse this black man of secretly photographing me, misusing my likeness, and attempting to falsely charge me with sinking an aircraft carrier." Chapter 3, The Rogue Xiaomu. Trying to pin the sinking of an aircraft carrier on you? This counter-accusation. sent the entire courtroom into an uproar. Especially those few African Americans, they practically launched into full-blown national treasure mode. But the jury panel showed no sign of delay. They swiftly reached a decision and presented it to the judge. Silence. The judge slammed his gavel down and rose to announce the verdict. This court finds that the defendant Liu Xiaomu's defense is valid. The prosecution has failed to provide evidence proving Liu Xiaomu is the violent troublemaker Xiaomu. Therefore, the defendant Liu Xiaomu was found not guilty. The moment those words were spoken, the foreigners present immediately leaped to their feet. Objection. This man is clearly the thug Xiaomu. He attacked our military base and nuclear facilities. A white man shouted fiercely toward the bench. Simultaneously, he produced a surveillance video. The footage showed a figure clad in camouflage combat gear, barely taller than a child, single-handedly storming the American military base 7 times over before finally setting their nuclear facility ablaze. The footage lasted over half an hour. After the judge and jury watched every frame of the footage, finally, someone couldn't help but laugh. Your American military base is so weak that a kid could slaughter it like that? You? The white man nearly fainted from anger. The judge banged his gavel and declared sternly, based on the evidence you've presented and other supporting materials, the individual in the footage is indeed the mercenary codenamed Rioter Xiaomu. However, you did not capture his face, so it cannot be proven that he is our model student, Liu Xiaomu. Therefore, the objection is overruled. The original verdict stands. Student Liu Xiaomu was found not guilty. Only then did Liu Xiaomu rise from the defendant's seat, turning to the furious foreigners with a faint smile. I'm quite busy. Next time, unless you have ironclad evidence, don't bother me. Oh, and you, little blackie, the matter of your slander and defamation against me isn't over yet. At these words, the dark-skinned man's expression instantly darkened. Your Honor, look. He's threatening me. Protect me. He began running toward the heavily armed Special Forces soldiers. The Special Forces captain coldly pushed him away, saying, Stay away from us. First, you have no authority to give us orders. Second, with just this few men, we can't protect you anyway. So since you've wronged and slandered them, go apologize properly. Otherwise, whether you make it out of this gate or not is none of our concern. Xiao Haizi nearly wet himself on the spot. The mere thought of Liu Xiaomu's terrifying presence. He scrambled over to apologize, crawling and kowtowing. I was wrong. I shouldn't have falsely accused you. Please spare my dog's life. Liu Xiaomu didn't even glance at him, striding straight out of the courtroom. Seeing him leave, most of the people present breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Haizi cast desperate pleading glances toward the foreigners surrounding them. But not a single one dared meet his gaze. Only Zhou Yu heard the director's roar crackling through her earpiece. Hurry up and chase after him. This season of Summer Fun Show must follow him. This Liu Xiaomu is off the charts. I just activated Douyin's traffic boost feature. The conversion rate for live streams is a staggering 99%. Hundreds are already flooding the chat with Carnival. Yeah, go negotiate with him right now. As long as he agrees to let you film him, I'll promote you to full-time status, raise your salary, and give you a 200,000 yuan bonus right away. Hearing about the 200,000 yuan bonus, Zhou Yu instantly perked up. She quickly grabbed the photographer and rushed out after them. Outside the courthouse, just as Liu Xiaomu was about to board the helicopter, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Liu Xiaomu, please wait for me. Liu Xiaomu halted his boarding and turned to look at her. Once Liu Xiaomu paused, Zhou Yu took a deep breath, hurried to the helicopter, and in the sweetest, most tender voice she could muster, said, Liu Xiaomu. Our Summer Fun Show is a reality-style lifestyle documentary program aimed at teenagers. Our live stream viewers are extremely interested in you right now. Everyone is strongly requesting that we follow you for this episode. So, could we discuss letting me film your entire summer life from now on? No way. Without hesitation, Liu Xiaomu refused. Following me is too dangerous, and I don't like tagging along with a bunch of freeloaders for free. He was pressed for time. With that, he headed toward the boarding gate. Zhou Yu watched from the side, her eyes widening in shock. The director's frantic voice immediately blared through her earpiece. Tell him it's not free. We'll pay whatever it takes. Zhou Yu grabbed the cabin handle and pleaded, Liu Xiaomu, we'll pay. Please let us film one season. Just one season. Hearing this, Liu Xiaomu, who had just boarded the plane, narrowed her eyes slightly. He seemed to be considering something. How much are you willing to pay to film me for one vacation? Zhou Yu heard the director's roar through her headphones. 20% of the show's total revenue for this season. We can give you 20% of this season's earnings. 20%? Liu Xiaomu smacked her lips. Here's the deal, 30-70 split. You take 30%, I take 70%. Take it or leave it. Liu Xiaomu wasn't one to settle for peanuts. But this demand sent a chill down Zhou Yu's spine. Even the director at headquarters, upon hearing it, had his face twist into a grimace. Zhou Yu, I think. Before the director could finish, Zhou Yu suddenly heard another urgent voice interrupt. Director, the live stream has surpassed 20 million viewers. Even our Star Moon Media stock has jumped 50%. Just now, several bigwigs called in, demanding we feature Lu Xiaomu in this episode. Or else they'll dump our shares and bankrupt our company. What? The director's startled exclamation echoed through the room. Zhou Yu immediately heard the director's roar through her earpiece. Give it to him. Give him everything. Hearing this, Zhou Yu immediately nodded to Lu Xiaomu. Alright, we agree. Lu Xiaomu nodded. Is the payout daily? Zhou Yu paused, then nodded quickly. Of course it's daily. Lu Xiaomu shifted his seat further into the cabin. Alright, let's get on board. Zhou Yu was overjoyed and promptly boarded the helicopter with the photographer. It was her first time riding in a helicopter. After the aircraft took off and flew for a while, she gradually got used to it. He turned to Lu Xiaomu with an awkward smile. Hello, Xiaomu. From this moment on, you are the star of our summer fun show. Now, I'd like to ask, since you've just finished your court case, where are you heading next? Lu Xiaomu flipped open a notebook placed before him and glanced at it. To Dongshan Wildlife Park. I have a part-time job to do there. Hearing this, Zhou Yu flashed an innocent smile. Xiaomu, you're such a hard worker. But would the zoo even hire someone your age? What kind of work do you do at the zoo? Lu Xiaomu replied. I break up fights. Zhou Yu? Chapter 4, Zoo Mediation. Picking fights at the zoo? Zhou Yu was completely dumbfounded. Could it be that someone started a fight at the zoo? But shouldn't fights involve the police? Ever since meeting Lu Xiaomu, she felt like her brain just wasn't cutting it anymore. But the helicopter was moving fast. As she pondered these questions, the helicopter jolted, and glancing out the window, she realized they had already arrived at the zoo. It had landed in an open parking lot right at the zoo entrance. This wildlife park spanned 4 mountain ranges, covering over 300 hectares. It housed nearly every animal species found on Earth. Lu Xiaomu stepped off the helicopter and headed straight for the zoo. Zhou Yu hurriedly followed behind with the cameraman. To be honest, this wildlife park is reputed to be the largest in Asia. The admission fee is quite high, and it's located in the suburbs. Even she had never been here before. So when confronted with this vast expanse of primeval forest, she felt an inexplicable sense of dread. She couldn't help but recall those videos of tourists being snatched away by wild beasts. Zhou Yu felt a wave of unease wash over her. She turned to look at the equally pale-faced photographer and said, Stay safe later. When Lu Xiaomu goes to break up the fight, let's not get too close. It's best we all stay on the sightseeing vehicle, it's safer. The cinematographer nodded in agreement. Just then, Zhou Yu saw a balding middle-aged man leading a group of people charging straight toward them. Was he trying to stop them from fighting? Zhou Yu was startled. But just then, the bald-headed man leading the group jogged up to Lu Xiaomu. Big brother, you're finally here. MHM. Lu Xiaomu nodded. Despite his youthful, boyish face, he now radiated an inexplicable air of authority. Where did they start fighting? Zone C. It's getting pretty intense. Several are seriously injured, and our tranquilizer guns aren't working. Boss, you gotta go handle this. Got it. Lu Xiaomu responded. He immediately started walking inside. Zhou Yu, trailing behind, opened her mouth. Because she had clearly seen it on the roadside sign. Zone C. The Predator Zone. Are you serious about walking in there? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and chase him. Can't keep up? Forget about the bonus. The director's urgent voice crackled through the earpiece. Zhou Yu tried to explain. But she saw everyone else, including the cameraman, had already rushed off. This. Don't predators always go for the slowest one first? Zhou Yu shot a sly glance at her colleague carrying the camera. She ran ahead of the photographers with the main group, trailing behind the others. The group quickly crossed the isolation fence and entered the park. Just as Zhou Yu felt she was about to collapse from exhaustion, a sudden roar echoed through the air. Roar! Zhou Yu jumped in fright. Then, on the hillside about 10 meters away, a massive brown bear nearly 3 meters tall charged toward them. Its speed was astonishing, closing the distance to their group in the blink of an eye. This is it. In that instant, Zhou Yu felt as if she'd seen her grandmother. She closed her eyes in despair, resigned to her fate, knowing this group couldn't outrun the bear. Holy, look what that bear is doing. Is it serious? This kid is freaking insane. A cacophony of shocked murmurs erupted through Zhou Yu's earpiece. Kid, insane? Could it be that Lu Xiaomu is? Zhou Yu's eyes snapped open in disbelief, only to witness a scene she'd never forget. There lay the massive brown bear, nearly 2 meters tall with all 4 paws flat on the ground, sprawled like a little kid. It rolled onto its back, belly exposed, begging Lu Xiaomu for a belly rub. Alright. Lu Xiaomu gently patted the bear's belly, looking as though she were comforting it. I know. You're the best. They beat you up. Ooh. The bear let out a low, aggrieved whimper. Only then did Zhou Yu notice 3 bleeding claw marks on the bear's hindquarters. So this brown bear hadn't come to attack us earlier. But to seek comfort from Lu Xiaomu? Zhou Yu couldn't believe the scene before her. Yet there was Lu Xiaomu, applying medicine to the bear's wounds. Throughout the entire process, it remained as quiet as a little kitten. After finishing, Lu Xiaomu patted the bear's head and whispered something softly to it. Then, as if obeying a command, the brown bear stood up proudly and roared at the forest. Roar! 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 Before long, the roars of fierce beasts echoed from all directions. The forest stirred with the sounds of approaching creatures. Roar! Over 40 lions charged out of the woods. Roar! On the other side, over 30 tigers emerged. Beasts closed in from all directions. Ah! Zhou Yu screamed in terror. She hurriedly hid behind Lu Xiaomu. As if this tiny frame barely over 4 feet tall offered more reassurance than a castle. Lu Xiaomu's expression turned cold. As the lion pride on the left and the tiger pride on the right closed in to within 3 meters, they all crouched low like kittens. Where are Big Fur and Little Fur? Lu Xiaomu asked the assembled lions and tigers. Roar, roar, roar. At that moment, the forest erupted again with the sound of cracking trees snapping. A massive golden-maned lion weighing over 600 pounds and an equally massive white tiger. Exchanging claw swipes and jaw snaps. They fought their way toward this direction. Seeing their fierce battle, the crouching lion-tiger pack let out low growls and began to stir. How dare you fight? Lu Xiaomu roared in fury. He charged straight out. Like a human-shaped beast. Smack! Smack! Both large brushes struck the lion and tiger's faces respectively, knocking them both off balance. As they scrambled back to their feet, they met Lu Xiaomu's piercing glare. The golden lion and white tiger's ears twitched and they immediately dropped to the ground. Zhou Yu heard the already buzzing livestream erupt once more. Holy crap, that gaze is as clear as a college student's. Wow, kid brother is so awesome. He knocked over a lion and a tiger with just one big swing. Those aren't lions and tigers, they're clearly a golden tabby and a silver tabby. Exactly. Kid brother is a god. Look. They're actually licking Lu Xiaomu's pant legs, they're practically lap cats. Lu Xiaomu wasn't falling for this. Grabbing one by each ear, he demanded, now, tell me Big Fur and Little Fur, why did you two start fighting? The other lion and tiger groups lowered their heads even further. Woo woo. Damao, the white tiger with his ear grabbed, let out a low growl. Woo woo woo. Golden-maned Ermao also let out a low growl. The two giant cats took turns complaining like they were filing a grievance. Only after snarling and snapping, then getting smacked twice more by Lu Xiaomu's big paws, did their eyes clear up again. Alright, I understand. Lu Xiaomu turned to the brown bear beside him. Sanmao, come here. Zhou Yu watched as the brown bear, who had been watching with a look of pure amusement, instantly bristled. Chapter 5, Taking Money to Solve Problems. He. The brown bear awkwardly shuffled over to Lu Xiaomu. Lu Xiaomu looked at it calmly and said, did you tell Big Mao that Little Mao called him a tattoo-less, two-timing freak who looks like a ghost? The white tiger nearby roared twice upon hearing this. But upon seeing Lu Xiaomu, it promptly lowered its head again. The brown bear shrank its neck further, not uttering a sound. Lu Xiaomu turned to the bewildered golden lion Ermao. Did you say those things? Roar. Ermao let out a few roars. After letting him finish, Lu Xiaomu calmly turned back to the brown bear. Then you told Ermao that Damao called him a wimp for getting a haircut, a henpecked husband with no standing at home, just embarrassing the male species. Roar. 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 Ermao instantly became agitated, his golden fur bristling all over. Both giant cats fixed their piercing stares on the brown bear, while the battered lion and tiger groups nearby gathered around. Zhou Yu finally caught on. She stared at Lu Xiaomu in disbelief. In the livestream chat. Holy crap, kid brother actually understands animal speech? Is he a druid? And that robe-stealing bear instigator really is no good. So it was the one that instigated Big Fur and Second Fur to fight. Little brother is so wise he figured it out right away. Ha ha ha, sure enough, you can't hide the look in your eyes when you want to take down a bear. Without little brother, that robe-stealing bear would probably be nothing but a pile of fur by now. Lu Xiaomu swept his gaze across the surrounding lion tigers. Not a single one dared meet his gaze, all hanging their heads in shame. Only then did Lu Xiaomu sigh. Director, lock Sanmao in his cage. Don't let him out again. Roar. 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 The brown bear suddenly became agitated. Lu Xiaomu merely gave it a sidelong glance. What? You don't want to be locked up? Are you trying to give Big Mao and Second Mao a special treat? Damao and Mao's eyes lit up instantly. The brown bear immediately went limp. The balding middle-aged director finally approached Lu Xiaomu, bowing and scraping as he said, Alright, Xiaomu, I'll do as you say. He immediately ordered other staff to inject the brown bear with a tranquilizer before daring to drag it away. Alright, Sanmao has been punished. As for you two, behave yourselves and keep your respective groups in line. The summer tourist peak in Yangchang is just around the corner. Notify all the other animals to stay out of trouble, especially when they see children they should actively act cute. Got it? Roar. De Mao and Air Mao roared in unison before leading their respective herds back into the forest. Seeing the lion-tiger showdown diffused by Lu Xiaomu, the zoo director immediately pulled out a check and handed it to him with both hands. Xiaomu, thank you for coming all this way. If it weren't for you, I don't know what we would have done today. You're welcome. Paid to do the job. Lu Xiaomu glanced at his wristwatch. Time's up. I've got another gig to get to. Zhou Yu looked stunned. Brother Xiaomu, you still have other gigs to finish? Though she knew full well. It was precisely Lu Xiaomu's side gigs that gave him that captivating aura of mystery, keeping the live stream audience buzzing with excitement. But after just one encounter with a pack of wild beasts, she couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. She feared Lu Xiaomu might take on another even more dangerous side job. It's not another dangerous job, is it? Upon hearing Zhou Yu's question, Lu Xiaomu didn't hide anything. It's not dangerous. Just performing a minor procedure for someone. What? Zhou Yu looked utterly bewildered. You know medicine? What kind of minor surgery are you performing? Lu Xiaomu nodded calmly. Advanced cancer. Undergoing full body cancer cell clearance. What? Zhou Yu felt her brain was about to short circuit. She'd already found it absurd that Lu Xiaomu understood animal speech and could control tigers and lions. But she never imagined he could treat human cancer. And terminal cancer at that. Inside the helicopter. Zhou Yu still couldn't wrap her head around it. Because in her understanding, healing and saving lives required exceptionally profound knowledge. At the very least, one must apprentice under senior physicians for several years, even a decade or more, to accumulate the necessary expertise before being qualified to treat patients. And this was terminal cancerous surgery to remove cancer cells throughout the entire body. How could that be possible? Zhou Yu glanced at Lu Xiaomu, who was reading beside her. Brother Xiaomu, what book are you reading? Lu Xiaomu didn't even look up. 100 Sword Techniques to Slay Cancer Cells. Ha! Zhou Yu was utterly flabbergasted once more. But Lu Xiaomu made a shushing gesture toward her. She reached into her overhead compartment bag and pulled out a second book. Cancer cells must be sliced from the start. As he flipped through the pages, a series of mechanical prompts echoed in Lu Xiaomu's mind. Beep. Learning complete. Learning fee deducted, 1 billion. Host successfully acquired ultimate skill, cancer cell 1 cut slash. Effect, precisely detect cancer cells, sever them with a single strike, and eliminate all cancer cells. Lu Xiaomu closed the book with satisfaction. This was the 17th skill he'd acquired since arriving in this world 3 years ago. The 17th skill he'd acquired? Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. His mind drifted back to the moment he first crossed over into this world. He had discovered he possessed a learning system. As long as he focused on reading more than 2 books of the same genre, and after deducting some money, he would acquire an ultimate skill. The amount deducted depended on the skill he acquired. To date, the skills he possesses are basic level, palm strike, boxing, kick, ultimate skills, stock guru, business acumen, bullseye, dream druid, and the newly acquired cancer cell slash. It was precisely these ordinary and extraordinary skills that made Lu Xiaomu an ultimate all-around warrior. This is precisely why, at just 12 years old, he commands unrivaled dominance in the international mercenary world. Even within China, he remains a sought-after guest among the elite. Countless individuals seek his assistance. He doesn't do it out of personal desire. The main reason is that the system doesn't recognize any money he earns outside of solving problems for others. For instance, the system currently displayed only the 200,000 yuan the kindergarten director had just given him. Yet his actual net worth exceeded 100 billion. This paradoxical situation gave him a peculiar kind of joy, the joy of working tirelessly despite being wealthy. Zhou Yu, sitting beside him, couldn't hold back any longer after seeing him close the book. Brother Xiaomu, you're about to perform surgery on someone, and you're just starting to learn, isn't that a bit, well? Lu Xiaomu smiled. No big deal. I've already mastered it all. Zhou Yu looked utterly unconvinced. Lu Xiaomu turned to the photographer beside her. Have you been peeing a lot at night lately? Even if you don't drink water before bed, you still have to get up at least a dozen times, and your lower back feels sore when you wake up? The photographer nodded blankly. Yeah. It's not kidney deficiency. You have a malignant tumor on your left kidney. If you don't believe me, press your kidney point yourself once the helicopter lands. Lu Xiaomu said calmly. What? The photographer was stunned, just as the helicopter came to a stop at the entrance of an estate. Though skeptical, he instinctively reached up to press his kidney area. Ah! The photographer let out a pained cry, then flushed crimson as he yanked open the cabin door and bolted out. Chapter 6, Lu Xiaomu was a quack. Guaranteed. What's wrong with old Wang? Zhou Yu froze, staring blankly at the photographer's staggering retreat. She could only help the assistant carry the camera and tripod. Lu Xiaomu smirked. Pressing the kidney point triggered his tumor. Probably can't hold it anymore. So he went to relieve himself. I'll text him to meet us here after he's done. Joyu composed herself, scanning the helipad while opening the live streaming app to resume Summer Fun Show. Hey, sorry to keep you waiting, everyone. We had to pause the broadcast for a bit on the helicopter for safety reasons. Now, our production team has followed the amazing Lu Xiaomu to a mysterious estate. She had a natural talent for streaming, flashing a heart sign at the camera. But to Joyu's dismay, her earnest cuteness was met only with a string of contemptuous remarks. Oomph, woman, move your pig face out of the way. You're blocking my view of little brother's heroic figure. I struggled to unlock my phone, overcame countless hurdles to open the app, and sweated buckets finding your livestream all for little Moo. Could you please stop stealing the spotlight? Joyu, utterly speechless. Hey, isn't this the famous Lin family double happiness manner? A comment eased Joyu's awkwardness. Her eyes suddenly widened as she recalled a bounty her best friend had mentioned. I heard that old Master Lin Guqing of the Lin family has terminal cancer that's spread throughout his body. They're offering a 50 million yuan reward for medical solutions. Brother Mu, your summer job, it couldn't be. Joyu shot a suspicious glance at Lu Xiaomu, who remained as calm as ever. Yep, I'm here to earn that 50 million reward. Lu Xiaomu admitted without hesitation, glancing at his smartwatch. Should be done in 2 hours. That's like making 25 million an hour. Not bad for a summer gig, huh? He tapped the camera and sighed. Compared to that, your project team only paid 70% of the profits to film me all summer. You guys hit the jackpot. All my fault for being soft-hearted. My model student kindness kicked in. Ugh, total loss. Joyu and her assistant could only bow and scrape, grateful to brother Xiaomu. Yes. Thank you, Lu Xiaomu. You're amazing. I'll speak highly of you to your teacher when I get back, so she'll give you a little red flower. Lu Xiaomu rolled his eyes. Forget the little red flowers. A big red envelope would show some real sincerity. The live stream instantly erupted in laughter. Xiaomu is just too real. Mom asked why this college student is kneeling to watch an elementary schooler's livestream because he lives life with more clarity than I do. Small in stature, but a giant soul. I hereby declare myself Brother Mu's lifelong fan, even at 40. Joyu glanced at the live streaming platform's backend data and gasped in shock. Holy crap, 27 million concurrent viewers. After waiting just 3 minutes, a butler in a tailored suit, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, arrived at the helipad to greet them. Welcome to the Lin family double happiness manor. Are you the legendary Brother Mu? The butler proactively bowed, lowering his head deeply to avoid appearing superior in front of Lu Xiaomu, and extended his right hand warmly. Lu Xiaomu always returned respect tenfold for every inch given. Seeing this, he gave a slight nod, then with the air of a little adult, swung his arm with commanding authority. Lead the way. Arrange for me to be taken to your villa's private ICU. Prepare a sterile operating table. If all goes well, Lin Guqing will awaken within 2 hours. This is my promise, Lu Xiaomu. The butler's rational mind dismissed it as a lie, yet his instincts trusted him implicitly. Please come into the estate for tea while I seek permission to arrange your examination of the master. After a moment's hesitation, the butler decided it was best to leave the decision to the current acting head of the household. Come. They say the Lin family's Yoming Immortal Tea is unmatched in the Jiangnan region, a true masterpiece. Today you're in for a treat, tagging along for a bowl. Lu Xiaomu said to Joyu without hesitation. Thanks, Brother Xiaomu. Joyu scratched his head. But I've never heard of this tea before? Sorry, I don't know much about tea. All I know are famous teas like West Lake Longjing, Taibai Hokui, Da Hong Pao, and Beauty Speak. Oh, this tea costs 500,000 yuan per gram. Guess your monthly salary doesn't allow you to even hear about it, Lu Xiaomu replied. Joyu teared up. Sorry, I'm just ignorant. The livestream chat erupted in wails. Brother Kid can sip divine teas thanks to his medical skills while I'm stuck popping open cheap soda bottles? I bow down. Seriously, do you guys actually believe this Lu Xiaomu can cure old Master Lin? Stop making fools of yourselves. He'll get kicked out of the estate by the bodyguards. Hey, upstairs. I thought Brother Xiaomu was all show too, until I saw it with my own eyes. Even the lion tiger bear, standing at the top of the food chain, bowed down to him. It's scripted, right? Put. You can get humans to act with you, but you can get a pack of wild beasts to play along? Netizens bickered fiercely, torn between belief and skepticism about Lu Xiaomu's medical skills. Naturally, skeptics outnumbered believers. Everyone assumed it was just another over-the-top stunt from the Summer Fun Show. Yet Lu Xiaomu commanded an overwhelming presence. His words carried an almost imperial authority, as if his commands were divine decrees, instantly binding. This peculiar aura sparked a glimmer of hope among netizens. Soon after, upon learning of Lu Xiaomu's arrival, the Lin family's senior members hurried to greet him. Greetings, Mr. Lu Xiaomu. We've long admired your reputation, said Lin Guofeng, the acting head of the family and eldest son of the venerable Lin Guqing. He approached with utmost respect, gesturing for a group of Filipino maids to serve tea and refreshments. Behind him stood several children from Lin Guofeng's branch of the family, gazing down at the young boy before them with expressions ranging from suspicion to peculiarity. Not at all, not at all. Lu Xiaomu responded with casual courtesy, taking a sip of fragrant tea. Yet the moment it touched his lips, his expression shifted slightly, giving way to a cold smile. It seems, acting patriarch, you don't quite trust my medical skills. Lin Guofeng froze, quickly plastering on a smile. Why would you say that? You were personally designated by my father as the divine physician before he fell into a coma. Lu Xiaomu snorted in disdain. You wouldn't even serve me the finest yumming tea, instead offering me mediocre aged pour as a half-hearted gesture. Very well. I had hoped to forge a bond of goodwill with your Lin family, perhaps even partnering in business someday. But since you've shown me such contempt, forget it. His face remained cold and sour as he contemptuously slammed down his teacup. Lead the way. After I finish Lin Gucheng's surgery, I'm leaving immediately. I can't be bothered to stay in this godforsaken place any longer. Lin Guofeng looked sheepish, about to respond. But a mocking sneer cut through the air from the doorway. Then you can just get lost. My father must have been delirious before he passed. He was spouting nonsense when he specifically named you to save him. But us filial sons and virtuous grandsons? We never entrust our father's life to some brat like you. Immediately after, Lin Gucheng's second son, Lin Guotsue, along with his two sons, stormed into the living room. Second brother, shouldn't we respect the old man's wishes? Lin Guofeng frowned, hesitant. Lin Guotsue burst into laughter instead. Brother, I have proof this Lu Xiaomu is a quack. Oh? Not only the Lin family members, but the viewers in the live stream room held their breath, anticipation at its peak. Bring him in. Lin Guotsue bellowed, and the cameraman who had vanished moments earlier was shoved into the room. This guy, Lin Guotsue sneered contemptuously, is part of Lu Xiaomu's team. I caught him red-handed relieving himself in the garden. Think about it, someone close to him has a terminal illness, and Lu Xiaomu doesn't even know? You'd actually let this useless fool operate on our dad? Chapter 7, The Heir to the Divine Physician? Are you certain he was urinating blood? Lin Guofeng's expression shifted. As acting head of the family, it was his duty to distinguish genuine miracle doctors from charlatans. After all, old Master Lin Gucheng was the pillar of the family. If he were to pass away under Lu Xiaomu's care, then when the family estate was divided, even as the eldest son of the main branch, he'd likely suffer the consequences. Lin Guotsue sneered. Every corner of our estate is covered by surveillance. If you don't believe me, brother, just have the security chief check the footage. Fine, retrieve the footage. Lin Guofeng's gaze toward Lu Xiaomu and his group instantly turned hostile. He had a tendency to call his bodyguards to throw people out at the slightest provocation. Seeing this, the photographer quickly defended Lu Xiaomu. Brother Xiaomu is a genuine miracle doctor. He diagnosed the malignant tumor on my left kidney right on the plane. Zhou Yu, fearing she might ruin Lu Xiaomu's 50 million yuan side gig, chimed in apologetically, it's true. Besides, we're just the filming crew for summer fun show. We've only known Xiaomu for a day, he wouldn't have had time to treat the photographer. That's just you twisting the truth. Lin Guotsue had already made up his mind, convinced from the start that Lu Xiaomu was a fraud. He didn't believe a word of their defense. Explanations are just cover-ups, and cover-ups mean guilt, his son sneered. Ever since grandfather offered that 50 million reward, who knows how many charlatans like this kid have come to our doorstep peddling their nonsense, some claiming to be Qigong masters, others boasting supernatural powers. And you lot are the most outrageous of them all, actually bringing a kid with no medical credentials whatsoever. Do you think the Lin family has no one with common sense? He chuckled. Faced with the Lin family's skepticism, Lu Xiaomu didn't get angry. Instead, his eyes lit up and he laughed out loud. He sensed an opportunity to jack up the price. You're laughing? A 50 million deal is about to fall through, and our live stream viewers are all feeling sorry for you. Zhou Yu stamped her foot, indignant on Lu Xiaomu's behalf, then had a sudden idea. Right. We have a full 30 million viewers online in our live stream. They can all testify that Lu Xiaomu just met us today. The photographer's tumor has nothing to do with him. What? Lin Guofeng froze, not quite catching her meaning. You're live streaming? Yep, the viewers can all vouch for Lu Xiaomu's amazing. Brother Xiaomu, what are you doing? Zhou Yu lowered her exquisite face in confusion. The viewers in the live stream were equally baffled. Because Lu Xiaomu had actually brought over a stool, placed it in front of Zhou Yu, and then stepped onto it, raising himself to her eye level. He reached out his small hand and covered Zhou Yu's mouth. Shoo, woman. From now on, no need to defend me. Let the Lin family's slander come at me even more fiercely. Ha! The entire production crew was dumbfounded. The live stream audience was equally stunned. I was just worried the 50 million diagnosis fee was too low. Now I have a chance to jack up the price sky high. Lu Xiaomu beamed, his pupils turning into sparkling and dollar symbols, looking every bit the little money-grubbing tycoon. But since he wasn't some evil adult capitalist, just a handsome part-time kid brother, the audience found Brother Xiaomu even more adorable. You want to jack up the price on us? Lin Guotsui laughed in exasperation, pointing toward the door. Kid, if you weren't so young and your words carried no weight, I'd grab you by the collar and kick you sky high like a soccer ball. Lu Xiaomu replied with deadpan seriousness, then I'll be like Grey Wolf, yell I'll be back, and charge you an extra 50 million in consultation fees. The livestream instantly filled with cheerful energy. I prefer Rocket's line when he gets kicked, that feels awful. So brother Xiaomu loves anime too. Now I finally feel like he's truly a kid at heart. Even though brother Xiaomu's summer gig failed, I still crown him the greatest prankster ever. Just looked it up. Lin Guofeng is actually the chairman of Qianxin Group, a Fortune 500 company, and Lin Guotsui is one of the vice chairmen. They're not actors at all. What? Summer fun show wasn't scripted, it was real life? So brother Mu came specifically to prank the Lin family? That's like grabbing a tiger by the whiskers. The audience was stunned, but in the next instant, all their emotions ignited into a raging inferno of fury. Because Lin Guotsui sneered contemptuously, I know you're live streaming, and I know you have a lot of viewers in your live stream. But so what? You're just a bunch of resentful poor people from the bottom of society. Do you really think someone like me, an elite from the upper echelons of society, would believe their nonsense? Let me be brutally honest, I only occasionally pay attention to their nonsense online. In real life, given their social standing, I'd never cross paths with these penniless fools. So, you scam production crew, grab your poor viewers, and get the hell out of Double Happiness Manor. Lin Guotsui's voice had turned icy cold as he casually summoned a dozen burly bodyguards. His patience was clearly exhausted, and he was ready to get physical. The audience's hearts leapt into their throats, fearing Lu Xiaomu would get beaten. The Lin family? They're hardly worthy of challenging me. I wouldn't mind carving a bloody path through them. To everyone's surprise, Lu Xiaomu wasn't the least bit annoyed. He was practically itching for a fight. He even instructed the cameraman, things might get bloody soon. Fighting footage won't pass censorship and could get the live stream banned. Either pause the broadcast or blur it out. Cameraman, ? Of course, before any violence, I must make this clear. Lu Xiaomu declared, hands on hips, righteous indignation in his voice. You threatened my person, that adds 50 million to the consultation fee. And you insulted our viewers, they're the ones who put food on my table, showering me with real cash. So add another 100 million to the consultation fee. Now, if you still want to save old Master Lin Guqing, you'll have to pay me 200 million in cash. No haggling allowed, not even a penny off. My word is final. Lu Xiaomu declared with overwhelming authority. Lin Guotsui laughed bitterly, and Lin Guofeng couldn't be bothered to argue further. The Lin brothers prepared to clear the room. Why bother haggling with a kid? Why not let me win over this brat with my medical skills? Just then, a handsome yet effeminate young man strode into the hall, cheerfully intercepting the eager bodyguards. Who the hell are you, buddy? Lu Xiaomu eyed him sideways, glancing at the needle pouch at his waist. Xue family Tai Chi pouch. So you're Xue Xingtian's disciple? What's your ranking among his students? The youth gave a thumbs up, beaming with pride. Kid, you've got sharp eyes. I'm Xue Buqi, ranked 17th among the divine physician's disciples. I've got a little name in the traditional Chinese medicine world, the divine needle of Tai Bai. But unexpectedly, Lu Xiaomu changed the subject. Instead of flattering him, she spoke bluntly. Oh boy, that means old Master Lin Guqing is done for. You'll probably drain half his life force and shave at least 10 years off his lifespan. You insolent brat. How dare you speak like that? You have no manners. Xue Buqi instantly flew into a rage. Lu Xiaomu replied calmly, but you can't take all the blame. When old Master Lin seeks revenge in his fury, he'll first settle accounts with his foolish son and brain-damaged grandson. They'll shoulder at least 99% of the blame. You'll only get 1% because they failed to recognize your true worth and hired you, a fraud. Chapter 8, Brother Mu was not amused. Consultation fee increased by 100 million. The Lin family's top executives were furious, all lashing out at Lu Xiaomu. You stupid brat. How dare you curse our old master to lose 10 years of his life? Someone bring a whip. Beat him like a spinning top. That brat's mouth is too sharp. Make sure to give him a good slap, his favorite kind. Only Lin Guofeng frowned. He found Lu Xiaomu's speech too cunning, far surpassing his peers. Thus, he restrained his temper and coldly snorted. Lu Xiaomu, our Lin family has treated you with utmost kindness and generosity. Now tell us, why do you look down on the divine physician Xue Buqi? He holds a doctorate from the Royal Swedish Academy of Medicine. His thesis shook the world. He's also a disciple of the legendary physician Xue, whose divine needles conquered the masses. He's accomplished in both Western and traditional Chinese medicine. If you can't give us a straight answer. Lin Guofeng's expression darkened. Even if you're just a child, our Lin family will hold you accountable for today's provocation. Lu Xiaomu chuckled nonchalantly. That's why you're so narrow-minded. Unlike me, since I'm searching the globe for part-time work, my intelligence network is incredibly extensive. He pointed a finger at Xue Buqi's nose and snorted. It's common knowledge that Xue Xingtian had limited energy. Only the first 7 were his true direct disciples. The rest are mostly nominal, used for prestige. Some are even family connections brought in for appearance's sake. Lu Xiaomu curled her lip and retorted to Xuebuki, "You share the Xue surname, what's your connection to Xue Shengtian? He's my uncle, but every ounce of my medical skill is genuine." Xuebuki gritted his teeth. Besides, Chinese medicine traditions are often passed down within direct bloodlines. In ancient times, it was even passed only to sons, not daughters, to prevent female disciples from revealing secrets after marriage. So the closer the relative, the more likely they're a true disciple. The Lin family members nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning sound. The steward of Shuangxi Manor cleared his throat softly, reminding everyone present, the master is in critical condition. Since Mr. Lu Xiaomu was personally invited by him, I trust the master's wisdom had its reasons. Why not invite him to the sick room for an examination? Very well, Lin Guofeng agreed. After all, it would be unwise to openly defy the old master's final wishes. Should anyone later dig up old grievances, accusing him of deliberately barring the physician personally designated by Lin Guqing to treat the master, suggesting he wished the old man dead to facilitate dividing the estate, it would be disastrous. But Lu Xiaomu seized the moment, acting head of the family. "You've been rude to me." Brother Mu is not pleased. "Add 100 million to the consultation fee." The audience chuckled, finding Lu Xiaomu's retort particularly satisfying. The Lin family's got a foul mouth, only Brother Mu can cure that. Villain versus brat? I'm rooting for Brother Mu, he's just too adorable. Feels like Brother Mu's stirring this up on purpose. He's already jacked the fee from 50 million to 300 million. What if Xuebuki turns out to be all flash and no substance, forcing them to call Brother Mu anyway? He'd be raking it in. After all the commotion, anticipation among the livestream audience skyrocketed once more. "Joe, you also received a frantic message from the director. We hit the jackpot. Our audience just surged by another 4 million viewers, and the donations from this segment alone hit 2 million. Xiaomu is our treasure boy. You must keep him happy and lock him down tight, don't let go. I hear several similar shows are already trying to poach him. You need to guard him fiercely and chase away all those upstarts eyeing Xiaomu." "Me?" Zhou tapped her forehead, feeling utterly defeated like a little monster hearing the 9-headed worm command, "Go capture the Tang monk and his disciples. If you pull this off, you get an extra 3 months' salary as a year-end bonus. Leave it to this cute girl. Little Mu is mine to protect." Zhou hung up the phone, fired up and ready to go through fire and water for that bonus. Soon after, the estate's private ICU was prepared. Lin Guofeng also granted Xuebuki and Lu Xiaomu access to treat the old man. "Bring me all my grandfather's medical records and MRI scans. Plus the medication logs from other doctors, I need them for reference." The moment he stepped into the special care ward, Xuebuki assumed his professional demeanor and issued orders to the nurses. "Miss Lin." The nurses, naturally wary of a stranger, turned to the stunningly beautiful woman standing by the bedside for guidance. "Follow Dr. Xue's instructions." The woman turned her head, revealing a face of exquisite beauty, her expression a perfect blend of playful reproach and delight. The number of comments in the Summer Fun Show livestream exploded instantly. "Holy crap, it's Lin Yu. One of the entertainment industry's 4 golden flowers, a superstar. She's actually a Lin family member? No wonder she landed top-tier resources right after debuting and got cast as a Zhang Yimou muse. Now I believe Brother Mu's legend isn't scripted. This Summer Fun Show reeks of poverty, they couldn't possibly afford a top-tier star like Lin Yu. I heard her fee for a single variety show episode starts at 70 million yuan. While netizens were lost in admiration of Lin Yu's beauty, Xuebuki lifted his head with unwavering confidence. "I am absolutely certain I can cure old Master Lin. Allow me to perform acupuncture to rouse him from his coma." Whoa! The Lin family executives were stunned, then their faces lit up with joy. "Then we implore the heir to the divine physician to act swiftly. Beyond the 50 million consultation fee, we offer additional generous rewards." Lin Guofeng exhaled deeply, completely forgetting Lu Xiaomu and showing no intention of questioning further. But Lin Yu furrowed her delicate brows and reminded her father, "Wait a moment. Isn't this child Lu Xiaomu the one grandfather mentioned? He hasn't even given his diagnosis yet. Niece, that brat knows jack. He probably hasn't even grasped basic pathology." Lin Guotsue rolled his eyes, glaring at Lu Xiaomu with utter contempt. Never had he loathed a kid so intensely. "Oomph, you're just a blockhead," Lu Xiaomu retorted without holding back. "If Miss Lin Yu hadn't pointed this out, you'd have ruined old Master Lin. But it doesn't matter. Lin Guqing isn't my father anyway. If you want to exhaust yourselves with filial piety just to divide his estate, then go ahead and trust Xuebuki's judgment." Lin Guofeng and Lin Guotsue were both rendered speechless. Xuebuki roared, "You brat! You repeatedly slander my master's teachings. But considering your age, I'll overlook it this time. Now, spit out your so-called wisdom. I'll refute every point and teach you a lesson your parents never could." Lu Xiaomu then adopted the air of a sage physician saving lives, striking a pose of a little adult. With his hands clasped behind his back, he declared in a clear, childlike voice. His meridians are blocked and his qi and blood are both deficient. That is why he has fallen into a coma. When ordinary folk see an old man unconscious, their instinct is to rouse him. But unconsciousness is actually the body's self-healing and emergency response mechanism. It must never be forcibly interrupted. In my view, this coma is the immune system declaring a ceasefire against the cancer cells. Lu Xiaomu snorted coldly. My treatment plan is this: I will first eliminate the cancer cells, then administer intravenous fluids to nourish Lin Guqing's failing organs. Once he recovers about 30% of his strength, he will awaken naturally. There's absolutely no need to rouse him. He pointed at Xuebuqi's head. This fool's brain must be fried. He used acupuncture to forcibly wake the old man when Lin Guqing was at his weakest, like pulling up seedlings to make them grow faster. It can only lead to one outcome, a deathbed surge. Chapter 9, Last Gasp. Oomph. I swear by my reputation as divine physician Xue, my treatment plan is flawless. Xuebuqi laughed arrogantly, straightening his robes as he rose, truly befitting the heir to the medical sage. He explained in detail: first, I will use my Sex 13 soul-seizing needles to awaken old master Lin Guqing. Then, I will employ the most cutting-edge foreign-targeted anti-cancer drugs to eliminate the cancer cells. The medicine will cure the disease. This is the profound essence of integrating Chinese and Western medicine, something a mere little brat could never comprehend. Lin Yu sank into deep thought. But as an arts graduate from the Imperial Capital Film Academy, she couldn't make heads or tails of Xuebuqi's medical jargon. The comments section had already split into two camps: the reformist supporters of Dr. Mu and the traditionalist divine healer faction. In my opinion, since divine Dr. Xue is one of the three greatest living physicians, his disciple must be trustworthy. Besides, targeted drugs are genuinely effective, aren't they? Some so-called successor riding on Xuexingyi's coattails through family connections? How could he possibly match the amazing little Mu? I'm rooting for Lu Xiaomu. Hold off on picking sides, let's just see the results. The Lin family's top brass held an emergency meeting. They quickly reached a conclusion. Let the healer's successor perform the acupuncture. Acting patriarch Lin Guofeng respectfully bowed his hands, presenting the decision. Once the old master regains consciousness, he'll make his own judgment. Congratulations on not believing that brat's lies, Xuebuqi exclaimed joyfully. He immediately disinfected the golden needles with alcohol and began treatment. Lin Yu gently reassured Lu Xiaomu. Little one, let that big brother surnamed Xue treat him first. If he can't manage it, then we'll call on you, okay? She adopted the manner of an understanding older sister coaxing a child. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes in utter disdain, saying bluntly, you've mistakenly trusted a quack doctor who's about to drain the last of Lin Guqing's vitality. I dare say he'll faint again within 24 hours of waking up, and there'll be no saving him. You foul-mouthed brat. Can't you say something auspicious? Lin Guozue roared in fury. Lu Xiaomu curled her lip and continued, of course, with my god-tier medical skills, even if you've nearly killed Lin Guqing with your so-called filial piety and he's got 1 foot in the grave, I could still bring him back. But treatment difficulty will skyrocket, forcing me to expend immense effort. Consultation fee plus 100 million. You'd rather trust quacks than me, the divine Dr. Mu. Punishment fee plus 100 million. Lu Xiaomu held out a tiny hand. My consultation fee has now reached 500 million. This is the result of your Lin family's filial sons and virtuous descendants causing all this trouble. Ha! This brat must be suffering from schizophrenia. I advise you to seek treatment at the asylum sooner rather than later, Lin Guozue retorted coldly. A weak voice drifted from the hospital bed. Grandfather, you're awake. His grandchildren wept with joy. The divine physician. The 13 soul-seizing needles of the Xue lineage truly live up to their reputation. Lin Guofeng exclaimed with delight, his gaze turning instantly contemptuous toward Lu Xiaomu. You brat, how dare you slander Master Xuebuqi? Now your true colors are showing, aren't they? I told you so. Only a disciple of Master Xue could save him. What good is a little brat? Lin Guozue chuckled. Let's end this farce. Have Master Xuebuqi administer the targeted medicine to fully cure the old man. Right away. Thanks to his credit for reviving Lin Guqing, Xuebuqi's medicine gained the Lin family's full acceptance. Only Lu Xiaomu stared at the packaging of the targeted medication, her gaze fixed on the dense English instructions, her expression peculiar. Ahem. After coughing up a thick phlegm, old Master Lin Guqing fully regained consciousness. Spotting Lu Xiaomu, he bowed sincerely, thank you for saving me, Brother Xiaomu. I understand your principles. This old man has nothing to offer in return, but I shall pay double the consultation fee. Ha! All the Lin family executives exchanged bewildered glances. It wasn't me who saved you, okay? For the first time, Lu Xiaomu grew flustered, waving his hands frantically to distance himself. It was that quack Dr. Xuebuqi who saved you. When you pass away someday, I can't have the public mistakenly thinking it was due to my incompetence. I'm counting on doing other medical gigs to make money. Lin Guqing, ? The Lin family members glared at him again. What do you mean pass away? Say something auspicious. The divine physician's heir, Xuebuqi, shrugged indifferently. Ignore this brat's nonsense. Old Master Lin, after taking my targeted medication, you'll make a full recovery. Next, I'll prescribe several tonic formulas. Rest quietly for half a year, and I guarantee you'll live longer at least another 10 years. Put. Before Shuebuki could finish, Lu Xiaomu burst out laughing. What's wrong with you now? Lin Guotsue roared furiously. Shut up, second son. Lin Gucheng, well aware of Lu Xiaomu's formidable abilities and wealth, quickly reprimanded his second son, fearing he might unwittingly offend the globally renowned rogue Xiaomu. Why did brother Xiaomu laugh? Could there be something amiss with the divine physician's treatment plan? Lin Gucheng flexed his limbs, feeling better than ever. He too began to doubt Lu Xiaomu's alarmist claims, yet still respected Lu's status and asked respectfully. Considering your earnest attitude, old man, I'll speak plainly. Lu Xiaomu packed his suitcase and turned to leave. As he did, he dropped a bombshell. If you remain unconscious, you might survive another 3 months. But after that acupuncturist forced needles into 9 vital points, triggering your deathbed lucidity, you'll bleed from all 7 orifices and slip into a coma within 24 hours. By 48 hours, the cancer cells will have returned with a vengeance. Not even a god could save you then. Ha! This is the blessing you reap for raising a brood of filial sons and virtuous grandchildren. What a grand display of filial piety for our viewers. He didn't forget to stick out his tongue at the camera. Everyone, remember to hit subscribe. Tune in tomorrow to witness my prophecy come true. Then you'll see just how divine my medical skills are. Lin Gucheng remained skeptical. The Lin family's high-ranking officials dismissed Lu Xiaomu entirely, not bothering to listen to his ramblings. But playing it safe, Lin Gucheng cautiously asked, if I were to fall unconscious again, might we request Mr. Lu Xiaomu's assistance? 500 million yuan for the consultation. For every additional hour delayed, add another 100 million. With that, Lu Xiaomu boarded the helicopter. The summer fun show production crew hurriedly followed suit, halting the live broadcast once more. Only the online viewers remained, their screens blank as they debated with lingering curiosity. What do you think? Will old man Lin Gucheng really bleed from his 7 orifices and pass out in 24 hours? Bull. Do you actually believe, kid brother? If he's right tomorrow, I'll stand on my head in front of 5 electric fans while eating 20 pounds of freshly pooped hot no backing out. My address is, welcome ladies to come poop at my place. My bathroom's pretty spacious. Haven't you noticed something weird? Since I started watching Little Moo's live streams, he's never lied. Everything he says comes true. I'll bet 50 cents Little Moo wins. Chapter 10, What? This is an orphanage? Netizens erupted into chaos. The online feud fell squarely into the realm of black-red marketing, generating tons of buzz for summer fun show. Suddenly, discussions about Lu Xiaomu were everywhere. Media outlets, like sharks sensing blood, swarmed in to interview the Lin family at Xuanxi Manor. Old Master Lin Gucheng, unwilling to offend Lu Xiaomu, flatly declined all interviews. But Lin Guotsue, still seething with anger, ignored his father and brother's warnings. He went straight to the TV station to expose the unlicensed quack Lu Xiaomu. Meanwhile, aboard the helicopter. I'm truly sorry. Thud. The cameraman beat his chest in frustration, kneeling before Lu Xiaomu. He swung his arm back and delivered 3 sharp slaps to his own face. Lu Xiaomu froze, snatching his arm away. What are you doing? The photographer felt an overwhelming force grip him, as if the boy before him were a baby Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yet in that moment, consumed by regret, he had no time for second thoughts. If I hadn't been caught pissing blood in the garden by Lin Guotsue and his 2 sons, your side gig wouldn't have gone to hell. The photographer was filled with regret. You diagnosed my malignant tumor and saved my life, yet I cost you 50 million yuan. I'm worse than a piece of... With that, he prepared to punish himself again. About that. I should actually thank you, Lu Xiaomu chuckled dryly, curling her lips. I was fretting over how to jack up the price when Lin Guotsue conveniently gave me an excuse. And Lin Guofeng hypocritically went along with it. This isn't over yet. Just wait and see. I'll use this chance to squeeze even more gold coins out of Lin Gucheng. Lu Xiaomu's bright eyes shone with righteous indignation. That old bastard's a capitalist anyway. He runs casinos in Alaska, making dirty money. The others exchanged stunned glances. Seriously? Guaranteed truth, guaranteed win, guaranteed satisfaction, Lu Xiaomu hummed lightly. My business always follows the 3 guarantees policy. 2 hours later, as night fell, Lu Xiaomu's helicopter touched down on the roof of a vast, gilded building. Where is this? Zhou Yu asked like a curious kid, simultaneously turning on her camera to resume the livestream. The first viewers to flood the livestream chat bombarded her with questions. Where the heck did you take us? Is this some imperial palace? What an impressive building. It looks like the headquarters of a Fortune 500 company. They even built a mini airport on the roof for helicopters to land. Could it be designed just for Brother Mu? As everyone speculated wildly, the sparse lights in the building suddenly seemed to receive some signal, switching on in clusters. The entire building erupted like a ladle of water splashed into boiling oil, instantly bursting with activity. Brother Mu is home. The cheers of countless children echoed through the building, while hurried footsteps echoed from both elevators and stairwells. Yu hurriedly instructed the cameraman to hold his breath and focus. Her sixth sense as a host told her that a spectacular scene was about to unfold. Sure enough, a large group of 6, 7, and 8-year-olds, clutching toys, joyfully raced up to the rooftop. They threw their arms wide and charged toward Lu Xiaomu. All neatly dressed and as delicate as porcelain figurines, they resembled the golden boys and jade girls from mythical tales. Brother Xiaomu, you haven't been home for a whole week. I missed you so much, sniffle. Our orphanage just held a big drawing contest. Look, little Moo brother, at the picture Dezhuang and I made together. Little Moo brother battles the Barala little fairies. Pfft, you bunch of suck-ups. Xiaomu Gie, are you tired? Hungry? Tongtong's cooking skills have improved again. She even learned a new dish, seaweed egg drop soup. Lu Xiaomu smiled warmly as she greeted them, directing the pilot to unload a mountain of gifts from the plane. Here you go, everyone gets a share. Thanks, Xiaomu. The children instantly burst into joyful cheers, unfurling a banner. Welcome home, director. This is really an orphanage? Yu stared in disbelief, swallowing hard. She tapped her high heels on the ground. High-end marble tiles. The same kind used in Dubai's 6-star hotels. Yu scanned the surroundings with difficulty and spotted 2 fully equipped backup helicopters parked in the rooftop hangar. The live stream viewers were equally stunned. Wait, dude, this is an orphanage? My memories of orphanages are fading. Shouldn't it be ragged kids in patched clothes and teachers worn out to the bone? Something's off. Totally off. This is a posh private kindergarten, right? I spotted those kids wearing designer kidswear, all international brands. Even their wristwatches are satellite GPS locators, custom made by the wealthy to prevent kidnappings. Am I the only one noticing this building uses cutting-edge avant-garde design? It's nothing like those mass-produced apartment blocks. Specialized construction teams must have been hired for these unique blueprints, adding another 200 million to the cost. Yu stepped up to voice the online community's questions. Brother Mu, is this really an orphanage? Yep, what else could it be? Given that Lu Xiaomu was busy catching up with the children and distributing gifts, the petite little girl named Tang Tang, dressed in a gothic pleated skirt, volunteered to answer for him. Big sister, your eyes seem so bright and lively, yet you haven't noticed us poor, helpless children? If it weren't for Brother Xiaomu, the director here, most of us would have starved or frozen to death long ago. Yu choked on her words, unable to speak for a moment. She stammered, but orphanages are usually quite poor. The photographer nodded like a chicken pecking at grain. I filmed charity ads for the Red Cross too, visiting many orphanages. For those kids, just getting 3 square meals a day is a miracle. Pfft, that's because their directors are weaklings. Tang Tang puffed out her chest proudly, boasting, we have Brother Mu, he's our god. Thud. But Lu Xiaomu promptly smacked her on the head. Wah, little Brother Mu, I'm sorry. The little girl scrambled to apologize, her clear, watery eyes brimming with hurt. Do you know what you did wrong? Lu Xiaomu asked sternly, his expression serious. I don't know. Tang Tang nervously twisted her shirt hem. But please don't hate me, little Mu. Lu Xiaomu smiled gently but corrected her sternly, the directors of other orphanages are good people too. They've done their utmost to save countless helpless children. They just don't have your Xiaomu brother's talent for making money. But I won't tolerate you speaking ill of them, understand? Because, he who gathers firewood for the people must not be left to freeze to death in the snow. Tang Tang was wrong. They're all kind uncles and aunts who will live to be 100 years old. Tang Tang pressed her palms together, adorably praying for their well-being. Chapter 11, The Lin Family, imposing a mild punishment on Lu Xiaomu. Wow, Tang Tang is adorable. She'd be a top child star even in the entertainment industry. Xiaomu's values are so genuine. That line of his was truly eye-opening. Thumbs up. Sir, with your great virtue, do you know if the orphanage has a donation website? I'd like to send some daily necessities over. The audience was deeply moved, eager to open their wallets. Thank you for your kindness, but it's truly unnecessary. To everyone's surprise, Lu Xiaomu flatly refused, stating with righteous conviction, Dear viewers, I take on numerous high-paying side gigs every year. The income more than suffices to support all 1,457 children in this orphanage, ensuring they enjoy a high quality of life and receive an excellent education. I, Lu Xiaomu, never exploit sympathy for money, nor do I solicit charitable donations. Every single expense for the orphanage is covered by me alone. A faint smile touched his lips. If you're feeling generous, keep an eye out for high-paying gigs like Lin Gucheng offers 50 million yuan reward for life-saving help. I'm the all-purpose brother Xiaomu. Any crisis, any incident, any difficulty, I can handle it, as long as you offer a price that satisfies me. He seized the moment when his livestream audience surged to 40 million to promote himself. Yu's gaze grew complex, as if she were seeing Lu Xiaomu anew. Why would you sponsor an orphanage? I always thought you were a greedy bastard, obsessed with money. Evil fools. How dare you slander our sacred little Mu Ji? Tang Tang roared, covering her right eye with one hand. Let this reincarnated supreme princess unleash the demon king's true eye and glare you to death. I'll stare. I'll keep staring. Stop sneaking around playing Genshin. Lu Xiaomu scolded, twisting Tong Tong's ear. Ow ow ow. Little Moo, spare me. Poof. Go back to your room and do your homework. Oh. Tang Tang reluctantly shuffled away in tiny steps, glaring resentfully at Zhou Yu. Little Moo must be tired of me. How dare he treat me so dismissively? Anyway, there are other sisters who are better at chatting and flirting than I am. Zhou Yu, ? Am I the third wheel now? With that, Tang Tang huffed indignantly and returned the gift meant for her. Your gift wasn't meant just for me, everyone else got one. Since that's the case, I don't want this token of your concern. Audience. A porcelain doll-like little girl, yet she manages to sound like a bitter, neglected wife. Unbelievable. Yaya was dumbfounded, knocked out cold by Tong Tong's sharp, biting retort. Ha ha. Tang Tang is like a modern-day Dayu, a future little troublemaker. So entertaining. Lu Xiaomu pouted, that gift is the Mei Yang figurine you begged for forever. If you don't want it, I'll just keep it for sinew. Put. Tang Tang instantly snatched the gift, arms stretched out flat, her little legs sprinting like a jet plane as she dashed off in a flash, disappearing without a trace. Slow down, don't fall. Lu Xiaomu's fatherly warning echoed from behind. Zhou Yu chuckled softly and repeated her earlier question. You ask why I built the orphanage. Poof. Lu Xiaomu fell deep in thought, recalling his experiences across 2 lifetimes. In his previous life on Earth, he had been abandoned by his parents. Raised in a destitute yet exceptionally warm orphanage, he was nurtured by the director, grandpa, and a group of caring uncles and aunts. He grew up eating meals donated by kind neighbors in the neighborhood and, thanks to their sponsorship, completed his education, enabling him to establish himself in society. In this life, unexpectedly reborn, he too lived in an orphanage, cherished by the matronly director, spared from starvation on the streets. Armed with his system, he quickly amassed a fortune, purchased the orphanage outright, and provided his brothers and sisters with living conditions he had never dared dream of in his previous life. Xiaomu, stop teasing us. Is there something you're not telling us? Zhou Yu pressed. Can't be bothered. Lu Xiaomu rolled his eyes, utterly uninterested in talking. Brother Xiaomu, someone's slandering you. Before Zhou Yu could respond, the little girl Tang Tang returned, her delicate face flushed with anger as she held up her phone. Lu Xiaomu froze, recognizing the interview video of Lin Guotsue. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Guotsue, General Manager of Lin Private Equity Fund and Vice Chairman of Xiangxin Group. Speaking in a thick Min-Nan accent, Lin Guotsue cut straight to the chase with a smug expression. Regarding my father's health, thank you all for your concern. He is now out of danger. Tomorrow at noon, he will personally attend a press conference to announce his triumphant return to the Longwa business world. Our deepest gratitude goes to Mr. Xuebuqi, the successor to the legendary physician Xueshini. His medical skills are nothing short of divine. I've even considered persuading my elder brother to marry his beloved niece, Lin Yu, to him, making him our Lin family's perfect son-in-law. Oh, regarding Lu Xiaomu, you mentioned that good-for-nothing brat is utterly worthless. He spins lies like a weaver, treating our old patriarch Lin as nothing but entertainment. Lin Guotsue gritted his teeth, pushed his glasses up, and abruptly stood, his voice sharp with fury. I reserve the right to pursue this matter to the fullest extent. I vow to investigate and punish Lu Xiaomu's despicable act of fraud. Being a minor should never shield criminals from accountability. If Lu Xiaomu acts with such brazen impunity at 10 years old, he will surely become a national menace. I have no qualms about sending him to a juvenile reformatory to reform his ways. Zhou Yu was instantly thrown into disarray. This. Given the Lin family's wealth and connections, if they really hire a high-profile lawyer to make things difficult for you, it might actually be possible to send you to a juvenile reformatory. The comments stream echoed her concern. Brother Xiaomu, if it comes down to it, just apologize publicly and bow your head. You're still just a kid, people are pretty forgiving. Hold up, Brother Mu did it for the show's entertainment value. Sure, it was a bit harsh on the sickbed Mr. Lin, but it didn't interfere with his treatment. Some trolls gloated. He's just a kid, so please don't let him off the hook. Ha. That brat doesn't know his place. He lacks proper upbringing. Society needs to teach him a lesson now. Blame the orphanage for failing to teach him to read the room. How could he possibly afford to cross the Lin conglomerate? Facing the raging tide of public opinion in the livestream chat, Lu Xiaomu merely sneered, adopting the composed demeanor of a little adult. Tang Tang, understanding the subtle hint, promptly presented a feather fan. Lu Xiaomu fanned herself with it, adopting the air of Zhuge Liang strategizing to conquer the world. Don't be fooled by Lin Guotsue's loud cries now. Tomorrow's noon press conference will reveal the truth. Lin Guqing's last gasp 1T last long. His remarks in the livestream were edited into short clips by netizens, posted across major platforms, and pinned beneath Lin Guotsue's interview video, quickly surging to the top of the comments section. The Lin family's top brass were utterly enraged. Lin Guotsue sneered coldly, see? Even a brat dares to get above himself. Where does that leave the Lin family's reputation? Lin Guofeng sighed, this year's business summit risks turning us into a laughingstock. I think it's time to teach that Lu Xiaomu a lesson. Chapter 12, A Flood of Rewards. Rash and inconsiderate, what a disgrace. Old Master Lin Gucheng slammed his cane down heavily, warning his two sons, don't go provoking Lu Xiaomu, understand? Especially you, Guatsue. Lin Gucheng sighed deeply. You've disappointed me so much. I've warned you countless times not to provoke Lu Xiaomu, but you just won't listen. Dad, that brat is truly unbearable. Lin Guatsue couldn't help but argue his case. Disobeying elders' advice brings immediate consequences. A wave of profound exhaustion washed over him as Lin Gucheng began coughing violently. When I'm gone, your stubborn nature will eventually lead to serious trouble. But, never mind. Children have their own destinies. He closed his eyes. Let's just focus on the present. Dad, what nonsense are you talking? You'll live a long, healthy life. Lin Guatsue eagerly stepped forward, massaging the old man's legs and offering him water. Dr. Schwebuki said the cancer cells in your liver and lungs have been precisely eliminated. All you need now is rest and recuperation. You'll be back to full health in no time. Lin Guofeng chimed in cheerfully, those who survive great calamities are destined for later blessings. Our whole family is looking forward to celebrating your 100th birthday. The Lin family quickly bustled about preparing for the press conference, temporarily setting aside their resentment toward Lu Xiaomu. The night passed without incident. Zhou Yu and the production crew slept soundly at Lu Xiaomu's orphanage. The next morning, she eagerly launched the live stream, touring the orphanage in hopes of uncovering fragments of Lu Xiaomu's extraordinary life story. Oh, little Tang Tang. As soon as Zhou Yu stepped outside, she encountered Tang Tang watering flowers while clutching a Mei Yang Yang figurine. She immediately instructed the cameraman to focus on her. You're violating my image rights and personal privacy. Tong Tong promptly turned her back to Zhou Yu, presenting her with a view of the back of her head while delivering a warning in the most adorable, menacing tone. Hearing this, Zhou Yu promptly produced a glass candy jar she prepared earlier and offered the entire jar of colorful candies. Sis will trade this for an exclusive interview with you, okay? Pfft, don't try to bribe me with kid stuff. Tang Tang stiffened her delicate little face. But drool stubbornly escaped the corners of her mouth. Zhou Yuxiao grinned, discreetly flashing a thumbs up at the camera with her right hand while secretly typing a string of comments. Viewers, this is what a kid should be like. Not every little rascal is as mischievous as Lu Xiaomu. Watch this host handle her. Go get Little Moon. Trying to redeem yourself with Xiao Tang Tang after losing face with Lu Xiaomu? Hakiyu, you rascal. You're a top graduate from a prestigious university and a host at a major network. Don't get carried away just because you beat a little girl. Though the comments teased her, they secretly hoped Zhou Yu would slip up. Ahem, Tang Tang, we're friends now. This jar of candy is your welcome gift from Sister Yeye, Zhou Yu said with solemn seriousness. This is how besties exchange gifts, not some childish trick. Best friends? That's something only mature older sisters in TV dramas have. Tong Tong's snowy eyes sparkled with excitement. But, all my gifts come from Brother Mu. I don't have anything to give Sister Yeye in return, the little girl frowned in distress. Zhou Yu flashed a mischievous grin. Her plan was working. Hee. Little girl, you're so easy to manipulate. Then give your sister a story in return, Zhou Yu chuckled softly. Tell me how you and Lu Xiaomu met. Please address him respectfully as Brother Xiaomu. Tang Tang corrected. Zhou Yu, alright. So this orphanage really was built by Brother Xiaomu? Of course. Tang Tang declared emphatically. Brother Xiaomu and I were orphans from the same batch. We were both abandoned at the hospital entrance and taken in by Grandma Director. But she couldn't secure funding, so she used her own pension to buy formula for us. She always scrimped and saved, even saving the eggs she got as supermarket freebies for us. The audience's eyes instantly lit up. Then what happened? Later, Grandma fainted from hunger. The doctors said she'd suffered from chronic malnutrition, her body completely drained. Our orphanage couldn't afford her medical bills, and the hospital staff were so mean they yelled at us to drag her away. Tang Tang pouted, still unable to hold back her sadness when recalling the past. The live chat flooded with crying emojis. Don't kill me with Grandma's knife. Netizens mock elderly people for grabbing eggs as being cheap, but my mom always queues all morning to get 3 eggs, then boils them all for me to eat. She never treats herself. I miss my mom. Bawling. Grandma Director is truly a kind soul. No wonder she raised such well-adjusted kids like Xiaomu and Tang Tang. Seeing Zhou Yu, her assistant, and the photographer all wiping away tears, Tang Tang asked in confusion, why are you crying? We want to place a carnation at Grandma's grave, Zhou Yu said hoarsely. Tang Tang, ? Grandma Director isn't dead, she announced proudly. Little Mu suddenly became incredibly capable and earned a fortune. He immediately brought in dozens of international experts for a consultation and pulled Grandma back from the brink of death. It turns out that hospital just didn't bother treating us because our orphanage had no money. Grandma wasn't terminally ill at all. That's wonderful. That's the best news I've heard in my entire life. Zhou Yu's tears turned to laughter. Later, Brother Xiaomu shut down that hospital. He even bought all the land around our orphanage and rebuilt this entire building for us. He said he wanted to give shelter to all the poor scholars under heaven and took in a full 1,457 orphans nationwide, letting us live here in peace. Tang Tang beamed with admiration. Brother Xiaomu is the best. The online audience fell completely silent, utterly stunned. But this couldn't possibly be staged for the show. Because alongside the live broadcast, numerous children appeared, curiously eyeing the production crew. They couldn't all be extras. At that moment, donations in the live stream skyrocketed. Night raid on Widow Village. Though Brother Xiaomu declines donations, please transfer your donation proceeds to him, Zhou Yu. A mere 500 yuan, but it's a token of my heartfelt support. User 350-2850. While other kids enjoy their childhood, Xiaomu is busy running around during summer break doing all sorts of high-risk part-time jobs. Thinking about that suddenly makes me feel a bit sad. I don't have much else to offer, but I can make a small donation of 2,000. I hope Xiaomu doesn't have to work so hard. Dima East Asia. Xiaomu's talent deserves this reward. Here's 20,000 yuan, take it. The director of Summer Fun Show was stunned. But he wasn't swayed by greed. Calmly, he said, Zhou Yu, though our agreement with Lu Xiaomu was a 30-70 split, these donations, our production team won't take a single cent. Every penny goes to the orphanage. Director, you've got vision. The online viewers couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. After a round of visits, it was nearly noon. The Lin conglomerate's press conference commenced as scheduled. Chapter 13, The Turnaround. The press conference. Let's grab lunch at the restaurant and get a taste of the Lin family executives' true colors. Lu Xiaomu beckoned to the program crew. Simultaneously, he instructed the pilot, go inspect the helicopter, refuel it completely, and prepare for takeoff. We'll be flying back to Xuanxi Manor again shortly. Yes, Brother Xiaomu. The pilot shoveled down a few bites before leaving with a chicken drumstick in his mouth. All of this was being streamed live to the broadcast room. Zhou Yu couldn't help scratching her head. Are you going back to apologize? Ha! For the first time, Lu Xiaomu was genuinely stunned by Zhou Yu. Me? Lu Xiaomu? I've never been weak in my life. The Xiaolin family? They don't even deserve an apology from me. Are you out of your mind? Zhou Yu meekly replied, I heard Lin Guozue is ruthless and takes pleasure in threatening his opponents' families, especially children. I thought you were considering the orphanage, so you decided to swallow your pride and bow to them. You shouldn't be a host, you should be writing novels. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes wildly. You're such a master of imagination. The online fiction world would be a huge loss without you. Zhou Yu. Cut the chatter. Watch the press conference. Lu Xiaomu nodded toward the wall-mounted TV, sipping her AD calcium milk contentedly. Hee hee, you act like a little adult all the time, but drinking that reveals your age. Zhou Yu chuckled softly, winking at him. Without turning his head, Lu Xiaomu retorted, as far as I know, countless adults love AD calcium milk, and many elderly people with osteoporosis are recommended to drink it by doctors. Miss Zhou Yu, you have beverage prejudice. You need to change that. He lectured with the authority of a sage. Maturity isn't about drinking hard liquor or indulging in drinking culture. Immaturity isn't about drinking AD calcium milk or refusing to engage in polite social niceties. It's about having a strong heart. Zhou Yu was dumbfounded. This was undeniable. His words were undeniably profound. Supporting Brother Mu. I love AD calcium milk too. I always buy 2 packs at the supermarket, one for me and one for my little angel. Little Mu? It's Teacher Mu. Little brother spits out enlightening words like they're nothing. When we interviewed Tang Tang this morning, she said little brother has grand ambitions. He wants to bring joy to all the world's poor scholars, and he's actually supported over 1,000 orphans. We might be witnessing the emergence of a sage. Lu Xiaomu's pupils suddenly contracted. Oomph, here come the pests. Everyone froze as the Lin brothers, Guofeng and Guozue, appeared in the front row of the press conference. Welcome to my father's comeback press conference. The backbone of the Lin family has returned in triumph. Lin Guozue slammed both hands on the table, waving his arms with fervor. All these days, rumors have swirled that our patriarch lost his battle with cancer. The stock prices of all Lin Group companies plummeted. We've been living in agony. But all that ends now. Lin Guofeng took the mic, his smile brimming with confidence. The successor to divine Dr. Shui has declared my father in robust health, with no problem living another 20 years. With him at the helm, the Lin Group will continue its glory for at least another 2 decades until our next generation matures and takes the reins smoothly. Now, please welcome our father, the helmsman of the Lin family, the venerable Mr. Lin Guqing, to take the stage and silence all doubters. Lin Guofeng, Lin Guozue, and their sons and daughters rose as one, applauding enthusiastically. All journalists present also rose politely, bowing in respect. Lin Guqing, wearing a faint, knowing smile, stroked his beard and strode confidently toward the podium. Zhou Yu immediately grew anxious. Oh no! Old Master Lin seems unusually well. Lu Xiaomu, didn't you say his last burst of strength would be short-lived? How much longer can he hold on? 5 minutes? Zhou Yu groaned. How accurate is your judgment, anyway? Lu Xiaomu remained expressionless. 4. Ha? What? Zhou Yu froze in shock. Lin Gucheng had already unfolded a manuscript and declared with great enthusiasm, "Everyone, I am well." Next, several companies under the Lin Group will implement major plans and embark on aggressive expansion. 3. Lu Xiaomu continued counting down. Viewers in the livestream chat hesitated. Wait, Xiaomu, Lin Gucheng looks exceptionally healthy, his complexion is rosy. He doesn't seem like someone with a serious illness. Is your medical skill even legit, you brat? I declare Lu Xiaomu's legendary saga over. He's nothing but a fraud. Lu Xiaomu held a faint smile, his tone unchanged, too. Countless viewers watching the press conference suddenly rubbed their eyes. Hey, didn't Lin Gucheng's body just sway a bit? Why did he suddenly choke up? He stopped talking? Something's not right. Holy crap. Look at his eyes, his pupils just went unfocused and dulled out. Lu Xiaomu interlaced her fingers, her voice suddenly rising. 1. Every viewer in the live stream held their breath. At that very moment, during the press conference closely watched by all of Longhua's business circles, a bright green fly suddenly hovered before Lin Gucheng. Then it landed on the right eyeball of old Master Lin and remained motionless. This. All the business elites exchanged stunned glances. The scene was utterly bizarre. The fly's movements looked exactly like it was laying maggot eggs inside a corpse. 0. Lu Xiaomu's countdown ended. Crimson blood surged silently from the 7 orifices of Lin Gucheng. The business tycoon who had dominated the industry for decades collapsed with a thud. Dad! Lin Guofeng and Lin Guotsue panicked, the scene descending into chaos as all the Lin family members froze in shock. Some mourned as if they had lost a parent. Others rejoiced. Unbelievable. Lu Xiaomu was the real miracle doctor. In the live stream of Summer Fun Show, a staggering 43 million viewers flooded the chat with praise, each bowing in awe. In that moment, they revered him as a god. I sincerely apologize to Master Mu for my earlier misstatement. I was blind to question Master Lu's judgment, utterly foolish. Please forgive this fool. The Lin family executives treated Lu Xiaomu like a worn-out shoe. They're probably going to get fleeced next, can't wait, haha. Zhou Yu couldn't help but ask, Brother Xiaomu, could you explain exactly how you made such an accurate diagnosis? I'm sure the viewers in the livestream are all curious. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, Lu Xiaomu gave a faint, dismissive chuckle. Oh, well, it's actually quite simple. Go back and watch yesterday's livestream recording. You'll see the targeted medication that Xueshen's disciple administered to Lin Gucheng. Then, carefully read the German instructions printed on the bottle. Lu Xiaomu stated matter-of-factly, it clearly states that this is a targeted drug designed to stimulate cellular potential and eliminate cancer cells within the body. It's intended for the early to mid stages of cancer. Furthermore, its approved indications are liver cancer and lung cancer. However, he shook his head. Regrettably, quack doctors mislead people. Lin Gucheng's true pathology is pancreatic cancer and it's terminal. How could it possibly work when the medicine doesn't match the disease and the treatment comes too late? Chapter 14, Life Mentor Lu Xiaomu. I see. That's a killer. Viewers in the livestream nodded their heads like chickens pecking at grain, signaling their understanding. But Lu Xiaomu scoffed, guys, are you just pretending to understand? How many of you can even read German? The live stream room, with its 40 million viewers, suddenly fell as quiet as a library on the eve of an exam. The sparse stream of comments were all strings of ellipses. Ha, you see right through it but won't say it out loud. Zhou Yu quickly stepped in to smooth things over. After all, the viewers were their main sponsors, and the production team was counting on generous donations. Oh, keep eating then. I won't look down on the viewers. Lu Xiaomu swung her ladle, grabbed a pork knuckle, and dug in heartily. You actually have the appetite to gnaw on a pig's trotter? Zhou Yu, mindful of the show's impact, urged her on. The Lin family must be frantically pacing right now. Didn't you just have the helicopter refueled? We should take off immediately, head straight to Xuanxi Manor, and rake in 500 million yuan. The viewers were also getting excited. They couldn't wait to see the expressions on those arrogant Lin family members' faces. They'd probably be groveling like defeated dogs, heh. But Lu Xiaomu didn't even look up. Only after slowly savoring a bowl of rice did he frown and remind her, no talking during meals, no chatting in bed, got it? On my turf, you follow Lu's rules. Wiping the corners of his mouth with a damp cloth, he exuded an aura of commanding authority. The audience was equally awestruck, murmuring in admiration. Even Emperor Kangxi at his coronation at age 8 probably didn't radiate half the presence of Brother Xiaomu. Only the heavenly Emperor Shi Hao stormed the heaven-repairing pavilion at 9, entered the Kunping's nest at 10, and battled mighty foes in the Void God realm possessed a fraction of Little Mu's heroic presence while munching on pork knuckles. You gotta admit, Little Mu's already got that underworld boss vibe. He's like the godfather in the orphanage. Zhou Yu shrugged and showed Lu Xiaomu a few hand-picked comments. After reading them, Lu Xiaomu pondered briefly, the godfather? I love the dialogue in that movie too. Oh? Recite a few lines then. Zhou perked up, feeling like a parent showing off their child's poetry skills. Lu Xiaomu shot her a glare, pointing at the pork knuckle on the table. You won't even grace me with a single bite of this pork knuckle. Zhou. Netizens, ha ha ha, so badass. Brother Xiaomu's swagger is off the charts, will call you the little godfather of the orphanage. After a round of playful banter, two henchmen in black suits and sunglasses rushed into the cafeteria, whispering urgently, reporting to the boss. The Lin family's private jet is requesting permission to land on the roof. Should we approve? Zhou realized, no wonder you didn't go to the Lin family estate. Turns out they rushed over here to find you. Approved. Lu Xiaomu dispatched his men to handle the pickup while he remained perfectly at ease, showing no intention of moving. Sipping from a bowl of preserved egg and lean pork soup, he adopted the air of a life mentor. Viewers, watching my livestream can teach you some life lessons. Brother Xiaomu wants to tell you all. Even someone like me, a master physician who can revive the dead and mend broken bones, will only be despised when I throw myself at others. I'll be looked down upon by fools and idiots. He shook his head with a sigh. That's what they call licking ass won't get you anywhere. But when the Lin family exhausted all their tricks, found themselves cornered, and had no choice but to come begging at my doorstep, they became fish on the chopping block, at my mercy. That's the difference between offense and defense. Precisely because I figured this out, I couldn't be bothered to go to Xuanxi Manor. Lu Xiaomu waved his hand with authority. Zhou, intercept the Lin family at the infirmary entrance later. Tell them, the consultation fee has risen to 1 billion. Pay first, or get lost. Whoa! The online audience gasped in shock. Now that was a truly astronomical consultation fee. But instead of condemning him for price gouging, the viewers found it deeply satisfying exactly how those scoundrels deserve to be dealt with. Brother Xiaomu, you're absolutely right. The Lin family needs a lesson. Everyone, don't call Brother Mu greedy. Don't forget, originally, he was willing to cure Lin Guqing for just 50 million. It was the Lin family who pushed their luck, refusing to pay and even trying to humiliate Brother Mu, which is why it escalated to 1 billion. Exactly. They brought this on themselves. Who else is to blame? Lin Guotsue had a foul mouth and insulted our stream viewers. Brother Mu is just getting revenge for us. Don't turn your backs on him, everyone. Meanwhile, the Lin family had also arrived at the rooftop helipad of the orphanage. But sadly, there was none of the grand welcome they'd expected. Only two surly bodyguards stood there, snapping. Brother Mu instructed you to go to the orphanage infirmary. He'll be performing surgery on old Master Lin there. Lin Guotsue couldn't help but ask, why didn't he come to greet us himself? We, the high-ranking executives of the Lin Corporation, have condescended to grace his shabby orphanage with our presence, and he dares to leave us waiting? His two sons pinched their noses in unison. Damn it, it stinks, that poor smell of the lower classes. It reeks of poverty, Dad. Why don't we visit Master Shui instead? His nephew Xuebuqi failed, but Lu Xiaomu might not succeed either. Beside them, Xuebuqi, who was attending to old Master Lin in an attempt to redeem himself, stammered awkwardly, I left a message for my master, but I still haven't been able to reach him. I'm sorry. Lin Guofeng sighed deeply. Master Shui is as elusive as a dragon glimpsed only by its head. He's always lived like a free-roaming crane. Anyone seeking his treatment must book 2 weeks in advance. Father's illness struck suddenly, leaving us no choice but to seek Lu Xiaomu. Ah. We're grasping at straws, but since he predicted what happened at the press conference, his medical skill should surpass Dr. Xuebuqi's. They pushed the unconscious Lin Guqing toward the medical room, their faces etched with worry. But what they never expected was this. A mere woman dared to stretch out her delicate arm, blocking these business tycoons like a grasshopper trying to stop a cart. How dare you? Do you know who we are? Our grandfather's sudden illness has overwhelmed him. Every moment of delay poses immense risk. Can you bear the consequences? The Lin executives erupted in fury. I am sorry, but Director Lu Xiaomu has given instructions, Zhou stammered as she relayed the message. He said the consultation fee has been raised to 1 billion. Payment must be made up front before entry. Otherwise, you'll have to leave. Damn it! This is extortion. Lin Guotsue roared, grinding his teeth. From 50 million to 1 billion? That's a 20-fold increase. That little bastard Lu Xiaomu is trying to blackmail us? Lin Guofeng was equally furious. Please contact Xiaomu and beg him to show some mercy. It's a life we're talking about, after all. Inside the room. The commotion outside seeped into the livestream, reaching the ears of viewers. Some more compassionate viewers couldn't help but mutter. Yeah, Lin Guqing is a decent entrepreneur who often donates to charity. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Please, Brother Xiaomu, step in. Exactly. You're a doctor after all, you can't just disregard a life over consultation fees. With just one sentence, Lu Xiaomu shut down all moral blackmail. Chapter 15, you guys won't even call me Brother Xiaomu. Hey everyone, suppose you only have $10 saved up. Would you be willing to shell out $1 to buy your own life? Lu Xiaomu asked casually, but deliberately raised his voice. Every member of the Lin family outside the medical room heard his clear, childlike voice. The flood of comments was unanimous. No. Who wouldn't pay? Only a fool wouldn't. When it comes down to life or death, forget $10 I'd beg on my knees, sell my soul, and do whatever it takes to survive. Lu Xiaomu sneered, Lin Guqing's fortune is worth far more than 100 billion. What's wrong with him spending a tenth of it to buy his life back? The comments instantly fell silent. The Lin family members outside the door also fell silent. You're just making excuses. Lin Guotsue retorted angrily after a moment. $10 and 10 billion, how can you even compare the two? No matter how you slice it, you're violating medical ethics. How can a doctor's consultation fee possibly be worth 10 billion? Lu Xiaomu pushed open the door and stepped out, coldly countering, what is the value of a bottle of water sold to a dying traveler in the desert? You're twisting logic. Nothing but twisted reasoning. Lin Guotsue, arms akimbo like a street-screaming harpy, scolded, I advise you, a person should have a conscience. Shut up, Uncle Lin. Before Lu Xiaomu could respond, the famous actress Lin Yu stepped out of the crowd and addressed Lin Guotsue bluntly, if you hadn't produced that surveillance footage of the photographer urinating blood to claim Dr. Lu Xiaomu's medical skills were inadequate, we could have cured grandfather for 50 million. I saw it with my own eyes, his medical skills are simply inadequate. Exposed by his younger relative, Lin Guotsue felt his face burn with shame, his rage only intensifying. You jumped to conclusions without any investigation. Lin Yu calmly exposed all the shady dealings. According to my investigation last night, Lu Xiaomu has absolutely no connection whatsoever with the Summer Fun Show variety show crew. They've known each other for less than 48 hours. That means Lu Xiaomu has no obligation whatsoever to monitor the health of the crew members. I. Lin Guotsue choked on his words, the stubborn old man silenced by his niece's rebuttal. Lin Yu emphasized her point, one more thing, grandfather should have recovered under Lu Xiaomu's care. This was his pre-arranged self-rescue plan. Because of you and Uncle Air's self-important meddling, grandfather's condition worsened, nearly killing him. I reasonably suspect you harbored malicious intent to harm father and embezzle the inheritance. I will contact the police to investigate you. The sons of Lin Guotsue's lineage immediately panicked. That's a blatant lie. Lin Yu, you're clearly looking for an excuse to pick a fight. Dad meant well, it was just a case of good intentions gone wrong. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream chat were thoroughly entertained. Wow, the Lin family's dirty laundry, this is a real treat. Is this the real-life version of a family feud over inheritance? Get into it. Pull her hair. Yank his beard. Hold on, I'm dashing to the store for snacks, gotta catch the drama. That bastard Lin Guotsue finally got his comeuppance for his filthy mouth. Serves him right. Good riddance. At that moment, everyone noticed Lu Xiaomu's unusual behavior. The little troublemaker dragged over a small stool and placed a timer in front of them. Countdown, 60 minutes. May I ask, Lu Xiaomu, what exactly is the meaning of this? Acting Patriarch Lin Guofeng inquired cautiously. Lu Xiaomu didn't even look up. I hold Lin Guqing's life in my hands. He determines the rise and fall of your Lin financial conglomerate. You could say the honor and disgrace of you fools all rest on my whim. And what about you lot? Liu Xiaomu sneered. You won't even call me brother Xiaomu. The Lin family members. Online spectators, still playing the old Godfather card. But it sure sounds classy. That's how you give them a taste of their own medicine, leave those Lin scumbags glaring in frustration. In an instant, donations poured in like a tidal wave. Brother Xiaomu, 1 billion. We'll pay it. We'll write the check right now. Lin Yu pursed her lips, proactively signaling her surrender. Oh, alright then. Have old man Lin line up at the entrance. After I operate on the first patient, I'll treat him. Lu Xiaomu said indifferently. Lin Yu fell silent, while the rest of the Lin family exchanged bewildered glances. Who's the first patient? Why should they get ahead of our old man? Having grown accustomed to privilege and priority treatment, coupled with the urgency of Lin Guqing's condition, they couldn't help but protest again. Him. Lu Xiaomu pointed at the photographer and snorted, you all saw the surveillance footage of him urinating blood. I treat patients strictly on a first-come, first-served basis. So he's first in line. What's the problem? Me? The photographer was stunned. Yes, you. Lu Xiaomu said calmly. I've noticed that since we diagnosed your tumor, you've repeatedly hesitated to speak, holding something back. The photographer gave a bitter, wry smile. I'm just an ordinary photographer, a lowly salaryman. Brother Xiaomu, your medical skills are divine, but your consultation fee starts at 50 million. I simply can't afford it. So I considered begging you to help, but in the end, I held back. The photographer sighed sincerely. Rather than living on borrowed time, drowning in debt, I'd rather accept my fate peacefully and leave my savings for my wife and children. After all, I'm just an ordinary person, my life isn't worth much. Tearjerker. Netizens empathized deeply, most were salaried workers like him, barely scraping by. They understood his choice all too well. Sigh, a penny can stump a hero. If it were me, I'd probably choose death too. Remember, there's only one disease in this world: poverty. When you can earn money, you must fight tooth and nail to make it. The photographer's a real man. That's how us guys in China roll, shouldering a family, risking our lives to care for our wives and kids. That's what it means to be responsible. He's still jumping around like a jackrabbit, but our old man is unconscious. Please treat my father first. Lin Guofeng was as frantic as an ant on a hot skillet, bowing repeatedly in supplication. Lin Guotsue couldn't hold back his rage. A lowly worker? How dare he argue precedence with our old man? He dared not confront Lu Xiaomu directly, but instead approached the photographer with a sinister sneer. Know your place and move aside. If anything happens to our old man, I guarantee your entire family will suffer the consequences. The photographer's face drained of color. Such a blatant threat from a powerful figure was far beyond what a mere nobody like him could handle. He's my man, and you dare touch him? Lu Xiaomu roared, slamming his fist on the table as he rose. From this moment on, you Lin family members will scrub the toilets at our orphanage. If you don't clean them properly, I won't lift a finger to save Lin Gucheng. This is punishment for your insolence. Lu Xiaomu smashed a teacup to pieces. Instantly, dozens of burly men in black suits surged out from every corner of the orphanage. You fools of the Lin clan seem to have forgotten whose turf this orphanage truly is. As he spoke, Lu Xiaomu slipped on a pair of children's sunglasses handed to him by one of the thugs, a cold smile curling his lips. Lin Guofeng and Lin Guotsue instantly turned ashen. This wasn't an orphanage at all. It was clearly the mafia from The Godfather. Chapter 16, $10 for tumor removal. A doctor's conscience. The Lin family trembled in fear, no longer daring to shout orders. All their arrogance vanished under the sheer force of brute power. Tang Tang, Seni, Dazhuan, take them to the warehouse. Hand out the 84 disinfectant, mops, and rags to these pampered young masters and ladies. Lu Xiaomu pushed back his stool and instructed the children carefully. Your brother Xiaomu works hard to support this orphanage. Every brick and tile here was earned through my global side gigs. Be extra careful, don't let their clumsy hands wreck our facilities. Got it, brother Xiaomu. I'll rally all the orphans to supervise these useless adults. Tang Tang dashed off in a flash. Dazhuan and Shiner, the two little ones, obediently went to distribute the cleaning supplies. Alright, lie down on the operating table. Lu Xiaomu clapped his hands, and a team of nurses immediately emerged from the medical room. They professionally set up the surgical lights and sterilized various instruments. Zhou Yu timidly remarked, Brother Xiaomu, your orphanage's medical room seems incredibly professional. Of course. Don't forget, my orphanage has a full 1,457 children. Add in the teaching staff and various caregivers, and it's practically a small community in terms of population. Lu Xiaomu smiled. I built it to the scale of a community hospital. What about those bodyguards? They all look pretty professional too. Zhou Yu asked curiously. Oh, the orphanage houses these poor kids without parents. They're bound to face bullying out in society. So I placed some of the guys from my business as the ones tired of violence and looking to retire right here at the orphanage, Lu Xiaomu casually explained. On one hand, it fulfills my duty as a big brother, letting the guys retire peacefully and clean up their act. On the other, it takes care of security for the orphanage. He grabbed a scalpel and spun it wildly between his fingers. That's killing two birds with one stone, a win-win. Netizens, ? Your businesses, are they legit? Why would your guys get tired of violence? Wait, what does retiring from crime even mean? What's this legitimization business? Brother Xiaomu, could you actually be a hidden big shot? Could it be that the court victory was just due to insufficient evidence, but the identity of the thug Xiaomu is actually legit? Facing the online audience's inquiries, Lu Xiaomu merely offered a mysterious smile. Sorry, that involves personal privacy. I can't disclose it. But rest assured, all my black market operations are overseas. We never harm our own people. Within minutes, the photographer's setup was complete. Zhou Yu couldn't film inside, so she obediently waited at the door, chatting with the live chat while pricking up her ears to listen to the sounds from within. Brother Xiaomu, my entire family's savings just over 300,000 yuan. I'll withdraw it all for your consultation fee, the photographer said earnestly, gritting his teeth. I've come to realize that as the pillar of my household, I still have 30 more years of work ahead. I must survive to provide my family with a comfortable life. Lu Xiaomu gave a mysterious smile. No need to worry about the consultation fee. I just mastered an ultimate technique to blast cancer cells perfect for using you as a test subject. Since it's an experiment, I'll actually be paying you. The photographer stared blankly. The next moment, Lu Xiaomu roared, bring the knife. The scalpel moved without wind, as if guided by mystical psychokinesis, landing steadily in his palm. Swish! 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 Blades flashed and whirled, leaving the photographer dazzled. His eyes were open wide. This was the first time he'd ever witnessed such a method of treating cancer cells. The photographer naturally had no idea that Lu Xiaomu was unleashing the skill he'd learned from the system cancer cell slash. Lu Xiaomu's piercing gaze, sharp as X-rays, precisely scanned every cancer cell within the photographer's body. Wherever the blade passed, cancer cells fell in droves, perishing in an inexplicable manner. This was mystical beyond scientific explanation, as if an immortal being had descended to wield divine power within the microscopic cellular realm. Okay, done. Lu Xiaomu pushed open the door, carrying a tumor out with him while instructing the nurses to suture the skin on his kidney. Zhou Yu stared in disbelief. That was it? Of course. If you don't believe me, ask the photographer. Liu Xiaomu savored the sensation of slicing through cancer cells with a single stroke, reflecting on his experience as he closed his eyes to rest. Zhou Yu immediately interviewed the photographer. Old Wang, how do you feel? Hey, how come you can walk around already? Aren't you worried the stitches on your ribs might tear open? No problem. Brother Xiaomu's medical skills are incredible. I feel like I'm already about 70–80% healed. I've never felt better. Far from being weak, the photographer seemed to have shed his ailment with a sense of lightness. Lu Xiaomu's lips curved slightly. No unusual sensations? The photographer froze, then clutched his stomach, his face flushing crimson. Lu Xiaomu pointed leisurely in one direction, pursing his lips. The orphanage's public restroom is over there. The photographer scrambled away in a panic. Pushing open a stall door, he immediately became a spraying warrior atop the toilet. The fart echoed thunderously. Feces and urine splashed everywhere. The live stream viewers were all speechless. Remember, photographer Wang's tumor is on his kidney, so his renal function is weak. He's peeing blood. Is he detoxing now? Congrats, old Wang, looks like you're back in the game. Brother Xiaomu was truly Hua Tuo reborn, a modern-day Bien Quebec. His medical skills are beyond reproach. Lu Xiaomu glanced at his smartwatch, clapped his hands, and declared, alright, have the Lin family prepare. I'm performing surgery on Lin Guqing to completely eradicate all cancer cells in his body. Any further delay, and the old man will truly have one foot in the grave. Lin Guofeng and his daughter Lin Yu, who had been waiting outside the medical ward for ages, finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly pushed the stretcher carrying Lin Guqing inside. While Lu Xiaomu prepared for surgery, the returning photographer slid to his knees before him, promptly emptying his pockets of cash while presenting his bank card with both hands. Thank you, Brother Xiaomu, for saving my life. This is every penny I own. The pin is 37. I told you, I won't accept payment for your treatment. Lu Xiaomu shook his head, refusing flatly. But, saving my life like this, how can I live with myself if you don't take payment? The photographer remained kneeling, stubbornly insisting. Fine, then. Here. I've accepted your payment. Now hurry up and grab the camera. Little Yeye's photography skills are terrible, and the viewers in the livestream are already complaining. Lu Xiaomu casually took a 10 yuan bill and slipped it into his pocket. The viewers were instantly moved. Wow, removing a tumor for 10 bucks? Brother Xiaomu, you're our hero. Where are those haters who called Brother Xiaomu greedy and a money-grubbing miser? Brother Xiaomu was punishing greedy capitalists, that's why he charged the Lin family $1 billion. But for a struggling photographer, he only took 10 bucks for tumor surgery. Let me ask, among the world's most compassionate doctors, who would perform cancer surgery for just 10 bucks? Chapter 17, I, Divine Dr. Xue, am here to discipline these bratty kids. The photographer was so moved he nearly quit his job to become Brother Mu's loyal servant. But the Lin family members were particularly displeased. Damn it, what kind of nonsense is this? We pay 10 billion for medical treatment, yet that penniless photographer gets away with paying 10 yuan? A senior Lin family member couldn't help but snarl at Lu Xiaomu, but this time he'd learned his lesson. He dared not let the orphanage staff overhear. Lin Guotsue's anger flared as well. We'll endure it for now. Once the old man's condition improves, we'll have plenty of time to deal with Lu Xiaomu. He's just a mere doctor. If he dares to offend us powerful figures with connections everywhere, he'll be paying the price come harvest time. Lin Guofeng tried to add his 2 cents, but his eldest daughter, Lin Yu, yanked him back, urging him to shut up. A complex expression flitted across her exquisite features as she sighed inwardly. Lu Xiaomu, is this your revenge? Truly, your style remains unchanged. Once old man Lin Guqing was settled on the operating table. Everyone out. Lu Xiaomu waved her arm dismissively, wrinkled her adorable nose, slipped on a Pikachu-printed surgical mask, and snorted. Lin Guqing was already beyond saving. The cancer spread from his pancreas to his lungs and liver. Early intervention could have been manageable, but alas, what a farce of filial piety, family. You bunch of filial sons and virtuous grandchildren. You didn't trust me, yet worshipped quacks like gods. That caused his last gasp of life, his immune system to collapse completely. Now the cancer cells have spread throughout his entire body. This old man is on his deathbed. Not even a god could save him. Lu Xiaomu pointed at his own nose and took a couple of sips of AD calcium milk. If it weren't for Lu Xiaomu, the divine healer who saves lives, Lin Guqing would have been killed by your filial piety. Remember this, without Lu Xiaomu in this world, the path of medicine would be lost in eternal darkness. Lin family members. Live stream viewers. With matters having reached this point, no one dared to speak out against him. The Lin family members, like a flock of defeated roosters, obediently listened to his lecture. Bang! The medical room door slammed shut. Lu Xiaomu issued a final medical order. Wait outside. I'll need about 2 hours for the procedure. But don't just stand around. Go to the herbal pharmacy immediately and buy 3 grams of cotinopsis, 1 ounce of donkey hide gelatin, plus some red dates and pork bones. Simmer them into a medicinal broth to restore Lin Guqing's qi and blood. Lin Yu wasted no time and immediately set off to handle the task. Meanwhile, most viewers in the livestream had temporarily left, leaving only about 22 million still waiting. Zhou Yu chatted politely with the viewers, reminding them to subscribe and like the stream so they wouldn't miss the moment when old Master Lin made a full recovery. Can it really be cured? I've heard that terminal cancer is incurable. How many big shots worldwide have passed away after failing to beat it? The viewers remained skeptical. After all, the cameraman's story was murky, and old Wang could very well be a plant. It's a sure thing. Zhou Yu instinctively played cute after all, she was fresh out of school, still radiating that bookish charm. She wore a pure yet sensual outfit, her snow-white legs and lotus root arms on display, with a cute Peppa Pig hair clip adorning her black hair. Paired with a white shirt stretched to the brink of bursting and a simple little green skirt, she was radiantly beautiful, exuding the vibrant charm of a high school campus queen. She expected to win wild praise from the viewers, but instead, Tongtong's innocent comment came from the side. Pfft, yeah, you're so pretentious. Zhou Yu, ? An old lady trying too hard to be cute. It's like watching Zhu Beiji cosplaying as Xiaomu totally off. Tang Tang pouted. Zhou Yu was furious. But Tang Tang was about to show her what a professional cuteness icon really looked like. You should do it like this. Holding him a Yang Yang plushie, Tang Tang lifted her right leg slightly, made a peace sign with her left arm in front of her clear eyes, fluttered her lashes, then spoke in a heavenly childlike voice. Bow. How. Da. Do. The comments section was instantly conquered. Ah, Tang Tang melted my heart. This is what a universe-level cutie is. A treasure trove of a loli. In 10 years, the entertainment industry will witness the rise of a super child star of rare beauty and talent. Hello, Miss Tang Tang. I'm a talent scout from Warner Brothers Pictures. We'd like to offer you a 10-year contract. We'll invest over 100 million to launch your career. Zhou Yu, I really don't want to film this crappy show anymore. Getting bullied by that magical Xiaomu is one thing, but Xiaohai is seriously a demon child. Never thought I'd get looked down on by Tang Tang too. Does this mean I have to surrender to Sister Xiaohai now? Tang Tang patted Zhou Yu's knee and consoled her. You can't even control your voice properly, losing to me is no shame. Here's the deal, at midnight tonight, bring 2 cans of candy to my dorm and humbly seek my guidance. This little princess will personally teach you the secrets of becoming a cute idol. Fine, but I'll need to order the candy online. Give me a few days. Zhou Yu quickly realized that Tang Tang was also a major highlight of Summer Fun Show, so she began to fawn over her. No credit. Those sneaky adults always try to trick kids, thinking we'll forget in a flash and are easy to fool. Tang Tang bit down on her brass whistle and blew it loudly, simultaneously making a firm no gesture with both hands. Zhou Yu stammered, but those candies are from my hometown. They really aren't available locally. Then, let's exchange knowledge for them. Tang Tang declared solemnly, impart all the foul, filthy, despicable palace intrigue knowledge you adults possess to this untainted soul of mine. Ha! This heavy burden this Tang imperial consort will bear it sooner or later. Ha! Zhou Yu froze in shock. Why would you want to learn that? Tang Tang let out a sigh that sounded far beyond her years. This orphanage houses 729 girls, and more will surely join in the future. If I wish to stay by Little Mu Brothers' side forever, I must stand out among them. Female competition starts from childhood. Tang Tang clenched her pink fists, declaring resolutely, I'll dominate Little Mu Brother through palace intrigue, become his one and only childhood sweetheart, and make him my exclusive heartthrob. Zhou Yu. The online audience was also amused by her words, banging their desks in laughter. Tongtong must have binge-watched those female-centric dramas. She's already using pro terms like soul devotion, but no wonder I'm still single. Turns out all the heartthrobs get snatched up by these little vixens from childhood. I was beaten at the starting line. Sugar sweet girl, you rock. If I'd had her determination and tactics back then, he'd be mine by now and I wouldn't have ended up as his stepmom. Sigh, what a twisted fate. As the comments section buzzed with heated discussion, Shuebuki, who had been slumped over dejectedly, suddenly leapt 3 feet high and bellowed in a high-pitched, castrated voice, Master Physician Shue has arrived. Zhou Yu froze, looking up in confusion. There, striding forward with the grace of a dragon and the vigor of a tiger, was an elderly gentleman in traditional Chinese attire, radiating an ethereal, otherworldly aura. Lin Guotsue and his 2 sons followed closely behind, lavishing attention and fawning over him. Upon reaching the medical ward, Lin Guotsue demanded without hesitation, have Lu Xiaomu stop the surgery immediately and step away from my father. From this moment on, everything is to be handled by divine Dr. Shui. He will take charge of the treatment. Chapter 18, Since you've met your master, why not pay homage? Lin Guotsue was utterly arrogant, his face brimming with smugness. Clearly, he believed the renowned divine physician Xue's presence alone would intimidate any lesser figures. Get lost, you brats. The thought of Lu Xiaoshu's 1 billion yuan consultation fee going down the drain, and that brat likely crying his eyes out, nearly made Lin Guozue laugh out loud. Yuki, what exactly happened? Xue Xingtan, revered as a master in the traditional Chinese medicine community for decades, enjoyed immense prestige among the common folk and held a prominent position in numerous TCM organizations. Summoned urgently to treat Lin Gucheng, he was still a bit dazed and unfamiliar with the situation, so he could only ask his apprentice for the full story. Xue Buqi promptly embellished the story. Long story short, some unlicensed quack snatched a patient from our clinic and even had the nerve to mock your medical skills. Ultimately, it's your own lack of skill that allowed him to snatch the patient away. Xue Xingtan admonished him, you should also curb your boastful nature. If it weren't for preserving the dignity of myself and your great-grandmaster, and safeguarding the reputation of our holy Han lineage, I wouldn't have bothered coming here at all. Then Xue Xingtian shifted his tone, Buqi, you've made a mess of things. Punishment is inevitable. Yes, master. Punish me severely. Xue Buqi wore a mournful expression, fully aware of the strict rules of the sect. This time, he had truly overstepped his bounds, committing the elementary error of misdiagnosis. Then I shall temporarily revoke your medical license. Return to Mount Tai Bai for 5 years of retraining. Only after passing the assessment may you resume practicing medicine outside the mountain. We must be accountable to our patients, lest you quacks harm others. Xue Xingtian's punishment went far beyond a mere token reprimand, unlike netizens' speculations of raising the rod high but striking lightly. The viewers in the livestream instantly warmed to the old man. Honestly, even if his disciples are a bit dim, Divine Dr. Xue has a flawless reputation, never a slip-up. He's got real skill. Little Moo's facing a formidable rival. That 1 billion yuan side gig might just go down the drain. Yeah, open a betting pool. We want to place our bets. Lu Xiaomu versus Xue Xingtian, who will ultimately win over old master Lin Gucheng? Seeing this, Zhou went with the flow and opened a virtual currency betting window on the livestream platform. Xue Xingtian, 1 to 2 odds. Lu Xiaomu, 1 to 1.5. The virtual coins used for betting were earned through platform check-ins or accumulated online time. Not cash, and not redeemable for real money. Therefore, it was purely for entertainment purposes, only usable for betting, and absolutely not gambling. In an instant, Xue Xingtian maxed out his 5 million limit, while Lu Xiaomu had a paltry 970,000. Zhou rolled her eyes and said, hey, everyone. You all claim to love brother Xiaomu the most, but it turns out a mere test with worthless virtual coins is enough to make you flip-flop like a Sichuan opera face-changing act. After all, Dr. Xue is renowned nationwide, a titan in the traditional Chinese medicine community. Official statement, betting on Dr. Xue doesn't mean I like old geezers. My lifelong love is brother Xiaomu. Cards on the table, we verbally support Little Moo, but our bodies honestly bet on Dr. Xue. Sorry, we'll do it again next time. While the live stream room was filled with cheerful banter, Lin Guozue and Xue Buqi were already pounding furiously on the door. You brat, get out here. Mark my words, this isn't over. Once my father recovers, we'll sue you into the ground. You'll take full responsibility for worsening the old man's condition. Master Lin's condition is critical. How could we entrust it to a mere quack like you? My master is a renowned cancer specialist. He's agreed to clean up your mess. Give it up now. Bang. Lu Xiaomu's expression turned cold as he stormed out, shooting a displeased glance at the crowd causing the commotion. Lin Guozue immediately lunged forward, grabbing the brat by the collar and attempting to fling him aside. Did you hear me? The Lin family has no use for a little punk like you. Can you stop shamelessly clinging to our doorstep? Xue Buqi, as the heir to the divine physician lineage, now had backing and stood tall. Young man, as a junior disciple, why aren't you kneeling and kowtowing to my master, the patriarch of traditional Chinese medicine? We value seniority in our field, understand? Master, you're right. Master? Xue Buqi stared in shock at his own teacher, who stood frozen like a statue, utterly motionless, tears welling in his eyes. Xue Xingtian's expression was as if gazing upon a revered figure long admired from afar, one whose stature made him feel utterly inadequate. Lu Xiaomu spoke softly, disciple, since you see your master, why not pay your respects? What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Guozue and Xue Buqi were dumbfounded, utterly speechless, frozen in place by Lu Xiaomu and Xue Xingtian's bizarre display. The next moment. Thud. Xue Xingtian, disregarding his old, stiff limbs, knelt down with overwhelming emotion, kowtowing repeatedly, Master Lu, your humble disciple greets you. For years ago, your guidance was like a sudden awakening, finally opening my mind. Over the years, I've managed to build a modest reputation. Yet you lived like a cloud or a crane, elusive and untraceable. Your disciple even thought you might be an incarnation of a divine being, descended in the form of a spirit child to enlighten me. This venerable old healer, with his ethereal demeanor, now resembled a middle-aged simpleton reunited with his long-lost father. The live stream exploded. The audience went wild. Wait, this doesn't add up. Lu Xiaomu was only 6 or 7 back then? What qualifications could he possibly have to be Master Shue's teacher? This scene is too surreal. I need to pinch my philtrum hard. Did I wake up too early and am still half asleep? The accomplished become teachers. Given Lu Xiaomu's caliber, it's perfectly normal for Xue Xingtian to seek him as a master, right? Damn. Normal my ass. Lin Guozue was struck dumb. You, this, he. Lin Guofeng was equally dumbfounded. Wait, Lu Xiaomu's only 10, right? How could he be Master Xue's mentor? This is just too surreal. Xue Buqi trembled like a leaf, collapsing to his knees and banging his head on the ground like a pestle pounding garlic. How dare I show disrespect to my master's master? I am unworthy. I beg to seclude myself for 10 years, never to show my face again and bring shame upon myself. Xue Xingtian, however, merely glanced at Xue Buqi with a gentle expression and said softly, go home. There's no need for 10 years of seclusion. I'm even revoking the 5-year punishment I imposed earlier. Audience, ? They were utterly baffled. Why was Xue Xingtian suddenly defending this fellow in public? Wait a minute. Could it be? Xue Buqi, far from rejoicing, looked utterly terrified. His forehead was already bleeding from repeatedly kowtowing. No, no, no. Please forgive me, Grandmaster. Please punish me, Master. I'd gladly seclude myself for 10 years. I'll never dare again. Oof. That's all I have to say. From now on, you are no longer a disciple of my holy hand school. You are also forbidden from claiming to be Lu Xiaomu's great-grandson disciple or Xue Xingtian's disciple. Xue Xingtian shook his head, unwilling to waste more words. He just wanted to continue seeking artistic guidance from Lu Xiaomu. He scolded him, he punished him. It was because he had been treated as family and nurtured. After expulsion, who was Xue Buqi? Xue Xingtian couldn't care less about him anymore. Letting go completely was the ultimate form of estrangement. Lu Xiaomu couldn't be bothered with the petty squabbles of the younger generation either. He merely beckoned to Xue Xingtian. Xiao Xue, I've been struggling to find someone to assist me. This work is exhausting. You're in your prime, the perfect age for manual labor. Come lend your master a hand. Chapter 19, The Explosive Orphanage Art Exhibition. The live stream audience fell instantly silent. They looked at the trembling old sage Xue Xingtian, who shuffled with 3 shakes for every step. Then they looked at Lu Xiaomu, who remained perfectly composed, his face showing no trace of fluster or exertion, radiating only lazy confidence. I want to say something, but I don't know where to start. I want to call out Brother Xiaomu for being lazy, but that might seem like not loving the young. I want to ask Dr. Xue for help, but that's really not respecting the elderly, right? Guys, my brain's fried. Lu Xiaomu's overloaded my CPU. What the heck is going on here? But no one would answer. Because the protagonists Xue Xingtian and Lu Xiaomu, the respect elders, cherish youth duo of traditional Chinese medicine, had already entered the medical ward to perform cancer cell removal surgery on old Master Lin Guqing. Grandpa's in good hands now. Lin Yu had just returned and, upon hearing that Master Physician Xue had also come to assist, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although Lu Xiaomu's medical skills are unmatched, he's a man of passion, with deep roots and astonishing influence. Our Lin family has no leverage over him, making it hard to ensure he'd treat Grandpa wholeheartedly. But divine Dr. Xue is different. His entire Tai by mountain lineage of master healers relies on his prestige. That's why he places extraordinary importance on patient recovery rates, and he values social influence above all else. Lin Yu bit her lip, her gaze lingering on the crayon drawing adorning the orphanage wall. Little Mu versus the Barala Little Fairies. Zhou Yu, lacking content for her livestream, also came to admire the children's artwork. This one actually has quite an artistic flair. Zhou Yu commented, the lighting, the composition, this unique crayon texture, but why are the little fairies facing off against Little Mu wearing asymmetrical leg rings? The comment stream offered clarification. Duh, he's playing Genshin Impact. Asymmetrical leg cuffs, classic MiHoYo aesthetics. Little Mu needs to tighten supervision. Can't let anime mobile games corrupt the kids. ID, Kelly and Funina's shared dog. Sigh, with 1457 kids in the orphanage, it's impossible to manage them all. Sneaky gamers are everywhere, it's normal, no need to be harsh. Didn't we all play guerrilla warfare with our parents back in the day, just to log in and claim daily rewards? Zhou Yu led them to the next painting, Little Mu punching Jin Guanxi. Interesting. Looks like the orphanage won't be short on future comic artists and great painters, Zhou Yu remarked succinctly. Check out the dramatic tension in this scene where Little Mu throws a punch that's sheer power. Wait, hold up, why is Little Mu bald in this drawing? The online community immediately chimed in with the answer. Inspiration from One Punch Man, obviously. Little Moon clearly hasn't read the manga. Little Mu's punching motion is clearly Saitama's normal punch. Kids are like blank canvases, they instinctively mimic styles from works they love. To them, baldness equals strength. No doubt about it. Zhou Yu nodded, netizens are so knowledgeable. I'm so clueless. I bow down to all the generous patrons who support me. Here, enjoy this piece titled Little Mu Brother Outwits Megatron. Viewers. Production team. It feels like there's this blind worship of little Moo brother at the orphanage, one viewer remarked. Honestly, if I were an orphan abandoned by my parents, and only little Moo brother provided me with such a nurturing environment without asking for anything in return, I'd gladly call him my godfather. Little Moo brother is my god. Joyu also mused thoughtfully, a glimpse through the tube reveals the whole picture. Netizens, just by looking at the children's heartfelt drawings, we can see, the orphanage treats them exceptionally well, and Brother Moo genuinely treats them like family. Now I understand him, what's wrong with squeezing $1 billion from casino tycoon Lin Gucheng? After all, it ultimately benefits the orphanage children, consider it Lin Gucheng accumulating virtue. The moment these words left her lips, Lin Guotsue's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at her. But Joyu couldn't be bothered with him. She simply turned her back on him and walked away. Come on, brothers and sisters, let's go see the top 3 entries in this year's orphanage art competition. Joyu strode forward, her pure, bubblegum pink face brimming with curiosity. The 3rd place entry caught her eye. The only eternal and magnificent son in my heart, little brother Moo. Joyu, this feels a bit like brown nosing. The style doesn't hold a candle to little Moo brother outwits Megatron, the technique falls short of little Moo brother knocks out Shinguanshi, and the artistry pales in comparison to little Moo brother battles the Barala little fairies. Let's go see the runner-up entry. Joyu walked forward with head held high, then froze in place. There it was. Little Moo and my mother, a few stories. The live stream erupted in laughter. Awesome. Don't tell me kids are innocent, even little ones can be suck-ups. Watson, I spotted the plot hole, this is an orphanage. Where'd the little artist's mom come from? Oh, this is the son of a hospital attendant's work. Because our orphanage has such excellent educational resources, many staff members have transferred their children here. Tang Tang chimed in, answering the comment for Joyu. Ah, I see. Let's go check out the champion's work. Joyu thought, if the runner-up and 3rd place entries were already this explosive, imagine how entertaining the champion's piece must be. The audience's anticipation was equally skyrocketing. Look at the champion. Look at the champion. Look at the champion. Xiao Yaya, stop strolling around. Switch to a 100-meter dash, you know? Joyu sighed in resignation and dashed straight to the champion entry. My dean husband. Put. Joyu burst out laughing, not because the work was mind-blowing, but because the author's name was boldly displayed as Chen Tang Tang, Supreme Princess Reborn Empress Peerless Medical Immortal Abyss Judgment D. Crossfield. Netizens. Ha, only our Tang Tang could pull this off. Her art might be crude, but Tang Tang is adorable. Her drawing skills are rough, but Tang Tang is adorable. Tang Tang is a goddess of the D family, inheriting the D will. She's Luffy's sister, at least dragon class nobility. Marrying a lowly commoner like Lu Xiaomu? That's a bit of a demotion. I don't approve of this match. Joyu finally managed to stifle her laughter and glanced at the poster on the wall. Dean's directive severely condemns sycophantic behavior exemplified by Chen Tang Tang. Blind worship of this dean is strictly prohibited. To this end, several representative works are displayed for public scorn and as cautionary examples. Joyu chuckled helplessly, so all this time, it wasn't a ranking list but a public shaming. Tang Tang, you're still the prime target of criticism. Tang Tang stood tall and proud, declaring, Xiaomo has feelings for me, he's just shy. But when a girl pursues a guy, it's like a thin veil between them. I'll win him over sooner or later. Chapter 20, The Grand Plan Against the Bully Xiaomu. Meanwhile, in a secluded, high-end conference room, everything was pitch black except for the glow of several monitors. Yet around the circular table, several holographic projections flickered into view. Among them were a Middle Eastern tycoon in a turban, an Indian dignitary with a red dot between his eyebrows, and various European figures in tailored suits. Indeed, the acupuncture master lineage, one of the 3 great schools in traditional Chinese medicine, is also an extension of that thug Xiaomu's influence. A man in sunglasses and a suit toyed with a holy silver cross in his palm, his voice cold and dismissive. Gentlemen, Lu Xiaomu's influence grows ever stronger. This little monster has already dipped his sinful hands into our coffers. Are you all prepared to endure this any longer? An African man with thick lips shouted angrily, I sent people all the way to the Dragon Kingdom to expose Lu Xiaomu's true colors. Why won't any of you help? Priest, have you taken a shine to that boy's handsome face? Is that why you refuse to harm him? You Europeans have a thing for that sort of thing, don't you? Chief, you're overstepping your bounds. The man in the suit sneered coldly, if I can reclaim the profits Lu Xiaomu stole, I can buy thousands of tasty little boys from the traffickers. I've been the Black Emperor in Europe for 13 years, do you think I can't figure out this simple math? Silence. A rotund, mountain-like old man frowned, glancing toward the head of the round table. Sage, what's your take? Dear Butcher, calm your temper. Seated at the head of the table was an elder whose hair was combed with meticulous precision, his expression devoid of emotion, as still as a deep well. His fingers were interlaced, the white gemstones set in his antique silver rings glistening brightly. The thug Xiaomu has run rampant these past years, seizing much of your territory without warning. I understand the grievances you all harbor. But, Sage solemnly reminded, Fool had his skull crushed by a single punch, his brain matter splattering everywhere. Shiva was blown to pieces by his rocket launcher, his body scattered to the winds, his life extinguished. We cannot afford any more losses. He shook his head solemnly. From now on, all actions will be exploratory. I've set a grand trap, baited with offerings sufficient to drive tycoons mad and send powerful ministers into a frenzy. Gentlemen, prepare to witness the outcome. We heed the divine decree. The round table shall endure forever. All present abruptly rose to their feet, hands pressed to their chests in a deep bow. Holographic projections from across the globe flickered out one by one as all attendees departed. After a moment, Sage pulled out a satellite phone. After a brief pause, he dialed a number. How is the plan I arranged progressing? Static. After the static, the sound of countless voices erupted in chaotic clamor. After a pause, a commanding gavel thud echoed from the other end. I hereby declare that the House of Representatives has passed the resolution to deploy troops to Africa's Kleber region by a vote of 253 to 178. May heaven bless our nation. Order our collaborators to seize the oil fields immediately. Inform them that our troops are already en route, and the strike fleet has departed from the mainland. Congratulations, Sage. Your lobbying has succeeded. We will unleash the mightiest state apparatus on earth to deliver a devastating blow to the vassal forces of that thug, Shamu. Poof. Even if successful, it merely uproots his foothold in Africa. The battle against the rogue Shamu is destined to be a protracted, epic struggle. Never let temporary gains or losses cloud your judgment. Done. Lu Shamu flung his white gloves aside, pushed open the door, and nodded indifferently toward the Lin family members. The final payment can be settled. Go inside and fetch your old man. Thank you. Lin Guofeng bowed his hands, all traces of his former arrogance gone. Lu Xiaomu merely replied calmly, no need for thanks, and certainly no need for formalities. After all, from this day forward, our paths will never cross again. Lin Guofeng and Lin Guoxue froze instantly. Both understood the subtext in Lu Xiaomu's words, draw a line, sever all ties. Dr. Lu, why be so harsh? We were merely overwhelmed by our father's illness and lost our composure. Please don't hold it against us. Lin Guofeng hastily attempted to mend fences. Lin Guoxue, however, snorted coldly, he's just a doctor, what's he putting on? If we lose Butcher Zhang, does that mean we can only eat hairy pigs? Why should we Lin family bother with him? Let's just part ways. Uncle Lin, stop it. The famous actress Lin Yu's pretty face flushed with anger. Ignoring the generational gap, she slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Niece, how dare you speak to your second uncle like that? Lin Guoxue was furious. At that moment, Shui Xingtian spoke coldly, from this day forward, no disciple or descendant of my divine hand lineage shall have any contact with the Lin clan. All pharmaceutical factories under the Tai Bai Mountain Group are strictly forbidden from conducting business with any Lin-related enterprises. This is the punishment for insulting the founding patriarch of our holy hand lineage. The divine physician Shui had shifted from his compassionate bodhisattva mode to his wrathful deity mode. He could not tolerate these scoundrels defaming his revered mentor. The Lin family members were instantly devastated. Losing Tai Bai Mountain Group's major contracts would cause the stock prices of all Lin family pharmaceutical companies and herbal cultivation bases to plummet. It turned out Lu Xiaomu wasn't just the orphanage director, he wielded formidable influence over the Holy Hand lineage, one of traditional Chinese medicine's three major schools. The way Shui Xingtian revered him was like a devotee worshipping a deity. Creak. The medical room door swung open again. Lin Guqing, leaning on his crutch, shuffled out trembling, supported by Lin Yu. He first bowed respectfully to Lu Xiaomu and Shui Xingtian, expressing gratitude for saving his life. Then, with profound disappointment, he addressed Lin Guoxue. My repeated indulgence has finally brought disaster upon us. You have contributed nothing to the Lin family. Merely by virtue of being my second son, you have occupied a high position undeservedly, living off the fat of the land. Now is the time to strip you of your false status. Lin Guqing's heart bled. Losing Tai Bai Mountain Group's contracts meant at least 300 million yuan less in annual profits. Moreover, he, an old man, had been counting on Lu Xiaomu and Shui Xingtian to prolong his life. If he truly lost their goodwill, he feared he wouldn't survive another few years. Dad? Just because of some brat? Lin Guoxue couldn't believe it. Lin Guqing ordered coldly, effective immediately, strip Lin Guoxue and his two sons of all positions within the group. They are permanently dismissed. Remove them from the family registry and change their surname immediately. Viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but cheer. Lin Guoxue's finally gotten his comeuppance. That bastard son really had it coming. Once he loses his status as the second son of the Lin family, with his arrogant attitude, he'll inevitably piss someone off and hit a brick wall. He'll end up stuffed in a sack and dumped in the river. Even among rich kids, there's a pecking order. Lin Yu was always well behaved, never crossing brother Mu. Lin Guoxue was loud and incompetent, always stirring trouble, while the eldest son, Lin Guofeng, though mediocre, was steady and always left room for maneuver. Chapter 21, What's Wrong with Loving Anime? As netizens sighed and lamented, Lu Xiaomu and Shui Xingtian couldn't be bothered with the Lin family anymore. Few in the family possessed sharp minds. Lin Yu was the only somewhat sensible one. But it was common knowledge Lin Guqing was deeply patriarchal, favoring sons over daughters. This meant Lin Yu could never inherit the family business. That's why she entered the entertainment industry, shifting her career focus entirely toward acting. Once Lin Guqing passed away, given Lin Guofeng's mediocrity and Lin Guotsue's short-sightedness, the Lin family would inevitably become prey on the chopping block of other powerful factions. There was absolutely no need to cultivate a relationship with them. "Father, spare me this once," Lin Guotsue wailed, his voice torn with anguish. He was drowning in gambling debts, and only the Lin family's reputation kept creditors at bay. If he were kicked out of the house, very well. I'll grant you a chance to atone. Lin Guqing sighed. Remain at the orphanage. Serve as a volunteer caregiver and contribute to charitable work. Only if Mr. Lu Xiaomu is willing to forgive you in the future will I consider allowing you back into the Lin family. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Guotsue kowtowed repeatedly. Hold on. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes in disdain. Old Master Lin, what gives you the right to speak for others? When did I ever agree to let this bunch of pampered young masters stay at the orphanage as caregivers? Lin Guqing was rendered speechless. Never in his life had he been rebuked so sharply, and he never imagined that even after offering such a humble punishment, Lu Xiaomu still refused to give him any face. I consider every child in the orphanage family. Lu Xiaomu sneered coldly. If it were you, would you take in an unknown enemy and let them stay at home to atone for their crimes? In some comic books, you'd be portrayed as an incompetent husband who took in that punk only to lose both his wife and his fortune. Ha! Brother Xiaomu, you're so well read you even know about this stuff? Damn, you're like a pervy elementary school kid. You even know about Minotaur anime. So what? Lu Xiaomu planted her hands on her hips, retorting defiantly, I'm still a kid, what's wrong with liking anime? Netizens, thumbs up. Thumbs up. Lin Guqing was left speechless. Alright, everyone, let's go. You Lin family members may have foul mouths, but I, Lu Xiaomu, have medical ethics. I've shattered every cancer cell in your body. You're out of the woods now. Lu Xiaomu waved dismissively, utterly disgusted and unwilling to waste another word on the pretentious Lin family. Master, your humble disciple wishes to serve at your side and continue learning medicine from you. Shui Shengtian bowed sincerely, firmly expressing his desire to follow. You needn't stay either. When I have time, I'll compile a medical text to serve as the Holy Hand lineage's textbook. Lu Xiaomu's tone softened slightly, though he still had no intention of keeping Shui Shengtian. He merely cautioned, things have been unsettled around me lately. I might not be able to protect an old codger like you. Return to Mount Taibai, reinforce security, and be extremely cautious. I shall obey my master's command. The divine physician Shui knew well that Lu Xiaomu never went back on his word. He picked up his medicine chest and departed of his own accord. Thus, the grand drama drew to a close. But no one knew. The so-called 50 million reward for Lin Guqing incident was merely a prelude, a test by a clandestine organization to probe the hidden forces behind the rogue Xiaomu. The real storm was about to hit. Cut. This footage can be edited into episode 2 of the Xiaomu documentary. At the headquarters of Summer Fun Show, the director danced with delight. Zhou, I'm adding 3 months' salary to your year-end bonus. Ha! Director, you're known as the squeezer in the entertainment industry. When did you become so generous? Zhou was stunned. Oof. That's just slander from jealous scum trying to discredit me, the director scoffed. I'm merely skilled at controlling budgets and maximizing ratings with minimal costs. Just look at our backstage data, that's why I'm rewarding you. Zhou hurriedly opened the live streaming platform's analytics. Whoa! Holy crap! Peak viewership, 51.35 million online viewers. 14 million in tips within 24 hours. The Summer Fun Show had surged to second place in entertainment popularity, trailing only the 700 million yuan national blockbuster drama Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the remake of the remake. We're creating a national-level variety show, the director exclaimed with fervor. All thanks to Brother Mu's legendary performance. So, Zhou, whether you can rise to become a top-tier host and receive an invitation to host the Spring Festival Gala depends entirely on your performance from here on out. Me? The Spring Festival Gala? Zhou Yueru felt as if she were in a dream. The Spring Festival Gala is just another variety show. Its popularity has been declining year after year. They need to ride the wave of top-tier internet celebrities, he too, the director sneered. Think about it. You took a trashy variety show ranked 997th nationally and hosted it to the top spot, dominating the summer charts. Why wouldn't the Spring Festival Gala directors line up outside your rented apartment to beg for you? Zhou's face flushed crimson, heart rate plus 100, thrilled. Thrilled. Now, I'm assigning you a mission. You must thoroughly investigate the origins of Lu Xiaomu's medical skills and work hard to win his favor. The audience wants to know, who is this mysterious medical sage capable of producing such a divine healer? Zhou clenched her tiny fists, mission accomplished. Go forth, Spring Festival Gala host candidate. II, Spring Festival Gala Deputy Director. Moments later. Zhou Yu, meticulously made up, glided into the common lounge with a catwalk stride, radiating an ethereal beauty that blended innocence and allure. Lu Xiaomu was warming herself by the fireplace, with 2 books on the table. How to Disassemble an Aircraft Carrier in 1 Minute. Riot Fighter's Manual, the ultimate guide to subduing thugs. After earning 1 billion credits, Lu Xiaomu could learn a new skill from the system, and these 2 books were among the candidates. But he still hesitated over which one to choose. Lifting his eyelids, Lu Xiaomu gazed at the stunningly beautiful Zhou Yu with a look of surprise. He scratched his nose in puzzlement. How interesting. A renowned host from a prestigious university comes to seduce a 10-year-old child like me? Do you enjoy big trucks running over little kids' themes? Who knew, little Moon, that your taste is so childish? Zhou Yu looked sheepish. From the comics you mentioned during your live stream, I sensed you might be into my type. Besides, I studied child psychology. It's not true that younger kids are purely innocent. Most children develop sexual awareness at a very young age. For instance, boys tend to prefer pretty older sisters as teachers. Interesting. Lu Xiaomu nodded. You can join my child bride program as the 77th alternate candidate. Zhou Yu, ? Ha, just teasing you, Lu Xiaomu pouted. But you wouldn't come here for no reason. You must want something, right? Could you share your life story? The audience loves hearing about it. Zhou Yu immediately pulled out her phone and switched it to recording mode. Lu Xiaomu nodded toward the fruit platter on the table. Peel an apple for me. Chapter 22, Oh no. Oil spills in the desert, mold alert. Zhou Yu eagerly extended her delicate hand. She gripped the knife and swiftly peeled the skin. Brother Xiaomu, tell our viewers about your glorious past. Everyone loves hearing about it, they're dying to know. Her face lit up with anticipation as she sliced the peeled apple into chunks and fed them to Lu Xiaomu with a toothpick. All ancient history now. Chewing the fruit, Lu Xiaomu's eyes held a depth reminiscent of an elderly sage. Just as Zhou Yu thought she'd finally coaxed a story out of little brother. Squeak! The door swung open, pushed by a slender arm. Superstar Lin Yu returned, striding forward with her long, shapely legs encased in jeans. You too. Lin Yu's snow-white forehead instantly furrowed. Zhou Yu was employing her charms, leaning heavily against Lu Xiaomu in a way that seemed rather suggestive. Zhou Yu's cheeks flushed crimson as she awkwardly stood up. I have something else to do. You two chat. I'll be off. With that, she fled the scene as if her life depended on it. The lounge fell silent once more. Lin Yu, however, shed her usual aloofness and distance, letting out a mocking sneer. Your taste hasn't changed a bit. Still into pure yet sensual older women like me and her. So, where does she rank in your child bride scheme? Has she surpassed my position? Lin Yu flicked her cascading black hair, sitting before Lu Xiaomu with consummate femininity. She gave a cold snort. There's no need to play the innocent child in front of me. We both know it, beneath your golden boy exterior lurks a 1,000-year-old demon. Is that so? Lu Xiaomu sipped his AD calcium milk leisurely, his expression unchanged. I'm still just a child, incapable of doing anything. That's why you're still untouched, isn't it? In fact, he shook his head, since I haven't even developed yet, I don't possess those mundane desires at all. Back then, I was just teasing you. Never imagined you'd get so deeply involved. I suppose it just goes to show how heavy-handed your entertainment industry tastes are, actually developing such twisted feelings for a mere boy like me. Lin Yu. So you're turning the tables on me, huh? Lin Yu felt her teeth itch with rage, but she knew full well that if she spoke these words aloud, no one would believe her. Everyone would be blinded by Lu Xiaomu's harmless, boyish image. Lin Yu. Whatever happened between us is long forgotten. Let bygones be bygones. Lu Xiaomu calmly ended the conversation. Fine. I only came back to warn you, someone can no longer contain themselves and is preparing to kill you. Her expression turned serious as she lowered her voice. Our Lin family were being used as pawns. Grandfather's condition deteriorated inexplicably. My investigation revealed someone tampered with his food and drink. Moreover, several influential figures are secretly manipulating him, hinting that he should seek your help. A faint smile touched Lu Xiaomu's lips, innocent and carefree. Interesting. Thanks for the heads up. Since someone wants to play games with me, I'll oblige. He interlaced his fingers, resembling a child who'd spotted a coveted toy in his shop window. You really are a playful one. Watch out for tripping up in the gutter. Lin Yu rose and turned to leave, leaving only a graceful silhouette behind. Lu Xiaomu chuckled softly. I'm still just a child. My greatest advantage is having an infinitely vast future ahead, countless chances to make a comeback and rise again. So I'm not afraid of losing, and I'm certainly not afraid of trouble. Life, my friend, is but a fleeting dream, and I, Lu Xiaomu, am its ultimate player. The next day. Zhou Yu rose from bed, yawning continuously. She stretched lazily before stuffing 3 silicone pads into her bra to compensate for her flat chest. Alright, being a woman is pretty great. Zhouyu pushed open the door with satisfaction and started her live stream right on time. However, what met her eyes resembled a scene straight out of a Hollywood war movie. Several helicopters hovered overhead. Groups of men in black suits scurried back and forth, swapping out their vests for camouflage gear as they shed their suits. Go! 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 Zhouyu stood frozen in shock as a young boy clad in children's camouflage gear, AK-47 in hand, barked orders with deadly seriousness, "Run! Don't delay the mission." The pilot reporting to Commander Lu Xiaomu. All armed helicopters have completed maintenance and are ready to transport the brothers to the border airfield at any moment. The secretary called in, reporting to Commander Lu Xiaomu. All exit procedures have been completed immediately. Higher-ups have given full clearance, but reminded us to be wary of the ugly nation's fleet. The translator stood ready, reporting to Commander Lu Xiaomu. Our reserves are activated, translators are on standby, and we're ready to deploy for combat abroad at any moment. Zhouyu stared blankly. What is going on? Is it the end of the world? Are you planning to be the savior, Lu Xiaomu? Netizens were dumbfounded. Wait, guys, are you filming Wolf Warrior 3? What's with all this commotion? What's going on? Poof. I have a piece of land in Africa. The local chieftains pieced it together and gifted it to me out of gratitude for my assistance. Not much, Lu Xiaomu said casually. Just about 5,000 square kilometers. Whoa! Zhouyu gasped, and you think that's small? Shanghai's only about 6,000 square kilometers. Netizens were equally stunned. Wait, dude, you're a big-time landowner in Africa too? I'm a European emperor, you're a non-European chieftain, heh. I'm actually curious how much you helped those chiefs to get them to give you so much land. Lu Xiaomu was too busy to chat with the commenters, so he simply explained the situation. Hey, no need to be jealous, because that land? It's just window dressing. Chiefs live in an agrarian society completely different from our industrial one. They value land tenfold, 100-fold more than we do. He pursed his lips. So, most of the land they gave me is barren desert. Only a small oasis remains, where my brothers are stationed. Oh, so you own a desert in Africa? That's pretty impressive too. Zhouyu marveled. Our summer fun show has really made it big hooking up with an African landowner. But, Brother Mu, judging by your setup, has something gone wrong over there? She sensed something amiss, her little nose twitching as if catching whiffs of iron and blood, swords and fire. Just a tiny little thing. Lu Xiaomu sighed, his face clouded with sorrow. After conducting a reserve survey, experts from the International Petroleum Agency presented a set of data. They claim my private territory holds approximately 14.37 billion tons of oil reserves. Zhouyu. Netizens were stunned. Holy crap, you're just showing off, right? You're a petroleum tycoon now? Can we even be friends anymore? Seriously? You just transformed into someone with a gold mine at home? From now on, Brother Mu will probably be punching Middle Eastern princes and kicking Eastern European tycoons. Maybe our country's oil imports will all depend on him. If it were me, I'd be over the moon. Why the long face? Zhouyu was utterly baffled. Chapter 23, Me, Brother Mu, I have my dignity. Yeah, you're about to rake in a fortune. Why aren't you sliding around on your knees with excitement at the orphanage? Why the long face? The online friends were suddenly curious. Lu Xiaomu sighed again. Friends, you live too safely under the protection of our dragon nation. You can't even imagine how treacherous life abroad can be. Peaceful oil development? He scoffed, shaking his head. Only in our homeland can you find a stable environment for development. But my oil field happens to be right in the middle of war-torn Africa. There's a saying circulating online. Wherever oil springs from the earth, rot festers. Lu Xiaomu's expression turned grave. There's this disgusting species called American soldiers. They have nothing better to do in Africa than steal oil every single day. They've been pilfering from the Middle East to Africa, utterly despicable. But those who are robbed, the nations that are bullied, can only swallow their anger and turn a blind eye like impotent husbands. He sighed, feeling utterly helpless. Sigh, never thought that one day, I, Lu Xiaomu, would have to become one of those impotent husbands. The netizens suddenly understood. Oh no! Your oil wells caught the attention of that ugly country? You're done for. And you're still an impotent husband. Brother Xiaomu, what anime are you watching? A friend of mine wants to watch it too. Give us the license plate, point us in the right direction. My advice? Just blow the oil wells to smithereens, set them all ablaze, and let the ugly country come up empty-handed. Blow 'em up. Lu Xiaomu nodded in agreement. The netizens' ideas are all spot on. Exactly. That netizen who told me to blow them up shares my mindset. That's my backup plan D. He steadied his thoughts and smiled faintly. But you know me. Who am I? A super rich miser. I won't light those oil wells until I'm utterly desperate. Besides. A shadow flickered across Lu Xiaomu's eyes as he crossed his arms. Despite his cute, little adult persona, everyone sensed a hint of a lifelong rogue's defiance in him. Even if we blow up the oil wells, we'll wait until the moldy army moves in, he chuckled. Then we'll set off chain explosions, giving those ugly Americans a proper send-off to meet their maker. Hell yeah! That's our man Xiaomu. All of us Dragon Nation folks are behind you. The livestream chat erupted in unprecedented unity, viewers seething with righteous indignation. I'll tip you 20,000 yuan and sponsor you a few AK-47s to blow those ugly bastards' heads off. My monthly salary's tight, but I'll chip in $50 to cover 2 bullets for you. Slaughter those moldy bastards. Damn ugly bastards, think you can bully us? Tonight I'm switching from Asian porn to Western and censored. Watch those Western ES scream. Lu Xiaomu. Ahem, folks, spend within your means. Be cautious with donations. I, Lu Xiaomu, am not short on cash. Though their donations could be used to purchase skills from the system, Lu Xiaomu never made money dishonestly. He said earnestly, I don't want to profit by stirring up your patriotic feelings. So, please, director and crew, temporarily disable the donation feature in the livestream. Joe, you look utterly stunned. What, has Lu Xiaomu changed his ways? The director, however, didn't hesitate and complied immediately, replying, Brother Xiaomu, with this sudden surge in popularity, we could have easily raked in at least 30 million in donations, giving our fellow countrymen a hefty dose of gold coins. But you, a 10-year-old kid, have such sound values that it puts us grown men and women to shame. Seeing virtue inspires emulation. Our summer fun show will follow Brother Xiaomu's lead. Viewers were also deeply moved. Wow, Little Moo, I'm giving you a massive thumbs up and sharing this like crazy to spread the word everywhere. Now I believe Little Moo is a real big shot. This move is absolutely insane. He really. I'm crying. The tip feature is disabled. Little Moo really doesn't exploit people for money. Joe, you pursed her lips and asked, you changed into military uniform yourself. Are you heading to the battlefield? Exactly. Lu Xiaomu replied calmly. I'm going to fight the mold first and test their mettle. We can't just run away without a fight and fast forward to blowing up the oil wells, right? I, Brother Xiaomu, have my pride. He pointed at his own head and snorted coldly. Besides, the African continent is vast and boundless. My oil fields aren't adjacent to the sea, meaning the mold's mothership has limited utility. It can only provide long-range support. Then, could I tag along as a war correspondent and film the whole thing? Zhou Yu, her own ambition stirred, volunteered. Lu Xiaomu looked surprised. You'll die, you know. I'm willing to go to Africa and expose the mold's oil theft crimes. Zhou Yu declared resolutely, her delicate face radiating the sanctity of sacrifice. Interesting. Then accompany me on this journey. I'll take you to Egypt to chase the tide. Lu Xiaomu smiled leisurely. Ha! Zhou Yu was completely lost. Netizens were also baffled by Lu Xiaomu's bizarre logic. Wait, didn't you say the oil field was inland? Why'd you go to Egypt to chase the tide? Can't follow this at all. Lu Xiaomu's mind is just too wild. 1 minute you're battling mold, the next you're chasing tides in Egypt. This is madness. Lu Xiaomu gave a mysterious smile. Hold your horses. Does the ultimate boss just show up out of nowhere? If the big boss had to handle everything personally, what would the employees be doing? I've recruited all these underlings and nurtured them for years. Isn't this exactly the moment they should step up? Oh, I get it. You want to observe the situation first before deciding whether to intervene. Zhou Yu realized that's the calmness of a big shot. If you don't act, fine. But when you do, it has to be decisive. Otherwise, it undermines your authority. Lu Xiaomu clasped her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. You're a quick learner. Little Moon, someday I might consider grooming you to be my right-hand woman. At that moment, an urgent news bulletin interrupted programming across all major networks. A massive oil field with estimated reserves of 143.7 tons has been discovered in a chiefdom in Central Africa. The Yuguan House of Representatives has passed an intervention bill attempting to seize it. Our Dragon Nation expresses outrage and has issued a strong condemnation. Reportedly, the oil field lies within the territory of the mysterious organization Tangzhuang Bandits Group, which has risen in recent years. Their leader, Bandit Xiaomu, has solemnly declared his vow to defend the mineral resources of his domain to the death. Netizens. Oh my, now we have official confirmation, so Brother Xiaomu really is the notorious Xiaomu after all. I knew it. Even though Brother Xiaomu won the lawsuit, it was only because of insufficient evidence in the legal process. Everyone knows he's actually the gangster Xiaomu. Exposing the Tangzhuang thugs' track record, they actually declared they'd resist global hegemony, eliminate all terrorist organizations, and become a volunteer peacekeeping force. What a noble group, fellow netizens. Chapter 24, the Tangzhuang rioters group sets out. It wasn't just the orphanage reserves mobilizing. At this very moment, across the globe, all vassal forces affiliated with the Tangzhuang thugs group were secretly mobilizing en masse. Within Mount Tai. Upon receiving a text message, the renowned physician Xue Xingtian issued orders without hesitation. Immediately notify all partners of the Tai Bai Mountain Group. We will suspend business operations for 1 month. All production lines must switch to manufacturing wartime medical supplies, hemostatic bandages, wound cleansing ointments, oral vitamins, self-administered antibiotics, and so forth. Physicians of the divine Han lineage, I now offer you a method to rapidly accumulate merit points and master our sect's supreme medical arts. Go to Africa. Aid the Tang-clad rioters group as battlefield medics and defend our oil fields. Northern Frontier. Tangjuan Military Industries Company, Limited, one of the nation's top 10 defense contractors. A scruffy bearded man, clad in an old military overcoat, strode confidently onto the podium. Comrades, the Tangjuan Militia Group headquarters has issued a mobilization order. We will immediately halt all commercial orders and shift full production to military drones and robotic dogs. Chairman Liu demands we implement round-the-clock double shifts to fully support the front lines. Understood. But, this batch of military exports might pose some complications. No need to worry. The Elders Council of Dragon Nation has granted special approval for our Tangjuan rioters group to combat the mold. This is part of the Great Power Rivalry. Middle East, Tangjuan rioters war base. An exotic beauty with Persian cat-like features and eyes as clear as blue crystals, her cascading golden hair tied back, her milk-white skin dazzling under the scorching sun. She lazily slung an SKS sniper rifle over her shoulder, meticulously wiping dust from its lens. In the distance, another classical beauty in an oriental cheapao, a temptress of epic proportions, appeared before the blonde like a ghostly apparition. Angel, satellite call from the boss. Oh? Painted skin, you've been secretly contacting the boss behind my back? The blonde rolled her eyes, her tone tinged with jealousy. He said he's starting middle school and wants to focus on his studies, forbidding any of us from contacting him privately. Why are you the exception? Could it be the boss still favors Asian types? Painted skin rolled her eyes. Cut the drama queen act. Don't you watch the news? The boss struck oil at his African estate, so that's bound to attract trouble, right? Angel chuckled. You train soldiers for 1,000 days to use them for one moment. Our mercenaries at the Tangjuan Thugs base have been itching to get started. Hua Pai and Angel then connected via satellite phone. Lu Xiaomu's familiar voice came through. Angel, immediately lead the special ops team to Africa. Go undercover at the island base near the Red Coast. Huapi, contact our friendly international dark web merchants. Offer a high price for intel on the Mold S movements, especially their aircraft carrier S route. Where S Wu Chang? Reporting, boss. She's on vacation, likely tending to her vineyard in Europe. She mentioned planning to craft 500 bottles of wine this year as a gift for you, Huapi replied cheerfully. Lu Xiaomu ordered, recall impermanence immediately. Suspend her leave. After the mission, I'll compensate her with triple paid annual leave and an additional $20 million bonus. Everyone here gets one too. Long live the boss. 800 Tang-style commando special forces, deploy to the battlefield immediately. Southern Europe. Countess Caesar slammed down the encrypted phone and ordered coolly, issue the Medici family's Thistlebird mobilization order now. All logistics shipments from the Asian Dragon Nation must be transported to Africa at maximum speed. All family enterprises are to transition to wartime mode, providing full support to our allies the Tangjuan rioters group. A stunning, tall Italian redhead, her figure even more striking than Victoria's Secret models, couldn't help but ask, Mother, do you realize how many orders we'll lose? The family will forfeit at least $500 million in pure profit. Caesar's wife glanced at her and sighed. No wonder the angels, grim reapers, skin painters, and witches under Mu the Thug's command have gained global fame, while you remain unnoticed and obscure. Vicky Medici, you disappoint your mother so deeply, still as short-sighted as ever. The redhead froze. Still unwilling to concede, she retorted, he's just a brat. Why do you hold him in such high regard, Mother, even suggesting I use my charms on him? He's barely grown any hair yet, how could he possibly understand a woman's worth? Foolish. Caesar's wife sighed bitterly. My life has been filled with ups and downs, yet my heir is so short-sighted. If only he weren't so fixated on young, beautiful, peerless beauties, I would have ended my widowhood long ago and become his secret mistress. Mother, you have no shame. Before a mercenary emperor who can single-handedly stir the world's winds, commanding legions of fierce generals and enterprises like rain, your so-called morality is worthless. Lady Caesar sneered. Forget it. I don't expect anything from you. Our Medici family can no longer infiltrate the core circle of the Tang-style thug syndicate, but serving as a vassal peripheral power isn't so bad. You, Vicky Medici, will escort the first shipment of military supplies to the Dragon Phoenix Manor in Africa. Contact will be made there. Me? Vicky froze, blurting out, Mom, do you wish me dead? The mold is approaching. The ugly nation's flagship will sail into the Red Sea within 24 hours, passing through the Suez Canal to deliver a devastating blow to the Tang-style thugs' defenses. If I go now, am I just going to be their funeral escort? Lady Caesar's face darkened. Do you think wealth and power come without any cost, without taking the slightest risk? The Medici family stands unshaken only because of the Tang-clad thugs' support behind us. Loyalty is the only way we can repay them. Now that he faces crisis, this is precisely our moment to prove our worth. She gazed at her daughter with profound disappointment. Will you go? Your sister also desires to be head of the family. She too could love Xiaomu. Fine, I'll go. Eastern Europe, Siberian snowfields. Let's go. Mobster Xiao Mu's about to clash with the moldy gang. We gotta back him up. South Africa. African Freedom Legion headquarters, heroes assembled. Chieftains, kings, presidents, prime ministers. Though Africa lies in disarray, we all know it's the evil imperialists stirring up trouble, constantly fanning the flames of hatred between us. Our constant infighting allows the whites to control us with ease. Now the Tangzhuang thugs have risen. Their leader, Brother Mu, has declared war on the mold in Africa. This is our once-in-a-lifetime chance. If our dragon country friends can weaken the ugly country's influence, the chains binding us will loosen. Let's do it. Fight it is. Africa shall never be enslaved. Chapter 25, Lu Xiaomu teaches you how to hunt the tide. 17 hours later. Red Coast, an unnamed island. The summer fun show aired again, instantly drawing a massive 70 million viewers, effortlessly shattering all previous records. The reason was simple. Previously, the audience consisted solely of Dragon Country citizens, who made up only 1/5 of the global population. But now, the mere mention of someone live streaming drying mold sent audiences worldwide into a frenzy, all rushing to witness the spectacle. The director danced with excitement. We're going crazy. We're rich. Our show has finally broken out of Asia and gone global. It must be my heavenly mother watching over me. Wah, I'll burn 10 sticks of incense for her when I get home. Zhou Yu, however, stammered, Director, I'm afraid this livestream might actually be a disaster. Ha? What do you mean? The director looked bewildered. Things are going great. Viewers are skyrocketing by the ton. Why are you suddenly saying such discouraging things? Because they're here to watch the live stream of us beating up that moldy guy, but Brother Mu said our next segment is beachcombing. Zhou Yu looked utterly dismayed. It's not what they signed up for. Director. He cautiously asked his cash cow, Brother Mu, are you really going to livestream beachcombing? Yep. Lu Xiaomu said lazily. No complaining, no questioning. Think about it, we're a family-friendly kids show. Are you sure you want to broadcast a bloody battlefield? We could rebrand the show. Transform it from a kids' variety show into a Warzone livestream. The director, eyes lit up by money, instantly abandoned his original principles. Even if we start now and turn it into an 18+ show filled with blood and violence, the viewership would absolutely skyrocket. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. Cut the crap. I hold 70% of the decision-making power here. You lot combined only have 30%. So, listen to me. Fine. The director's face fell as he suddenly remembered who was really the boss of the production crew. But why go all the way to Red Coast just for a live stream of beachcombing? The director asked, clearly puzzled. You can beachcomb anywhere. Our coastal waters are just as bountiful, clams and sea cucumbers are everywhere. Lu Xiaomu gave a mysterious smile. Of course it wasn't purely for beachcombing. Besides, our Dragon Nation waters only spawn fish catches, they certainly don't spawn this massive beast before my eyes. As he spoke, the video for Summer Fun Show suddenly revealed a terrifyingly massive warship. The Eagle, a conventionally powered aircraft carrier of the Ugly Nation. The livestream exploded with excitement. Here comes the main event. Thought Lu Xiaomu was messing with us, pretending to go beachcombing, total nonsense. Turns out he ambushed the Ugly Nation's flagship in the Red Sea. Holy crap, Brother Xiaomu is beyond awesome, going straight for the strongest weapon on Blue Star. Boom! 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 The flagship is exploding. But Lu Xiaomu didn't make a move. He simply vanished, diving into the sea with Zhou Yu. The viewers are going wild. Shouldn't we go up and give that mothership a shot? Zhou Yu asked innocently. Are you out of your mind? Lu Xiaomu looked at her, torn between laughter and exasperation. If I really wanted to ambush that behemoth, why would I bring you along? Do you think you're immortal? Did I come here to help you pick out a cremation urn? Zhou Yu, oh right, what am I even doing here? You're here to livestream beachcombing because you know how to dive, Lu Xiaomu explained earnestly. As for that moldy mothership? Poof. My Tangzhuang. I mean, that scumbag Xiaomu's Tangzhuang rioters haven't officially declared war on them yet. We're civilized people. Unprovoked attacks are uncivilized. We believe in proper justification. Pfft, Xiaomu let it slip. Now you're distancing yourself from rioter Xiaomu? Do you really think we'll buy that, Xiaomu? The online friends chuckled. Lu Xiaomu declared solemnly, whether you believe it or not, I sure as hell do. When we end up in court, no one will have anything on me. Yeah. You're not rioter Xiaomu, you're super ultimate peace-loving Xiaomumu, here to livestream beachcombing at Red Coast. The viewers happily played along with his act. Xiaomu, could you livestream shooting a carrier with a rocket launcher, or, catching lobsters with a spear gun? Did you notice? Xiaomu is incredibly clever. He deliberately hid underwater to evade all radar detection. Plus, he and Zhou Yu are so small and constantly moving around the coral reefs that submarine sonar can't pick them up either. This is textbook Special Forces stealth. Ha! What if some ugly Americans are watching the livestream too, trying to gather intel from the chat to pinpoint Brother Xiaomu? Whoa, Brother Mu, you're in trouble. Facing the viewer's anxious warnings, Lu Xiaomu calmly pointed to his diving suit. This is coated with the latest filter technology. It absorbs all radar waves, sonar waves, and infrared waves. No high tech can scan me. Plus, we're transmitting the stream via a private satellite owned by the Tangzhuang Brawlers Group. The ugly country can't detect it unless they attack my satellite in the atmosphere. Cough cough, just kidding, totally bragging. The satellite actually belongs to my buddy Brawler Xiaomu, not me, Xiaomu. Don't take it personally. The chat erupted in laughter. Got it. Your buddy Rogue Xiaomu is loaded, he even owns a private satellite. Exactly. It's all Rogue Xiaomu's fault, he's the bad guy. Little Moo is a model student. How could he be involved with that mercenary tyrant? Alright then, just focus on your live stream about beachcombing. We get it. Just then, Lu Xiaomu received a satellite call. He lowered his voice and issued a series of instructions. Then, Lu Xiaomu turned serious and said to Zhou, Little Moon, we've spotted a lobster nest up ahead, lots of extra plump red sea lobsters. Here, take the spear gun. Go get 'em. Tonight we're having salt-baked lobster. Why me? My skills are pretty mediocre. Aren't you the expert? Zhou looked confused. Lu Xiaomu replied meaningfully, me? It's not my turn yet. Let my ally test the lobster's quality first. I need to observe. The words sounded strange and made no sense. You better stick to talking about lobsters. Zhou sensed something was off, but her curiosity about beachcombing got the better of her. She stepped forward and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The spear gun missed its mark. Major political news websites published a breaking headline. Allied forces of the Tangzhuang Thug Group, the African Freedom Army, unexpectedly discovered the moldy troops landing on the beach. They immediately launched Trident missiles, but unfortunately, they missed their mark. Netizens? Chapter 26, Little Moo Brother, Assassination of Lobster Boss. Summer Fun Show Livestream. I'm a Dutch bro, heard you guys were live streaming mold killing, so I lugged a can of herring over here all hyped up, only to find some sissy pants Eastern beauty in a swimsuit shooting lobsters? Holy, what a letdown. How can you even miss? My ancestors were the legendary sea charioteers. I'm a pro at spearfishing, this rookie's got nothing on me. Are you a Dutch dude or a Dutch bro? No, buddy. You gotta keep up with current events to get the abstract humor in this livestream, got it? Immediately, a helpful Chinese viewer enlightened the foreigner on the double entendre. Xiaomu coaching Zhou on lobster hunting is like the rogue Xiaomu directing his allies to fight mold. Brother Xiaomu is definitely a master of abstract art. Everything he does is a hint. If you guys don't get it, just watch the comments, there'll be experts explaining it for you. At that moment, Lu Xiaomu suddenly pointed at the scattered lobsters, a smile spreading across his face. Now, it's time for me to take matters into my own hands. Oomph. You didn't lift a finger when there were plenty of lobsters. Now they've scattered like birds and beasts, leaving only a few small ones. You won't catch much now. Zhou pouted, completely unaware of the situation. Lu Xiaomu smiled mysteriously, the corners of her lips lifting slightly. A true master never enters the fray casually. Besides, the sea was crystal clear to begin with. Thanks to you, Little Moon, for stirring up the water. Now I, Lu Xiaomu, can show off my skills like, say, assassinating the lobster boss. Zhou, question mark. You're talking weird. She looked utterly bewildered, completely lost. It's just catching a lobster, I could do it barehanded. Why do you have to muddy the waters and assassinate the lobster boss? It sounds like attacking mold, haha. The live stream erupted in laughter. Haha, Little Moon hit the nail on the head. Brother Xiaomu really is wiping out mold right now. Down in the deep sea, she can't see the comments, so she's just a happy little dummy. Check the news. Brother Moo personally assassinated the lobster boss, the implications speak for themselves. This time, a full 5 minutes later, when Lu Xiaomu returned triumphant with 6 lobsters in tow. Major political news websites erupted once more. Eye-popping headlines raced to publication. Mysterious mercenary group strikes. Codenamed the Painted Skin, the female assassin struck with precision. Commander David Adams, leader of the Ugly Nation's landing vanguard, has been eliminated. The international mercenary group Tangzhuang rioters claimed responsibility for the attack, leaving behind a lobster emblem? Experts and professors are urgently deciphering the meaning behind the lobster symbol. The Ugly Nation is furious. Unable to tolerate their regular forces being attacked by low-level mercenaries, they declare an official invasion of Africa to seize Tangzhuang Botua's headquarters, the Dragon Phoenix Manor. Immediately afterward, 2 short videos went viral. One came from renowned international observer Sima Bay. He produced a video interpreting the lobster symbol. As we all know, lobster is a compound word combining dragon and shrimp. The dragon undoubtedly refers to our Dragon Nation, the self-proclaimed identity of the Tangzhuang thugs. And the shrimp? Fun fact, crayfish originated in the Americas, so it naturally points to America. Ha! Thus, the Tangzhuang thugs are hinting, lobsters dancing together. Joining hands to get rich. They're merely flexing their muscles, with no real intention of tearing ties with the ugly country. This is actually a veiled concession. After all, how powerful is the ugly country? What right does a mere private mercenary group have to challenge it? Sima Bey's video comments exploded with mockery. Your interpretation is so lame. Patriotic big shot, ha, is this your level of expertise? Even I, a complete amateur, know the so-called lobster was purely because Lu Xiaomu was live streaming catching crayfish at the time, so his followers deliberately left a crayfish pattern as a tribute to him. Forget it, these so-called experts aren't worth watching. Here's the real footage, straight from Lu Xiaomu's livestream. An official compilation video from Summer Fun Show racked up over 1 million views in just 10 minutes, with tens of thousands watching live. The comments below the video were filled with stunned reactions. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A 10-year-old kid is really the leader of the Tangzhuang thug gang? What's there to question? Look at how pro Xiaomu is with that spear gun headshots every time. Clearly trained. This is no coincidence. Joe, you missed the lobster, and the rocket launcher from Xiaomu's gang allies also missed. Xiaomu declared he'd assassinate the lobster boss, and moments later, the lieutenant colonel of the Moldy Pioneer Corps was assassinated. If you don't believe it, keep watching the Summer Fun Show livestream. Wait, this is a kids' variety show? Fun show, this is seriously over the top. Brother Mu is the real showman. In an instant, the livestream's viewer count hit a new record high. Given the despicable act of Moldian oil theft, which was utterly unpopular, global viewers flocked to this tiny livestream. And then, the bullet chat system crashed. The live feed started stuttering and freezing. Oh no, there are too many people in the stream. Everyone, head over to some relay streams. Redirects won't help, the streaming platform servers are completely overwhelmed. Ha, one little brother Mu brought down the whole streaming platform. Truly, fortune and misfortune are two sides of the same coin. Is this platform even reliable? Little Mu GE showered you with wealth, and you couldn't handle it? If you can't cut it, watch out, Little Mu GE might switch platforms. But before long, everyone noticed the visuals had become incredibly smooth and ultra-high definition. Due to network fluctuations, we've temporarily added 2 server clusters and upgraded bandwidth with all 3 major carriers. The platform's red system alert immediately flashed. All viewers, please remain calm and switch to backup lines. We are committed to delivering the most perfect live experience at any cost. Furthermore, to express our gratitude to the Summer Fun Show for driving unprecedented global traffic to our platform, effortlessly achieving our 5-year goal of expanding to all age groups, and our 10-year vision of challenging the monopoly of the world's largest streaming platform, TW1TCH, we have adjusted their tip revenue share to 90%. Moving forward, we will only retain 10% of this stream's revenue as tax revenue for the state. All basic maintenance costs will be fully covered by us. The director grinned ear to ear, scrambling to contact Joyu to have her deliver a thank you speech. Unfortunately, he didn't have a satellite phone and couldn't reach Lu Xiaomu and Joyu, who were submerged underwater. Meanwhile, Joyu excitedly grabbed a spear gun, aiming it at a giant sea turtle. Shoot it. Stewed turtle stew for dinner tonight. Lu Xiaomu remarked meaningfully, a 10,000-year-old divine turtle. Though ancient and its sovereignty weakened, it's not easily shaken. Are you sure you want to attack it? Chapter 27, Little Moon's words become law. The audience understood the subtle meaning instantly, catching Lu Xiaomu's hint. A decrepit old turtle, who could that be? So hard to guess. Let's rule out the ugly nation first. Their animal emblem is the bald eagle, right, fellow netizens? TSK tisk, it's practically pointing right at the head. The current global landscape is one superpower and multiple strong powers, yet only one nation still thinks it's the emperor. Shoot the turtle. Shoot the turtle. Blow that ugly American turtle to bits. The world has suffered under ugly nation for far too long. Joyu's hands trembled with excitement. Then I'm going for it. I've never tasted turtle soup in my life, only had some turtle essence as a kid when grandpa was boosting his kidneys. Later I heard the company producing that stuff kept just one turtle in the chairman's office, yet churned out 300,000 bottles a year. Ha, it's common knowledge that wife cakes contain no actual cake, so turtle essence doesn't need to contain actual turtles either. So is turtle essence really made from old turtles? That means they must raise male turtles, right? Essence. Do you understand essence? These netizens today have nothing but filth in their heads, utterly ignorant. Cute girls? Where are the cute girls? Lu Xiaomu ignored the playful comments in the chat stream, flipping him off with a casual shrug. Fine, go ahead. But I'll warn you, our spear gun is the most basic rubber band type. Slow firing speed, low power. Unless you can land a headshot, you won't stand a chance against sea turtles. Let me give it a shot. Joyu rubbed his hands together eagerly, mustering all his strength to pull the rubber band taut once more. The spear gun was ready. Whoosh! The spear gun fired. The harpoon struck the turtle shell squarely, and then the stainless steel harpoon clanged off at an angle. The sharp fork head shattered, and the once straight shaft bent crookedly. Oh no, it's ruined. Looks like we'll just have to head back empty-handed. No more fishing today. Lu Xiaomu chuckled. Come on, time to call it a day. Joyu's eyes welled up with tears. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for messing up the livestream. Lu Xiaomu shrugged casually, beachcombing is just for fun. No need to take it too seriously. Little Moon, pack up our lobsters carefully. Watch out for sharks snatching them on the way back. Ha? Zhou froze in shock. Sharks? Of course. The Red Sea is a shark paradise. They hunt in packs everywhere here. Lu Xiaomu was utterly certain. Seeing her terrified expression, legs trembling like jelly, he couldn't help but tease her with a laugh. I'm just a kid and I'm not scared, but you're such a wimp. Hey, wait. Lu Xiaomu froze, his eyes narrowing strangely. The water suddenly feels warmer. Did you pee, Little Moon? The live stream erupted in laughter. We can't hold it in anymore, folks. Seriously? Is Little Moon's displacement so massive it can heat up the Red Sea? Sigh, knowing sharks lurk nearby, it's only human nature. You'd pee too. Zhou flushed red and hurriedly protested, no way. I'm a lady, don't say such things. It must be an undersea current. This is coral reef territory after all, with complex currents. Fine, whatever you say. Lu Xiaomu said lazily, anyway, the old turtle got scared by you and is holding back for now. We should head back to rest up and plan our next move. Let's head ashore and pitch a tent. Then you go gather some firewood, we're roasting lobster, he proposed. But, the sharks? Zhou asked timidly, her body still trembling slightly. Whenever you hear shark, you probably picture some great white monster with a gaping maw, Lu Xiaomu scoffed. But in reality, most sharks are just small to medium-sized carnivorous fish. Plus, sharks are picky eaters, they mostly go for giant octopuses and have zero interest in humans, well, as long as they don't see blood. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Zhou was seriously skeptical. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes dramatically. Zhao Yu, don't you have any basic biology knowledge? Look around us, it's all coral reefs, shallow waters. Any fish slightly larger than that would get stranded. So how big do you think the sharks hunting here could be? That makes sense. Zhou was instantly convinced, her spirits soaring. Let's go. This lady is going to battle a shark. This livestream will be my breakthrough moment. Fine, retreat. Lu Xiaomu said indifferently. At the same time, all factions monitoring Operation Moldy Oil Raid simultaneously released coordinated statements. Due to unexpected assassination attempts by the Tangzhuan Thug Group, the Ugly Nation Carrier Strike Group has anchored and awaits further instructions. The mold has retreated. Congratulations to Dragon Phoenix Oasis on gaining a much-needed respite. Rioter Xiaomu achieved a resounding victory. Their resistance was unprecedented, leaving the Ugly Nation's forces who had never encountered resistance in Africa utterly stunned. Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, holy crap! So when Brother Xiaomu said withdraw, he meant today's major battle is over. Who do you think is really the leader of the Tangzhuang rioters? Brother Xiaomu, or Xiao Yeye? Ha! Little Moon is a complete idiot. Sorry for being blunt, but how could you possibly think she's the mastermind behind it all? Think about it. Xiao Yeye messed up the shot, causing her ally to miss. Then she wrecked the spear gun, forcing both sides to call it quits. Every single thing was orchestrated by Xiao Yeye. She calls the shots. Holy crap! Holy crap! You're right. Little Moon, you're that powerful? This can't all be coincidence, right? Lu Xiaomu watched the comment stream, amused. It really was just coincidence. Well, calling it a coincidence wasn't entirely accurate either. Since Zhou was a novice, mastering the spear gun was inherently difficult for her. The probability of her missing was at least 99%. As for hunting sea turtles, even veteran hunters probably didn't hit more than 10% of their targets. After all, the harpoon in a spear gun fires at a snail's pace. Don't be fooled by how slow sea turtles move on land and the ocean, they're speed demons. Especially when it comes to retracting their shells, they can do it faster than a bullet leaves the barrel. Lu Xiaomu and Zhou began surfacing, and the lobster they carried with them, having been speared through the head, naturally leaked a bloody scent. Sharks followed in droves. That's it? Zhou's shark phobia vanished instantly. She sneered, barely a foot long. Do they even deserve to be called sharks? They are blacktip reef sharks, a common small species in coral zones. Adults typically grow over a meter long, but this one's clearly just a kid, Lu Xiaomu replied calmly. Keep your eyes on our catch. If you don't want to go hungry tonight, prepare for a fierce battle with the sharks. No problem. Zhou, skilled in women's self-defense, clenched her fists and declared with feigned ferocity, the old man in the sea was written long ago, but now I'll compose a hymn to women's valor. Director, remember to feature me in a special segment edit of video titled Women and Sharks. Audience. Lu Xiaomu. Chapter 28, Massage my legs and knead my shoulders. The next moment. Thud. Zhou swung her fist hard, landing squarely on the young shark's head. The poor blacktip shark, likely only 3 months old, was instantly knocked unconscious and fled with teary eyes. Zhou sneered coldly, her words dripping with meaning. I hear you're the kid brother among sharks? Well, I'm beating up the kid brother. See if you dare bully me. Lu Xiaomu, question mark. Little Moon's got a lot to say. The commenters started stirring the pot. Little Moon must have been bottling this up for ages. Poor thing, this rage is driving her to kick whale sharks and punch sea dragons. An angry woman is terrifying. Master, I want to return to the monastery. From now on, I'll live among ancient Buddhas and lanterns, never descending the mountain again. See? Women are born fighters. Little Moon has awakened her true king of fighters nature. Punch Xiaomu. Don't beat around the bush, just beat the crap out of that brat. Listen to me, let's go all out. Make that little monster taste the might of the supreme female fist. By the time the two returned to shore, the fleet of mother ships had vanished from the sea. The weather was sunny and pleasant, with a refreshing sea breeze. Lu Xiaomu scanned the surroundings and quickly spotted a narrow stretch of reef right there. We'll pitch our tent on the leeward side. After all, the coast gets strong winds at night. We need to guard against being swept away by a hurricane while we sleep. Got it. Zhou Yu scurried about, hammering tent pegs into place. Lu Xiaomu pulled a bottle of AD calcium milk from his pocket with a satisfied smile. Sitting on the reef, he sipped it leisurely and casually instructed, once the tent's set up, you'll need to gather some dry branches from the surrounding sea trees to start a fire. Zhou Yu quickly grew resentful. Why do you get to enjoy life while I work myself to death? Without a word, Lu Xiaomu immediately adopted the mannerisms of a typical child throwing a tantrum. Sucking his thumb and pouting pitifully, he wailed, "Hey, everyone watching, she's abusing me. What 10-year-old has to do heavy labor? Shouldn't I just be in charge of eating? Go Little Moo." The chat was naturally filled with Lu Xiaomu's fans, whose cheers instantly drowned out the haters. Zhou Yu puffed out her cheeks in frustration, regretting not bringing the entire summer fun show crew along. Not even an assistant. After a while, Zhou Yu finally gathered enough dry branches and returned to the tent, only to find Lu Xiaomu had already set up the pot and was stoking the fire with the charcoal they'd brought. Zhou Yu. Wait, you clearly have charcoal, yet you made me work like a dog gathering dead branches. She instantly felt wronged. Lu Xiaomu shot her a look. Who said the branches were for kindling? Ha? Then what are they for? Zhou Yu froze. Poof. You'll find out once night falls. Lu Xiaomu teased. Anyway, it's almost dark. Our real threat is about to arrive, and you were so careless preparing supplies you didn't bring the crucial item. Ha? What? Zhou Yu was completely baffled. Lu Xiaomu offered no explanation, merely adding a generous amount of sea salt to the portable cookware before laying the lobster on top. This was the simplest salt-baked preparation method. Hey viewers, let me share a survival hack for deserted islands, Lu Xiaomu said, showing natural live streaming talent as she casually chatted with the commenters. Even in the world's first desert island survival novel, Robinson Crusoe, they didn't have this method. The protagonist could only eat roasted food. What a miserable life. If Robinson had known the salt baking technique, using salt as a medium to conduct heat and cook food, his island survival would have turned into a wild food livestream. Lu Xiaomu placed the lid on the pot and blew vigorously on the fire. Salt distributes heat evenly. So while some foods burn when grilled, salt baking preserves their flavor to the fullest. He lazily rested his head on Zhou Yu's lap, blissfully enjoying the sea breeze. I want to switch spots with Lu Xiaomu. I want to rest my head on Little Moon's lap too. Brother Xiaomu's got the life. Those lobsters he caught are top-notch. If sold frozen online, they'd fetch at least 300 yuan per pound. He's eating thousands worth in one meal. I've ordered takeout a packet of pickled mustard greens, a jar of Lao Ganma chili sauce, and 3 boxes of rice. I'll eat it later while watching Brother Xiaomu's lobster video. It took forever for the salt-baked lobsters to finally be ready. Zhou Yu's stomach had been growling for ages, drool practically dripping from her mouth. Seeing this, she swiftly reached in with her iron grip and pulled one out of the cast iron pot. Shelling it. The bright red lobster meat, still steaming, revealed its perfect form before everyone's eyes. Zhou Yu was overjoyed and immediately began devouring it. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Her mouth was full, and she was so moved by the taste she nearly cried. All my hard work was worth it. As a working-class host who just graduated and only earns an intern's salary, I wonder how many years I'd have to struggle before I could afford to eat lobster of this quality in a restaurant. Oh my, no wonder the wealthy love it. It turns out authentic lobster is this fragrant. Lu Xiaomu chuckled. You should be a guest on a food show. Look at you, crying tears of joy while eating its perfect TV. You could be a plant. Pfft, food shows are so overdone now. Every guest is just an actor. Boring. Zhou Yu continued to show off her lobster while venting. Back in college, I was an extra on a food show. There was this guy making 9-turn intestines who wanted to imitate the chubby chef from Top Chef who said, "Did you do that on purpose, or was it an accident?" So, he didn't wash them properly and left the original pig dung inside the intestines. Audience, that counts as an imitation? More like a copycat dog steaming goose hearts. Lu Xiaomu asked with genuine curiosity, so, as an extra, did they actually have you taste it? No way. Zhou Yu rolled her eyes wildly. After that copycat chef delivered his classic line, I removed most of the guts odor, but I kept a bit. I think preserving some of that gut flavor lets you know you're eating tripe. All the guests bolted. We extras also said we didn't want the production team's final payment, just got the hell out of there. Zhou Yu shrugged. That's showbiz for you. All kinds of weirdos and some seriously twisted tastes. So that's why you switched to hosting kids' shows? Lu Xiaomu asked cheerfully, watching the crackling bonfire. Yeah. That's why I'm especially grateful to you, brother Xiaomu. Zhou Yu sighed sincerely. Originally, our show was just a sponsorship deal to pad the numbers for a short video platform. But you made us popular. Now my resume has this shiny entry and I can land a great job anywhere. Lu Xiaomu nodded. Then you owe me one. Ha? Come on, little mate Xiao Yeye, massage this young master's legs and shoulders, then go warm the bed in the tent. Get lost, you brat. Take this shark-killing supreme lady punch. Go on, little Moon Moon. Hit him with a million-ton punch. The crowd, loving the spectacle, cheered wildly, fight. Fight. Chapter 29, Hello, sister. I'm Lu Xiaomu, the model student. After eating and drinking their fill. Dusk had fallen, the sky ablaze with dazzling sunset clouds, a magnificent sight. Zhou Yu felt drowsy and couldn't help but hug her knees, drifting off to sleep. Today, she'd hunted giant lobsters in the Coral Sea, then smashed little sharks. After that, she'd hammered 10 pegs with all her might and gathered dead branches everywhere. She was utterly exhausted. Though Zhou Yu maintained a fitness routine, such intense physical labor still left her overwhelmed. Hold on a moment. Lu Xiaomu pinched her snow-white nose bridge, jolting Zhou Yu awake. What's the big deal? Can't I even take a quick nap? Zhou Yu pouted, clearly annoyed, whining at Lu Xiaomu. Please, I'll only sleep for a little while, okay? The audience instantly melted. Xiao Yu usually just seems pure and delicate, but now that she's acting spoiled and clingy, she's utterly captivating. What man could resist such pleading? If it were me, it'd be over already. Yet Lu Xiaomu remained stern. Shut up. Snap out of it. Tonight's main event hasn't even started yet. Yes, other men couldn't resist her charm. But unfortunately, Lu Xiaomu was a boy still developing. Wah? Zhou Yu rose, looking utterly aggrieved, just as Lu Xiaomu pulled a small bottle from his pocket. Inside were strange, giant spiders. Zhou Yu's shriek pierced the night air. She genuinely dreaded insects, especially these hideous creatures. What's with the fuss? Any reptile enthusiast would be drooling over these. Lu Xiaomu rolled his eyes before opening the bottle and releasing them all. What the hell are you doing? All of Zhou Yu's fatigue vanished, replaced by sheer terror. Lu Xiaomu snorted coldly. You have zero sense of alertness. Forget about the imminent threat of mold right under our noses. What if their projectiles fly wildly and accidentally hit us? Let's just talk about the biggest threat right in front of us, the Egyptian mosquitoes on Red Coast. Mosquitoes? Zhou Yu realized the faint buzzing sound in her ears after Xiaomu pointed it out. Think about it. Within 10 miles, besides seafood, we're the only source of fresh blood. How crazy would those female mosquitoes get? Lu Xiaomu said impatiently. Xiao Yu, you don't want to wake up tomorrow covered in bumps, too ugly to stream, do you? Zhou Yu shivered at the thought. So, you caught spiders to hunt mosquitoes? Zhou Yu scratched her head. That seems incredibly inefficient. Far less effective than a mosquito net. So, back to the story. Lu Xiaomu placed her hands on her hips and scolded Zhou Yu. My supply list was crystal clear, 3 mosquito nets. 2 for us, 1 is a spare. And what did you do? Wah, sorry. Zhou Yu wilted, realizing his foolish mistake. I thought it wasn't that important, and I was too lazy to make another trip to the supermarket, so I just forgot. Lu Xiaomu couldn't be bothered with further arguments. Fine, go sleep in your tent. I'll arrange some dry branches at your tent entrance and hang the sea spiders there. They'll spin their webs the most natural mosquito net. This trick comes from the Amazonian tribes to fight mosquitoes. Hope it works. But what if I have to get up in the middle of the night? Here. Lu Xiaomu handed over an empty mineral water bottle without expression. Ugh. Zhou Yu pursed her lips. Then she noticed Lu Xiaomu showed no intention of sleeping. Aren't you going to sleep? The night is long, and I have other matters to attend to, Lu Xiaomu said indifferently. Many delicacies of the sea, like red snapper and naked-chested eels, only emerge at night. Oh, and some fungi like to play tricks at night. His single sentence instantly perked up the online friends. Zhou Yu widened her beautiful eyes. So, you plan to dive in yourself? Of course. I'm not some lazy college girl like you, Lu Xiaomu scoffed. As an all-around elementary student, I can work day and night shifts, diving continuously for 24 hours. You just sleep soundly and wait for your seafood soup tomorrow morning. How could I possibly? Zhou Yu stammered awkwardly. As the only adult woman present, she was letting a kid take care of her needs and doing so in front of 60 million live viewers. If word got out, wouldn't she lose all face? I'll join you in gathering seafood, we'll catch the big ones. Zhou Yu pulled out a packet of instant coffee to prove her sincerity, pouring it straight into her mouth without water. Now I'm wide awake. You still have energy left? Lu Xiaomu looked deeply skeptical. I'm a gym regular with killer core strength, Zhou Yu retorted with a smirk. Besides, entertainment shows prioritize timeliness. We often work non-stop without sleep. I'm prepared for it all. I don't mind losing hair from sleepless nights, or even if my chest shrinks or my waist thins. Lu Xiaomu sighed, well, that's some serious dedication. Alright then. Just remember to bundle up when you go fishing at night. He retrieved the spare spear gun but didn't hand it back to her. Are you fishing yourself tonight? Feeling Lu Xiaomu's disapproving gaze, Zhou felt awkward. She sheepishly packed up the broken spear gun, intending to take it back for repairs. Bingo! Lu Xiaomu snapped her fingers, her fighting spirit surging. Night combat and guerrilla tactics, that's where mercenaries truly shine. Tonight is when I'll reap my greatest rewards. Ugh, we're just going beachcombing, why bring up mercenaries? Zhou still didn't get it. She was exhausted today and hadn't chatted with the commenters yet, so she knew nothing about what had happened all day. Seeing the pure bewilderment in her eyes, Lu Xiaomu simply smiled, let's go. Meanwhile, viewers worldwide watching the livestream erupted in excitement. Watch out. Breaking news alert. The Tang-style thug gang is making a big move tonight, check the livestream. What livestream? Brother Xiaomu's just talking nonsense. For real news, you gotta follow our war correspondents worldwide. The moment Lu Xiaomu swam into the coral reef, a scene that blew every viewer's mind unfolded. Flocks of fishmen warriors streaked past Lu Xiaomu with astonishing fluidity and speed. They were all clad in full camouflage jellyfish suits, carrying underwater rifles, their bodies incredibly agile. Among them, a particularly graceful and stunningly curvaceous female swimmer approached Lu Xiaomu. Brother Xiaomu, our merfolk mercenary unit has assembled. Codename, Painted Skin, salutes you. Ahem. We're live streaming here. Lu Xiaomu's face darkened as he hurriedly cut her off. Hello, sister. I'm Lu Xiaomu, the model student. I'm definitely not that strange, violent thug named Xiaomu. Huapi froze, then quickly played along to cover his lie. Oh, right. My mistake. You go back to your sea fishing, this sister's got other things to do, hee hee. Viewers. You blew your cover, Brother Xiaomu. Chapter 30, The Skin-Changing Demon. The Witch. What blooper? I don't even know that pretty big sister. Lu Xiaomu reverted to his childlike form, wearing a completely innocent and naive expression. Ha! It's too late to play cute now, the netizens weren't fooled. They began pointing out his numerous inconsistencies. Your name is Xiaomu, and the notorious bully Xiaomu is also called Xiaomu. Plus, that famed skin-changing demon recognized you instantly, proving your appearances are identical. So you look like the thug Xiaomu, share his name, and possess his formidable, mysterious aura. You are the thug Xiaomu. You fish, and the Tangzhuang thug gang wipes out mold. Whenever trouble hits Africa, you rush to the Red Coast to hunt for treasure. Stop pretending, admit it. You're the mercenary king, the oddball among elementary schoolers, divine thug Lu Xiaomu. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes wildly. Netizens, don't slander my good name. Then how do you explain this? Zhou stepped in to voice the viewers' questions, smiling as she asked, why does she know you? And why was she deliberately flirting like an old flame? I'm a woman too, so I noticed it clearly. She was intentionally arching her back, curling her legs, and batting her eyelashes. It's highly suspicious. Knowing me? That's nothing special, Lu Xiaomu scoffed. Our show has over 130 million subscribers, ranking in the global top 10. As a mega influencer with hundreds of millions of fans, and given how incredibly handsome, cool, and distinctive I am, isn't it perfectly normal for female fans to recognize me? His retort instantly silenced all the online commenters. That makes sense. Could it be that Huapi is actually Brother Xiaomu's fan, just happened to be on assignment in Africa, ran into Brother Xiaomu gathering seafood here, and so she flexed her authority a little to meet him in person? The female demon is actually Little Moo in real life? Zhou pursed her lips. She didn't buy Lu Xiaomu's nonsense for a second, but since he was the savior of summer fun show, she had no choice but to play along and cover for him. Alright, enough chit-chat. Time to go catch some big fish in the sea. Lu Xiaomu swiftly slipped into his custom diving suit, effortlessly hoisted his spear gun, and plunged into the slightly chilly nighttime Red Sea. As soon as he switched on his headlamp, a spectacular sight unfolded. Countless colorful fish swirled around him. The diver's curiosity was momentarily overshadowed by the breathtaking beauty, leaving them in awe. Wow, breathtakingly beautiful. The nocturnal coral groves, the shattered waves, the leisurely schools of fish, truly an idyllic underwater pastoral scene. It's making me drool. How fragrant would they be if dried into little fish jerky? The salty Caribbean breeze blows in, agave blooms seductively. 1 drink makes you want to fall in love, 2 makes you want to gaze at the sea. Lu Xiaomu, rifle in hand, sneered at Zhou. Your beachcombing skills yesterday were downright embarrassing. Today I'll show you what a whale hunting master looks like. Where's the whale? Zhou applied what she'd learned, using Lu Xiaomu's own logic against him. You just told me there were no big sharks in the shallows, and now you're telling me you want to hunt whales? Put. What whale would come to the coral reefs to feed? They all hang out in the deep sea. Lu Xiaomu. The online spectators, however, grew excited. They had already picked up on clues from Huapi, leading the charge in Lu Xiaomu's unusual tone. Tonight, big news was definitely coming. The so-called wailing likely referred to those massive beasts from the ugly nation. Meanwhile, a displeased grumble reached Wapai's ears. We're on a life or death mission, Wapai. You went behind our backs to meet the boss and nearly exposed his identity. If those ugly nation molds lock onto him because of this, and a cruise missile rains down justice, wouldn't you be killing him? Painted Skin sneered, you underestimate our boss, which? He's a conqueror who strolls through battlefields of blood and fire. The king of mercenaries. If he's confident enough to stream live from the Red Sea, why would he risk a slip-up? No matter how formidable our boss is, he's still just a mortal being, the witch murmured with concern. And he's broadcasting live. What if American intelligence analysts pinpoint his location based on objects appearing in his footage, then deploy fighter jets to bomb him? How could a mere mortal withstand high explosive bombs? What are you laughing at? Which, you've been with the Taijuan thugs too briefly to grasp the boss's extraordinary nature. Wapi declared with certainty. From what I know, the boss is practically like a supernatural warrior from a novel or a superhero from a comic book. He can sense threats, no matter where they originate. Which, ? She thought her companion was telling a bad joke or rather, a ghost story. Plus, Brother Moo's power is advancing at a speed beyond our wildest imaginations. Wapi curled her lips. Who knows? Maybe he really can catch missiles with his head and tear apart motherships with his bare hands now. Which? Alright, cut the chatter. We've reached the mixed fleet position of the Moldy Eagle. Watch out for detection. Even with China's most advanced anti-radar, anti-sonar diving suits, there's still a chance the enemy will spot us. Wapi's voice suddenly turned cold as steel. This battle is crucial for the Taijuan thugs to make a global name for themselves. We cannot afford any mishaps. The surrounding frogmen units all gave a thumbs up, signaling readiness. The frogmen feigning an attack on the flagship create chaos immediately. Main force, join me in sinking the cruiser David. This will be our little lesson for the moldy ones. Let them know that daring to steal our Taijuan thugs' oil will come at a terrible cost. Though the forces deployed were elite Tang-style thugs, not every soldier possessed Lu Xiaomu's terrifying combat prowess. They remained human, not monstrous creatures like the bandit Xiaomu. Therefore, their objective was to sink a cruiser from the escort carrier task force, to show the moldy ones a thing or two. After all, it wasn't time to completely sever ties yet. The Taijuan thugs' goal was merely to make the mold back down when faced with difficulty, not to engage in a fight to the death with a major power. Amidst the coral reefs of the Red Sea. Whoa! Found a naked-chested eel. It's easily one of the top 10 delicacies in the Red Sea. Lu Xiaomu quickly made a discovery, pointing excitedly at a hidden cave. Come see, little moon. Really? Zhou peered out suspiciously, her delicate head emerging to spot a 2-meter-long, menacing fish swaying its head beside the coral reef. Its serrated teeth resembled those of a common hairtail, while its eyes glowed eerily under the spotlight. So scary. The livestream chat erupted with gasps of horror. Eels are never harmless. With that mouth full of teeth, once it bites down, it'll rip off chunks of flesh instantly, Lu Xiaomu explained calmly, her expression unwavering throughout. Chapter 31, The Eel's Demise, The Vessel's Plight. Just then, the naked-chested eel's eyes darted toward Lu Xiaomu, seeming to take interest. It probably sees me as prey because I'm smaller, Lu Xiaomu chuckled wryly. How amusing. I want to eat it, and it wants to eat me. What a strange twist of fate to meet like this in the depths of the ocean. Then you'd better act fast. Zhou Yu urged urgently. Gazing at the naked-chested eel's terrifying, grotesque visage, she felt her deep-sea phobia surge. If a single adult naked-chested eel was this terrifying, how awe-inspiring must those legendary sea monsters be? Calm down. Lu Xiaomu shook his head. Let's snap a few more shots of this beauty first. Later, when we've stewed it into porridge, we'll post the photos alongside the delicious meal. You are the host, after all. Think of our summer fun show. Well. Zhou Yu's muffled voice echoed from the depths. It's moving. Coming toward you. So hurry up. Lu Xiaomu rolled his eyes. Once I pull the trigger, it'll get a harpoon right through the brain. Then it'll lose all its spirit. Viewers seeing the photos will just think it looks delicious, not terrifying. Alright. Zhou Yu nervously snapped away with the underwater camera. She couldn't help muttering, I'm just doing a kid's variety show. Why am I wrestling naked-chested eels in the Red Sea? My company hasn't even bought me accident insurance yet. Little Moon is so adorable. The viewers in the livestream chat laughed heartily. After all, they weren't up close with the naked-chested eel, so they couldn't experience the sheer terror of facing this shark-toothed giant eel head-on. It's not dead. Friendly reminder, even though it's long, its mouth is small. At worst, it might bite off your arm and won't chew you like a potato chip like a whale shark would. So, Little Moon, I've booked you an amputation surgery. Wait, other female streamers and hosts all love eels and use them. Why's your first reaction to seeing an eel fear? The next moment. Lu Xiaomu struck with lightning speed, the spear whizzing through its skull. The ferocious, bare-chested eel froze instantly, twitching futilely before dying quickly. Punky. Gone in a flash. The viewers were slightly disappointed. They'd been hoping for an explosive showdown between Rogue Xiaomu versus Red Sea Eel. Fellow netizens, it let its guard down, knowing nothing of my combat prowess. And as the Red Coast's ruler, it wasn't even afraid of small sharks. Lu Xiaomu shook his head, meticulously dissecting its downfall. It's arrogant like mold, boasting it's the world's fiercest eel. Even though it was well within my spear's range, it thought I wouldn't dare strike. That's its first mistake. It underestimated Africa, thinking it was weak and filled with only minor factions. It believed no one could hunt it down. Worse, it harbored a colonialist mindset, convinced Africa was nothing but howling savages wielding stone axes. That was its second mistake. It was an old eel, its teeth worn, its bones brittle, long past its prime. Every inch of its body was vulnerable, making it easy for me to lock onto its target. Yet it still saw itself as an empire at its zenith, still wanting to run rampant across the Red Sea. This was its third downfall. Lu Xiaomu sneered with contempt. With these three fatal flaws, this ugly, naked-chested eel is already a skeleton in the tomb, destined only to be carved up at my whim. Zhou Yu stared blankly at him. So what if you caught an eel while fishing? Why are you suddenly spouting a whole basketful of grand theories like a chatterbox? What's all this nonsense? Lu Xiaomu chuckled helplessly. This child is beyond teaching. The online viewers, however, were filled with wild speculation. Is this hinting that Moldy's gear is outdated, his attitude arrogant, his defenses lax, so defeat is inevitable? So that means the frogmen unit led by Huapi earlier was actually attacking Moldy? Major events are brewing in the Middle East. Contact all media outlets immediately, make them work overtime. No sleep tonight. At the same moment, aboard the cruiser David, a bearded white captain watched the livestream with rapt attention. Yes, he had long set his sights on the summer fun show. No one was a fool. After Lu Xiaomu's fame skyrocketed and captured global attention, the mold known for its extensive intelligence network couldn't help but monitor him. Moreover, they immediately confirmed, this kid was none other than the infamous monster dwarf of the dark web, the little tyrant, Xiaomu. They refused to believe Lu Xiaomu was merely 10 years old, convinced that was a false identity fabricated by the Tangzhuan thug group. His cute and adorable act during livestreams was merely the true nature of the evil bully Xiaomu, a master of deception. Like Satan performing holiness. Disguising loyalty like Judas. That dwarf. This monster. This tyrant. The captain gave a chilling laugh, turning his head to ask the intelligence specialist beside him, have our analysts pinpointed his exact location from the live feed? Especially the location of his tent. Where are my missiles? Fire one at that thug Xiaomu the moment they're ready. The intelligence specialist stammered. You useless, stupid experts. Oh, I'd love to kiss your ass with the back of my foot. The captain was furious. Sorry, but that thug Xiaomu is too cunning, the expert explained gloomily. Even if we pinpoint his location from the live stream footage, it's useless because he's set up a broadcast delay. Meaning everything we see on the stream is 10 minutes old. Captain. The next second, the cruiser's alarms blared, enemy attack. Enemy attack. A frogman carrying explosives has infiltrated our interior. A melodious, seductive voice echoed throughout the ship. The Middle East base commander of the Tang-style thugs, which, reporting for duty. Since your ugly country dares covet our Dragon Phoenix Oasis oil fields, prepare to sacrifice an entire carrier strike group. Then came another voice, soft and melodious like the Wu dialect. I am, the Painted Skin. The Tang-style thugs group claims responsibility for this hunt ship operation. This is retaliation for your unprovoked attack on the Oasis's defensive walls. We have maintained restraint and reason. Yet when you attempted to breach the defensive wall, you killed one of our local janitors and off-duty worker. Therefore, we deliver equal retribution, one life for one ship. Boom! The ammunition depot of the cruiser David erupted in a deafening explosion. This aging warship, long neglected and poorly maintained, had decks crawling with mold, mostly fresh recruits lacking combat experience who instantly descended into chaos. The captain roared in fury, so what if an outsourced janitor died? You dare attack our cruiser? You call this equal retaliation? Huapi sneered contemptuously, a janitor is still a human being. He had a family. You murdered a father for your own selfish desires without cause. Why should it be life for life? When you recklessly ignite war, you should realize others will retaliate without limit. Destroying just one decrepit cruiser is already proof of our boss's extraordinary mercy. Chapter 32, The Hunted Ship Returns. Claiming a bowl of seafood kanji. Due to the time difference, night fell over the Red Sea while daytime persisted in Dragon Nation. Most Dragon Nation netizens, still at work, dared only to steal glances at the livestream. But a bombshell of a news story soon swept through like a storm, shattering everyone's peaceful routine. Xiaomu's prophecy fulfilled, the moldy ones returned in defeat. The Tang-style thugs deployed two elite commanders, the Painted Skin and the Witch, leading frogmen to raid the mothership fleet at night. Epic. Confirmed, cruiser David sunk to the Red Sea floor, just 3 kilometers from where Lu Xiaomu captured the topless eel. Netizens were stunned. Many unaware of the backstory couldn't help but ask. Who is this brother Xiaomu you keep mentioning? Eels? Cruisers? What's going on? How can he decide the fate of a warship? Give us the details. What's the livestream room number? Which platform? We'll join the fun and support the show. But soon, another bombshell exploded across all platforms. The painted skin and the witch have appeared. Head to the Summer Fun Show livestream to see them in person. Holy crap, real or fake? Gotta go check it out. Let's go, Dutch homies, Dutch folks, Dutch buddies, Dutch people worldwide, let's all go check out the beauties. Pop. Pop. Dry wood and charcoal crackled and popped in the bonfire on the red coast. Hanging on a stainless steel grill, several clawed lobsters sizzled and crackled, their heads oozing shrimp oil. Lu Xiaomu patiently cleared a clean patch of reef rock, using his combat knife to prepare the bare-chested eel. Zhou Yu's mouth formed a wide O. She stared dumbstruck at the two uninvited guests. After a long moment, she managed to squeeze out 4 words in disbelief: painted skin? Witch. Hello there, little beauty from the east. Looks like you've been training in combat and fitness for years. Fancy joining the Tangzhuang brawlers and tasting real blood on the blade? Huapi greeted her warmly, though her true face remained hidden behind a black, open-work eye mask. Yet even from her delicate, pale features and every smile and frown, one could tell she was a peerless beauty. The witch remained clad in her sharkskin leather outfit, accentuating her fiery figure to perfection. She remained silent, only watching Lu Xiaomu quietly as he processed the eel. Beneath the pure white mask, a pair of complex, sapphire blue eyes stared back. Zhou Yu glanced at Lu Xiaomu, then at the two internationally renowned, US-certified top-tier assassins. She stammered, "You just sank the cruiser? You should be fleeing thousands of miles away by now. How dare you show your faces here? Aren't you afraid of the furious mold coming after you?" Put. Huapi chuckled lightly. Do you really think they have time for that? Over 600 sailors were on that cruiser. They're caught in the massive whirlpool created by the sinking warship, their fates unknown. Everyone in the mothership's fleet is busy rescuing their comrades. The witch added, the ugly nation's death benefits are incredibly high. Those generals aren't eager to hand out precious national funds to the families of the fallen. They're ordering the mold to focus all efforts on search and rescue, saving every penny they can. That's still dangerous, Zhou Yu murmured, her lips pressed together. No, not dangerous at all. Huapi extended a snow-white finger toward the dome above. Our Tangzhuang Rioters Group's private satellite is emitting high-power signal jamming, covering every inch within 10 miles of us. The mold can't lock onto us at all. So, it's perfectly safe here. Lu Xiaomu glared at them and scolded, activating satellite jamming drains all its stored energy and even shortens its lifespan. It's incredibly wasteful. What are you trying to accomplish by risking a strategic satellite worth $170 million? Huapi cradled her face, lazily reclining beside the reef, her stunning curves a sight to behold. Hee, the hunter ship's back, and my tummy's rumbling. Remember how you were gathering seafood earlier? Fancy treating me to a bowl of seafood kanji? She wore the look of a mischievous temptress, her features as delicate as a classical beauty in a painting, yet her every gesture radiated untamed wildness. Many men in the livestream were utterly charmed, ready to die at her feet. Fine, big sis. I'm not a fan of moldy stuff either. Consider this a reward for you lot. Lu Xiaomu cursed inwardly. These two dead women. They knew his identity as Thug Xiaomu was about to be exposed, yet they still came to provide more evidence. But they were indeed heroes. The ship hunt operation was a resounding success. As the boss, he couldn't just flip out and kick them out immediately. He could only put on a sour face and pull out the culinary saint skill he'd learned from the system at age 4, a skill that had cost him a whopping 500 million credits to cook for them. The boss's cooking is amazing, makes my mouth water, Huapi told the witch. You've been with Tangzhuang Brawler too short a time, haven't tried his eel rice yet? You're in for a treat later. Viewers, ? What happened to you being the model student Lu Xiaomu? Huapi confirmed it, the witch tacitly agreed. You're just rioter Xiaomu. They'd found more evidence. Cough. Lu Xiaomu suddenly coughed loudly. Huapi grinned mischievously. Young master, got acute cough trouble? My medical kit has some cough syrup, want some? The witch was the more reasonable one, stepping in to explain, we never called you rioter Xiaomu. While you do share the name Xiaomu, that moniker must be incredibly common in your dragon country. It's like Hans in Britain, Smith in the ugly state, Yamamoto in the sea state, or Devi in the third state. Lu Xiaomu, right. People named Xiaomu, Xiaoji, Xiaoya, Xiaoyu, they're as common as weeds. Nothing strange about it at all. Let me reiterate, I am Lu Xiaomu, a model student striving for national advancement through education. I have absolutely nothing to do with that violent thug Xiaomu who spends his days fighting and killing. Don't even try to associate me with him. The painted skin and the witch giggled uncontrollably, chiming in. That's right, little one. You look so calm and gentle, nothing like our hot-tempered dwarf Xiaomu. Not even remotely the same type. Wishing you academic success. After your older sisters enjoy your seafood kanji, we won't take advantage. Once back at base, we'll personally select 10 middle school entrance exam compendiums to help you get into a top junior high. Lu Xiaomu, well, thanks a bunch then. You're mocking the boss, aren't you? Your year-end bonuses are gone. Your paid leave is gone. Keep talking nonsense, and you'll be fired tomorrow for setting foot in Longhuang Manor with your right foot first. Zhou Yuezha suddenly realized these two female tyrants weren't nearly as fierce as the news made them out to be. She stepped forward to assist Lu Xiaomu. Then we should cook more. That naked chest eel is huge anyway. Even with 2 extra diners, we'll never finish it all. Saying this, Zhou Yu pulled 2 packets of butter hotpot base from her suitcase and had Lu Xiaomu add them for seasoning. Chapter 33. The experts' analyses were remarkably consistent. The night was eerily dim. A single campfire flickered on the vast red coastline. The eerie roar of the raging waves echoed clearly in everyone's ears. At this very moment, the live stream had reached a staggering 73 million viewers, all gathered to pay homage to the painted skin and the witch. Lady Painted Skin, step on me. Wow, witch, you're so gorgeous. What are your criteria for choosing a mate? How exactly did you hunt down the cruiser? Can you share the details? Facing the enthusiastic comments from the viewers, Wapi grinned and said, Hey, Lu Xiaomu, I'm red hot right now, a global top-tier internet celebrity. How about I guest star on your variety show? I'll help drive traffic and boost your popularity. What do you say? The audience erupted instantly. Zhou Yu was so thrilled she couldn't speak. Interviewing a legendary mercenary who just sank a US cruiser, especially one as stunning and badass as her, would generate unimaginable traffic. Oh, I authorize Little Moon to conduct the exclusive interview. Lu Xiaomu was busy as a bee, rubbing black pepper powder onto eel slices while squeezing a lemon to remove any fishy taste. Alright, bring it on, pretty girl. Wapi leaned lazily against a Swiss Army knife, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall. She deliberately undid 2 buttons, facing Lu Xiaomu's direction. Instantly, a striking glimpse of deep, snow-white skin sent the live chat messages soaring. Miss Wapi, may I ask? Zhou Yu asked excitedly, just how big is your Tangzhuang Brawlers group that you dare challenge the mold? From what I know, in the Middle East and Africa, the mold has always been unreasonable. Wherever there's oil, they'll brazenly plunder it. You're one of the few who resist. Your question is quite sharp. Painted Face interlaced her fingers, paused briefly, then answered, We are certainly not some obscure, insignificant force. Taking on the mold isn't some impulsive move by our boss, Mr. Mu the Rioter. Wapi's expression turned stern. In fact, ever since our boss unified the international mercenary world 3 years ago, we've commanded over 10,000 elite veterans. These battle-hardened warriors possess the strength to overthrow any chiefdom in Africa. Military might is merely a minor aspect of our Tangzhuang rioters group, she declared solemnly. If we relied solely on the flesh and blood of our veterans, we'd never dare challenge the steel fleet of the ugly nation. Oh? Then what is the Tangzhuang gang's true foundation? Zhou Yu held her breath. It's money, it's loyalty, it's technology. Wapi smiled faintly. 10,000 veterans are nothing special. Truthfully, many African tribes could easily muster that many. But we're equipped with full sets of anti-radar, anti-sonar combat suits for frogmen. Each man carries a set of smart grenades, an infrared-sighted fully automatic rifle, night vision helmets, and full satellite imagery support. It's no exaggeration to say we Tangzhuang thugs are the elite vanguard of Blue Star Asia, she declared proudly. The audience stared in disbelief. Wait, why aren't you the strongest elite force? Of course not. They're Tangzhuang Brawlers, our own people. They wouldn't snatch the title of China's strongest elite force, so they're Asia's elite. What a wealthy mercenary group. 99% of regular armies worldwide don't have gear like this, right? The witch smiled faintly. Indeed. Our boss, Mu the Rioter, truly understands investment. He's a financial titan who can secure massive funds with ease. Our Tangzhuang rioters have investments in countless vital industries worldwide. Our financial clout rivals many developed small nations. Huapi dropped another bombshell. The ugly nation's moldy fools thought they were merely eliminating a mercenary group. They fought with extreme arrogance. They deserved losing that cruiser. At that moment, a flood of comments filled the screen, urging everyone to watch a short video released by a former ugly nation admiral. Insights on the African regional conflict. Our forces are doomed to defeat. Oh? Let's all watch it together, viewers. Zhou Yu clicked with interest and saw an old general in worn military fatigues, his chest laden with medals, sternly berating his own navy. Stupid. 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 These damn greenhorns think it's 50 years ago, when we just defeated the evil Axis powers of Germany and Japan? The Tangzhuang thugs aren't just a bunch of useless drunks, they're a covert force backed by a major power, possessing core technologies and extremely advanced weaponry. They've trained under the world's most skilled guerrilla and urban warfare forces, and their ranks are filled with bloodthirsty international mercenaries. I can say with certainty, one misstep, and the Dragon Phoenix Oasis will become our next Vietnam quagmire, bleeding us dry indefinitely. Our navy must remain vigilant. The Tangzhuang militia possesses the capability to attack our frigates. Their sonar-evading coding technology is internationally renowned, enabling individual combatants to achieve levels of effectiveness beyond your imagination. One man sinking a warship? Don't laugh. The thug Xiaomu has done it before. Understand? That was 3 years ago, when he was just a lone commander. Now he commands an army of 10,000. Do you really think our fleet is safe? Netizens were stunned. Wait, this Admiral Spielberg, a 5-star general with a stellar combat record and immense fame in the US, is actually boosting enemy morale while undermining our own? This video was posted 48 hours ago. So this isn't kicking someone when they're down after the cruiser sank, it's a prophecy made long before. Holy crap, he got everything right. Is this the sharp insight of the older generation? Then, people were stunned again. Admiral Spielberg had released an edited video, and the background footage was clearly from the live broadcast of Summer Fun Show. It featured Lu Xiaomu's infamous 3 defeats of the bare-chested eel. Look, everyone. That troublemaker Xiaomu was absolutely right, Admiral Spielberg lamented. He wasn't talking about eels at all. Every single word was clearly about our aging fleet. Lu Xiaomu, exclamation point. Ha ha ha, busted again, model student Lu Xiaomu. Even the Admiral called you rioter Xiaomu, still playing dumb? At this point, might as well lay it all out. Tell the world, no more pretending. I am Iron Man. Air, no riotous little Lu. Lu Xiaomu cleared his throat solemnly. Stop spreading rumors. I, Lu Xiaomu, issue this special statement. General Spielberg, watch your words. Rat tail juice. Don't slander me as a thug without evidence. I'm a pure elementary school student, you know. He spread his hands wide. Watch out, I might just bite him with my fierce little teeth. Chapter 34, Team Building at My Place? The bonfire blazed fiercely. With guests arriving, Lu Xiaomu had to feed more dry branches into the fire to keep it going strong. After all, the Red Coast got chilly at night and you could catch a cold easily. But the fuel ran out quickly. After all, Zhou Yu was too frail to gather enough dry branches. It wasn't her fault. Compared to the witch with her world-class Brazilian jiu-jitsu and Huapi with her mastery of ancient martial arts like Wing Chun, she was like a tiny kitten, one born weak from the start. I'll go chop wood in the mangroves, Huapi said cheerfully, pulling out a multi-purpose combat axe. I'll just grab a barrel of diesel from base, the witch said nonchalantly. After all, their Tang-style thugs now had an oil well, a super field with reserves of 14.37 billion tons. Hee hee, we brought it with us. An ethereal, ghostly voice echoed as a figure darted out from behind the reef rocks. The newcomer was petite, clad in a street-style graffiti red shirt with symmetrical black and white dyed hair. Under her denim hot pants were dazzlingly pale, slender legs. Chewing bubblegum, she sauntered lazily to the campfire and shot an excited glance at Lu Xiaomu. Boss. Ahem. Oh, is this Lu Xiaomu? I'm your employee. No, I'm your fan. Wu Chang chuckled playfully, pulling out 2 candy pills to hand him. Here, your favorite date flavor. The viewers in the livestream chat burst into laughter. Ha, busted again, you little troublemaker Xiaomu. Who's this cutie? Do you Tang-style thugs hire employees? Is office romance banned within the group? Everyone knows you, little Mu the outlaw. How dare you claim you're not the hidden boss? Ahem, miss, we have never met. Lu Xiaomu emphasized each word flatly, reminding her, how did you know I have a sweet tooth? Just guessed. Wu Chang shrugged, hands on hips, defending herself with righteous indignation. What kid doesn't love candy? That's why during Halloween abroad, kids go around saying trick or treat. Lu Xiaomu gave a thumbs up to the camera and declared, you heard that, viewers? It makes perfect sense. Let me reiterate, I am Zhou Xiaomu, the model student who won the Kindergarten Red Flower Award 3 years running, not some thug in traditional Chinese attire. Another woman with dazzling golden hair, resembling a valkyrie from Western mythology, possessed an indescribably sacred aura. Holding 2 full cartons of AD calcium milk, she silently handed them to Lu Xiaomu. Hee hee, brother Xiaomu, that must be Angel, one of the 4 great warriors of the Tang-style thug gang, right? You're not thug Xiaomu, but Angel brings calcium milk as a gift? Ha ha. Your lies are getting harder to cover up. First the skin slipper in which came begging for kanji, then the Grim Reaper and Angel paid a visit. The Taizhuang thugs elite forces are holding team building at your little tent and you still claim you're not a big shot? Lu Xiaomu. Stunned into silence for a moment. A brilliant idea struck him, providing the perfect excuse, I get it. It must be because my name coincides with that troublemaker Xiaomu. They mistakenly thought the boss was inspecting the front lines, so they all came to test the waters. Ah, garlic bird, workers don't care. I won't trouble them with their presumptuous intrusion. With that, Lu Xiaomu hoisted his spear gun and headed back toward the Red Sea. What are you doing? Zhou Yu, already stunned by the 4 beauties radiating blood and fire, panicked at the sight of Lu Xiaomu trying to slip away. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. 4 unexpected guests just showed up, 4 hungry mouths. Will that one naked-chested eel be enough to feed us? I'll have to dive down and catch some more seafood, won't I? Oh, right. Zhou Yu nodded weakly. You won't be idle either, Lu Xiaomu waved her arm, issuing orders. Our summer fun show operates under strict military discipline, no slackers allowed. Though you're not skilled with the spear gun, the Red Sea's resources are astonishing. Head to the beach and gather some spider conch shells. Joe, you looked blank. What do spider conch look like? Search online for tumored flat-top spider conch. Grab them based on the pictures, they're easy to spot. Lu Xiaomu waved goodbye, leaving only one piece of intel behind. I remember there being plenty on the beach southeast of here. Got it. Lu Xiaomu departed with the show's underwater camera, diving headfirst into the sea. Man, women are such a hassle. I'm only 10 years old, why do I have to feed 5 women all by myself? He frowned and complained in the livestream chat. Viewers, you're absolutely right, bro. I'm 40 now, soaking goji berries in my thermos daily, only eating kidney skewers when I grill, only recognizing big oysters as seafood, and only eating chives as my veggie. But even when I sweat buckets and give it my all, I can't even feed one woman properly. Holy crap, how did our kids show suddenly hit warp speed? The wheels just rolled right over my face. Little Moo's only 10, yet he's got 5 stunningly gorgeous girls to satisfy. Meanwhile, I'm 30 with just 3 sows in my mud brick pigsty waiting to be fed. Wah? How did the gap get this huge? Oh, look, a big catch, everyone. Just as the viewers were chatting excitedly, Lu Xiaomu's expression suddenly changed, his eyes lighting up. Check it out, there's the legendary Ferrari of the sea up ahead. What a huge fish. The audience caught sight of the shadow gliding in the distance, gasped in awe, and quickly warned Lu Xiaomu to be cautious. Seriously, don't mess with it. That monster's as big as the reef itself, and those serrated teeth look like a shark's. Just looking at it gives me the creeps. What a terrifying monster fish, must be delicious. I bet it sees you as just another human cub to devour. Hunters often appear as prey themselves. Who's hunting whom here? Xiaomu, take my advice, you can't handle this monster fish. Better head to the beach with Zhouyu to gather some spider crabs, then make a graceful exit. Isn't staying alive more appealing? Lu Xiaomu's lips curved upward slightly. Sorry, everyone. This bluefin trevally is the fish of my dreams. Besides, there's a bunch of big eaters waiting on the shore for me to bring back a full haul. With that, Lu Xiaomu gulped, her eyes sparkling. Damn, you're just greedy. You want to eat it, don't you? Look. That bluefin tuna is charging right at us. Brother Xiaomu has his sights set on the big fish, and the big fish has its sights set on the human cub. They're both fighting for their lives. A fierce battle in the sea was about to begin. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Lu Xiaomu flipped his hand and pulled the trigger of his spear gun. Whoosh! The rubber band-propelled harpoon struck the bluefin trevally squarely between the eyes, piercing clean through its skull. Job done. Lu Xiaomu smirked, confidently addressing the live chat. I put that much effort into it, how could it still be alive? But the next moment, the braggart faced brutal retribution. The 2-meter-long bluefin trevally, far from stiff and death, crashed violently in the ocean's depths with its last ounce of strength, dragging Lu Xiaomu straight into the abyss. Chapter 35, Brother Xiaomu, quickly hit it with your normal punch. Damn it. Lu Xiaomu couldn't hold back the curse as the bluefin trevally dragged him through the ocean at breakneck speed, nearly crashing into coral reefs several times. But he clung desperately to the tail rope of the harpoon, refusing to let go. If he slackened his grip, the bluefin trevally's frantic thrashing could easily carry him away in the ocean currents, never to be found again. Danger. Don't risk your life for a bite to eat. Viewers' hearts were in their throats, all worried for his safety. Though Lu Xiaomu was being spun around like a top by the bluefin tuna, he remained utterly confident. Don't worry, everyone. A mere fish dares threaten this emperor? It's just its death throes. Bear with it a bit longer, and the frenzy will pass. Learn well someday when you come to Red Coast for tide pooling, you too can battle bluefin tuna. You're the one who capsized, and you still have the nerve to lecture us? Facing the viewer's skepticism, Lu Xiaomu responded calmly, slipped up? Unthinkable. My spear technique is flawless, one thrust through the brain. My evasion is unmatched, twisting and turning through the coral, not a single leaf touching me. Pfft, you must have missed. Otherwise, why would a fish with a headshot still be wriggling? The viewers retorted confidently. Lu Xiaomu chuckled helplessly. That's just your lack of knowledge, friends. Even I, a mere elementary student, know fish have primitive nervous systems spread throughout their bodies. So even with a headshot, plenty of nerves remain active. Anyone who cooks regularly knows that even after chopping off a fish's head, it often keeps wriggling in the pot. That makes sense. Biology knowledge leaves me completely baffled, but when it comes to cooking, this sister gets it instantly. My bad for doubting you, but why are you so knowledgeable, Xiaomu? You're starting to remind me more and more of that troublemaker Xiaomu. The online audience sighed in unison, while simultaneously uncovering fresh evidence. But the bluefin trevally kept thrashing, dragging Lu Xiaomu wildly through the coral reef. Seriously, even a centipede dies but doesn't go down easily, but this fish is just too tough. Lu Xiaomu frowned. He wasn't worried about his own safety, but the underwater camera was bound to get knocked around and could easily be damaged. This won't do. We need to activate Plan B and end the bluefin trevally's life immediately. He took a deep breath and declared solemnly, what I'm about to do might be a bit gory. Parents with children, please cover their eyes. Ha! As the audience looked on in confusion, Lu Xiaomu suddenly halted his movements and muttered to himself. I'm about to use ordinary punch. Goodbye, bluefin tuna. With that, his tiny right arm shot forward, thrusting a perfectly ordinary little fist straight ahead. Ha! The online viewers watched in stunned horror as the surrounding water seemed to be swept up by a mysterious force, forming a terrifying water column like a whale spout that slammed into the bluefin trevally. Its beautiful blue scales, as if struck by an invisible blade, peeled off in shreds, instantly becoming mangled and broken. Boom! A nearby coral reef collapsed, sending the small fish hiding within scattering in panic. Job done, time to wrap it up. Lu Xiaomu leisurely dragged the large fish upward as he began surfacing. Looks like we'll be eating well tonight, folks. Not bad for your brother Xiaomu's beachcombing skills, huh? Give those lucky paws a tap and follow this livestream, meow. Holy cow! Hold your horses with the cuteness. What skill is that ordinary punch? Are you an ancient martial artist? A cultivator? A psychic? No way. Everyone saw it that coral reef got hit by the residual shockwave and collapsed. The bluefin trevally scales were nearly stripped off by the fist's wind pressure. Lu Xiaomu knew full well the devastating power of his ordinary punch. It was a finishing move he'd acquired by paying a whopping 2 billion credits from the payment system, mastering it through both the book Traditional Changquan and One Punch Man. Among his 17 skills, it ranked among his top 3 ultimate techniques. But how could he possibly explain this away? Lu Xiaomu fell deep in thought. Ah, got it. Lu Xiaomu launched into a deadpan fabrication. Actually, just now there was a minor undersea earthquake that collapsed a piece of coral reef. The ocean currents erupting from the seabed were like a high-pressure water jet, spraying against the bluefin trevally's remains and causing its scales to fall off. Or maybe the bluefin tuna had an irregular lifestyle, like how programmers go bald. Anyway, you don't seriously think I could blast off all its scales with one punch, right? Ha ha ha, that's impossible. Viewers, our summer fun show is a kids' variety program, not some fantasy show like Journey into Immortality. Viewers? But, you clearly made that punching motion, and then the bluefin trevally exploded, and the coral reef shattered. They hesitated, unsure what to believe. After all, Lu Xiaomu's actions had just shattered their worldview, making them wonder if spiritual energy had truly awakened, bringing powerful beings back to the mortal realm. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. Uncles and aunts, I'm just a kid. I often shout open sesame at the elevator doors before they open, but that's not me using superpowers, it's just pressing the button. Oh. That's a concise explanation. Makes perfect sense. Everyone was convinced. But when they watched Lu Xiaomu stroll leisurely toward the campfire beside the tent, dragging a 2-meter-long giant bluefin trevally with one hand. Something's off here. A fish this big and meaty must weigh at least 100 pounds. How could a 10-year-old kid drag it with one hand? And look at how effortlessly he's strolling. I still think, could Brother Xiaomu be some kind of superhero? What's your connection to Spider-Man and Iron Man? Just listen to his excuses. Lu Xiaomu was already drenched in sweat. He swore to heaven and earth that he'd merely grabbed the prize out of habit and headed back. He hadn't given it a second thought. Besides, the little fish was pretty light. He was already trying his hardest to look like he was struggling. Under normal circumstances, he would have already hoisted the bluefin trevally onto his shoulder and sprinted back to the tent in no time. There was no way he'd still be pretending to be dragging it along, panting for breath. He never imagined this would still raise suspicions among his online friends. Ahem, fish are all built to look flashy, but underneath that skin, there's barely any meat. Their bones are super light too, they're hollow inside. Lu Xiaomu started with biology. Viewers who eat fish regularly should know this, right? Hollow bones are true, and fish meat isn't as dense as beef or lamb. But you didn't just pull it effortlessly without slowing down at all, did you? The viewers questioned again. That's the lever principle in physics. Lu Xiaomu drew upon the foresight gained from 9 years of compulsory education, his expression serious. I used the ground as leverage to drag it forward, which required minimal effort. That's why it felt so effortless. Chapter 36, are you guys all on the same page? Oh, I see. Yeah, right. Do you think we don't understand physics? The netizens rolled their eyes in unison. It's impossible to be that effortless. Dragging might save a bit of force, but the bluefin trevally has friction on the sand. There's no friction. Lu Xiaomu's mind raced, finally sealing the lie. It's mucus. After the spear gun blew it up, the bluefin trevally started secreting this sticky blood. So when I dragged it, it was like ice skating, almost zero resistance. That's the magic of lubricant. Viewers? Fine, you pass. We'll let you off since you argued so hard. Though they still found it odd, after Lu Xiaomu's repeated tall tales, they were half convinced and half skeptical, too lazy to listen to his nonsense anymore. After all, little brother was only 10 years old. Look at those clear eyes and innocent expression, could he possibly be lying? Trust the kid. Yeah, kids these days get better nutrition. 1 year now is like 3 back then. So little Mu being able to punch tigers on South Mountain and kick sea dragons in North Sea at 10? Makes perfect sense. Yeah, probably because Little Moo ate tons of hormone-fed pork as a kid, so he developed early. That tiny body packs huge power just like Astro Boy. He must have watched the Little Gord Brothers cartoons constantly since he was little. Whatever you watch, you become, so he ended up looking just like little Golden Gord. Lu Xiaomu, what? You're all playing opposite roles, right? Fine, as long as I don't expose myself, all suspicions will remain just that, suspicions. Wow, that's one huge fish you caught. Joyu stared in amazement at the bluefin trevally, gulping hard, her face wide-eyed. I told you to go fishing, and you went hunting for whale sharks? You're out of touch. This is bluefin trevally, a common local edible fish. Lu Xiaomu shrugged, shedding his wetsuit as he pulled out a bottle of AD calcium milk with a satisfied sigh. Returning from a fishing expedition, chugging a bottle of AD calcium milk, what a heavenly life. If only those oil-stealing scoundrels didn't exist, and everyone could peacefully tend to their little lives, what a serene existence that would be. You've reached enlightenment, brother Xiaomu. The online friends were moved to tears. That's precisely why we must build a mighty dragon nation to guard against the imperialist powers reaching their sinister hands onto our territory once more. Sigh, the prosperous lives of those Western gentlemen are built on exploiting us developing nations. Do you think they'd ever let go? Enough of this nonsense, let's not risk getting the stream banned. Seeing the heated debate veering toward political commentary, Joyu swiftly stepped in with her hosting skills to quell the tense atmosphere. Lu Xiaomu skillfully prepared the bluefin trevally, removing its innards and gills while cutting it into several sections and extracting some raw fish meat. First, I'll make a simple bluefin trevally sashimi. Dip it in wasabi and vinegar. He gestured to the subordinates of the Tang-style thug. Yay, I'm starving. Huapi eagerly accepted a plate of translucent, premium-grade fish slices and began savoring them with obvious delight. Mr. Lu Xiaomu, your cooking skills are just as good as our boss's. Our great glutton empire is a land of culinary delights. Our culinary skills are second to none. Lu Xiaomu, unfazed by the constant attention, shot her a fierce glare. This girl was teetering on the edge of exposing his identity. She needs a lesson. Just wait until I grow up. We found tons of spider conch too. How should we cook them, brother Xiaomu? Joyu proudly lifted a large bucket, revealing over 20 strange spider-shaped sea snails inside. Slice them all, then skewer them with the metal skewers from the suitcase. Roast them over the campfire, Lu Xiaomu instructed. Remember to sprinkle pepper, salt and cumin. Though they're naturally salty and savory, I personally think seasoning them cuts the fishiness and makes them more fragrant. Got it. The five of them listened to Lu Xiaomu's instructions and got busy together, none of them sensing anything amiss. Viewers remarked, nowadays, seeing a 10-year-old kid giving orders and everyone obediently following feels completely normal. Have I been brainwashed by him? It's perfectly normal. Ever since my little princess started babbling, she's been the boss at home, her word is law. Both her dad and I are completely smitten with her, hee. Kong Rong shared pairs at 3, Gon Lu became chancellor at 12, Little Moo is just another child prodigy. What's the big deal? Exactly. On that planet Namek, Goku could gather the Dragon Balls and blast planets with spirit bombs by age 7. In the Great Wilderness, Sure Hao crushed all enemies and was crowned the Wilderness King at 14. Compared to them, Lu Xiaomu was just weak as hell, right? Amidst the chatter, a pot of fragrant seafood congee, simmered with lobster meat, spider conch, bluefin tuna sashimi, and dragon country rice, was freshly served. All the grilled spider conch skewers were smoked to a perfect, savory char. Let's dig in. Lu Xiaomu cheerfully brandished his knife and fork. The four beauties of the Tangzhuang gangsters joined the feast, their eyes sparkling with smiles. Their eyes held a hint of nostalgia. Ever since Lu Xiaomu left Africa, departed the Middle East, and returned to Longwa, the Tangzhuang brawlers' top brass hadn't gathered like this in ages. Viewers watched the fish flesh simmered until white and tender, the golden yellowfin tuna roe glistening, gulping back saliva. Overwhelmed by cravings, they could only frantically order takeout, sending business to the vendors. Thus, the summer fun show transformed into a food broadcast. The sight of 5 stunning beauties vying for attention while eating was a feast for the eyes, especially since one of them was a heroine in the fight against mold. She had already made it onto the global most wanted list of the ugly nation, labeled as an unwelcome villain. After they were full. The angel, however, calmly took the initiative to ask, Mr. Lu Xiaomu, although you are not our boss, we have been unable to contact the rebel Xiaomu. Since your name is similar to his, may we seek your wise counsel, what should our Tangzhuang rebel group do next? The witch, painted skin, and impermanence all held their breath, shedding their languid demeanor as their eyes burned with intense focus, fixed upon him. Holy crap, tonight's main event is finally here. The viewers instantly widened their eyes. Most of them were feigning ignorance while knowing exactly what was happening. Truth be told, a significant portion of the chat knew exactly who was on screen. It was definitely the rioter Xiaomu. But they also knew this truth couldn't be spoken aloud. Piercing the veil of pretense was the ultimate reason this livestream room still existed. So, earlier, many had willingly helped Lu Xiaomu cover up his lies. But now, This was the real rioter Xiaomu, personally instructing the Tangzhuang rioters, a group challenging the global hegemony of mold and freely discussing their operational strategy. Me? Lu Xiaomu scratched his nose and gritted his teeth. Fine. Since you're asking so earnestly, I'll graciously share a few off-the-cuff thoughts. Chapter 37, Counterattack Strategy. Is Brother Xiaomu a military strategist? He took a sip of AD calcium milk. Lu Xiaomu casually cradled the back of his head, declaring with certainty, your Tangzhuang rioters group, victory is assured. In fact, we're already winning big right now. Ha? Really? The online fans were baffled. Hadn't the showdown with the ugly country just begun? Are you playing the victory card too? Declaring the Tang-style thugs group has already won big before the final showdown, many trolls sneered. Lu Xiaomu ignored the dissenters and calmly explained, it's not hard to see. The mold came to steal oil purely for profit. But let's be clear, the oil reserves in the Dragon Phoenix Oasis amount to just 14.37 billion tons. If losses outweigh gains, it'll snap those profit-blinded US lawmakers back to their senses. Lu Xiaomu continued eloquently, in plain terms, they only want profits, not to risk their lives. As the line from Let the Bullets Fly puts it, if you risk your life, how can you make money? Stand up, apply for heritage status. Damn it, Let the Bullets Fly is still chasing me. That makes sense. Brother Xiaomu cut right to the heart of it. Could he really be a genius? He sees things more clearly than many current affairs experts and pundits. Angel's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her golden eyes deep in thought. So you mean that if we send just a small force to wipe out the mold and really hurt them, they won't be able to afford the compensation payments and will give up threatening the Dragon Phoenix Oasis? Indeed, you've already dealt them a painful blow. Lu Xiaomu chuckled softly. The sinking of the David cruiser and the drowning of hundreds of ugly nation soldiers will unleash a media firestorm back home, causing many lawmakers' approval ratings to plummet. In an electoral system, votes mean power. And scandals are far deadlier than achievements. Lu Xiaomu sneered disdainfully. We have an old saying, good deeds stay within the family, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. In communication studies, scandals always grab more attention than good deeds. So if ugly nation soldiers keep getting killed by Tang-clad thugs, and this keeps escalating, the oil theft will turn into a massive scandal, ending the political careers of every involved lawmaker. Lu Xiaomu said calmly, I believe no fool makes it to Congress. They'll quickly sense the danger and halt the operation. The witch frowned. What if they refuse to give up their criminal ambitions? What if they're willing to sacrifice some of their own kind to gain greater profits? A trifling matter. Lu Xiaomu sneered. We just need to make sure those high and mighty council lords understand one thing. Question mark. Your Tang-clad thugs will destroy everything before failing at the oasis, igniting all the oil wells, leaving them with nothing but empty baskets. He clenched his fist resolutely. Let the ugly Americans know, lose, and they gain nothing, win, and they still gain nothing. They'll slink away sheepishly. We've already made the necessary preparations. Thank you for your enlightenment, Xiaomu. Huapi and Wuchang rose, shook his hand, and departed one after another. Soon, the four Tang-style thugs vanished without a trace. The makeshift camp fell silent once more. Only Zhouyu remained, mindlessly chewing on bluefin trevally meat. So awesome. Absolutely awesome. The locals must live such flavorful lives. When I retire someday, I'm moving here to live out my days. Netizens are equally envious. I want to come too. Fishing big catches daily in coral reefs, getting high-quality fish protein every day, it's practically a life better than a god's. A fisherman's paradise. But, why is such a place with abundant fisheries so deserted? There's not even basic trash nearby. Yeah, it's baffling. Lu Xiaomu shook his head. Guys, your comments sound like you're asking why they don't just eat meat porridge. If it were really that easy to get rich, catching all kinds of big fish with no effort, wouldn't the locals have already prospered and built fishing villages along the coast? Ha? Why not? You make catching eels and hunting lobsters look so effortless. The viewers grew even more puzzled. Zhouyu interjected, it's not effortless. Xiao Yuyu has faced naked-chested eels firsthand, so she understands what I mean, Lu Xiaomu said seriously. I can take down naked-chested eels without injury and never miss with my spear gun, which is why you think it looks effortless. But my spear gun can ignore most ocean currents and wave interference, and I've trained extensively to achieve that level of precision. But have you ever considered what happens if I miss? He held up the severed head of the naked-chested eel for the camera. Its ferocious, razor-sharp teeth gleamed with a sinister sheen. Ha, local fishermen wouldn't dare provoke a full-grown naked-chest eel, Lu Xiaomu shook his head. The culinary reward is small, but if it bites back, it'll tear off chunks of flesh. And in shark-infested waters, once you start bleeding, well. Damn, hearing Brother Xiaomu explain it like that suddenly gives me the chills. Doesn't the diving suit protect you? Then why don't the local fishermen just practice perfect marksmanship? Lu Xiaomu chuckled again. Why not just eat meat porridge? Why not just eat meat porridge? First off, a wetsuit that can withstand a naked-chested eel's bite costs $40,000 US, nearly 300,000 yuan. He rolled his eyes, citing a strikingly persuasive price tag. Would you buy that level of gear just to catch a fish? Plus, wetsuits have a short lifespan, they barely last a few years. So ordinary fishermen could never dive and fish as easily as we do. A decent spear gun that can withstand underwater interference costs $3,000 too. Lu Xiaomu spread his hands helplessly. During the day, Xiao Yeye accidentally mishandled hers and it was immediately ruined. What? I couldn't afford that with a month's salary. What? Can it be repaired? Zhou Yu's eyes instantly welled up with tears, looking utterly aggrieved. Don't worry, it's work-related damage. It'll be reimbursed. Lu Xiaomu chuckled softly. Thank goodness, brother Xiaomu. My salary's safe. Zhou Yu exhaled deeply, then spoke for the audience again. But why can't local fishermen use cheap nets like our country's fishermen do? Well, try fishing in the Coral Sea. It'll take less than 10 seconds for your nets to get completely shredded on the reefs. Lu Xiaomu rolled his eyes. That's why lobsters, bluefin tuna, and other seafood in the market are always so expensive. Any fishing enthusiasts thinking of retiring here should reconsider. After their casual chat, Lu Xiaomu and Zhou Yu returned to their respective tents to rest. But after they fell asleep, a global online storm was just beginning to brew. Because the losses from the cruiser's sinking had been tallied. Not only were they now on the desks of high-ranking officials, but they had also become the target of collective ridicule by netizens worldwide. Chapter 38, Roundtable. Strangle the rioters, Xiaomu. Roadside press report. First-hand accounts from Africa's Dragon Phoenix Oasis reveal that frogmen from the tank-clad thugs launched a nighttime assault, successfully ambushing the carrier strike group. The David cruiser has fallen silent, marking the US's heaviest loss since the Cold War. The Tang thugs' commanders, the Painted Skin, and the Witch, have claimed responsibility. BBC Underworld broadcast, we mourn the fallen captain of the USS David, Jones David, who fell in glorious defense of our steadfast ally, the ugly nation. His spirit lives on. We condemn the thug Xiaomu and his evil organization, the Tang Suit thugs, in the strongest terms. We stand resolutely with our ally and condemn them. Condemn them. Condemn them. With every condemnation short of military support. Banyu Television, good news. Divine justice strikes as the moldy one steel oil. The righteous act of the Tangzhuang thugs is deeply gratifying. Our brothers in the Arab world, if the hero Xiaomu can do it, we must follow suit. After all, we are the hardest hit by the moldy one stealing oil. We absolutely cannot allow national interests to be long-term occupied by those barbaric white people. French news agency. SNK Television. Authoritative media outlets worldwide scrambled to cover the major event, Tang-style thugs versus the Eagle-class carrier strike group. The summer fun show was temporarily suspended, but to the platform's astonishment, even with the livestream blacked out, a full 2 million viewers were still flooding the chat with fervent discussions. Brother Movie 587, we bow down to you. Word is the ugly country's media is in an uproar. Hardline hawks are demanding 2 more fleets be dispatched from Japan and home territory to flatten Brother Mu's Dragon Phoenix Oasis with artillery barrages. Conservative doves argue the hawk's melon-coward stance is still too timid. We should just nuke it to solve the problem. Nuclear energy brings wealth. We need nuclear harmony. Approach Little Mu with a calm, nuclear-level attitude for proper nuclear talks. Holy crap! A global superpower has been provoked. Little brother Mu, you're in deep trouble. Pfft, what's there to fear? Little Mu is right, the ugly country wants to steal oil for profit, but the cost is too high now. They'll pay dearly, and even if they seize the oil fields, they'll face relentless harassment from Tang-style thugs. Plus, if they lose, those thugs will set the wells ablaze, leaving the moldy bamboo basket empty. If it were me, I'd have pulled out ages ago. Yes, that's how it should be. But the forceful intervention of a shadowy organization twisted common sense, silencing all the peace advocates in the ugly country. On the pitch-black circular table. In the profound darkness. Sage clapped his hands with satisfaction and smiled. Thanks to your collective efforts, we've temporarily stabilized the situation. We've reached an agreement with the honorable congressman of the ugly nation. The thug Xiaomu must die. The Tangzhuang thug group must be bankrupted. The butcher side, this time, I've exerted tremendous effort and sacrificed significant interests. Next time, we may lack the resources to orchestrate such a grand scheme. Priest offered a faint smile. Influencing the decisions of a superpower demands immense investment, but I believe every sacrifice is justified. Once we eliminate the thug Xiaomu, our global commercial network will restart, and all profits will skyrocket. We'll recoup our investment within 2 years. The newly appointed Shiva frowned deeply. Gentlemen, you seem overly optimistic. Do not forget that the previous Shiva was brutally assassinated by the rebel Xiaomu, who breached our heavily fortified headquarters. And during the conflict at the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, the rebel Xiaomu himself was comfortably live-streaming, never once joining the fray. Silence fell over the room. 3 years ago, when the Tangzhuang rioters first rose to prominence, Painted Skin, Impermanence, Witch, and Angel were merely overlooked girls. Beyond being prettier and more refined, they possessed no outstanding qualities. Back then, the only figure who shone brightly in the international mercenary world was the rioter Xiaomu. He single-handedly fought his way to the status Tangzhuang rioters hold today. That dwarf monster, the dwarf tyrant. Chief gritted his teeth. He single-handedly assaulted one of my 3 major bases, ignoring hails of bullets, unfazed by grenades and explosives, strolling through a sea of firepower as if it were a garden. I ask you all, has some nation's bioengineered soldier program achieved a breakthrough? Or is he one of those legendary cultivators from the Dragon Nation? Impossible. If such technology existed, Mu the Thug wouldn't be an anomaly, he'd be mass-produced by now. Devil sneered, in my view, he's just a freak of genetic mutation. With over 10 billion people globally, an occasional prodigy isn't surprising. But, if we could capture him, extract his DNA, and dissect it for research, we might just clone an army of super soldiers. With that, every major figure around the roundtable instinctively glanced at Hao Tian. Why are you looking at me? The latter stretched his arms, cradling his head, showing no interest in joining the discussion. I'm merely an observer. I have no interest in hunting down that troublemaker, Xiao Mu. Our organization's rule is absolute freedom. I've never been keen on provoking that demon star. Hao Tian, you wouldn't happen to be a Tang-style thug's mole planted within our roundtable, would you? When it comes to enemies threatening the roundtable's existence, everyone has a duty to act. Don't think we don't see through your little scheme. Rioter Xiao Mu only stirs trouble abroad, while domestically he plays the model student. Since he poses no threat to your interests, you've chosen to sit back and watch the tigers fight. The crowd erupted in a chorus of angry accusations against Hao Tian for his inaction. Congratulations, you've got it right. Hao Tian calmly picked his teeth, replying leisurely, Rogue Xiao Mu was an outstanding figure of the East. His global fame brings honor to us all. Truth be told, given his prestige in mercenary circles, pirates even give my fleet a wide berth through the African Straits out of respect for him. In my heart, Little Mu the Rogue has long been my dearest friend, my own flesh and blood. He scanned the group with sincere eyes. Therefore, the price must be raised. Poof. I'll gift you a luxury gambling cruise ship I own on the high seas, Chieftain said coldly. Sage, also cut deep, South African blood diamonds worth $300 million will arrive at your Swiss jewelry store in 5 days. Remember to check for delivery. Alright, then I'll test his mettle. I'll send some men to pay a visit to his orphanage. Hao Tian's lips curled slightly, revealing a sly, wicked grin. From what I understand, the thug Xiao Mu treats those orphans like family. And a kind-hearted philanthropist with 1,457 family members? That's far too easy to threaten. Looking forward to your good news. In 48 hours, we'll convene the next roundtable meeting. Lu Xiaomu remained utterly unaware of the looming threat, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. 1,457 hostages? Is Hao Tian the only one with his head screwed on straight? Doesn't Lu Xiaomu know his own weakness? With the orphanage building's ultimate security, how could petty criminals even dream of coveting it? Chapter 39, The Master Teaches You to Punch a Star. Zhou emerged from the tent, stretched lazily, and let out a sweet, nasal hum as she basked in the pleasant sea breeze caressing her face. Oh, Little Moon seems in a splendid mood. Did you sleep soundly last night? She spotted Lu Xiaomu already awake, practicing a mysterious and esoteric form of Tai Chi. Zhou exquisitely beautiful face lit up with anticipation. Last night I dreamed I got promoted with a raise, joined the Spring Festival Gala host team, and became a national-level host. Such a sweet dream. I really didn't want to wake up. Your dreams are so innocent, Lu Xiaomu remarked with a sigh. Zhou curiously asked, Brother Xiaomu, do you dream too? What do your dreams contain? Dreams. The content of dreams is just doing. Lu Xiaomu answered succinctly. Zhou? She was a bit confused. Could you explain that in more detail? Sorry, I can't. It'd be too inappropriate for minors, Lu Xiaomu sighed wistfully. Who could understand his frustration? Reborn as a second-generation tycoon, armed with 17 divine skills, wielding limitless power and wealth. Yet he had to remain pure and innocent amidst a sea of beauties, utterly unable to feel aroused after all, his body belonged to his legitimate younger brother. After a long moment, Zhou finally grasped the implication behind his words, her cheeks flushing crimson. No wonder the most despised character in One Piece is that lecherous brat, Momonosuke. You're no better yourself. Lu Xiaomu didn't bother to argue back, merely continuing his quiet boxing practice. You're acting like such an old fogey. Zhou hoisted the iron pot, lit the fire to boil water, tossed in last night's leftover fish, and prepared to simmer kanji all while taking a jab. Kids these days do radio calisthenics in the morning. Why are you doing Tai Chi like the old folks in the park? 5 animal exercises, Tai Chi, they're all about health preservation. Broadcast calisthenics are fine too, but they lack any real punch. I can't be bothered with them. Lu Xiaomu replied calmly, you saw it yourself. Just because oil was discovered underground, mold invaded without warning. The world is never peaceful. Kids can laugh and play while doing calisthenics because others are carrying the weight. I want to be the one bearing that weight, not someone else's burden. Tai Chi is enough? It looks so gentle, not exactly lethal either. Zhou Yu pursed her lips. Lu Xiaomu's lips curved slightly. This isn't some health-preserving Tai Chi, you know. Ancient martial arts Tai Chi. Cost, 1 billion. Fusion materials, classical Tai Chi, Qigong master teaches you how to explode a star with one punch. Interestingly, when acquiring scientific skills from the system, the textbooks must be rigorous. But when learning combat skills, no matter how bizarre, unorthodox, or downright made up the textbook is, as long as the tuition fee is sufficient, you can still acquire powerful abilities. Lu Xiaomu beckoned to Zhou Yu with a finger. Fine then. Let me show you the ferocity of ancient martial arts Tai Chi. Oh? Zhou Yu looked at him, puzzled. Lu Xiaomu nodded toward a distant rock formation. See that big, annoying rock over there? Zhou Yu glanced up briefly before returning to preparing the ingredients. Yeah, so? It's gone now. Lu Xiaomu slowly withdrew the right fist he'd just abruptly unleashed. Zhou Yu froze, staring blankly at the distant reef. It abruptly shattered into a pile of rubble, completely disintegrated. Zhou Yu! She stared blankly at the empty space where it had been, her beautiful eyes shifting in disbelief toward Lu Xiaomu, who looked perfectly unperturbed. This is impossible. Zhou Yu instantly regretted it. Why hadn't she started streaming earlier? Or even just a short video, it would have blown netizens' minds and earned her tons of views. Lu Xiaomu's lips curved slightly. Oh, right. Actually, that rock formation was just a bunch of broken stones I glued together with paste. I hid a firecracker inside. Just now, I pressed the detonator on the remote to ignite it, destroying the fake reef. Is that so? Zhou Yu looked skeptical, pouting slightly. I feel like some clown wearing a monkey's crown, being led around by your nose. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Tisk, silly girl. Lu Xiaomu chuckled helplessly, spreading his hands. What are you thinking? Who in the world could blast apart a rock renowned for its solidity with a single punch from over 10 meters away? Think about it. Through billions of years of evolution on Blue Star, those rocks have stood tall on the Red Coast without collapsing once. Even with a sledgehammer, it'd take dozens of blows to destroy them. Makes sense. No wonder you got up so early. You were planning this prank on me. Zhou Yu lamented, but I didn't record it. What a bummer. Xiaomu, could you go glue the rocks back together and do it again? No deal. Lu Xiaomu shoved one hand in his pocket and strolled straight to the beach to hunt for spider conch. Last night's grilled conch skewers were incredibly chewy. He loved them. After breakfast, the summer fun show resumed. Viewers were surprised to find they weren't in their original tent but on an inflatable kayak instead. Hey, welcome everyone to our live stream. As soon as Zhou Yu stepped in front of the camera, her usual goofy charm vanished, replaced by an elegant, intellectual, and sweetly innocent aura. Our production team has accompanied Lu Xiaomu to the Red Coast for some beachcombing. Isn't this a novel summer experience? Is that really beachcombing? Isn't it because the mold invaded Longwan Island to seize the oil oasis that Brother Xiaomu urgently parachuted into Red Coast to personally command the Tang-style thug gang? We want to see Brother Xiaomu live stream his epic battle against the mold, leading his 4 elite warriors to crush the carrier strike group. Zhou Yu, what are you all talking about? I must sternly emphasize that this livestream is a family-friendly children's program, recommended for ages 4+. Viewers prone to violent language or constant talk of fighting, please watch your words and actions. Don't corrupt the little ones. Especially our dear Lu Xiaomu. He's still just a child, stressed about his entrance exams for middle school. And to support our variety show production, he hasn't even started his summer homework yet. Zhou Yu sighed deeply. If it weren't for the negative social impact, I consider live streaming myself doing his summer assignments for him. Lu Xiaomu shot forward to stand before her. His eyes welled up with tears. My dear Yaya, I thought you were just a cute mascot whose only purpose was to be a decorative prop for summer fun show, using your pure beauty to attract male viewers. Who knew you'd also be a goddess willing to ghostwrite a primary schooler's summer assignments? He addressed the camera firmly. Director, are you listening? Add 2 months worth of year-end bonus to our Bodhisattva's pay deducted from my share. Got it? Yes, sir, Brother Mu, the director bubbled up immediately. We couldn't possibly make you shoulder this alone. The variety show's production team will cover 50%. Consider it a reward for her diligent efforts. Ha! Zhou Yu was utterly stunned. Could winning over the aloof Brother Xiaomu be this simple and pure? Chapter 40, they wanted to catch the king. But, facing the hefty reward, Zhou Yu still hesitated. Doing someone else's summer homework, it's not exactly something to be proud of, is it? Lu Xiaomu snorted coldly. Add another month. If you still refuse to comply with this young master's request, I'll find someone from the comments section. Rome may be scarce, but mules and horses abound. I'm sure there are plenty of kind souls willing to write all my subjects for just 1 month's pay. 2,000 yuan is plenty. What's so hard about elementary school homework? 1,000 yuan is enough. I'm a college student. I'll squeeze it in during my internship breaks. Won't take long. 800 yuan, please. In mere moments, the price war had driven the rates through the floor. Zhou Yu gritted her teeth and scolded the viewers. Involution is harmful. It only benefits greedy capitalists like Brother Mu. As for the summer homework writing service, ahem, let's discuss it in detail after the stream. Viewers, ? Lu Xiaomu was satisfied. Instead of wasting time on homework, how many side gigs could he take on? How many billions in pocket money could he earn? But no, his summer assignments came from the orphanage's elderly director, that kind-hearted grandmother who'd raised a whole bunch of kids through thick and thin. In her eyes, Lu Xiaomu was the model student. Not doing homework? Such a heinous crime could never come from him. Besides, 1,457 brothers and sisters looked up to him as their role model, their savior-level superhero. With such a glorious and dazzling image, how could he possibly not do his homework? Stubborn pride leading to suffering, that was Lu Xiaomu right now. Oh, right, where's your tent? Why not keep live streaming the tide pool hunt? The viewers asked curiously. Yeah, setting sail so early in the morning, it looks like you're fleeing some disaster. You guys left way too abruptly. Did something major happen last night? Zhou Yu complained, I don't know either. The porridge was simmering in the pot, the fish wasn't even cooked yet, and Xiaomu suddenly went crazy, yelling that we had to leave. He refused to stay and only gave me 30 seconds to pack our things. Lu Xiaomu snorted coldly, it's all your fault and those jerks in the livestream chat. Ha? Me? Zhou Yu pointed at her own nose. Ha? Us? The viewers collectively frowned in confusion. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes, snapping, I've made it crystal clear, I'm Lu Xiaomu, the model student. I've worn red flowers on my chest since kindergarten, praised by every teacher. I'm nothing like that vicious thug Xiaomu. But your relentless rumors and misinterpretations have successfully convinced netizens worldwide that I'm playing dumb to catch the big fish. They think every word and action of mine is deeply mysterious, convinced I'm the real thug Xiaomu. He pouted, looking utterly aggrieved. That big sister I befriended last night over that pot of seafood kanji messaged me this morning. She said the ugly nation's moldy fungus is determined to catch the thief by catching the king. They want to execute me, Lu Xiaomu, the ringleader. Wah, I woke up to find the sky had fallen. Lu Xiaomu angrily waved his kayak paddle. If I didn't make a quick getaway, did I expect them to show up with sniper rifles and blow my little head off? I, Lu Xiaomu, may not be an international criminal, but I won't just sit here and wait to die. I'm not someone powerful forces can easily manipulate. Viewers. Is it my fault? Show your true colors, Outlaw Xiaomu. Since the ugly nation sent people to attack you, it means you've been officially certified by their intelligence agency. You, indeed, are Outlaw Xiaomu. Hee, since it's come to this, let's lay our cards on the table, brother Xiaomu. Lu Xiaomu ignored the crowd's egging on and still refused to admit it. After all, they had no proof, just speculation. Innocent until proven guilty. How dare you pin the rioter Xiaomu label on me? Lu Xiaomu puffed out his cheeks indignantly. Anyway, it's all your fault I can't stream beachcombing anymore. Now I'll have to livestream Lu Xiaomu's Great Red Sea Escape. The viewers perked up instantly. This is great. Way more interesting than beachcombing. Why a Great Escape livestream? Why not a Great Slaughter? You gotta step up, rioter Xiaomu. Streaming disinfection now, that DB thrilling. The world as first hardcore stunt. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. Risking my life for ratings? You guys are safe behind your screens, so it's easy to talk trash. But look at Xiao Ye, see how scared she is? Zhou Yu was curled up in the kayak, shivering violently, clutching her head like a frightened quail. The online viewers fell silent. The thug Xiaomu is the king of mercenaries, incredibly formidable. He'll most likely escape unscathed. But what about Zhou Yu, an ordinary person unexpectedly caught up in the disaster? The impact of a single bullet. The blast wave from a shell. Any one of these could end her life. Sigh, it really is our fault. Some netizens instantly regretted their actions. You were sniping the mold, defending justice, while we were laughing and joking, obsessed with exposing your disguised identity. What were we thinking? Yeah, even if we all knew exactly who you were, so what? What difference would it make? We should have helped you cover your tracks, helped you placate those foreigners. We were wrong from the start. You're not rioter Xiaomu at all, I am rioter Xiaomu. Come at me, American mold. I'm not afraid to die. Who's this rioter Xiaomu? Never heard of him, haha. Our livestream only has the model student Lu Xiaomu. Moldy foreigners, get lost. Stop picking on a good kid like me. The viewers tried to make amends by stirring up confusion. Lu Xiaomu gave a thumbs up and nodded approvingly. That's the spirit. Stick to this approach from now on. But for now? The ugly country won't listen to a word you say. He stretched lazily, patting Zhou Yu's shoulder. Snap out of it, little moon. If you want to live, follow me on this journey. Zhou Yu's eyes welled up with tears. Wah. If I get blown to bits, would that count as a work injury? How much would the variety show team pay my parents? Is it too late to buy a big life insurance policy now? The online audience was utterly floored. Turns out she wasn't afraid of dying, she was afraid of losing out on compensation and insurance payouts. Easy fix, the netizens chimed in, instantly solving her worries. Don't worry, little moon. We'll crowdfund a massive death benefit for you. I'll chip in 8,000. I'll chip in 20,000 straight up. I'm a student, so no crazy Thursdays for me, here's 50. Joyu was moved to tears, wiping them away as she reminded everyone, beware of scammers pretending to crowdfund for me to steal your money. I don't need crowdfunding right now, thank you all. The director of Summer Fun Show immediately posted on Weibo, go forth boldly on your journey, Joyu. Should fate prove cruel and your life cut short, our production team will allocate 10 million yuan from profits as special compensation to ensure your parents' financial security. Operations departments of major insurance companies instantly sensed business opportunities and declared. Rensho Insurance offers Miss Joyu a complimentary high-value policy. Should any harm come to you, we pledge 8 million yuan in compensation. May you survive the mold's clutches. Sanchuan Insurance has also notarized the gift of an accident safety policy for you. Chapter 41, The Rogue Little Mumu, The Madwoman Little Yaya. Joyu, exclamation point. All sectors of society are reaching out to help you. Feeling touched? Lu Xiaomu teased with a smirk. Joyu, however, was rapidly counting on her fingers, obsessively crunching numbers. Holy crap, little Mu, I only make a few thousand a month. Even if I didn't eat, drink, or spend a dime, I'd only save about 100,000 a year. By the time I retire, I'd barely scrape together 3 or 4 million. But now, all I need to do is fake a dizzy spell, tumble into the deep sea, and willingly feed myself to the sharks staging an accidental death. Instantly, I could rake in tens of millions. She grinned like a little money-grubbing fool. Turns out all I needed to strike it rich was one slip into the water. Insurance companies. Live stream viewers. Lu Xiaomu scolded her impatiently, what good is all that money if you're dead? Besides, you're not stuck earning a measly salary forever. Everyone has limitless potential. Who knows? You might rise to become a female CEO one day, raking in gold by the bucketful. The director quickly chimed in, exactly. Since our show Summer Fun Spectacular premiered just a few days ago, you've already earned. Let me crunch the numbers. Oh, our production owes you a full 9 months worth of year-end bonuses. Joyu's fighting spirit flared instantly. She clenched her pink fists. This cute girl is determined to give it my all. So, little Mu, how should your wild little Yaya help you pull off this survival showdown? Wild little Moon? Your nickname is Rogue Xiaomumu, so I'll be Wild Xiaoyaya from now on. We're the dynamic duo will blast away all the mold. Joyu had clearly swung from one extreme to another. Lu Xiaomu, ? Hold up. First, let me set the record straight, I'm Lu Xiaomu, the model student. Not some Rogue Xiaomu. I won't repeat this for the 30th time, thanks a bunch. Second, I gotta defend Thug Xiaomu. His name is Thug Xiaomu, 4 characters that strike fear worldwide. What the heck is Thug Xiaomu? Double syllables? Gross. It totally waters down his fearsome reputation, turning him into a laughingstock. Netizens doubled over laughing. Rogue Xiaomu, Madman Xiaoyu, you two should just tie the knot right now. Little Mu isn't legally old enough to marry yet, so Joyu can only be his child bride for now. The fearsome duo, majestic and formidable. You ask if we're authentic Sichuanese? Of course we are. Just as the two were bickering. PSSST. A crisp pop of escaping air silenced every word on Lu Xiaomu and Joyu's lips. A string of bubbles suddenly shot up from the water's depths. Something's wrong. The inflatable kayak's been punctured. Joyu's face turned pale. How could this happen? We've been carefully avoiding the coral reefs, there's no way we could have damaged the hull. Lu Xiaomu had already dived deep into the sea. Moments later, he surfaced clutching a lobster, holding it up with a camera. This guy. It followed the kayak and punctured the hull with its claws. He sighed. This kayak is useless now. We didn't bring repair kits, and the hull's underwater. We need to find another way out immediately. Joyu froze in shock. In this vast ocean, aren't we doomed to become whale shark snacks? Mom, Dad, please live it up with my massive insurance payout. Your unfilial daughter Joyu bows in sorrow. What? Some dark-hearted individuals and undercover agents sent by major factions immediately rejoiced. The legend of the Rogue Xiaomu ends here. Who'd have thought he'd meet his end at the hands of a lobster? Lobster, yesterday you snatched my wife, stewed my kids, roasted my parents, now justice is served, family. Well, that's the end of you, Lu Xiaomu. May you watch your words and actions in your next life and stop stirring up trouble. Just as fans grew frantic, Xiao Yeye unfolded a sheet of paper to draft her farewell letter, her mind already playing a slideshow of memories. In the distance, a towering water column erupted into the sky. Boom! A high-intensity sonic roar echoed across the seas, proclaiming the terror of the ocean's largest creature. Joyu instantly collapsed in terror, clutching Lu Xiaomu's arm. When it rains, it pours. The rope always snaps at its weakest point. We're so unlucky our boat just started leaking, and now we run into a whale shark hunting. Oh no, we're done for. My electronic pets, I'll burn paper money for you next year. Run, Xiao Yeye. If we get targeted by a great white shark, we'll be chewed to bits before we die tortured to the very end. Major crisis. Life hangs in the balance, can you turn the tide, brother Mu? Lu Xiaomu merely replied calmly, "Is that so? I thought a savior had arrived." Ha! Little Moon froze. Lu Xiaomu declared with certainty, "Don't forget on the very first day we met, I showed you my other side job. Yours truly is also an amateur druid." Zhou Yu immediately recalled the scene of Lu Xiaomu mediating conflicts among ferocious beasts at the zoo. But, does a druid's power work on whale sharks in the ocean? Zhou Yu asked instinctively. Lu Xiaomu scoffed. Look at you, lacking basic biology knowledge again. Whales may be sea creatures, but they aren't fish. They belong to the mammal class, just like lions, tigers, leopards, and bears. And that sea creature wasn't some whale shark either, it was a juvenile blue whale. Zhou Yu still found it hard to believe. How could a mere mortal command a giant blue whale? But the next moment, something astonishing happened that caught the attention of every viewer in the livestream. Lu Xiaomu cupped her hands around her mouth and suddenly emitted a strange, high-pitched noise. And the little blue whale seemed to instantly receive some kind of signal, swimming straight over. It's coming. Zhou Yu stammered, trembling. Duh, I called it over. We're hitching a ride now. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. Hurry up, get the diving suits on the boat and open the oxygen tanks. Ha! If it's picking us up, why do we need wetsuits? Zhou Yu was baffled. Aren't we supposed to climb onto the whale's back and let it carry us across the seas? Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. No, girl. A whale's back is like a slippery loach, no handles to grab onto. How are we supposed to ride it? Besides, whales are deep-sea creatures. If you make it stay near the surface too long, you might as well tell it to die. Plus, a whale's target is huge, it'd get locked onto by the mold's radar in no time. Once a missile hits, we're toast. Then what should we do? Zhou Yu felt utterly defeated. Everything unfolding before her defied all common sense, and she couldn't keep up with Lu Xiaomu's line of thinking. Inside the blue whale's mouth, of course. Lu Xiaomu declared with righteous conviction, then it'll carry us deep into the ocean. Even the most advanced radar and sonar won't detect us. Plus, it can move silently along the seafloor, we'll reach the safe zone in no time. Chapter 42, Mind-blowing. Zhou Yu wants to become whale poop. Zhou Yu stared in disbelief, completely dumbfounded. Her trembling and shivering escalated into shaking like a sieve, sweat pouring like water. The chips and sunflower seeds in the viewer's hands slipped from their grasp, falling to the floor as they stared in disbelief. Wait, Xiaomu, are you serious? You two ran right into its mouth? How could the blue whale resist chewing and swallowing you? I'm a happy little blue whale in the Red Sea, humming a tune and playing in the water, when suddenly two delivery riders from the Dragon Kingdom show up to deliver human meat for me to eat. Who would have thought we'd witness such mind-blowing antics during a live stream? Live streaming truly is a profession where you might starve, but you'll never run out of material. The audience was deeply moved. Zhou Yu unfolded the manuscript once more, continuing the unfinished suicide note. Put. Lu Xiaomu laughed heartily, merely curling her lips in a dismissive smile, too lazy to bother with further words. He grabbed his waterproof camera, walked straight to the kayak, dove into the sea with a splash, and swam nimbly toward the little blue whale. 1 minute later. Lu Xiaomu surfaced, continuing to emit strange high-pitched sonic noises. The little blue whale gradually halted its movement, swaying its tail with apparent delight. Its eyes crinkled into a smile, revealing an expression remarkably human-like. Lu Xiaomu patted its body in affection and gratitude. The little blue whale grew even more delighted, suddenly shooting a water column skyward, hitting the bullseye and drenching Zhou Yu on the kayak like a downpour, turning her into a soaked mess. Zhou Yu? She clenched her tiny fists in frustration. First of all, I didn't provoke any of you. Lu Xiaomu waved her hand. Hurry up. Little whale says stop dawdling and hop in the car. It wants to take me hunting jellyfish and krill. Oh, forget the jellyfish, I'm afraid of getting stung. Krill is fine, but do they even have krill in the Red Sea? The blue whale answered every question. The viewers in the livestream exchanged bewildered glances. This. Mr. Druid Lu Xiaomu, you really can communicate seamlessly with blue whales? This doesn't seem staged at all. Bull. You can find lions and tigers at the circus to put on a show, but where do you find blue whales? Who can train a whale? Let's observe a half second of silence for little Moon. Poor girl, she got soaked by that water jet and went dumb. So, translate it for us. What did the whale say? Lu Xiaomu pondered before replying. It told me krill come in many varieties. The tastiest ones are in Antarctic waters, plentiful and filling. That's where it was born. The local species around here is a type of Indian prawn. The flavor's mediocre, but competition is low. No one fights for food, and it won't get beaten up by big whales. So it prefers to hang around here. Kind of like how some people get burned out in the big city and just want to chill in the countryside. As a corporate drone myself, I instantly empathize with the little blue whale. Little blue whale is just trying to survive too. While everyone chatted idly, Zhou Yu swam nervously and tremblingly to the little whale's side. She pursed her lips and asked Lu Xiaomu, Brother Xiaomu, how are we supposed to get into its mouth? What do you mean? Lu Xiaomu tilted his head, puzzled. Zio Yu, as the star of our summer fun show variety program, your lack of common sense leaves me speechless. Zhou shivered as she retorted, asking a whale for help at Red Coast? What kind of common sense is that? Well, the answer's obvious, get eaten by it, of course. Lu Xiaomu spread his hands, gesturing for her to secure a tether around her waist. Soon, the blue whale will open its mouth and suck us in. But it promised not to swallow us. So it'll temporarily hold us in its mouth. That's wonderful. Thank you, little blue whale. Zhou Yu beamed with delight. So what exactly is the safety rope for? Lu Xiaomu explained, the blue whale's mouth has no teeth, but it has many keratinized baleen plates. Our goal is to drive a wedge into one of those baleen plates and secure the rope to it. It's like a safety rope a climber anchors to a cliff face. It ensures we won't end up in the whale's stomach when it feeds. He shrugged. It's for the little blue whale's protection. After all, it went out of its way to give us a ride. We can't bite the hand that feeds us. Protect it? Zhou Yu froze again. Isn't this about protecting us from being eaten by the whale? Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. We've got oxygen tanks and diving suits. The tanks prevent suffocation and the suits protect us from stomach acid. So even if we end up in the whale's stomach, we'll be perfectly comfortable and alive. But to prevent running out of oxygen, we'd have to slash open its stomach wall with a combat knife and fight our way out through its belly. Given the medical conditions in the deep sea, there probably wouldn't be any whale doctors to stitch up the wound. Little Blue would likely die from infection. He spread his hands helplessly. We can't kill the whale that saved our lives. Zhou Yu gradually adjusted to Lu Xiaomu's line of thinking. Her own mind took a leap forward as an idea struck her. Then wouldn't it be safer to hide in the whale's large stomach pouch? You wouldn't need to cut its stomach wall at all. We could just wait for the whale to finish digesting and then exit through its steel door. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Wow, this is one flavorful livestream. The audience eating their meals burst out laughing instantly. Give me back my rice. Just now it sprayed out of my mouth and nose. Little yeah, you really have a knack for comedy. So you wanted to be a golden needle mushroom, go in one way, come out the other, right? From now on, we'll call you Zhou Yu whale poop escapee from the large intestine. You're about to have a one-of-a-kind global experience, a day trip through the whale's digestive system. Zhou Yu felt embarrassed. Lu Xiaomu gave her a heartfelt thumbs up. Sis, you're the toughest girl ever. Alright, I'll hide in its mouth while you drift along into the stomach. When the little blue whale poops, I'll be the first one there with a shovel to dig you out. Zhou Yu. Audience, ha 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 ha. That image is too vivid, we dare not imagine it. Ahem, hurry up and escape. I want to get into the whale's mouth sooner. Zhou Yu was so embarrassed she didn't even fear death anymore. She felt that if today's live stream clip got turned into a short video and went viral, she'd probably die of social embarrassment on the spot. Lu Xiaomu snapped her fingers. The little blue whale instantly opened its gaping maw in perfect cooperation. Zhou Yu shuddered again, but Lu Xiaomu had already grabbed her and was swimming with the current into the little blue whale's mouth. Sure enough. Just as Lu Xiaomu had said, the little blue whale was incredibly friendly, keeping its mouth open the entire time to help them steady themselves. Hurry up! The whale's mouth structure means it can't keep it open for long. Lu Xiaomu immediately clanged away, hammering several fixed wedges into the whale's baleen plates. Ugh, doesn't that hurt the little blue whale? Zhou Yu felt a pang of sympathy. Hammering wedges into its mouth, won't that affect its health? Sigh, you're so uneducated, Lu Xiaomu dismissed her with a curt remark. Zhou Yu, ? Chapter 43, Whale Stand-in, teaching you to roll the seas. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. I don't blame you for not knowing what baleen is. It's obscure knowledge. 99.99% of people will never interact with whales in their lifetime. That's perfectly normal. Then why did you call me ignorant? Zhou Yu pouted. Lu Xiaomu snorted coldly, but I just explained it to you. Baleen is just keratin. Get it? Keratin layer? Sorry, I'm just uncultured, sniffle. Zhou Yu looked aggrieved. I studied humanities, I really don't know these things. Fine. To be precise, baleen is similar to our fingernails, it's keratin. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. Does cutting your nails affect your health? No. Alright, enough chit-chat. Hurry up and drive in the wedges, then tighten the securing ropes. Next, we'll be moving quickly with the little blue whale. Lu Xiaomu finished quickly, then swam over to the dawdling Zhou Yu. With a strong swing of the hammer, she secured her equipment as well. Once we're inside the whale's mouth, the live stream signal probably won't penetrate its skin. We'll have to pause the broadcast. Zhou Yu was still preoccupied with the live streaming for summer fun show. A sudden idea struck her. Brother Xiaomu, what if we mount the camera on the whale's head and have it host the show for us? Viewers. Interesting. Never thought we'd see a whale streamer one day. My life has been eventful. I've seen Sun Wukong live streaming his antics with Chang'e, Hannibal live streaming his human experiments, Guan Yu and Qin Shan live streaming their duels, but I've never seen a whale live streaming its voyages across the seas. I want to see it. Let's treat this as our own 20,000 leagues under the sea, pleading with the great druid Lu Xiaomu to make it happen. Lu Xiaomu initially intended to politely decline. After all, live footage could provide location references for those unscrupulous individuals, risking exposure. But the viewers were offering too much. Mold removal expert gifts the streamer 10 luxury yachts worth 1,000 dragon coins each. Little Moo's hard-working slave presents the stream with 20 lobster feasts worth 500 dragon coins. Donated. Within minutes, donations for the summer fun show skyrocketed by tens of millions. This is interesting. Let's do this. Lu Xiaomu gave a thumbs up, determined to earn more tips and unlock additional skills. After all, opportunities like fleecing Lin Guqing out of 10 billion were few and far between throughout the year. Most of his 17 skills had been accumulated bit by bit, like sand piling up into a tower. While the income from live streaming tips was smaller, it was steady and reliable funds recognized by the system. No time to waste. Lu Xiaomu swiftly unbuckled his safety harness, swam to the blue whale's head, communicated with it, and then secured the camera to its nose with heavy-duty waterproof tape. Huh? What were you talking about with the whale just now? Zhou Yu asked curiously. Lu Xiaomu shrugged. Little blue whale said the tape is sticky and making it itchy. I asked it to bear with it. In return, after we finish the deep-sea tour, I'll help it remove a bunch of barnacles clinging to its belly and clean up its old wounds. Zhou Yu stared blankly at him. All that? I know you're a druid, but can you really understand everything the little blue whale says? Of course. If I couldn't be the little whale's confidant, why would it risk letting us invade its mouth to help? Lu Xiaomu shot her a glance. We're just passing strangers to the little blue whale, why should it feel obligated to lend a hand? Oh wow. Brother Xiaomu, you're my hero. Cut the flattery. Human streamer offline. Beep beep, whale substitute streamer online. The whale's gaping maw closed, and Lu Xiaomu and Zhou Yu, leaning against their oxygen tanks, waited leisurely inside. The little blue whale flicked its tail, joyfully riding the wind and waves as it sped full throttle along the red coast. Flocks of colorful little fish, oblivious to the whale's threat, happily fed on plankton. A pod of sea turtles passed close to the blue whale, yet both remained undisturbed. A large group of jellyfish, looking exceptionally delicious, made the little blue whale's mouth water. But it was clever and still remembered the 3 rules agreed upon with Lu Xiaomu, so it didn't try to catch them. A submarine painted with the stars and stripes also came into view. Viewers! Holy crap, this live-streamed underwater tour just turned into a horror flick. Oh no! Lu Xiaomu and Zhou Yu have no idea the danger is right under their noses. They're about to be caught like fish in a barrel. Did they give away their coordinates? Run, quick! But the viewers were clearly overthinking it. Whales drifting in ocean currents are a dime a dozen. To a submarine pilot, they all look the same, impossible to identify the very whale smuggling the troublemaker Xiaomu across. Then, whoa! A jaw-dropping scene erupted just as viewers were gripping their palms in sweat. Originally, the blue whale and the submarine could have passed each other peacefully. But the little blue whale, having learned from its earlier exchange with Lu Xiaomu, recognized it as the very culprit chasing after its human best friend. It abruptly changed course at high speed, launching a counterattack. Despite its youth, it was still a blue whale weighing over 100 tons. When the young blue whale disregarded the rules of combat and launched a brutal ambush on the miniature submarine, it was like a massive heavy-duty truck slamming into a child's bicycle by the roadside. Squeak! The submarine rolled and vanished into the ocean currents, brutally knocked away. Holy crap! The jungle blue whale solo killed the moldy submarine. Submarine pilot, GG. Why'd the dragon come gank us? That's not fair. That thug little moo's cheating. What's unfair? When druids enter battle, they naturally bring their animal companions. Should druids fight the moldy submarine alone? Should necromancers be banned from summoning skeletons? Should warlocks be forbidden from calling imps? Should Taoists not be allowed to bring dogs? This scene was swiftly recorded, screenshotted, and broadcast across the 4 continents and 5 oceans. Then, global viewers flocked to this livestream titled Whale Substitute Broadcast, teaching you to roam the seas. Woo woo! I thought Little Blue Whale was teaching me Mastering the Seas, Travel Edition, but never imagined Blue Whale Brother was teaching me Mastering the Seas, God of War Edition. Soloing that mold submarine? That's insane. Can I feed Big Blue Whale? My family runs an aquarium. Could Blue Whale Bro come to my place to guard the spot? He's a mold-killing hero. Is this the Blue Whale from the Tangzhuang gang? Born to be a warrior, love it. Of course, Lu Xiaomu and Zhou Yu remained completely unaware of everything happening in the livestream. They were merely drifting along, clutching the comb like baleen of the whale. Finally, 2 hours later, the long journey concluded. The little blue whale anchored beside a deserted island and opened its mouth once more. Chapter 44, Battle in the Whale Sky. Solo kill on the submarine. Thank you, little blue whale. Zhou Yu had grown accustomed to life within the whale's mouth. As they landed on the sandy shore, she felt a pang of reluctance. Lu Xiaomu, however, rolled her eyes as she dismantled the camera and opened various live streaming apps. She also began fulfilling her promise to clean barnacles off Little Blue Whale. As soon as she opened her backstage messages. "Ha! Come see this." Zhou Yu waved excitedly at Lu Xiaomu. "Our livestream has a whopping 18 million concurrent viewers." "What?" Lu Xiaomu was stunned. "Are viewers that bored nowadays? There are tons of underwater scenery videos out there, many meticulously edited by artists. Aren't they way better than our random livestreams?" No. Little Blue Whale just pulled off an epic battle, obliterating that moldy submarine. Zhou Yu gave a concise summary of what just happened. The viewers are all stunned. Several aquariums are begging for our coordinates, wanting to bring Little Blue Whale ashore for a life of luxury. Lu Xiaomu scraped barnacles off the whale while using a small knife to remove decayed flesh from its wounds. He applied every ointment from his portable medical kit. The Little Blue Whale instantly felt lighter, humming contentedly as it sprayed a jet of water skyward. This time, it was Lu Xiaomu who got soaked to the bone. "That's one unique way to say thanks," Lu Xiaomu chuckled, then cautioned, "Stay near the island for hunting, little one. If danger comes, I'll call for you again." The Little Blue Whale nodded its head and dove back into the sea. Another water column shot skyward, striking the bonfire Zhou Yu had just lit on the shore. Both Lu Xiaomu, who had just returned, and Zhou Yu, who was gathering firewood, were instantly dumbfounded. That water jet was incredibly accurate. Having just narrowly escaped disaster, Zhou Yu couldn't possibly speak ill of her savior. Even a mild complaint felt too harsh. She could only marvel, if it were human, it would be a sharpshooter. No, it's top-tier artillery. No need to calculate trajectories 100% accuracy every time. Lu Xiaomu began pitching the tent to shield the campfire, hoping to avoid another water cannon salute from the playful little whale. At the same time, Zhou Yu started chatting with the livestream's commenters. "Sorry, everyone. Little Blue Whale is our dear friend, not an animal for sale. So please, aquarium managers, stop flooding my DMs, it's not for sale." "Hee, you ask how it felt inside the whale's mouth? Does it have bad breath?" It devours tons of fish and shrimp daily, with hundreds of tons of seawater washing over its baleen. That's like us rinsing our mouths with 100 pounds of salt water every day. How could it smell bad? You ask how we felt when it sank a submarine with its own blow? Sorry, we didn't feel a thing. We were just swimming around in its mouth, constantly bumping off its palate, barely noticeable." Zhou Yu was chatting happily when Lu Xiaomu sighed and approached her. "I have some bad news. Try not to cry later." "Ha?" Zhou Yu steadied herself, biting her lip. "Go ahead. I've got my tear ducts under control." Lu Xiaomu held up a damaged waterproof bag, supplies damaged. "All your snacks, our stockpiled seasonings, and emergency rations, everything soaked in seawater. We can't eat any of it." "Oh, no big deal." Zhou Yu grinned. "Then our summer fun show can now be renamed Survival on a Deserted Island. With your infallible spearfishing skills, we won't starve." "That's good. Little Moon, you've really grown up," Lu Xiaomu sighed wistfully. "In the past, you'd probably have been wailing for a while." "I'm not a crybaby." Zhou Yu rolled her eyes. "Also, we left in such a rush that we lost most of our tools," Lu Xiaomu frowned. "I can contact Huapi and the Witch, send them our global GPRS coordinates, and have them deliver a batch for emergency use. But before that, we'll need to craft some primitive tools ourselves for temporary use." Zhou Yu cautiously reminded, "Once you contact them, there's a risk of leaking our coordinates. Why not tough it out? We can livestream from this deserted island for a couple of days. Once our viewers get bored, we can ask them for help and have them come rescue us." "Okay." Lu Xiaomu didn't mind. After all, there were no signs of human or animal activity on the deserted island. It was truly uninhabited. That meant it wouldn't appear on the mold's digital maps, making it perfectly safe. "Give the order, Brother Xiaomu. What can this beauty do for you?" Zhou Yu had developed an almost cult-like trust in Lu Xiaomu. "Gather branches? Or dig for clams on the beach?" "No, we have more pressing matters." Lu Xiaomu shook his head, pointing to the water bottle he carried. "We only have 1.5 liters of clean water left. Don't forget, our water tank sank along with that inflatable kayak. What do we do then?" Zhou Yu had watched a few survival shows and possessed some basic knowledge. "If it's just hunger, with our human fat reserves, we could last 10 days. But without water, we'd die of thirst within 48 hours. So our top priority is finding water or extracting fresh water from seawater ourselves." Lu Xiaomu scanned the surroundings thoughtfully. "What is it?" Zhou Yu carefully cradled the water jug and followed his gaze. Lu Xiaomu smiled. "From what I can tell, this deserted island is remote but surprisingly large. Plus, it's lush with plenty of sea trees. That means finding water shouldn't be too difficult." "Oh? Quick, share your insights with the water friends." Zhou Yu was intrigued. Among Lu Xiaomu's 17 skills was Survival Expert. He'd acquired it out of necessity during his Sahara Desert campaign when he'd led his mercenaries thousands of miles to raid the mold base shortly after earning his Rogue Xiaomu moniker. Had he not purchased this skill from the system back then, he and his men would have perished from thirst and starvation in the world's largest desert, the vast expanse of the Sahara. It's simple. I just had to shift my thinking a bit, and I came up with 100 ways to find water, Lu Xiaomu declared confidently as he sat under a palm tree, sheltering from the scorching sun and speaking at length. The simplest is picking coconuts. Just 30 meters ahead to your left stands a coconut tree. Coconut water is the most refreshing and cleanest source of hydration. Next, look for depressions and hollows on the island. If it's rained recently, rainwater will pool in crevices and pits. Third, with my exceptional fishing skills, I can hunt some large fish. Zhou immediately raised her hand. Oh, I get it. Drink the fish's blood to replenish fluids. Lu Xiaomu. Viewers? Seriously, your sudden silence is so annoying. Did I say something stupid again? Zhou pouted, protesting vehemently. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes wildly. What were you thinking? Forget how fish blood tastes bloody, we wash it clean when cooking. Take pig's blood, for instance. Don't tell me you've never eaten it? It solidifies into clumps, so you can imagine how thick it is. Fish blood is definitely thicker than seawater. Do you really think it'll quench your thirst? Chapter 45, Live Streaming Desert Island Survival, starting with gluttony. Then why catch big fish? Zhou asked timidly. Lu Xiaomu snorted coldly, gut them to harvest their intestines and other organs. Dry them, and you get exceptionally tough membranes. We'll use these membranes as filters to extract brackish water. Then, by evaporating seawater, we'll condense the water vapor into droplets on the membranes, which will drip into our containers. If that's hard to grasp, have you ever seen the transparent casings wrapped around sausages? Besides, many large fish have natural waterproof skins that can be peeled off and made into water bladders for storing water. He said casually, brandishing his harpoon. We'll need to catch fish for food anyway, so we might as well gather materials while we're at it. Just as he spoke. Amidst the fierce wind and waves, a massive wave crashed against the rocks. Clang! A damaged miniature submarine washed ashore onto the sand. Lu Xiaomu! Exclamation point. Zhou? That's the submarine destroyed by the little blue whale's sneak attack. Netizens immediately recognized the wreckage and started snapping screenshots. The damage looks fresh, no seaweed growth at all. Clearly something happened within the last 24 hours, Lu Xiaomu observed, stepping forward to lift the hatch. Don't! Watch out for mold lurking inside. Zhou warned warily. Stop fussing. Lu Xiaomu pointed at the submarine's deformed metal hull. It's been smashing into the reefs down here, practically falling apart. Even if someone was inside, they'd have drowned long ago after suffering severe concussions. Besides, didn't you notice the hatch isn't locked? I opened it with a flick of my wrist. Lu Xiaomu curled her lip. Any submarine enthusiast who's helped frogmen destroy submarines should recognize this. The pilot ditched the sub long ago. Correct. I've personally dismantled 100,000 submarines barehanded. I can vouch for that. I can hand rub a 3,000-ton heavyweight submarine. I guarantee Brother Xiaomu was right. And you claim you're not a thug, Xiaomu? Another piece of evidence. Sorry, I almost forgot I should be covering for you. I think you're just playing with memes and don't actually know anything about submarines, right? Probably? Lu Xiaomu was already at home, dismantling numerous submarine components with his bare hands, opening safety valves, locating the food storage room and its seawater and freshwater tanks. Ugh, sorry, Xiao Ye. Lu Xiaomu sighed dramatically. I wanted to stream Desert Island Survival too. I wanted to pretend to starve and endure hardship, but my skills just won't let me. What's up? Zhou peered around cautiously. Lu Xiaomu sighed, the freshwater tank is perfectly intact. We can get about 400 gin of fresh water. The pantry is untouched. What do you want to eat? Pineapple pizza? Cheese stuffed sausages? Or maybe some beer or ice-cold Coca-Cola? Viewers were stunned. Wait, dude, you've got ice-cold Coke? Holy crap, you guys are living it up on this deserted island better than I am back home. Looting an entire submarine's worth of supplies? Now that's living large. Thanks to Mother Nature's bounty, a submarine wreck dropped from the sky, granting you chips, canned goods, fresh durians, and grapes. Isn't nature being a bit too generous? And so, what followed? Survival on a deserted island evolved into eating show on a deserted island. Hugging a cold Coke, Lu Xiaomu savored cheese-stuffed sausages by the campfire and delivered a sharp critique. The culinary standards in that ugly country are terrible, but Coke is truly unmatched worldwide. It single-handedly holds up half the sky of North American food culture. Zhou wolfed down pineapple pizza. Eating instant pizza from modern civilization amidst the salty sea breeze feels so blissful. Honestly, yesterday's lobster can't hold a candle to this. Netizens rolled their eyes, seething with envy. That lobster you ate? Costs 800 yuan per pound at the supermarket. Easy for you to say. A fast food pizza like that costs just $5 a box. Our old New York refugee shelters often give them to the homeless. After eating their fill, Zhou Yuequan abandoned all ladylike manners, sprawling lazily on the sand in a starfish pose. Why, so full, I wanna sleep. Lazy bones, get up. No sleeping. Lu Xiaomu crossed her arms, reminding her impatiently, are you some piggy girl who falls asleep after eating? Look around the island carefully. Haven't you noticed the looming crisis? Ha! Zhou Yu fought off her drowsiness, dazed as she scanned the surroundings with the camera. Viewers, who here is a survival expert? Give us some off-screen help. I don't want to get scolded by Brother Xiaomu again. As a humanities scholar, getting lectured by a 10-year-old kid is so embarrassing. Viewers? Sorry, we don't know either. Let's just kneel together and take the scolding. I think, the problem here and the problem there. Where there's a problem, there's definitely a problem. Where there's no problem, there's absolutely no problem. Are you spouting nonsense poetry here? Fine, I'll come clean, I'm a pig, I don't understand a thing. Just tell me already, Xiaomu dad. Zhou Yu was utterly speechless. Lu Xiaomu sighed deeply, a rotten log cannot be carved. Zhou Yu was beyond teaching. Speak up, she snapped, pouting and stamping her foot. Lu Xiaomu pointed at all the trees around them. It's so obvious, and you still can't see it. Are the coconut and palm trees you usually see this short? Short? What's so strange about that? Zhou Yu scratched her head. Lu Xiaomu replied calmly, trees reaching toward the sky is the very nature of photosynthesis. Taller trees capture more sunlight, shading out other saplings and gaining an advantage in competition. But, if only the short trees survive after the tall ones are eliminated, it points to one simple fact, this deserted island must endure frequent strong winds. If we don't reinforce our tents against the wind, using only standard stakes, we could easily be swept away along with our tents overnight. Lu Xiaomu pointed at the rock face. Look at these cracks, clear evidence of wind erosion. It's further proof of how windy this island is. Are these scratches really called wind erosion? Zhou Yu couldn't see anything special about them, they just looked like rock fragments peeling off the wall. All she knew was singing, time peels away on the walls, reminding me of childhood. We need to prioritize building a wind-proof shelter. Lu Xiaomu approached the submarine wreckage. Come on, help me push it up onto higher ground before the tide comes in. It's nature's gift of a shelter, we have to make use of it. Even a mini submarine weighs several tons. Can the two of us push it? Zhou Yu watched as Lu Xiaomu already pushed it with one hand, striding confidently toward higher ground. With such ease. Like a childhood game of rolling a hoop. Chapter 46, bowing down to Brother Xiaomu. You, superhuman little guy. Zhou Yu muttered, frozen in place. Viewers followed the camera's angle and witnessed Lu Xiaomu pushing the submarine like a soccer ball. The chat exploded with a buzz. Seriously, Brother Xiaomu, we've been doing our best to cover up your true identity. Stop showing off your real strength in public all the time. Sigh, Brother Xiaomu is trying so hard to pretend he's weak, but his skills just won't let him. He's like the elephant in the room, even if he hides behind the couch, his mountain-like stature can't be concealed. Lu Xiaomu felt a bit sheepish. He hadn't expected that casually pushing aside a broken submarine would once again expose his rogue Xiaomu alias to the online community. Heaven knows. He only used 30% of his strength. Lu Xiaomu racked his brain. Zhou Yu nudged him. The viewers are waiting for your response, Xiaomu. Don't pretend you didn't hear them. Cut it out, Lu Xiaomu dismissed her casually. I'm working on it at full speed. Hold on a sec, let me come up with a perfect excuse to fool you all. Zhou Yu. Viewers. Oh, got it. Lu Xiaomu declared solemnly, fellow netizens, we're all the culmination of 9 years of compulsory education. Every one of us is a dragon or phoenix, a sage or saint. So, you understand physics, right? Who do you think you're looking down on? I'm a science prodigy born under the heavens. I'd punch Einstein in the face and kick Maxwell in the butt. I even keep Schrodinger's cat at home. Let me put it this way, Newton would bow before me, and Faraday would call me brother, because this brother Zhang stands 2.1 meters tall. I'm a Physics Academy scholar. What brings you here? Which academy? I sweep the courtyard at Xianghua Temple. They call me the Great Monk. Just call me academician. Lu Xiaomu cleared his throat, Rolling friction is way less than sliding friction. Plus, that blue whale's water jet mixed with its stomach acid made the ground's resistance super low. Even a weakling like me, just a 10-year-old kid, could push it with one hand, no sweat. Ha! You think I believe that? Hold on, Xiaomu, let me hypnotize myself. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Okay, I believe you. It's definitely because of the low rolling friction, not because you're the real deal, Xiaomu the bully. Ah, right. Yeah. Brother Xiaomu, when will your masterpiece hit the shelves at the bookstore? Every web novel god, print publishing heavyweight, and entertainment industry joke master I know pales in comparison to your storytelling skills. Thanks for the compliment. Lu Xiaomu bowed his hands, ignoring all the sarcasm, and waved politely. No need to thank me for enlightening you. I merely dabble in a tiny bit of physics, nothing more. Oh, given the time difference, it should be noon in China now, right? He abruptly changed the subject. Alright. Fellow netizens, let's all do 300 Kegel exercises together to protect our health and effectively prevent hemorrhoids. Viewers? Fair enough, you've reminded me. Garlic bird, no hard feelings. Let's not be so hard on little Moo. Look what we've driven the kid into. Alright. 19 million viewers in the livestream, let's all contract our pelvic floor muscles together. Men prevent urinary incontinence in old age, women prevent pelvic floor weakness. Joe, you gave him a thumbs up. Who knew Brother Moo had such a clever way to change the subject? Amazing. Next, Lu Xiaomu directed Zhou to bring over some long, flat stones to prop up the submarine. He retrieved a tool hammer from the submarine's toolbox. He tamped down the ground to secure the stones. All set. Our submarine's new home is rock solid. Zhou was thrilled, then discovered something inside. Whoa! There are several large lithium batteries here, perfect for charging our filming gear. No more worries about live streaming now. The viewers came from all walks of life and every corner of the world, including many mechanics and engineers. Immediately, someone cautiously warned. Watch out for live equipment. Who knows? The submarine's black box might still be transmitting signals, luring the mold rescue team straight to your island. You've stolen someone else's submarine, it might not be a blessing. It could very well bring disaster upon you. Upon hearing this, Zhou panicked and rushed to inform Lu Xiaomu. Thanks for the kind warnings, everyone. But I already dismantled its antenna when I entered the submarine and smashed its black box with one punch. Lu Xiaomu bowed in gratitude, then crawled inside to retrieve two mangled precision devices. A signal transmitter crumpled into a lump. The submarine's black box smashed into a flat disk. You know so much about submarine mechanics, yet you claim you're not a terrorist, Xiaomu? Another voice piped up to challenge him. Before his fans could cover for him, Lu Xiaomu stood with hands on hips, declaring with righteous indignation, Thug Xiaomu? Who is that? He's nothing but a muscle-bound brute with no brains. Does he understand the internal circuit diagrams of the latest submarines? Does he know how to remove two components without disrupting the internal power supply? Just because I have a skill, why must I be slandered as Thug Xiaomu? All the netizens froze, their thoughts solidifying. Right. Thug Xiaomu was renowned across Blue Star for his raw brute force. But Brother Xiaomu's understanding of submarine machinery falls squarely within the realm of intellect. Your knowledge is impressive. I'm a PhD from the Electrical Engineering School, and I still can't operate a moldy submarine, one viewer marveled. Of course I am. Lu Xiaomu declared with righteous confidence. I'm an academic superstar, 3 consecutive years of Little Red Flower Awards in kindergarten, certified 3 good student in elementary school. Got any of that? A mere PhD dares to show off in front of your brother Moo? My teachers all praised me as having the potential to become an academician. I'm destined to lead all humanity out of the Milky Way and into the cosmic era. Netizens. Thump thump thump. Boom boom boom. Duong. 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 Lu Xiaomu looked a bit bewildered. What are they spamming? Zhou sighed, they're bowing to you. You've completely won over these unruly netizens, they're bowing down to you. Lu Xiaomu nodded slightly, this generation of netizens does have some self-awareness. Alright then, my loyal subjects, rise. Don't knock your already meager pig brains out of place, you'll need them to earn wages and pay tribute to this livestream channel. The viewers roared with laughter, filling the livestream with joyful camaraderie. As for why Lu Xiaomu knew the moldy submarine inside out, they'd given up trying to figure it out. Before the marvelous brother Xiaomu, anything was possible. In an instant, donations poured in like a tidal wave, adding another 14 million to Lu Xiaomu's earnings. Thank you all. Next, I'll teach you a wilderness survival trick for finding water sources. Guaranteed 100% success, no tricks, no lies. Lu Xiaomu pounded his chest emphatically. Chapter 47, What's a Survival Master? Tactical Backflip. Viewers, ? You're just bragging, brother Xiaomu. I watch all kinds of survival shows. Whether it's Mr. Hunger or Mr. Wild, none of them dare claim 100% success when finding water. A viewer with the ID, I'm stealing oil in the Middle East, send a 500 yuan voice bullet. If you really can guarantee 100% success, I'll do a handstand while pooping and catch it with my mouth, creating a self-sustaining cycle of eating and ting. Little glutton, just say if you want to eat, no need to announce it to the whole internet. Lu Xiaomu flashed a confident smile. Anyone else want to bet? Where'd all those guys go who bet 5 electric fans or 10,000 push-ups? Reporting to Lord Xiaomu. The guy who bet on 5 electric fans a day, Snake Eater Su Xian, was hospitalized during your livestream beating out the bluefin trevally. He's getting stitches to reattach his little brother. He asked me to pass on a message, once he recovers, he'll challenge you again. But he's ditching the electric fans, next time he'll bet on helicopter rotors. That guy doing 10,000 push-ups? He's a 300-pound food vlogger. He's editing his Baidu Baiki entry right now, redefining push-ups as lying on the ground and doing 1 standard push-up per cockroach poopa. We're all ganging up on him, calling him a cheater. Lu Xiaomu let out a loud laugh. Viewers, you're all legends. I often feel like I don't fit in because I'm not as outrageous as you guys. You quickly waved her hands. Don't take your promises so seriously, fellow netizens. Next time you make a bold claim and get called out, just change your name and pretend nothing happened. Our livestream isn't one to ban big talkers. Snake Eater Su Xian, Little Moon is so kind-hearted. I'm returning triumphant from the hospital right now, and I declare, if Brother Xiaomu can truly find a water source 100% of the time, I'll head to the butcher shop and livestream myself feeding the meat grinder. Food broadcaster Sun Daniu, thank you, goddess yeah. But I don't need it. I've already rewritten the encyclopedia and redefined push-ups, now every heartbeat counts as one. Currently, I'm living elegantly at 140 push-ups per minute. You froze in shock, Mr. Food Broadcaster. You really should go to the hospital. With a heart rate that high, who knows when you might keel over. Lu Xiaomu sighed, food streaming is a high-risk profession. Oh, right, is Liangzi from the neighboring stream still alive? It's almost the finale, the viewers chimed in unison. Alright, back to business. Next, I'll show you a foolproof trick to locate water sources. Hold your breath and witness the miracle. Amidst everyone's eager anticipation, Lu Xiaomu strolled leisurely toward the submarine's control console. What's that supposed to mean? Is there a fridge hidden among all that machinery? With bottled mineral water inside? That can't be right. Isn't all the sub's water stored in tanks? Other wilderness survival experts rely on their sixth sense in the wild. Lu Xiaomu probably hasn't mastered such advanced techniques. Got it. Lu Xiaomu activated the electronic screen with satisfaction, grinning at the crowd. This is the 100% water finding method. Launch the submarine's built-in reconnaissance drone. It patrols from above to locate water sources. Viewers, ? Soon, aerial footage appeared on the screen, sweeping over lush sea trees. Oh, water source successfully locked. Before the viewers could react, Lu Xiaomu pointed at a shimmering small lake in the footage. See? On an island this big, there's bound to be standing water. That must be fresh water. Once we've used up the hundreds of pounds of fresh water in our subs tanks, I'll go fetch some. You're ing 100% this. The viewers collectively covered their faces. I want to rant, but I don't even know where to start. Something feels off, but it really is a 100% guaranteed method. Wait, where'd this high-altitude drone come from in a wilderness survival show? When Mr. D ventured onto the deserted island, he came stark naked, not even wearing underwear, just parachuted onto the island with a screen full of mosaic. I've got a second 100% guaranteed trick. Surprised? Shocked? Lu Xiaomu ignored the viewer's disdain and dropped another bombshell. Ha! Everyone perked up again. You always pull off some crazy stunts. I'm dying to see what shady tricks you've got up your sleeve this time. This time, no drones allowed, okay? Bring it on. I want to see some real wilderness survival. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly and walked back to the control console. I've activated the infrared radar installed in the submarine to scan a 1 kilometer radius. Too bad I dismantled the antenna, otherwise it could have scanned 10 kilometers. He shrugged, glancing at the generated topographic map on the screen before pointing excitedly. Got it. What is it? Lu Xiaomu calmly pointed at the complex, strange image on the screen. This indicates infrared absorption or reflection. Fellow viewers, here's another little trick. Those of you who frequently play spies and have been hunted by enemies using infrared night vision gear should know how to counter infrared detection. Use smooth reflective surfaces like glass to reflect the signal and conceal your position. Viewers. Thanks, man. Another useless piece of knowledge added to the list. After finishing this delivery, I'm going to become a spy and steal cutting-edge tech from abroad to serve my country. Thanks, Brother Mu. Just now, when 10,000 helicopters were frantically scanning me with infrared night vision, I pulled out a small mirror and bounced them all back. Lu Xiaomu nodded, his handsome little face turning serious. I'm pleased to see you all eager to learn, but I don't appreciate the sarcastic remarks. Let me continue the lesson. On this archipelago, there's only one transparent object that can reflect infrared: the water surface. Lu Xiaomu remotely guided the drone toward the indicated area. Instantly, another wetland was discovered. So tell me, is this a 100% success rate? Lu Xiaomu asked the viewers triumphantly. Still want to argue with Brother Mu? Wah? Brother Xiaomu, we were wrong. The viewers were speechless, and the 14 million people in the livestream were once again bowing in awe. Lu Xiaomu laughed heartily, hands on hips. What do you call a survival master? Oh ho ho ho. Tactical lean back. Bro is V587, boom boom boom. Seriously, no actual survival tips? Who needs wilderness survival skills when you've got a submarine? Brother Mu's just messing around for laughs. It's useless. Before Lu Xiaomu could retort, the entire staff of the Summer Fun Show variety program couldn't stand it anymore. Thanks to Lu Xiaomu's insane popularity these past few days, everyone had secured several months' worth of year-end bonuses. It was safe to say Lu Xiaomu was their money tree. And what were these modest year-end bonuses? Once the show grew bigger and stronger, their incomes would skyrocket. The director was already in talks with several new sponsors. Chapter 48. Ha! Woman, you're playing with fire. The director personally hopped on a secondary account to back him up. What the hell do you know, you stubborn idiot? Brother Mu is thinking ahead, got it? Even if a submarine is loaded with supplies, it'll eventually run dry. Finding water sources early is the smart play. We're always behind Brother Mu. The assistant also registered a new account. Adapting to your environment and using every available resource at hand is the ultimate secret to wilderness survival. Didn't Mr. D's survival show also utilize plastic bottles from the ocean? Use whatever you can find, got it? Zhou chimed in, everyone, before Brother Mu employed his 100% successful method, he already demonstrated several wilderness survival techniques. They were just less efficient, so he moved on. If you think he's inadequate, feel free to share some better approaches and enlighten us all. That if you think you can do better, go ahead, nonsense again? I can't do it, so I'll just keep complaining. The little haters argued frantically. Zhou pouted, why can't it be if you think you can do better, go ahead. Our summer fun show is about capturing kids' joyful summer experiences. Lu Xiaomu isn't a professional survivalist. We're all just amateurs doing this for fun. If he can do it, why can't you? You bunch of whiny, useless wimps. She raised both middle fingers toward the camera. Paired with her innocent, bubbly beauty, the gesture was devastatingly effective. The haters went silent. Little Moon saves the day single-handedly, so touching. Well said. We need to expose their hypocrisy. Little Moo was so adorable, a sweet, fluffy cream puff. And finding 2 water sources in just 3 minutes? She outshines every survival expert out there, truly the best. Lu Xiaomu couldn't be bothered to engage with the trolls. He simply pulled the entrenching tool from his submarine toolbox and remarked with interest, you viewers are right, we can't just sit around eating our way through supplies. We need to stay vigilant. Come on, let's go hunting while it's still light out. We're just sitting around here anyway. Zhou pointed at the overflowing food stockpile, no way. No way. Even if we binge eat every day, we could last 3 days and nights. Can we hunt tomorrow? Today, I just want to turn on the AC in the sub, crawl into my moldy military sleeping bag, and sleep like a baby. Let's turn off the stream and catch up on sleep, okay? As she spoke, Zhou dramatically gestured toward Lu Xiaomu's head. Oops, you're so short. Lu Xiaomu, ? Barely reaching my chest. Zhou regained her confidence, smiling as she admonished, kids need plenty of sleep, you know? Otherwise, you'll end up short like Brother Xiaomu. The viewers burst into laughter. So true, sis. I know tons of child stars in the entertainment industry. They made big bucks when they were young, shining brightly, but then they got phased out because they just wouldn't grow taller. Little Moo, you can't argue with that now, haha. You know what? You're actually right. Little Moon's got a point this time. Zhou chuckled softly, deliberately looking down at Lu Xiaomu from above. Right? Lu Xiaomu's lips curled slightly, knees bent, glutes tensing. Take this rocket headbutt. Lu Xiaomu launched himself from the spot, soaring skyward, his headbutt landing squarely on Zhou's chin. Put. Zhou fell backward, spewing pineapple pizza from her mouth. She collapsed onto the ground, completely stunned by the impact. Though Lu Xiaomu deliberately controlled her force and Zhou wasn't injured, she still felt a dizzying sense of disorientation. The director of Summer Fun Show was already jumping for joy, another iconic moment. Brother Xiaomu was a god of variety shows, with such natural talent for live streaming. Get this edited immediately and pay influencers to spread it. Within 24 hours, I want Lu Xiaomu delivers rocket headbutt, little Yaya crashes to the ground, trending on every website. Viewers in the livestream chat instantly burst out laughing. They weren't hit by Lu Xiaomu's rocket headbutt, they were simply laughing so hard they were choking. Holy crap. Brother Moo's comeback was absolutely epic. This cute girl laughed so hard her face split. Haha, Little Moon got her comeuppance for trash talking Brother Xiaomu's height. This moment will go down as a legendary scene in variety show history. 5-star hilarity. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaomu merely gave a devilish grin. Woman, you're playing with fire. Zhou? Viewers burst out laughing again at this line. Wait, you used that line here? I can't stop laughing. If I die laughing, send the cops to arrest Lu Xiaomu in this livestream. The ultimate domineering CEO, Brother Xiaomu. I'm a female-oriented web novel writer with ideas flowing like a fountain. My new book is titled, The Domineering CEO on Top of Me, My Child-Promised Husband, Brother Xiaomu. On top of me? Will your book pass Xinhe's censorship? Watch out for getting invited to the police station for a chat. I'm going hunting myself. If you're too lazy to move, crawl into your submarine and sleep. Lu Xiaomu glared at Zhou with disdain. You're such a lazy piggy girl. May your flab grow faster than your wallet. Zhou scrambled up sheepishly, trailing obediently behind Little Moo. Fine, I'll go fishing with you. Look at you all puffed up like a pufferfish. I'm annoyed by your complete lack of crisis awareness. Lu Xiaomu sneered contemptuously. All that junk food in the submarine has numbed your senses. Think about it, did you even check the weather forecast before coming? Typhoon Babayev is heading straight for the Red Coast. If we get caught in its path, the island will be hit by violent storms in no time. When that happens, the currents will go haywire. Every fish near the coast will dive deep to hide, even your beloved spider conch will disappear. If my words prove prophetic, how will you cope? He asked. Joyu choked on her words, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment. She prided herself on being an independent adult woman. Why did she appear so short-sighted in front of a child? You're right. If we want to survive long-term, we must stockpile enough dry rations and clean water. What impressed Lu Xiaomu was that Joyu actually bowed sincerely to apologize to a child. Alright, then let's go catch some big fish. Lu Xiaomu puckered her lips nonchalantly. Bring your spear gun along. Didn't I break it? Joyu stammered awkwardly. I fixed it, Lu Xiaomu replied simply. The spearhead just got bent out of shape from the impact. I straightened it out for you. Straightened, with your bare hands? Joyu's mouth fell open, looking like a wide-eyed bird. She was absolutely certain Lu Xiaomu had done it barehanded, because she'd followed him the entire way and hadn't seen any workbench or repair tools. Lu Xiaomu shot her a glance but didn't respond. Stop fussing. Are we going or not? Chapter 49, 100 shots, 100 hits, shark hunt. Joyu suddenly realized her words would become fresh evidence exposing his identity as Thug Xiaomu. She scrambled to cover her tracks. Oh, right. I saw you sneakily grab a stone hammer. Guess you used that for the repairs, huh? Ha ha. Lu Xiaomu's lips curved slightly. This woman had a quick wit. What kind of fish do you want for dinner and midnight snack? Lu Xiaomu asked confidently, gripping his spear gun. I can catch it for you. Guaranteed haul. I actually don't care for seafood. Joyu sighed. We lost all our cumin, pepper, salt, and 13 spices. We don't have ginger or garlic either, so it's hard to remove the fishy taste. Just catch whatever fish you like, as long as you don't come back empty-handed. Respecting her preferences, Lu Xiaomu suggested, then let's try a new kind of fish you've never had before. Maybe it'll unlock a whole new flavor for you. Huh? What kind? That's right. Shark. Though they were clearly not on the same wavelength, their conversation somehow clicked. Shark. I've never had that before. Joyu suddenly felt a pang of appetite, but she quickly shook her head. But let's not. We've been live streaming all this time, facing so many heart-stopping moments. We barely made it out alive, and now the show's a huge hit. I'd hate for you to ruin everything to be snatched away by a shark before you even get to enjoy life. But Lu Xiaomu's words had already ignited the enthusiasm of the live stream viewers. Go! 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 Shark! Fight! 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 Our channel thrives on being bold and fresh. Battling sharks would be the ultimate spectacle. With Brother Xiaomu's skills, he can easily take down mold, tame blue whales, and hunt sharks. What's the big deal? Lu Xiaomu snapped his fingers. Alright, it's settled. Time to dive in and hunt some sharks. Our viewers are our bread and butter. The customer is always right. As entertainers, we've got to deliver that emotional value they crave. But? No buts. Just yes. Lu Xiaomu wasted no time, beckoning Joyu with a flick of his finger. Go get everything out of the submarine toolbox. What's this for? Joyu obeyed instantly, but couldn't resist asking why. The viewers were equally baffled by his strange move. To hunt sharks, you need proper weapons, Lu Xiaomu scoffed. You can't expect me to go bare-handed against a shark, can you? Well, I suppose. Joyu recalled Lu Xiaomu's terrifying Tai Chi strike that had shattered the reef rock. What are you mumbling about? Lu Xiaomu shot her a suspicious glance. I mean. Joyu pointed at their spear guns. With these two deadly weapons, why bother making your own tools? Ha! Lu Xiaomu burst into laughter. Ha! What's so funny? Joyu retorted indignantly. Spear guns are meant for fish, right? And these harpoons are razor sharp. If you aim properly, you could take down a shark with one shot. The online viewers murmured in agreement. Brother Xiaomu, you're being all mysterious again. If you can't explain this properly, we're all unfollowing you. Sigh, a bunch of landlubbers lacking common sense. Lu Xiaomu shook his head. Viewers, this isn't criticism or condescension. I genuinely want to have an equal conversation with you, but sadly, every time it feels like students asking a teacher stupid questions. I have no choice but to correct you like a teacher, he sighed, explaining the reasoning under the rebellious stares of his viewers. Just because a spear gun has the word gun in it doesn't mean it's an actual firearm. Fish harpoons use high-tension rubber bands to fire projectiles. Put simply, they're essentially crossbows or slingshots. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. Anyone who hunts whales regularly knows those whaling ships carry heavy artillery harpoon cannons. They're often several meters long, can load multiple harpoons at once, and require several strong men to operate them, using leverage to cock the mechanism. He continued. Lu Xiaomu pointed at the harpoon with disgust. You expect me to use this thing? Does it pack even 1% of the power of a whale hunting crossbow cannon? Well, even the most stubborn trolls were left speechless. They might not know whaling firsthand, but they'd seen movies like Pirates of the Caribbean and heard similar descriptions in novels and comics. They knew Lu Xiaomu wasn't exaggerating. The spear guns we bought are only good for catching small fish like sea bream, Lu Xiaomu scoffed. Honestly, even barracuda and bluefin tuna aren't worth its trouble. It's only because I never miss that I've managed to rack up tons of damage with it. Zhou stammered awkwardly, well, if you could hit a shark's eyeball and drive the spear straight through its skull, that should work too, right? Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes wildly. In the unpredictable depths of the ocean, even someone as tough as me can't guarantee a 100% hit rate. What if I miss the eyeball? Or what if the harpoon got stuck in the brow bone instead of penetrating the brain? How would we face a raging shark then? Zhou covered her mouth. I'm so stupid. Stop scolding me, wah. Poof. With this spear's sharpness, it wouldn't even pierce shark skin, Lu Xiaomu sighed. Don't underestimate the ocean's ruler. Look up short videos to see just how thick shark skin is. Then what do we do? Should we just give up? I don't like fish anyway. We could go collect spider conch and hermit crabs together, that'd be nice too. Zhou embraced defeat wholeheartedly, her spirit of surrender unashamed. No way. I still want to cash in on the viewers' donations, Lu Xiaomu declared with righteous conviction. Just now, tons of people promised to donate $1 million to our show if I actually hunted a shark over 100 gene about 50 kilograms. Yes, remember this local big shot's name, Uncle Ghost. I've held the Emperor title on this platform for 30 consecutive months, with monthly spending of 2 million yuan verifiable data. No need for chatter. I won't wait for you to kill the shark to tip to avoid suspicion of skipping out, I'm sending it now. System notice, esteemed user Jackfruit 2001 has gifted the streamer 100 super cosmic spaceships. Zhou's eyes instantly turned into $N symbols. Hunt the shark. We must hunt the shark. Or use me as bait, just split the rewards with me afterward. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. You money-grubbing little thing, you'd risk your life for cash. Hee hee, I'm just a useless little thing. This is the only tiny bit of help I can offer. Zhou pouted cutely. Lu Xiaomu nodded, I can give you 1% of the rewards, but only if you go catch some fish right now. Chop them into mince, I'll use their blood to lure the sharks. Mission accomplished, boss. I, Little Moon, will walk through fire and water for you. Chapter 50, Riding the Whales, Dancing with the Sharks. With this spear gun in hand, the world is mine. Zhou signed the pledge, patting her silicone-enhanced chest. With courage and pride, she dove headfirst into the Red Sea. 5 seconds later, a graceful figure suddenly surfaced. Wah! That dive was too forceful, I swallowed a mouthful of sand. Spit, spit, spit. Online friends. Lu Xiaomu covered her face, praying to the heavens, hopefully no baby sharks come into the shallow waters and snatch Little Moon away. And please, no electric rays zapping our host unconscious and drowning her. Wishing her smooth diving, no collisions with dugongs or sea turtles while cruising at high speed. Sounds pretty dangerous out there, huh? No way, brother Xiaomu. As Little Moon's guardian, you should be supervising her in the water. Exactly. Even though she's 22, she's still a baby. And even though you're only 10, it's the age when you need to be looking out for her. Faced with the online viewers' suggestions, Lu Xiaomu was utterly speechless. I think as parents, we should occasionally give our kids some independence. We shouldn't always be trailing behind them like little shadows. You might think it's parental love, but kids might mistake it for us not trusting their survival skills. Lu Xiaomu swung a karate chop, felling a palm tree, and began gathering its tender green leaves. All the while, he continued his parenting lecture. We need to trust Little Moon. She graduated from a top university, after all. She followed me all the way from China to the Red Coast, faced mold, encountered thugs, swam with whales, and danced with sharks. Lu Xiaomu glanced at the little genius communication watch. So, let's dive down to look for her in 5 minutes. If she got snatched by a big fish, we should still have time to save her. After all, she's a big live human, even sharks would take a few minutes to eat her. The online viewers were increasingly speechless. Ha, you spouted all this trusty talk, but turns out your trust only lasts 5 minutes. Listening to a 10-year-old cutie share parenting advice on how to raise a college girl feels off. It's like the heavens have turned upside down. But Xiao Yeye dragging Xiao Muge down day after day really is a burden. She needs to be whipped hard and forged into a capable person as soon as possible. Lu Xiaomu first twisted the antenna dismantled from the submarine into a twisted rope by hand. Then he swung a stone hammer, forging it into a sturdy, heavy harpoon. Finally, he strapped a moldy military dagger to the tip as a bayonet. All done. He clenched the new weapon in his palm with satisfaction, weighing it slightly. Though called a harpoon, it resembled an ancient spear or perhaps a fantasy dragon slaying lance. Then, under the wide-eyed stares of his viewers, Lu Xiaomu excitedly activated a new skill never before shown in public. 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix spear. This came after he paid this system 800 million. After tediously reading the historical text records of the Three Kingdoms, Zhao Yun's biography. After savoring the street stall purchase, I am Zhao Yun, conquering all 3 kingdoms' wives. Finally, he had acquired this skill. Whoosh! The harpoon swept across the 8 desolate regions. Boom! A reef rock was smashed to pieces by the harpoon's surging force, its impact heavy and devastating. Alright, I've got the hang of it now. This weapon's pretty darn good. Lu Xiaomu sheathed his spear with satisfaction, stretching his limbs. Haven't practiced spear play in ages. What do you think, folks? Not too shabby, huh? No, Xiaomu. We scrambled like mad, going through hell to keep your identity hidden, and you just had to show off in public, huh? You're a little kid, yet you wield the 2-meter-long harpoon like a pro. And you claim you're not the real Xiaomu? Guess I really can't hide it anymore. Sigh. Liu Xiaomu, confident that viewers couldn't physically verify his claims online, deadpan-ed his way through this weapon? It's inflatable, made of plastic. Looks fierce, but it's actually light as a feather. A 10-year-old kid could play with it. Viewers, ? Yeah, right. You just shattered a rock with that thing. You think we don't have eyes, huh? Liu Xiaomu remained unfazed, continuing his bluff. Reef? Just a foam block used for filming, painted black. You guys saw wrong. Fine. We're blind. Still trying to cover it up. Still making stuff up. I'm never believing you again. You're the troublemaker Xiaomu? Come with us, FBI. Lu Xiaomu, accustomed to evasion, declared with certainty, fine. If you insist on this nonsense, go ahead. Come arrest me on the deserted island? Look up the coordinates yourselves. Make sure to bring enough soldiers, lest I wipe them all out. Brother Xiaomu isn't pretending anymore, he's laying his cards on the table. But even if everyone knows he's the rioter Xiaomu, so what? There's no proof anyway. Just because Brother Xiaomu can wrestle a whale shark barehanded, blast through reefs with a single shot, or push submarines with half a palm, does that mean we have to slander him as riotous Xiaomu? Couldn't he be Astro Boy? Or the little golden warrior from the gourd? Exactly. He could be a baby Superman from Krypton, or Goku Jr. from Namek. Lu Xiaomu couldn't be bothered with the chatter. He hoisted his hand-held harpoon and hurled it toward the depths. Plop. The metal hit the water, sending up a huge splash. This is what you call inflatable plastic, the online friends retorted. Lu Xiaomu, it's the force. I deliberately applied extra pressure. So even plastic hitting water can mimic metal. That makes perfect sense. Keep spinning those tales next time. But one day, you'll run out of excuses. That's when your true identity will be exposed. Lu Xiaomu's lips curled slightly. Alright, folks, the real shark hunting moment is about to begin. With this extra inflatable harpoon in my hands, it's the end of all sharks along the Red Coast. An inflatable harpoon can hunt sharks? You're contradicting yourself again. Your lies are starting to unravel. Another viewer pointed out the flaw. Lu Xiaomu paused briefly before countering the viewers. Have you seen the Lover's Concerto? The protagonist used the barrel of his gun to kill someone when he had no bullets. My inflatable harpoon at least has a military knife with a razor-sharp blade strapped to it. What's wrong with hunting sharks? Who knows, if I ever run into an ugly American warship, I might even pierce through their hull armor. Brother Xiaomu, you rock. The viewers chuckled, shaking their heads and abandoning further nitpicking. Oh. Big catch right off the bat, everyone. Looks like we're in for a treat tonight. Lu Xiaomu gazed intently ahead, spotting a lobster nest nestled between the reef crevices. 10 large lobsters swayed their antennae in the breeze, as if gathered for a family feast. Wow, what a haul. I'm dying to go lobster hunting at Red Coast, waking up every day to lobster congee, grilled lobster, steamed lobster, lobster sashimi. Even though there are plenty of lobsters, I'm facing a classic brain teaser, Lu Xiaomu sighed. 10 birds in a tree. I have a single-shot rifle. How many birds can I catch with 10 shots? Chapter 51, Little Moon, I got into a fight with a fish. Of course 10. 10 shots means you catch 10. Could such a simple math problem stump this little genius? Brain teasers are all about tricking people, they never specify the conditions. What if all 10 birds were deaf? Or what if your shotgun was actually a heavily modified rocket launcher? Then one shot would take them all out. Exactly. If the 10 birds were dead birds, wooden birds, or iron birds, wouldn't they be a piece of cake? If we could wait for 10 birds to multiply into 1,000, then with 10 shots from me, who knows, maybe I'd have hundreds. Lu Xiaomu snapped his fingers. Excellent. You viewers have such creative minds, I can't wait to see your entries. But, no matter how much you chatter, it won't solve my thorny problem. How on earth do I catch all 10 lobsters? If I miss this lobster nest, I might not see another one for days. He frowned, staring at the lobsters with wide eyes. The viewers asked curiously. The lobsters seemed kinda dumb. They're staring death in the face, yet they're still just sitting there. Why aren't they trying to escape? Look, 2 of them are waving their claws at Brother Xiaomu. Just grab those 2 and call it a day, no need to be greedy. Lu Xiaomu chuckled, you see lobsters as dinner because you're viewing them from the perspective of humans at the top of the food chain. Why not see it from the lobster's perspective? He continued vividly, imagine I'm a fierce giant lobster. My armor-plated shell intimidates even sharks, and my powerful claws could twist a manatee's nose. I've ruled the Red Sea my entire life, facing no equal. Any predator strong enough to defeat me finds my shell too thick and troublesome to eat, preferring to hunt other fish with tender, succulent flesh instead. Then one day, I, the lobster sovereign, returned home to visit my family. I stumbled upon a strange creature, not even as big as a shark. It seemed like a new species of dugong had emerged in the sea. Lu Xiaomu shrugged. Me, back down? Sorry, but I'll make sure that dugong knows who truly rules these coral reefs. Come, puny human. Battle my brother lobster, consider yourself blessed in 3 lifetimes. The live stream erupted in laughter. That explanation is priceless. Fair point. Honestly, any lobster that knows the terror of humans has already been stewed to death, unable to relay intel back to the deep sea. Ah, this is probably the frog in the well mentality of the shore hunting world. Both the well-dwelling frog and the deep-sea shrimp are clueless about the vastness of the world, each thinking they're the ruler of their own domain. As everyone chatted idly, Lu Xiaomu suddenly slapped her forehead. Got it. The net pouch. I still have a net pouch I can use. But a net can't cover all 10 lobsters at once. The netizens were perplexed. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. Others can't, but I can. In the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear technique I just demonstrated on shore, there's a move called fire phoenix sweeping the plains. I need only swing the net at an arcane angle to create a wide area blockade, scooping every single lobster into the net. Holy crap, you brought traditional martial arts to the Red Coast? To deal with some unlucky lobsters? This kind of ruthless move is truly unheard of and unseen. In ancient times, they used anti-aircraft guns to swat mosquitoes. Today, little brother uses a net to wipe out lobsters. Go for it. If you succeed, you'll be deified, a legend among beachcombers. Lu Xiaomu chuckled softly. Now, it's time to witness the sea god in action. Remember not to blink, or you'll miss the ultimate coastal harvest show. With that, Lu Xiaomu swung his net with thunderous force, plunging it into the crevices of the reef. The lobsters weren't dumb enough to wait for death. Spotting the strange object ascending, they immediately flicked their tails, sending 10 water columns skyward as they scattered in all directions in perfect coordination. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xiaomu's net zigzagged through the water, instantly scooping up 3 lobsters. Then, with overwhelming force, it slammed down on 2 lobsters heading in the same direction, knocking them both unconscious. Gah! Lu Xiaomu unleashed a demon-subduing lion's roar. The invisible shockwaves momentarily disoriented the remaining 5 lobsters, allowing Lu Xiaomu to snatch 3 more with a swift swing of the net. The last 2 lobsters finally escaped, thanks to the delay their comrades had bought them. But Lu Xiaomu refused to be discouraged. He kicked the water fiercely, surging forward with astonishing speed, and in an instant, he was swimming alongside one of the lobsters. The merciless net came crashing down. Captured. The online viewers were stunned, utterly awestruck by Lu Xiaomu's god-tier skills, wishing they could kneel on their keyboards to watch the livestream. 9 lobsters caught. Brother Xiaomu was already amazing. Too bad one got away, spoiling the perfect finish, they sighed. But Lu Xiaomu merely curved his lips in a smirk. With a dashing flick of his arm, he pulled the trigger of his spear gun. Sorry, little lobster. A family should lie together neatly on my cutting board. Whoosh! The spear darted forward, striking the 10th crayfish squarely in the back of the head. It toppled into the coral grove, motionless. Lu Xiaomu bowed in satisfaction. Thanks to nature's bounty, we'll have another lobster feast tonight. Viewers in the livestream chat were thoroughly entertained, unable to resist applauding. Brother Xiaomu's skills are unmatched. Even moldy fungi get beaten by this Tang-style thug. What chance do mere lobsters stand? 10 lobsters fell with a single strike. I've already edited this into a 1-minute clip to show those moldy bastards in the ugly country. Let them see who they're up against. No wonder the renegade Xiaomu is hailed as the strongest super commando in history. A glimpse into the whole from a small part. Lu Xiaomu drew his Swiss Army knife and delivered finishing blows to every remaining lobster. Only after confirming they were all immobilized did he resume treading water with satisfaction, continuing his search for Zhou Yu. Finishing them off is good practice, fellow viewers, he explained calmly as he swam. Not all sea creatures are dumb, many are masters at playing dead. One slip, and $1,000 lobster slips through your fingers. Plus, if just 1 out of 10 lobsters survives and tears the net, you lose the whole haul. In short, when it comes to preventing airstrikes, you can never be too careful. He leisurely swam past several large coral reefs before finally spotting Zhou Yu. She was being dragged wildly by a powerful grouper. Her spear gun was embedded in the grouper's belly, the line connected to her arm, and the two were locked in a fierce tug of war. Spotting him, she immediately exclaimed with delight, Xiaomu, come help. I'm tangled up with a fish. Lu Xiaomu. Audience. Variety show crew. Sweating soybean emojis dominated 99% of the screen during the summer fun show. Could it be that Little Moon is actually a once-in-a-century live streaming genius, even more so than Brother Moo? People murmured, stunned by her god-tier skills. Chapter 52, Mold. Mobilize the entire nest. You'd wait 1,000 years to see another Little Moon, viewers sighed. Getting solo killed by a whale shark while wandering the jungle is understandable human nature. But getting utterly dominated by a grouper, nearly solo killed? That's god-tier death itself. Lu Xiaomu just stood by, grinning as she stared blankly at her 10 lobsters. Help me out here. It's dragging me around so much I'm getting dizzy. Zhou Yu, after all, maintained her figure through years of fitness training. Now clad in a swimsuit, her snow-white, flawless figure was fully exposed in the fragmented sunlight. Her desperate struggle against the grouper, being dragged wildly through the water, resembled an underwater ballet. Her slender arms were taut, and her pink legs kicked wildly. Little Yaya might be a bit clumsy, but her figure rivals any supermodel. It's a shame she's wasting her talent hosting kids' shows. I'll take a loss, just $10 for the dowry, and I'll marry her. Who's in favor? Who's against? I object. Our whole village objects. The whole city opposes it. The whole country opposes it. Every man on the planet opposes it. Zhou Yu was already a mess, pouting for help. Xiao Mu Gu. Xiao. Mu. Gu. Gu. Xiao Mu Gie, save me, please. Lu Xiaomu rolled his eyes wildly. Now you know how to act cute? Wah, I just wanted to contribute to your great shark hunting cause. Zhou Yu refused to give up, determined to battle the grouper to the end. Lu Xiaomu nodded slightly. Now that sounds like a reasonable request. Hold still for a moment, I need to throw the harpoon. Ha? Zhou Yu protested frantically. We're locked in a fierce battle, only about a meter apart. Don't accidentally hit me. Relax. I won't stab you through the heart. Let me test this new harpoon. Lu Xiaomu calmly raised the harpoon high above her head. Locked. 100% accuracy, activated. Whoosh. The harpoon traced a beautiful arc through the water. The giant grouper was impaled through the skull, truly living up to the old saying, one try, one death. Zhou Yu halted her descent, jubilantly securing the giant grouper. This beast must weigh at least 100 pounds. I've never seen such a massive grouper in my life. Hee hee, now you won't be short on shark bait, right? Lu Xiaomu sighed. You won't. I have some good news and some bad news for you, little Moon. Ha? Zhou Yu looked at him blankly. If it's all good news, where's the bad news? Lu Xiaomu sighed deeply. Sharks' sensitivity to blood in the water is beyond your imagination. So, I regret to inform you that since you wrestled with that grouper for so long, and it was shot in the belly, it's been bleeding out steadily. Therefore, Zhou Yu instantly trembled like a leaf, her voice stuttering. No way? A shark? A shark? A shark? Congratulations, you got it right. Lu Xiaomu nodded toward the reef cluster in the southwest. A juvenile tiger shark weighing about 300 kilograms. Normally, it shouldn't be in these waters. Probably due to global warming over the years, many sharks have left their territories. Zhou Yu hurriedly looked over. Sure enough, a massive shark with razor-sharp teeth loomed menacingly behind the reef, its form faintly visible. It doesn't seem to be attacking yet, just observing us, Lu Xiaomu said with a smirk. Right now, we have two options. One is to go toe-to-toe with it for 300 rounds and keep our promise to our online fans. I choose the second one. Zhou Yu conceded without hesitation. Facing the tiger shark, she instantly made the choice dictated by her instincts, her heart pounding with retreat, utterly devoid of any desire to fight. It was the primal fear, ingrained in human DNA over millions of years as mammals, of the apex predator at the top of the food chain. Lu Xiaomu smiled. Alright, option 2 is to give the grouper you fought so hard to catch to this uninvited guest. We'll slip away while it's feasting. We should be able to make a clean getaway during its meal. Hee hee, that plan's perfect. Zhou Yu agreed instantly. Sure, we promised to hunt a shark, but no one said it had to be big. We can just find a small one later to fulfill our promise to the netizens. Or even. She lowered her voice. We could buy an ornamental Genghis Khan shark in town, and I'll slaughter it myself. That'd count too. You. Little yeah, you're shameless. The online audience booed, but they were kind-hearted and didn't actually want them to risk their lives fighting a tiger shark. After all, in the shark hierarchy, tiger sharks rank among the top 10 most formidable predators, definitely not something to mess with. Zhou Yu pouted. Sorry, everyone. Running into a tiger shark is just force majeure. I'm just a little host making a few thousand a month, why should I risk my life? I'm about to make a graceful exit, y'all. Fair enough. The viewers instantly agreed, finding her reasoning perfectly understandable. Workers helping workers, that's what solidarity is all about. Yeah, you should retreat first, Lu Xiaomu fully sympathized. Head south toward the reefs. The tiger shark won't dare chase you there. Huh? Why's that? Zhou Yu obediently followed the advice but couldn't resist asking why. Lu Xiaomu explained seriously, sharks must keep moving constantly to breathe. If they stop, they'll suffocate and die. The southern area is full of hidden reefs where they could easily get stranded or stuck. You're quite right to think a monthly salary of a few thousand isn't worth risking your life for. It figures the same way a mere prey escaping isn't worth the risk, right? Zhou Yu suddenly understood. You're absolutely right, brother Xiaomu. Then let's retreat together. I'll scout ahead for you. No, you go back alone. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. I'm ready to hunt the shark. Audience? Wait, I agree you should hunt a small shark, but there's really no need to pick a fight with it. Brother Mu, even if you're incredibly strong, you're still limited by the body of a 10-year-old child. Your strength is finite. Let's retreat together. There'll be plenty of chances for tough jobs later. No need to risk your life fighting an orca. Lu Xiaomu's expression remained impassive. This matter concerns the bad news I need to tell Xiao Yeye. Ha? Didn't you say there was good news and bad news? Zhou Yu asked in surprise. A killer shark attacking isn't that bad news? How is that bad news? Lu Xiaomu shrugged. Think about it, I sent you fishing to make bait and lure the shark out, right? Right. Now we've achieved our goal. Not only did we lure a shark, but it's an extremely rare open ocean tiger shark endangered in the Red Sea. It probably got lost and accidentally wandered in here. Lu Xiaomu countered, all our plans have been exceeded. Isn't that a good thing? Zhou Yu pursed her lips, her expression puzzled. Then, what's the bad news? Ah, this piece of bad news is truly terrible. Lu Xiaomu gazed at the shark with melancholy. Just now, Wapi and Wu Chang contacted me urgently. They said a 300-strong moldy frogman unit is already heading toward our island. Chapter 53, Shark 1 and Whale 2. Zhou Yu, exclamation point. Audience. Everyone's expressions darkened instantly, their senses on high alert. Compared to marine life, those mold creatures specialized in slaughter were clearly the most terrifying threat. Moreover, Lu Xiaomu and Zhou Yu were stranded on a deserted island, lacking defensive systems and possessing only primitive weapons. How did they find us? Zhou Yu was utterly baffled. Didn't you already sever the antenna, destroy the black box, and confirm we were stranded on this deserted island? Lu Xiaomu, however, showed no surprise. I underestimated this group of fungi. I suppose some of them are highly skilled military experts. It's not hard to guess how they track me down. Tell us. The military enthusiasts in the livestream were particularly intrigued. It was that submarine, Lu Xiaomu sighed. Don't forget, before the little blue whale destroyed it, it was constantly in contact with the mold. And afterward, the naval pilots all managed to escape. That means the submarine's location when it sank is confirmed. Next, they just need to calculate the local ocean currents, use computer simulations to build a drift model, then input the submarine's parameters. Lu Xiaomu snorted lightly. Then they could follow the drift path, conduct a thorough search, and pinpoint our deserted island. That's a clever approach, but there's a dumber yet more effective method. He shrugged. Just take a decommissioned submarine of the same model, dump it into the sea at the exact same time and location, and watch it drift. That'll pinpoint our location precisely. Holy crap, Xiaomu, you're a genius. Who knew that was possible? Then why didn't you guys switch positions? Activate druid skills immediately, summon the little blue whale, and continue guerrilla warfare against the mold. The online spectators scrambled to urge him on, each transforming into Zhuge Jiasu, Weijia, Sima Sushu, or Zhou Yu, eagerly offering strategies. Lu Xiaomu acknowledged their concern, bowing his hands in thanks. With your collective wisdom, defeating the mold is no worry. But I'm not defenseless either. A mere 300-strong frogman unit is something I can handle. 1 against 300? Are you kidding? After all, this is the real deal, the unmasked, no-holds-barred, full-power Lu Xiaomu unleashing his true strength to annihilate the mold. The show is about to begin. But I'm curious, if they know this is Rogue Xiaomu, why do they think a mere 300 troops can take him down? Lu Xiaomu sneered coldly, fear not, 300 is merely the vanguard. Once they pinpoint my location, they'll unleash missile barrages and deploy bombers to erase this barren island from Blue Star's surface. Then why not just bomb it? Why go through all this trouble, someone asked. But his question was immediately shot down by military enthusiasts. Deserted islands are a dime a dozen. If they can't pinpoint Brother Xiaomu's location, what commander would be foolish enough to approve indiscriminate bombing? When the cannons roar, gold flows like water, got it? Leveling every suspicious island would cost a fortune. You approve the military budget? We absolutely must deploy infantry to locate him first. Engage Little Mu in combat while securing the beach to prevent him from summoning the little blue whale. Only then can we commit our entire naval and air forces to apprehend the rogue Little Mu. Zhou Yu looked deeply troubled. The rebel Xiaomu. We should evacuate now with the little blue whale. There's still time. Who's this thug Xiaomu? Lu Xiaomu rolled his eyes wildly. I'll repeat it 1,000,000,000 times, this humble student Lu Xiaomu. Oh, alright then. Since you're not the battle-hardened rogue Xiaomu, there's no way you could defeat 300 mold creatures. Zhou Yu seized the moment to advise, we should leave the great task of fighting the mold to the Tangzhuang rogue group. We're just ordinary people, we should grease our souls and make a run for it. No way. Defending peace on Blue Star is every citizen's duty. Lu Xiaomu's expression hardened with resolve. The Tangzhuang rioters have already stepped forward to resist their hegemony. Now that I have the strength and the troops to strike back at that frogman squadron, why should I hesitate? Zhou Yu, ? Where is your force? She cautiously scanned the surroundings. I don't see witch or painted skin. They're in the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, playing guerrilla warfare with the mold. Lu Xiaomu spread his hands, pointing at the prowling killer whale. This is my force. Don't forget my profession, druid. Ha? You want to tame that tiger shark? Joe, you finally grasped his meaning. You're a quick learner. Finally catching up with my train of thought. Lu Xiaomu laughed heartily. The audience asked me to hunt the shark, not kill it. Besides, tiger sharks are listed as endangered species in several countries. I'm not about to break the law. We'll capture it, then tame this beast to help me deal with the imminent threat. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? That makes sense. Shark Shark 1, Whale Whale 2, engage. What do you think who'd win in a battle between frogmen and whale sharks in the ocean? The online audience immediately erupted into lively discussion. Lu Xiaomu's move truly caught everyone off guard, yet another shadow loomed over their minds. Both the blue whale and tiger shark were still juveniles, just two babies. Could they really defeat 300-seasoned frogman veterans? Genuine frogman special forces are typically equipped with diving knives, underwater pistols, submersible assault rifles, and even anti-frogman rocket launchers. Two ordinary juvenile sea beasts, their chances are slim. Little Moo's idea is brilliant, but sea beasts can only attack by instinct. They might take out a few frogmen at most before getting riddled with bullets. After all, human concentrated fire is every predator's nightmare. After the initial fervor, everyone's rationality began to return. After weighing the pros and cons, they all agreed the odds were slim. Lu Xiaomu smiled. Gentlemen, you seem to have forgotten this druid's existence. I'm a bona fide 3-good student, a super achiever. Not only am I well versed in Sun Tzu's art of war, but I've also studied West Point's underwater combat protocols and No Mold's tactics inside out. Does one need to reach this level to be called a top student? What kind of model student studies this stuff? I betrayed my model student award. I only got it by scoring perfect marks in Chinese, math, and English. I apologize. I feel ashamed. Ignoring the chatter from the chat room, Lu Xiaomu adopted a serious tone. Under my command, they become armored vehicles of the sea. How could the frogman's flesh and blood possibly withstand their terrifying size? Of course, before that, we must first tame this tiger shark. He shifted his tone, curling his lips. This beast keeps resisting my druid skills, refusing to accept modification. We'll have to use some methods to make it cooperate. With that, Lu Xiaomu addressed Zhou Yu. You. Go lure the enemy. Zhou Yu? Chapter 54, You race cars on the highway, I race fish in the Red Sea. The online audience burst out laughing again, spitting out their drinks. Even the bullet comments started playing with memes. Nine-headed worm, Ben Bao, go eliminate Tang Sanzang and his disciples. Bandit King, Minion A, Minion B, go beat that redhead to a pulp. General Pan Phone, men, capture both the red-faced and black-faced ones. Zhou Yu, huh? Me? I never said you had to go yourself. I told you humans aren't on sharks' menus, they prefer plump, squishy giant squids. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. What I mean is, swim up to that giant grouper, stab it hard with your knife, and gut it, rip out its stinky insides. Huh? Why? Lu Xiaomu calmly explained, the tiger shark keeps circling because it's still rational. But people risk their lives for wealth, and fish risk theirs for food. Given how sensitive a shark's sense of smell is, the lure of blood is thousands of times stronger for them than for us. Oh, I get it. Zhou Yu realized. When the blood scent gets strong, it gets high and loses its mind like a junkie. You've got it. Let's go. Lu Xiaomu reached out and removed the military knife from the harpoon. Originally, the goal was to hunt the shark, but now the objective had shifted to taming it. Moreover, they planned to deploy it in combat later, so naturally, they needed to keep it intact. Got it. Help. Zhou Yu had completed her task, but the killer shark suddenly thrashed its fins wildly, charging at her like a raging beast, a massive underwater torpedo hurtling toward her. Its gaping maw, ready to devour. Viewers gripped their palms in sweat, their hearts pounding for her safety. Don't panic. It mistakes you for a competitor trying to steal its prey. It's just trying to scare you off. Lu Xiaomu commanded in a low voice, just run like hell. Watch me distracted while you escape. No prompting needed. Zhou Yu was already sprinting for her life, her diving fins shaking so violently they seemed to smoke. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaomu strolled toward the grouper as if taking a leisurely stroll. Sure enough. The tiger shark, sensing another uninvited guest eyeing its dinner, abandoned Zhou Yu and charged straight at Lu Xiaomu. Spectators stared wide-eyed, struck by the stark contrast between the colossal tiger shark and the diminutive Lu Xiaomu. Visually speaking, Lu Xiaomu wouldn't even be enough to fill a tooth gap for it. Ugh, is this really going to work? Little Moo is definitely skilled, but against such overwhelming brute force, he's probably in big trouble. Could the finale of Summer Fun Show be Little Moo's funeral march? No, the real finale should be Brother Xiaomu's 7 Days of the Dead, turning a kid's show into a horror program. Seriously, you guys are so cold-hearted. Brother Xiaomu gave us days of top-tier live streaming, can't you show a little appreciation? Pfft, you're clearly a fake fan. Back when Little Moo was hanging out with wild beasts at the zoo, you definitely weren't watching this stream. Put your mind at ease and just enjoy the stream. Brother Moo's body is super condensed. If he gets eaten by a shark, it'll be like Sun Wukong deliberately crawling into his sister-in-law's belly. He'll burst out through her stomach in no time. Under the viewer's gazes, filled with both worry and anticipation, Lu Xiaomu swiftly detached a section of steel pipe from his harpoon. Then, he suddenly kicked off the water and charged headlong into the tiger shark's jaws. Ha! Has Brother Xiaomu had enough of living and decided to commit suicide? Delivering takeout to the sharks at Red Coast? Baby tiger shark, fresh human cub, crispy and crunchy, with higher protein content than giant squid. But in the very next instant, as the tiger shark's terrifying maw filled with triangular saw-like teeth clamped down with a thunderous snap, ready to chew. It bit. It bit and bit and bit. Woo woo. The little shark's tiger eyes welled with tears. It couldn't bite down at all because Lu Xiaomu had wedged a steel pipe between its jaws. The bite force of a juvenile tiger shark was, of course, insufficient to bend a military-grade alloy steel pipe from the ugly country. All done. Lu Xiaomu calmly clapped his hands and began using his druid abilities to communicate amicably with the little tiger shark. The little tiger shark tried to run away, feeling wronged, but Lu Xiaomu stopped it with just a few words. Come on, in the entire Red Sea, no one but me can get that pipe out of your jaws. You'll just starve to death otherwise. The tiger shark began pacing. The tiger shark swam frantically in circles. The tiger shark returned tearfully. All right, taming complete, everyone. Lu Xiaomu stroked the tiger shark's massive head, snapping a selfie with it using the livestream camera. The livestream erupted in astonishment. Wow, it really worked? Let me take a picture too. Viewers from all 7 continents and 4 oceans, let's take a photo with Sharky too. I declare that the Summer Fun Show is the most spectacular livestream ever. Period. Seeing this, Zhou Yu shuffled over cautiously, gently tapping her flippers, and timidly asked, Can I come over? Will the tiger shark attack me, Brother Xiaomu? Relax, it's perfectly docile now. We're friends, Lu Xiaomu replied calmly. The little tiger shark nodded vigorously, still clutching the steel pipe. Hana, please have Brother Xiaomu remove the pipe first, then let the tiger shark answer again. I'm new here. What a well-behaved little bull shark. May I ask why it's holding that steel pipe? Practicing gratitude? Tiger shark, damn it. I'll bide my time and endure humiliation. Once those treacherous humans return my freedom, I'll bite you in the ass and send you to the west. Lu Xiaomu chuckled softly. Sharks aren't as cunning as you imagine. Their brain capacity simply doesn't allow for much intelligence. Their mental capacity is roughly equivalent to that of a 5 or 6-year-old human child. With that, Lu Xiaomu deftly removed the steel pipe and gestured for the little tiger shark to devour the giant grouper. Viewers! Exclamation point. They feared it might turn on them. After all, animals can't communicate, so how could they judge good from evil? But the tiger shark simply feasted contentedly, occasionally letting out happy grunts. It even swam over to Lu Xiaomu's side now and then, affectionately rubbing against her. Holy crap, everyone! I've always been firmly against keeping pets, but today, I realized I just hadn't met my destined adorable companion yet. This 300-kilogram tiger shark has melted my heart. I'm buying an aquarium right now to keep sharks as pets. Who knew a shark could be so clingy? Little shark, I'm warning you, no more rubbing. Even if you rub like crazy, there won't be a second grouper for you. Zhou Yu also received special attention from the little tiger shark, which even let her ride on its triangular fin. Lu Xiaomu suddenly had an idea and handed her the livestream camera. Why don't you hop on the little tiger shark and swim a few laps nearby? Let the shark take you for a spin, race around a bit. Ha! Is that okay? Zhou Yu swallowed hard, but soon couldn't contain her excitement. I have to try it. Riding a tiger shark to roam the seas, how thrilling. Lu Xiaomu smiled. Exactly. It's a one-of-a-kind experience. You might just be the first person in the world to travel by riding a shark. Let's go, let's race. Oh wait, race fish. Chapter 55. In ancient times, there was Tarzan. Today, there is Shark by Zhou Yu. Little tiger shark, ee. Zhou Yu clutched its triangular fin, strapped the camera to her head, and shouted, Let's go. Get lost. We haven't even finished the basic prep work. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes, fetching a sturdy leather strap to secure Zhou Yu onto the shark's back. Shark skin is so slippery. If it picks up speed even slightly, you won't be able to hold on. True, Zhou Yu agreed eagerly. Then tie me on tighter. But when Lu Xiaomu finished tying her up, Zhou Yu, ? Viewers? Wait, why are you using a tortoise-shell knot? Zhou Yu's cheeks flushed crimson as she glared at Lu Xiaomu. You naughty little elementary schooler. Lu Xiaomu, ? Are you and the viewers really the host and audience of a children's program? He narrowed his eyes, as if looking at a bunch of scoundrels. Tortoise-shell binding originated as a rope technique for restraining prisoners during the Warring States period. Its advantage lies in causing minimal physical restraint and pain, while avoiding blood vessel constriction that leads to organ necrosis. It's perfectly suited for securing Zhou Yu to the shark's back now. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. What the hell is wrong with you people? Your minds are filled with nothing but trash. Why don't you just go get yourselves reprogrammed? The sea breeze is quite boisterous today. Viewers, the live stream is so lively today. Just joined, ha ha ha. So, after Lu Xiaomu waved impatiently, Zhou Yu mounted the little tiger shark and embarked on her fish-chasing journey. Go! 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 Let's go! Zhou Yu shouted cheerfully, strapping on her goggles before speeding off with the little tiger shark. They burst out from beside the coral reef, plunging into the broken sunlight and charging into a school of fish feeding on plankton. Hey, little fishies, I've brought Sharky to arrest you. Zhou Yu chuckled mischievously. The fish scattered in terror, vanishing without a trace. A group of sea turtles suddenly came into view, gliding silently through the water as if migrating. Hey, my little turtles, it's your yaya coming to hunt you down. Zhou Yu cheerfully continued her greeting. Sea turtles. They sped off like they'd seen a ghost, vanishing into the ocean depths at a speed beyond little yaya's imagination. The online viewers nearly laughed themselves silly. Now we finally get the full meaning of the idiom borrowing the tiger's might. Little yaya riding a tiger shark instantly became the ocean's ruler. The way she waves her arms around provoking everyone is so annoying. Just like how we had Tarzan in ancient times, now we have shark-armed Zhou Yu. Gotta admit. I'm so jealous of Xiao Yaya. I wanna race fish too. I wanna ride a shark too. Next. Zhou Yu accompanied the tiger shark, admiring the coral reef's breathtaking colors under the dappled light. She brushed past schools of fish. She chased turtles, pursued manatees, and bluffed lobsters. Zhou Yu screamed with delight the entire time. As dusk fell, they returned to the island. The little tiger shark joyfully swam toward Lu Xiaomu, drawn by the pile of spoils nearby: giant squid, assorted snapper, numerous grouper, plenty of eels, and lobsters galore. Eat up, it's all yours, but you'll have to help me with something tonight. Lu Xiaomu patted the little tiger shark, who was devouring the feast, flashing a smile as he set Zhou Yu down. How was it? He asked casually. The thrill of racing through the sea catching fish like crazy? It was absolutely amazing. Zhou Yu was beside herself with excitement. Since she'd been live streaming the entire adventure with a camera, viewers in the chat room got to experience the first-person thrill of fish chasing alongside her, sharing their own excitement. Wow, to actually get to be a Ghostfire boy and chase fish in my lifetime. This is a business opportunity. I'm heading to the Red Coast right now to rent 2 sharks and offer shark chasing services. Any travelers interested in trying it? Adding another item to my bucket list, I want to go shark riding in the Red Sea, clinging to its triangular fin to intimidate others, and enjoy the thrill of fish scattering and sea turtles fleeing. Lu Xiaomu nodded calmly, replying nonchalantly, I'm aware of your excitement, fellow netizens. Oh? How did you know? Everyone asked. With that deadpan expression of yours, you're not just brushing us off, are you? Lu Xiaomu curled her lip. Don't you think I know better than you how thrilled you all are? Ha? You know us better than we know ourselves? Are you some kind of mind reader? The group protested indignantly. Lu Xiaomu snorted in disdain. I can see the live stream backend. Right after Zhou Yu took you guys to race the shark, the chat exploded with over 3 million new viewers, and our follower count jumped by 1.2 million. The number of comments doubled compared to the previous hour. The most upvoted comment? In ancient times we had Tarzan, now we have shark-armed Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu, wait, where did these low-quality trolls come from? Get lost. But seriously, since you're calling me Shark Arm, remember to tip when we release today's stream recording. Oh ho, Shark Arm becomes Shark Coin, that works. Deal sealed, meow. I'll definitely toss in 2 coins to support the stream. Hurry up and upload that fish flying clip to video platforms. Otherwise, watch out, your official channel might not beat the slicers, and other creators will gobble up all the traffic. Zhou Yu immediately rushed to urge the director. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaomu surfaced, cupping her hands to form a megaphone shape. She emitted high-frequency sound waves, beginning to summon the little blue whale. Why can't we hear anything? Viewers could only see Lu Xiaomu straining to vocalize, her chest rising and falling, yet all they heard was the roar of waves crashing against the rocks. Some viewers familiar with wildlife documentaries explained, apparently, most whale communication happens through infrasound. Human ears can't detect it. Is this what a druid is? They can actually emit infrasound? The live stream was filled with astonished murmurs. Who knows? Maybe he's just putting on a show. Another troll jumped in to nitpick, he's human too, he can't hear his own infrasound. How could he possibly judge the accuracy of his own vocalization? Pfft, stop being so bitter. Some deaf-mute individuals who successfully learned to speak before losing their hearing can still communicate verbally. After all, our vocal organs are the vocal cords and mouth, not the ears. Look! All-knowing Brother Moo, here to call out the haters. In the distance, the little blue whale surfaced cheerfully, answering his call. And then... bam! Another enthusiastic water column plummeted from the sky, precisely drenching Lu Xiaomu. But he neither dodged nor flinched. Instead, he elegantly opened an umbrella and remarked casually to the camera, surely no one expects me to end up a drenched mess again? Haven't you seen Saint Seiya? You can't pull the same move on a saint twice. Wow, so cool. But you're showing your age, old dang. Who in the new generation of little dangs still watches that old school Saint Seiya? We only watch Boonie Bears and Pleasant Goat. Get lost. The guy above is old school too. We true newbies only watch Baby Dragons and Paw Patrol. Chapter 56, Whale Shark Surprise Attack. Not Mumu's fault, okay? Lu Xiaomu covered her face. Me? Showing my age? I'm only 10. You guys are the ones showing your age. Shut up, everyone. Anime is just a cycle. I'm a 40-year-old old-school fan, and now I watch Immortal Cultivation with my grandson every day. It's our shared childhood. That makes sense. I played Final Fantasy when I was young, and now my son plays the Final Fantasy remakes. I was obsessed with Plants vs. Zombies in college. This year I pre-ordered Plants vs. Zombies, replanted for my son. Lu Xiaomu wasn't interested in their conversation. He began communicating with Whale 1 and Shark 2, assigning them their tasks for the night. Zhou also returned to the submarine, changing into a fresh set of everyday clothes. Get some sleep first, Lu Xiaomu reminded her. If we don't defeat the ugly nation's frogmen when they arrive tonight, we'll have to make a quick escape. If you're exhausted and sleepy then, you might get left behind. Zhou glanced at him, concern in her voice. What about you? I'm an adult, but you're still growing, you need your sleep more than I do. Why don't we just go offline for now and rest up? The viewers generously agreed it was no big deal. Lu Xiaomu shook his head. Our little blue whale and tiger shark are just natives of the sea. They're not skilled in combat, they only hunt by instinct. I need to train them first so they can be useful tonight. Of course. Lu Xiaomu blinked innocently at everyone. I only train the whale shark and tiger shark to play around, I won't command them to attack people. But if any uninvited guests trespass into their territory, trying to cause trouble, and get bitten back by the animals, well, I can only say they'll have to deal with the consequences themselves. Anyway, whoever gets sharked, it's not Mumu's problem. He made a silly face, trying to be cute. Online friends, I'm dead. You killed me with cuteness, pay up. Tonight's big showdown against Mold, will it be streamed? Many had tuned in specifically for this. After all, Lu Xiaomu had come to Red Coast specifically to command the mercenaries of the Dragon Phoenix Oasis up close. Of course it will be, Lu Xiaomu nodded, correcting himself, but it won't be a live stream of fighting Mold, we'll all be witnesses. Witness how these savage human criminals, when they force their way into the wildlife's home, will fight back against the invasion. Lu Xiaomu spread her arms wide, embracing the sky, feel the wrath of nature, Mold. Viewers. Yeah. Brother Xiaomu's spot on. This is my favorite episode supporting animal protection organizations. Waiting for a whale shark alliance to devour the entire 300-strong moldy frogman squad. I've never been this excited to see a whale shark eat people. And so, the live stream's viewership began skyrocketing. Viewers from around the world eagerly anticipated the moment the Mold forces were defeated, a hope shared by all peace-loving people. Lu Xiaomu, meanwhile, was leisurely directing little blue whale and little tiger shark. There, that coral reef looks like a ring. Shark 2, go through the ring. Oh, this area is all shallow waters. Whale 1, clear away any bothersome jellyfish and seaweed. After a session of training, viewers were astonished to discover, initially, Lu Xiaomu had to expend considerable effort to issue effective commands for the blue whale and tiger shark to execute his plans. But later, Lu Xiaomu only needed a whistle or a subsonic signal, and the whale and shark could effectively coordinate their efforts. Folks, taming these two is like raising children whose minds aren't fully developed yet, it takes patience and time. Lu Xiaomu, perhaps bored, casually chatted with the live stream's commenters. Why not call in reinforcements from the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, someone asked. Lu Xiaomu replied sternly, I'll repeat it 1 billion times. Forget it, I'm too lazy to repeat myself. Fans, please answer this newcomer for me. He's not Rioter Xiaomu, he's model student Lu Xiaomu. So he can't command the elite of the Tang-style rioters group. He's not training animal soldiers either, just playing with whale sharks. So even if beasts devour people tonight, it's not Mumu's fault. He's staying on this deserted island not to command whale sharks to beat up Mold, but to witness nature's fury, to see how native whale sharks fight back against invading Mold. Got it? New viewers? Amidst the giggles and laughter, night finally fell. Above the Red Sea. Within the carrier strike group tasked with seizing Dragon Phoenix Oasis oil fields, Commander-in-Chief Bolikri savored his red wine while watching Lu Xiaomu's livestream. He even sent a few comments. Support Brother Xiaomu in annihilating all Mold. I've had it with that damn ugly country for ages. They're always lugging around some outdated junk weapons. What gives them the right to dominate Africa? Just 300 frogmen? Little Mu could wipe them out single-handedly. Why bother the whale shark? His captain assistant, an Asian officer, stared in disbelief. Your Excellency, if these remarks were to reach the homeland, it might. Robert, every word I've spoken is the absolute truth, Lieutenant General Bolikri sneered contemptuously. Even if the honorable congressman on Capitol Hill were to learn of this, so what? How could they possibly refute it? But it still boosts their morale and undermines ours. The aide murmured. The general curled his lip. The lawmakers care because they want to fight pretty wars and win voters' favor. But what the hell do we care? The only thing we in the military need is their signature to get more funding. If we keep winning, Burically murmured with a cryptic smile, lighting an expensive Brazilian cigar, who will upgrade our equipment? Who will replenish our military funds? How will we rake in the cash? How will the Smiths get rich? Eventually, we'll fade into the public's memory. The Asian assistant felt as if his words had unlocked a hidden truth. He exclaimed with sudden clarity, I see. So that's it. Then we should gift those 300 frogmen to the thug Xiaomu. Let him slaughter them mercilessly, preferably in a way that explodes across the entire network. Only then will the public and Congress turn their attention back to us. Oh, my assistant, you're far smarter than those fools before you and utterly free of moral baggage. Keep this up, and you'll rise quickly. The general laughed heartily. The Asian assistant saluted. There's an old saying in my homeland, the dancers of Sisi are the true heroes. I'm willing to lay down my life for you, General, and handle all your dirty work as the black glove. Excellent. General Pericles laughed heartily. If our frogmen manage to wound the thug Xiaomu, we'll tout it as a military triumph. But if he annihilates them, we'll use their corpses to win the domestic propaganda war. Either way, we come out on top. Chapter 57, The Storm Approaches. The Great Battle Looms. Rumble. As night fell, lightning flashed and thunder roared, drenching the desolate island in a sudden downpour. Startled awake, Zhou rubbed her sleepy eyes, forced to abandon her nap. She found Lu Xiaomu, her face brimming with admiration. You're a genius, brother Xiaomu, she exclaimed excitedly. What's up? Lu Xiaomu, leaning against a rock and taking a nap, lifted his head in confusion at her words. Zhou pointed at the sky. This downpour hit. If we hadn't followed your orders to catch extra fish, we'd be starving once our food supplies ran out. How did you predict the storm? How did you do it? She couldn't help asking. Could it be you can read the stars at night? I checked the comments, Lu Xiaomu replied casually. Local viewers tipped me off they all saw the weather forecast. Zhou. Live chat, ha 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 ha, remember how brother Xiaomu used to lecture us back then? Oh, back then, the typhoon warning had been issued well in advance. The heavy rain was expected, Lu Xiaomu shook his head. But it doesn't matter now. Come over and have some grilled seafood. He handed Zhou a bright green parrotfish. That looks creepy, Zhou eyed it suspiciously. Why are even the bones green? Aren't bright colors always deadly? Red means deadly poison, green means instant death. Lu Xiaomu, ? Watch too many TV dramas, the online friends commented sharply. If you don't want it, put it back. I'll save it for a late night snack. Lu Xiaomu couldn't be bothered with further discussion. Eat. Once food is in my hands, it's never going back. Zhou declared resolutely, taking a hearty bite. Her eyes instantly lit up with dazzling brilliance. Wow, this is amazing. How can such a simple grilled fish taste this incredible? Its green bones are so tender and chewy, just like grilled beef tendon. With that, she reached her wicked right hand toward another parrotfish. Smack. Lu Xiaomu swatted it away forcefully. We only caught 2 in total. Sharing half with you is already pushing my tolerance. After all, you contributed practically nothing today. Wah? But I did get Sharky number 2 to catch a huge grouper. Zhou pouted, tearing open a bag of instant vegetable pizza and happily devouring it alongside her parrotfish. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. Fine. I'll reward you with 2 lobsters. He dug through the campfire embers, pulling 5 large lobsters from the sandy bottom. What's this cooking method? It's called beggar's chicken style. The gravel helps cook them evenly without burning them to waste, Lu Xiaomu explained casually, dipping the richly fragrant lobster meat into sour cream before stuffing it into his mouth. So delicious. If only mold hadn't invaded, we could feast on seafood forever on this deserted island. The feast made Zhou feel 3 parts more sentimental. Lu Xiaomu shook her head. Even the tastiest things get old. Besides, eating too much lobster and sea fish could land you with a rich man's disease gout. Speaking of which, Zhou tended the campfire beneath the shelter of the reef, gazing out at the surging waves. With such massive storms, will the mold's frogmen still attempt to land and confront us? They will. Lu Xiaomu declared with unwavering certainty. Don't entertain any illusions. Based on my years of dealing with them, based on my years of watching American TV shows, they'll execute their commander's orders without fail. Natural disasters won't delay them. He nearly slipped up again. Netizens, ? The moldies? With ironclad discipline? How come I never knew that? He's being sarcastic, speaking in reverse. Got it? With little Moo's words, you gotta take everything backwards, pick and choose what to believe, and listen critically. Ugh, can someone speak plainly? Zhou asked. Lu Xiaomu sighed. Long story short, the ugly nation has had a bounty on the thug Xiaomu for years. This is the first time they've pinpointed me so clearly. Someone who looks like thug Xiaomu, sounds like thug Xiaomu, acts like thug Xiaomu, but isn't actually thug Xiaomu. It's just this unlucky guy named Lu Xiaomu, the model student. He added helplessly, so they'll pursue this arrest relentlessly. Nothing will stop them. Besides, for a modern frogman unit, a storm isn't insurmountable. Ha ha ha, exactly. Exactly. You must be the twin brother of that troublemaker Xiaomu. Capturing you wouldn't be a waste. You're the model student Xiaomu, he's the troublemaker Xiaomu, you're clearly from the same family. No problem arresting you either, bro? Lu Xiaomu sighed, why must the outstanding always face such misfortune? My life has been like walking on thin ice. Do you think I can escape the clutches of the mold tonight? Nope. You can livestream picking up soap and mold prison from now on. Don't forget to stream the quality of the moldy prison meals. Behind bars is your destiny, electronic shackles your accessory, prisoner 9727 your new name, and I'm your wife, heh. Lu Xiaomu abruptly stood up, glancing at the beeping submarine warning system. Alright, mold has appeared in the waters. Our Whale 1 and Shark 2 are about to deploy. But how should we stream this? Joe, you suddenly realized a tricky problem. Are we supposed to keep mounting the camera on the whale's nose? No way. Lu Xiaomu pointed out a sensitive issue. If the whale shark bites a diver in the ocean, there'll be massive bleeding. Then our livestream would get banned for violence and gore. What should we do then? Lu Xiaomu pointed at the numerous red dots on the monitor and said calmly, simple. Open two cameras, one streaming the red dots on the electronic map, showing our battle damage ratio, the other streaming the sea surface, where you'll see leaping whale sharks and traces of combat. Alright, at least we'll get some insight from the stream. The viewers raised no objections. Most couldn't stomach the gruesome sight of moldy corpses being devoured by whale sharks. Oh, and one more thing, don't film me, Lu Xiaomu reminded them. After all, I'm merely witnessing the whale shark's counterattack to defend its territory. I'm absolutely not issuing any commands. Even if some powerful entity drags me before a military tribunal someday, I won't have a single charge to plead guilty to. Got it. Zhou Yu and the viewers nodded in unison. The next moment, Lu Xiaomu blew a loud whistle. Instantly, the little blue whale and tiger shark both leapt out of the water to greet him. Little Moon hadn't even turned the camera around yet. How do you explain summoning them all with just a whistle? The viewers burst out laughing. Lu Xiaomu shot her a fierce glare. Zhou Yu sheepishly moved the camera away. It was just a coincidence, got it? Who can summon whales and sharks with a whistle? That's not scientific. Lu Xiaomu protested with righteous indignation. Chapter 58, The Recording. Oh, right, totally unscientific. But the coincidences surrounding you, Lu Xiaomu, are so unbelievable they're starting to feel unscientific too, huh? The online viewers teased. Lu Xiaomu cleared her throat. Statistically speaking, low probability events can indeed be considered impossible. Yet asteroids do collide with Earth, don't they? That's what we call accidents. But the series of accidents piling up on you? It's like 1,000 asteroids taking turns smashing into Earth. Cut the crap. Those who get it, get it. The more you explain, the more it sounds like you're just making excuses. Just shut up and let everyone speculate freely. Lu Xiaomu. Zhou Yu had been monitoring the submarine's display when she abruptly stood up. A large cluster of red dots has appeared 1 kilometer offshore. It must be the mold's frogmen entering our detection range. Lu Xiaomu, exclamation point. He immediately walked to the shore and emitted a series of strange sonic pulses into the sea. Little blue whale and little tiger shark surfaced instantly, both turning to look at him. Baby whale and baby shark, come play a game with Druid brother. Here are 2 walkie-talkies, attach them to your baleen and shark teeth. I'll give you commands shortly. Lu Xiaomu swam over to them and installed the devices. After finishing, Lu Xiaomu approached the submarine's controls and began strategizing. They're facing 300 moldy frogmen head-on, while you and Zhou Yu lounge in the rear enjoying the good life? Is that really okay? The online friends thought remote control was unreliable. Exactly. The front lines are a tangled web of battles. How can you command without being there yourself? You don't even understand the frontline conditions, yet you're giving reckless commands. That's like some advantages mind micromanagement master, it'll get the whale shark killed. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. First off, I'm not commanding, just teaching them how to play the game. Second, I already mapped out the surrounding islands during my diving hunts. I know every detail like the back of my hand. It's like playing blind chess. Right now, I'm mentally simulating a war santable. Oops, slip of the tongue. Actually, it's a game santable. Blame you guys for constantly bringing up Rogue Xiaomu and distracting this model student. Now I've accidentally said the wrong thing. Lu Xiaomu immediately tried to cover up, even turning the tables and shifting the blame onto the netizens. Viewers. Wait, dude, you're flipping the script. How come you're blaming us now? Brother Xiaomu's learned to play the victim now. He's lost his innocence, what a bad boy. Fair enough. We'll be waiting to see your results, bro. Some military bloggers from the ugly country have already started live streams. They'll report the mold's losses. Oh? How'd they manage that? How'd they get first-hand combat damage reports? They've got connections inside the moldy country. You think the West isn't a society of connections? It's the same everywhere. Relationships make things happen. It could also be that someone high up in the mold is deliberately leaking intel, intentionally passing everything to the outside world. As everyone buzzed with speculation, on the live feed, 2 massive red dots appeared on the display. Oh, Whale 1 and Shark 2 have arrived on the battlefield. It's time for direct contact. Joyu was filled with anticipation, her whole body buzzing with excitement as she clenched her pink fist. Little Moo, can they win? Win. They're just going to play games with the frogmen. Lu Xiaomu corrected. Then can they win in the deep-sea battle royale mini-game? Joyu pressed on. Unlikely, Lu Xiaomu replied flatly. It's an asymmetrical horror game. Viewers familiar with Dawn of the Chicken Kill or Identity V should grasp it easily. Or perhaps Eagle Catches Chickens would work too. The whale shark plays the butcher, while the 300 frogmen are the survivors. If it were calm seas, armed with their underwater assault rifles, the roles of hunter and prey would be reversed. Liu Xiaomu curled her lips into a cold smile. But alas, the heavens have eyes. At the critical moment, a torrential downpour descends. Listen, the Red Sea roars. So what? Zhou Yu remained baffled. As someone clueless about military matters, she couldn't grasp the subtext. Lu Xiaomu patiently explained, a violent storm drastically reduces visibility underwater. Humans are land creatures at heart. Even with rigorous training, it's nearly impossible to fight native whale sharks in such brutal conditions. Aiming through turbulent currents is even more challenging. He smiled faintly. In other words, all precision maneuvers would be rendered useless amidst the raging waves. Conversely, the whale shark's brute force attacks would find their perfect opportunity to shine. That's fantastic, cheered netizens worldwide. They certainly didn't want to see adorable little blue whales and tiger sharks brutally killed by the ugly country's devil's guns. Anyway, thanks for the help, Thunder God. Lu Xiaomu bowed toward the sky. A bolt of lightning split the sky, as if in response. Then, Lu Xiaomu moved the walkie-talkie to his mouth and began emitting all sorts of strange sonic waves again. What are you saying? Joyu couldn't help but ask, especially with the viewers pressing for updates. Lu Xiaomu blurted out nonsense. I'm teaching the whale shark a fact about human society. Your father's father is called grandfather, and your mother's mother is called grandmother. Oh, this. But on foreign websites, a dying recording was quickly shared and spread at terrifying speed to every corner of the globe. The commenters soon erupted in excitement, reposting it en masse. It was a weak, terrified voice. This is Private Jim Williams reporting, sir. 2 massive sea beast silhouettes suddenly appeared in the waters. They shouldn't be here, only small sharks should be near the red coast. This defies all logic. They're here. Something's wrong. They're coordinating, flanking us from both sides. Our frogmen are preparing to counterattack, terrified gasps. Damn bastards. Let Congress and the arms dealers behind them rot in hell. Our underwater rifles jammed. I saw it clearly, the one hunting us is a blue whale. Isn't it supposed to be a gentle, omnivorous whale? I was swept up in the current they created and slammed into the ocean floor reefs. My time is short, both my legs are shattered. God. Have you forsaken me? Is it because we came to Africa to be thieves? Below is my deathbed confession. I'm sorry, my daughter. Your father's profession was not honorable. ZZZZ, disconnecting. Some netizens fell silent, seemingly reluctant to hear more. After all, the recording captured a father's too late regret as he was forever lost beneath the sea, meaning a family was about to be torn apart. But most netizens merely cheered, serves him right. That's the fate of bandits. What good is regretted death? While alive, didn't he still run rampant across the globe, destroying the homes of innocent people everywhere? Chapter 59, Global Shockwaves. The outlaw Xiaomu's grand gesture. Hey, brother Xiaomu, what do you think of this recording? Joyu, curious as ever, leaned against Lu Xiaomu's side, wrapping her slender arms around his short legs as she rolled around pleading. Netizens just started a poll. A full 1,700 people signed a petition asking for your sharp commentary on this. No comment. Can't be bothered. Lu Xiaomu snorted coldly. I'm a model student. Why would I be foolish enough to trap myself in a moral dilemma? That moldy guy, even though he was an intruder, is dead now. According to our traditional values, the dead come first. If I criticize him, people will accuse me of lacking private virtue, of not understanding forgiveness or compassion. But if I say he deserves sympathy, that'd be too phony. After all, I orchestrated the defense battle myself. Ahem, it's not Mumu's fault, okay? It's all those whale sharks being too savage, their viciousness kicking in. I tried my hardest to break it up, but they just wouldn't listen. After correcting himself with solemn seriousness, Lu Xiaomu curled his lip. Anyway, I'd never say anything nice about Moldy. People would call me a holier-than-thou hypocrite and even give me a nickname like Lu Buchuan. Even though brother Xiaomu was only 10, his perspective on things is remarkably clear-sighted. Exactly. No matter what you say, you're wrong. Better to just shut up, that's the smart choice. Mom asked why I'm kneeling to watch live streams again. I told her I'm listening to the divine wisdom of the holy child Mumu. Zhou cleared her throat. Little Moo, there are about 50 viewers here. They're from all over the world and they've pooled together $7 million in donations. Please refute those Western holier-than-thou types who keep insisting whale shark was wrong. Oh? Lu Xiaomu's tone did a 360-degree Thomas loop in an instant. But let's be real, what's wrong with whale and shark defending their territory? Besides, whale's only 2 years old and shark's just a year and a half. They're both kids. What kind of evil could they possibly have in their little heads? He solemnly proposed, hey, fellow netizens, next time don't bother asking me. Just let the Western do-gooders battle it out between their left and right brains. Go invite the animal rights activists to defend the whale shark. They'll fight until the end of time. The universe might even fade away before they reach a conclusion. Ha! Makes sense. Animal rights groups battling human rights organizations, magic clashing against magic. Sounds incredibly thrilling. Brother Moo is so professional. Now that you call him Thug Moo, I don't buy it. He's clearly fighting with his brain, not violent at all, but full of Eastern refinement. With a laugh, 300 frogmen were obliterated. Soon after, Lu Xiaomu emitted another sonic wave, directing the whale shark through the walkie-talkie. The two bright red dots on the monitor instantly changed direction, altering their attack route. One whistle from you, and the whale shark changes its entire combat strategy. And you say he's not Rioter Xiaomu? I've never heard of Thug Xiaomu mastering animal control techniques. Stop smearing our model student Xiaomu. All eyes on me. Announcement, from this day forward, the ranks of our germ-killing heroes gain a formidable new member, model student Xiaomu. While everyone questioned whether Lu Xiaomu was the Thug Xiaomu, only I knew, Thug Xiaomu? Put. Model student Xiaomu is the eternal legend. Thus, the name 3 Good Xiaomu spread like wildfire, gaining international fame. Meanwhile, the battle losses from the ugly nation were once again exposed in a global live broadcast. Bizarre animal soldiers. Blue whales surfaced at sea, launching surprise attacks from the sky at mysterious angles. The tiger sharks were even more bizarre, charging out from coral reefs at tremendous risk. The ugly nation's frogmen, completely unaware, were chased and driven into open waters by blue whales. Sharks had already ambushed there, bursting out from behind the coral reefs like a heavy truck plowing through a chicken coop. 130 frogmen were knocked senseless before they could even fight back, vanishing without a trace. Netizens. So, over half wiped out already? They couldn't fathom it, finding it absurd yet unsatisfying. Wait, shouldn't there be an epic life or death battle? Like in those Hollywood movies, Jaws and the Shark Attack? Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes wildly. You guys are movie obsessed. If you think the mold is too weak, go solo kill a heavy-duty truck on the highway. When a 300-kilogram, thick-skinned great white shark charges at you from the sea at a terrifying 80 miles per hour, what can even an elite soldier-level mold do? Don't forget, because of the typhoon, the ocean floor is churning with silt, reducing visibility to just over 10 meters. By the time you spot the shark, it's only 0.3 seconds away from slamming into you. Liu Xiaomu sneered. So this is a one-sided slaughter. My moldy friends, when you descend into hell someday, remember to settle the score with your esteemed lawmakers. After all, it's their greed and ambition that forced you to meet your end at the bottom of the Red Sea. Brother Xiaomu speaks so eloquently. What a thematic elevation. With just a flick of their tongues, those honorable lawmakers send 300 frogmen to Africa for a black coffin-carrying vacation. Sigh. A speck of dust in the times, but for ordinary people, it's a mountain. As the crowd sighed in reflection, Lu Xiaomu had already walked back to the submarine and retrieved a bottle of champagne. Pop. He popped the cork and poured it into the blanket. Half a bottle of champagne? That's not quite right, is it? The online viewers chuckled. You've only wiped out half the mold. The rest still have plenty of fight left in them. Seeing the screen flooded with comments, Lu Xiaomu rolled his eyes wildly and couldn't hold back a curse. Damn it. Don't even mention watching summer fun show when you go out. Unfollow me immediately. Don't tell anyone you're my fans. I'd be too embarrassed to live. Viewers? Zhou asked awkwardly, aren't they right? Liu Xiaomu glared at her. What's wrong with you? You're a host from a prestigious university, and this is your reaction? I'm a liberal arts major, not military studies, Zhou mumbled, covering her face. Whether you're arts, sciences, or engineering, even if you're in elementary school, you've heard that riddle, 7 birds on a tree, 7 shots fired. How many birds are left? Lu Xiaomu sighed. I specifically mentioned it in the livestream. Everyone suddenly understood. Brother Xiaomu, are you saying the mold is going to run away? They're retreating? Bull. Lu Xiaomu sneered coldly. Do you think every infantryman on this planet is a soldier from our dragon nation? Fighting until the last man stands? Let me tell you, even our own country no longer advocates pointless sacrifice. We prioritize human lives now, hoping our soldiers preserve their useful bodies. The mold's casualty rate has reached a terrifying 50%. If you were survivors of the Frogman unit, wouldn't you flee for your lives instead of continuing to battle whale sharks? He asked. Chapter 60, Can't Druids Know a Bit of Martial Arts? True, the military enthusiasts mused. Statistically, a unit that maintains full strength and avoids collapse at a 30% casualty rate is already elite among elites. A military enthusiast remarked. If I were in the frogman unit, I'd desert the moment I saw a whale shark. Even if I ended up in a court-martial, I'd stand tall. Your Honor, try fighting a 2-ton blue whale yourself. Jurors, our superiors are trying to murder us. Most people sighed in sympathy. We won't wipe them out completely. After all, we're live streaming, we need to maintain a positive image and promote righteousness and positive energy, Lu Xiaomu said with a hint of regret, then blew 2 whistles. 1 minute later, Whale 1 and Shark 2 surfaced, returning to Lu Xiaomu's side. Head back to the depths for now. Thanks for your trouble today, I'll reward you properly. Lu Xiaomu waved goodbye. Yip yip yip. The sharks responded. Boom. A towering water column erupted skyward. Lu Xiaomu instantly opened his umbrella, while Zhou, caught off guard, got soaked to the bone, revealing her slender, graceful figure. Little blue whales have such terrible manners, Zhou muttered, pouting. Xiaomu, why didn't you warn me? Lu Xiaomu rolled his eyes. The first time you got soaked, you could blame me for not warning you. But this is the umpteenth time, and you still fell for it? That's just plain stupid. Wah? Truth cuts like a sharp blade. But just as the two were giggling and celebrating their victory over the mold, several red dots suddenly appeared on the submarine's display screen. And they were right on top of them. Eagle-eyed viewers instantly paled, frantically shouting. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A small, unidentified enemy force has appeared near your position. Intent unknown. Stop laughing. Moldies are sneaking into radar base. Zhou face drained of color. This. Little Moo, what should we do? Should we put on our diving suits and escape immediately? Without the whale shark's protection, facing a fully armed mold squad, we might. Calm down. Lu Xiaomu, however, was utterly confident. Xiao Yuyu, since you're streaming with me, Lu Xiaomu, there's no way I'd let anything happen to you. I still have 2 cards up my sleeve that can easily resolve this predicament. Just put your heart back in your chest and sit back to enjoy the show. Alright. Faced with the extraordinary Lu Xiaomu, Zhou had developed a habitual reliance on his path. She didn't need to do anything, just trust him wholeheartedly. At that very moment, a group of burly mold soldiers, each wielding tactical knives, emerged menacingly from behind the reefs, their faces twisted into maniacal grins of delight. One of them, a black guy who understood Chinese, spoke in broken Beijing slang, snarling, "You Orientals have an old saying, when you think there's no way out, a new path appears." Who'd have thought that after getting smashed senseless by that whale, drifting aimlessly with the currents, we'd get swept into an underground ocean current and end up in a cave on this deserted island? Underground waterways are fantastic, Mr. Moo the thug, he roared with laughter, clutching his sides. Who'd have thought the billions in bounties on the dark web would end up in our pockets? Oh. Lu Xiaomu glared, eyes wide with irritation. I'll say it 1,000,000,000 times, I'm model student Lu Xiaomu. You little Eastern brat, sly as a fox, sneered a Japanese-American moldy-looking guy. Think we'd fall for that? Doesn't matter if you're model student Xiaomu, bug Xiaomu, or even dung-eater Xiaomu or spit-chewer Xiaomu. You and that flower girl beside you, hands up. The comments exploded. Holy crap, there's a Japanese bastard among the moldy ones. This is bad. Xiao Yu won't get, by them, will she? Don't panic. Remember Little Moo's true identity, he's a legend in the international mercenary world. Let me give you some advice, don't resist. The Japanese mold grinned as he warned, back home, we have an old saying, the CC dancer is the hero. Chinese netizens, ? Japanese netizens, damn it. We didn't even get to steal that idiom yet, you guys. Seriously, how did you snatch it right out from under us? Lu Xiaomu shrugged and turned to Zhou, cut the feed for now. No more random filming. I need to summon a friend to handle these guys. But my friend is kinda shy and doesn't want to reveal themselves on a global livestream. Oh, okay. Zhou hurriedly complied. No way. Xiaomu. Just livestream beating up those moldy jerks, okay? They're totally up for it. Seriously, we'd do anything, just give us the show. A black screen is fine too, better than triggering a system ban with too much gore. We can imagine everything just by listening to the sounds of battle. Next, the viewers cranked their volume to max, everyone leaning in to listen intently. Cover your eyes too, so you don't get scared, Lu Xiaomu calmly reminded Zhou. Alright, I'll tie a scarf around my eyes. Zhou replied, flustered. Go to hell, Mr. Xiaomu. Oh my god. Oh. Ah. Ugh. You're dead, you little monster Xiaomu. You're definitely not an ordinary 10-year-old child. You're absolutely a dwarf monster. But I, Mikami Tetsu, am a black belt in karate and the #1 swordsman in the Mold Kingdom. Thud. Stop hitting my face, Xiaomu-san. Xiaomu Ajisan. Clang. Private Marseille, Little Moo daddy, Little Moo grandpa. You're my dad, I'm your son. Wishing you 100 years of life, I beg for mercy. Thump thump thump. Sounds like someone banging their head on the floor. Viewers in the livestream chat. Alright, the black screen livestream is over for now. You can turn it back on. Lu Xiaomu turned on the camera while removing the black silk scarf that had been wrapped around Zhou Yu's beautiful eyes. Zhou Yu glanced around and froze in shock. THTH this. The viewers eagerly scanned the room too, only to find 5 burly men kneeling in a row, hands clasped behind their heads, trembling violently. Their faces were bruised and swollen, clearly having been beaten badly. Some had their arms dislocated. Some had their jaws dislocated. Among the bound and gagged molds, the unlucky Japanese-American one had a forehead covered in blood, confirming everyone's suspicion that he had just been forced to kowtow repeatedly. Brother Mu, you did all this? Zhou Yu murmured, her face filled with disbelief. Ha! Not me, Lu Xiaomu retorted with deadpan seriousness. I told you, I summoned a friend to lend a hand. Where is he? I want to thank him personally. Zhou Yu instinctively scanned the surroundings. Lu Xiaomu shook his head. He's already gone. He's a knight-errant who prefers to remain anonymous. No need to dwell on it. Ugh, you're lying, you bully Xiaomu. You clearly did it yourself, countless online viewers chimed in. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. You're slandering me again. But even if I did do it, so what? As a god-tier druid, can I know a thing or two about hand-to-hand combat? Chapter 61, Journey to the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. The haters, he admitted it. He really is the internationally wanted thug Xiaomu. How dare a fugitive stream so brazenly? White-collar fans, admit what? Brother Xiaomu never claimed to be the fugitive Xiaomu. So stop smearing him. If you ruin our livestream, we'll go all out against you. Lu Xiaomu sat cross-legged on the reef, his legs casually crossed, addressing the line of kneeling moldy fans. Since you viewers don't believe me, let the authoritative moldy fans step forward and verify my identity. Tell me, he demanded. Am I rioter Xiaomu? Woo woo woo. All the moldy fans nodded or shook their heads, but not a single word escaped their lips. Lu Xiaomu interlaced his fingers and declared solemnly, listen up, viewers. Not one of them stepped forward to accuse me of being rioter Xiaomu. They won't even speak. This proves my innocence. You dislocated their jaws, that's why they can't speak. You tied them up so tight, how could they even stand up? The viewers erupted in fury. Brother Xiaomu, you're awesome, but don't treat your brothers like idiots. Just now, 4 shook their heads and 1 nodded. Someone in there must be willing to testify you're definitely rioter Xiaomu. Ahem, mine. Lu Xiaomu awkwardly stood up and reattached each of their jaws. Let that guy who was nodding like crazy speak, the viewers demanded in unison. Lu Xiaomu merely smiled faintly. Alright, viewers. Since you're so confident, let's make a bet. What if he refuses to prove I'm bully Xiaomu? What if he does agree to testify? I'll roll out all the original earnings from joining the summer fun show in the livestream, roughly 400 million yuan, Lu Xiaomu said earnestly. Xiao Yu will notarize it. My word is my bond. Then I'm joining the audience's side to bet against you. Zhou Yu immediately defected without hesitation. Lu Xiaomu, ? Viewers, ha 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 ha. Don't blame me, Zhou Yu chuckled. I saw it perfectly clearly. When you asked yourself if you were rioter Xiaomu, the other 4 were smart enough to shake their heads like crazy. Only he nodded like mad, way more than any of his teammates. Lu Xiaomu curled her lip. Fine then. Since you've betrayed us, I'll make sure to drain every last gold coin from you. The wager begins. He calmly stated, if I lose, I'll give Xiao Yeye 10 months' salary and roll out 400 million cash to the netizens. But if I win, well, I'd appreciate Xiao Yeye tipping me 1 month's salary, and every netizen tipping me 1 yuan each. How about that? Wow, that's a sweet deal, the netizens happily accepted. To them, $1 was nothing. Besides, Lu Xiaomu couldn't possibly monitor their payments. If anyone truly wanted to renege, they wouldn't have to pay anything at all, just pretend they never came to the livestream today. Lu Xiaomu nodded thoughtfully, about to ask a question. Hold on. Zhou Yu quickly stepped in front of that moldy guy and said to Lu Xiaomu, I'll interrogate him myself. That way, you won't have to threaten and scold him into changing his story. Lu Xiaomu chuckled silently, a mysterious curve playing on her lips. Alright, I'll go brew some instant coffee in the submarine. Too bad Moldy doesn't stock up on AD calcium milk. Sigh. With that, he turned and walked away without a second glance, not a trace of lingering regret. I'm rolling in it, everyone. I'm about to pocket 10 months' salary for free. Zhou Yu skipped and jumped with glee, like a little girl who'd just gotten her favorite doll. She scampered over to the moldy soldier, who was nodding like crazy. I need to start planning my trip too. 400 million? What should I do with it if it rolls my way? I'm already drafting my resignation letter. Once that 400 million hits my account, I'll storm into my department head's office, slap him hard across the face, and walk out with style. Hee, out of 400 million, I'd give my parents 100 million, use another 100 million to buy property for rental income, and save the remaining 200 million in the bank to earn interest. Living like a wealthy gentleman, wouldn't that be wonderful? Zhou Yu and her viewers were all lost in their wonderful fantasies. Then she thrust the microphone into Moldy's mouth. Spill it. That kid you just mentioned, isn't he the globally notorious leader of the Tangzhuang rioters, the one fighting on the peacekeeping front lines and always at odds with you moldies? The very same rioter Xiaomu? All viewers held their breath. The mold soldiers nodded frantically. The grand finale. Celebrate. Little Moo's identity couldn't stay hidden forever. Welcome back, rioter Little Moo. Ah, legally he probably can't stream anymore, but I'll always remember him, and his 400 million dragon coins, hee. All the viewers went wild, sliding on their knees in the living room, racking their brains over how to spend 400 million in cash. Then, they heard the fungus, who had been nodding like crazy just moments ago, utter one word, no. What? Zhou froze, watching 10 months' worth of wages sprout wings and soar toward the sky. No. 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 The soldier nodded frantically, tears welling in his eyes. Now, all the viewers were dumbfounded. This guy's gone completely mad, nodding like crazy, mooing like a cow. We're screwed. Evidence from a lunatic has no legal standing. The livestream instantly filled with the sound of shattered dreams. Some tore up their resignation letters, others unpacked their freshly packed luggage, and some deleted the 5090T graphics card they just added to their shopping cart. He's not crazy, you guys just lack basic knowledge. Lu Xiaomu strolled back leisurely with a coffee cup, solving the mystery for everyone. This moldy soldier is an Indian guy. Over there, nodding means no, and shaking your head means yes, exactly the opposite of us, got it? Holy. Damn. Woo-woo, just tip $10. 1 for losing the bet, 9 for your little knowledge nugget, useless knowledge gained. The viewers began accepting their losses, recharging and tipping with a mix of resentment and resignation. Zhou pursed her lips, speechless, tears welling up. Cut the pity act. Just now you were greedily trying to pry 10 months' worth of my salary out of my wallet. Lu Xiaomu sneered, wearing a deadpan expression. Sis, your beauty tactics won't work on me. I'm not developed yet, I don't understand the benefits of women. Zhou, wah! Her wails echoed across the desolate island. Just then, a graceful figure emerged leisurely from behind the rocks, smiling brightly. Miss Lu Xiaomu, this deserted island is terribly boring. Our CEO has extended a gracious invitation for you to escape the summer heat at the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. What do you say? The online audience froze, glancing at the newcomer. It was Painted Skin. Oh, alright then. Have the helicopter land. Lu Xiaomu said indifferently, shrugging at Zhou. See? I told you I had 2 plans to deal with mold. She's one of them. Chapter 62, The Three Good Xiaomu makes her official debut. Sister Huapi, you've been here all along? Zhou beamed with delight, instantly relieved. Now we'll be safe and sound. No more fear of anyone attacking the deserted island. Huapi wore a cheongsam, her long, beautiful legs revealed through the slit, the snowy whiteness of her skin faintly visible. Against the backdrop of crashing waves, her presence on the desolate island where Yumijuan knelt held a breathtaking beauty. She covered her mouth and giggled. With our boss holding down the fort, with our boss's chosen friend, Lu Xiaomu, here on the island, you were never in danger to begin with. You never needed me. Zhou pressed her lips together, her face radiating relief after narrowly escaping danger. Brother Xiaomu is certainly brave, but it's also fortunate that those invading fungi didn't have firearms. Otherwise, how could a druid's bare-handed skills possibly stand against hot weapons? The Painted Skin thought, you have no idea how terrifying the boss is. Those were just ordinary firearms, not rocket launchers. How could they possibly stand a chance against His Excellency? Back in the days when he single-handedly destroyed warships, you little girl were probably still watching cartoons in your college dorm. Alright, all the hardships are behind us now. Huapi extended another warm invitation. Little Moon, come visit our Dragon Phoenix Oasis. It's mostly fellow Dragon Nation compatriots there, you'll feel right at home. Oh, I'll listen to Brother Xiaomu. He's the core of Summer Fun Show now. Zhou knew exactly who called the shots. Then let's go explore. Can't stand this deserted island anyway. Lu Xiaomu sighed softly, a touch of melancholy in his voice. What happened to peaceful days? I planned to livestream beachcombing at Red Coast, but those damn fungi attacked, forcing me to dive into a whale's mouth to escape. Then I tried livestreaming survival on this island, only to get ambushed by frogmen. I'm only 10 years old, yet why must my life be so fraught with misfortune? Uncles, aunts, grandpas, and grandmas, he sighed with a lamentation unbecoming of his age. His voice carried 7 parts world weariness and 3 parts melancholy as he looked up to the heavens and asked, my life feels like walking on thin ice. Will I ever reach the other shore? Viewers. Gotta admit, Little Moo is a natural-born live-streaming legend. Wherever he goes, he pulls off insane stunts. The wind of drama blows ceaselessly, ever at your side. Bad luck comes to give you drama. If you don't want it, you can just ignore it. They giggled and teased Lu Xiaomu relentlessly. Anyway, with the mold threat neutralized, it was time to head to the Dragon Phoenix Oasis for some summer relaxation and luxury. This should mark the start of the True Fun Show livestream segment, right? Next, Lu Xiaomu casually waved at the mold spores kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. Let me think, how should I deal with you prisoners? Keeping you alive might just mean you'll join the fight against Long Wangdu Oasis later. That'd be like releasing a tiger back into the wild. I'm no saint, you know. The 3 mold spores shook their heads frantically. Spare us. One moldy guy frantically nodded. I used to play in the mud in northeast China too. I'm practically half Dragon Nation. Spare me. Whoppy offered a small suggestion. Easy fix. Just cripple them and send them back home to recuperate. After witnessing their comrades get slaughtered by whale sharks, they'll probably develop PTSD. They'll live with nightmares for the rest of their lives and won't be able to fight again. Oh, then go handle it, Lu Xiaomu ordered. Aye, boss. She instinctively obeyed the military order, ready to carry it out. Cough. Cough. Lu Xiaomu coughed violently. The live stream chat flooded with comments. Cough cough. Painted skin, you're pushing it too far. Can you even keep up the act? What I meant was, yes, ma'am, boss's good friend. Whoppy's mouth twitched slightly, her face screaming, you're seriously annoying. Before the viewers could finish their complaints, they witnessed Whoppy's brutal combat skills. When you return home, remember to tell your reporters, those who offend our Tang-style thugs shall be punished, no matter how far they flee those who resist shall be slain, no matter how strong they are those who commit violence shall be eradicated, no matter how brutal they are. With that, she delivered a spinning kick to the waist of the Indian mold. Thud. The sound of a chicken flying and an egg cracking. The Indian mold's lips trembled violently as 2 clear tears stubbornly slid down his face. Never again could he play games with his beloved lizard lord, nor clean the exhaust pipe of his cherished motorcycle. You scum with your shifty eyes, unable to tell the difference between the king and the jack. As a prisoner, you dare to ogle this lady with your sly glances? Your punishment is to be rendered impotent for life. The skin slipper recoiled in disgust from the creature, then struck the leg bones of the remaining mold spores with pinpoint accuracy. Snap. 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 All 3 mold creatures had their legs shattered, yet they all wore expressions of gratitude. Clutching their agonizingly broken bones, they kept murmuring words of thanks. Compared to their comrades who had perished at the bottom of the sea, they were indeed fortunate. Let's get out of here. Whoppy returned to Lu Xiaomu's side with satisfaction, helping him pack his belongings. Lu Xiaomu inquired, what about the whole roasted ox and whole roasted sheep you were supposed to bring? Oh, hanging from the helicopter's landing gear? Is that to feed your newly recruited Whale 1 and Shark 2? Whoppy inquired with interest. Could we transfer them to our foreign beast legion later? Our Tangzhuang thugs need such sea dominators joining our ranks. They're still just kids. Let them enjoy their childhood on the Red Coast. Lu Xiaomu shook his head. I'm guessing what Rioter Xiaomu means is that he probably believes Tangzhuang rioters don't recruit child soldiers. Netizens? No child soldiers, huh? Everyone wore peculiar grins as they eyed Lu Xiaomu up and down. Why are you staring at me? I'm not one of the Tang-style thug soldiers. Lu Xiaomu retorted angrily. Ah, right. You're not a child soldier, you're the boss of the Tang-style thugs, aren't you? Hee, Little Moo the good student, when did you become best buds with Little Moo the rioter? That didn't really come across in your live streams, did it? Xiaomu felt a bit awkward. Indeed, it was purely to cover up a lie that she had fabricated the personas of Roughneck Xiaomu and model student Xiaomu knowing each other. In the past, Lu Xiaomu had always drawn a clear line between them logically, they shouldn't have any overlap. So Lu Xiaomu planted her hands on her hips, swung her arms dramatically, and declared with righteous fervor. All heroes resisting the American invaders are family. Though I didn't know Rioter Xiaomu before, after battling mold together, we're now comrades in arms as close as family. I, Sanhao Xiaomu, pledge to become sworn brothers with the outlaw Xiaomu, though we may have different fathers and mothers, to defend the peace of Blue Star together. Whoppy, carrying their large backpack, escorted Lu Xiaomu and Zhou onto the helicopter, smiling as he said, all mercenaries of Dragon Phoenix Oasis are delighted to make the acquaintance of the esteemed Mr. Three Good Xiaomu. As the helicopter's rotors lifted them above the sea surface, Lu Xiaomu whistled, summoning Little Blue Whale and Little Tiger Shark. 1 whole roasted cow went to Whale 1, 2 whole roasted lambs were given to Shark 2. But the whale and shark seemed to realize that this parting meant they would never see each other again, no matter how far apart they drifted. They lost their appetite, merely floating silently on the surface, watching their friend depart. Chapter 63, Farewell, Red Coast. In the Summer Fun Show livestream, viewers were also feeling downcast, and the chat stream grew sparse. We'll never see Little Blue Whale and Little Tiger Shark again. Will Brother Moo ever stream from Red Coast again? Probably not. The ocean is full of unpredictable dangers. Even though they're apex predators at the top of the food chain, they could get their throats pierced by a fishbone or get stuck on a reef and meet their end. Even if Little Moo returns someday, he'd never find Whale 1 or Shark 2 in this vast ocean. Everyone felt deeply saddened. Seeing this, Lu Xiaomu merely smiled faintly. Don't panic. Our Tangzhuang Baitu group handles extensive ocean trade, with numerous merchant ships passing through these waters annually. I'll ask everyone to look after them. Plus, we have several massive fishing grounds partnered with local operators. They can migrate there to live. Ahem, all of the above comes from my good friend Baitu Xiaomu. It has nothing to do with Mumu. The online friends instantly burst into laughter. Brother Xiaomu V587, such a kind soul. He's so gentle, I'm crying my eyes out. I just bought a membership for the livestream. Consider it feeding the whale shark a pound of tiny fish and shrimp. If you move whale 1 and shark 2 to the fish farms, won't that cause production to plummet? Lu Xiaomu shrugged. First off, I'm not short on cash, viewers. Losing some catch to let little blue whale and little tiger shark live in peace is worth it. Second, it might not necessarily cause a drastic drop in yield. Think about it, shepherds keep sheepdogs. Do those dogs eat their owners out of house and home? He smiled calmly. Who knows? Maybe they can help me herd the fish and actually boost production. Unbelievable. That's the true value of a druid. Strongly support. Once the salmon from the fish farm hits the market, I'm buying a whole basketful. The online friends perked up again. Lu Xiaomu couldn't help but sigh. Who knew I had a knack for sales? Being too versatile has its downsides. The comments section erupted with disdain. That's not your salesmanship. That's the handsome guys and beautiful girls supporting whale and shark. Don't take credit for something you didn't do. Exactly. We're rewarding the blue whale and killer shark for their service. They fought against the invaders, defended peace on Blue Star. They deserve this honor. Hurry up and whistle. Tell the whales and sharks about the arrangements you've made for them. The melancholy atmosphere of parting vanished instantly. Lu Xiaomu smiled and complied. A piercing whistle echoed through the air. Zhou Yu raised her camera, remotely observing the waters below. The little blue whale instantly beamed with joy, gleefully swallowing the whole roasted cow whole, then erupted a massive water column to express its delight. Emergency evasive action. Huapi urgently alerted the pilot. Only after executing a sharp evasive maneuver did they narrowly avoid the impact. We nearly crashed. The mole didn't capture you, but this little whale almost did. Huapi felt a chill run down her spine and couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from her forehead. Lu Xiaomu. Zhou Yu, unfazed, kept filming. Hey, look at the little tiger shark. It's saying goodbye in its own unique way. Everyone stared intently and saw shark number 2 leap out of the water, still clutching the roasted lamb in its jaws. Goodbye, my sea creature friends, Lu Xiaomu waved, a hint of reluctance visible. She then put on her eye mask, lay back in her seat, and began to rest. Zhou Yu nodded. Next, we're flying to the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. The route is classified, and we'll need to shut off signals along the way to avoid being locked onto by mold radar. So, we'll pause the livestream for now. See you at the Oasis. A saxophone rendition of Going Home began playing in the livestream. See you at the Oasis. Perfect timing to finish up work and then come back all smiles to watch the livestream. Don't crash, okay? Watch out for Moldy's missiles. Make sure to turn the livestream back on in 5 hours. When Lu Xiaomu woke up, his smartwatch showed exactly 3 hours had passed. Boss, your favorite AD calcium milk. Hearing you were coming, we at Oasis stocked up a whole half warehouse a week in advance. Huapi respectfully handed over a bottle of drink. Zhou Yu stared dumbfounded beside him. So, he really is the renegade Xiaomu? Huapi shot her a puzzled glance. We're not live streaming now, so why are you playing dumb? Besides rioter Xiaomu, who else could be this all-powerful? Manipulating whale sharks, skilled in medicine, and possessing superhuman strength? Ahem. Lu Xiaomu sipped his calcium milk and glared at her. Alright, you're Mr. Perfect Xiaomu. My bad for mistaking you. Seeing Lu Xiaomu still playing along, Huapi obediently joined the act. Can't help it, you look so much like him, I always get confused. Zhou Yu remained silent. She wasn't stupid, she had long since come to terms with it. But these days still felt unreal to her, like a dream. When she finally became utterly certain that Lu Xiaomu was the globally notorious rogue Xiaomu, she felt a deep, visceral resistance. After all, acknowledging it meant facing reality. Their social statuses were worlds apart. From then on, dragons wouldn't dwell with snakes, tigers wouldn't walk with dogs, birds wouldn't travel the same path as fish, parting ways forever. Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes as a wave of desolation washed over her. Lu Xiaomu merely glanced at her and said indifferently, don't overthink it. Just focus on your show. If you ever want to switch jobs, you can come to Tangshuang Rogue Group and be our spokesperson. Oh, yes. Zhou Yu perked up instantly, her beautiful eyes sparkling again. Then I can stand in front of the camera, clench my fists fiercely, and roar, Mold, prepare to meet your doom. No, you can have Mold give you sushi, Lu Xiaomu chuckled. We'll discuss this matter later. After all, your hosting job may pay less, but it's stable. Joining Tangshuang Baitu Group, however, means constantly walking the edge of assassination. Huapi chimed in, by the way, I was targeted for assassination by Ugly Nation agents 7 times this year alone. You're a frail office lady, you probably wouldn't survive even one attempt, hee. Zhou Yu. Lu Xiaomu didn't feel much better either. After all, he'd only mentioned it casually, never intending to lure her into the life or death Dragon Phoenix Oasis. I can do it. After a long pause, Zhou Yu clenched her fists and retorted to Huapi with unwavering resolve. TSK. I should warn you, the intensity of battles in the Dragon Phoenix Oasis lately has far surpassed previous years. Huapi pulled an apple from her bag, carefully peeling and slicing it into small pieces before feeding them to Lu Xiaomu. With a hint of concern, she added, ever since the traditional powerhouse France withdrew its forces from Africa, the ugly nation has become the object of flattery for all the chieftains and kings. International mercenaries from the Russian Federation are also proliferating, their ambitions soaring. Our Dragon Phoenix Oasis, however, represents the interests of all Chinese descendants in Africa. Chapter 64, The Great Wall of Africa? A Wonder in the Oasis. Huapi lazily propped her cheek, nestling close to Lu Xiaomu as she mused. Originally, 5 years ago, the Dragon Phoenix Oasis was a gift bestowed upon the Moldy Nation by the chieftains of Central Africa. Thankfully, our little Mu descended from the heavens like a divine child. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she clung affectionately to his arm. Without you, my parents' mining convoy and I would have been blown to smithereens in the mold's airstrikes, right? Lu Xiaomu calmly withdrew his arm, replying simply, just helping out when I saw injustice. Zhou asked curiously, so, all of you were saved by Brother Mu? Did you join the Tangzhuang Brawlers gang to repay the favor? About 50% of us, I'd say. Huapi went to fetch him some honeydew melon and dates. From what I know, a significant portion joined purely to follow a strong leader, and were forced into the Tangzhuang Brawlers. After all, if we don't band together, how can we stand against enemies from the Ugly Nation and the Furry Nation? We operate on the dark side of Blue Star, scraping by in the underworld. Since you can be a glamorous TV hostess, there's no need for you to wade into this mess, Huapi advised earnestly. I will consider it. After careful deliberation, Zhou reached a clear conclusion. By working hard on the summer fun show to earn money for Brother Mu, I'm still helping you accumulate military funds and sponsoring your defense of peace, right? You've transcended. Lu Xiaomu gave her a thumbs up, full of admiration. You've grasped the screwdriver spirit. Exactly every role can contribute. In our Tangzhuang Brawlers group, the ratio of fighters to support staff is 1 to 5, but no one looks down on the support crew. Bottom line, without any single person, we wouldn't stand a chance against the two major factions in Africa. Amidst the casual chatter, the helicopters swept over the vast African savanna. Lions basked on boulders, lazily swishing their tails, while lionesses below hunted zebras in a particularly bloody chase. A pack of hyenas trails behind, waiting for scraps or, should the lions show signs of fatigue, to pounce and frantically pick at their anuses. The elephant herd bathed joyfully in the marsh, while numerous birds pecked away at parasites on their bodies. The last rays of sunset fell, bathing the city in golden light. What a beautiful sight. If only I could livestream this, Zhou marveled at nature's artistry, then pursed her lips. That male lion is so lazy though. His wives are battling the zebras, and he's just napping. Huapi remarked, he's the backup, keeping those hyenas at bay. Besides, as the pride's leader, he doesn't need to be charging at the front all the time. Since ancient times, how many emperors ever led their armies personally? Lu Xiaomu sighed, I envy that male lion. Those trashy Tangzhuang thugs should be able to handle things on their own sometime. Stop making me worry all the time. Finally, before sunset, they arrived at the Great Wall? Zhou stared in awe at the undulating beacon towers and Great Wall ramparts below. Wait, this is definitely the Great Wall, right? Are you sure I came to the Dragon Phoenix Oasis and not back to my country? As she spoke, Zhou activated her livestream, sharing the scene before her with viewers. The long-awaited comments exploded instantly. Wait, we woke up and suddenly it's a 5-hour journey? Where the heck did we end up? Why is there a Great Wall and beacon towers? It's, something's off. This isn't China at all, there are cacti everywhere. Yeah, and there are date palms all around the wall? This is bizarre. Huapi stretched lazily, stepping forward to the camera and introducing herself as the local hostess. Welcome to the territory of the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. We are a sovereign region recognized by Central African nations and the United Nations, an important partner for the Dragon Nation in Africa. That's right, what you're seeing is the real Great Wall. Huapi declared proudly, it was built by our boss, the esteemed Lord Xiaomu the Rogue. He adapted to the terrain, harnessing both the industrial might of Dragon Nation and its infrastructure prowess. This protective structure was completed in just half a year. The online viewers exchanged bewildered glances. Is a Great Wall built during the Qin dynasty still useful in the 21st century? Are you sure that's a defense facility? I thought it was a local tourist attraction. Sounds pretty sketchy. You're relying on this thing to fend off a carrier strike group and bomber squadrons? Bingo, exactly, Huapi declared with righteous conviction. We're actually relying on them and they're incredibly effective, I might add. Netizens? Their worldviews were being shattered. Zhou was equally baffled. Sis Huapi, could you explain this a bit? With today's armored vehicle technology, wouldn't these walls be flattened in no time? Huapi chuckled, folks, you seem to be forgetting a crucial point. This is Africa. And specifically the poorest, most backward region in all of Africa, Central Africa. Forget armored vehicles, there aren't even many electric scooters around here. Of the trucks passing through here, she continued, her laughter shaking her like a willow in the wind, sending waves of envy through the viewers. A quarter are oil tankers hauling fuel for the moldy ones, another quarter are grain trucks for the Russians, another quarter are heavy-duty haulers transporting minerals for the Dragon Nation, and the final quarter are relief vehicles for the UN and Red Cross. But isn't it said that there are tons of evil mercenaries and bandits around here? A commenter asked. Whoopi tapped her delicate chin. True, but most of them ride camels or bicycles. Only the leaders can afford expensive motorcycles or cars. So, you see, the Great Wall is the most effective tool for defending against these bandits. I see. The viewers murmured in understanding. Of course, initially, the Taizhuang bandit group's plan was simply to build sand barriers in the Long Wangdu oasis and plant sea buckthorn to reclaim the desert. Whoopi smiled, glancing at Lu Xiaomu. It was our boss who pushed through against all objections. He said that once we establish a foothold in the Long Wangdu oasis, tourists from Longhua might flock here. Then, the sand barrier could be transformed into a tourist attraction. So, from the very beginning, we built it in the shape of the Great Wall. Even though it cost an extra $40 million, it does look rather pleasing to the eye. Rich folks, money to burn, the online commenters marveled. Lu Xiaomu replied calmly, it's a long-term investment. With abundant local natural resources, if we manage them well, making money will be a breeze. At that very moment, billowing dust rose from the horizon. A massive convoy of war chariots charged forward at breakneck speed, closing in within moments. Danger! Enemy attack! The netizens instinctively recalled the previous fungal outbreak, their faces turning pale. Calm down, everyone, Lu Xiaomu chuckled. These are our allies. If you don't believe me, listen to the BGM playing from the convoy. Chapter 65, Why are they all doffing their hats? Everyone fell silent. The livestream fell as silent as a university library on the eve of civil service exams. Several tracks of background music rolled in, carried by the fierce northern wind of Africa. Today is a good day, everything you wish for will come true. Wishing you wealth and prosperity. I'm looking up at the moon above. Viewers. Damn, my filter for those Taizhuang thugs just shattered. Turns out their taste in music is this awful. So, is square dancing part of the International Mercenaries' daily training? Why are their playlists a hodgepodge of old folks' tunes? No wonder Brother Mu said they're all our own people. This is seriously convincing. The livestream was filled with speechless expressions, everyone at a loss for words. Please, boss, esteemed VIP Sanhao Xiaomu, honor us with your presence at Longhuang Dual Oasis for guidance. Whoopi slipped back into character, covering up the identity. Lu Xiaomu cleared his throat. Alright, I'll step in to guide operations on behalf of my brother, the rioter Xiaomu. Viewers, so your new persona is now the sworn brother of rioter Xiaomu? Fine, it's not illegal. Our Dragon Nation doesn't practice collective punishment. The convoy welcoming Lu Xiaomu soon arrived. Amidst the BGM of You're My Little Apple, the Grim Reaper, the Witch, and the Angel, leading a formidable contingent of international mercenaries, charged toward them with great excitement. Welcome home, boss. Everyone placed a hand over their heart, bowed deeply, respectfully removed their hats, and saluted him in the Dragon Nation military style. Viewers? Wait, wasn't he supposed to be the three good Xiaomu? Why are they all saluting him? Well, that's it, no hiding now. You're definitely the thug Xiaomu. The evidence is irrefutable. You're busted. Game over. Lu Xiaomu said expressionlessly, of course they salute me. I'm representing rioter Xiaomu in full authority to inspect the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. It's like the Emperor himself has arrived, understand? I'm the Imperial Envoy. His subordinates looked utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend his words. I go by the codename Sanhao Xiaomu. Just call me Brother Xiaomu. Lu Xiaomu waved his hand, signaling everyone to return. How have the recent defensive battles been going? I heard from Whoopi that the mold has issued a death order, recruiting several puppet factions and arming them with military equipment to force them to attack the oasis? Angel replied, we've wiped out 2 waves of their forces using our wall advantage. They're just native factions, no real threat. But it seems mold deliberately sent them as cannon fodder to deplete our ammunition. Are our ammunition reserves still sufficient? Lu Xiaomu frowned. Sorry, boss, but I have bad news right off the bat, the witch said irritably. Of our 3 arms procurement channels, the one from Western Europe severed contact out of fear of the ugly nation. The other, from the Medici family in Italy, hasn't supplied us in ages due to their internal disputes. Only the 3rd, our own production line, remains stable. Wu Chang shook his head. Our production line is set up in the oasis. But we lack the technology to produce many raw materials, and our stockpiles are steadily depleting. Modern warfare is about industry and supply lines. If this drags on, we'll be worn down by mold. Hearing this, viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but feel anxious for the Tang-style thug. Yet many couldn't help but ask, can you really broadcast such top-secret military intelligence to us? If the mold finds out you're low on ammo, they'll probably launch a fierce attack. Unfortunately, we can't donate weapons to you either. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. Thanks for your support, everyone, but this isn't exactly top secret intel. As far as I know, ammunition shortages have been a chronic issue for years. That's why my brother, the rioter Xiaomu, set up several military production lines in the Dragon Phoenix Oasis to achieve self-sufficiency. But this time, the Medici family actually dropped the ball? Lu Xiaomu's playful expression vanished, replaced by an unusually solemn demeanor as he instructed, contact Lady Caesar. They've always been our close partners. If they need assistance, we should lend a hand. Sorry, boss. The witch lowered her voice, sounding deeply troubled. Caesar has been offline for a full 48 hours. We suspect she might have. Impossible. Lu Xiaomu snorted coldly, cutting her off. 3 years ago, I made it known throughout the underworld, the Medici family and Lady Caesar herself are under my personal protection. Anyone who attempts to harm her will be added to my hit list. Whether they flee to the Cape of Good Hope in Africa or join the Witness Protection Program in the Ugly Nation, they will be hunted by me for life. They will not survive. Understood. We'll maintain contact with Lady Caesar. The witch acknowledged the order and hurried away. Boss, this whole mold stealing oil business is really fishy. Wapi pointed out all the suspicious details. First, the Ugly Nation passed the relevant decisions with lightning speed. Then, coincidentally, our arms supply channels hit snags at the exact same time. Plus, you yourself were targeted for assassination. These events are all interconnected. Something fishy is definitely going on. The online audience listened with rapt attention. The mysterious veil surrounding the Dragon Phoenix Battle Oasis was being unveiled without hesitation, streamed live directly to them. It could only be said that the thug Xiaomu's confidence had swelled to such an extent that he was practically playing his cards face up against his opponents. After all, the livestream undoubtedly contained countless enemy infiltrators. Lu Xiaomu scoffed, that's definitely targeting me, my sworn brother, the outlaw Xiaomu. It's likely multiple factions joining forces. They probably think he's getting in the way of their profits and want to eliminate Dragon Phoenix Battle's Oasis once and for all. So you mean? The big one's coming. Lu Xiaomu puckered his lips like a mischievous child. This is just probing and attrition. Once we show signs of fatigue, the enemy's main force will descend upon Dragon Phoenix Oasis and raze it to the ground. What on earth are we supposed to do? The mercenaries exchanged anxious glances. Viewers couldn't help but hold their breath for them. You're not live streaming the demise of the Tangzhuang thugs, are you? Lu Xiaomu waved calmly. I've weathered far worse storms. Long Wangdu Oasis has been rebuilt 3 times already. Ha! My friends, don't fret over the loss of a single city. If it ever comes down to life or death, we'll just turn tail and run. The Tangzhuang brawlers have always put people first, and Africa has countless spots perfect for building bases. The viewers were stunned. So Lu Xiaomu had always planned to retreat. No wonder he seemed so unconcerned. What's so surprising about that? Lu Xiaomu retorted with conviction, our homeland lies in the east. This is merely an enclave. We're mercenaries, not local militia. We're an overseas colonial group, not defenders of our homeland. Our ultimate goal is to eradicate the mold and safeguard global peace, not to sit idly in a desert waiting to die. Chapter 66, The Frontier Between Civilization and Barbarism. But, what about that African Great Wall you spent a fortune building? Zhou Yu felt a pang of regret. Lu Xiaomu countered with puzzlement, why not just reclaim it later? Even if the Dragon Phoenix Oasis is temporarily seized by the mold or occupied by African warlords, do you think they'd have nothing better to do than tear down the wall? Won't they still rely on our Great Wall to fend off bandits and raiders? Lu Xiaomu scoffed. You don't seriously think the moldies aren't afraid of these random bandits and thugs attacking them, do you? Ha! Besides you Tang-style thugs, are there any other masters willing to fight the mold? The online friends were instantly stunned. Then you should unite forces, recruit them all under your banner, and wage war against the mold together. The self-proclaimed strategists, armed with their own provisions, began offering advice. Unite all the righteous warriors across Africa. You could become the king of freedom. Lu Xiaomu. Tang-style thugs. What's wrong? Zhou Yu asked curiously. Aren't the netizens right? Your expression looks like you can't hold it together. Lu Xiaomu sighed, netizens, the notion that the enemy of my enemy is my friend is fundamentally flawed. It shouldn't be taken literally. Besides, you truly live in a peaceful country, accustomed to comfortable lives. With your mindset, you'd probably rack your brains and still fail to grasp what Africa is really like. The enemy of my enemy might not even be human. Or rather, they're subhuman beasts. He calmly painted a picture of Africa's brutal reality. Do you know why local bandits attack our oases? Weren't they incited by that moldy old man? They just want to kill and loot. Probably think your Tang-style thug gang is rolling in cash. What else could it be? They're not just looking for trouble out of boredom, are they? Lu Xiaomu sighed deeply. The answer you find most absurd is precisely one of them. Unrestricted tribal births, chieftains waging war against each other, and the surplus population they capture all drain their resources. He asked sharply, what if a chieftain's tribe doesn't have enough grain reserves to feed its own people? What then? Import grain, of course, many replied without hesitation. Then they'd impose food rationing and emergency controls while mobilizing their people to forage for wild plants and hunt game. They'd appeal to UN relief agencies. The international community wouldn't mind feeding a few more mouths. Wapi sneered. Life back home is so comfortable. They couldn't possibly imagine the ultimate solution invented by our ancestors. Wu Chang couldn't help but chuckle softly, indeed. Not a single soul mentioned the historical fact of Bai Qi, the god of death, massacring 400,000 Zhao soldiers. Netizens? Zhou stared blankly. So, those bandits are driving people to the Longhuang oasis to die on purpose? To reduce the population and save grain? Oof. It's not just bandits driving them. Many parents are gambling on this too, Hua Pai snorted coldly. After all, we have a conscience and principles. If we can't bring ourselves to kill them and instead raise those children to adulthood, they might just secure a path to survival for their offspring. Do the chieftains permit this? Children are future combatants and laborers. Not only do they permit it, they actively encourage it. Since they lack bulletproof vests and blast shields, using these emaciated children as substitutes proves remarkably effective. Wu Chang coldly revealed an even more brutal reality. Viewers? Alright, enough with the heavy topics. Just a friendly reminder. Our show is called Summer Fun Show, after all fun is the theme. He shook his head, no longer mentioning Africa. They arrived at the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, standing before its post-apocalyptic style steel gate. Welcome to the frontier where civilization meets the wild Dragon Phoenix Oasis. Lu Xiaomu's lips curved upward as he spread his arms wide. Next up, we'll bring you a few live broadcasts that'll completely shatter your worldview. He turned and stepped onto the cobblestone path paving the oasis. Rows of men and women in black suits and green military uniforms stood solemnly on either side of the path, tipping their hats in salute as Lu Xiaomu passed by. Let's be honest, he really is that troublemaker Xiaomu, right? Nope, look at the welcome banner, warmly welcome model student Xiaomu to provide guidance. The word rioter on the banner was crossed out, dude. They just changed it to 3 goods. How abstract is that? Netizens were particularly curious about the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. After all, this was the legendary headquarters where Africa battled mold. The first sight to greet them was a crisscrossing network of trenches. Beyond them lay endless fields of wheat and corn. This year, Longhuang Oasis was poised for a bumper harvest. Too bad it had to coincide with this mess, the witch muttered with a low, annoyed snort, staring blankly at the fields with palpable frustration. If it weren't for those damn ugly nation mold spores, we could have realized our vision, presenting the pastoral idol of Longhuang Oasis to all the chieftains of Central Africa. Indeed. The angel offered a bitter smile, her bright, clear eyes clouded with gloom. It could have served as a model, showing all the chieftains, by adopting our methods to promote hybrid rice, high-yield wheat, and genetically modified corn, Africa's lands could also yield abundant harvests. Then, instead of resorting to desperate surges to control population, peaceful and prosperous lives would no longer be a dream. Everyone in the Dragon Phoenix Oasis felt a pang of sadness. The online viewers curiously asked, "Aren't you an international mercenary group? Why are you farming? From what you're saying, it sounds like you want to teach Africans the art of farming? Your ideas sound quite reasonable. Why isn't anyone willing to follow? Do they only crave violence and refuse to work the land?" Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. No need to rush. Everything will change eventually. Though it's tough to promote now, as locals grow weary of violence, sooner or later, some will become followers of our farming cult. Huapi informed Zhou, "It's strange, but whenever we have a bumper harvest and offer high-quality seeds to nearby tribes, they always eat the seeds. Then they gather large armies to raid us, trying to plunder our granaries." Zhou timidly asked, "Wouldn't it be better to farm together in harmony? Why would those locals rather be bandits and thieves than till the land?" "Don't blame them," Lu Xiaomu shook his head. "They're just used to being treated like beasts of burden, habitually obeying their chieftain's orders. Living day to day, they've never developed any sense of long-term planning. They can only exist in the present. And they only care about the next 24 hours, lacking even a plan for how to survive the next 3 days. So the locals can't even begin to grasp the concept of wasting a year's worth of physical strength on farming. Netizens, are we even living on the same planet? This is the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, the closest thing to barbarism on the entire planet." Chapter 67, Hell's Joke. Lu Xiaomu nodded toward the northwest, gesturing for the viewers to follow his gaze. "It's just a dense rainforest. What's so special about that? Is that some kind of special zone? Where's the oil well?" But Lu Xiaomu's next words left every viewer in the live stream room speechless. The only people willing to farm here are the primitive tribes deep in the rainforest. They still practice slash and burn agriculture. So, you see, all the surrounding rainforests have been scorched to the ground by the natives. Now guess why that one patch remains untouched? No need to guess. You could rack your brains for 10,000 years and still never figure it out. Lu Xiaomu cut straight to the chase, because that's the territory of a cannibal tribe. They don't farm, they only hunt. That's how they've preserved the natural environment. Whoopi grinned as he added, 2 years ago, a British scientific expedition team, sponsored by a conservation organization, came here for field research. They even awarded the tribe an Environmental Pioneer Prize. The online audience was dumbfounded. How surreal is that? Would a cannibal chieftain really hang certificates and banners in his home? The mercenaries of the Dragon Phoenix Oasis burst into uncontrollable laughter, doubled over until they could barely stand. What's so funny? You and the audience were completely baffled. Sorry, that's a super popular joke circulating in Dragon Phoenix Oasis. Everyone knows it by heart, Whoopi chuckled, her cheepow swaying slightly beneath her, drawing quite a bit of attention. She continued, a professor arrived with 2 environmentalists to present an award. That night, the chieftain slept warmly under the silk banner, while the professor's arms simmered in the pot, filling the air with savory aromas. Their 3 skulls hung on the wall as rare foreign skull souvenirs. The certificates and awards were burning in the cupboard. Ha! Netizens. Cannibal Chief, truly teaching environmentalists how to be human. Chief, environmentalists are truly our delicious friends. Delivery right to your doorstep, human-shaped takeout from Europe. Absolutely insane. You couldn't help but grumble, our summer fun show is pretty wholesome, full of hilarious comedy bits. Ever since we entered the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, it feels like all we get are hellish jokes and dark humor. Lu Xiaomu ignored her minor complaint, grinning as he said, so, viewers. There are always these modern folks with unrealistic expectations, thinking they can easily civilize savages and bring them into our society. But they forget that both Eastern and Western civilizations, from eating raw meat and drinking blood to today's modern metropolises, took thousands of years to develop. Many primitives hadn't even invented their own language before being thrust from the Stone Age into the Electrical Age. Oof. He curled his lip. So yeah, I don't want to meddle in others' lives. I'm no idealist, no interest in saving them, and I feel no connection to Africans who have nothing to do with me. Though idealists are as thick as grass in the oasis, I've no beef with them either. Me? I just want to protect the oil wells and make a little extra cash. After all, the oasis is my sworn brother, the Thug Xiaomu's territory. Lu Xiaomu nearly slipped up again and quickly covered his tracks. You're not wrong. After all, you're only 10. Most kids your age still wet their beds. What you've achieved is nothing short of monstrous. What's the state of Africa got to do with you? Your Taizhuang thug gang doing what it can to uphold peace is already pretty impressive. The viewers understood completely. So what's next on the summer fun show, they asked. The painted skin smiled mischievously. I have a suggestion, let's start by streaming the feast. To celebrate Boss's sworn brother's triumphant return, we're throwing a grand banquet. Our melon patch is bursting with harvest, so watermelons are unlimited, eat your fill. Poof. Before the feast, how about a little African-style warm-up act? The witch clapped her hands mysteriously, and suddenly a professional 4-person team emerged from the estate. Each wore a black suit and white shirt. Shouldering a signature prop, a gleaming, polished coffin. Lu Xiaomu pressed his forehead. Black coffin bearers? This is our signature tourism project for the future, the witch explained enthusiastically, pressing a switch on the coffin. Instantly, the front panel sprang open, revealing a magnificent throne painted in gold. Lu Xiaomu asked, what is this? You mean the supreme throne in the Hall of Supreme Harmony at your Dragon Kingdom's Forbidden City, right? The witch replied. Netizens, you know what? You're right, it does look kinda similar. The throne has golden dragons carved on its spinning pearls, though they kinda look like earthworms. But at least it's the Eastern auspicious dragon, long, not that Western evil dragon, that looks like a giant lizard. Like it? The witch seemed quite confident in the black coffin bearer's performance, likely having prepared it herself. We don't just have black coffin bearers, we also offer the novel experience of black throne bearers. Plus, we've got it all: the dragon throne from the Eastern Grand Hall, the Holy See from Buckingham Palace, the presidential chair from the White House in that ugly country, and even the frozen throne from Warcraft, the Iron Throne from Game of Thrones. Guaranteed satisfaction. Holy crap. Now I have to go on an African tour. Once those oil-stealing fungi withdraw their troops, I absolutely must head to the Dragon Phoenix Oasis to join the fun. You guys have taken African coffin carrying to a whole new level. I'm impressed. Every family has its own secret to wealth, huh? Yours in the Oasis is just uniquely twisted. It's like everyone else has the divine power of purple mist, but yours is the secret manual of the sunflower. After reading the comments, Lu Xiaomu felt little excitement. Netizens are just talking nonsense. They say whatever comes to mind, you listen casually, let it go in one ear and out the other, that's all. Netizens, ? A day on a plane, a day on a train, then a day on a long-distance bus, that's what it takes to get from Longwei to Longwang to Oasis. Lu Xiaomu rolled his eyes. You guys spend nearly a week round trip just to get your fix of watching black people carry coffins? That makes sense. Brother Xiaomu's cold words doused our enthusiasm. The netizens pondered for a long moment, their impulsive idea suddenly extinguished. The witch, however, was energized. A single African coffin carrying project is indeed lacking. We could launch more creative projects, like... She whispered an idea into Lu Xiaomu's ear. Oh? That's interesting. Lu Xiaomu chuckled, but this project doesn't need an in-person experience, it can be customized globally right through the internet. Ha! Don't keep us in suspense, let us hear it. The online audience, seeing the two whispering, urged them on. Chapter 68, Wild Blessings and Black Coffin Bearers. Lu Xiaomu replied with keen interest, the witch wants to launch a high-end customized blessing project to raise funds for African charity initiatives. Ha! What's so novel about that? The viewers in the livestream chat were instantly disappointed. Why would anyone pay for customized blessings? If your team wants donations, we'll gladly chip in as friends. No need for any fancy blessings. Brother Xiaomu, if you need to scam people for money, just give us a shout. We'll fork over cash immediately, no hesitation whatsoever. Exactly. Donations are fine, but scamming people with custom blessings? Not cool. Lu Xiaomu gave a mysterious smile. Fine, seeing is believing. Right here in this livestream, we'll randomly select one lucky viewer for free. We'll customize a blessing for their parents' birthday banquet, their baby's full moon celebration, or any other occasion like graduation banquets or apprenticeship ceremonies. Xiao Yu, draw the winner. Got it. Zhou Yu obediently launched a free giveaway in the backend. All viewers, just type I love Brother Xiaomu in the chat to enter. And then, the chat exploded. I wanna beat up Xiaomu Gu. I crave Little Mu Brother's body. I've kept myself pure for 39 years just to marry him. Me and Little Mu Ge twirling and dancing together. Living freely and boldly in this mortal world. I am Xiaomu Gu. Currently fundraising to take down the mold. DM me 100 now, and once I conquer the White House, I'll appoint you vice president. Meanwhile, the witch had already assembled a professional blessing team. Before long, 18.47 million bullet comments entered the lottery. A netizen with the ID Yeching's filial son won a spot. Zhou Yu opened a chat channel and pulled the netizen inside. The winner was visibly overwhelmed, his words stumbling before millions of viewers. Hello, Little Moon. My name is Wang Mingxing. My dad always dreamed of me becoming a big star when I was little. Oh? Why didn't you become one then? Lu Xiaomu asked. Other netizens immediately protested, wait, you don't even know him. How can you say he's not a star? Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes dramatically. I just looked it up online, there isn't a single big star named Wang Mingxing anywhere in the world. Wang Mingxing gave a shy smile, I'm definitely not a star. I got rejected outright during my arts exam. Now I work as a security guard at a scenic spot. Mr. Wang, is there anyone you'd like to send blessings to? Lu Xiaomu smiled, getting straight to the point. My dad. In 3 days, he'll be celebrating his 90th birthday. I booked a banquet table at a hotel for the whole family to celebrate together, Wang Mingxing said expectantly. You're currently the #1 child prodigy on the entire internet. Would you be so kind as to wish him a long life and good health? Oh, right, his name is Wang Xier. Lu Xiaomu snapped her fingers. Got it. Then, Lu Xiaomu reached out and covered the camera. Ha? Is the camera broken? You little rascal, why cover the lens? What are you hiding? Ha? Could it be, the big one's coming? Lu Xiaomu grinned mysteriously. Hold on, viewers. Wait for the professional blessing team to enter. Come on, march. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right face. Attention. Everyone memorize your lines. Viewers? Wang Mingxing also got excited. Brother Xiaomu, little Yaya, did you arrange an entire army to celebrate His Majesty's birthday? This setup is a bit overwhelming, but thank you. Don't thank us yet. Lu Xiaomu moved his hand aside to reveal their professional team. 3 solid rows of burly guys stood there, heads held high. Uniformly clad in camouflage combat gear, uniformly wielding AK-47s pointed skyward, uniformly towering at 6 feet 5 inches and above. Every one of them was a muscle-bound, intimidating brute, genuine elite mercenaries from Africa. At a glance, the audience felt the overwhelming, intimidating aura radiating from these hulking figures. The witch snapped her fingers. Script. Recite your lines. Show everyone our wild blessing. All the African warriors roared in perfect Beijing-accented Mandarin. We wish Mr. Wang Xier, father of star Wang Mingxing, 100 years of life, as long as the southern mountains. Greetings from the Iron Blood 18th Brigade of Tangzhuang thugs. After delivering these lines, everyone felt nothing but a sense of imposing grandeur. But the next moment, all the African mercenaries suddenly pulled the triggers. The terrifying tongues of fire from the AK-47s swept wildly across the sky, spent shells flying everywhere. The deafening roar of live ammunition echoed like the shrieking Grim Reaper. After firing, the burly men clasped their fists in salute, their faces beaming with ingratiation, a starkly absurd comedic contrast. Holy, that was so damn satisfying, so exhilarating. Thanks, Brother Mu. Wang Mingxing, the online friend, was nearly moved to tears. To receive such an honor, being the first to have mercenaries celebrate my birthday at my banquet, my dad will be thrilled. Viewers? This feels kinda creepy, the birthday celebration's a bit spooky. Someone murmured uneasily. A row of burly black guys already scared the old celebrant to death, and then they all fired their guns at him. They didn't actually send the old man off, did they? Wang Mingxing, you devoted son, watch out, you might outlive your 90-year-old dad with all this filial piety. The art of birthday celebrations feels abstract like a Picasso piece. Lu Xiaomu replied with unwavering confidence, relax, our blessings come with a guarantee. If we really did send the old man on his way, don't we have another specialized team ready? With that, he clapped his hands. The African coffin bearers made their grand entrance. Their leader shoved a swana into his mouth, and the classic funeral march BGM instantly filled the livestream. Once the shang plays and the white cloth covers the coffin, the whole village, young and old, just waits for the banquet to begin. Lu Xiaomu waves dismissively. Of course, I mean Noel will toward Mr. Wang. I'll record another birthday video for him shortly and send Mr. Wang Mingxing 2 giant lobsters from the Red Coast, both caught by my own hands. I'll have them rushed to you immediately. You are, after all, our livestream's first winner, full benefits guaranteed. Thanks, brother Xiaomu. Wang Mingxing was overjoyed. After leaving his shipping address, he reluctantly exited the voice chat. Soon, viewers eager to subscribe to the blessing service flooded in, pleading. Where do I subscribe? Hurry up! My wedding banquet is tomorrow. If my relatives and friends see that I have a top mercenary in Africa sending me congratulations, I'll definitely look super impressive. My little princess turns 1 month old the day after tomorrow. She deserves the wildest, most exclusive blessings. My grad advisor's birthday is coming up. His heart's shot. I need to book the wild blessing plus black coffin bearers combo 1-2 punch to send him off. That old fart worked me like a dog for 4 years and still tried to make me extend my graduation. Netizens were fiercely enthusiastic, completely enamored with the wild blessing project. Chapter 69, Me, the Grandmaster Farmer. Inside the Summer Fun Show livestream. Lu Xiaomu's hilarious wild blessing plus black coffin bearers act exploded onto the scene, triggering another massive surge in viewership. Not just domestically. Globally, these 2 segments were equally explosive, leaving all prank-savvy streamers utterly speechless. Zhou Yu remarked with admiration, this is the unique creativity that belongs to Brother Xiao. Our Summer Fun Show is thrilled to witness such a brilliant mind and such explosive ideas. I believe even on the wealth creation program, you wouldn't find such a premium project for getting rich so quickly. She then inquired, Brother Mu, many netizens are asking about pricing. How much does this wild blessing cost per session? I have no idea. I'll ask the witch later. Lu Xiaomu casually explained, it'll probably be tiered pricing. After all, emptying your entire magazine of blessings versus firing just 1 shot can't possibly cost the same. Everyone, please be patient. I'll have the tech team list this service on major shopping platforms tomorrow. That's great. Zhou Yu's delicate features wore a complex expression. Our show finally has its own product promotion segment. But it is a bit peculiar. Will the public accept such an abstract concept? Lu Xiaomu shrugged. Let's give it a shot. Personally, I think it's pretty interesting. The witch, elated, grabbed the Grim Reaper and the Angel and dashed toward the tech department. She'd finally come up with a money-making project for Dragon Phoenix Battles Oasis. Only Huapi remained to continue guiding them. This section is a melon patch, where we grow seedless watermelons and selenium-enriched watermelons. That plot employs drip irrigation technology, with pipes buried deep underground to conserve Africa's scarce water resources. In that row of vegetable greenhouses, we're actually growing various soybean varieties. Soybean oil and soybean meal form the foundation for numerous industrial processes, providing raw materials for our munitions production. Zhou Yu followed Huapi, filming along the way. After a while, she asked with some confusion, it seems, most of this is related to agriculture? You guys seem really skilled at cultivation techniques. Of course. In Africa, food is the strongest hard currency, even more universal than the dollar. Huapi glanced at Lu Xiaomu and shared proudly, you probably don't know this, but the reason our Long Wangdu oasis is thriving is thanks to Brother Xiaomu and the Tangzhuang Brawlers mercenaries for our military strength. And for our economic success, we owe it all to our chief agronomist Mr. Brawler Xiaomu. Ha! Zhou Yu froze in shock. The online audience was equally baffled. Brother Xiaomu, he's skilled in this field too? He's not just good at fighting, he can also cultivate seedlings and transplant rice? The witch chuckled softly, this, my friends, is the ultimate reason behind Dragon Phoenix Oasis' miraculous rise in Central Africa. We can stockpile grain, we can cultivate grain, that's why we've been able to integrate so many indigenous Africans into our community. Do you think those black children, forced by local bandits to serve as human shields and driven to the oasis every year, are raised how? She glanced at the African warriors performing the wild blessing. Many of them are just child soldiers, barely 15 or 16. If you look closely, you'll see they're still so young. Just then, African soldiers who had dropped their AK-47s cheered as they rushed toward Lu Xiaomu, hoisting him into the air. Brother Mu, you finally came back to see us. We missed you so much, Brother Xiaomu. Without you here, it felt like our Dragon Phoenix Oasis might slip away. Now that you're back, we'll annihilate every last fungus and defend our oil fields. Without meaning to, they once again exposed his identity as the gangster Xiaomu. Ahem, just call me Sanhao Xiaomu, Lu Xiaomu stubbornly insisted, clinging to his original identity. Disperse. Have you finished today's training? Running off to play? No organization, no discipline, watch out for punishment. Only then did the soldiers reluctantly depart. Zhou Yu watched him with a complex expression. Your prestige in the oasis is downright terrifying. The way they look at you is like churchgoers worshipping a deity. Lu Xiaomu spread his hands in exasperation, correcting her, I'll say it a billion times, the one with the authority is Rogue Xiaomu. What does that have to do with me, three good Xiaomu? Oh right. Alright. You know what I mean, brothers. Zhou Yu burst out laughing, alright then. I hear you know a thing or two about agriculture? Why not show us what you've got? No sooner had the words left her mouth. A black orderly hurried over, saluting as he reported, Supreme Commander. Those European rescue team members are causing trouble again. They claim the cotton in the northern fields died because of your poor fertilization methods, and that you lack basic agricultural knowledge. They insist they should take over as agricultural advisors here. The viewers in the livestream chat erupted with excitement. Oh, I can just feel another one of Brother Moo's show-off moments coming. Just when I was about to sleep, some idiot delivers the pillow. Wait, why are there European outsiders in the Dragon Phoenix Oasis? Little Moo, aren't you worried they're spies for the mold? Lu Xiaomu scratched his head, feeling thoroughly stumped. Viewers, they're tied to a €4 million annual donation. So even if they don't understand adapting to local conditions and just mindlessly transplant European practices into Africa's unique environment, I've put up with it. After all, they don't waste our supplies even for basic necessities. With such kind European gentlemen, what difference does it make if they're a bit arrogant, he asked. Huapi agreed wholeheartedly, it's a win-win for us. They're just tinkering with a few plots of land, doing some agricultural experiments. Compared to that massive $4 million donation every year, it's nothing worth mentioning. Let's go meet the European gentleman, Lu Xiaomu said calmly as she walked forward. But don't expect any dramatic, face-saving moments. After all, they're the main donors supporting our Dragon Phoenix Oasis. Preserving their dignity always comes first. That's perfectly reasonable, Zhou Yu chuckled. The commenters in our livestream chat often spout idiotic remarks so dumb they make even this cute girl laugh. But since they're all hidden benefactors through their donations, I just pretend not to notice. Viewers? Zhou Yu, you're taking a dig at us, aren't you? Lu Xiaomu, I'm donating 1 yuan, beat her up for me. Can't beat up the European patrons yet, so you're taking it out on the Asian ones first, huh? Lu Xiaomu never bothered with the European agronomist's taunts, for among his 17 skills was master-level farmer. He spent 500 million to master it, from postpartum care for sows and agricultural science. Chapter 70, The Evil Mind Strains, While the Foolish Mind Strikes. But, it's a bit suspicious, Lu Xiaomu mused to the group. The moment I returned to the oasis, the Europeans started stirring trouble. It's hard to call that a coincidence. Huapi immediately grew wary. You mean they're deliberately targeting the boss, his sworn brother? But they're just a bunch of agronomists, botanists, and zoologists. She rubbed her chin, puzzled. They can't lift a finger or carry a load. Last time one tried to grope the little black girl in the oasis, she immediately grabbed a bucket and beat him senseless. If they can't even handle a little girl, what kind of trouble could they possibly cause in the oasis? Zhou Yu's imagination ran wild. Could they be poisoning your wells? I've seen undercover agents do that in all those over-the-top anti-Japanese dramas. Huapi rolled her eyes dramatically. Please don't drag our Dragon Phoenix Oasis back to the old days of decades past. We've all installed fully enclosed water dispensers. The machines themselves come with built-in toxic substance monitoring devices. Why do you even need toxic substance monitoring? The online audience was particularly curious, chiming in with questions. Could it be there were poisoning incidents before? Sigh. Lu Xiaomu let out a deep sigh. Oof. Huapi gave a bitter, frustrated smile. Seeing their peculiar expressions, the netizens' curiosity piqued. Stop sighing and tell us what happened. I have a feeling there's some major news hidden in this. Stop teasing us. Spill the beans right now, or I'll double tap that unfollow button. Lu Xiaomu carefully chose his words, wiping his smartwatch with obvious reluctance. It wasn't until Zhou Yu proactively handed him some AD calcium milk and fed him a couple of sips that this usually all-knowing little Moo finally spoke up. Folks, a genius's brain-racking efforts can't compete with a fool's sudden flash of inspiration. Huapi sighed. You wouldn't believe the havoc a loyal illiterate can wreak all because he takes his job so seriously and treats us like family. Spill it. The viewers were nearly driven mad by their teasing silence. Fine, I'll tell you. That guy's not at Oasis Base anymore anyway. Huapi took the lead, figuring it wasn't exactly good for Lu Xiaomu's reputation as leader to air his subordinates' dirty laundry. About 3 years ago, we rescued a young man named Leton from the desert. On the brink of death, he mistook us for incarnations of his tribe's deities. He prostrated himself repeatedly, begging to join our ranks. Angel, true to his name, was far too kind and soft-hearted. Plus, with his entire family slaughtered by hunters from another tribe, he had nowhere else to go. so he stayed at the oasis to do odd jobs. Lepton soon proved his loyalty. One of our Dragon Nation comrades, a greenhorn new to the tribe, made a critical mistake in battle. Without hesitation, Lepton threw himself over him, taking 33 slashes to the body. Covered in blood and flesh, he faced death with unwavering resolve. Afterward, we discovered his fanatical loyalty to his comrades at the base. His sense of gratitude reached such extremes that he was willing to die for anyone at any moment. Hwapi's expression grew complex. Soon after, he was promoted to the guard unit, undergoing weapons training to become a personal bodyguard for our boss, the notorious Lord Shomu. The online audience was perplexed, so he was basically a good guy? What did he do later that made everyone hate him? Well, good intentions gone wrong are actually quite common. Think of those parents who send their kids to internet addiction schools, only to have them tortured by that electrocution-loving Dr. Yang. Didn't they all believe they were doing the right thing? Lu Xiaomu said calmly. Just keep listening. Hwapi sighed deeply. Then, a strange fungal poisoning outbreak occurred at the base. Mercenaries began vomiting and suffering diarrhea one after another, losing their combat effectiveness. We realized someone was poisoning us and immediately launched an investigation. Lepton flew into a rage. As the most loyal warrior in the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, he despised traitors above all else, Hwapi said hoarsely. I'm sure many viewers can already guess the outcome at this point. Yes, he was the poisoner. How could he investigate himself and find results? This incident sparked many supernatural theories, with some even believing it was the wrath of local deities. Later, our boss personally intervened and discovered that every week, Lepton would devoutly bathe and burn incense before traveling to the ancestral forests to pray. He hoped the shamans would bless our Dragon Phoenix Oasis. He would then dry and grind the sacred mushrooms, adding them to our water system, believing this would channel divine power to ensure our military might flourish and we became invincible in battle. Viewers, Lepton never suspected anything wrong with those mushrooms, Lu Xiaomu explained, her expression complex. He was born and raised here, generation after generation, and was certain they were non-toxic. However, we Chinese lack the enzymes to digest them, triggering pathological reactions. Even after his arrest, Lepton still couldn't grasp what had happened. Hwapi pursed her lips. Absurd, isn't it? Had Lepton possessed even basic scientific knowledge about food, he would have known never to consume mushrooms raw without proper cooking. If he had even a basic grasp of biological classification, when the concept of fungal poisoning was all the rage in the oasis, he would have known mushrooms belonged to fungi. He should have turned himself in early on. Then, at worst, only a few people would have suffered a day of diarrhea. And the outcome? Someone exploited the fungal poisoning chaos in the oasis to launch a surprise attack on our southern sector, resulting in the deaths of 13 local mercenaries. Therefore, Lepton bears full responsibility. His guilt is undeniable. No wonder they say a villain's cunning can't match a fool's sudden inspiration. Sigh, what became of Lepton? Don't even ask. He caused a major disaster. There's no other option but execution. Lu Xiaomu stated concisely, led by the angel, with the witch, painted skin, and the Grim Reaper presiding, Lepton underwent a military tribunal. Lu Xiaomu didn't elaborate further, unwilling to discuss Lepton anymore. As they strolled and chatted, they soon arrived at a small building specially constructed for several European charitable organizations. A heated argument erupted from within. Does that thug Xiaomu even know anything about agronomy? Can he swing a hoe? Don't I know more about cotton than he does? My paper on cotton cultivation, mitochondrial mutations in genetically modified cotton, was published in Science. You bunch of African bumpkins, do you think you have the right to tell me what to do? I'm a member of the British royal family. I've condescended to come to Africa to help you poor savages learn how to farm. That alone is a great imperial favor, do you understand? Lu Xiaomu scratched his head. What happened to the argument? Why is only one person roaring? Are the others playing dead? Chapter 71. I, Lu Xiaomu, have never been outdone in my life. Hwapi turned lazily, slipping away like grease on his feet, vanishing over 10 meters in an instant. That British professor claims royal bloodlines and holds himself in high esteem, always looking down on others. Plus, he's got that lecherous look in his eyes, utterly repulsive. You lot deal with him yourselves. This mercenary's outta here. Humming a tune, she headed off to patrol the great wall defenses of the oasis. Observing this, Zhou pondered thoughtfully, seems the other party isn't someone to be trifled with. Even Miss Hwapi, with her temperament, finds them troublesome. Her? She never cares about anyone's status, Lu Xiaomu chuckled, shaking her head. After all, this is the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. With my elder brother, the rogue Xiaomu, perpetually absent, she's one of the 4 permanent overseers. That means her status here is practically half an emperor. What could a mere professor possibly do to her? Then why is she? Probably just finds it troublesome. Besides, the professor comes from our donors, hard to turn on him outright. Lu Xiaomu pursed her lips and strode confidently into the lab. The internal commotion abruptly ceased. The Oasis members instantly displayed genuine respect. Then came Professor Ingluan's roar, amplified to deafening levels. What kind of brat is this? How many times have I said no unauthorized personnel allowed? I detest these little pests. What if they treat my petri dishes like toys or pee in my test tubes? Who's going to compensate me? Shut up, you fool. Every single person who had previously shown the professor the utmost patience now unleashed fierce rebukes, glaring at him with fury. The professor froze, dumbstruck. You're so polite to him but so rude to me. Is he your leader's son? This is our little Moo, the troublemaker. The group began to introduce him. Ahem, just call me Lu Xiaomu, the model student. Lu Xiaomu remained composed as he walked up to the disruptive professor and asked calmly, "Are you from the European Famine Relief Association?" "That's me. My name is David Rothschild." He emphasized his surname. TSK, an old European aristocratic family, but seemingly no connection to the British royal family? Lu Xiaomu curled his lip, addressing the camera. Viewers, if you've read any Western fantasy novels, you'd be familiar with the Rothschild name. Of course, this family is indeed formidable, once a super-powerful dynasty that controlled Europe's economic lifeline. David declared haughtily, "We old European nobility often intermarry, our ties are intricate and deep-rooted." What do you know? Fine. But why come all the way to my Dragon Phoenix manor to pick a fight instead of acting high and mighty in Europe? What's your game? Lu Xiaomu stood directly before him, tilting her chin up and glaring at him with fierce, almost demonic eyes. The online audience watched Lu Xiaomu's fierce yet adorable expression. Looks just like my Hakimi trying to yawn. Wow, little Moo baby, you're a sweet, soft, sticky bean paste dumpling. Right. Blow right in his face. Spray your AD calcium milk all over his old mug. Then poke chips into his eyes. Finally, use your smartwatch like brass knuckles and whack him on the head. The professor couldn't help but sneer with contempt. So this is the supreme ruler of your Dragon Phoenix Oasis? He's little Moo II? Hey, where's your old emperor? A black lieutenant snorted coldly, "Watch your language, white pig. When you try to insult our boss, don't expect us to treat you with courtesy. Dragon Phoenix Oasis was built from nothing by our boss alone, leading his 4 mighty generals. You arrogant white pig, your measly achievements are utterly insignificant compared to his." Another black soldier sneered with disgust. "If you dare be insolent again, we'll stuff you into a shipping container and air freight you straight back to Britain." What? The professor erupted in fury. "A bunch of black people who only eat because of us dare threaten us, the great philanthropists?" Zhou Yu pointed at her camera. "Every word you utter is being broadcast live to 29 million viewers worldwide. And it'll be edited into clips and spread across every platform in no time. Watch your language, professor. I recall that in Europe, racial discrimination can lead to some pretty dire consequences." You? The professor felt a pang of guilt. Are there really that many viewers? As far as I know, even the biggest global streamer couldn't possibly have such massive popularity. The audience chuckled. Compared to Xiaomu's live streaming antics, past broadcasters weren't just weak, they were light years behind. Little Moo, to streamers who don't understand live streaming, I'm like a frog in a well gazing at the moon. To those who truly get it, I'm like an ant looking up at the sky. Brother Moo wasn't that popular before, but when Mold tried to steal oil from his Dragon Phoenix Oasis, the whole world came to help him out. You bet. We Dutch folks are here to support Brother Moo. Moldy, I'm your daddy. We're from that corner of Petersburg, and we just love watching Brother Moo slaughter the Moldies. The professor secretly unlocked his phone, gasping in shock. His expression toward Lu Xiaomu grew intensely complex. "So this is how you fund the Oasis? No wonder a mere child like you commands local armed forces to obey your every command." Lu Xiaomu. The black soldiers burst into laughter, amused by the white old man's antics. He had mistaken Lu Xiaomu for a child star doing live streams. Enough chatter. What grievance do you have against my cotton fields? Lu Xiaomu signaled an aide to bring a stool. Then he stood tall and proud upon it. Not enough. Bring another one. Lu Xiaomu glared angrily. The soldiers hurriedly fetched another stool and stacked it on top. Now standing atop them, Lu Xiaomu towered at a full 2 meters. Arms crossed, he looked down on the diminutive David Rothschild. "Professor, now you may share your foolish opinions. I'm quite curious to see the extent of your agricultural expertise." Netizens were sweating buckets. "Well, congrats, Brother Xiaomu, you've already won on height. That old white guy probably couldn't bring himself to grab a stool to stand on. Now he's stuck looking up at Brother Xiaomu's towering frame. Ah, that damn competitive streak. All I can say is Brother Moo has never been outdone in life, and now he's winning in stature too." Oh? Professor looked up at Lu Xiaomu with displeasure, sneering, "You've made your live stream wildly popular, that's impressive. But live streaming is nothing more than a low-barrier clown show. Academic achievement, however, demands relentless dedication and research from childhood onward to yield even modest results. Do you really think you're qualified to discuss agronomy with me?" Lu Xiaomu regarded him with a peculiar look, the corners of his lips curling slightly. Exactly. So, we need only compare our academic standards slightly, and the counterfeit will reveal itself. Chapter 72. Wow, Brother Xiaomu eats on livestream. At that moment, the angel who had temporarily handed over the wild blessing business to her subordinates arrived at the agricultural science lab wearing an open-front camouflage military uniform. Her voluptuous figure straining against the fabric, paired with milk-white skin, resembled a fallen angel with broken wings in Africa. Her long, lean legs, honed by years of training, were free of any excess flesh, taut and slender, having snapped and crushed countless enemy necks. They were a deadly temptation. Professor David immediately looked utterly smitten, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. The angel shot him a bored glance. That look of disgust instantly made David Rothschild's eyes sparkle with desire, making him even more unable to resist. Reporting to the boss, the supreme commander of the mold and the highest commander of this oil-stealing operation, General Pericles, has scheduled a meeting with you tonight to discuss our mutual business. The live stream exploded. Is Moldy backing down? Are they negotiating? Ugh, what a letdown. Little Moo hasn't even lifted a finger, and Moldy's already fallen. Before the real battle even started, they've only lost a few small units. Surely a great nation wouldn't be this pathetic? Meanwhile, numerous political commentators, observers, military enthusiasts, and scholars immediately shared a message. According to first-hand intelligence, the first contact between the Tang-style thug group and the ugly nation's official representatives will occur precisely at 8 p.m. tonight. Whether the situation escalates or eases remains to be seen. All eyes widened in anticipation as everyone anxiously awaited Liu Xiaomu's response. Let's talk then. Liu Xiaomu addressed the camera with solemn seriousness. Viewers, based on my research into their nature, these North American bandits won't give up the oil fields until they've been hit hard enough to feel the pain. So there's no way they're here to discuss a ceasefire. Since that's the case, there's no need to call in the tough guy, Brother Xiaomu. Let me, little brother Sunhao Xiaomu, step up and fight for my brother. I'll just have a little harmless tug of war with the moldy ones. Liu Xiaomu answered with a carefree swagger, taking 2 bold gulps of AD calcium milk. Ha! Even now, he still clings to his 3 good qualities persona. I'm crying my eyes out. Fine. Negotiating under the banner of 3 goods Little Moo will only highlight the high-class aura of the real, badass Little Moo. Live streaming the negotiations will be absolutely thrilling. Zhou timidly reminded them, our summer fun show can't feature any real-life high-ranking officials outside the streamers and production team. It would involve politics and lead to a ban. So, I'm sorry, but there's absolutely no way we can live stream this. Ugh, such a letdown. The viewers sighed, though they understood this kind of moldy oil theft drama was always shady business never meant for the spotlight. Liu Xiaomu turned to David Rothschild, who had suddenly become all polite and civilized. Hey, Professor David, we've got plenty of time to chat. We absolutely need to talk about that cotton field business. You were absolutely right. I was wrong. David's head shook like a rattle, his tone bordering on obsequious. I was being foolish just now. Please forgive me. I'll pack my bags immediately and return to England. I'll never set foot on African soil again. What the hell? I was looking forward to seeing him get humiliated, but he folded instantly? The online audience stared in astonishment, utterly baffled by David Rothschild's abrupt about-face a face-changing act more dramatic than any Sichuan opera master. The angel removed her sunglasses, revealing sapphire-clear eyes. She explained with a cold smile, that's just how the British are acting like aristocratic lords. But the moment they face high-ranking officials from their ugly father country, they instantly back down. After all, this pair of conjugal father and son are now, ugly father, British son. David was annoyed. Even though she was telling the truth, couldn't she have spared him the embarrassment in front of tens of millions of viewers? Does our great Ing Empire have no shame? Do you understand the meaning of sun never sets? Hold on, don't rush off just yet. Liu Xiaomu reached out to stop Professor David as he tried to leave. Our debate in the cotton field is purely academic. What does it have to do with nationality or hegemony? Come on, today we must separate fact from fiction and find a complete cultivation plan. Professor David desperately wanted to refuse. Yet those small hands felt like titanium handcuffs, firmly pinning his arms in place. A Herculean crushing force surged over him like a tidal wave. Professor David stumbled and fell to the ground, but Liu Xiaomu didn't pause. Like dragging a dead dog, she forcibly hauled him toward the cotton test field. The online friends exchanged bewildered glances. Aren't you the model student Moo? How come you've got such terrifying brute strength too? Ahem, are you feigning ignorance up there? Writer Xiaomu and model student Xiaomu are obviously 2 completely different people, But who says model student Xiaomu has to be a bookish weakling? Exactly. Liu, Quan, and Zhang were sworn brothers. Weren't they all legendary warriors? Rogue Xiaomu and model student Xiaomu? That's like Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Got it? Got it. Alright, we're here. Liu Xiaomu stopped, grabbed Professor David by the collar, and tried to pull him up. But his height was a limitation. He could only hoist Professor David up to a meter off the ground. Thus, David Rothschild couldn't stand up. Instead, he was humiliatingly held by the collar, kneeling before him. Ahem, sorry, Liu Xiaomu said sheepishly. It's not my fault. I genuinely intended to lift you up with dignity. But what can I do? My height, you're just too tall. If you were a dwarf, or a hobbit, or even a goblin, then I could have helped you up easily, right? David Rothschild, F-U-C-K. Netizens, yeah. Brother Xiaomu meant well, how could we blame him? It's that stupid professor who's disgusting. So, what's wrong with the cotton field? Lu Xiaomu crouched down, scooped up a clump of soil, dipped a finger into it, and brought it to his mouth, following the habit of many agronomists to taste and gauge the soil's pH level. The British agronomists and botanists present all followed suit. Phew! Did someone apply manure recently? Why does it smell so foul? Lu Xiaomu frowned. It's ostrich droppings, a black soldier raised his hand. We heard bird droppings are the most fertile, so we spread ostrich droppings as fertilizer. Ugh! Professor David immediately leaned against the wall, retching violently. The other professors frowned slightly, but one with very dark skin beamed with delight. Where's the stench? It's clearly a unique aroma, like curry from my homeland. Lu Xiaomu's mouth twitched as she glanced at him. Oh, so he's an Indian guy. No wonder. Wow, Brother Xiaomu's live-streaming eating poop. The online viewers roared with laughter. Lu Xiaomu scoffed, your observation skills are pathetic, viewers. Didn't you see me touch the soil with my index finger, then touch it with my middle finger? Chapter 73, Humph, you dare act so arrogant as a spy? David Rothschild, ? Viewers, damn. Seriously, dude, you're not taking this seriously. How the hell are you supposed to taste the soil's pH and nutrients like that? Everyone was furious, demanding he actually eat a proper chunk. Lu Xiaomu sneered, in traditional Chinese medicines, for diagnostic methods observation and auscultation alone solve most problems. If that fails, we've got medical equipment like MRI scans. Modern agronomy relies on lab tests. Who actually uses their mouth? He sneered. Besides, look at these accompanying agronomists and botanists, none of them ate it either. Professor David. Indian botanist. Pfft, nonsense. David clearly ate. Otherwise, how could he have thrown up so badly? The online viewers pulled up the recent livestream footage as proof. See? He really ate. So there you have it. The smile vanished instantly from Lu Xiaomu's face. Mr. David Rothschild, who exactly are you? I'm certain you're not an agronomist at all. I. Why wouldn't I be? I've published several papers in journals, the data is verifiable. David retorted furiously, his face flushed with indignation at the suspicion. The online viewers were utterly baffled. He just ate a clump of it, and you revoked his professor credentials? David Rothschild's info is legit online. He's an honorary professor at the Royal Horticultural Society. Brother Mu, you need evidence for your accusations. Lu Xiaomu gave a faint, cold smile. From the very beginning, I've been highly suspicious of his identity. Since I founded the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, countless Europeans have tried to pick fights, but David Rothschild is the first to question my cultivation plan. You're arrogant, you thug Xiaomu. Professor David retorted, flustered and angry. Why should anyone who questions you be a spy? Lu Xiaomu replied confidently, because every cultivation plan I've refined is optimal. Every single one has earned unanimous endorsement from scholars visiting the Dragon Phoenix Oasis over the past 3 years. Especially my cotton cultivation plan, it was jointly praised by 3 botanical authorities, Professor Kaiser, Scholar Ryan, and Mr. Wangley. And who are you? He sneered in return. Some nobody whose papers are all gold-plated, whose titles are all honorary, and you dare question the 4 greats of our agronomy field? David Rothschild's face instantly drained of color. After initially suspecting your identity, I brought you to the experimental fields for observation, Lu Xiaomu said contemptuously. Not only did you commit fundamental errors just now, but you also ate indiscriminately without knowing what was in the fields. And look at your feet. The crowd froze. Joe, you quickly zoomed the camera in on David's shoes. They were an ordinary pair of British-style leather boots. What's wrong with my feet? David asked, bewildered. But when he glanced around, he froze. Because all the other experts and scholars who had arrived at the experimental field had instinctively switched to shoe covers, including the Indian botanist. Only he, David Rothschild, stood barefoot, wearing nothing but his shoes. David gritted his teeth, was dragged along by you. I couldn't change my shoe covers. It's all your fault. Lu Xiaomu scoffed. Fine, let's pretend that evidence doesn't exist. But scholars who spend years running through experimental fields studying soil and plants often get filth-like soil fungi stuck in their fingernails, causing them to turn brown or black. What about you? Joe, you refocused, covering her mouth in shock. Your fingernails, they're painted pink with Peppa Pig designs? Pfft, just a little thing. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. Of course. I'm interrogating a spy here. I have zero interest in your sexual orientation and no prejudice against it. And I'd like the viewers in the livestream to bear witness, I maintain an open and accepting attitude toward all groups. Brother Xiaomu's stacking layers like crazy, probably afraid certain groups will sniff it out and start trouble. We all get it, no need to dwell. Just tell us why this David guy is a spy. I'm Director Stabber from Big Iron Rod Hospital. Since he's a spy, leave him to me. 10 minutes and he'll spill the beans. Hey, you with the Sichuan IP up there, wrap it up. Your IP totally fits my stereotype of you guys. Lu Xiaomu continued laying out evidence. Mr. David, your pant legs are stained with oil residue that hasn't been properly washed off. If you were an agronomist frequently walking through fields, it would be due in plant-based dyes like blueberry or strawberry juice. Why specifically oil residue? The angel's snow-white face flushed with fury. You've been secretly observing our oil wells. Are you gathering intel for the mold? I didn't, I swear. How much longer can you keep up this act? Lu Xiaomu continued to expose the others' inconsistencies. Agricultural scientists who spend years traversing fields usually develop a slight stoop. Look at our European friends nearby, they're the true scholars. But you? Calluses on your palms from years of gun practice. Scar removal marks at the corners of your eyes. Why would an agronomist need scar removal? Probably because those are bullet wounds, right? How could a spy have such glaring flaws? David Rothschild trembled like a leaf. How could you so easily spot all these flaws? David cried out in despair. Lu Xiaomu replied calmly, because I'm a genuine academic prodigy, a true master-level farmer. I understand everything about cultivation. Your disguise, though elaborate, is nothing more than a level that can be seen through at a glance by a true expert. David slumped to the ground in defeat. Viewers flooded the chat with applause emojis, utterly captivated by Lu Xiaomu's meticulous logic. Zhou refocused the camera on the Indian botanist, speaking of which, he just made a rookie mistake too. He must be a spy as well, right? Is he David's accomplice? Me? The botanist looked utterly bewildered. Of course not. He's clearly a legitimate botanist. Lu Xiaomu shook her head. Do you have evidence? Don't just make wild guesses. But he clearly ate ostrich poop just now. The online commenters rallied behind Zhou. Lu Xiaomu shrugged. He's Indian. He grew up eating cow dung like cookies. His E. coli levels are off the charts. He's practically a pica case. So what's so strange about genuinely loving ostrich poop? The botanist's face flushed crimson. How dare you slander me? I'm sacrificing myself for science. I can taste nutrient deficiencies in soil with my mouth. I'm a spy. Oh, so he really isn't a spy after all, the online viewers realized. Zhou patted the man reassuringly on the shoulder. Well, now 30 million global viewers know you have unique tastes. It's too late to be a spy now. Chapter 74, Live Streaming Raw Meat and Blood? No, I really am a spy. The Indian botanist possessed deep ethnic pride and a strong sense of honor. He'd rather be deported as a spy than face online backlash from viewers, especially if it tarnished his country's reputation. But sadly, the global audience's stereotypes about his country were already deeply ingrained. If you're not an Indian who loves eating feces, you're not a real Indian. Stop pretending, bro. When I saw you wolfing down ostrich poop, I knew you must have grown up drinking Ganges water, a real deal Indian. Alright, go feast now, bro. We don't discriminate against you. Snort. I'm actually a local mixed-race African, not Indian, the botanist stammered in protest. Look how dark my skin is. He rolled up his sleeves. But the next moment, two dark-skinned guys approached expressionlessly, sandwiching him between them. They flashed white teeth and a smile as both brothers simultaneously raised two black coal briquettes, one on each side. What the hell are you doing? The online viewers were baffled, and the Indian botanist looked utterly confused. The guy on the left snorted coldly. Last time, I was surrounded. My bulletproof helmet was riddled with holes and useless. I had a flash of inspiration. I held two coal lumps in my hands and sprinted out of the encirclement like the wind. Enemy cheers erupted all around. I got a headshot. Wait, why is that three-headed African black guy still running? Then I made a clean getaway. Later, I discovered each coal had taken 5 bullets. The dark-skinned guy sneered. Third brother, you have to be as dark as me to truly be called an African American. Third brother. The black guy on the right, leaning on his cane, also boasted smugly. Not long ago, I was ambushed by mold spies near an oil well. Outnumbered, I simply jumped straight into the pitch-black oil and instantly vanished. All the enemies froze in shock, frantically searching, while I hid right under their noses, just 5 meters away, completely undetected. Now that's what you call a true African, black flag African, the black guy sneered. Third brother, you're no good. With your brown skin, you think you can pass as one of us? A commenter couldn't help but ask, if you were so perfectly hidden, why did you get your leg shot? The black guy on the right groaned in frustration. I got too cocky and couldn't help but grin, flashing my pearly whites. Ah, you Easterners say never show your teeth when smiling, that's ancient wisdom. I've etched that idiom into my memory forever now. With that, he rolled up his sleeve to reveal a striking tattoo on his right arm, smile without showing teeth. Online friends, you guys in the Dragon Phoenix Oasis are such a bunch of characters. These two black dudes could totally do stand-up comedy. Or come to our country and start a rap group. Lu Xiaomu smiled. Jimmy, once we secure the Oasis and start oil drilling, each of you will receive a $500,000 reward. Then I can arrange for you to settle in any country you choose. No way, we'll just stay in the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. Just give me a little house on your estate. Same here. I'll guard Big Brother Mu for life. But Black Brother was getting impatient. Alright. Lu Xiaomu sighed softly. If we can just survive this crisis, the moment the oil gushes forth, we'll all be rolling in it. Then, Long Wandu Oasis will be the little Dubai of Central Africa. The good life is just around the corner. The dark-skinned guys all looked forward to it eagerly. After chatting for a while, Hua Pai roared up on his motorcycle, whistling at the group, "Feast's ready. Let's roll." Hold on a moment. Lu Xiaomu stretched his limbs and approached David Rothschild. I'll interrogate this mole first. Find out where his accomplices are. Ideally, we'll pry open his mouth and extract the details of the mole's plan to attack the oasis. His usually serene, intelligent face suddenly flashed with murderous intent, transforming him from a golden boy of impeccable manners into a demonic specter from hell. As Lu Xiaomu strode toward the trembling spy, torture instruments in hand. Cough cough. Zhou Yu suddenly began coughing violently. Lu Xiaomu froze, quickly suppressing his anger and reverting to an innocent, harmless expression. Hua Pai, I'll leave this to you. After all, I'm just goody two-shoes Xiaomu, not violent Xiaomu. I've never mastered any interrogation techniques. Just now. I was just cosplaying Spy Family. Guys, did I look convincing? Viewers, ha 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 ha, spot on. Everyone was playing dumb with each other, and no one called him out anymore. Feels like our livestream is one giant live performance of The Emperor's New Clothes, someone remarked. That's not The Emperor's New Clothes, it should be called Brother Mu's Torture Devices. It's different from The Emperor's New Clothes. In that story, an innocent child exposed the Emperor's naked hypocrisy. But here, the child is the Emperor himself, moonlighting as a con artist, and the audience are all his fans. It's complicated. Huapi glided over to Mr. David with a catwalk strut, casually pulling a whip studded with barbs from her waist. Leave it to me. Within an hour, you'll have your answer. Miss Huapi, why are you rewarding him? Come with me, woo-woo. I'm a human spinning top, I really deserve it. Ah. Can I pay to watch Miss Huapi spank herself? Brother Xiaomu, set up a private VIP livestream just for me. Lu Xiaomu. Zhou Yu rolled her eyes wildly, friendly reminder our summer fun show is a positive 3+ age rated program. Please don't go crazy. Lots of little brothers and sisters are watching the livestream. Pfft, just now you guys were live streaming eating feces. Third brother looked like he wanted more. Where exactly is the positive energy in that? Brother Xiaomu streaming beasts devouring humans, using whale sharks for mass sterilization. Is this R-rated positivity really something kids can handle? Bro, sis, we can handle it. Whales are cute, sharks are adorable. Lu Xiaomu waved his hand, abruptly ending the topic. Come on, let's go try the Oasis cuisine, though there's not much to livestream here. After all, ethnic Chinese dominate this place, and the chefs only cook traditional Sichuan, Shandong, Cantonese, and Huayang dishes. Wow, ever since we started filming Brother Xiaomu, this show's content changes daily. First it was legal education livestreams, then exploring the zoo, medical livestreams, followed by beach foraging, desert island survival, sterilization livestreams. Now we're starting food eating livestreams? Pfft, what good food could there be in some poor African backwater? Don't tell me they're going to stream eating raw meat and drinking blood? Chapter 75, The Cannibal Chieftain, live streaming humanity. As the viewers chatted idly, a group of natives dressed in primitive, savage attire, palm leaf skirts tied around their waists, exuding a distinctly ferocious aura. They stormed into the oasis. Their faces were painted with chalk patterns, stone spears gripped in their hands, but what was even more terrifying, they wore necklaces of skulls around their necks, seemingly genuine. Behind a tall, imposing figure who appeared to be their chieftain, for attendants carried a naked Caucasian man, stripped bare like a pig, before presenting him before Lu Xiaomu. Greetings, Mu. This African giant, who seemed to have practiced Mandarin, brutally dragged the white man forward with one hand. Here, a gift for you. My people captured him while hunting in the swamps. We resisted the urge to eat him and saved him as a present for you. He smells delicious. His words sent a chill down the spines of viewers in the livestream chat. This is a cannibal tribe. But Lu Xiaomu took it in stride, simply reaching out his hand. Two dark-skinned men promptly brought over a stool. Just as Lu Xiaomu was about to step up, the cannibal chieftain knelt on one knee with a smile, lowering himself to Lu Xiaomu's level. Master Mu, there's no need for such formality. You're putting us too much on the spot. Lu Xiaomu smiled and addressed Huapi. Later, give the chief 1,000 jin of premium rice to thank him for his help. Look at this white man's appearance. There are distinct gunpowder stains on his wrists, and calluses on his palms from years of gripping daggers. He must be a special forces soldier who tried to ambush the oasis. The cannibals' faces lit up with joy. 1,000 jin of polished rice, boiled into porridge and mixed with wild greens, would sustain 100 elderly, women, and children for a full year. Moreover, unlike their local staples, sun-dried polished rice stored exceptionally well, making it a hard currency in the marketplace. Remember to keep helping me capture enemies diligently, Lu Xiaomu reminded the other before they left. But be careful, their equipment is formidable. If you encounter firearms, it's best to avoid them. Rest assured, the cannibal chieftain grinned, revealing pearly white teeth and crimson gums. We'll remain hidden in the black mud, blending seamlessly with nature. They won't even notice us. After the other departed, a user named Hannibal sent a voice message worth 2,000 yuan. Brother Xiaomu, I'm a streamer too. Want to team up with Chief to battle live? Let's see who's better at playing the game. The chat erupted in laughter. Oh, it's you. Here to stir the pot? Trying to ride Little Moo's coattails, huh? Being human? It's all about timing, and don't forget the scallions, ginger, and garlic. When it comes to being a person, Chieftain has thousands of years of expertise passed down through generations. You're just an amateur at this game, how dare you challenge him? Lu Xiaomu rolled his eyes. Dude, you've already lost. Check out how he's tied up that white soldier. Now that's professionalism. With that, Zhou gave a close-up shot. But it looked like a messy tangle, nothing special. Is that it? Hannibal sneered. I know Kikobaku. In the art of ropework, I could blow him out of the water 10 times over. Look at that white guy, he's nearly unconscious from the pressure. His organs are starting to stiffen. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. That's precisely the point. Haven't you noticed? It's like a tourniquet binding, deliberately constricting blood flow at specific points where major arteries converge. This technique makes future slaughter and bleeding far more efficient. It's like preliminary food processing. Hannibal. Viewers. I'm truly impressed now, the streamer famous for impersonating Hannibal's side. Being human is merely my hobby, but it's their way of life for millennia. I shouldn't have tried to muscle in on their livelihood with my amateur pastime. I've only brought shame upon myself. Good to know. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes and walked over to the unlucky soul just delivered by the cannibals, cutting his ropes. Who are you? What brings you to our Dragon Phoenix oasis? I'm just an ordinary wilderness survival video creator. His face instantly twisted with grievance, yet betrayed relief at surviving the ordeal. Greetings, savior from the east. This must be the famed pearl of Central Africa, the Dragon Phoenix Oasis? My name is William Fenrir. I've run a channel on YouTube for over a decade. You might have followed my work. Lu Xiaomu froze. The other person's reaction didn't seem like that of a spy at all. Meanwhile, the comment stream erupted with intense activity as many overseas viewers rushed to vouch for him. Brother Xiaomu, he's Mr. Wei, a genuine survivalist content creator. He's definitely not a spy. Ha, never expected such an epic crossover. Though not as popular as Bear Grylls or Bear Grylls, Wei is still a major streamer. He hasn't been live lately, turns out he nearly got cooked by a cannibal chieftain. Oops, Mr. Wei. Better thank Brother Mu for saving your life. Lu Xiaomu furrowed his brow. You used to be a veteran? Yeah, I used to be the ace sniper in my unit. Now I run a shooting range, inherited it from my grandpa. William was quite talkative. After all, being in video production meant he was skilled at filling silences. No wonder you have fresh gunpowder burns on your wrists and calluses from gunstocks. Lu Xiaomu felt awkward and apologized. Sorry, we're in the middle of a war right now, so we're a bit on edge. Please don't take it personally. Just then, a piercing scream erupted nearby. It was Mr. David Rothschild, being whipped while suspended by his skin. His skin was torn open, blood streaking across his body. Zhou instinctively moved the camera toward the scene, but Lu Xiaomu immediately blocked her. Don't get our livestream banned, this is too bloody. He shook his head. William jumped in fright, asking anxiously, what the hell is going on here? Just interrogating a spy, nothing to get worked up about, Lu Xiaomu said casually. Meeting you was fate. Let's grab a proper meal at the cafeteria. You must have been starving these days in captivity, those cannibals didn't have any spare rations. Not eating you was already pushing their limits, feeding you was out of the question. William had been wary, but hunger had truly worn him down. Faced with survival, he readily agreed. Thank you. I'll transfer my gratitude to repay your kindness. Oh, I paid the cannibals a ton of polished rice to save your life. Just repay me with 10 tons of grain, any kind will do. Shen Ming waved his hand dismissively. William couldn't help but laugh aloud. How amusing. I always prided myself as a top streamer with significant social influence, yet in the eyes of the cannibals, I'm worth less than a ton of rice. If this story gets back home, my wife and daughter will laugh themselves silly. Chapter 76, Old Master Mu and Young Master Mu. Fine, 10 tons of beef it is. I'll get it sorted. William was clearly quite wealthy, but then sheepishly requested, before that, though, could I get a set of clothes from the civilized world? Being naked all this time, with all these burly guys staring at my butt, feels like I'm live streaming on Brokeback Mountain. Lu Xiaomu snapped his fingers. Go get one from the warehouse. 10 tons of beef isn't cheap, remarked a dark-skinned guy, his admiration for this grateful white man soaring. How do you plan to transport it over here? I have a private jet, William smiled. Just have the pilot make a few extra trips. 10 tons of beef? 2 or 3 trips max, right? Lu Xiaomu cautioned, deliver it after the war. We're currently battling mold, radars and satellites are scanning the area. Your plane might get hit by our rockets. Ha! William's massive frame jerked. He stared at him in disbelief. You, fighting the mold? Did I just get dragged into a global war? The wilderness survival master instantly wore a mournful expression. Goddess of bad luck, could you please stop constantly lifting my skirt? I've just escaped the wolf's den only to fall into the tiger's lair. Sigh. I thought surviving the cannibal's jaws meant all my misfortune had vanished. Who could have imagined it would be so relentless? Lu Xiaomu patted his knee. Don't worry, uncle. With old Master Mu here, you'll definitely make it back home safe and sound. Oh, thank you for the reassurance, kid. You're so sensible. If only my little girl were half as sensible as you. Oh, right, where's your grandfather? I'd love to meet old Master Mu. William looked around, searching for the legendary old Master Mu. Lu Xiaomu, ? Online friends, ha ha ha, hurry up and call your grandpa out here. Old Master Mu is me, Lu Xiaomu reminded him impatiently. Didn't you hear how that chief addressed me? He called me Master Mu. Got it? Cut it out. William ruffled his hair, settling for the next best thing. If your grandfather old Master Mu isn't home, what about your dad, little brother Mu? I'd like to ask him for some blessings too. Lu Xiaomu? Netizens, mwahahaha. I can't take it anymore, my stomach's about to burst from laughing. This has got everyone in stitches, folks. Little brother Mu is the leader of our Dragon Phoenix Oasis. It's him. Two burly bodyguards finally couldn't hold back and stepped forward to warn William, you seem to be showing him great disrespect. You're practically turning brother Mu's hair into a bird's nest. Damn it, take your filthy hands off him. William? No, I'm not. Lu Xiaomu rolled his eyes wildly. That's the thug Xiaomu. I'm the model student Xiaomu. William felt his brain was about to fry. What the hell was this? Too complicated. It wasn't until he changed into fresh clothes and bought a new phone on credit at the Oasis store that he finally pieced together the whole story. Holy crap! Holy crap! William asked, frozen in shock. You're telling me that while I was being tortured by the ogre chieftain, some super awesome kid streamer rose to fame? He completely crushed internet celebrities like Hyperthyroid Guy, Mr. Beast, and Laughing Sister, snatching the crown of the world's top streamer? And he's the ruler of Dragon Phoenix Oasis, currently streaming How to Fight Mold? William's face was filled with disbelief as he sighed, but I have to admit, he really is the first person ever to pioneer the niche of live streaming mold extermination. Even if others knew it was a goldmine, they'd never dare to copy him. Zhou wholeheartedly agreed, still feeling a chill run down her spine. You're absolutely right. I'm starting to regret staying on this show. Ugh, damn it, who am I to blame but my own poverty? I lost myself to the director's sweet talk about year-end bonuses. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes, too lazy to argue, and just kept sipping her AD calcium milk. The live chat chimed in, debunking this rumor for the millionth time. He's not the ruler of Oasis. He's Goody Two-Shoes Xiaomu. The ruler is Rebel Xiaomu. Don't get them mixed up. Hey, Xiaomu, why are you so obsessed with this drink? You're basically giving them free advertising, Zhou asked curiously. Have you ever considered doing a commercial for Coke or an energy drink? Lu Xiaomu stared at her expressionlessly. Woman, trying to sabotage my growth spurt? So you're supplementing calcium, Zhou mused. So you really do care about your height. You even brought a stool today to match the spy's height. Of course not. I can't let some little spy tower over me, got it? Lu Xiaomu snorted coldly. My elder brother is the local overlord, the African lion. Of course I have to mind my appearance and stature. African lion. Zhou muttered under her breath, he's more like young Simba from The Lion King. The online audience erupted in laughter. I heard that, you know. Lu Xiaomu kindly reminded her, you still owe me a month's salary from that bet you lost last time. Need me to remind you again? Woo woo, your hungry little maid Zhou is here to massage your legs. Zhou quickly crouched before Lu Xiaomu with flattery, obediently pounding his calves. William asked with keen interest, Brother Xiaomu, I hear from the viewers that you're exceptionally skilled in close combat. Might I exchange a few moves with you? No. Lu Xiaomu corrected him with deadpan seriousness, do I need to remind you a billion times? This humble self, the three good Xiaomu, shares only striking resemblance in height with the thug Xiaomu were sworn brothers. We are absolutely not the same person. William. Soon, a steady stream of delicious dishes began arriving at the table. Ha? All Eastern cuisine? No foie gras or fried fish? William swallowed hard, craving a taste of home. After years of living in fear, extreme anxiety easily triggered homesickness. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes and reminded him, your clothes and phone are still on credit. And your 10 tons of beef? That's thousands of miles away. We're being more than generous not kicking you out and you still want to order food? I've already placed the order. William spread his hands, showing them the payment interface on his phone. Look, 10 tons of beef is on its way to Africa by air. But since it's a big order, it'll take a while. Plus, now that I have a phone, I can pay you directly in US dollars. William waved his arm with extravagant flair. Here, $5,000 each as a tip for your generous help. You all have international payment accounts, right? Lu Xiaomu was thrilled to discover that this guy's tip, just like those in live streams, was recognized by the system and could be used to purchase skills. Chapter 77, Third Brother Delivers. Now that's what you call extraordinary talent. Uncle William, you're so generous. Please forgive my short-sightedness for not recognizing your wealthy status earlier. Lu Xiaomu, shifting from haughty to obsequious, performed a Sichuan opera-style face-changing act. Amidst the stunned gazes of the viewers, he proactively offered a toast. Here, I'll substitute milk for wine and raise a glass to you. Try this red wine made from last year's grapes at our Dragon Phoenix Oasis. Liu Xiaomu gave a slight smirk as the angel and which promptly handed over 2 bottles. William was flattered beyond measure. Brother Xiaomu, thank you. Have the chef prepare a few dishes tailored to European tastes for Mr. William. We're not short on supplies anyway. Lu Xiaomu generously gave the order. As for this Mr. William, Lu Xiaomu resolved to spend his gold coins lavishly on him. With the mold approaching, hoarding money to acquire skills was the true path to power. All material possessions are fleeting, only permanently acquired skills are truly substantial. One dish after another, stir-fried spare ribs, braised pork knuckle, sweetened sauerkraut, 9-turn intestines soon graced the table. Most were home-style dishes after all. Dragon Phoenix Oasis lacked master chefs. Viewers watched with envy, unable to resist asking, hey, aren't you guys supposed to be starved for supplies under the mold lockdown? How can you afford such extravagant feasts? Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. Go back and watch the old footage. We're short on military-grade supplies, not basic provisions like these. Wu Chang grinned as he explained, we've been farming in Africa for years. Thanks to Longwa's advanced hybrid breeding and Chogwa's unrivaled GM technology, we've successfully harvested many high-yield crops. Well, hybrid crops are one thing, but genetically modified grains? Better be careful eating those, someone cautioned. Lu Xiaomu scoffed, it's fine. This is Africa, after all. Yield is the absolute top priority. As for hidden risks, even if they exist, in Central Africa where the average lifespan is 23 years, who do you think cares? Netizens! The statistic on average life expectancy made the harsh realities of survival in Africa painfully clear. If only the indigenous Africans could learn your oasis farming techniques, it might solve the famine. William devoured the delicacies, quickly forgetting his hometown fare. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. What's that, foie gras? Not even a dog would eat it. And British fish and chips? Total junk food. At that moment, David Rothschild, dragging his dead dog-like body, returned lazily. He's talking, boss. I'm starving, ask whatever you want. The revelers, mid-feast, abruptly stopped eating. The warriors of the Dragon Phoenix Oasis all glared furiously at this bastard. To them, the oasis was everything, their home and their faith. If the Dragon Phoenix Oasis fell, they would become homeless dogs, wandering the African continent like hyenas, reduced to prey for other predators. Therefore, they were ready to skin the spy alive, tear him limb from limb. To whom do you pledge your allegiance? What brings you to our oasis? Lu Xiaomu asked calmly. I belong to the Intelligence Division, 6th Reconnaissance Team, under the command of the Moldy Eagle Carrier Strike Group. Simultaneously, I serve as an informant for the British 9th Intelligence Department. David answered with vacant eyes, spilling everything like beans from a bamboo tube. The British side sent me to monitor Mold's movements. Mold wants me to infiltrate the Dragon Phoenix Battle Oasis as an inside man, providing intelligence on their internal defenses. TSK, a double agent, Wu Chang snorted coldly. And a high-level one at that. Looks like we'll be able to extract quite a bit of useful intelligence from him. William looked slightly awkward. How about I step aside? Better not to know too much, lest you guys silence me permanently. Lu Xiaomu pointed at the camera. No worries, Uncle William. Nearly 38 million people worldwide are watching our interrogation live. One more won't make a difference. Oh, right. William immediately perked up, hauling his little stool over to Lu Xiaomu's side. His earlier desire to avoid suspicion vanished, replaced by intense curiosity and a distinctly gossipy attitude. What are you doing? Lu Xiaomu looked at William, who had practically pressed his ear against David's mouth, with confusion. You're not are you? William sheepishly pulled his ear away. I'm just curious. The thought that I'm actually participating in this battle against Mold, interrogating their high-level spy, it's just so thrilling I can't contain myself. Besides, I've got 2 daughters already. How could I be a pervert? He rolled his eyes, winking at the same time. Mr. Lu Xiaomu, my youngest daughter is 3 years older than you. She's a total beauty, a real stunner. How about I introduce her to you as a girlfriend? Lu Xiaomu glanced at his scruffy beard, rough skin, and rugged square jaw, and a terrifying image of a muscle-bound Barbie doll flashed through his mind. Sorry, I haven't hit puberty yet. Not interested in girls, uncle. Oh, well. William sighed regretfully. He took a particular liking to this miniature Eastern tycoon and was eager to turn him into a son-in-law worthy of his family. Lu Xiaomu pressed on with the interrogation. Spill it. How many molds are lurking nearby? You're a high-level spy who infiltrated our oasis. You must have contacts, right? Where are they hiding? Ha, David replied bluntly. They saw the livestream and fled ages ago. I can tell you everything now. You won't catch anyone anyway. With that, he rattled off a long list of names. Then, in a fit of self-abandonment, David declared, for betraying my comrades, I'll face a military tribunal back home. Mr. Rogue Shamu, I'm willing to renounce darkness and join your Dragon Phoenix vs. Oasis faction. With your pathetic infiltration skills, sorry, we're not interested, Lu Xiaomu said dismissively, chewing on a soft, sticky mochi dumpling. And you're too spineless. You couldn't even last 20 minutes against Huapi. That's not exactly trustworthy. David showed no shame. I'm no low-level spy. My intelligence analysis and cryptography skills rank among the elite of the elite. If you'd take me in, you'd get tenfold returns. Lu Xiaomu curled her lip and instructed the angel, contact Mold. Have them quote a price to redeem the spy. Or exchange him for 2 of our mercenaries. Yes. Angel immediately complied, and David was swiftly dragged away for detention. Joe, you couldn't help but ask, he does seem like a talent. And as a traitor, he's cornered. He has no choice but to pledge loyalty to the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, right? You mean keep him? Lu Xiaomu shot Xiao Ye a sidelong glance. No. Who am I to give orders? Joe, you felt awkward and pursed her lips. I just think you finally caught a spy, and to just let him go so easily feels like such a waste. Lu Xiaomu sighed. But what can we do? Don't forget we're still live streaming. We can't exactly behead a spy in front of a global audience, can we? We still need to maintain this underdog persona, stirring up global outrage against the Moldies so they'll join us in condemning them. As the underdogs, we have to win the battle of public opinion. Chapter 78, When Humanity's Stars Shine Bright. Playing the underdog. The viewers in the livestream chat exchanged bewildered glances. Why even pretend? Facing the world's sole superpower, anyone claiming they're not weak would just look ridiculous. Well, I used to think the Moldies stealing oil was unbeatable too, but the more I watch Brother Moo's livestreams, the more I feel like the Moldies just woke up a superhero. True, Brother Moo is like a mini version of Superman. What we've seen is just the tip of the iceberg. I have a feeling he might one day crush a warship with his bare hands or destroy an army with a single punch. Lu Xiaomu pondered thoughtfully, inwardly musing, these viewers' creativity is pretty wild, huh? The skill, shatter warships with bare hands, how many billions would that cost? The one-punch military breaker skill, on the other hand, should be easy to acquire. Currently, haven't I already achieved that? He couldn't resist consulting the system and quickly received a reply. Host, based on your request and considering your current skill set, mastering several foundational skills is required to achieve the shatter warships with bare hands effect. We recommend spending 50 billion to learn Neza Stirring the Sea. This grants you the mobility to shatter warships with your bare hands, allowing you to roam freely across the 7 seas. Alternatively, spend 180 billion to learn flight technique. Free from gravity's constraints, you may explore the skies and traverse cosmic planets. Additionally, you should spend 2 billion to upgrade Ordinary Punch into its enhanced version, Ordinary Punch 2.0 Power Boost, capable of shattering an aircraft carrier's alloy deck. Considering enemy battleships can move and counterattack, we recommend spending 100 billion to master the defensive skill Supreme Golden Body, enabling you to withstand missiles with your bare flesh. Lu Xiaomu. Damn it, this money-grubbing system wants me to be its slave laborer for life. For Lu Xiaomu, making money was child's play. But only clean earnings from side gigs approved by the system could be used to unlock skills. This was incredibly troublesome. Sighing, Lu Xiaomu snapped out of his reverie and glanced at David Rothschild sprawled on the floor. He waved for his black-clad henchman to haul him away. Lock him in the dungeon for now. Feed him well, but no beating or abuse. He reminded the others calmly, we're counting on this high-level spy to secure the release of several of our old brothers. If anything happens to him, it'll be tantamount to murdering our comrades in arms. Understood. The men stiffened at the command. Zhou asked doubtfully, treating prisoners well has been our Dragon Nation's fundamental policy for decades, hasn't it? Why are you stressing this again? Could it be something brutal happened to prisoners in Africa? Nonsense. With national grievances and personal vendettas, who would show mercy to the Mold's minions? Huapi interjected, his eyes blazing with hatred as he gestured around. Do you know how many families were destroyed by the Mold's meddling? With a flick of their fingers or a snap of their fingers, they could plunge an entire region, even a small nation, into chaos, sparking wars and breeding bandit gangs. Their greed is the root of all this. How could we not hate them? A chorus of agreement erupted from the crowd, each voice filled with gritted teeth and clenched jaws. In the livestream chat, viewers from Ugly Nation fell silent. They had heard whispers about the Mold stealing oil in Africa, but having grown accustomed to cheap gasoline, they were unwilling to give up the benefits, let alone take a moral stance against it. Amidst casual conversation, everyone savored delicious food while sharing the joyful news of this year's bountiful harvest. A scene of idyllic harmony unfolded. If it weren't for the Mold invasion, Brother Mu would have already built a paradise in Africa by now. Many murmured. His words immediately drew widespread agreement. Indeed, after introducing high-yield hybrid rice and genetically modified corn, the vast African continent could easily solve food security issues, allowing everyone to live in peace and prosperity. Sadly, rich in resources yet weak in power, it'll inevitably become a target for the ugly nation's covetous eyes. Alas! Without military backing, it's all just empty talk. Longwan Dutu Oasis is already incredibly fortunate. They have the formidable Thug Xiaomu and the well-established Tangshuan Thug Group. Other factions, they're just asking to be slaughtered. Come on, cheers! Lu Xiaomu raised a bottle of AD calcium milk, and the others followed suit with Bottega and various draft beers. William reveled in the intense camaraderie here, unable to suppress his emotion. Back in the regiment, we shared the same depth of loyalty and brotherhood. The bond between comrades in arms, it truly brings back memories. Hey, listen, could you guys hook me up with a gun? William lowered his voice, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I'm a veteran too. I've snapped poachers' necks and ripped drug dealers' throats out. Let me join your resistance and fight for the freedom of the world's oppressed. You? Lu Xiaomu froze. Fiery passion blazed in William's gray eyes. My father was a fighter in the international brigades. He died fighting in a foreign land for the red flag, defending the dignity of all proletarians. I want to follow in my father's footsteps. Accept him. The online friend's eyes welled up. Don't worry, let's go crush capitalism together. It's true. I just checked his Wikipedia page. William Fenrir's family history is documented clearly. He truly is a descendant of heroes. I'm inexplicably moved. It feels like an epic convergence of historical forces like Lu, Guan, and Zhang sharing a knowing smile in the peach garden. Lu Xiaomu cautiously reminded him, you have family and inheritance. There's no need to die fighting in Africa like us mercenaries. Besides, we're defending our homeland. You're just stepping onto the unfamiliar soil of the Dragon Phoenix Oasis for the first time. William smiled, his voice thick with emotion. I've drifted through 40 years of aimless existence, surviving in the wilderness, chasing thrills, searching for meaning. Looking back now, perhaps I developed PTSD the moment I left the military. I simply can't settle into a peaceful life. My wife and daughter always complained, why would I rather wander a deserted island than stay by their side? He took a cigar between his lips and flicked a flint to light it. Lu Xiaomu instinctively reached out to cover the camera, preventing the livestream from losing points for uncivilized smoking behavior. They don't understand. William gave a bitter smile. I'm just a beast in a gentleman's suit. The thirst for blood and killing pulses in my chest. I fear that staying with them too long might make me lose control during an argument, revealing my true nature and hurting the family I love most. Ha! A veteran suffering from PTSD, drowning in memories of past slaughter. I can hardly be called human anymore. Lu Xiaomu fell silent. Let me burn out on the battlefield. William Fenrir's expression grew solemn as he extended his right arm with unusual earnestness. I'd rather die for strangers I've never met than torment my family with the rage, loss of control, and emotional turmoil caused by my PTSD. Lu Xiaomu raised her small fist and clasped it with his. Netizens captured screenshots of this moment and shared them far and wide. It quickly went viral across the internet, dubbed When Humanity Shines, the Dragon Phoenix Battle for the Oasis. Chapter 79, Xiaomu's Flying Knife Unrivaled Under Heaven. The next day. By late morning, Lu Xiaomu finally dragged himself out of bed and made his way to the shooting range. The summer fun show had been airing for 3 hours already, but viewership was dismal because the real star, Brother Xiaomu, was sleeping in. Seriously, where's Little Moo Pig? Wake him up! What are we even watching in the livestream without the guest? Xiao Yuyu, not to rub salt in the wound, but we regret to inform you, your livestream is seriously lacking in entertainment value. Your antics are light years behind Brother Xiaomu's. Other people get wasted and end up bedridden. Little Moo only drank 3 bottles of AD calcium milk yesterday. Why does he need to sleep until 10 a.m.? Yu awkwardly explained, you guys seem to be forgetting something, viewers. Little Moo is only 10 years old. He's in that crucial growth spurt phase where he needs plenty of sleep. Otherwise, what if he ends up too short? When he has to go hand to hand with those ugly American soldiers, he'll only be able to jump up and punch their knees. Wouldn't that be super embarrassing? The viewers couldn't help but laugh at the mere thought. Thump thump thump, 3 punches, smash every moldy knee to bits. Victory! Little Moo's sleeping, bring on more shorty jokes. What's there to fear? Little Moo can always walk 10,000 miles on stilts. Ahem. Lu Xiaomu scowled, clutching his toothpaste and toothbrush as he glared at Yu. You're quite the early bird, going live this early. We don't have anything important today, just inspecting the crops and city walls. You could easily skip the livestream and declare today a day off. Viewers, ? Lu Xiaomu is a super lazy pig, they grumbled in annoyance. When we were your age, how could we sleep? We were either fishing in the creek or catching cicadas on the mountain. Hopscotch, playing house, playing in the mud, we were experts at everything. Lu Xiaomu executed a bare-handed disarm on Yu, snatching the Glock pistol she was practicing with. Yawning, she closed her eyes and fired 3 shots in quick succession at the target. Bang! 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 Bullseye activated. Zhou Yu was dumbfounded. The audience was stunned. Put. Everyone burst into exaggerated laughter. You missed every single shot. What are you trying to be cool for? Turns out Lu Xiaomu was a deadly miss. Every bullet hit the target next door. The bullet comments finally caught Lu Xiaomu in an embarrassing moment and unleashed a barrage of mockery. TSK, now I'm sure you're not rioter Xiaomu after all. Model student Xiaomu really can't cut it. Is this it? Is this it? Is this it? Even my grandma's shaky hands wouldn't miss 3 shots in a row. You're hopeless, model student Xiaomu. How are you supposed to defend Long Wangdu Oasis like this? Just go home and beg your brother to come out of retirement. Lu Xiaomu's hand trembled again. Still not looking at the target, she yawned for the second time. Hey, viewers, you're getting a tad too cocky, aren't you? Why don't you take another look at the bullseye? Viewers, ? You've already missed every shot, what's the point? Despite their grumbling, their eyes darted back to the target. This time, Zhou Yu froze in shock. The audience stared blankly. Because 3 empty shells were precisely embedded in a triangular formation right at the bullseye. Lu Xiaomu stifled a laugh and winked at the camera. Whoa, what's going on in our livestream? Just a second ago it was bustling like a vegetable market, and now in 0.1 seconds it's turned into a study hall on the eve of the college entrance exams? Hello? Anyone there? Did my bullet chat system crash? He tapped the camera lens with his finger. The viewers retorted in exasperation. Get your filthy little hands off there. You're poking my nose. You're deliberately rigging the system to trick us with your bullet comments, right? You clearly could hit the target but missed on purpose. Once we're done ranting, you'll pull off some even trickier bullet shell throwing knives. Xiaomu's knife throwing unmatched under heaven. You're doing great, but maybe skip the tricks next time. Lu Xiaomu shrugged helplessly. Sorry, I really am terrible with guns. That was my actual skill level just now. No need to be surprised. I don't buy it. Zhou Yu continued voicing the viewers' thoughts. You clearly can use shell casings like Li Xiaofei's daggers 100% accuracy. With eagle-like dynamic vision like that, if you just put a little effort into practicing shooting, you'd be a sharpshooter for sure. Lu Xiaomu retorted, if I can achieve pistol-like accuracy just by tossing shell casings, why waste time practicing with guns? I could just bring some steel pellets to the battlefield, right? With that, Lu Xiaomu pulled 2 handfuls of steel pellets from his pockets. He flung them wildly with both hands. Bip! 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 The sharp whistles cut through the air. The spectators watched in stunned silence as the target 50 meters away became densely embedded with steel pellets. Job done. Lu Xiaomu was thoroughly pleased with his skill. As expected, the system's creations were top-notch. Even after so long without practice, he still hit every single target. Yes, the reason those 3 shots missed was because shooting doesn't count as throwing. It couldn't trigger the perfect accuracy effect. Back when she was fishing by the sea, the spear gun no-named a gun actually fired a harpoon using a rubber band. Its principle was essentially the same as a bow and arrow, barely qualifying as a throwing weapon and thus triggering the perfect shot effect. Why not practice easier firearms instead of mastering some Xiaomu flying knife technique? Zhou Yu asked curiously. The audience found it equally baffling. It was like a primary schooler skipping the stage of building sandcastles on the beach and instead personally operating an excavator to build skyscrapers. Lu Xiaomu glared at her exasperatedly. Me? Master firearms? Look at the size of those iron chunks. Were they designed for elementary schoolers? When I fight, do I need 2 buddies to carry my anti-material sniper rifle, one in front and one behind? When I'm lugging an AK-47, do you know how long a trail it drags on the ground? Do you know how loud my subordinates laugh at me? Ha! Ha 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 ha! Stop it, Xiaomu, I can totally picture it now, ha ha ha. What can you do? You're just too short. It's got this bizarrely beautiful vibe of a 3-year-old wielding a halberd against enemies. Absolutely hilarious, ha ha. Lu Xiaomu snorted coldly, still laughing. Watch my steel ball pierce through the network cable and hit you right on your screen. He gestured toward the camera as he spoke. Ahem, spare the camera's life. Zhou Yu quickly stifled her laughter, raising both hands in surrender. Just then, an electronic alarm blared from the watchtower of the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, echoing throughout the entire estate. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! From the southeast, approaching from Komodo Canyon. Suspected bandits from the White-Crested Crow Gang. Lu Xiaomu instantly dropped her smile and coldly ordered, maximize the power of the reconnaissance satellites overhead. Scan the entire 10-kilometer radius for any possible ambushes, or the Yellow Finch. Chapter 80, Good Girl Xiaomu logs off, Rogue Xiaomu logs in. Next, viewers witnessed a breathtaking full-scale assault. In the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, doors slammed open one after another. The Painted Skin, Witch, Grim Reaper, and Angel all donned full combat gear, equipped with bulletproof helmets and vests, carrying assault rifles unfamiliar to military enthusiasts. They strode purposefully toward Lu Xiaomu. Chinese mercenaries and African brothers, clad in camouflage uniforms and uniformly sporting dark sunglasses, followed closely behind each combat unit. Light infantry fighting vehicles roared out of the garage. Treaded armored vehicles followed slowly behind. Several electronic reconnaissance helicopters took to the skies. Though not cutting-edge military marvels, they were absolute game-changers on the barren African battlefield. In the blink of an eye, thousands of mercenaries assembled, showcasing formidable top-tier combat prowess. The online spectators were utterly stunned. Is this the true depth of the king of international mercenaries? The Dragon Phoenix Oasis is only the size of a few small towns on the map, with vast stretches of desert. Who knew they could maintain such a massive mercenary force? Brother Mu is truly formidable and commanding. No wonder they say he can lead the fight against the mold. Global peacekeeping? We're counting on Brother Mu. The UN can just go to hell. William Fenrir stood frozen, feeling the palpable, icy killing intent thickening around him. He sucked in a sharp breath. Dressed in a suit no combat gear had been issued to him, he stood out like a sore thumb among the crowd. Lu Xiaomu puckered his lips, and Huapi instantly tossed him a bulletproof vest while the angel hurled over a flak helmet. Alrighty. I'm a sharpshooter, I'll definitely be useful. William blended effortlessly into the mercenaries, clearly a seasoned veteran. At that moment, Lu Xiaomu addressed Zhou and the viewers, stray bullets are merciless, and rocket launchers don't have eyes. Everyone, we'll pause the livestream for a while. Let Little Moon stay in the safe house 200 meters underground at the base. And, he added with a faint smile, bowing to everyone, from here on out, there won't be much room for jokes. Because as far as I know, the white-headed crow gang currently massing at the edge of our oasis is one of the ugly nation's proxies in the vicinity. Their probing signals the start of a major conflict. And though the Eagle Carrier Strike Group suffered heavy losses after warnings from our frogmen, they haven't retreated. Instead, they're continuing toward the nearest harbor. That means... Lu Xiaomu took a deep breath, his expression grave. We're about to enter their bombing range. The real trouble is coming. So... He spread his hands, his youthful face bearing a world-weary bitterness. Unfortunately, a model student can't save Africa. So, model student Xiaomu is logging off. My sworn brother, rioter Xiaomu, will return to lead his followers. With that, Lu Xiaomu walked toward the Oasis restroom under the cameras of Summer Fun Show. 5 seconds later, the well-behaved Little Mu in his children's suit vanished. In his place stood a figure clad in a white shirt and dark sunglasses, a wicked grin curling his lips. Heavy armor riot. Viewers? Dude, your transition is super awkward. You just took off the suit and now claim you're the real, transformed rioter Xiaomu? Ahem, Xiaomu, no offense, but that white shirt you're wearing is the undershirt from your kid's suit. You're busted. Your logic's a bit forced too. Your reasoning doesn't hold water. Why would rioter Xiaomu log off just because model student Xiaomu logs on? The fact that you can't appear on screen together proves model student Xiaomu is actually rioter Xiaomu. Lu Xiaomu, question mark. Wait, Zhou, why are you still streaming? I've already pretended to log off. I mean, my bro Sanhao Xiaomu is waiting for you in the safe house. You're both ordinary folks who can't lift a finger, no need to get involved. To everyone's surprise, Zhou replied with genuine sincerity, Brother Xiaomu, I spoke with the director yesterday. We're willing to livestream every moment of Long Wang's fight for freedom in Oasis. We'll launch a special episode called Summer Fun Show, The Most Admirable People, covering your entire battle. I too want to be a war correspondent, using my pen as a sword and my videos as a shield to lend you a hand. That would make my life feel truly meaningful. She beamed with a smile, revealing an unprecedented stubbornness. Lu Xiaomu sighed. You'll get yourself killed. I'm not afraid. Besides, you only have credentials for children's variety shows. Suddenly appearing on a battlefield strewn with blood and gore, your production team won't get approval, and the platform won't allow it either. He shook his head. Zhou chuckled lightly. The director said a mysterious figure from the Dragon Nation government specially approved our license. The platform also said they'll give us the green light for everything. They'll use the most advanced AI blurring technology to process the gory scenes, so we can stream boldly and without worry. Lu Xiaomu. Netizens chimed in with their analyses. Our Dragon Nation is backing Brother Mu too. Though given the international situation where we can't openly clash with the ugly nation, our government can't get directly involved. But this kind of statement is unprecedented. Brother Mu is boosting our national prestige, we gotta support him. Any donation channels? I want to gift a DJI drone. Lu Xiaomu took a deep breath and instructed the witch, give Zhou a drone. Have her join the female soldiers' drone pilot training unit. Then he cautioned, Zhou, I won't be able to watch over you. Stay clear of the front lines. Use the drone to survey the battlefield and stream live. And, you can broadcast our Dragon Phoenix Oasis's advanced drone swarms to the world. Ha! This will perfectly showcase our Oasis's military-civilian integration and the terrifying industrial might of our Dragon Nation, the Industrial Cthulhu. Got it. Little Yu clenched her fists, trembling with excitement. Across the Summer Fun Show crew, from director to script supervisor, from assistants to the lunch lady, everyone was madly sliding on their knees in celebration. We're raking it in big time. Thanks to Brother Mu's blessing, we've connected with so many big shots, the director rejoiced inwardly. Our show is going to become the national model program, leading all our peers. I'm about to turn my life around. The assistant smiled and reminded him, "You've already turned your life around, director. Now's not the time to flip again. If you do, you'll just end up back where you started." "You're right. From now on, every penny we earn will go toward advertising to boost our show's influence." The director made a bold decision. "We must seize this windfall." Soon after, major global news websites and platforms all featured a headline-grabbing announcement on their front pages. "The King returns, Goody Two-Shoes Moo logs off, Rogue Moo takes the stage." Chapter 81, When the Crowd Shines. Beyond the African Great Wall. Dozens of infantry fighting vehicles roared into view. Such a lavish convoy signaled that the white-headed Raven Gang had assembled a large force from nearby minor factions. A chieftain with a mouth full of gold teeth stepped down from the vehicle, smugly. "Hand it over," he commanded, reaching behind him. A portable rocket launcher was promptly handed to him with reverence. "Now, toss a few yellow-skinned ones over there for targets," the chieftain sneered, ordering his men to open several cages. 3 yellow-skinned men, whether tourists or investors in Africa, no one knew, were released. "Run for your lives, you Chinese bastards," the chieftain cackled, his face contorted with delight. "I'll show that little punk Moo what happens when you cross our Ugandan friends. This battle must be fought for international spectacle so we can secure more charitable donations next time." The 3 Asians fled for their lives, scrambling toward the Great Wall observation post at the Long Windu oasis, relieved to have escaped death. The next moment, the white-headed Crow gang erupted in cheers, kissing their weapons. The chieftain had already pulled the trigger. Boom! 3 hostages and a section of the wall were blown to smithereens. "Our white-headed Raven warriors have arrived, you yellow rats. These 3 Chinese are just a little gift for you." The chieftain waved at the surveillance camera on the observation point, taunting arrogantly, "Next to be blown sky high is that little punk Moo." When this brutal scene was transmitted back to Oasis from the surveillance camera, everyone exchanged glances, struggling to maintain composure. "I should be furious, but it all feels absurd," Joyu muttered, holding the camera in silence. Those 3 were wearing kimonos. How could they be Chinese? The Chinese mercenaries even felt like laughing. While empathy is human nature, witnessing Japanese soldiers dying from a mix-up left domestic viewers struggling to feel sympathy. "Humph, no need for idle chatter," Lu Xiaomu reminded everyone solemnly. "You might find the accidental killing of Japanese amusing, but in those bandits' eyes, they firmly believe they're targeting us Chinese. If you fall into their hands, your fate will be no different from those unlucky Japanese." A chill ran through the audience. Slaughter those human beasts. Damn it, they're using rocket launchers to blast Asians for fun? We won't stand for this. Yesterday we witnessed humanity's shining stars, today we see pseudo-humanity's shining stars. Alas, civilization versus barbarism. Lu Xiaomu immediately began issuing orders: activate all radar vehicles in our radar stations. Jam all nearby signals. The frontal assault force will use our self-developed Pi-Shio signal channel for communication. Drone pilots, deploy to the rear immediately. They'll serve as reserves and won't engage for now. But if the frontline situation changes, deploy drones to seal off the 6 nearby intersections. Which impermanence, contact our allies. Have them mobilize forces immediately to attack the White Crow bandits' vassal tribes, a diversionary tactic to relieve pressure on the main front. Painted Skin, Angel, let's go confront that arrogant chieftain together. I'm curious where his confidence stems from. Orders rained down in rapid succession. All forces of the Dragon Phoenix Oasis moved with orderly precision, showing no panic. Every face burned with the fervor of seeking military glory. So thrilling, so tense. So Brother Moo really does just joke around with us normally, but when he gets serious, he's so dependable. I never imagined a 10-year-old could be this manly. Truly a little man of our dragon nation. The live stream's viewer count exploded once more. People worldwide frantically called friends to witness the epic clash between the Tang-style thugs and the moldy oil-thieving troops. 30 million concurrent viewers. 40 million concurrent viewers. The numbers kept soaring until they finally stabilized at a staggering 46 million. Zhou Yu, camera in hand, followed Lu Xiaomu step by step, capturing everyone's expressions. Viewers from every corner of the 5 lakes and 4 seas, from all 7 continents and 4 oceans. I'm live from the African Dragon Phoenix Oasis front lines, broadcasting the Tangzhuang Bandit Group's bandit eradication operation. Moments ago, the inhuman bandit chieftain brazenly used rocket launchers to kill 3 Japanese tourists. This heinous act is utterly reprehensible. We condemn them alongside all righteous viewers. The victims' identities remain unidentified. Yet in the spirit of internationalism, even though they are Japanese, a nation historically at odds with our dragon nation, we stand with all of Asia, indeed all of humanity, to seek vengeance for them. Zhou Yu's exquisite features remain stern. In the international mercenary world, the Oasis owner known as Rogue Little Moo has personally arrived on the battlefield, preparing to engage the enemy. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaomu frowned as he checked his system bank account. Earned 1 billion from Lin Guqing through Cancer Cell / He earned 260 million from the Summer Fun Show program. The gratitude payment from William Fenrir decimal places omitted. Alright, that's enough for another new ultimate skill. Lu Xiaomu felt thoroughly satisfied. Without further hesitation, he began recalling the 2 books he had already read. The Legend of Lu Xiaofeng. Catch. Transform. Release. System, begin learning new skill. Beep, learning complete. Learning fee deducted, 1.2 billion. Host has successfully acquired ultimate skill, 100 bare-handed bullet catching beggar edition. Effect, can directly catch any bullet fired by an enemy with bare hands. Usable 30 times per day. Lu Xiaomu was quite satisfied. Though it couldn't be used infinitely and was merely a beggar's edition, the full-fledged bare-handed bullet catching skill required a whopping 10 billion credits. For now, 30 uses were more than enough. Now I can protect myself and Zhou Yu by my side, he thought to himself. Soon, he led his troops to the African Great Wall. All combatants deployed in a standoff, maintaining a 200-meter safety distance. Both sides communicated from behind their respective cover. Murderous Mu, your doom is upon you. The chieftain had his interpreter address them through a megaphone, positioning several loyal followers as human shields at the front while he remained concealed behind them. If you are willing to surrender the Oasis territory, we are prepared to pay $30 billion for it. You may choose any city in the ugly nation to live as a wealthy man. Our master will revoke all dark web bounties on your head. Wouldn't that be splendid? TSK. All this talk of our master, you're a regional warlord yourself, Painted Skin sneered back. Is being someone's lapdog really that appealing? The chieftain looked puzzled. Countless nations and factions serve our master as lackeys. For a small African gang like ours to be chosen by him is something to be proud of, isn't it? Chapter 82, Sniping in Vain? The audience was bored stiff. The Dragon Phoenix Oasis forces were both contemptuous and weary, accustomed to the utter incompetence of this bunch of fools. Enough. Why bother with further nonsense? The angel snorted coldly, addressing Lu Xiaomu. Boss, our scans detected no hidden mold forces. So this is all they've got? Lu Xiaomu found it hard to believe. Have they lost their minds? Gathering forces from a few small tribes and thinking they can shake our impregnable defenses? The witch sneered. They've never even received basic elementary education. They can't even tell whether a pound of cotton or a pound of steel is heavier. So their lack of understanding about assessing combat strength is perfectly normal. Contempt also flashed across the angel's exquisite features. Boss, it's perfectly normal that you can't understand those illiterates. Their thinking lacks rationality, they act on impulse. Perhaps today's joint attack was just the chieftain getting carried away at the drinking table, then rushing here to show off his strength under the influence of alcohol. Lu Xiaomu frowned, still sensing something off. The chieftain had genuine skill to become leader of the white-headed crow bandits. Mold sent him as the vanguard, it couldn't be without some benefit. Lu Xiaomu mused, don't forget, these bandits are bloodsuckers who won't release their prey until they see the rabbit. Even though they claim to worship Ugly Nation as their father, we all know that if Moldy stops funding them, the White Crow leadership would instantly switch allegiance and come crawling to me as their godfather. That makes sense. Mold must have given them a trump card, which is why they're so overconfident, strutting in to launch a full-scale assault. Zhou Yu pondered, how should we probe their new hidden hand? Lu Xiaomu snapped her fingers. That's way too easy, just ask them directly. Ha! The online viewers were all dumbfounded. Is that even reasonable? Who'd be dumb enough to just blurt out the answer and give their trump card to an enemy? Don't be ridiculous. You need to send in a mole, plant an informant deep inside the gang. Follow the entire undercover procedure to get the intel you want, got it? Even though the chief is a brutal bastard, he's still an African warlord who clawed his way up from the bottom. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. Watch me perform, viewers. He sprang to his feet, executed a backflip, and scaled the base station of the African Great Wall. Standing tall and proud, he challenged, Chieftain, I'd love to see what kind of weapon your master gave you that makes you think you're worthy of challenging me? The chief hesitated, then hurriedly ordered his snipers to lock onto him. But Lu Xiaomu strolled on as if taking a leisurely walk, utterly unfazed by the hundreds of guns locked onto him. Zhou Yu was nearly in tears, Brother Xiaomu, my dear Xiaomu. Get down. Don't expose yourself to the enemy's line of sight. Watch out for their snipers. The witch and the angel, however, were long accustomed to his absolute command and remained silent. I'm just giving them time to aim, Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. Ever since I started dealing with them, I've known one thing for certain, their snipers are utterly incompetent. Because they don't understand math, snipers are terrible at calculating how wind speed affects bullet trajectory. Because they don't understand mechanics, snipers don't maintain their Barrett sniper rifles properly. Because of ignorance and religious beliefs, snipers worship their rifles, bathing them in incense which easily damages the precision components. He spread his hands. So, they have to spend extra time aiming to be sure of hitting their target. And that chieftain, to assassinate me, would have to find ways to delay things. Indeed. After a brief pause, the chief cleared his throat. Our gang has indeed received substantial funding. Oh? Tell me more. Lu Xiaomu was utterly confident with his ultimate skill in hand. He had 1000% assurance of self-preservation. The chieftain sneered savagely, "Since you've already got one foot in the gates of hell, I'll be blunt. What we've acquired is an Aegis missile launcher capable of effortlessly breaching all your defenses. Die. Fire. Bang. Bang. Bang." 3 snipers at 3 vantage points simultaneously pulled the triggers. Lu Xiaomu had actually sensed it long ago. The birds tamed by his dream druid had already filled the skies above the Dragon Phoenix oasis. Chirping incessantly, they reported every enemy in the vicinity to him. He could have unleashed 100 shots, 100 hits, to ruthlessly eliminate all snipers. He could have unleashed several shockwaves with ancient martial arts, Tai Chi, striking them from afar like hitting a cow through a mountain. But Lu Xiaomu simply wanted to test the power of 100% bare-handed bullet catching. After all, even if struck by a sniper rifle, he still possessed the protective aura derived from ancient martial arts Tai Chi, and the steel-like physique derived from 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix Spear. These were the very assets that allowed him, known as the Rogue Xiaomu, to run rampant across the African battlefield. With 17 ultimate skills at his disposal, he was truly a monster in every sense of the word. When the terrifying roar of a Barrett anti-material sniper rifle echoed through the Summer Fun Show livestream, every viewer felt its deafening destructive force. "Brother Xiaomu, you're shooting yourself in the foot. He's done for. Completely done for." Brother Xiaomu probably had half his body blown apart. He's only 10 years old after all, still too young. That chieftain stammered and hesitated, clearly stalling for time to give the sniper more chances to aim. Tears welled up in Zhou Yu's beautiful eyes. Instinctively, she tried to stand up, searching for little Mu's whereabouts, completely forgetting her own safety. For a moment, she was dazed, unable to imagine how she could possibly go on living after that boy vanished. "Calm down, don't make a scene." The angel yanked her back down, executing a textbook chokehold to pin Zhou Yu to the ground. What could possibly happen to Xiaomu? Think about it, why has the mercenary Xiaomu survived hundreds of firefights big and small in the international mercenary circuit unscathed? Zhou Yu froze. But Lu Xiaomu's furious voice rang clear to everyone's ears. "Damn you, chief! You're finished! How dare you break my genius phone watch, the one that's been with me for exactly 2 months and 9 days? I'll gift your tribe a wheel." He coldly uttered a cryptic statement. The viewers were utterly baffled, their faces blank with confusion. Ugh, that African sniper is so weak. 3 people attacked at once, and he sniped nothing? What's Xiaomu talking about? The enemy ambushed him, he barely escaped with just his watch shattered. Why would he give them a wheel? Something's off. This doesn't make sense. Brother Mu's watch got hit, proving the sniper has decent aim. How come his arm survived the sniper bullet unscathed? Chapter 83, time to make an appearance. As the chat flooded with, in the livestream, the white-headed raven gang on the chieftain's side erupted into a fierce argument. "Chief, you kept saying that under your ugly dad's protection, the mold would surely crush the Easterners' oasis. And now?" 3 snipers fired simultaneously from less than a kilometer away, yet every shot missed its mark. That alone proves your incompetence. I don't want to die. Lu Xiaomu's rolling slaughter order has been issued 7 times. 7 tribes have fallen because of it. I refuse to be the 8th. The online audience was utterly dumbfounded. What does this mean? When Brother Xiaomu offered them a wheel of death, they immediately crumbled? Those African gangsters are so arrogant, yet they fear a wheel? Someone explain, what the hell just happened? Zhou Yu quickly stepped in to voice the audience's confusion, consulting which sister and Angel's sister. "Ha? You Chinese viewers can't even grasp such a historically rich illusion?" Which rolled her eyes with a sultry disdain. "I'm tempted to check your viewers' education levels. Are you all uneducated fools? Are you really on the same level as those African savages?" The angel giggled so hard her slender supermodel frame shook, yet her words stabbed the audience right in the gut. But don't mock them. After all, our black brothers fighting for the Dragon Phoenix Oasis are the ones truly devoted to Dragon Nation's civilization, the true inheritors of Yanxia culture. The very illusions we all understand, those Dragon Nation people who've forgotten their roots have forgotten them all. The online audience erupted in fury, spewing profanities left and right. But the witch merely flicked her fingers casually, summoning a local soldier. "Little John, you've only been in the Chinese language class for 2 years and 8 months. Come explain to our Eastern viewers what wheel execution means." Without hesitation, the black guy explained, "Wheel execution means any adult male taller than a wheel is executed, while women and children are enslaved. This brutal practice was enforced by the Mongol horsemen as they swept across 3 continents: Europe, Asia, and Africa. Its infamy echoed throughout Europe, marking one of the earliest mini-shocks from the East." The witch held a smile as she glanced at the live stream camera, saying nothing more, yet her gaze seemed to regard them as a group of illiterates. Well, it was a barbaric practice. We abolished it long ago, so it's understandable if people don't know about it, right? The audience shifted uncomfortably, but they suddenly realized, likely due to Lu Xiaomu's fierce performance and the Tangzhuang thugs' peak popularity, the local black brothers had developed an almost worshipful fervor for Eastern culture. They must have been desperately studying everything about the Dragon Kingdom. In other words, this bunch were all top students in Eastern culture studies. Comparing your knowledge of our homeland's history to these guys would likely be an exercise in humiliation. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. Friends, this is civilization going global, this is cultural export. No need to feel inferior. Our Oasis Chinese department is highly competitive, everyone's a top student. Pick anyone at random, and they're an outstanding international scholar. To name just one example, these brothers can recite the Analects and the doctrine of the mean backwards. He shrugged. No need for anyone to feel inferior. This is simply the difference between survival and living. Any local who can recite a classic text is gifted 10-50 kilograms sacks of flour. For a local family, that means 3 people can eat their fill for an entire year. The online community was stunned. Brother Mu is the true cultural ambassador. This is what you call investing in cultural outreach. All I can do is tip to show my support. Wait, how did we get sidetracked? Brother Mu was just about to be targeted by 3 sniper rifles. The Chieftain and White Crow Bandit Alliance are still lurking menacingly. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. It's fine. They heard my threat of a wheel slash and are panicking. And I'm happy to see it, because I'm deploying my little bird assistants to conduct a thorough search for the Aegis missile vehicle the chief mentioned. Birds? The audience exchanged puzzled glances. Yes, don't forget I'm still a druid. Lu Xiaomu whistled, and a flock of vibrantly colored macaws instantly descended from the sky. Cheep cheep cheep. Lu Xiaomu changed his whistle tune, and everyone stared in amazement as the cockatoos flew in formation like swallows, first in a straight line, then in a V shape. The macaws flew like swallows, forming formations like the Chinese characters 4-1 in person. Time for a little show. Lu Xiaomu chuckled softly, changing his whistle again. Toot toot toot. The African gray parrots received the command and transformed into an even more sophisticated formation, first spelling out the Chinese character 4 roll, then damn. The online audience erupted in applause, stunned by this spectacle beyond imagination. Wow, this is insane. Totally worth a big tip. Across Africa's vast grasslands and rainforests, Brother Xiaomu's druid skills must be unstoppable. Every animal companion is your ally. Just a friendly reminder, Xiaomu, you're playing the wrong role. Druid should be the class for the 3 good Xiaomu, but you're currently rocking the rogue Xiaomu persona. Lu Xiaomu. Oh no. Caught up in the moment, busy showing off and bragging like crazy, he'd completely forgotten about his identity issue again. Ahem, my sworn brother Lu Xiaomu has imparted his druid skills to me. He could only wave his hands, feigning composure. We're so close we could share the same pair of underwear and sleep head to toe at night. I taught him a life-saving move, 100% bare-handed bullet catching, and he returned the favor by teaching me how to communicate with animal friends. That makes perfect sense, right? Viewers burst into laughter, flooding the screen with laughing so hard emojis. Wait, catch bullets bare-handed, someone keenly picked up Lu Xiaomu's implication. So you just caught those 3 sniper bullets with your bare hands? Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly, pulling 3 standard 12.7mm brass bullets from his pocket and deftly juggling them between his fingertips. Viewers? You're pulling our leg, right? How could a mere mortal catch a bullet traveling at supersonic speed? You must be joking. Brother Xiaomu, your bluff is getting ridiculous. Based on my Detective Conan level deduction, you must have dodged the bullets using your short stature, then slipped 3 bullets into your pocket for dramatic effect. Lu Xiaomu confidently raised his right wrist, revealing his battle-scarred little genius communication watch. Then, he picked out a deformed bullet from the 3 and placed it into the watch's bullet hole. It fit perfectly. This. All the skeptics were instantly proven wrong, their jaws dropping in stunned silence. I must still be dreaming. I'll pinch myself awake right now, huh? Rioter Xiaomu, could he really be the legendary African Superman? Chapter 84, sorry, your ugly country daddy's gift is gone. Wait, if you really caught that bullet bare-handed just now, why didn't we see it? Some still doubted. Lu Xiaomu scoffed. You all said it yourselves, bullets move at astonishing speeds. How could the naked eye possibly track them? Only someone with extraordinary talent like mine could truly grasp my prowess. Forget it. Truly high-level skills aren't meant for ordinary people to understand. He stood up and resumed whistling. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. And so, the macaws soaring above the sky shifted their formation once more. One moment forming an S shape. Then into a B shape. Viewers. I'm mocking the chieftain's gang, not looking down on you guys. Lu Xiaomu blinked her eyes, smiling sweetly. Zhou burst out laughing, and the witch and angel watching the show beside her couldn't help but join in the laughter. Ugh, you'd be better off not explaining. I didn't feel offended until you brought it up. Now I'm convinced you're secretly looking down on us. Damn it, the streamer got me again, and I can't even retort. Brother Xiaomu's disdainful little glances have this cute girl absolutely thrilled. A clutching heart, scratching head, crawling all over the floor, screaming wildly. Sisters, how much dowry would it take to marry Brother Xiaomu? At that moment, the chieftain of the white-headed crow gang finally quelled the internal strife among his own men. He strode forward menacingly, his voice cold as ice. Since you intend to use the wheel slash against our 4 tribes, don't blame us for fighting you to the death. Rebel Xiaomu, the chieftain pleaded once more, no matter how formidable you are alone, do you truly think you can stand against the might of the entire Mold Kingdom? You will die sooner or later. The Dragon Phoenix oasis you've built over years will surely be reduced to ashes. So, why not surrender the oil wells, join our ranks, and become a vassal force of the Mold Kingdom? With your abilities and the Mold's protection, you'll become the strongest foreign warlord Africa has ever seen. Lu Xiaomu suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Oh, sorry about that. I've found your ultimate trump card. The chieftain was baffled. The bandit members watched in bewilderment as a macaw suddenly flapped its wings, descending from the clouds to land on Lu Xiaomu's shoulder. Then, in perfectly standard Mandarin, it uttered 2 locations, behind the granite by Honey Valley. The shallow sandbar at the bend of the Salmon River. The viewers in the livestream chat were stunned and bewildered. But the high-ranking members of the white-headed crow gang instantly turned ashen. The chief pulled out his walkie-talkie and bellowed frantically, "Move! Move now! Our Aegis missile vehicle's position is compromised." Yet all communications had long been jammed by machines originating from the Oasis base station. The chieftain's military orders vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. Lu Xiaomu's lips curved upward as she casually shrugged. "Thank you for delivering these missile vehicles to our doorstep. Acquiring such devastating weapons on the international arms market isn't exactly easy. But now, we've gotten 2 for free." The witch clenched her fists excitedly, exclaiming, "The white-headed raven gang is like a timely rain. Acquiring these 2 weapons of mass destruction just before the main force of the Moldis arrives is truly a godsend." Angel hurriedly added, "I'll immediately arrange for specialists who understand how to operate them to take over and begin familiarizing themselves with the systems. Hold your horses, everyone. No need to rush." Lu Xiaomu, however, sneered at the panicked bandits. "This bunch of useless trash still needs to be dealt with. Without the missile vehicle for long-range support, they're nothing but meat on a chopping block," the witch sneered coldly. "I suggest letting the new recruits practice their courage." Thus, the following scenes were blurred out. Black-clad soldiers advanced slowly, shields raised. Veteran sniper mercenaries focused their fire on bandits wielding rocket launchers and sniper rifles, demonstrating an absolute gap in individual combat skills with astonishing accuracy. The bandits, after all, were a rabble. When they realized their trump card had been stolen, witnessed their forces being suppressed, and faced the relentless threat of Lu Xiaomu's relentless assault, the gangsters' hands gripping their AK-47s began to tremble uncontrollably. Within a mere 10 minutes, the gang collapsed in defeat, every member fleeing toward the rainforest. "I'm going to lead the pursuit." The witch licked her crimson lips, her murderous intent sharp as ice, displaying the unmistakable signs of a truly possessed madwoman. Lu Xiaomu, however, grabbed her slender arm and said calmly, "Don't pursue desperate enemies, and don't enter the forest." The witch turned in confusion, the murderous glint in her eyes fading slightly. "Is that right? Didn't your great men in Dragon Country say, pursue the defeated enemy while they still have strength, do not seek fame by imitating the tyrant?" Netizens marveled once more, this foreign girl battling the Dragon Phoenix oasis? She even quotes poetry with such flair we can't hold a candle to her. Lu Xiaomu calmly waved her hand. "We've got our black brothers from the cannibal tribe hunting down prisoners for us. Plus, they gut them, process the meat, and handle the kitchen scraps full service. We really shouldn't waste our time." Viewers. Whoa, literally helping with the human stuff. What the cannibal tribe calls disposing of kitchen waste, we in the big city usually call disposing of evidence. Cannibals, thank you, Mother Nature. Fresh, tasty food spawned in the rainforest. Brother Xiaomu handles enemies so effortlessly, without a shred of battlefield tension. Someone remarked deeply, immediately garnering many likes. Lu Xiaomu simply replied, "It's not difficult. What depth could a bunch of natives fresh out of the wilderness possibly have?" In Africa, the real headaches are always the proxies of the ugly, the French, and the hairy, along with their regular armies. The rest are just small fry. Stand down. Once the enemy scattered like birds and beasts, Lu Xiaomu lazily waved his hand while flipping the camera the middle finger. "Listen up, General Balikri of Ugly Nation. Thinking you can test me with these useless fools is pure delusion. Let me give you some advice, stop coveting my oasis oil fields. If you insist on this course, you'll need to send some heavyweight forces to deal with me. Or even..." Lu Xiaomu smiled cruelly, "Prepare for the sinking of the Eagle Fleet." What no one could have anticipated was this. There was actually an ID named Barry Clay. After depositing $100, he sent a voice message, "I'm the General's Chinese interpreter. He wants you to know the white-headed Raven Gang is merely a small appetizer. Don't even think about getting our missile vehicles. So don't get too excited just yet. What does that even mean? The missile vehicle's already been captured, what's he babbling about?" Netizens scoffed, dismissing it with contempt. But many military enthusiasts suddenly snapped to attention, warning Lu Xiaomu. "Something's off, Brother Xiaomu. The Moldis always leave backdoors in their weapons. That missile truck might have a self-destruct mechanism." Chapter 85, Heavens Too Far, The Ugly Nation's Too Close. Lu Xiaomu's lips curved slightly. Your Excellency, General Balikri, how about we make a wager? If I can take full possession of your Aegis missile vehicle, you'll reward me with a gift of 10,000 US dollars. What do you say? Oh? And if you lose? Balikri seemed intrigued, sipping his red wine as he took the tablet from the interpreter and began typing. Lu Xiaomu spread her hands helplessly. I will quit drinking AD calcium milk. Wow, that's some ironclad resolve, the online audience gasped in unison. Even if mountains crumble, heaven and earth merge, winter thunder roars, and summer snow falls, nothing can stop Brother Xiaomu from drinking AD calcium milk. He just threw that condition out there. How confident he must be. We all feel Brother Xiaomu's resolve now. I wonder if the moldy general is trembling. Ha, interesting, Balikri said with satisfaction. Alright, let's make it official. By the way, we already sent self-destruct commands to both missile vehicles 3 minutes ago, along with network commands to lock down all equipment. Young man, oh no, Boy Scout, the general chose his words carefully. You're still too green to try robbing our ugly country's equipment. Xiaomu didn't beat around the bush. He simply gestured for Zhou Yu to point the camera toward the missile vehicles. Your Excellency, if your self-destruct command actually worked, there should be a deafening explosion and sky-scorching flames coming from that direction, correct? Balikri immediately flashed a barrage of numbers. 10. Only 10 minutes left before self-destruction? Get out of there fast. Brother Xiaomu, we absolutely can't let those ugly bastards see everything. Our signal jamming should handle the self-destruct issue, right? The missile vehicle shouldn't have received the signal. Balikri maliciously typed another 9. Damn it! Knew that old bastard was playing games. The viewers instantly felt despair. There was no way they could hack the missile vehicle's self-destruct system in such a short time. 8. Say goodbye to your AD calcium milk, you little yellow monkey. Balikri sneered. Lu Xiaomu countered, did you top up your account? If His Excellency the Major General can't spare a measly 10 grand for a tip, it'd be a laughingstock. The whole world would be flipping you the bird. 7. Balikri remained composed. You wouldn't be pinning your hopes on that shielding device, would you? That crude contraption expects to work against our empire's satellites? Do you truly believe your petty African mercenary forces can comprehend NASA's advanced technology? Lu Xiaomu counted down for him. 6. So what? 5. Oh? It seems you have another method at your disposal? 4. Humph. Let's listen to the echoes of the missiles. Lu Xiaomu addressed all viewers in the livestream. Alright, since General Balikri enjoys countdowns, let's all join in. 3. Ugh, honestly, I feel so uneasy. A viewer's heart clenched. 2. Don't tell me it's all for nothing? 1. Don't blow it. Don't blow it. Don't blow it. After lazily uttering a 0, Lu Xiaomu raised his right hand, cupping his ear. Huh? Where's the explosion? General, the double blast you were waiting for seems to have completely failed to materialize. Oh, right, what about your tip? General Balikri frowned, unable to resist hurling a porcelain piece from the table against the wall, shattering it. His face darkened. Damn it! It seems our intelligence was correct. That Eastern superpower, our equal in strength, is indeed secretly backing Lu Xiaomu. The Taizhuang thugs are definitely backed by the Dragon Nation. In the end, Balikri slipped away. Lu Xiaomu still hadn't received the $10,000 reward he'd been expecting. Bailed? Zhou Yu pouted in annoyance, grumbling, he's the commander-in-chief of an aircraft carrier strike group, a vice-admiral of a nation, how could he be so untrustworthy? Lu Xiaomu smiled wryly, I never really expected to fleece him anyway. After all, he never spoke in person from start to finish, just had his interpreter relay messages. And who could prove that account actually belonged to the general? Look, he's already deactivated it. Netizens immediately unleashed a torrent of profanity, pulling out all the verbal stops to mock Balikri. Damn, those ugly bastards have no shame. No wonder they've been pulling off moldy fungus stealing oil for decades, true old-school rogue powers. They came, counted down 10 numbers, then slunk away, leaving a mess behind. Is this the world's top superpower? Feels like the US is really on the decline, getting humiliated by a 10-year-old kid? If word gets out, people will laugh their asses off. Despite Burakiri backing out, netizens, ever the generous souls, rushed to top up his tips. As a vibrant superpower, our 3 kingdoms must uphold our honor. We stand with you tang-clad rebels in confronting the ugly country. Private Marseille here. I've wronged you many times before, Lu Xiaomu-san, yet you held no grudge and helped us expose our master's blustery weakness. Now we'll channel the spirit of the chrysanthemum and the sword, uphold our tradition of the underdog rising, and settle the score with them. Rioter Xiaomu, you've caused me great suffering. I'm a snakehead running immigrant smuggling operations on the American border. Ever since you displayed your divine might and humiliated the ugly nation, my business has been going downhill. The number of people wanting to sneak into the ugly nation has plummeted. But I'm actually kinda happy about it, hee hee. Here's a $10,000 tip to encourage you. I'm Odibio, a banana transporter in Latin America. I earn just $5 a day, but today I'm willing to tip you my entire earnings. Because we all know why we've been forced to grow and sell bananas for generations, why we can never develop like a normal country. Heaven is too far, but the ugly nation is right here. This global panorama opened the eyes of all netizens. Tears in my eyes, Joe, you couldn't help but sigh at a comment, so spot on. Many countries can only live like beasts of burden, following the ugly nation's orders. They don't even have a chance to develop, because angering the ugly nation means inviting trouble. Liu Xiaomu remarked calmly, so many of our compatriots at home needn't complain endlessly. The basic rights to development and work you take for granted simply don't exist in most countries worldwide. That's precisely why I must raise the banner of global peacekeeping. Liu Xiaomu took a deep breath and raised his right arm high. Comrades, every individual's struggle holds profound meaning. Though one person's strength may seem insignificant, the resistance of millions will reshape the world. Never forget, the extraordinary achievements of our nation's industrial Cthulhu. This infrastructure powerhouse we are today stemmed from the resolute resistance of scattered guerrilla units behind enemy lines back then. Woohoo, that's so inspiring, it's transcendent. The viewers shed tears in the livestream chat. Chapter 86, The Haunted Off-Road Vehicle Incident. Ugly Country. House of Representatives. Suit and tie congressmen bickered furiously, each wearing a sour expression. Bunch of fools. I told you stealing oil is the most despicable tactic. A true superpower earns its wealth by leveraging prestige and military might, making others voluntarily surrender shares as tribute, raking in profits effortlessly. You ignorant fool, you're the real idiot. That tactic is ancient history. What era are you stuck in? Every global power knows how to cook the books these days. They deliberately hide profits in fake accounts, claiming annual losses. Do you think we could ever uncover that? If we actually sent an inspection team there, they'd be found dead in the wilderness by the next day. The only reliable approach is to seize oil by force. Massive warships and heavy artillery are the true path. Exactly. Those in Africa. They only understand brute force, not reason. We African American lawmakers strongly protest your discriminatory language. Withdraw it immediately and publish a 3-day apology in major media outlets. I just said Africa's soil, mud is unsuitable for farming. They must use chemical fertilizers. The Tanzhuang thug gang has been bulk purchasing fertilizers from China all along. If we let them complete local crop breeding and achieve high-yield mass cultivation, how will we use food to control those chiefdoms, big and small? Besides, you're no African descendant. You're a direct descendant of native black Americans. You've forgotten your roots. Trace back 18 generations, and your ancestors were pure Aryan. It's only through generations of intermarriage with black people that you became 90% black and 10% white. I'm a spiritual African American. So what? Finally. The Speaker of the House banged his gavel fiercely. Quiet. Quiet. The lawmakers shot each other cold, disgruntled glances, each letting out a sharp snort. At this point, we cannot recall the Eagle Fleet from Africa, the Speaker declared grimly. Global headlines are screaming Tang Su thugs strike again, Rogue Mu captures missile truck. Even His Excellency the President has been alarmed. Last night, he smashed a bottle of Diet Cola in rage, demanding I restore our nation's dignity. The assembly members finally fell silent, beginning to brainstorm solutions. Regarding the thug Xiao Mu. An elderly lawmaker with graying temples cautiously spoke up. This dwarf was originally just the owner of a local African mercenary company. Through years of building credibility, he was gifted a desert by the local chiefdom. At first, no one took it seriously. After all, it was just desert unfit for building foundations or growing crops. The elder sighed deeply. But we can now see that Liu Xiaomu's rise was likely a deliberate setup by the Dragon Nation's government, a hidden pawn they deploy to undermine our influence in Africa. Oh? Why do you say that, Counselor? What? Because Liu Xiaomu has deployed remarkably advanced desertification control technology from Dragon Nation. And astonishingly, they've airlifted large quantities of drip irrigation equipment widely used in Saudi Arabia to cultivate crops in the desert. Elderly counselor what analyzed solemnly. Simply to cultivate barren land yielding a meager $200 annual profit, Liu Xiaomu has invested $300 million. Such extravagant spending in massive infrastructure projects align perfectly with the Dragon Nation's long-term investment vision, something no mere dwarf or brute could ever conceive. That makes sense. All the council members nodded in agreement, their expressions growing unusually vigilant. Originally, dealing with a thug like Xiao Mu was merely a minor irritation. Even though they were currently being thoroughly humiliated, the honorable council members generally believed it was because they were holding back due to international public opinion. Once they got serious, the state apparatus against individual force would be a dimension-lowering strike. Counselor, what makes a valid point? Immediately initiate an analysis from the perspective of Dragon Nation's hidden agent. The speaker made a swift decision. Order 500 Domino's pizzas for the Intelligence Bureau right now. Make them work overtime. I want a comprehensive analysis of Liu Xiaomu within 48 hours, along with proposals on how to eliminate the Tangzhuang thug group without alerting that Eastern Dragon. Understood. However, the Eagle Carrier Strike Group has reached its target position. Admiral Balikri has signaled readiness to deploy our strike force for saturation bombing of the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. How shall we respond? The speaker waved impatiently. Tell him to keep waiting. We don't mind destroying the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, but if it means antagonizing the Dragon Nation and getting our throats squeezed by their retaliation, that would be disastrous. These words garnered broad agreement from all the honorable council members. Indeed, we can't go to war with the Dragon Nation. How would we make money if we did? Right now, over half the goods on Walmart shelves are cheap imports from the Dragon Kingdom. If we sever ties and source from other nations, prices will skyrocket by 200% to 500%. Voters won't survive that. They'll definitely punish us at the polls. School season is just around the corner. Frankly, most of our stationery comes from Dragon Country imports. Take the tiny steel balls and ballpoint pens. If we produce them domestically, costs would skyrocket tenfold. Do you want students to be left without pens? Dragon Phoenix Oasis. Heard the news? Because of our boss, the upper echelons of Ugly Nation are in complete chaos. Ha ha! Our boss is a walking superhero. If he could fly, he'd have stormed the White House and kicked down that little five-pointed star building ages ago. Several dark-skinned guys chattered excitedly, squatting under a breadfruit tree in heated discussion. Suddenly, two SUVs kicked up clouds of dust as they sped unimpeded toward their base. The guards at the gate instantly waved them through, showing no intention of checking any clearance documents. What the hell is wrong with you? Letting just anyone into our base like that? This is wartime. What if it's a spy infiltrating? William Fenrir now considered himself a local of the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. He frowned with a sense of discipline as he questioned the security guard. The guard shrugged helplessly. The second vehicle? That was the Archangel commander. I saw her clearly. After all, there's no one else in the entire oasis with that kind of figure. The blood running down my nose was proof enough. Oh, then what about the first car? I clearly didn't see anyone in the driver's seat at all. William frowned. The dark-skinned guy's expression turned grave. Yeah, the scariest part is not seeing anyone driving. William. Joe streaming right beside them? Viewers were already doubled over laughing, unable to stop. You're right. This is like an African ghost story. Yeah, why? Why would an old off-road vehicle not designed for autonomous driving suddenly drive itself? Is the driver a ghost? Ha ha ha, no mole here. Give us more short guy jokes about Brother Moo. Chapter 87, Xiao Yaya takes over the stream, fixing small appliances for the whole village. Zhou Yu was feeling a bit confused, wondering why the viewers suddenly burst into laughter. Two SUVs circled the estate before driving back to their location. It really is a ghost SUV driving itself. Zhou Yu's face instantly turned pale with fear. So scary. How can an SUV drive smoothly without anyone inside? Is it the spirit of a car god? The doors opened. Lu Xiaomu executed a 360-degree Thomas flip, leaping out and landing perfectly on the ground. Pretty cool, huh? He flicked his hair back, thoroughly pleased with his own badass landing. Who would have thought? Zhou Yu suddenly burst out laughing. No wonder the guard said the scariest thing is not seeing anyone in the driver's seat. Turns out it's because Oasis's top commander is so short, haha. Lu Xiaomu, ? Tell us more jokes, Brother Xiaomu. Don't be afraid. Little Moon is so brave, exposing the shortcomings of the rebel Xiaomu right here in the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. On behalf of Brother Xiaomu, I'll correct this a billion times. I'm the model student Xiaomu, currently doing summer homework in the shelter. This broadcast is by my sworn brother, the rebel Xiaomu. Please don't confuse our relationship. Thank you. Ahem, Brother Xiaomu, shouldn't you be organizing the troops, repairing the city walls, and preparing to face the real formidable foe? Zhou Yu quickly changed the subject. Hold off on that for now. Lu Xiaomu planted her hands on her hips, strode up to Lu Xiaomu, and glared up at him with a fierce yet adorable expression. First tell me, what's this short guy joke about Brother Xiaomu? What were you laughing at just now? Oomph. Lu Xiaomu roared out the name of a move. Take this, Lin Daiyu, uprooting the weeping willow. Before the words had fully left his mouth, his left hand had already grabbed Zhou Yu's belt while his right hand supported her back, lifting her up horizontally. Then, like a circus performer, he spun her around like a top. Spare me, Brother Xiaomu. I get motion sickness. I'll throw up and have diarrhea soon, and you'll be covered in it. Zhou Yu begged for mercy. Lu Xiaomu snorted coldly, not sincere enough. 50 bottles of AD calcium milk. Plus I'll fix your little genius watch. Zhou Yu bribed him before the spinning made her dizzy. That'll do. You'll need to sign a written agreement. Only then did Lu Xiaomu set her down with satisfaction, asking curiously, you know how to fix watches? Not watch repair. Zhou Yu steadied herself, careful not to rub salt in his wound about his height, and corrected him grudgingly. Watches are incredibly intricate. Many parts mesh together like gears. Often, fixing one thing affects everything else. But your little genius watch is essentially a small appliance, more akin to a phone in its core function. Lu Xiaomu was stunned. You can fix small appliances? With those delicate hands of yours, looking so dainty and fragile. Poof. You pulled a toolkit from his suitcase with obvious pride. I come from a family of appliance repair masters. My grandfather was a watchmaker, my father fixed electronics. I grew up surrounded by it and learned the secrets from both. Then why did you become a host? The online audience was particularly curious. You rolled her eyes. Duh, for the money, of course. Fixing appliances keeps you busy year-round but doesn't save much. But as a host, even with just a 3,000 yuan monthly salary during my internship, I get 6,000 yuan after being hired full-time. Add in the year-end bonus, and I could easily save 100,000 yuan in a year. How many fridges would I have to fix, how many air conditioners install, to save that much? You're so materialistic, little yeah. Repairing appliances is serving the people. How can you measure that in money? The online audience teased her playfully. But Lu Xiaomu's eyes lit up. You're exactly the talent our Dragon Phoenix Oasis needs. Ha! Yu was bewildered. She'd never seen Lu Xiaomu so passionate before. Lu Xiaomu immediately pulled out her walkie-talkie and ordered the logistics manager, Angel, on the other end, go to the scrap warehouse right now and bring all 713 rice cookers, 298 electric fans, and 155 radios to the plaza. We've finally found a skilled technician who can fix small appliances. Yu? Netizens were laughing their heads off. They're going to work our little yeah like a horse. It'll take ages to fix all the junk appliances you've hoarded. By the time chickens peck through mountains of rice, dogs lick clean mountains of flour, and fire melt steel locks, that's when little yeah will retire in glory and return home. Lu Xiaomu patted her shoulder, beaming with delight, bringing technology to rural Africa. Thank you, Goddess Yu, for helping us out. Why have you accumulated so many broken appliances? Yu felt both amused and bewildered. Your estate is full of talented people and strong individuals. Couldn't you find someone to fix these things? Ah, this is Africa, a land where tyrants thrive, cannibals abound, and human-like creatures shine like stars. Lu Xiaomu gave a wry smile. Little Moon, we Tanzhuang mercenaries are a private military company. When it comes to shark people, we're the experts. Give us a week, and we'll bring you their heads within 72 hours. But when it comes to small appliances, well, he sighed deeply. Specialized technicians handle large machinery, but they won't bother fixing small appliances, they just tell us to buy new ones. And the few repairmen willing to fix small appliances rarely travel abroad. It's not worth there while the pay is too low. Plus, the main issue is. Lu Xiaomu scratched his head, a helpless smile on his face. Our dragon nation is currently the world-renowned industrial Cthulhu. Because our industrial capacity is terrifyingly vast, the manufacturing costs for every single component in small appliances are ridiculously low. So in 99% of cases, the cost of repairing them is higher than just buying a new one. Then just replace it, Yu scoffed. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes dramatically. Easy for you to say, but we don't know anything about small appliances. How would we even know which part to replace? Plus, importing parts from long way to our country involves shipping them across the ocean, which instantly drives up the cost. It ends up being cheaper to just get it repaired. Fine. Yu was reluctant, but then she thought about it. Things would be peaceful for a while since the ugly country's mold had paused its invasion. So, lacking livestream content, why not seize the chance to launch a public welfare tech outreach program? Great. Next up, live streaming small appliance repairs. I'll set up a stall at Longwangdu Oasis. All local Chinese and African residents can bring their broken and used small appliances. I'll repair them all for free on camera, helping folks save money. Yu then turned to Lu Xiaomu with a request. You'll need to place an order for me. Get a batch of small tools and electronic components like rechargeable lithium batteries, diodes, microswitches, desoldering tools, that sort of thing. Got it. Chapter 88. Oh no. Little Moon has blazed a whole new trail. The live chat comments became particularly entertaining. I heard this stream was about exterminating mold, but the title says Summer Fun Show for Kids. What I'm actually seeing is someone fixing small appliances in rural Africa. What exactly is this stream about? Haha, new here? This channel is all about abstract shenanigans. Anything goes. Next up, we'll have a cannibal chieftain live streaming human sacrifices. That stuff isn't even the wildest part. The real mind-blowing moments are when the host catches bullets barehanded and commands whale sharks to attack moldy frogman troops. That's what truly defies human imagination. So, there really won't be any more live streams of slaughtering mold? Most people were fixated on this point. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly and explained, according to our intelligence sources, the ugly country has backed down. They won't likely initiate hostilities anytime soon. Both sides will enter a strategic stalemate. In other words, a de facto ceasefire, but the war of words continues. He cut to the chase. After all, the current stalemate has the ugly country's lawmakers in a bind. What exactly is the problem? Viewers urged him to explain the international situation. Lu Xiaomu elaborated. If they fight, they fear the cost is too high. The Dragon Phoenix Oasis is an extremely tough nut to crack, likely resulting in losses outweighing gains. Additionally, thanks to all netizens spreading the word, major global media outlets are now reporting the embarrassing story of moldy fungi stealing oil, making international public opinion extremely unfavorable to them. But if they don't fight, the ugly country has already lost all face. The public is furious, feeling humiliated by losing to a bunch of Chinese mercenaries from the Dragon Nation. After all, they deployed the Eagle Carrier Strike Group. They can't just come back empty-handed. Plus, the decision to deploy was made by lawmakers' votes. Withdrawing now would slap everyone in the face. The outcome, my friends, is that they've gone from being single-minded to being stuck between a rock and a hard place. He chuckled, his voice dripping with biting sarcasm. Our esteemed lawmakers are caught in a double bind. If they order the advance and it backfires, someone will face accountability, ending their political career abruptly. But if they order a retreat, it's surrender. They'll be branded traitors like Li Hongjiang signing the unequal treaties, their political careers crushed mid-flight. Spot on. The viewers fully grasped his lucid analysis and flooded the livestream with enthusiastic likes. So they're just stuck in limbo, huh? Lu Xiaomu nodded. The only solution right now is to play dead, let it simmer. If we endure long enough until the public forgets about it and voters focus on other major events, the attacks on our Dragon Phoenix Oasis might just fade away. So basically, you've already won? Don't get too optimistic, everyone, Lu Xiaomu corrected with a serious expression. The global landscape is shifting constantly. Who can predict what happens next? For all we know, the ugly nation might suddenly decide to flex its muscles internationally and target us. But until then, there's no need to worry needlessly. We should just focus on living our lives. He stretched lazily and headed back to his place to retrieve his broken little genius smartwatch. Not long after, a small stall sprang up at the entrance of the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. A small advertising speaker looped a bilingual announcement. Got broken appliances? Rice cooker not heating? Kettle not boiling? Radio not working? Bring him here for a look. Free repairs for all. All parts sponsored personally by Brother Mu. Soon, the first customer arrived. Lu Xiaomu sauntered over, tossing his little genius smartwatch onto the table. Here you go, little moon. Hope you get off to a great start. Don't mess this up right away and embarrass your grandpa and dad. Yours is just dented from being crushed by a sniper bullet. At most, a few wires snapped, easy fix. The moment she picked up the screwdriver, Yu radiated confidence. Sis, I'm the queen of small appliances. Stop fussing, just watch me work. Got it, sister, yeah. Lu Xiaomu pulled a bottle of AD calcium milk from her pocket. If you fix it, this is my reward. Wow, the highest praise from Brother Xiaomu. A woman who can fix small appliances? Charm plus 10. Plus she's willing to go all the way to Africa for charity work? Merit plus 10. Case solved. Zhou is practically a bodhisattva. Strange, really. Why did I end up in this livestream watching a female host fix appliances? Feels weird, but I don't really want to leave. The livestream audience remained a staggering 18 million strong. The director of Summer Fun Show couldn't help but beam with delight, gesturing wildly to his assistant. Our production team can actually create stars. In the future, if Brother Mu doesn't give us work, we'll still have little Yaya to save the day. Once I create a new show for her, it'll at least keep our entire team fed and clothed. Director, what should we call the new variety show we're tailoring for Little Moon? The assistant asked. Goddess is here, live home appliance repair. Or maybe, oh no, I'm surrounded by small appliances. Well. Next. The live stream turned into a joyful gathering. No trolls, only ultimate praise for Xiao Yeye. Wow, that screwdriver skill, she's clearly got the knack for it. Look in the distance, lots of locals with joyful smiles on their faces, carrying their old kettles and broken fans, rushing over for help. Their happiness is genuine, not a bit fake. This is a heartwarming moment of grassroots mutual aid, so touching. Many of these elderly folks are empty nesters, right? They probably earn barely a few thousand yuan a year. Replacing old appliances is too expensive for them. Xiao Yeye's arrival felt like the Virgin Mary descending upon the slums. Watching residents gather from all directions, their sun-darkened faces withered by years of labor, and the dusty appliances they'd saved up for and refused to discard, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of kinship. Miss Dongfeng, can you fix this electric kettle? Zhou Yu glanced at it. Set it aside. I'll unscrew the bottom later to take a look. If it's an integrated kettle and the heating element inside is burned out, it's beyond repair, you'll just have to buy a new one. Alright. Miss Dongfeng, my electric fan won't spin anymore. It's been over a decade old, and I just can't bear to throw it away. Zhou Yu nodded thoughtfully. You've taken such good care of it. Yeah, we've always taken good care of it. Not a speck of rust on it. Zhou Yu sighed. What I mean is, you've maintained it too well, stuffing it full of lubricant. That fan clearly has grease clogging the circuit board, causing insulation failure. That's why it won't power on. Chapter 89, Vistia. To the astonishment of all viewers and crew members, the 18 million concurrent viewers not only failed to decrease but steadily climbed higher. Driven by curiosity, people flocked to the livestream, captivated by Zhou beauty and pure charm, as well as the relaxed, supportive atmosphere of grassroots mutual aid within the chat. Lu Xiaomu's little genius smartwatch was the first to be repaired. "Here you go," Zhou said, visibly pleased with the repair. "I soldered a few wires, cleaned out the shattered plastic inside, and replaced the battery. It's strange, really, that sniper bullet clearly hit it, yet it seemed to be stopped dead by some kind of supernatural force." Lu Xiaomu chuckled. "I told you I can catch bullets with my bare hands." "Still trying to fool me?" Zhou threw herself into her work with fervor, starting her battle with the rice cooker and electric fan. Lu Xiaomu slipped away from the gathering crowd and approached William Fenmer, who was crouched in a corner eating ice cream. "Hey, William, looking pretty free today, huh?" "Yeah, ever since that mold incident died down, I've got nothing to do." William spread his hands helplessly. "I'm just an outsider anyway, not on your payroll, so nobody assigns me tasks." "Seriously, do you guys treat me like an outsider?" Lu Xiaomu smiled, took the other ice cream from his hand, and casually remarked, "No stable faction can be easily integrated into. Besides, you never truly belong to the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. You can stay here for a while to address your PTSD. But ultimately, you must return to your family. That's what we all wish for." William perked up. "I heard you're a miracle doctor?" "With that famed technique, the cancer cell slash, capable of curing incurable human ailments." "So you?" "No, I'm sorry." Lu Xiaomu understood his implication. "What you suffer from is a disease of the heart. Any illness on the spiritual level cannot be resolved with a simple solution." Sigh. William scowled, but quickly rallied, "Never mind. It's no big deal anyway. Once I'm back on the bloody battlefield, I'll be normal again. Yesterday when I caught a bandit and beat him senseless, it felt like I was back at my peak." "Then you must learn restraint," Lu Xiaomu frowned, cautioning him earnestly. "Repeatedly indulging in slaughter will only worsen your PTSD. There's even a risk of your personality transforming into that of a murderous maniac." William nodded solemnly, offering his assurance, "Rest assured. In the end, I only bound that bandit tightly, I didn't slit his throat. As a human being, I have my limits." "Good. Otherwise, I'd have to keep you here at Long Wangdu Oasis permanently to prevent you from harming your wife and children back home." Lu Xiaomu chuckled lightly, reminding him, "If you find yourself with free time, you can still run your wilderness survival channel and film videos here. With you on board, we'll have 3 major internet celebrities. Long Wangdu Manor could practically be renamed the world's premier influencer destination." "Oh? You want to turn this place into a tourist destination?" William volunteered with keen interest. "I am a major influencer, after all. I'd be happy to promote it for free. The people of the Oasis are truly simple and kind-hearted. They see this place as their last home and ultimate stronghold. I want to help these people who are fighting to survive." Lu Xiaomu snapped her fingers. "Exactly. While gathering info online, I found many see Long Wangdu Oasis as a sacred ground for resisting hegemony. They want to tour here from all over the world, check it out, then come to sponsor and invest." "Interesting," William mused. "I have experience running a shooting range and a vineyard. So I can offer some advice." Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. "Spare me the embarrassment. I have experience building an oasis from a wasteland, creating thousands of acres of fertile fields and greenhouses from nothing, and establishing industrial assembly lines. I even have experience turning the Dragon Phoenix Oasis into a city, almost founding a nation. So what exactly do you want to share with me?" William. "Ahem, sorry, I was showing off in front of an expert," William said awkwardly. "But you can't blame me, right? Who would have guessed a 10-year-old could be so formidable? Who'd expect a kid to be this badass? You really are only 10? He couldn't help scratching his head. "When my little girl was 10, she was just working hard to audition for child star shows, earning her first $1 million, then using that money to buy countless dolls that filled her private mansion." Lu Xiaomu, ? "Your little girl is pretty outrageous too," he shook his head. "If it weren't wartime, I'd almost want to meet her." "Oh, she'll be arriving in South Africa tomorrow on a commercial flight. She'll rent an SUV to come see me." William cleared his throat, making a request. "Could I hire a few bodyguards to escort me to pick her up? After all, as a renowned European singer and actress, I fear some unscrupulous individuals might try to harass her." Lu Xiaomu stared in disbelief. "She, the legendary Vistia? The girl hailed as the Joan of Arc of the music world? Ha? You've heard of my daughter too?" William blinked. "I could introduce you to a blind date, you know. She mentioned during our call that she admires you greatly and is especially grateful you saved her father. Besides, she's only 13. There's an old Eastern saying, a girl 3 years older is worth her weight in gold. I prefer the latter part of that saying, a woman 30 years older gives you a kingdom. A woman 30,000 years older grants you divine status." William. "Alright, take this matter to the Grim Reaper. She'll dispatch her elite forces to ensure Miss Vishta's safety." Lu Xiaomu gazed up at the sky. "Perhaps I should focus more on developing the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. I've been far too lax before after all, it was just a seed I casually planted, never taking it seriously. William, question mark. You're at Versailles, right? A casual effort that created a paradise in Central Africa? Too careless, yet you managed to build a group of Tang-style thugs resistant to mold? He pursed his lips, thinking, Thug Shamu is great at everything, but she sure does love to brag. At that very moment, William's phone delivered earth-shattering news. Father, I just set out for the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, but halfway there, a band of Russian mercenaries ambushed the small town of Chal I was passing through. They're storming the inn where I'm staying. I'm about to be captured. William's face drained of color. Frantically, he barked into the phone, shouted to everyone. Tell them you're Lu Xiaomu's woman. Chapter 90. When Brother Mu is unhappy, the consequences are severe. Africa. Zimbabwe, a motel in Char Town. 5 minutes before the Dragon Phoenix Oasis received the news. Vestia and her personal female bodyguard, both pale-faced with terror, frantically moved all the furniture to the wooden door to block the intruders from breaking in. Scarlett, the bodyguard, commanded a hefty price tag of $500,000 annual salary, and her skills fully justified that substantial sum. Miss, we can only delay them for a short while, she declared decisively, gesturing for Vestia to brace herself. Swiftly, she tore all the curtains and wove them into an emergency rope ladder. With each knot tied, the rope ladder took shape. Scarlett immediately urged, Miss, abandon the door defense now. We'll slide down the rope ladder from the 4th floor window into the alley below. Then execute Plan C. You remember the exact route, right? With her exceptional memory, Vestia replied without hesitation, take the back alleys around to the parking lot. Our second backup rental car is parked in spot D78. Excellent. Here are the keys. The poised Scarlett pressed her lips together, a bitter smile touching her face. Without hesitation, she pressed the keys into Vishta's hand and instructed. We'll fight our way out, but they have overwhelming numbers. If it comes down to it, you must flee without hesitation. I'll use my final trump card to buy you time. Remember, don't come back for me. I'll be fine. The exquisitely beautiful girl, Vestia, who resembled a porcelain doll, wore a sorrowful expression. Scarlett, you're so beautiful. If you fall into the hands of those criminals, you'll likely suffer unimaginable humiliation. But Scarlett declared resolutely, precisely because I'm beautiful enough, after they take turns abusing me, they still won't dare kill me. But you can't afford that, Vestia. You're a singer and actress, your public image must remain flawless. If you fell into the hands of African thugs, even if no one touched you, those malicious bastards would absolutely churn out tens of thousands of words of filthy slander to humiliate you. Scarlett. Go, Miss Tia. Just then, the spotty local signal stabilized, and Vestia finally connected with her father. Hello, sweetheart. Where are you? William asked lazily, ready to share his experiences at the Dragon Phoenix Oasis with her. Instead, Vestia answered in panic, Father, I've just set out for the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. But halfway there, a group of Russian mercenaries suddenly attacked the small town of Shale I was passing through. They're storming the inn where I'm staying. I'm about to be captured. Scarlett urgently added, Uncle William, contact the leader of the Tangzhuang thugs Lu. He must have connections in Zimbabwe. Have him call local officials to intervene, only they can save the young lady. All right. Lu Xiaomu is right beside me. William gritted his teeth. My daughter, you must immediately tell everyone loudly that you are Lu Xiaomu's woman. Vestia. On the other end of the line, a distinctly childish voice boomed with unquestionable authority, Stupid. Who knows Lu Xiaomu? You must say you're the child bride of the thug Xiaomu, his future companion raised in Europe. Bang! A fire axe had already cleaved through the door panel. A Russian mercenary, his face twisted in a savage grin, licked his lips and peered around the edge of the door, his eyes gleaming with lust. Spotting Vestia and Scarlett, his face lit up with delight. Pretty ladies, come into my arms. Keep us company tonight, and we'll send you home in our tanks. We're all bare like studs, one in front, one behind, and we'll make sure you both have the time of your lives. Vestia's face drained of color. Though a prodigy in the arts who'd weathered storms since childhood, she'd never faced such crude treatment. Her mind went blank, and instinctively, she opened her mouth as her father had instructed, I'm Lu. I'm the little thug Moose. After all, she was only a 13-year-old girl. Overcome with embarrassment, her voice was barely audible. Seeing this, Scarlett took over, snorting coldly, Do you even know who we are? Miss Vestia is the woman of Lord Little Moo, the roguish child bride kept in Europe. You mercenaries too, do you dare insult the woman of the king of mercenaries? The fire axe abruptly halted. The Russian mercenaries froze in place, exchanging bewildered glances. How credible is she? That hottie sure is a looker. I'd bang her in a heartbeat. A place like Zimbabwe hasn't produced a beauty like her in centuries. Probably legit. So what do we do? Are we really going to piss off those crazies in Tangzhuang? Put. Their base is sitting on oil reserves. They've been marked by the mold for ages. They're doomed. We'll have our fun and then bolt back home. Hide out in the Siberian snowfields for a few years. Even if that thug Xiaomu is all-powerful, how's he gonna track us down in Eastern Europe? The faint glimmer of hope that had flickered in Vistia and Scarlet's eyes was extinguished once more. This bunch of mercenaries, driven purely by lust, were nothing but desperate men. They cared nothing for the future and had no long-term plans, which is precisely why they acted with such reckless abandon. "Hand over the phone," Lu Xiaomu said in a low voice. "Ha?" The girl froze. "Do as I say." The childish voice on the other end sounded like divine decree, as if speaking the word of God. Vestia instinctively reached out with her delicate hand, pressing the phone already on speaker against the hole in the wooden door. The Russian mercenaries could have snatched the expensive phone with a single reach, but none moved. Instead, they watched the video call unfold. A young man coldly removed his sunglasses. "It really is that thug Xiaomu. I watched his live stream last night," one Russian muttered, his voice distorted by fear, his face drained of color. Lu Xiaomu replied calmly, "I can see your faces now." At these words, every Russian mercenary's face turned ashen. "Your Excellency, the outlaw Xiaomu. We'll leave immediately. Just pretend we never existed and let us all go." The mercenaries pleaded with mournful expressions, no longer daring to be insolent. "To show our sincerity, we'll surrender our weapons." They even tossed several rifles through the hole in the wooden door. Vestia and Scarlet were both utterly dumbfounded. They never imagined the imminent threat would suddenly reverse itself. The thugs who had been about to break down the door had suddenly turned into well-behaved children after a phone call from a kid, no longer daring to act recklessly. Lu Xiaomu remarked calmly, "Brother Mu is pleased you chose to surrender voluntarily. But your scheme to take hostages? That doesn't sit well with Brother Mu." Chapter 91, Thugs Turned Bodyguards, the real threat arrives. Scarlet! Vestia? Both women looked bewildered, completely unaware of any deception. After all, they had handed over their rifles directly to him. If a shootout occurred, it would surely result in mutual destruction. "We didn't," the Russian mercenary hurriedly protested. "Mr. Mu, the thug, our country and yours have always kept to ourselves. We're even allies against that ugly nation. Our Storm Legion has never had any beef with you Tang-style thugs either. This time, we just happened to run into your girl. We're willing to take the fall, no hidden agenda whatsoever." Lu Xiaomu snorted coldly, "Do you really think I'm a 10-year-old child? Oh, come to think of it, I actually am." This bitter joke did nothing to ease the tense atmosphere. Lu Xiaomu pressed on, exposing their scheme. "I've been navigating the non-mainland for years now. You think you can pull a fast one on me with such petty tricks? At this close range, rifles are inherently less effective than pistols. You deliberately emptied the magazines, tossing them a few useless guns. You think this little ploy will fool me?" "Ha," he scoffed. "We're on a video call, you know. Do you think I'm deaf, hearing all that noise from your bullets hitting the ground?" The Russian mercenaries instantly turned ashen, drained of all color. "We were just..." The burly men stammered, looking like kids caught by their parents in an internet cafe. A bearded mercenary roared, "What the hell are we afraid of? No matter how tough that thug Xiaomu is, he's still stuck in the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. He's not Superman, he can't just drop out of the sky right in front of us. Kidnap these two girls, use them to threaten Lu Xiaomu into letting us pass, and we'll be back in Siberia without a hitch. Then we'll squeeze every last penny out of him, enough to live like kings for the rest of our lives." The bearded man's words instantly stirred the greed of the other Russian mercenaries. "Rest assured, Lord Little Mu the bandit," the bearded mercenary pounded his chest. "We're not fools, no one wants a fight to the death with you. We promise to return your women unharmed. All we ask is you transfer $20 million to our bank account. We're not greedy, and we'll treat them well with good food and drink." As he spoke, he brazenly drew his pistol, his face beaming with smug satisfaction. After all, in the international mercenary underworld, anyone daring to threaten Little Mu the thug had long vanished without a trace. He might well be the only tough guy left on the planet. But Lu Xiaomu needed only 2 words to turn the bearded mercenary ashen-faced and send him crashing to his knees. He said, "Eva. You? How do you know my wife's real name?" The bearded mercenary was utterly horrified, all ambition instantly vanishing. Lu Xiaomu continued, "Vasily Kirilenko Gorsky." Under the bewildered stares of Scarlet and Vistia. Amidst the stunned stares of all the Russian soldiers. The bearded mercenary bowed his head repeatedly like a garlic press, desperately begging for mercy. "I was wrong. I'm not human. Please, Mr. Tangzhuan, spare my children. I'll be your slave. Join your Tangzhuan thugs immediately and serve as cannon fodder for you." Lu Xiaomu snorted coldly, signaling the witch who had just arrived to put away her tablet. This list of names represented every member of the bearded mercenary Kontuvas family. Just moments ago, Lu Xiaomu had urgently summoned the witch. Using voice and facial recognition, she had extracted the mercenaries' information. In the age of artificial intelligence, backed by the world's most powerful AI computing resources of the Dragon Nation, the intelligence Lu Xiaomu could gather was beyond the imagination of the outdated Russian mercenaries. "Your squad F-197 from the Storm Mercenary Corps, correct?" Lu Xiaomu informed them calmly. "Unfortunately, the mercenary group you serve lacks a top-tier hacker to maintain its firewall. Consequently, my people easily hacked into your database, locating your home addresses and the names of your family members. If you know what's good for you, escort them to the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. As the Tanzhuang-wearing CEO, I'll pardon your crimes and pay you a $100,000 commission. He wielded both carrot and stick against the mercenaries, but if anything goes wrong, not even the vast Siberian snowfields will protect your children. I won't even bother with a wheel chop execution, I'll simply kill without mercy. Yes. Your command is our will. Storm mercenaries pledge our utmost loyalty. The Russian members of F-197 squad immediately prostrated themselves respectfully beside the motel stairs, simultaneously surrendering their pistols to Vistia. Vistia and Scarlet exchanged glances, utterly speechless. But at that very moment, a violent explosion erupted from the direction of the dark alley. Scarlet's face paled instantly. It's the parking lot. Blown to smithereens. Looks like it's our rented pickup truck. My signal just went dead. Her face lit up with relief, and she couldn't help but sigh, it's truly a blessing in disguise. But on the other end of the video call, Lu Xiaomu's expression darkened abruptly. So, if you'd followed your original plan, you would have boarded that pickup truck and begun your escape, correct? Yes. Scarlet suddenly realized something, her face turning ashen. You mean, that was an attack targeting us? Of course. Lu Xiaomu snorted coldly. In that godforsaken place like Zimbabwe, even rats and cockroaches starve to death. The desperados there only use knives to finish off enemies, they won't waste bullets. Because one bullet can buy at least 5 pounds of white bread. The noise just now came from the C-774 mini blast grenade favored by mold agent operatives. Once triggered, it releases a sonic boom at close range, stunning anyone inside the vehicle. It contains no shrapnel or gunpowder, so it won't kill anyone inside. As the king of mercenaries, Lu Xiaomu knew the industry's weapons like the back of his hand. A single C-774 grenade fetches $40,000 on the international black market. That means it's only used in kidnappings targeting wealthy merchants and nobles because only a hefty ransom can justify the cost of the device itself. Lu Xiaomu analyzed without hesitation, then let out a wry smile. Sorry, you girls probably got dragged into this because of me. Ha! The two women looked utterly bewildered. They had only just met Lu Xiaomu and didn't even know him personally. How could this possibly involve him? Lu Xiaomu let out a cold laugh. I thought the mold would lay low for a while, but it seems they've just shifted from open conflict to covert warfare. They're playing dirty now, trying to break ties and threaten us with our families. His gaze shifted to William Fenrir. My apologies, old Will. Being an internet celebrity makes you too recognizable, hence why you were targeted first. This is their warning shot, meant to scare others by making an example of me. Chapter 92, Live Rescue of Songstress Vistia. William's face paled. So, the mold really thinks I'm part of your gang of Tang-style thugs? Lu Xiaomu shook her head. I can't say for sure. But we've been causing trouble for those ugly American forces in Africa for years, we're already on their blacklist. That's why we never let our loved ones show up in Moldy's territory. Finding your daughter might just be a warning shot fired at me. Lu Xiaomu's expression darkened as he barked orders at the Russian mercenaries of F-197 squad. I'm upping your bounty to $500,000. Escort them to the Dragon Phoenix Oasis unharmed. I'll inform your Storm Legion commander, Mr. Loki, about this matter. Yes. 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 The burly mercenaries erupted in wild excitement. They secretly rejoiced, this was truly turning misfortune into fortune, landing such a lucrative contract. Lu Xiaomu cautiously warned them, don't celebrate just yet. You'll likely have to risk your lives for this money. Because you're facing agents specialized in fungal assassination and kidnapping. No need to worry, sir. We're used to living on the edge, earning our pay with our heads on the line, the bearded mercenary replied, unfazed. If we die on this mission, the Storm Mercenary Group will send our families a full $150,000 in compensation, more than the strongest men in our village could earn in 2 lifetimes. Excellent. I like those who aren't afraid to die. Lu Xiaomu snapped his fingers and said calmly, if you complete the mission, the full $500,000 commission is yours. If you die in the line of duty, an additional $1 million in compensation will be sent directly to your families. This is my promise, Lu Xiaomu's promise. Aye, sir. All the bear mercenaries were overcome with excitement. Then, Lu Xiaomu turned to Vistia, your father is safe in the oasis. Please protect yourself. Trust the mercenaries of Squad F-197, they won't dare to be disrespectful to you. Of course. Lu Xiaomu glanced at Vista's slender legs and peach-shaped hips, as well as Scarlet's voluptuous figure and killer cleavage, then frowned as he warned them both, this is Africa, teeming with wild bandits. You two need to disguise yourselves as middle-aged women immediately to avoid drawing attention. Ladies, flaunting your captivating figures is a privilege reserved for times of peace. All right. With a whistle, Lu Xiaomu summoned a black guy who sped up in a modified off-road jeep. William, we'll head out from the oasis to meet up with them too. Lu Xiaomu flexed his muscles, his fighting spirit reignited. If the moldy ones want a covert battle, I'll step into the fray myself and play along. Alright, I'll grab 2 sets of body armor right away. Remember to ask the storekeeper for a child-sized one. Huh? They actually have that? Of course. I had a tailor custom make it for me on the dark web. That evening, as the Summer Fun Show livestream drew to a close, 19 million viewers stretched lazily, still wanting more, and ended their viewing for the day. Joyu patted her wasp waist with a hint of exhaustion. Another day of serving the African people. Repaired 19 electric fans, 7 radios, for electric toys. Feels so rewarding. Viewers couldn't help but comment. Who knew our goddess Yaya would be so captivating while fixing small appliances? I originally came just for Brother Mu, but now I see little Yaya is both beautiful and kind-hearted. Seeing the African elders so grateful is truly intoxicating. Putting myself in little Yaya's shoes feels amazing. But some couldn't help but ask, will Joyu be hosting all the Summer Fun Show livestreams from now on? Where did Brother Mu go? Joyu patiently explained, Brother Mu has returned to China to resume his studies. The entire audience flooded the chat with question marks. Joyu continued solemnly, let me reiterate what Brother Mu said a million times, please don't confuse the well-behaved Mu with the wild child Mu. We've ended our collaboration with Lu Xiaomu. He's returned to China to resume his peaceful life. Now, the torch has been passed to the real wild child Mu himself. We're live streaming the legendary summer adventures of this 10-year-old kid who's already made a global name for himself. Viewers, so that's it. The one who went back to school. Got it. Totally get it. Supporting Lu Xiaomu's return to school in China. Now let's shift our focus to Dragon Phoenix Battle Oasis. No problem. Support little rogue Mu. Farewell, model student Mu. So, will Rebel Xiaomu be streaming next? Joyu explained with a warm smile. The director spoke with Mr. Rioter Xiaomu. Our summer fun show will feature 2 live streaming rooms, a main stage and a substage. She patted her chest padded with 3 layers of silicone. I'll be streaming non-stop on the secondary stage, offering free repairs for small appliances to bring warmth to the hard-working people of Africa who scrimp and save. As for Brother Xiaomu, since nothing major is happening for now, he'll take a break. When he decides to pull off something big, he'll open the main stage livestream and go live again. Then, the Summer Fun Show's livestream instantly split into 2 windows. Joyu streamed from the right window, while Lu Xiaomu streamed car racing from the left. William Fenrir, camera in hand, kept asking, got any footage yet, Brother Xiaomu? I'm a pro wilderness streamer, my hands are steady. Since Joyu isn't around, I'll step in as your cameraman. Joyu froze, immediately contacting him, Brother Xiaomu, weren't you supposed to be taking a break? Why did you suddenly go live? Viewers flooded in. Where's the main stage? We're coming. Brother Mu, did something urgent happen? Why are you speeding like crazy on this beat-up road? Aren't you afraid of crashing? All eyes on you. This is definitely about that moldy stuff, right? At that moment, Lu Xiaomu updated his stream title, Rescuing Diva Vistia. Viewers, Lord Wei's daughter was nearly kidnapped. The kidnappers have now accepted my commission and are escorting them out of Zimbabwe toward the Long Wangdu Oasis. Lu Xiaomu's words left the audience utterly bewildered. What does that mean? Kidnappers turned bodyguards? If you've already bribed them, shouldn't Wei Ye's daughter be safe? Why are you personally involved? Lu Xiaomu explained the entire situation in detail before stating with certainty, based on my years of dealing with the moldy gang, I can tell you unequivocally, these people have no limits and are utterly despicable. Their agents are 100% intent on using Vishja's blood to send me a warning. Simultaneously, the death of a renowned European diva serves as a warning shot across the bow, forcing all who harbor grievances against Mole to reconsider the consequences of crossing them. Chapter 93, Sorry, I'm a speed demon. In the main stage live stream room of the Summer Fun Show, the audience was both shocked and furious. Holy! How could a rough-and-tumble guy like Mr. Wei father a diva as enchanting as Vistia? I'm a fan of Vistia. How dare the moldy faction target her? Damn it, I'll fight them to the death. What a shameless country. Unable to defeat Brother Mu, their aircraft carrier fleet dares not act, so they resort to kidnapping women instead. Lu Xiaomu remarked calmly, they've never acted human. Their depravity doesn't surprise me in the least. Besides, stealing oil and kidnapping celebrities both rake in big bucks. Damn it. Africa isn't lawless territory. How dare they act so brazenly? The netizens raged impotently. Lu Xiaomu corrected, my apologies, Africa truly is a lawless land. So I advise you all, if you plan to travel, don't just wander here carelessly. If you go sightseeing in Southeast Asia, you might only get your kidneys stolen. But come here, and you'll end up as jerky for bandits and cannibals. What can we do then? You're just leaving the oasis now, will you make it in time to save Vistia? Everyone's primary concern remained Vishja's current situation. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly, gesturing toward William beside her. Look, no morning armbands on Father's shoulders, no morning robes draped over him. He even has the energy to complain about the bumpy road. That should tell you Miss Vistia is likely safe for now. That's good news. Step on it. We absolutely must rescue her in time. Vestia's fans pleaded in unison. Then, right there in the Summer Fun Show livestream, they launched a chart-topping campaign, showering the stream with generous donations. After all, if you want the horse to run, you have to feed it grass, a simple truth everyone understands. Excellent. Keep showering me with gifts. Lu Xiaomu was overjoyed. In just 10 minutes, he received a staggering $7 million in donations. It seemed Vishta's fans truly had deep pockets. He had spent nearly all his savings on his 18th skill, 100% bare-handed bullet-catching weekend version. Now, he desperately needed to earn some side income from streaming to save up for the 19th skill. Vistia fans worldwide, drop those coins hard and show me what you've got. Lu Xiaomu rocked excitedly on the steering wheel. In return, I'll treat you to a drainage ditch drift. Check out my lightning-fast Z-shaped overtaking technique. Viewers watched Lu Xiaomu's insane driving stunts in awe. Seriously, who taught you to drive? This is insane. Why does it feel like a racing manga? This defies common sense. Your drifting is way too stable, you're actually creating phantom trails on this crappy African wilderness. Seriously, value your life. I keep expecting you to plow straight off the road into the African Rift Valley any second. You're crazy. Lu Xiaomu merely smiled faintly. Sorry, I'm a pro driver. All your concerns are unfounded. The reason he could navigate the treacherous African mountain roads as if they were flat ground? That was all thanks to Lu Xiaomu spending 400 million credits to master the ultimate skill from the system God of Speed. His veteran driving skills stemmed from two sources. The fan-made manga spin-off of Initial D, 86 Up the Mountain, Mercedes on the Trees. The anime four-wheel drive brothers. Thus, Lu Xiaomu's driving skills were infused with exaggerated anime flair, completely defying real-world physics. Careful, the car's about to roll over. William trembled. Every spectator could clearly sense William's panic. Because the live stream feed was shaking so badly it created phantom images. When Grandpa William does his wilderness survival challenges, he's always so cocky, bragging with a knife in hand, I'll make even gods eat. Who'd have thought his right hand would shake like a sieve in Brother Moo's car? Master Wei is genuinely scared out of his wits. It's like the live stream's shaking is making my head spin too. Brother Moo, spare him. Look how scared he is, he's practically having a seizure. William curled up in the car seat like a little girl, shrieking in terror. The online spectators reveled in the spectacle, reveling in his misfortune. Faster. I want to see the legendary Big Brother Wei crying in terror in the passenger seat of a 10-year-old kid. So this is the real power of the thug Xiaomu? I'd sponsor him to race in F1 punching Ferraris and kicking Schumacher. It's entertaining, but I gotta ask Brother Moo, do you even have a license? Lu Xiaomu casually replied, you think I might? Of course I'm driving without a license. But as I said before, this is a lawless zone, there are no traffic cops here at all. As Lu Xiaomu sped recklessly toward Vistia and Scarlet, the long-awaited round table council convened once more. This time, however, it was nothing like the usual harmony and unity. Insults flew thick and fast. Damn it! Idiots! Butcher snarled, his voice thick with rage. I poured so many resources into finally getting those ugly nation councilors to agree to send Mole to deal with that monster dwarf, and now they prove utterly useless. Perhaps we chose the wrong proxy from the start, sighed the priest. The Moldy are now overly cautious and arrogantly self-important. They're incapable of achieving anything significant. But in Africa, the moldy fungi remain the dominant power. If even they can't be leveraged, we may have to intervene directly. The sage frowned, glancing at the chieftain. As the indigenous authority there, would you be willing to take action personally? Sorry, no interest, the chieftain snorted coldly. I may command a kingdom's forces, but if I get worn down fighting tang-clad thugs, my own men will likely overthrow me. Usurpation and regicide are the true themes of Africa. So you're all just going to stand by and watch Lu Xiaomu drive that wedge called the Dragon Phoenix Oasis deep into the African continent? The butcher gritted his teeth, his voice dripping with menace as he warned the others. Up until now, he's made his money by playing by the rules, sticking to the straight and narrow. That's slow money, which is why the Tang-style thugs haven't grown their power quickly. But now, he's struck it rich. He owns an oil field. Just imagine how terrifying that little thug Xiaomu will become. We Round Table Knights have been opposing him for years. With his vindictive nature, do you think he'll let us off easily? An awkward silence fell. The newly appointed Shiva suddenly interjected, we Indians have always maintained friendly relations with Mao's country. Their mercenary forces in Africa are no less formidable than those of the thugs under Xiaomu. Perhaps investing our funds in them would prove more effective. Chapter 94, Undercurrents. The Knights of the Round Table assemble once more. Using one tiger to devour another? Feasible. Haoqian puffed contentedly on his cigar, clapped lightly, and remarked, since you all value your lives and refuse to personally confront the Tang-clad thug faction, paying extra to hire the Russians as vanguards is perfectly reasonable. Cut the sarcasm. Your forces are all in the Eastern Dragon Kingdom, locked in direct conflict with many of Lu Xiaomu's factions. Logically, you should be more proactive and contribute more effort. The butcher sneered repeatedly. But what about you? Priest echoed the sentiment. Haotian, what of the mission entrusted to you? Lu Xiaomu is currently bogged down in Africa, unable to spare any hands. This is the perfect moment to stir up trouble in his Dragon Kingdom stronghold. So why no action? The chieftain likewise expressed deep dissatisfaction with Haotian's inaction. We invested enormous resources to enlist 4 renowned political fixers, directly shaking the foundations of Capitol Hill in the ugly nation. This created the globally shocking Ugly Nation Mold vs. Tangzhuang Thugs incident. You are also a member of the Round Table Knights, yet you stand idly by. What are your intentions? Sorry. Finding himself the target of collective criticism, Haotian lazily raised his hands in surrender, yet his tone remained indifferent. I am taking action. But to ensure the element of surprise, it must remain top secret throughout. After all, within the vast ranks of the Knights of the Round Table, one can never be certain there aren't informants planted by Lu Xiaomu. Bull. Shut up, you yellow monkey. The members erupted in curses. Silence. Saintly Sage struck the floor hard with his golden scepter, glaring coldly at the crowd. A mere setback, and you're already tearing each other apart? Utterly disappointing. Our Round Table Knights have a long history dating back to the Victorian era. From the sea charioteers to the empire on which the sun never sets, we've weathered every storm and stood eternal at the pinnacle of the world. Can't you show a little more patience? As you command, Sage. At the Patriarch's command, all members reluctantly fell silent. Next, we still have 2 strategic moves at our disposal that could prove useful. The Sage began to steer the meeting. The assembled dignitaries stood with hands clasped. We await your guidance, Sage. We are all ears. First, as the new Shiva suggested, we may hire mercenaries from Mao's nation to join the fray, thoroughly muddying the waters. After all, Central Africa has always been a stage for profit-seekers and adventurers. With enough money, anyone will betray their cause. Second, the Medici family. The sage spoke calmly. Lady Caesar, who rules the family, was once Lu Xiaomu's right-hand woman. But during the transition as she prepared to hand power to Vici Medici, I successfully inserted myself, inciting Cain's Medici to challenge the young Vici. Now, Lu Xiaomu's supply lines to Italy are severed. He must be in a state of panic. Therefore, I invite you all to join me in launching a grand hunt against the Medici family. All members immediately grew excited. I'll contact the Russians. We have business ties with many of their mercenary groups. I'm willing to donate $150 million as private sponsorship. I can deploy some covert forces to eliminate Vici Medici, but as for Caesar's wife, she remains Lu Xiaomu's loyal hound, not easy to eliminate. Yellow sand swirled wildly across the sky. While the Knights of the Round Table hatched their schemes, Lu Xiaomu continued racing his off-road vehicle toward the African Rift Valley. William, who had gradually grown accustomed to his partner's wild style, couldn't help but marvel. Lu, you're an inexhaustible monster. Maintaining high-speed driving all night while constantly chatting with viewers in the livestream and showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Lu Xiaomu shrugged nonchalantly. It's just basic mercenary training. If enemies are closing in, can you just lie down and sleep? You might wake up to military dogs sniffing out your trail, no time to retreat. But you still need to conserve your energy, William offered. I'll take over driving soon. You should catch some sleep while you can. Sounds good, but we should eat something first, Lu Xiaomu suggested. Sounds good. How much food do we have? William was feeling peckish too, having only snacked on what he carried along the way. Lu Xiaomu froze. You didn't bring any food? I'm a wilderness survival expert. I never carry provisions. William froze. You didn't bring any either? Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes dramatically. I'm a beachcombing expert, a desert island survivalist, and a master hunter. I never carry food either. Oh, wait, I brought 10 bottles of AD calcium milk. William. Lu Xiaomu. Audience. Everyone looked at each other speechless. Food is fuel for the body, William suggested enthusiastically. Why don't we settle this with a hunting contest? We can't very well starve to death on our way to rescue Vistia, can we? Okay. Lu Xiaomu remained calm, patting the hood of the off-road vehicle. This thing needs to cool down too, lest it overheat and stall. Zhou, live streaming from stage 2, chimed in with interest. So, is our summer fun show turning into a hunting competition now? Are you all really good at this? Not exactly, Lu Xiaomu replied expressionlessly. I'm just good at killing living things. Ahem, I'm just a wilderness survival expert. William spread his hands, a wry smile on his face. To be honest, I don't really know much about hunting. I don't watch many wilderness survival videos, but if you don't hunt, how do you survive in the wild? Zhou was particularly puzzled. The viewers chuckled. We know this better. Survival isn't about eating well, you just need the bare minimum to stay alive. So, drinking your own urine keeps you hydrated, and eating maggots gives you protein. Dai is a pro at enduring hunger, and Weya is actually a master of this too. He once went 3 days without catching any food, yet managed to build a hunting hut in the rainforest. Chewing bark, eating small fish, catching insects, and munching on roots, these are the essential lessons of wilderness survival. Joyu, so, Mr. William, have you ever eaten maggots? Roasted, they taste somewhat like baked custard, refreshing and delightful. William wore a look of lingering satisfaction. You harbor too many prejudices against maggots. It's truly unnecessary. Ugh. Viewers flooded the chat with vomiting emojis. William interlaced his fingers, leisurely sharing his roasted maggot anecdotes. I found a dead roe deer in the wild. Since its cause of death was unknown, I dared not eat its organs, fearing they might be poisonous. So I skinned it, took the meat back to roast and dry it. As for the organs, I tossed them in a clean, shaded spot to attract flies and cultivate maggots. Chapter 95, Summer Hunting Show. That's the genius of survival masters, always having two plans ready. William proudly puffed out his chest. While enjoying the meat, I also conveniently cultivated maggots, ensuring a food source when all else fails. Audience. Can you shut up, Mr. Wei? You're actually proud of eating maggots? Oh no, I can totally picture it, Master Wei spewing maggots from his mouth. Ugh, seriously gross. I'm eating takeout right now, can you guys discuss something tasty instead? Lu Xiaomu, however, gave Wei a thumbs up, praising him. Brilliant idea. When trekking alone in the wilderness without refrigeration, corpses and organs rot quickly. Leaving them for maggots is essentially turning decaying food into fresh food. Exactly. The essence of wilderness survival is efficient energy acquisition. Maggots are high protein with minimal risk, every survivor's dream. William felt like he'd found a kindred spirit, his eyes lighting up. Brother Mu, you're my soulmate. While netizens fret over appearances, we're focused on survival. As long as it keeps you alive, eating roasted maggots is just the bare minimum compromise. Lu Xiaomu picked up the thread. In our Eastern Empire of big eaters, similar foods are a dime a dozen, no need to make a big deal out of it. Take the Qilu region, for instance, they love cicada nymphs. And in soybean growing areas, fried bean bugs are a delicacy. Even those dreaded chili peppers have their fans who savor them after they form pods. And so, the online community instantly perked up, and food enthusiasts began sharing all sorts of insect delicacies. Actually, raising maggots on meat to produce insect protein has been quite popular for a while. Especially in Europe, where animal rights activists are active and vegetarianism is widespread. They refuse to eat meat, believing it harms living beings and condemns them to hell. But consuming insect protein is fine, it doesn't interfere with their path to heaven. Exactly. I have a bag of dog food right here that clearly states it contains 9% insect protein. Hey, in our Guangdong region, many fly-infested eateries have long served fried maggots as a dish. Oil-fried scorpions and stir-fried centipedes are even more commonplace. Deliciously fragrant. Anyone fancy grasshoppers? My family runs a grasshopper farm. Hee hee, we run an earthworm farm. Interested buyers, remember to get in touch. Suddenly, netizens worldwide realized just how many hellish delicacies existed. After the foodies from Dragon Country finished sharing, diners from other countries weren't about to be outdone. We Filipinos love frog eggs, fertilized eggs that are half-hatched, with the chicks' organs just forming. We steam them whole. Super tasty. Woo woo, we can only afford kimchi, sir. A barbecue meal costs hundreds of won, sir. Koreans, stop whining. Are you really worse off than us Japanese? Our rice is nearly 50 yuan per pound now, damn it. In a few days, we might have to research how to grill maggots for survival. Hope Mr. Ryu and Mr. William won't mind sharing their expertise. What the hell are you talking about? Why would eating maggots be weird? We people of the Three Kingdoms often just pick up cow dung and eat it. If there happens to be maggots inside, it's like finding crab roe when eating crab or discovering a pearl in a clam, it's a total surprise. Global audience, no wonder you Indians live with E. coli daily. It explains why your iPhones test positive for excessive E. coli levels. Lu Xiaomu and William exchanged glances, utterly speechless. I have to thank Brother San, William finally remarked after a long pause. If they ever entered the wilderness survival arena, a so-called survival masters would instantly become roadside trash. You bet, Lu Xiaomu chuckled softly. You guys still have to dig for wild vegetables and hunt for prey. They just go pick up poop, shove it in their mouths, and call it a day. Amidst their laughter, the pair soon pulled over beneath a sheer cliff. Did you see that? Lu Xiaomu asked. Absolutely, I'm practically drooling. William chuckled and addressed the camera. Viewers, we've spotted a mountain goat. It's probably licking rock salt off the cliff face to replenish its electrolytes. Lu Xiaomu chimed in. Rock goats roam these harsh landscapes year-round, building dense muscle mass and high protein content. Their meat makes perfect emergency rations, it won't spoil easily. We're on a 1,000-mile mission to rescue Vistia, and we need this high-calorie fuel. Ugh, do we really need it? William spread his hands. Just one more day driving the off-road vehicle and we'll be in the city. We've got plenty of dollars. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. I'm not like you, taking pride in starving yourself. If I go another 24 hours empty-bellied, I might just roast you alive. Damn it, so I was your emergency rations, huh? Viewers. Ahem. Joyu on the substage couldn't bear it anymore and quickly interjected, this is the Summer Fun Show, a children's program. We still carry that recommended for children aged 8 and up with parental guidance label. Please tone down the dark humor. Lu Xiaomu immediately stiffened his expression. So what if it's a kid's show? If a child gets kidnapped by traffickers and lost in the wilderness, they'll need those maggot grilling and starvation survival skills right away. William countered with equal seriousness. Exactly. Why do parents always assume kids don't enjoy intense content? They keep imposing their own tastes on children. In reality, hunting skills tap into our primal survival instincts. It's absolutely what kids crave. Otherwise, why are the world's most popular action comics all about combat, adventure, and competition? That makes sense. The viewers were convinced, marveling at the brothers' debating skills. Zhou Yu, but the censors said they'd ban our show. Oh, then let's stick to baby bus level light entertainment. Lu Xiaomu immediately changed his tune. I was going to show off my wood drilling fire starting skills, but on second thought, it might encourage kids to start fires recklessly. So when we cook the mountain goat later, we'll just use a lighter. William instantly transformed into an elegant gentleman. The two began crafting makeshift hunting tools with their respective skills. Lu Xiaomu, possessing the ultimate skill, bullseye every time, could actually crack a mountain goat's skull with a bare-handed pebble. But considering how shocking that would be, and the age restrictions of this program, he retrieved a length of grass rope from the trunk and began weaving a crude sling. Chapter 96, Let the Stone Fly. Meanwhile, William used a section of steel pipe, bending it to serve as the bow arm. He then pulled out a pack of rubber bands to serve as the bowstring, crafting an extremely rudimentary bow and arrow. You two are hilarious, the online viewers rolled their eyes at the sight. Bows and arrows are popular in the East, slingshots in the West. So you, an Eastern guy, and you, a Western guy, just flip everything around, right? Lu Xiaomu held his sling, William his makeshift bow, and as they locked eyes, both burst into laughter. During the wars between Athens and Sparta, Lu Xiaomu explained cheerfully, slingshots were widely used in battle. But they were notoriously inaccurate, so they were quickly replaced by bows and arrows and phased out of history. I only use it because my aim is second to none. William shrugged. Yeah, folks. If I had Xiaomu's terrifying skills hitting a target 100 meters away with a feather light brass shell, I wouldn't need a bow either. But I'll say it again, I'm only good at starving and eating maggots. Hunting isn't my forte. I need a bow as my tool. Come on, William, let those rockgoats see what we brothers can do. Lu Xiaomu strode confidently toward the cliff. Right, brother Mu. Tonight's your night to shine. My hit rate might be around 10%. William nodded and bowed, lacking any semblance of a survival master's demeanor, looking more like a lowly sidekick. Witnessing this utterly upside-down scene before them, the online viewers, however, were unfazed. Go for it, brother Xiaomu. Carry old man William to victory. As a longtime fan who's watched every one of William's videos, I can attest, Grandpa William's archery is truly terrible. He once missed a target just 1.5 meters away and got mocked mercilessly by the beasts. After all, it's the real deal. Rioter Xiaomu himself has arrived. The ibex can start writing its last will and testament. Mom, no need to save dinner for me tonight. Soon, the pair cautiously crept along the cliff face toward the rock goat. On tiptoe. Holding their breath. Finally, they were just 50 meters away. William, care to try your bow? Lu Xiaomu took the camera proactively, grinning as he gestured. I'm afraid if I shoot first, the ibex will go down instantly, leaving you no chance to shine. So, I'll let you take the first shot. William scratched his head and whispered, but what if I miss and scare it away? Don't worry. Even if it starts running, I'll still hit it, Lu Xiaomu replied with remarkable calm. Awesome. Brother Xiaomu is so reassuring, he always delivers. The longtime viewers in the livestream chat agreed wholeheartedly, while the new fans were still scratching their heads. Alright, I'll give it a shot. William drew his bow, his expression resolute. He murmured, as a top military sniper from a family that runs a shooting range for generations, a recipient of the second-class merit award, and descendant of the White Reaper, let me feel the rhythm of the wind and familiarize myself with the characteristics of this simple bow. After a long pause, William declared in a deep voice, ultimate finishing move. Satan's soul-chasing arrow. Whoosh. The arrow, fashioned from a sharpened wooden stick, plunged into his shoe. Audience. William clutched his foot, grimacing as he collapsed. Far away, the mountain goat continued to leisurely lick the rock salt, completely undisturbed. 3 minutes later, Lu Xiaomu finished bandaging William's wound and asked, struggling to keep a straight face, seriously, dude? When you shouted that super move, I thought you'd be as cool as Hoey shooting the sun blowing the ibex's head off. Instead, you just hurt yourself. Are we even going to be able to rescue your daughter now? Just a scrape. It'll heal in a day, William admitted sheepishly. Like I said, I'm not good with bows. But you shouldn't be aiming at the distance and then accidentally shooting your own foot. Lu Xiaomu couldn't be bothered with further complaints. Turning to the audience, he declared, what a bum. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. Everyone, watch closely. With that, he began winding the sling. After exerting just a third of his strength, the sling whipped through the air with such speed it left a blur. Taste my super special move. Lu Xiaomu declared to William. Bro, even though you just made a huge fool of yourself and lost face, that 0.1 second when you shouted your special move was undeniably cool beyond belief. So, I'll give it a shot too. The online viewers were utterly speechless. These kids. They're hunting and they're thinking up names for super moves first. Xiaomu's only 10, right in the peak of his middle school syndrome phase. Why are you getting dragged into this nonsense, William? Dad, what about the rescue? Why are you two doing a hunting livestream on the way? This Tia finally logged back in, only to witness her dad's unreliable antics firsthand, causing her to roll her eyes wildly. William quickly reassured her, Sweetie, are you okay? Are those furry bear mercenaries still being helpful? Yes, Uncle William, rest assured, bodyguard Scarlet replied gratefully. Thanks to Mr. Xiaomu the thug, they're treating us with extreme caution, terrified of offending us. In fact, they've been begging the whole way, pleading that we don't punish their families for their earlier foul language. That's good. Hey! William's eyes widened. Lu Xiaomu's slingshot had halted, and he had just coolly shouted the name of his newly invented super ultimate move, Ibex. Taste my god-slaying ultimate destruction stone shot. The sling stone vanished into thin air. The Ibex in the distance remained utterly motionless. Ha ha ha. What a pair of hacks. Total duds. Brother Xiaomu's special move was shouted perfectly, but the little stone vanished into thin air. You two must be here for a comedy livestream. You should be doing stand-up on the Spring Festival Gala instead. Facing everyone's skepticism, Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. Don't worry, just give the stones a moment to fly. Ha, never thought I'd get to deliver this line with such swagger one day. Lu Xiaomu placed his hands on his hips, cackling like a demon lord. Alright, now point the camera at the Ibex. William froze, instinctively shifting the camera. Bang! The Ibex stumbled as if struck by a meteorite, collapsing dead on the spot. Only its dying instincts kept its hooves twitching wildly. William! Exclamation point. Viewers! Is that even possible? Little Moo's strength is terrifying. How high did he fling it? Everyone stood frozen in disbelief, staring at the motionless Ibex. Lu Xiaomu calmly stated, William, you're injured. Stay put and don't move. Let Brother Moo drag the Ibex back for you. Let me handle it. I've been nothing but a hindrance so far, William said sheepishly. This tiny scrape is nothing. No need. Leave it to me. Next, under the camera's gaze, viewers watched in stunned silence as Lu Xiaomu traversed the sheer cliff face as if it were level ground. More agile than the Ibex itself, he effortlessly climbed toward the carcass. Then, he hurled it with tremendous force toward the mountaintop, landing it right at William's feet. Chapter 97, Hunt Down Lu Xiaomu. The Bear Mercenaries Strike. The little powerhouse, no one else could do it. The audience gasped, utterly speechless. Lu Xiaomu leapt back to the summit, dragging the Ibex by its horns as if it were a balloon, effortlessly hauling it back to the off-road vehicle. Brother Moo, how did you cultivate such godlike strength? William marveled enviously. Truly worthy of the globally renowned king of mercenaries. I can't even begin to compare. William, don't put yourself down like that. Lu Xiaomu couldn't reveal the system's existence, and his strength stemmed from various ultimate skills. So he offered the most plausible explanation: I was just born with superhuman strength. From the moment I was born, while other kids went to the corner store to fetch soy sauce and seasonings for their parents, I was already heading to the grain store to buy 10 sacks of rice and haul them back to the orphanage. William. Scarlet. Vestia. The audience couldn't help but press further. With such extraordinary gifts, why did your parents abandon you? Why did you grow up in an orphanage? Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. How should I know? I was already in the orphanage when I first remember. Maybe my superhuman strength scared the crap out of those bastards. As they dragged the Ibex back to the off-road vehicle, they set fire to the collected dry wood. William volunteered to handle the Ibex carcass, instructing Lu Xiaomu to blur the live stream footage. It was all too gory. Skinning, deboning, removing organs, and cleaning thoroughly. William completed every step in one fluid motion, swiftly hanging 4 legs on the steel rack to begin smoking and roasting them. Thank goodness this SUV had leftover seasonings from our camping trips, Lu Xiaomu sighed. Otherwise, wild game meat tastes bland and uninteresting even when cooked. William chuckled and addressed the camera. Brother Xiaomu's right. And a word of caution to all our viewers: don't casually eat wild animals. Not only is their meat tough and tasteless, but they often carry all sorts of parasites and unknown pathogens. Lu Xiaomu scoffed. Those who think wild game tastes better than domesticated animals should ask themselves, if that were true, wouldn't it mean our ancestors wasted thousands of years of effort domesticating animals? That makes sense. Generations of artificial selection and selective breeding have preserved the tastiest traits. Domesticated animals have long since outpaced wild game in flavor, leaving them miles behind. Those who crave wild game are just chasing novelty. As a restaurant owner, I find it nothing but intensely gamey and pungent. Positive Energy livestream subscribed. Soon, the lamb-like chops were grilled to perfection, and the ribs were crispy and fragrant, dripping sesame oil over the charcoal embers. Eat a little to replenish your energy. William calmly chewed the lamb before instructing Vistia, you two stay safe. After Mu and I finish eating, we'll continue our journey. Oh, and remember, be wary of all white people. They're likely agents from that ugly country. Vestia nodded her delicate chin. Dad, you two be careful too. After all, they kidnapped me to extort you. I suspect once they learn you've left the oasis, their main force will likely come straight for you. Lu Xiaomu tore off a strip of meat, chewing it with a frown before interjecting calmly, true. But that's precisely why I came personally. If I don't draw the enemy's main force, you two will be in danger. Thank you. Vistia felt a surge of emotion. Lu Xiaomu's words were simple, yet they carried immense weight. Under threat from ugly nation agents, leaving the safety of the Dragon Phoenix Oasis to risk his life for a hero's rescue. If Lu Xiaomu weren't only 10 years old, she felt she'd likely offer herself to the brave knight like the princesses in Grimm's fairy tales. How does the ibex taste? The online friends eyed the golden, crispy meat with sudden curiosity. Lu Xiaomu shook her head and sighed, it's just a survival meal in the wilderness. How good could it be? Pfft, you're just pretending it's awful to warn everyone against eating wild game, someone countered. Look at that perfect golden crust, the fat dripping into the campfire and sending up wispy smoke, and the bits of meat stuck between your teeth. It must be delicious. William rolled his eyes dramatically. You know nothing. The lamb we usually eat is mostly from new breeds with very mild gaminess. But goat meat already has a strong, pungent flavor. Ibex is even worse. Normally, cooking goat requires tons of spices to mask the gaminess, but we rushed out too hastily and barely brought any seasonings. He sighed gloomily. Right now, it's just filling. Honestly, it tastes worse than roasted maggots. Viewers? But those wilderness hunting streamers always seem to enjoy it so much, they couldn't help asking. Lu Xiaomu scoffed, that's for the sake of the stream. They can't exactly tell you on camera, the animal I risked my life to hunt tastes awful? That would make their stream seem worthless. The two quickly finished eating, wrapped up the remaining food, and tossed it into the trunk. Let's go. Back on the road to pick up Miss Vistia. Lu Xiaomu glanced at his genius watch. We should cross paths with her in about 6 hours. I'll take the wheel for this stretch, William volunteered. And so, Summer Fun Show transformed into Summer Driving Show. William Finreal took over as the substitute host, chatting sporadically with the audience, while Lu Xiaomu curled up like a little ball in the passenger seat, sleeping soundly. Wow, Xiaomu looks so adorable when he sleeps, like a ginseng baby from a cartoon. I just want to pinch his little nose, hee hee. William, you're driving so slow. Your skills are light years behind brother Xiaomu's. At the same time, all 39 mercenary groups across Africa, large and small, received massive bounties and hiring fees from the Roundtable Knights. The bounty for the mission Eliminate the Thug Xiaomu stood at a staggering $1 billion. Moreover, delivering Lu Xiaomu's head would yield an additional $200 million bounty from the ugly nation government. The mercenaries, driven solely by profit, instantly went mad over this bounty. The Storm Mercenary Group's leadership, having seen the bounty, immediately contacted F-197 squad members. They ordered them to secretly capture Vistia and Scarlet, then use them as bait to eliminate Lu Xiaomu. However, Lu Xiaomu had already uncovered the identities of every single family member belonging to the mercenaries of Squad F-197. Therefore, without hesitation, they spilled everything to Vistia like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. Chapter 98, Fighting Fire with Fire. So what? Caught off guard. All of Europe was flooded with explosive news from Lu Xiaomu's livestream. Diva Vistia targeted by joint assassination attempt from 39 mercenary squads of the Furry Nation. The bear from Siberia's snowfields finally reaches out its evil hand to Europe's last diva. Who exactly hired these 39 Russian mercenary groups? Have the US and Russia long-standing adversaries actually joined forces against these tang-costumed thugs? Just 1 hour before the news broke, Lu Xiaomu, who had been sleeping soundly with his mouth smacking in a sweet dream, suddenly felt a large hand violently pinching his philtrum and the bridge of his nose. He shot awake in irritation, glaring at William. Hey, William, how long have I been asleep that you had to wake me up? Huh? What's wrong with you? Lu Xiaomu frowned, all traces of sleepiness instantly vanishing. William looked more haggard and worried than ever before, as if the sky had fallen. William gritted his teeth. Damn Russians. He handed the video call to Lu Xiaomu. On the other end were the mercenaries of F-197 squad. Mr. Xiaomu, it's bad news. We beg you issue a protection order immediately through the International Mercenary Network. Our families are under deadly threat from the corporation we work for. Lu Xiaomu furrowed his brow, instantly grasping the deception. So, someone hired your Storm mercenaries to oppose me? And your boss actually took the job? The livestream audience witnessed Lu Xiaomu's fury for the first time. His usually radiant face darkened instantly. A small knife materialized between his fingers, glinting coldly as it swayed back and forth, a mirror of his owner's fury. Tell the boss of Storm mercenaries, Zainov. After a long pause, Lu Xiaomu coldly ordered all mercenaries of F-197 squad, have him immediately delete every record concerning you and smash the computer storing your information. if the identities of you 5 mercenaries are leaked or your families face any form of threat. Poof. Zainov's wife and 2 children at his suburban Moscow villa will mysteriously vanish into the Siberian snowfields. One will be mauled by polar bears, shot 18 times in the back, dead. The other trampled by elephants, torn to shreds. His 2 mistresses in Kazil and their 5 children will mysteriously perish together while crossing the street, repeatedly crushed beneath a tanker truck with failed brakes until their bodies are less than an inch thick. His parents, retired at Sweden's Royal Academy of Arts, would likely develop Alzheimer's from advanced age, wander into a steel mill, and lose all semblance of humanity in the furnaces descending early to hell to reunite with their beloved son. Lu Xiaomu sneered coldly. In the mercenary world, scum who refuse to respect other mercenaries' families don't deserve to have families of their own. My creed has always been, a grudge as small as a speck of dust will be repaid tenfold. The mercenaries of F-197 squad were instantly overcome with gratitude. They all knelt on the ground, frantically kowtowing. Our deaths mean nothing. We pledge our lives to escort Miss Vistia and Miss Scarlet back to the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. Viewers in the livestream chat turned pale, frozen in terror by Lu Xiaomu's unprecedented ferocity, so intimidated they dared not even breathe loudly. The stream had always maintained a light-hearted atmosphere, causing them to forget that the seemingly 10-year-old child before them was none other than the notorious marauder, Little Moo. Mold trembles at his name, villains fall silent. He could make Middle Eastern villains stop crying at night and send African tyrants cowering like dogs. From nothing, he single-handedly built the Tangzhuan thugs, a gang powerful enough to shake many small nations. Yet some still had the audacity to blabber in the livestream. You're utterly despicable, Lu Xiaomu. You're no better than scum, trampling morality to threaten infants in swaddling clothes and venerable elders. Your enemies may be vicious, but you mustn't sink to their level of demonic cruelty. You should reform them. You must walk the path of benevolence and forgiveness. You're still just a kid, yet you talk about wiping out entire families. Earn some merit, will you? Lu Xiaomu remained unperturbed. My apologies to all you overly sentimental netizens. You've likely consumed too many entertainment works preaching karma and redemption, always believing villains can suddenly repent and lost souls can find their way back. But sadly, I walk in the cruelest of worlds. Most I encounter aren't even human beasts, scum, subhuman creatures. He sneered. Beyond their vaguely human form and skin like ours, they possess nothing remotely human. Take that mold agent I eliminated the other day, the chieftain of the White Crow Bandits. Yesterday, led by the Witch and the Grim Reaper, we raided their lair. Among the spoils were 39 unique skull trophies, collected from different races across the globe. He even wrote detailed labels describing the life stories of the skull's owners. Lu Xiaomu's face twisted with fury. Among them, 19 were Red Cross charity volunteers. They came here full of passion, carrying vaccines and supplies, only to be captured by the chieftain, tortured to death, and ultimately devoured, their skulls reduced to his personal collection. 7 were from the World Food Program, sent to deliver food donations. They traveled the world, giving speeches and lobbying corporations to gather grain for airlifts to Africa, hoping to help refugees survive famine. Instead, they were robbed by bandits and became food themselves. In the chieftain's private cellar, 24 foreign women were imprisoned, all of them Caucasian or East Asian. Ha! Because the chieftain was a madman plagued by deep inferiority complexes, he took pleasure in possessing women from powerful nations to assert his own status. Lu Xiaomu retorted coldly, so you're saying even such a devil can be reformed? The livestream fell deathly silent. All the bleeding heart idealists fell silent before the chieftain's sins. Besides, maybe I'm just too young, but I genuinely don't get it, Lu Xiaomu asked all the adults in the livestream with puzzlement. You guys are really weird. Personally, I think everyone should follow basic morality. Don't touch each other's families. Mercenaries' personal grudges should be settled within our own little circle, life or death be damned. But if some scum tries to expand their revenge by going after an enemy's family, then anyone has the right to eliminate every last one of their relatives without limit or mercy. Whether old, weak, women, or children, they all deserve to die. Why do you think ordinary adults are somehow inferior, that their deaths are meaningless? You won't even speak up for these family pillars. It's just strange. Well, Mr. Moo, the thug, we've just relayed your message to Mr. Zainova of the Storm Mercenaries. The F-197 squad member suddenly burst into tears of gratitude. He said he's returned the client's deposit and destroyed the computer as you requested. Thank you for saving our family's lives. You are the true savior, the god who rescues the suffering. Chapter 99, well then. Play along with them. Lu Xiaomu nodded slightly and cautioned, what lies ahead will be an extremely dire situation. I will increase your compensation to $500,000 per person. That's the only thing I can do for you right now. He sighed deeply. But I'm only about 5 hours away by car. Hold on. Once we meet up, your safety will be guaranteed. Netizens couldn't help but offer advice. Aren't you Tangzhuan thugs supposed to be powerful in Africa? Why not send a helicopter for backup? Don't forget, after picking them up, you'll still have to make the return trip, facing relentless pursuit by those Russian mercenaries. It feels like you should redeploy your forces and send your helicopters for backup. Use air power to deliver a dimensional strike against those Russian mercenaries. Lu Xiaomu shook his head. Friends, our Tangzhuang thugs' air power is something I painstakingly built up bit by bit. We're saving it as a strategic force to deter local warlords and fungi. If we rashly deploy them without cover, we'll easily fall into enemy traps. Then our Dragon Phoenix Oasis defense system, small but fully equipped, will lose a vital part of its air support. He continued solemnly. Moreover, the current situation is merely a fragile equilibrium. We haven't signed any non-aggression pacts with the ugly nation or the moldy fungi. If we deploy all our armed helicopters at once, there's no guarantee the enemy won't exploit our vulnerability. Damn, this is such a complicated situation. Feels like Brother Mu is walking on thin ice. In the Summer Fun Show livestream chat, viewers were left dizzy from the complexity. Navigating relations with superpowers is brutal. No wonder Brother Mu is practically a lone soldier. Sigh. Enough said. Besides tipping, there's nothing else I can do to show my support for Brother Mu. $10 won't buy a game's monthly pass or a discounted meal, but if I tip Brother Mu, it might become a bullet piercing imperialism's heart. Support Brother Mu defending world peace and justice. In an instant, donations poured in like a tidal wave. Lu Xiaomu stared in disbelief as his depleted system reserves skyrocketed to 110 million. Indeed, streaming is the only way to steadily accumulate funds over the long haul, he couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. My 19th ultimate skill still depends on the Summer Fun Show program. Rest assured. Lu Xiaomu pounded his chest. Thanks for your massive support, viewers. I'll fight those oil-stealing scumbags to the bitter end. Next. Lu Xiaomu rallied his spirits once more, took the steering wheel, and had William move to the passenger seat to handle the camera. But you just slept for an hour. Working non-stop for 48 hours, plus high-speed driving, can you handle it? William couldn't help but worry. Lu Xiaomu replied calmly, instead of worrying about me, you should be concerned about our off-roader. Though I had experts heavily modify it, replacing parts with high-strength alloy plates, many components will likely wear out quickly. If we break down en route, that'd be disastrous. Don't worry, I can fix it. William patted his chest, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Finally, something I can contribute. I'm quite the seasoned driver, you know. Then I'll leave it to you. Also, Lu Xiaomu said seriously, I may be running low on energy, but I still have one human weakness you can exploit. Go ahead. How can I help you recharge? Simple. Lu Xiaomu pointed at the livestream backend. Read aloud the donations viewers send me. I'm a bit of a money grubber. The sight of cash sparks boundless energy in me. Fine. William reluctantly agreed. The viewers were utterly speechless. This method was a bit mercenary. But what they never could have imagined was when William began thanking the gifts. From Little Moon rules the world in the Dragon Kingdom, a 3,000 yuan tip. Wishing the boss great fortune and prosperity. Miss Joyu, what brings you here? Oh right, you lost that bet in old Brother Mu a month's salary. Thanks to Little West 8 from the for 5 supercars. Wishing you barbecue freedom soon. Thanks to African viewer, I want to be a big shot for the $500 tip. Your idea is kinda weird, but may your wishes come true. And just like that, Lu Xiaomu's fatigue vanished at a visible pace. Go! 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 Lu Xiaomu excitedly twisted and turned the steering wheel, accelerating the SUV once more. William's hands shook violently once more. 2 hours later, Lu Xiaomu's speed showed no sign of slowing. He himself seemed like a perpetual motion machine, showing absolutely no signs of fatigue. With energy that defied mortal limits, he chatted and laughed with the viewers. Wait, Xiaomu, you kinda remind me of my grandpa on the day he passed from cancer, glowing with health one moment, gone the next. Mommy's scared, Xiaomu. You're not having a deathbed recovery, are you? Promise grandpa, don't drop dead suddenly. You have to live forever. Lu Xiaomu shrugged casually, no need to worry about me. I'm a first-rate ironclad warrior. With monetary incentives, I'll transform into a super soldier and battle those damn Russian mercenaries for 300 rounds. So if we tip you, you'll kill even gods for us to watch, the viewers teased with grins. Well, you'd have to find a wild god first and show me their health bar, Lu Xiaomu shrugged. The next moment, he yanked the steering wheel hard, his expression turning fierce as he slammed the accelerator, charging straight toward a ditch. Damn! Brother Mu's hit a snag, the viewers gasped. But before they could react, Lu Xiaomu's deep voice warned William, someone on the southern cliff has us locked in their sniper's sights. Looks like the bounties paid off. Those Russian mercenaries are already coming for me. William's face paled. Only then did he realize why Lu Xiaomu had driven straight into the ditch below the slope. Naturally, he wanted to avoid damaging the vehicle, lest they be left without transportation for the long trek ahead. Also, I spotted someone on the eastern high ground carrying a portable rocket launcher. Stay down and don't expose yourselves, it could cost you your lives. Lu Xiaomu cautioned carefully before slipping on gloves and drawing a handful of throwing knives, clutching them in his palm. What are you? William and the others looked at him in confusion. We can't let them trap us here, Lu Xiaomu said, his voice cold with intent. Wait here. I'll entertain them for a bit before we continue. Ha, wealth may tempt hearts, but the mercenaries' rolling heads will cool the pursuers' minds. The entire crowd couldn't help but grow excited. Rogue Xiaomu was about to unleash his full fury. Chapter 100, Supernatural Sixth Sense. At the mountain's base, two squads of Russian mercenaries, their lips curled in greedy smirks, surveyed the off-road vehicle holed up below the hillside. Damn it! The duck we had in our hands just flew away. A Russian soldier in a black knit cap gritted his teeth in frustration. He really is as slippery as the rumors say. How does this guy always sense danger ahead of time and escape the encirclement? What's his secret? Another burly northern man, broad-shouldered and sturdy, shouldered an old-style Mosin Nagant sniper rifle. He was none other than the infamous White Wolf Mastiff, a legendary figure in the international mercenary circuit. We have 16 sniper rifles locked onto his hiding spot, White Wolf growled with a savage grin. No need to sweat the small stuff. Now it's time to take him down and claim that 1.2 billion total bounty harvest time. Once we get our hands on it, I'll disband the mercenary group immediately. I'll buy a mansion in a high-welfare Nordic country, party every day, and throw orgies every month. The Russian in the knitted cap fantasized delightedly. White Wolf grinned faintly. We've hit the jackpot. Lu Xiaomu actually left the oasis to seek his own demise alone. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is nothing short of a divine blessing. Bang! A sniper rifle suddenly fired. The hat Lu Xiaomu had casually tossed aside was struck directly, leaving a fatal bullet hole. Damn, that's some precision, Lu Xiaomu murmured from behind the rocks. This group tracked me down so fast, cutting corners to ambush me. They must be elite mercenaries. And with snipers this accurate, plus enough rifles to equip their entire squad. They're definitely from the White Wolf mercenary group. William's pupils contracted sharply. The bullet hole in his hat sent a chill down his spine. He couldn't help but ask, it seems we're trapped here, with multiple snipers blocking our escape routes. This is bad. How about this? I'll act as bait to draw their fire while you drive away in the chaos. If we're lucky enough to avoid a tire hit, you'll definitely make it out alive. My Vistia, I'm entrusting her to your protection. William's expression betrayed a hint of despair. Lu Xiaomu remained calm. Just 2 mercenary squads, and you're already discouraged, brother Wei? I'll say it again, hide properly and watch me take care of the pursuers. Glancing at the little genius communication watch on his wrist, he acted decisively. Grabbing a handful of dust from the ground, he crushed it into powder with a fierce twist. He flung the powder forward from behind the boulder, instantly creating a hazy effect resembling a smoke grenade. The Russian mercenaries didn't hesitate, instantly locking onto the area and firing wildly. Yet Lu Xiaomu leapt forward like a ghostly apparition, moving with astonishing speed. Bang! Bang! 2 snipers fired toward the direction Lu Xiaomu had emerged. Clearly, not everyone would fall for his simple feint. But Lu Xiaomu possessed the ultimate skill, the protection of superior sixth sense. This allowed him to clearly sense the trajectory of the sniper rounds, and his agility far exceeded that of ordinary humans. Whoosh! As the bullets descended, Lu Xiaomu had already darted 5 meters away in the blink of an eye. Superior Sixth Sense was a skill Lu Xiaomu acquired from Spider-Man comics and a radar technology research report. It fused spider sense with radar scanning, transforming Lu Xiaomu into a human radar capable of detecting all threats. Holy crap, that's lightning fast. The livestream feed can only catch a blur. Viewers watched in stunned amazement, cheering wildly. Lu Xiaomu surged forward, scrambling over jagged rocks at the mountain's base. He charged toward the sniper's ambush point at a 100-meter dash pace, completely unimpeded. White Wolf Mastiff's face turned ashen. That freaking dwarf. He's like something out of a superhero movie. Is he some kind of super soldier developed by Dragon Nation's genetic research? The Russian commander immediately ordered his men, switch to P-90 submachine guns now. Lay down heavy suppressive fire. Lu Xiaomu was only human after all. But just as the mercenaries scrambled in confusion, Lu Xiaomu suddenly leapt from behind the rocks. With an intensely fierce stance, he charged toward the nearest sniper. Got him. White Wolf Terrier pulled the trigger, his face contorting with maniacal delight. The next moment, Lu Xiaomu opened his palm, displaying the sniper bullet intercepted by 100% bare-handed bullet catch in a defiant gesture toward White Wolf Mastiff. He really is a demon. In that instant, White Wolf Mastiff's absolute faith in the omnipotence of firearms began to waver. Lu Xiaomu flicked the bullet backward. Bip! The first mercenary to leave the battlefield appeared, his fragile neck pierced clean through the carotid artery. He writhed on the hillside, screaming and spewing blood wildly. He died slowly, as Lu Xiaomu deliberately let him bleed out to intimidate the mercenaries' fighting spirit. It worked. No one could stand by and watch a comrade in arms they'd fought alongside day and night writhing on the ground without reacting. Immediately, someone attempted to administer first aid. The mercenary in the woven hat gave a bitter smile. If we bandage the wound and get him to a hospital within 5 minutes, there might be a chance. But given the sanitary conditions out here, he's already a corpse. All men, heed my command. Slay the thug Xiaomu and avenge brother Dalaba. He tried to rebuild the defensive line. But Lu Xiaomu had already locked onto the leader's position long ago. From his right hand, a hidden dart shot through the air. With no flash from gunpowder explosions or the roar of gun barrels, the knit-cap mercenary remained utterly unaware of the impending threat. Whoosh! The needle struck his right eyeball. It pierced through his skull. The lethal poison spread instantly upon contact with blood. I am poisoned. The man in the woven hat managed only half a warning before collapsing to the ground, brain death complete. Only then did White Wolf Mastiff realize that the ally who had been plotting with him just a minute ago how to encircle and eliminate Lu Xiaomu, how to launder their identities in Northern Europe and retire as wealthy men was now dead. But he had no time to mourn his friend's death. Lu Xiaomu had already unleashed a technique that sent a shower of flowers into the sky, activating 100 throws, 100 hits. The mercenaries hiding behind the rocks suddenly felt a slight itch on their necks, as if bitten by mosquitoes. The next moment, they too lay dead. How does the taste of neurotoxin feel? Lu Xiaomu's cold voice echoed as he climbed step by step up the hillside, flying needles in hand. Yet no sniper dared to show their head and attack him. Far away, William stood frozen in shock. The live stream chat exploded with a flood of ellipses. Is this the notorious Little Moo? The audience gasped in shock. Single-handedly suppressing 2 mercenary groups. OMG. Even novels wouldn't dare write this. Chapter 101, The Deterrence of Absolute Force. Hollywood would never dare film this. Probably only Bollywood would pull something like this off. Look down on our Hollywood's anti-Japanese dramas? Get lost. In Korean dramas, our Korean male leads can make American 5-star generals kneel under the Taiji flag with just one line. The audience was speechless. Faced with Lu Xiaomu's overwhelming might, they didn't even know what to discuss. After all, his extraordinary skills transcended the realm of physics, explainable only through the mysticism of epic dramas. William's eyes gleamed with excitement. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Good girl! My Vistia, did you see that? Father brought you a superhero to save the day. Wow wow wow, Eastern martial arts are so amazing. You've got to step up your game, I really need him to be my son-in-law. Vestia, I've toured the East. Their Shaolin Kung Fu is all flashy tricks, pure performance. Nothing beats their bare-handed sanda." Scarlett chimed in, "Kung Fu is just something that writer Gene Yong made up in his martial arts novels. It's like those superhero comics from the ugly country. For ancient Eastern combat techniques, you should look at military manuals like the Qi family spear techniques and Zhao Kuan-yin's long fist." While they chatted idly, Lu Xiaomu had already scaled the mountaintop, a cold smile playing on his lips. "No need to cower trembling behind those rocks anymore. I've already slaughtered half your men. If I intended to wipe you all out, I would have finished the job just now. Now, put your hands behind your head and crawl out on your knees. I'm Xiaomu, the thug. I'm renowned in the international mercenary circuit for never killing prisoners indiscriminately." His years of reputation took effect. White Wolf Mastiff gave a bitter smile. "That's true. We surrender." With that, he dropped to his hands and knees and crawled out obediently. But just as the other mercenaries began to follow suit, White Wolf suddenly drew another gleaming silver revolver from his coat and pulled the trigger. Lu Xiaomu remained expressionless, merely reaching out to catch it. The bullet fell into his palm. Bai Longao froze in shock. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly, "You wasted my goodwill by being dishonest. So, any mercenary who wants to live must come forward and stab him once in the chest as a pledge of loyalty." The mercenaries exchanged glances. After a mere 0.3 seconds of hesitation, someone drew a dagger, grabbed Bai Longao by the head, and plunged it in. "Tisk, Lu Xiaomu remarked coldly, "seems like you're a pretty stingy boss with terrible people skills." She offered a faint smile. "Bear with it. You'll be dead soon, and then it won't hurt anymore." Audience. This kind of consolation is truly one of a kind. Forget whether it's dead or not, just tell us if it hurts. It shouldn't be that bad. That mercenary only attempted murder. Legally, it shouldn't warrant death, right? Pfft, that's just weak-ass mercy. Brother Xiaomu clearly wants to make an example out of him. If he spares this guy, the mercenaries hunting us won't stop. After all, if failure gets you pardoned, who wouldn't gamble for a $1.2 billion bounty? White Wolf Mastiff suddenly lunged, grabbing the dagger and wailing for mercy. "Mr. Xiaomu, the tyrant. I'll sell everything I own to buy my life. You're desperate for funds to build your oasis, right? I'll even become your slave. Sorry, you had a chance. But you betrayed my mercy," Lu Xiaomu said coldly. "Damn it!" Bai Longao erupted in a savage, frenzied grin, charging at Lu Xiaomu like a raging beast, his fists striking like a dragon. From Southeast Asia's underground boxing circuits, he'd honed savage Muay Thai techniques, excelling in close-quarters combat. From the rainforests of the Americas, he'd mastered the hunting footwork of Brazilian jiu-jitsu, making him agile and swift. Bai Longao mentally rehearsed countless combat techniques, determined to overwhelm the frail Lu Xiaomu with his burly, adult male physique. However, that powerful, heavy punch was effortlessly blocked by a tiny palm. Lu Xiaomu seized his middle finger and twisted it 360 degrees. Langeo's piercing scream echoed across the African wilderness. The excruciating pain from his severed finger sent him crashing to the ground. Lu Xiaomu casually withdrew her gaze and nodded toward the mercenaries who genuinely wished to surrender. Thud! A blade plunged into his chest, piercing the heart of the legendary mercenary White Wolf Mastiff. With 8 Russian mercenaries still alive, Lu Xiaomu ordered, "Next, I need you to do me a small favor. Consider it work to redeem your lives. Make sure you give it your all. Of course, you could always try to run away and ignore my orders. But if I catch you again, I won't show you the mercy I'm showing today." The mercenaries scrambled to nod and bow, kneeling on the ground to show their submission. "Now, go cut down trees and build several crosses. Nail your comrades' bodies to them and plant them by the roadside," Lu Xiaomu said coolly. "Then paint a few lines in Russian. Those who dare hunt down the rebel Xiaomu will be executed without mercy. The White Wolf Hound Mercenary Corps is a warning." "Yes, sir." The mercenaries breathed a collective sigh of relief. They weren't foolish enough to refuse such a minor task. And so, Lu Xiaomu's off-road vehicle resumed its journey while the Russian mercenaries behind him busily set to work. "So badass, Brother Mu." William gave him a thumbs up, staring at him with immense admiration. "I thought I was done for. I even secretly wrote a 200-word farewell letter." Lu Xiaomu gripped the steering wheel, his expression unchanged. "Why else would I call you Little William? Just a bunch of mercenaries looking for trouble. I'm not scared of the world's strongest regular mold, so why would I be scared of a bunch of amateurs? They must be tired of living. After all, it's $1.2 billion. William sighed. "Mercenaries are desperados, living purely for money. Even knowing how terrifying you are, they still couldn't resist trying their luck. Who knows? Maybe they'd have blown your head off with one shot." 1 hour later, several Russian mercenary groups arrived at the foothills where White Wolf Mastiff and Knitted Cap had jointly ambushed Lu Xiaomu. The scene was one of utter devastation. Ravens and vultures feasted on the corpses. It's White Wolf himself. His signature tattoos are unique in all of Africa. A man clad in cyberpunk attire, his body 99% covered in menacing ink, tore off an arm with maniacal fervor and examined it closely. "Were they all wiped out?" someone asked, voice trembling. "Of course not. If they were all wiped out, who would have made the cross? Huh? Shouldn't that be the work of the thugs led by Xiaomu? Look closer. The cross is adorned with relics and ornaments, rituals for their sect to pray for the soul's rest. If you were brawler Xiaomu, would you waste your time staging this?" The group chattered in a flurry of voices. Finally, someone whispered hoarsely, "Should we pursue him?" Lu Xiaomu deliberately left the body hanging as a warning. Given his nature, he always follows through on his threats. If we fall into his hands, he won't spare a single soul. The wind from the African Rift Valley blew cold and ominous, sending a chill through every Russian mercenary. Chapter 102, The Great Battle Approaches. Video footage of Lu Xiaomu's takedown of the bear mercenaries. In an instant, it exploded across the internet. Despite the live streaming platform's AI monitoring system automatically blurring and censoring the gory scenes, everyone could still feel the suffocating pressure as Lu Xiaomu ascended step by step from the foothills to the summit, a presence as overwhelming as a demon god descending. So terrifying. Rogue Xiaomu was a human terminator. Goody two-shoes Xiaomu, come back to streaming. Your sworn brother, Rogue Xiaomu, scared the crap out of me. Even Hollywood superhero movies don't go this far. Could Lu Xiaomu have Bollywood blood? Hello, I'm a Russian mercenary. I encountered Rogue Xiaomu in the wild and couldn't defeat him no matter how hard I tried. What should I do to survive? Inside the speeding off-road vehicle, William continued rattling off the donation list. "Thanks to, if the Lord won't reject me, I'll take him as Godfather and Yamamoto. I swear to your ancestors for each sending 20,000 gifts." "Ahem, Brother Mu, are we almost there?" Lu Xiaomu frowned, cautiously replying, "By driving time, we should be close. But there's an old Eastern saying." "I get it, Western dancer Wei Junjie." William immediately jumped in. "Bull. You fake foreigner, drop that major accent of yours." Lu Xiaomu nearly twisted his mouth in anger. "What I meant was, the last 10 miles are half the journey. The closer we get to the final stretch, the more we can't let our guard down." So you mean?" William frowned, his heart leaping into his throat. "Someone's tailing my daughter, waiting to ambush us? Vestia is the bait." Lu Xiaomu said calmly, "Capturing me is their true objective. And when is a man most vulnerable?" William blurted out, "That would be the moment after finishing." Lu Xiaomu, ? Vestia, ? Scarlet rolled her eyes. "Mind your language, Mr. William. No dirty jokes in front of your daughter." The online audience doubled over laughing. Mr. Wei, after all, comes from survival reality TV. He knows how to deliver the laughs. Dirty jokes just roll off his tongue. Rough around the edges but spot on. Forget whether it's dirty or not. Is it even true? Right my ass. Little Moo's only 10, there's no way he could have done it. Lu Xiaomu retorted irritably, "Your mind is filled with filthy garbage. You should be recycled." When we get back to the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, I'll introduce you to a blast furnace you can just walk right in and be reborn. What I meant was, the moment the mission is completed, at the rendezvous point to retrieve the target, is the exact moment when a mercenary lets down all their guard, a deadly moment. William froze in horror. You mean, enemies could be tailing them, then strike at our rendezvous point? That possibility exists. Lu Xiaomu narrowed his eyes, attempting to activate his ultimate skill, Superior Sixth Sense. Sure enough. As the distance to Vistia, Scarlet, and the F-197 mercenary squad grew closer, the warning from his sixth sense intensified. Looks like my hunch was right. A spectacular show awaits us at the final stop. A cold smile curved Lu Xiaomu's lips as he slammed on the brakes, pulling over to the side of the road. William stared at his phone in confusion. We're only 120 kilometers from our destination, Mu Gu. What are you doing? William, follow my lead. Without explanation, Lu Xiaomu motioned for him to take the food out of the car and start a campfire. Grill all the ibex meat. Then go gather some breadfruit. I'm starving. I need to eat big to recharge. An unprecedented battle is coming. Find a safe spot. When the enemy attacks, hide inside it. Lu Xiaomu calmly gave instructions. He himself wrapped himself in a blanket, crawled into his sleeping bag, and fell asleep right there. Wow, I envy Kid Brother's sleep quality. He really falls into deep sleep the moment his head hits the pillow. Brother Xiaomu sounds so convincing, must be true. What's his basis for that? Sounds kinda far-fetched. Why don't the big spenders drop some serious cash to wake him up? Let him break it down for us. Be reasonable, bro. Little Moo's been pushing himself non-stop for a day and night. Even an Iron Man would be wiped out. William stood dazed in the wilderness, as clueless as a goose. Moments later, he addressed the camera solemnly. It seems Brother Mu is already conserving his strength for the upcoming battle. I haven't been able to help much along the way, just serving as a useless cameraman. But for the safety of my precious daughter, whatever Brother Mu orders, I must complete it with all my might. He swiftly grabbed his small knife, secured it with a steel pipe, shouldered the camera, and headed toward the stream below the ravine. Viewers, I am, after all, a wilderness survival master. While Brother Mu sleeps, I must prepare him a hearty dinner. Though to be honest, Brother Mu is practically a miniature Superman. But I'm a materialist who believes in the conservation of energy. To keep going 24/7, he must be expending enormous amounts of energy and stamina. Therefore, he needs high-energy food and quality nutrition to recover. I'm happy to handle the logistics and support his fight. No sooner had he finished speaking than William plunged the steel pipe downward with a violent thrust. In an instant, an African lungfish was impaled through the heart. Here it comes. Master Wei's signature move, Fish Spearing Master. For so long, overshadowed by Brother Mu's brilliance, Master Wei seemed to fade into the background, even becoming known as Little Wei. But did you know he's actually a frontier smuggling enforcement elite? A top 3 master in wilderness survival competitions. Back when we were filming the show, your hit rate wasn't nearly this high, Mr. Wei. William calmly dispatched the struggling lungfish, tossing it into his carry-along mesh bag before continuing. Sorry about that. Back then, it was purely for the show's survival drama effect, just messing with you guys. After all, if supplies piled up and fish stacked like mountains, where'd the urgency and anxiety of wilderness survival go? It's like in horror games, all fear stems from being underpowered. If the protagonists drove Gundams into the monster world, it wouldn't be a horror game anymore. It'd be the Monsters Battle Royale. William chuckled, striking again with lightning speed as his makeshift spear pierced the second lungfish clean through. The effect of survival shows comes from scarcity, not enough food, not enough resources. Otherwise, why would Duke always parachute onto deserted islands stark naked? Yeah, why is that? Does he just like being naked? Is he an exhibitionist? Couldn't he just wear boxers and a t-shirt? William shook his head. You underestimate our survival masters. What can a t-shirt do? How many problems can it solve? Chapter 103, The Real Badass. Kid. For instance, I can use the dense cotton fabric of a t-shirt as a makeshift water filter. William deftly gutted the lungfish, removing its innards and gills to leave only clean flesh. All the while, he swayed his head and delivered a substitute broadcast for Summer Fun Show. Water purification is one of the core issues in wilderness survival. Because as long as the water source is clean, survivors are unlikely to fall ill. Moreover, t-shirts make excellent tinder, eliminating the hassle of searching for combustible materials for friction fire. Furthermore, if the t-shirt is made of rami fiber, you can tear it into strips and twist them into a durable, sturdy rope. And the importance of a rope in the wilderness goes without saying, right? William rattled off several examples in one breath, showcasing his mastery of wilderness survival. Half an hour later, beside the off-road vehicle, he used spare gasoline and chopped branches to build a roaring campfire. He began grilling lungfish on an iron plate and roasting ibex meat. Dad, we've safely crossed the Avastilai River and entered the vast grasslands. We're about 80 kilometers from meeting up with you. Vistia voluntarily reported their coordinates, now somewhat convinced by Lu Xiaomu's earlier assessment. It's strange, really. There were still scattered mercenaries pursuing us. The mercenaries from Squad F-197 had been constantly harassing us. But after Lu Xiaomu said those words, it suddenly went quiet. Call him Brother Xiaomu. William asserted his authority, correcting her sternly, how can you address our savior by his first name? Besides, never mind. Let the netizens correct you. All netizens flooded the screen in unison, we'll correct this a billion times, Lu Xiaomu is Lu Xiaomu, 3 good Xiaomu is Lu Xiaomu, and Rioter Xiaomu is Rioter Xiaomu. Though they share identical appearances, heights, and voices, they absolutely cannot be confused. Got it? Vistia. Female bodyguard Scarlet cleared her throat, pressed her thin lips together, and cautiously said, I have a new discovery. This stunning bodyguard, whose fiery physique was honed through years of gym training, remained mostly silent and rarely sought attention in front of her employer. Yet the more one values their words like gold, the more attention they command when they finally speak at a critical moment. Sister Scarlet, speak freely. Vistia initiated a hug, for they had journeyed through countless countries together, sharing life and death trials that had forged a bond as deep as sisters. Miss, you know my ears are always sharp, Scarlet said, pointing at the clouds overhead. I heard it, the mechanical transmission sound of a rotor drone. William's face paled. Miss Bodyguard, are you saying some faction is attempting to track you with drones? The online audience was puzzled. Isn't that pretty normal? Why did Mr. Williams suddenly turn ashen? Why is Ms. Scarlet so alarmed? DJI drones are super common in our country. They're used all the time for search and rescue, filming, and stuff. William explained with a wry smile, friends from the Dragon Kingdom, your understanding is out of sync with the rest of the world, especially Africa. In reality, drones made in your country are considered high-end even in Europe and America. Here in Africa, they're practically sacred artifacts. Exactly. Scarlet solemnly warned everyone, in Africa, any group capable of using drones to trail our convoy isn't just some small mercenary band. They've maintained silent surveillance without any action, it seems. Whoa! All the viewers sucked in their breath, their expressions turning grim. They immediately recalled Lu Xiaomu's earlier assessment. A fierce battle was about to erupt. No wonder Brother Xiaomu passed out cold, he was preparing for this clash all along. He's nothing short of a god-tier mercenary. His instinctive battlefield judgment surpasses all of us. Is this the king of international mercenaries? The king's wisdom truly transcends the ordinary. William gritted his teeth. They just won't let it go. Looks like even Brother Mu wiping out the White Wolf Hound mercenary group couldn't deter these greedy Russian mercenaries. A hint of resignation flickered across Scarlet's icy features. Mercenaries who come to Africa for gold are true desperados. With a $1.2 billion bounty hanging over their heads, it's only natural they'd be blinded by greed. My only fear. She looked at Vistia with deep concern. Miss, no matter how formidable the rebel Mu is, he remains a lone hero. He cannot shield you amidst a sea of enemies. When we clash with their main force, you must hide with Lord William and avoid making any noise. I will assist Lord Mu the outlaw and fight until the very last moment. This foreign girl doesn't quite believe in Brother Xiaomu's abilities, huh? She's been too busy driving to watch the short videos of Brother Xiaomu effortlessly taking down 2 bear mercenary regiments, so she's still a bit skeptical. Women. Give her another decade, and if she met the dashing young Brother Xiaomu, she'd probably throw herself at him tonight. William chimed in, trust Brother Mu. After all, he's the badass kid I gladly took as my sworn younger brother. Ugh. The viewers burst into laughter. Handsome guy and handsome boy, that's really hard to take seriously. But little Mu really is trustworthy. Bob. William stood guard by the campfire, sprinkling pepper, salt and cumin over the grilled fish and lamb. The rich aroma filled the air, yet his mind wasn't on the food. He couldn't help but glance at Lu Xiaomu's sleeping bag. The kid was fast asleep. When the ladies and the mercenaries of F-197 squad were just 10 kilometers away from Lu Xiaomu and William's makeshift camp, William considered waking Lu Xiaomu but felt awkward about it. Instead, he launched a poll in his livestream, viewers, we're about to meet up with my daughter. The big battle's coming, but our commander is still snoring. What should we do? Let's vote. If everyone supports me waking up Brother Mu, I'll follow the audience's wishes. After all, in the livestream, the viewers are the gods. The viewers saw right through his scheme. Big boss Wei, you're so sneaky. Scared he'll beat you up when he wakes up grumpy, huh? So you're passing the buck to us? Fine, we'll vote for it now. But when Brother Mu asks us later, we'll all say you forced us. William's mouth twitched, you guys are ruthless, but I should. Whoosh. A swift shadow darted from the sleeping bag to the campfire, grabbed a grilled fish, and began devouring it with gusto. Little Wei, your skills are impressive. No wonder you spend all day roaming the wilderness. Lu Xiaomu, having woken up, gave him a thumbs up. Chapter 104, The Overlord of Chivalry, Global Peacekeeping. Ahem, Brother Mu, my status can't drop any further. William protested urgently. Going from Master Wei to William is fine after all, I'm hardly worthy of being called Master in your presence. Later, when it dropped from Big Brother William to Little Brother William, I accepted it wholeheartedly. After all, Brother Mu is so majestic and formidable, I'm truly in awe. But William rolled his eyes wildly. Little Wei is just too much. How am I supposed to hold my head up in front of my daughter and the audience now? Hee hee, Lu Xiaomu chuckled, savoring the tender, delicate flesh of the lungfish as he teased. Your idol persona weighs heavy on you, little Wei Wei. Little Wei Wei. William pouted. Lu Xiaomu continued, yeah, you're Xiao Wei Wei, and your daughter will be Xiao Wei Wei. You Europeans who champion freedom, aren't you the ones who love equality most? How can there be a status gap between father and daughter? The chat erupted in laughter, filling the livestream with joyful energy. Everyone started teasing. Little Wei Wei is definitely a great nickname. Gotta admit, Brother Xiaomu may be tough as nails, but he's still a scheming little rascal at heart. He called her Little Wei Wei. Now we can ship the rogue X Wei Wei pairing, so sweet. Liu Xiaomu, who had been wolfing down his food, now focused intently on his meal. His digestive capacity was dozens of times stronger than an ordinary person's. Possessing a stomach of steel, he could rapidly absorb and store energy. This wasn't a skill. Rather, it was a derivative function of the survival expert skill. After all, surviving in the complex wilderness inevitably meant encountering all sorts of bizarre foods and encountering all kinds of bacteria. If one's stomach was too finicky, vomiting and diarrhea from the slightest tainted food would make becoming a qualified survival expert impossible. Vestia and the others are only 1 kilometer away now. We'll finally be reunited. William's face lit up with joy as he checked the GPRS on his phone map. Lu Xiaomu frowned. However, you should put on your bulletproof vest and find a secluded spot to hide immediately. When the gunfire starts, I won't be able to look out for you. His superior sixth sense was already prickling like needles on his back. It meant danger was imminent, and terror was about to descend. Oh, okay, got it. William hurried toward the creek. While fishing earlier, he'd spotted a stalactite cave there, unoccupied by beasts perfect for hiding. Lu Xiaomu, full and satisfied, stretched lazily before fastening his gloves with a determined gleam in his eyes. Curious viewers asked, Brother Xiaomu, why do you like wearing gloves before battle? We never saw you develop this quirk before. Wiping barbecue sauce from the corner of his mouth, Lu Xiaomu casually replied, because the weapon I use now is a flying needle coated in neurotoxin. Once it enters the body, just 0.001 milligrams is enough to paralyze the brain. If I accidentally get pricked by it, I'd be dead on the spot. Whoa, that's brutal. Xiaomu's flying daggers, back in action. The noble knight fights for country and people, the mighty knight maintains global peace. Lu Xiaomu laughed heartily. I love that description. From now on, I can be called the Overlord of Chivalry, with the nickname Overlord Hero. You guys can just call me Overlord for short. ? Meanwhile, 2 off-road jeeps finally appeared in the distance, none other than the team of Vistia, Scarlet, and the F-197 Bear mercenaries. Just as Vistia swayed her arms joyfully, searching for her father. At the cloud's peak, 3 large drones suddenly dove down, all armed and heading straight for Lu Xiaomu. Oh no! There really was an ambush. The viewers' faces turned pale. At that very moment, the camera in the Summer Fun Show livestream room was fixed on the cliff face, overlooking the entire scene and recording everything unfolding in this desolate woodland. Run! Hide! Your poison doesn't work on machines. This time, the enemy's gear is way too advanced. Don't try to fight them head-on, Brother Xiaomu. The viewers knew full well that Lu Xiaomu couldn't see their comments, yet they couldn't help but worry for him, firing off messages to ease their own tension. Lu Xiaomu merely sneered coldly, sorry, but so-called precision machinery is more fragile than human flesh and blood in my hands. Humans can still fight back even with limbs missing or organs destroyed. But machines? One misstep affects the whole system. All I need is... He bent down and picked up 3 pebbles. Whoosh! 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 The stones flew through the air, guided by the 100% accuracy skill, striking the drone's rotor blades with pinpoint precision. Boom! The drone instantly crashed into the rock face, exploding in a spectacular burst of flames. Clearly, besides their firing systems, they were also loaded with high explosives designed to take enemies down with them. You're so broke, just 3 drones? Who are you trying to scare? Lu Xiaomu stood with hands on hips, calmly addressing the distance with a cold tone. In the direction of his gaze, a dark mass of infantry fighting vehicles was charging toward them at breakneck speed. Hundreds of burly mercenaries, armed to the teeth, converged on Lu Xiaomu's position. White Demon Tiger Mercenary Corps reporting for duty. A mercenary clad in a full-coverage steel helmet and thick, heavy coat leapt from the vehicle, laughing wildly. He bowed deeply to Lu Xiaomu. I am hailed as the king of Eastern European mercenaries. And you are the universally acknowledged king of mercenaries worldwide. It seems today is the day when vassals draw their swords against their sovereign, the day of God slaying. Lu Xiaomu eyed him skeptically. You? What's your name again? You. The commander of the White Magic Tiger Regiment, who had personally orchestrated the spectacular ambush, had been basking in his triumph. He hadn't expected Lu Xiaomu wouldn't even recognize him. I am. Yo. Doesn't matter. You'll be dead soon enough. No need for chatter. Lu Xiaomu coldly cut him off. Turning to the F-197 mercenary squad, he ordered, "Hold your positions defensively. Use your off-road vehicles for cover. Fight your way back to the woods behind us. There's a stream there. William can lead you to safety." "Aye, Commander Xiaomu." The mercenaries obeyed without question. The F-197 squad was utterly cowed by the white magic tiger, their fighting spirit completely crushed. They only wanted to escape quickly and complete their mission of protecting the two women. "Dispatch 2 squads to pursue them relentlessly and bring them back," Johnson sneered. "Lu Xiaomu must care deeply about their lives. So if our assault fails, we'll activate Plan B, use their lives to force Lu Xiaomu's compliance. Go!" Johnson began directing his men to encircle Lu Xiaomu. Two well-equipped 100-man squads, armed with rifles and submachine guns, launched a swift frontal assault. A sniper fire team began scouting for elevated vantage points. Meanwhile, a heavy mortar squad remained in position, loading shells and calculating trajectories. Chapter 105, I surrounded them all by myself. In the live stream of Summer Fun Show, everyone watched as if plunged into an ice cellar. This White Demon Tiger mercenary corps was no pushover. After their infantry advanced methodically in waves, they covertly released 5 drones from the cargo hold. The drone pilots hid behind jagged rocks, slipping into blind spots in Lu Xiaomu's field of vision to secretly manipulate the drones for surprise attacks. "We're done for. Brother Xiaomu really has to fight 500 enemies alone. Not even Terminator or Wolf Warrior in the movies fought that many enemies alone. Brother Xiaomu is in grave danger. All we can do now is pray." Sigh. After the previous showdown with the mold agent, the live stream's viewership had never surpassed 40 million again. But this time, facing utter desperation, as the 1 against 500 hype began spreading across the internet. The concurrent viewership finally broke through the 42 million mark again and kept climbing. Viewers cheering for Lu Xiaomu's mercenary massacre flooded the chat with encouragement. "Go for it. For every thug you take down, I'll tip 10,000 yuan, no joke," declared one of Lu Xiaomu's wealthy die-hard fans. "Support. Go. Fans, raise your hands and channel all our energy to Brother Mu." This was the united cry of his down on their luck supporters. Lu Xiaomu was bound to lose. Congrats to the Russian mercenary. Lu Xiaomu's defeat at Maicheng proves Brother Mao's true champion spirit. This was the offbeat, jinx-inducing fan. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaomu calmly retreated to his modified off-road jeep. With a casual tap, he activated the hidden timer bomb inside. Then, he activated his Speed Demon skill, scrambled into the driver's seat, slammed the accelerator, and sent the off-road vehicle hurtling straight into the White Demon Tiger mercenary corps. "Open fire. Lu Xiaomu wants to be a sitting duck? He's asking for it." Johnson roared with laughter, convinced he'd cornered Lu Xiaomu into desperate, flawed decisions. But mere seconds later, Lu Xiaomu executed a perfect backflip, landing with flawless precision. Simultaneously, using the SUV's momentum, he slid into the midst of a mercenary squad. Crouch. Lowered his center of gravity. A devastating strike of ancient martial arts bagwazang erupted. 7 burly mercenaries were sent flying backward, crashing dozens of meters away, clearly dead. Lu Xiaomu picked up a Mosin Nagant rifle fitted with a bayonet and unleashed the 100 birds, pay homage to the Phoenix Spear technique. He cut wildly through the mercenary squad, severing a head in a frenzy. Viewers in the livestream chat were stunned. All they saw was a flurry of mosaic censorship, followed by headless corpses tumbling to the ground. Even through the pixelation, viewers could clearly see the mercenaries being wiped out one by one, their enemies utterly unable to respond. After all, Lu Xiaomu's slaughtering speed was terrifying, like autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves, or a Tyrannosaurus Rex invading a chicken coop. Johnson was utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined a human could unleash such terrifying destructive power. Even an armored vehicle plowing into a crowd might not inflict such devastation. But in the next instant, the countdown timer on Lu Xiaomu's vehicle finally detonated. Boom! A terrifying sound, like an earthquake shaking mountains, reverberated from the center of the battlefield. Over 200 white tiger mercenaries were struck by the blast wave, limbs flying everywhere as cries of agony filled the air. In the livestream chat, viewers were frozen in shock as the entire screen turned into thick mosaic patterns. Hell on earth. Lu Xiaomu. Johnson's eyes bulged with fury. The fortune he had painstakingly accumulated was decimated in a mere 3 minutes. The remaining mercenaries fell silent, frozen in terror by Lu Xiaomu's terrifying personal combat prowess. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly, halting his advance. "I'm called the Mercenary King because across the global mercenary world, everyone grovels at the feet of the moldy ones, begging for scraps. Only I dare challenge them. And you? Who are you? The moldy ones offer a measly bounty, and you rush to be their lapdog. You dare oppose me?" With that, Lu Xiaomu raised his voice to address all the mercenaries. "You have already lost. I am not inclined to shed more blood. Lay down your weapons immediately and leave the battlefield, and I will not pursue the matter. But if you remain stubbornly obstinate, still intent on opposing me, then shortly I will slaughter every last one of you. Want to die? Or live? Make your choice." Don't die like fools. With the terrifying aura of having slaughtered hundreds, Lu Xiaomu's words shook most of the surviving mercenaries. At that moment, Lu Xiaomu stood perfectly still, a perfect target. Bang! 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 The mercenaries of the sniper squad fired in unison, seizing the perfect opportunity. But alas, Lu Xiaomu instantly activated 100% barehand bullet catch, his arms whipping at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. The next second, he spread his palms flat and said coldly, "You think these toy guns are enough to take me on? If you're not satisfied, go ahead and keep firing. But the next bullet. I won't ignore your provocation anymore." The snipers dared not utter another word. They dropped their weapons and fled on foot into the wilderness, vanishing without a trace. In just 5 minutes, Johnson, who had arrived with 500 men, brimming with confidence, couldn't believe his eyes. He now stood utterly alone, guarded only by a small, loyal squad of a dozen men. Lu Xiaomu yawned lazily, beckoning Johnson with a finger. "What was it you wanted? I'll give you a chance to surrender now. Since my vehicle just blew up, I'm short a ride. Your car looks nicely modified. Hand it over, and I'll spare your life." "You?" Johnson's expression flickered between anger and fear. The next moment, his expression shifted to a broad, fawning smile as he clasped his hands together. "It's an immense honor that Mr. Rogue Xiaomu deigns to take an interest in my vehicle. Everyone, get out of the cars. We'll run away on foot. All the vehicles are yours, Brother Xiaomu." Lu Xiaomu always kept his word. He simply removed his gloves and carefully stowed away the flying needles. By the time he finished, Johnson and his henchmen had vanished without a trace. Live stream chat. "That's it? It's over? That was way too abrupt. It was 500 men against one kid. I had the advantage. Brother Johnson sure got out of there fast. With all the losses he took, he still managed to laugh at the end. Of course he can. At least he survived. If Brother Xiaomu had kept attacking, none of them would have stood a chance." Meanwhile, Lu Xiaomu walked toward the camera, whistling to signal William and Vistia to hurry back. "Brother Mu V587. I wanna have your baby. Brother Mu. Knock knock knock. Brother Mu. Knock knock knock. Except for mold, you really are unstoppable. Brother Mu, what's next for you? Become the emperor of the cultivation realm? Or a super Kryptonian?" Chapter 106, The Netizens Who Dropped Out of School. "Hey, is it settled?" When William emerged from the cavern, all he saw was utter devastation and a pile of discarded corpses. Of course, the most eye-catching sight was the SUV burning fiercely. "Damn it, our ride. I'd grown attached to it. Never thought it'd go out with such a bang." William wailed instantly. "Half the roasted ibex we worked so hard on is still up there." Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes in exasperation. "If we hadn't used it for ambushes, one of those corpses on the ground would have been Lu's." "Enough. Get moving. We need to relocate." Vestia, after all, was a diva raised in a hothouse. Even though she toured Europe frequently, she'd never faced any real hardship. The sight of severed limbs scattered across the ground nearly sent her into fainting spells. Miss even avoids movies labeled gory or horror. Scarlett said anxiously, "She's not in good shape. Why don't I take her to the car first? She can drink some water and rest." "No need, Scarlett." Vistia bit her lip. "I've toured the world for years. I've seen mountains and oceans. I can handle this." But Lu Xiaomu waved his arm imperiously, "Get her in the car immediately. We're preparing to depart this place. We don't want any other troublemakers tailing us." "Yes." Lu Xiaomu sighed to the live stream audience, "Viewers, so-called broadening one's horizons isn't achieved by ticking off countries or concerts attended. After all, any concert security team would go to extreme lengths to shield Miss Vistia from danger. To her, it's merely a brief excursion from one greenhouse to another ivory tower." But today, a delicate flower from the greenhouse was abruptly hurled into the apocalyptic chaos of an earthquake, tsunami, and hurricane. Naturally, she couldn't withstand it. Netizens echoed the sentiment with sighs. "Forget her, even I, who've never left my hometown, couldn't handle it. I'm a butcher who's slaughtered 3,000 pigs in my life, and I just threw up. Brother Xiaomu is a badass forged in blood and fire, while Vistia is an ethereal literary flower. Your chemistry is off the charts." Lu Xiaomu didn't linger on small talk with the viewers. He smoothly climbed into the vehicle left behind by the White Demon Tiger Mercenary Corps, inspecting it up and down with satisfaction. "Whoa, a modified vehicle too?" William was equally impressed. "Wow, that mercenary who bolted has great taste in mods. This luxury SUV is nearly half the size of a motorhome. Plus, he added a high-temperature waste disposal system that vaporizes all bodily fluids and trash for centralized cleanup. It saves so much storage space compared to regular toilets. Plus, these folding tables and stools are stored flat against the interior walls when not in use, taking up zero space. When you unfold them for meals, it feels like a cozy little home, so convenient." He couldn't resist exploring the vehicle's features further. "Ha! There's even a mini armory." After prying open a locked cabinet, Rows of brand new AKMs still glistened with anti-rust oil, while 314 Malawian Quachas sniper rifle kits lay unassembled. Various vintage grenade casings clearly represented the owner's prized collection. TSK, a grenade collector, Lu Xiaomu scoffed, rubbing her stomach. Let's check out his car fridge and mini kitchen first. We need to whip up something to eat. After that battle, we're all worn out and I'm starving again. Got it. Scarlet obediently complied. As soon as she opened the refrigerator door, Lu Xiaomu swallowed hard. So much ham. And plenty of that big Russian bread the Russians love. There are even 3 cartons of yogurt. We really owe this mercenary a debt of gratitude for bringing us food. He distributed the food to Scarlet and the mercenaries of F-197 squad. Here, eat up. Thank you, Mr. Rogue Xiaomu. The surrendered Russian mercenaries were deeply grateful, offering the strong command respect. If Brother Xiaomu doesn't eat his fill, how could we possibly have the right to touch our knives and forks first? No need for thanks, Lu Xiaomu said earnestly. I had you eat first just in case the food was tainted. I needed you to taste test it for me. Mercenaries. Online viewers. Snap. Gratitude vanished. Gotta say, Brother Xiaomu, you're a real bastard. Even if you genuinely wanted them to taste test the poison, you didn't have to be so blunt about it, did you? Gotta say, Brother Xiaomu truly lives up to his reputation as the top mercenary king. His execution is flawless. An ordinary person would never have thought to test for poison. And so, the Russian mercenaries of F-197 squad wasted no time diving in. They dipped the big loaves in cheese and polished them off completely, leaving only scraps of ham behind. Absolutely no poison, burp. The mercenaries gave a thumbs up. Damn, this is good. No wonder you're Eastern Europe's strongest mercenary group. Your supplies are way better than ours at Storm Mercenaries. Could we get some yogurt to drink? I'm a bit choked up, one mercenary requested. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes dramatically. No need for you to taste test that, it's all mine. What's that? Got a problem with that? Not at all. The mercenaries quickly bowed their heads. The online viewers burst into laughter again at Lu Xiaomu's possessive behavior. Human cubs do tend to guard their food, so they need training. Too bad only Brother Xiaomu gets to lecture others. No one dares criticize him. What if someone laced the yogurt with poison? I think we should still have the mercenaries taste it first. Lu Xiaomu rolled his eyes, hugging a 2L tub of yogurt and chugging it down in big gulps. After happily downing half the container, he finally snorted in explanation. Seriously, how come there are so many dropouts from the 9-year compulsory education system in this livestream? If you want to poison something, use ham or rye bread. Who bother lacing dairy products with toxins? Don't you know suspended proteins in milk coagulate and turn cloudy when exposed to heavy metal poisons? Common toxins like snake venom also cause dairy products to coagulate. The viewers exchanged bewildered glances, speechless for a moment. After all, who in their right mind constantly worries about deadly poisons? Here's a handy poison recovery trick for you, Lu Xiaomu smirked. If you accidentally ingest toxic metals or pesticides, just chug milk or soy milk like crazy. Then use your right hand dipped in feces to scrape your throat and induce vomiting. That's the simplest emergency stomach pumping method. It wraps most toxins in dairy products so you can spit them out. The online audience nodded frantically like pecking chicks. Got it. Eating detoxifies. Got it. Time to replace my home toilet with a rural pit latrine so I won't run out of when inducing vomiting. Why not just use a hose, insert it straight into the stomach, turn on the valve, and flush it out? I could even mix in some 84 disinfectant for the ultimate stomach wash. Chapter 107, The Journey Home. Lu Xiaomu chuckled at the absurd comments. Fine, keep obsessing over eating all day. He approached Vistia, who still seemed dazed and trapped in a nightmare, and asked calmly, William, what's going on with your daughter? If you need it, I'll make a free house call to help save her. Lu Xiaomu extended his right hand, placing his index and middle fingers on Vistia's slender arm. Whoa, Europe's most beautiful diva, and you're getting hands-on with her? The online fans were filled with envy. Fans erupted in fury. Get your filthy hands off her. Lu Xiaomu scoffed. Vistia's fans remind me of some classic movie tropes: the incompetent husband, the homework-doing son, the comatose younger brother. Pwahahaha, Brother Xiaomu gets it. Wow, a 10-year-old kid is already this skilled at driving? That will just roll right over my face. Of course. Watch the live stream footage. Brother Xiaomu can drive non-stop for 24 hours, taking wilderness turns at 80 miles per hour. He's the undisputed king of the road. Pfft, brainless fans hyping him up again. If Lu Xiaomu really had those skills, why isn't he racing in Formula 1 for championships? You haters really think small. What if Brother Mu's Dragon Phoenix Oasis rakes in billions just from oil production every year? Why waste time racing? Netizens clashed in the comment stream. Chen Ming withdrew his right hand and mused. Heart palpitations, mental blankness, extreme exhaustion, and prolonged anxiety. Miss Vistia's condition stems from long-term accumulated issues. Scarlet shot William a fierce glare. If it weren't for that unreliable father vanishing in a rainforest infested with cannibals and repeatedly exhibiting angry, uncontrollable PTSD symptoms, how else would the young lady suffer from frequent insomnia and night terrors? William looked sheepish, unable to resist slapping himself hard across both cheeks. It's all my fault. The mercenaries of F-197 Squad, however, instinctively defended William from a father's perspective. How can anyone blame him for developing PTSD? If not for his duty as a father and a man, why would he have enlisted to fight smugglers at the border? Without Mr. Williams' sacrifice, Miss Vistia wouldn't have had such a privileged upbringing, would she? Nettison sighed in sympathy. I can't put down my brick to embrace you, but if I put down my brick, I can't support you. Ah, fatherhood. Mr. Wei wasn't at fault. He too suffered from PTSD, forced to roam the front lines. Only the smell of gunpowder could lull him to sleep. What else could he do? Can we really blame Brother Wei? It's this world's fault. Why must there be war and turmoil? Lu Xiaomu gave them a thumbs up. Who knew? You five guys from Squad F-197 actually have some solid values. The Russian mercenaries immediately seized the opportunity. Could we join the Dragon Phoenix Oasis? Work for you guys? Lu Xiaomu smiled. Of course. You've proven your loyalty along the way. We don't mind recruiting a few more good hands. Awesome. Yeah. The Russian mercenaries were overjoyed. One of them piped up right away. I want to bring my whole family of 5 to Dragon Phoenix Oasis. What's the housing market like over there? Me too. Me too. Me too. To the astonishment of the online audience, the Russian mercenaries eagerly signed up, none wanting to stay in their homeland. They all desired to immigrate their entire families to the oasis. Lu Xiaomu sternly cautioned, listen, don't romanticize the Dragon Phoenix Oasis as some heavenly paradise on Earth. It's still located in Africa, where supplies are scarce. Plus, it's currently under quarantine, making life extremely tough. There's even the risk of being wiped out entirely. The Russian mercenaries sighed bitterly. It's still better than freezing to death in Siberia's icy wasteland, doomed to poverty for life. Back home, we're truly living out our days with no hope, not a single glimmer of chance to turn our fortunes around. The online audience was stunned. Is it really that bad? Russia is still the heir to one of the Cold War superpowers, the eternal supervillain in Hollywood movies. Why would these mercenaries want to escape? Sounds like you're dissing the big bear. Why would they leave their homeland to join an oasis that could be flattened by bomber planes at any moment? If it were me, I'd never agree to that. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. Guys, you saw their situation with your own eyes. What's there to argue about? What exactly did we see? The audience was confused. You saw it, mercenaries as thick as weeds. Lu Xiaomu snorted coldly. If anyone could live peacefully, till a few acres of land, and support themselves, who'd want to strap a target to their waist and come to Africa to see gorillas bare their teeth? You must understand, among Africa's 3 strongest factions, the Moldis and the Frenchies are both officially dispatched. The soldiers serving there have no choice but to come. Only the Russian mercenaries come here of their own free will, gambling for a shot at riches. He sighed deeply. You couldn't possibly imagine. Most of these Russian mercenaries aren't even chasing wealth. Their goal is death benefits. They're cashing in their worthless lives to support their families. Understand? The audience's faces paled instantly. Holy, this feels like hell on earth. So that's how tough life is for Russian mercenaries? No wonder they're desperate to join Brother Mu's oasis. Take them in. They're tough guys willing to die for their families. Even if they're a bit green, their loyalty and resolve are rock solid. The mercenaries of Squad F-197 quickly pledged their loyalty. Rest assured, Mr. Mu the Rogue will fight to the last drop of blood to defend the oasis. From now on, the Dragon Phoenix Oasis is our homeland. We swear to fight for her until our last breath. Ahem, no need. Lu Xiaomu waved his hand calmly. In the oasis, you only need to fulfill your duties and execute your missions. We never actively send anyone to their deaths. On that point, your reputation truly speaks for itself, the Russian mercenaries sighed. Honestly, if your recruitment standards weren't so high, Brother Xiaomu, just a call from you would see most of us Russian mercenaries in Africa lining up to join your ranks. The online commenters couldn't resist playing armchair strategists again, offering advice. Now is the perfect time to recruit talent. Why not build high walls, stockpile grain, and delay proclaiming yourself king? The combat prowess of the Russian mercenaries is exceptional. Bringing them under your banner would double your fighting strength, a win-win for both sides. Now that you have backing from our Dragon Nation and you, Brother Mu, control oil fields, money's no issue. Why not roll up your sleeves and make your move? Chapter 108, you want your dad to call you mom? Become a marquis. Become a king. Ascend the throne as emperor. The online fans grew wildly enthusiastic, egging him on. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Give it a rest. It's the 21st century, stop clinging to feudal nonsense. I've no desire to be a tyrant in Africa, nor am I interested in being chained to this scorching desert wasteland. Then what exactly do you want to do? Everyone was curious. Turning this oasis into a utopia sounds more interesting, Lu Xiaomu shrugged. The reason I'm building this power base now is mainly because too many people depend on me for survival. They need a place to call home. As for me personally, I used to only spend a month or two in Africa each year before getting bored. Got it, Brother Mu likes to be passive. Did you all hear that, folks at Dragon Phoenix Oasis? Remember this, you need to crown him with the yellow robe, make it impossible for him to refuse, and then he'll passively become emperor. Honestly, watching gorillas bare their teeth and giant pythons flick their tongues on the African savannah is kinda boring. Might as well stay home and be a rich old man. So, let me take over. I've got an iron will. I want to experience the thrill of conquering new lands in Africa. Ahem. William, who'd been waiting impatiently for ages, couldn't help but interject, Brother Mu, your brother Wei is still waiting for you to save his daughter. How come once you open your mouth, you just keep chatting with the netizens endlessly? Aha! Lu Xiaomu awkwardly turned away, resuming his grip on Vishta's icy, lotus root-like arm. You bastard! Don't you dare take advantage of her! The singer's fans erupted in fury once more. Lu Xiaomu rolled his eyes dramatically, is your possessiveness a bit much? I'm only 10 years old, do I really need you all watching my every move? Fans. Oh, right. You can't do anything. But honestly, Brother Xiaomu's got serious boyfriend material vibes. He's all around talented and tough as nails. Bull. The one we should be wary of is the bully Xiaomu. Vistia is only 3 years older than him. Once Lu Xiaomu hits puberty and starts developing, he'll instantly become a super hunk. Vishta's heart would probably fall for him in a second. But Lu Xiaomu couldn't be bothered with these brain-dead fanatics. Wei Di, I'll write you a prescription. Once we get back to Oasis, get the herbs listed and have her take them consistently for 2 months. That should easily restore her health. He took out paper and pen, carefully writing down the names and dosages of the Chinese herbs. Some new fans asked in astonishment, Brother Xiaomu knows medicine too? His abilities are way too versatile, aren't they? The old fan sneered. Don't get it? This is the little Mu we all adore. God-tier rogue Xiaomu, no joke. Pretty much any skill you can think of, Brother Xiaomu can do it. But I can eat. Can Brother Xiaomu do that? Lu Xiaomu, dude eating, tone it down. The fragrance wafting from your burps is making me queasy. He'd already neatly written out the prescription and handed it to William, lazily glancing out the car window. What a peaceful journey. My sixth sense hasn't stirred at all, not a single soul trying to intercept us. Trees raced backward in a blur. He leisurely pulled out his phone, opened a match 3 puzzle game, and began playing with delight. Meanwhile, Vistia finally recovered from her near-paralyzing shock, her composure returning somewhat. I'm really fine. It was just that the visuals were so jarring, it made me dizzy for a moment. Lu Xiaomu casually reminded her, you should take more breaks. After all, your constitution is quite fragile, yet you're dieting to meet adult female model standards and pushing your body beyond its limits for figure management. That's one of the root causes of your health issues. William frowned. Sweetie, Xiaomu never speaks without reason. You push yourself far too hard in the entertainment industry. This workload is simply unsustainable for a young woman. Scarlett chimed in with her own caution. Miss, I've warned you many times before. Even if you want to give back to your fans, holding 3 major concerts in 1 week is excessive. Your vocal cords won't hold up. Well then, now that I've found Daddy, let's cancel them all. Vistia playfully stuck out her tongue, her gaze shifting to Lu Xiaomu, who was engrossed in his game, filled with complex emotions. Thank you very much, Mr. Lu. Just call me Grandpa Lu. Lu Xiaomu didn't even look up. You've got your backups mixed up, treating me like an equal. Do you want your dad to call you Mom? Vestia froze instantly. Every man she'd ever met treated her like a precious pearl, but Lu Xiaomu didn't give her the time of day. Her fans flared up again. Our little princess is talking to you. Look her in the eyes, you little brat. Lu Xiaomu waved her hand in annoyance. Get the moderators moving, ban these brainless fans. They're disgusting. We've got 40 million sane people watching our stream. Why should we put up with these few hundred scumbags? Got it. My 40-meter-long sword is about to slice through these scumbags. Roger that. Defending the vibe in Brother Xiaomu's stream is this moderator's sacred duty. I've been holding back for so long. Now I finally don't have to anymore. Sorry, Vistia apologized awkwardly. I'm just a celebrity, not my fans' master. I can't control their words or actions. Lu Xiaomu shrugged indifferently. No big deal. Don't stress over it. You're not diamond or gold tier, it's impossible for everyone to like you. Take me, for instance. I'm not a fan of little girls. Oh? What type do you like then? William asked curiously. Lu Xiaomu promptly shifted her body and stretched out on Scarlett's long, slender legs. Sis, our Dragon Phoenix Oasis needs talent like yours. Will you join my peacekeeping force and fight alongside me against the unjust in this world? Scarlett. Vestia. Live stream viewers. Damn, no wonder the 4 great battle maidens of Dragon Phoenix Battle Oasis, from painted skin and impermanence to angel, and which are all mature older sisters. It's only human nature. I love older women too. When I was Xiaomu's age, I had a bit of a mommy complex too. As the great philosopher Freud said, how wonderful. This just pout shot straight to the heavens as she clung to him. Why didn't you recruit me? I'm super powerful too. Lu Xiaomu rolled his eyes wildly. Powerful where? You're just a little brat. You nearly had a panic attack and a fragile heart attack at the slightest hint of blood. Compared to a cool-headed big sister, you're pathetic. Wah. The aggrieved songstress, never before treated with such contempt, felt tears welling in her eyes. Wei Di, go comfort your little princess. I can't stand this brat crying. 10-year-old brother Mu rolled his eyes, looking utterly exasperated. Chapter 109, The Oasis Infrastructure Project. Vistia ultimately didn't cry or throw a tantrum. After all, she'd started as a child star, navigating the materialistic and cutthroat entertainment industry since she was little. Her earlier display of tearful vulnerability was purely a test to see if this heartless little brother could truly ignore her irresistible charm that captivated both young and old. The experiment proved that damn kid hadn't hit puberty yet, completely oblivious to this lady's face that could bring a nation to its knees. All she could do was pout and sulk in silence. Meanwhile, William drove steadily back along the same route, returning to the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. As for Lu Xiaomu, after lounging on Scarlett's long legs for a quarter of an hour, viewers were stunned to see in the live stream. His phone, held high above his face, silently slipped and fell, smacking him square in the cheek. But Lu Xiaomu remained completely unaffected, already fast asleep. His sleeping face was serene, like a soft, adorable little angel who only burped. Wow. Female viewers' hearts melted instantly, flooding the chat with screenshots. Brother Xiaomu was truly the universe's strongest little cutie. He can single-handedly build Africa's premier oasis with his bare hands, and in battle, he can take on 500 enemies single-handedly. Even Scarlett, the bodyguard, felt her maternal instincts stir. She murmured softly, Mr. Lu Xiaomu's abilities are truly unfathomable. Compared to him, I'm like a hamster next to an elephant. William sighed wryly, truly, don't compare yourself to prodigies. At Xiaomu Ge's age, I only knew how to skip class and raid bird nests. Even now, in my 40s, my achievements and wealth pale in comparison to what Xiaomu Ge has accumulated in just a few years. They raced along at breakneck speed. They returned safely to the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. No Russian mercenaries pursued them further. After all, even Eastern Europe's strongest mercenary group had been thoroughly humiliated. Moreover, every mercenary had witnessed Lu Xiaomu's formidable prowess through the global broadcast of the Summer Fun Show. Naturally, everyone kept their distance. While $1.2 billion was undeniably tempting, but it demanded that mere mortals attempt to slay a god. They knew it was utterly impossible, so they had no choice but to back down. Welcome back. Angel, accompanied by her Black Brothers Blessing Squad, AK-47s in hand, fired wildly into the air at the Oasis entrance. Huapi and Wu Chang both let out long sighs of relief. As the SUV pulled up, they grabbed Lu Xiaomu's ears, one on each side, and began scolding him. Boss, you're being way too reckless. As the absolute core of Oasis, what if something happened to you? How would we stand a chance against the Moldies? It's just a bunch of Russian mercenaries. With our Taizhuang thug strength, we could root them out completely and kick them all out of Africa. Lu Xiaomu gave a wry smile. Alright. William and his daughter are safe and sound. Plus, we've intimidated another faction, and the Moldies have one less card to play. Regarding this matter. The witch reminded him with a bitter smile, Boss, our informant confirmed through covert channels that it wasn't the Moldies who paid those dozen or so Russian mercenary groups. Ha? Lu Xiaomu froze. He hadn't considered any other possibilities. After all, the Mold had attempted to steal oil besides them, who else would have the motive to target him? Rest assured, we'll investigate this thoroughly. We'll trace the payment accounts back to the mastermind behind the scenes, the witch said solemnly. Our Dragon Phoenix Oasis can't be ambushed and remain ignorant of the conspirators. Besides, they shelled out a hefty sum this time. The money trail should be relatively easy to follow. Lu Xiaomu's expression grew stern. Speed it up. This ordeal might not be entirely bad. If it leads us to a hidden enemy, that alone is a huge gain. Given that Lu Xiaomu and the witch's conversation wasn't a private one-on-one exchange but was also globally broadcast live, numerous factions received the news firsthand. In the online conference room, all attendees maintained a suffocating silence. Damn it! Lu Xiaomu has picked up our trail. Chief, paled. I need to get out of Africa immediately and seek refuge in another safe house. Shiva snorted coldly. This time, we relied on the Russian mercenary group to deal with Lu Xiaomu. We used multiple accounts for the funds, none of which were 100% secure. All I can say is, our work was too sloppy. Cut the sarcasm, Shiva, Butcher retorted coldly. Everyone knows the Tang-style thugs have no influence in your Indian empire, so you needn't fear his retaliation. But don't forget your country is utterly weak. Every single one of your deals depends on us. If we're all wiped out, you'll be left utterly alone. All your drugs and raw materials will just gather dust in warehouses. And you yourself will be waiting for bankruptcy. Silence. Sage spoke again. This time, however, his authority failed to subdue the crowd as it once had. After a string of defeats, the residual authority Sage had built up over decades had been completely exhausted. Sage, it's not that we doubt you, Hao Qian challenged first, but hiring Russian mercenaries against Lu Xiaomu seems like a misstep. Lu Xiaomu's overwhelming personal combat prowess has already intimidated all petty criminals through the livestream. We spent a fortune only to become a backdrop highlighting Lu Xiaomu's strength. Amaterasu smiled faintly. It seems the European faction has run out of tricks. But the Round Table Knights cannot be disgraced by your hands. Moving forward, why not let the Asian faction take the lead in orchestrating a targeted assassination attempt against Lu Xiaomu? Shiva laughed heartily. Excellent. The Knights of the Round Table have always prioritized the capable. Since Sage and Priest have suffered repeated defeats, it's time for us to prove our mettle. Agreed. Seeing this, Sage showed no anger, merely replying calmly, I'm glad you're willing to step forward in the Knights of the Round Table's hour of need. Speak. How should we coordinate with you next? Though filled with reluctance, the priest, butcher, fool, devil, Eve, Zeus, singer, and others obeyed the sage's leadership as always. Hao Qian interlaced his fingers. Amaterasu and I have a plan. This time, even if Lu Xiaomu doesn't die, he'll lose a layer of skin. Amaterasu smiled faintly. We'll start with the Medici family. In Africa, our reach was too short. We had to hire those unreliable damned Russians. And what was the result? They were too cowardly, squandering our deposit for nothing. But our main force, the Knights of the Round Table, is all in Europe. Excellent. Then let us gather our forces and strike at Lu Xiaomu's right-hand woman, Lady Caesar. Sage nodded in agreement, readily accepting the plan. Attacking where they must defend is indeed the best strategy. Chapter 110, Sunset in the West, Ascension in the East. After Hao Qian and Amaterasu departed. In the vast Round Table Knights conference hall, only Sage, Priest, Devil, Butcher, and a few other confidants remained. Sage, you've been far too lenient with those hyperactive yellow-skinned monkeys. The priest seethed with anger. They've gone too far. Openly challenging your authority as Grand Knight during a major public roundtable meeting. If this continues, they'll seize all power for themselves. Are we to let Western decision-making fall into the hands of these newcomers? The butcher voiced his own deep concern. We've suffered heavy losses recently, while they've held back. With their gains and our losses, our resources may soon fall behind theirs. The Easterners grow ever more insolent. They seek to overthrow our dynasty. Shall we strike first and purge the poison from our veins? Devil chuckled coldly. Sage, however, sighed deeply, revealing an unprecedented weariness. Gentlemen, I fear I must remind you of an inescapable reality all Western nations must confront. The assembly stiffened. The sage offered a bitter smile. Gentlemen, the rise of the East is like an elephant in the room. No one can pretend not to see it. Behind Lu Xiaomu lies the invisible backing of the Dragon Nation. Even without official endorsement or direct funding, their tacit approval allows Lu Xiaomu to secure supplies and technology domestically. With that, the Tangzhuang Thugs Group becomes unstoppable. Everyone's faces paled. And Hao Qian has also received immense backing from the Dragon Nation. His growth within the Round Table Knights is unparalleled, far surpassing any of us. Sage pressed his lips together, his gaze deepening. We, the Round Table Knights, are ultimately an organization driven by profit. Who holds the reins matters little. The only thing that matters is who can lead us all down the path to wealth. Since the Easterners now possess formidable strength, stepping aside to make way for them is no issue. The West declines while the East rises. It is now a settled matter. Sage's weathered face bore the serene detachment of one who had seen through worldly affairs. After all, no kingship lasts forever. Dragon and Phoenix Battle Oasis. The summer fun show program grew exceptionally lively. Main Stage 1, Lu Xiaomu live-streamed bricklaying. On Stage 2, Zhou Yu is live-streaming repairs of small appliances, sending love to rural Africa. On Stage 3, Vistia, who volunteered for the role, is streaming her practice of a new song and dance routine. Our children's program now features European beauties singing and dancing. We're really getting better and better. Vestia is only 13, still very much within the child star category. Her appearance on our show is perfectly appropriate, isn't it? Who would have thought the summer fun show would grow so big and strong? Lu Xiaomu discovered talent, Zhou Yu nurtured it, and now they've even brought in Vistia. The director crossed his legs with satisfaction, reflecting on the situation. Hooking up with brother Xiaomu was the smartest move of my life. We're currently airing on 3 channels simultaneously. Brother Xiaomu's livestream consistently draws over 27 million viewers, while Little Moon stays steady at over 12 million. And though Vistia only makes guest appearances streaming for a few days before taking a break, she still consistently draws over 15 million viewers. So tell me, when will Summer Fun Show become China's #1 variety show? He chimed in. Today, the director roared with laughter. By evening, when Lu Xiaomu returned from bricklaying, his dining table was piled high with 10 bottles of AD calcium milk, each fitted with a straw. Taking a satisfying sip, Lu Xiaomu beamed with delight. So thoughtful and considerate. The chef and waitstaff deserve a raise today. I did it, Zhou Yu said with a smile, approaching with the live streaming phone. You've been streaming your bricklaying all day, aren't you tired, brother Xiaomu? Lu Xiaomu rolled his eyes, eyeing her warily. Suddenly so flattering? What's your game? Let me make this clear, no raise. Oof. Zhou Yu pouted and turned to walk away. Lu Xiaomu snorted coldly, knew this girl had ulterior motives, trying to squeeze money out of me. Sigh, young people these days. Instead of working hard to hone their skills, all they think about is getting raises. Unbelievable. Back in my day. The viewers scratched their heads, amused by Lu Xiaomu's antics. Back in your day, were you still a fertilized egg? Or maybe just sleeping soundly in the placenta? Lu Xiaomu, ahem, what I meant was, young people, work harder and ask for less pay raises. If Little Moon didn't stream like crazy, how would I have gotten my new car? Little brother capitalist, puing my Xiao Ye is so heartbreaking. To hang other capitalists, you'd need to build a lamppost. But for brother Xiaomu? I just grab him and hang him on the washing machine rack, problem solved. Little Moon's popularity is off the charts right now. She's become the top streamer for repairing small appliances and a famous female host in the stress relief niche. Watch out, she might jump ship. Lu Xiaomu stifled a laugh. Viewers, I've already trafficked her to Africa. Switch platforms. More like she wants to go see gorillas baring their teeth on the savannah. Or maybe I'll just send her to the cannibal chief as backup food. Zhou Yu stormed back, huffing indignantly. I heard from the viewers that you want to give me to a cannibal chieftain? Exactly. Just as Wang Zhaojun went to the frontier in ancient times, Zhou Yu heads to Africa today. Both are beautiful tales of peace through marriage. Lu Xiaomu continued teasing her. Oomph. Take this friendship punch to the face. Zhou Yu planted her feet firmly, drew her breath deep into her lower abdomen, and unleashed a punch like a dragon. Ouch, I've strained my side. Clutching her stomach, she sulked and plopped onto the table, snatching a bottle of AD calcium milk and chugging it down in one gulp. Lu Xiaomu doubled over laughing. You're a natural comedian, Little Moon. Don't worry, I'd never dream of marrying off a cash cow like you to some tribe. You're staying right here as my star employee. Then I demand a 10% raise. Zhou Yu's eyes lit up. I'm generous, I'll give you a 10.5% raise. Lu Xiaomu swung his arm dramatically and declared to the camera, Director, did you hear that? We'll never shortchange Little Moon. Director, 111111, roger that. Hee, scored. Finally got some wool from that tightwad brother Xiaomu. Zhou Yu was thoroughly satisfied. Lu Xiaomu rolled his eyes, me? A tightwad? Why don't you ask everyone in Oasis what my actual salary standards are? Then I'll go interview them. Zhou Yu grinned mischievously. Brother Mu, I should warn you, I'm live streaming globally right now. If all these viewers find out about your Scrooge-like behavior, Oasis might face hiring difficulties down the road. Oof. Go ahead. Lu Xiaomu accepted her challenge with utter disdain. Zhou Yu immediately skipped over to the witch. Witch sister, you risk your life for brother Xiaomu and contribute so much. How much does he pay you? Salary? 0. The witch replied without hesitation. Global audience. Chapter 111, Brother Xiaomu is the best boss in the world. Zhou Yu clenched her pink fists indignantly. That despicable brother Xiaomu. His capitalist true colors are finally showing, aren't they? Ha? The witch looked at her in confusion. Why are you twisting the truth? Boss is the most generous boss in the world. Ha? Zhou Yu looked bewildered, then suddenly seemed to realize something. She snorted, don't be afraid of his threats, witch sister. He's too busy drinking AD calcium milk right now. I ordered him 10 bottles at once, so he won't have time to come after you anytime soon. The witch chuckled helplessly. Why would I lie to you? I've traveled across Europe, Asia, and Africa, and I've never met a boss with more guts or generosity than Little Mu when it comes to sharing profits with his team. Do you think all those mercenaries in the Oasis would serve him so loyally for no reason? But you clearly work for free. Little Moon was confused. The witch shrugged. But I get 5% of Dragon Phoenix Battle Oasis's profits. Zhou Yu. She instantly felt a wave of envy so intense it felt like she was choking on a lemon. She had personally investigated the bright prospects of Dragon Phoenix Battle's Oasis, understood the enormous profits here, and knew exactly how much money that 5% share would be once the oil fields were developed. The painted skin gets 6%. The Angel and the Grim Reaper get slightly less after all, they joined later and haven't contributed as much, so they only get 3% each. The witch gave a lazy smirk. I receive, well, sorry, I can't say. After all, you could use the percentages to calculate the Oasis's profits, which would attract more moldy people, not good for us. But anyway, my share is more than enough to let me do this. The witch pulled a small, exquisite cloth pouch from her pocket and tipped its contents onto the table. A pile of diamonds spilled out, dazzlingly brilliant. Here, these are all famed blood diamonds, the witch boasted triumphantly. I plan to craft them into an anklet. When I pole dance for my beloved in the future, under the hazy lights, my diamond anklet will shimmer and sparkle, utterly breathtaking. As she spoke, the witch rolled up the cuff of her right pant leg, revealing a long, white, perfectly straight leg, flawless and exemplary, the very standard for a leg to die for. Zhou Yu. The audience was already swept up in excitement. Wow, which sister, consider this handsome guy. I'd gladly be which sister's loyal dog, please take this homeless puppy. Just imagining which sister pole dancing makes my nose bleed uncontrollably. I don't want money, I just want you. Joyu quickly grabbed her phone and started asking others. She spotted the black security guard at the gate. How much do you make a month? I don't want money. I volunteer to guard Oasis. The old man pursed his thick lips, wearing a look of pride. Oh? Proof of Lu Xiaomu being a heartless capitalist has surfaced. Zhou Yu's eyes lit up. Sir, Lu Xiaomu is freeloading off your labor. You must awaken, you can't let him exploit you. It doesn't matter, the old man chuckled cheerfully. My son served in Oasis. 5 years ago, during an armed raid, he made the ultimate sacrifice. The great Mu not only provided a $500,000 death benefit but also brought our entire family to Oasis to live in comfort. As Martyr's family, we get so many perks. My grandson gets free room, board, and tuition until he's 18. I get lifetime medical care from the Oasis and free meals at the public cafeteria until I die. The old man shook his head. You gotta have a conscience. Oasis has been so good to me, I have to give back. But I'm just a farmer with no special skills, so I figured I'd come guard the gate. Zhou Yu. Audience members marveled. This level of treatment is unmatched anywhere in the world. Even in our Dragon Nation, they aren't this generous to martyrs' families, are they? In the US, they just slap on some random pension payment. Heck, Commissioner Smith might even siphon off 30% of that as his cut. Lu Xiaomu interjected, preventing anyone from dragging other nations, especially their homeland, into the conversation. Uncle Santos' son, Little Santos, wasn't just a martyr. When enemy thugs attacked, he shielded the entrance to Oasis Kindergarten with his own body. Riddled with bullets, he still glared at every assailant, clinging to the doorframe with both hands, refusing to let go. His fierce courage intimidated every thug, terrifying them into believing Little Santos was the African war god incarnate. None dared attack the kindergarten again. Lu Xiaomu sighed with emotion. It took our forces 5 minutes to counterattack and reclaim the kindergarten. One can only imagine without Little Santos' sacrifice, the children would have been taken hostage long ago, or worse. All the netizens fell silent in solemn respect. Africa, too, has its heroes who sing a song of noble sacrifice. The anthem of humanity is the anthem of courage. It must be said, Little Santos' family truly deserves such honor. Zhou Yu fell silent too. After all, the $500,000 alone that Lu Xiaomu had offered was enough for Little Santos' family to settle in any city of any country as long as they didn't buy property in prime locations. In low-cost Africa, $500,000 was a fortune that could sustain several generations in luxury. Not to mention, Lu Xiaomu was even willing to support the descendants of martyrs and provide for the elders of heroes, truly the epitome of benevolence. You're actually a pretty decent person, Zhou Yu remarked, glancing at Lu Xiaomu, who was casually reading a book. She gave a slight snort. It's just that the salary you give me is too low. You've been exploiting me all along. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. Take it up with the boss. The director set your base salary. The director chimed in, but I stayed within the salary range you requested. You signed the contract happily back then. Wah, so it's all my fault? Zhou Yu was speechless. As a college grad who was unemployed right after graduation, I really had no choice back then. Just getting a gig on a variety show crew to scrape by was like winning the lottery. Lu Xiaomu chuckled softly, suddenly pulling a shiny, golden object from the box on the table. She casually pushed it, letting it spin and glide to Zhou Yu's feet. Here. Consider it a reward for your hard work these past days. But if you want to keep it, there's one condition. Zhou Yu and the audience stared in surprise. Whoa, it's not dog poop. It's dog's head gold. Zhou Yu nearly jumped 3 feet high, his whole body tingling with joy. Brother Xiaomu, no, god of wealth Mu. Where did you get this? Are you really willing to give it to me? Lu Xiaomu's face showed little joy, only a sigh. You wouldn't believe this, but there seems to be a gold mine hidden in an enclave on the edge of our Dragon Phoenix Oasis. Unfortunately, it happens to be within my territory. Question mark. The audience went wild. On the Mold Fleet, Vice Admiral Balikri's pupils dilated instantly. Chapter 112, Madness. Igniting the world's gold mine. Is your Dragon Phoenix Oasis the Dragon Vein of Africa? Oil and gold mines both. We're done for. Oil breeds mold, what about the gold mines? Admiral Pericles, who called the fleet? Oh, gold mines? We're on it. As netizens went wild with excitement. Zhou Yu felt so happy she nearly fainted. Clutching that massive chunk of fool's gold, she frantically calculated its purity in her mind. But fool's gold was merely low grade or just a big chunk that looked impressively intimidating. Mr. Lu Xiaomu. This Tia returned from her dance practice, having already heard about the new gold discovery in the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. She couldn't help but ask, you clearly know the Oasis has become a target for everyone. Why would you so casually reveal such top-secret information? William sighed in agreement. Exactly. You should just quietly amass your fortune. There's no need to flaunt it. Don't show off your wealth, that's the golden rule. Scarlett followed behind them, her expression cold and elegant. Her gaze drifted between painted skin, impermanence, the witch, and the angel. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed slightly, for as Lu Xiaomu had said, he truly did adore older women with a dominant, mature charm. Lu Xiaomu shook his head in frustration. The gold mine was discovered by the UN Resource Investigation Bureau. Their headquarters are right in New York, how could they possibly hide it from the ugly country? Well, everyone sighed. With such complex ties involved, there truly seemed no way around it. Could it be fake news? William frowned, his expression wary. Did they secretly plant a few fool's gold nuggets to deceive global powers and lure them into targeting your oasis? That was my first thought too, Lu Xiaomu sighed softly. That's why I immediately dispatched experts to pan for gold. And then, everyone pressed. Lu Xiaomu gave a bitter smile, didn't you see? Then, I spent the entire day live streaming, building walls, reinforcing defenses, preparing for the arrival of the mold fleet and the potential uprising of African nations. Viewers. No words were needed. Everyone understood his meaning. Today we refined 25 kilograms of gold, the witch said with a shrug and a smile. Oil wells still need building, but gold? That's cash in hand right away. But many of our supply routes have been cut off by the mold and their allies, the angel interjected, looking worried. Right now, we're stuck with a pile of minerals we can't sell for cash, let alone exchange for supplies. We might just become the world's first power to die rich. Like a traveler clutching gold bars in the desert, dying of thirst. The online community immediately started brainstorming solutions. Why not try live streaming sales? Your oasis dates are top-notch, we'd all buy them. Sell your gold cheap to our brothers and sisters back home, we all need it. Bring down the global gold price, brother Xiaomu. Lu Xiaomu could only offer a wry smile. Sorry, everyone. If I could sell it, I'd gladly dump it at 30% off, guaranteed to crash global gold prices. But our sea routes are blocked by the moldy carrier fleet. Our land transport lines are also obstructed by countless puppet forces of the ugly nation and the French chick. Everyone let out a collective sigh. Damn imperialists, ruining everyone's profits. I have connections in Britain, let me help you sell some. William offered loyally. My darling daughter, Vistia, is a world-class singer. Promoting your goods would be a breeze for her. Lu Xiaomu scoffed. The Great Ing Empire is America's most loyal son. You think they'd defy Daddy? Forget it. They've implemented a series of strategies to restrict our oasis exports. Don't go looking for trouble. Then what do we do? William was dumbfounded. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. So-called hegemony is nothing but a paper tiger. We mercenaries live on the dark side of the world. We have the dark web at our disposal and access to numerous global black markets. Rest assured, I won't starve. The witch side, making money isn't the hard part. It's our supply lines that are getting increasingly difficult to maintain. Ever since that ugly country made its call to arms, many darknet merchants have heeded the call and refused to deal with us. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. Don't panic. Your sinking of that ugly nation warship has already created significant political capital. We should soon secure a powerful new supply line. The witch remained grim-faced, with the mold so powerful and the ugly nation so domineering. If they become utterly determined to fight us to the death, who could possibly intervene? Ha! There exists a mysterious populous nation in ancient Eastern civilization that truly possesses the strength to save us. Lu Xiaomu said slowly. Holy crap, could it be? Netizens perked up, flooding the chat. Is it the country I'm thinking of? Is it the world's most populous nation, hailed as one of the 4 oldest civilizations? The one with its own unique medical system that claims to outperform Western medicine? The one with a culinary culture so rich it constantly boasts about being the world's greatest cuisine? All viewers exclaimed in unison, wow. Did our third brother step in? Lu Xiaomu, ? Zhou asked in confusion, how did you all guess it was India? Duh! The world's most populous country right now is definitely our third brother. Our dragon nation has long since fallen to second place. Third brother always boasts about being the foremost of the 4 ancient civilizations, while our dragon nation never bothers to brag about having the longest history. Third brother's cow dung healthcare system reigns supreme, famously crushing Western medicine. You don't seriously think it's traditional Chinese medicine, do you? Even TCM practitioners wouldn't dare claim they can beat Western medicine, they only dare say they're evenly matched. In third brother's mind, curry reigns supreme. Their various curries beat any country's cuisine hands down. What's wrong with that? Zhou was speechless. That really makes sense. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. Sorry, everyone, it really isn't third brother. Let me say something the third brother and third sister won't like to hear. In front of the ugly country's carrier strike group, you guys are nothing to be proud of. And you wouldn't dare make a peep either. He shook his head. You can just keep playing around with the sheep. As for us, we're about to get real help. Just as he spoke, viewers from Dragon Nation flooded the chat. Check the news broadcast. Official announcement just came out. Lu Xiaomu immediately turned on a television to display the broadcast. The anchor was announcing a new update. According to relevant authorities, we will soon dispatch an engineering team to the Longwangdu Oasis in Africa to support oil well construction. Our nation has signed a long-term contract with the local legitimate organization the Tangzhuang Bandits Group to jointly develop oil resources. This agreement ensures a steady supply of high-quality, affordable crude oil to our domestic market, or for on-site refining. Chapter 113, Times have changed. Whoa! The live stream was filled with audible gasps. Then, congratulations on your fortune, Brother Mu. You've really made something of yourself. It's official, the central bank announced it, giving you their full backing. Wow, even though it's just co-building oil wells for now, it's still a great start. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. In short, infrastructure projects require transporting massive amounts of equipment and components, right? And the safety of our engineers from back home must be guaranteed, right? So, the Dragon Nation government will escort us, creating a secure Far East shipping route. Won't the US and France's puppet forces try to attack our fleet? Someone asked anxiously. Think our escort fleet eats vegetables? Merchant ships flying our flag sail freely worldwide, who dares question that? Netizens proudly flaunted their pride in the chat streams, boasting to the global online community. Our nation's might is now unstoppable. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. We'll use the first batch of golden oil to strike a major deal with Dragon Nation. Raw materials for drones initiative commence. Over the next few days, victory reports poured in. Lu Xiaomu held multiple online meetings with relevant officials, quickly finalizing the specifics. In truth, neither side haggled over minor pricing details, both granting ample concessions to the other. After all, everyone understood the Dragon Phoenix Oasis would serve as the most perfect wedge to safeguard Dragon Nation's interests in Africa and its most formidable bridgehead. Traditional African-friendly forces would always remain outsiders, forever distant from the grassroots-rooted Dragon Phoenix Oasis, built entirely by Dragon Nation's ethnic Chinese. A mere week later, when Lu Xiaomu began her livestream as usual, viewers stared in disbelief as heavy-duty trucks rumbled down the dirt road, rolling toward the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. The vehicles were covered in Chinese characters, and the drivers were all Asian. Lu Xiaomu, accompanied by Zhou Yu, greeted them with a calm smile. Hey, everyone! Let's go welcome the saviors of Longwangdu Oasis. Today's livestream theme, Longwangdu Oasis, is no longer what it used to be. It's about to enter a new era of massive infrastructure development. The Dragon Nation actually dared to send a fleet of ships and trucks to rescue Longwangdu Oasis. This is a slap in the face to the ugly country. Has the Dragon Nation's Council of Elders grown tired of living? Making such an unwise decision to antagonize the world's strongest hegemonic power. Unlike our great Indian empire's diplomacy, which always manages to play both sides. A frustrated Indian netizen snorted coldly. Lu Xiaomu chuckled at the other's foolish remark. Walking a fine line between superpowers like a social butterfly? That's the privilege of small nations. When your homeland can play such games, it only proves its strength isn't enough to warrant the major powers' vigilance. True great powers can't be social butterflies, they must take a clear stance. Brother Xiaomu really knows his stuff, that's spot on. Poor third brother, exposing his own shortcomings. They must have eaten too much cow dung and drunk too much Ganges water. Their brains are hallucinating from E. coli invasion. Just as they spoke, a convoy of Daiyun heavy trucks roared into view. A young, passionate driver leapt out of his cab and waved excitedly at the camera. Brother Mu, I'm your biggest fan. Instinctively, he scooped Lu Xiaomu up and lifted him high. It looked exactly like an elder teasing a child. Lu Xiaomu's face darkened instantly. He delivered a swift kick to the driver's face. You think you're so tall? You think you're so tall, huh? If you weren't here to help, I'd kick your nose straight off. The audience erupted in laughter. The driver, embarrassed, quickly placed Lu Xiaomu on his shoulders, letting him straddle his neck. Brother Xiaomu, is that better now? Lu Xiaomu. Zio Yu. You're on your own, kid. Wapi and Wu Chang both covered their faces. Lu Xiaomu launched himself into the air, delivering a spinning kick that landed squarely on the driver's backside, sending him crashing to the ground. The other drivers roared with laughter. Clearly, they all knew Lu Xiaomu's temper. The driver who was kicked down was clearly unharmed, as Lu Xiaomu had controlled his force perfectly. No one was foolish enough to cause a bloody mess at such a critical juncture. Our first convoy has already delivered 700 tons of machinery and supplies to replenish the Longwangdu Oasis. The second shipment will arrive in South Africa within 72 hours, then continue overland. The driver scrambled to his feet, grinning as he explained. Our entire crew will temporarily stay at the Longwangdu Oasis to assist with your infrastructure development. Lu Xiaomu immediately interjected. Our African Great Wall urgently needs reinforcement. We also need to excavate deep trenches to trap enemy armored forces. Ahem, the driver spread his hands, uttering words that deflated the audience's spirits. We're a civilian technical team. We don't engage in military strategy or regional conflicts. But Lu Xiaomu nodded frantically like a chick pecking at grain. Got it. Got it. Got it. So, what I mean is, I'm not asking you to dig trenches. I plan to excavate several moats near the Longwangdu Oasis. Then we'll raise fish in them, applying the mulch fish pond technique to Africa to build prosperity through fish farming. Audience, question mark. The driver snapped to attention, absolutely. We're here to support our African brothers in prosperity. We'll reinforce those moats with layers upon layers of construction. Any armored forces trying to steal fish will get bogged down instantly. Prosperity moats, you got it. Audience. Forget the act, huh? Straight to dealing with armored forces stealing fish. Which armored forces are trying to steal fish? So hard to guess. It must be those despicable fungi trying to steal oil. We must sterilize them thoroughly. Disinfect completely. Lu Xiaomu was satisfied, then added, and those damned fish thieves and corn thieves trying to raid our planting base utterly despicable. We plan to install more barbed wire with barbs near the trenches, or moat to defend against these villains. No problem. The driver smiled faintly. Our engineers have already prepared for this. We must help you prevent wild vermin from stealing your crops. Anti-wildlife barbed wire? Consider it done. Lu Xiaomu continued, judging by your age, you must have watched that famous American cartoon The Lion King as kids, right? Then you should know vultures are everywhere on the African savanna. They often raid the Long Wangdu oasis, wreaking havoc and snatching away the poultry we've worked so hard to raise. So, we hope you can help us build a few machine gun bunkers. They're all for mowing down those damn vultures. Absolutely no military use whatsoever. Oh, and just so you know, we're not supplying the machine guns. If you later repurpose these civilian facilities for military use, that's entirely your business. So, vulture hunting fortresses, it's a deal. Chapter 114, Support from the Motherland. Netizens were already laughing their heads off. Wealth protecting moat? Brilliant. Isn't that just a trench to stop ground armor? Anti-livestock barbed wire, clearly meant for spies and special forces. The hawk hunter's little fortress is even funnier, it's clearly a machine gun turret, Lu Xiaomu declared solemnly, netizens, I must correct this a billion times over. Got it, you're rioter Xiaomu, not model student Xiaomu. Right. The moat absolutely has to be a river, the barbed wire must be able to stop wild animals, and the machine gun turret has to be able to shoot birds. Makes perfect sense. I really can't help but laugh. Lu Xiaomu was pleased, you're all quick on the draw now, which makes me very happy. But I must reiterate, this is a completely normal civilian collaboration. I'm adhering to all international laws, legitimately selling gold and oil to Dragon Nation. The driver nodded solemnly, as the responsible party, I must also make a formal declaration, we have not sold any military equipment to the Dragon Phoenix Green Oasis conflict. Our Dragon Nation has always cherished peace and never sells arms to warring nations. Of course, we must also safeguard normal trade, and we ask everyone to respect our commercial rights. What a commanding presence. Our Dragon Nation has really come into its own now, we're even doing business with those Tang-style thugs. Brother Xiaomu, you gotta give us Longhua a boost. Without your oil, we'd all be stuck driving electric cars. Lu Xiaomu patted his chest and grinned back, alright then. To ensure our netizens can all drive those outdated, overpriced gas guzzlers, I'll step up my game and push to get those oil fields up and running sooner. Oh, right. The driver added with interest, our Dragon Nation government is keen on promoting electric vehicles in Africa and has selected your oasis as a promotional partner. Brother Xiaomu, are you interested? Lu Xiaomu's eyes flashed with excitement, I'm absolutely interested. Many sharp-eyed netizens instantly sensed the catch. Promoting electric vehicles, doesn't that mean they'll have to aid Long Wangdu Oasis in building tons of charging stations? It's more than that, they'll have to help generate power by building thermal power plants. After all, Long Wangdu Oasis has abundant oil resources, so fuel isn't an issue. Best to fund the entire electric vehicle production line. China-Africa cooperation, build the factory right in Longhua Oasis. Wow, with abundant electricity, wouldn't that enable heavy industries? Like aluminum electrolysis for various alloys. Or hydrogen electrolysis for high-performance propellants. Ahem, fellow netizens, your imaginations run wild, but those blueprints? We'll discuss them in the future. For now, our core mission remains surviving the fungal threat. Lu Xiaomu spoke casually, then welcomed all his compatriots from the Dragon Nation into the oasis. All the Chinese and African mercenaries lined up on either side, waving small flags symbolizing Sino-African friendship, offering a warm welcome to the aid from the Dragon Nation. So, this is the boss's homeland? Angel gazed at the truck piled high with supplies, letting out a long sigh. The mighty dragon from the east should help us defeat this damn mold. Huapi smiled faintly, Angel's sister speaks wisely, but Eastern philosophers also say, heaven's movement is vigorous, the noble person strives ceaselessly. Dragon Nation certainly won't intervene directly. After all, if they did, that would mean World War III. Angel was already satisfied. I'm not greedy. With these supplies, we won't face shortages for at least a year. And Angel gazed leisurely at the thriving crops, we're about to reap a bountiful harvest. Grain won't be scarce anytime soon either. Life feels more hopeful every day, all the oasis residents thought to themselves. Meanwhile, the mercenaries of Squad F-197 long to sprout wings and fly back to the Siberian icefields, eager to bring their families here immediately. The bearded mercenary mused, Long Wangdu Oasis is the only place that feels like a modern base. Look at that concrete wall encircling it, then all these trenches everywhere. In this low-tech, backward backwater of Africa, Long Wangdu Oasis is like a whole different dimension. The other mercenaries nodded in agreement like pecking birds. You're absolutely right, bro. We must have saved the world in a past life to have found our way to Mr. Mu, the rebel leader. Let's hurry up and get our paperwork done, then beg Brother Mu to arrange a way to smuggle our families out. Smuggling? Wu Chang overheard their whispers and sneered. At the UN conference, with the full backing of the Dragon Nation, one of the 5 permanent members, we've long been a legally recognized African power. Right now, I'll issue you visas allowing your entire families to visit the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. Once your families arrive, they need only tear up their Mao country passports, renounce their citizenship, and settle here permanently. Got it. The members of Squad F-197 agreed without a moment's hesitation, showing no lingering attachment. Soon after, a lavish welcome banquet unfolded amidst the roaring bonfire. Lu Xiaomu clapped her hands. Come on, fellow countrymen who've traveled far. We've got plenty of top-notch entertainment for you to enjoy. Oh, we're excited. Is it local indigenous singing and dancing? The driver, now dressed in formal attire and wearing a name tag reading Dai Weishin, introduced himself. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm a civil engineer. Just call me Dai. Lu Xiaomu nodded. Comrade Xiao Dai, fancy experiencing it yourself? It'll blow your mind. Oh? Just as Dai Weishin was puzzled, the distant sound of a Swana trumpet echoed. Then, 4 burly, muscular black men dressed in impeccable white shirts and black tailcoats strode onto the stage with mesmerizing steps, carrying a glossy black lacquered coffin. The moment everyone saw this scene, everyone burst out laughing, spitting out their food. Holy crap, it's the legendary Black Coffin Bearers scene. The Dragon Nation's supply convoy traveled all this way. Tomorrow, your heartwarming China-Africa friendship will be on the national news broadcast. And you go and pull off a black coffin carrying stunt at the welcome banquet. That's insane, Brother Mu. Ha, you know what? I kinda wanna try it too. At that very moment. Just as Dai Weishin was agonizing over whether to experience it himself, the entire Chinese infrastructure team stepped forward in unison. Me. Little Dai is too unworthy, I must do it myself. Black coffin carrying is too deep. Xiao Dai's still too young to handle it. Let Uncle take care of it. Get your phones ready to film. I'm going first on this top-tier abstract project of black men carrying coffins. Ha! Posting this on my social feed later will make everyone jealous to tears. Dai Weishin stared in disbelief. So this project was actually a hot commodity? Why were so many people clamoring to participate? Chapter 115, The Explosive Welcome Party. Old wine in new bottles. No, I can handle it. As the chief coordinator of this African aid project, Dai Weishin quickly silenced the others and settled into the coffin with relish. So, amidst the infectious music, the sultry dance moves of the towering African man, and the fusion of Chinese swana and Western accordion, Dai Weishin sat up straight in the coffin to find everyone roaring with laughter and giving him thumbs up. He swayed along with the music, moving in sync with the towering African men, fully immersed in the moment. Finally, Dai Weishin circled the venue once atop the African coffin bearers, feeling utterly exhilarated and electrifying. What a novel experience, Dai Weishin murmured soulfully after leaping back onto solid ground from the coffin. Listening to music from the underworld inside a coffin, feeling the deadly darkness in its confined space, breathing in that unique musty, decaying scent of the wood. I felt like my soul had left my body, arriving in a heavenly paradise on earth. Ah! Black coffin carrying, truly the ultimate abstract experience everyone must try. Dai Weishin gave it a thumbs up, offering his highest praise. I want to try it too. My turn now, right? I'll pay for it. Get lost. This is a free cultural exchange program between China and Africa, no internal competition allowed. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly, then clapped her hands. Now for our classic second act. I think many viewers have already guessed which one it is. He gave a mysterious smile. The chat exploded with comments, wild blessing. Wild blessing. Wild blessing. Sure enough, a group of African mercenaries all towering nearly 2 meters tall made their dazzling entrance, each wielding an AK-47. Dai Weishin had already experienced the Black Coffin Bearers segment, so he didn't want to take another person's spot for the wild blessings. He called up a 50-year-old veteran peacekeeping mechanic from the team based on age. Old Wang, if you have any blessings you need, just let the warriors of Dragon Phoenix Battle Oasis take care of it. Old Wang expressed keen interest. Is it a blessing from Brother Mu himself? That's fantastic. He's incredibly popular back home right now. My mother adores him and treats him like her own grandson. So, could you wish my mother 100 years of life? Mechanic Wang asked cautiously. Lu Xiaomu snapped his fingers. Done. The viewers in the livestream room burst into laughter once more. At this very moment, Wang the mechanic has no idea how explosive the next events will be. Run, Old Wang. If you don't run now, it'll be too late. After your mother witnesses the hellish scene about to unfold, she'll likely be far from living to a ripe old age. With over 30 million viewers watching live, all the African mercenaries suddenly raised their AK-47s and began firing wildly into the sky. The Eastern Aid team instinctively panicked, scrambling to hide under tables. They thought a local military conflict was about to erupt. But the next moment, the Black brothers shouted in unison in broken Chinese, "Blessings to Xin Lanxin, mother of mechanic Wang Difu. May she live 100 years. Good fortune and prosperity. May her blessings be as vast as the Eastern Sea, and her longevity as enduring as the southern mountains." Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets flew wildly as everyone emptied an entire magazine. Mechanic Wang Difu froze in shock. At first, the deafening AK-47 fire had made him a tad nervous. But upon hearing the blessings, his heart swelled with joy. Such fierce, brutally beautiful, wild blessings, and they were for his mother, offered in his name. It was absolutely mind-blowing. His mother would be absolutely thrilled. How about it? Satisfied? Lu Xiaomu knew Wang the mechanic was thrilled beyond measure the moment he saw his expression. Damn awesome, brother Xiaomu. Wang Difu roared with laughter. Gotta admit, some abstract art seems absurd from afar, but experiencing it firsthand? It's like a little cow riding a rocket bull takeoff. Set one up for me too. Please, brother Xiaomu. I'll give up my weekends and work overtime without complaint, just film my proposal video. I want an AK-47 to win her heart. This must be preserved as a keepsake. Your Dragon Phoenix Oasis truly is the vanguard of African fashion trends. The engineers were buzzing with excitement. But Dai Weixin was already anticipating the third act, too abstract. You're a true master of abstraction. Brother Mu, what mind-blowing performances do you have next to open our Eastern bumpkin's eyes? Lu Xiaomu smiled and clapped his hands. Immediately, an African chieftain who looked like he meant business entered the bonfire gathering with his entourage. Behind them, they carried a cage. This is Chief Sinjababa from the most renowned cannibal tribe in the region, Lu Xiaomu stated casually. We're hosting a welcome banquet and I hope you'll enjoy the food and drink. But the oasis's resources are scarce, and we have no local delicacies to offer you. So, after much thought, I came up with the finest ingredient imaginable. Lu Xiaomu flashed a wicked grin. His gaze shifted toward the cage brought by the cannibal chief. The live stream exploded with reactions. The aid team exclaimed, "Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy hell! Is this even live streaming? Are we watching cannibalism?" Lu Xiaomu was so hospitable, bringing out the absolute finest local specialties. Never seen such generous hospitality from a host before. I bow down to brother Xiaomu. Dai Weixin frantically waved his hands. Brother Xiaomu, I totally get your hospitality, but it's a bit intense. We're not tyrants like Jie or Zhou. We wouldn't do something as horrific as eating people. You really won't eat it? Lu Xiaomu said regretfully. Globally speaking, this is your only chance to eat it legally. After all, every country has to respect the historical traditions of cannibal tribes, right? Seriously, no. I just can't bring myself to eat that. Dai Weixin coughed, frantically refusing. Brother Mu, you must have plenty of other African specialties. Let's skip this one. Alright then. Lu Xiaomu shook his head. You can find other specialties anywhere. But this kind of unique experience? You'll never get it anywhere else. With that, he made a gesture. The cannibal chief opened the cage they had brought. Inside sat a stunningly beautiful blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman. Wow, a tall, curvy beauty. She's got curves in all the right places, so voluptuous and alluring. It'd be a shame to just use her for sex. Little Mu was only 10 years old after all. He doesn't understand the wonders of women yet, so it feels like a waste of such beauty. The commenters sighed in unison. Dai Weixin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. So, she was the ingredient you originally planned to cook for us? Lu Xiaomu chuckled. What were you thinking? I was just teasing you guys. I'm live streaming globally. Would I really pull off something so barbaric? Chapter 116, Dragon Country Captain, prepare for takeoff. Ah, well. Dai Weixin stammered awkwardly. True. I watch your streams often, and they're always pretty normal, wholesome, and full of positive energy. Of course. We Longwa streamers pride ourselves on having rock-solid values. Lu Xiaomu snapped her fingers. And let me remind you viewers, have I ever done anything bad? Haven't my streams always encouraged kindness? Isn't my core message that hard work pays off? You taught viewers how to attack mold with whale sharks in your stream. You live-streamed massacring African natives. You even slaughtered Eastern European mercenaries on stream, leaving them stripped of their armor. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes wildly. Viewers, have you heard of the sayings, stop killing with killing and fight violence with violence? If I don't ruthlessly attack the mold, they'll rampage across the globe stealing oil. That oil belongs to their nations. It could transform the fate of impoverished, backward countries. How can it be so casually plundered by bandits? Besides, am I slaughtering African natives? They're gangsters, scum, beasts in human skin. Lu Xiaomu sneered coldly. If they live, tenfold, even 100-fold more innocents will die. Kill one to save 100, is it worth it? As for those Eastern European mercenaries? I'm even more innocent in that regard. Lu Xiaomu spread her hands, batting her clear, wide eyes. When others tried to take my life to sever Lu Xiaomu's head and destroy the paradise I built here, wasn't I entitled to a righteous act of self-defense? The online audience fell silent. Of course, deep down, everyone knew it wasn't truly his fault. They were just playing along with the joke. With that, Lu Xiaomu pulled out 10 stacks of dragon coins and handed them to the cannibal chieftain. Thank you, Chief Sinjababa, for catching another spy for me. Your reward is doubled. Sinjababa was overjoyed, kneeling on the ground and kissing his toes. Thank you for your bounty, holy child. May our magic illuminate your path. Lu Xiaomu then instructed, also, please have your team of chefs prepare an African-style roast pig for us. Using your unique cooking techniques. I'm sure it will leave a lasting impression on our friends from the East. Right away. Sinjababa immediately led his crew toward the kitchen, shouting as he went, when it comes to cooking, it's not about the heat, it's all about the spices. Stuff the spices we brought into the pig's belly right now. Get rid of the gamey smell and bring out the flavor. Lu Xiaomu smiled warmly at Dai Weixin. Don't worry. When it comes to cooking, they're seasoned chefs with a century of expertise. Ha! Hell of a joke, but it's true. Speaking of which, if I were to visit the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, could I sample some human flesh? Of course. Didn't Brother Xiaomu just capture that female spy? Once interrogation's done, she'll be worthless, just stew her meat. No waste. Dai Weixin asked with a grimace, hey, Brother Xiaomu. Is it really safe to hire these cannibals as chefs? What if the cooking utensils they brought were once used on people, soaked in human blood and fat? Just thinking about it makes me sick. Rest assured, Lu Xiaomu spread his hands. They're using our oasis's own kitchenware sets. After all, we share your concerns. That's good. That's good. Lu Xiaomu smiled. Of course. The cannibal chieftains have been cooking me for generations, and their culinary skills have never been lost. You could say there's no one in all of Africa more skilled at grilling than them. So, you're in for a treat, get ready to enjoy some whole roasted pig. Viewers, what the hell does generations of cooking meat even mean? Talk about a 1,000-year-old tradition of human consumption. We really are in for a treat. I'd love to try it too. Just how outrageous could a feast prepared by cannibals possibly be? In an instant, the number of netizens eager to visit the Dragon Phoenix Oasis surged once more. Dai Weixin took the initiative to promote for Lu Xiaomu. Fellow netizens, I'm thrilled to announce, once the local conflicts subside and risk levels decrease, after our reconstruction team completes the first batch of foundational projects, the Dragon Nation government will implement visa-free travel to the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. Then, you'll only need your ID to freely visit this place. Awesome. Awesome. Longwei is so generous and reliable. The support from my hometown for Lu Xiaomu is truly beyond words. Lu Xiaomu couldn't help but envision the possibilities with delight. This is truly fantastic. Thank you, government. With tourism spending and talent influx from Dragon Nation, my Dragon Phoenix Oasis should flourish rapidly. This tiny place is about to take off. Dai Weixin chuckled, don't forget the prerequisite, lowering your region's risk level. No more frequent skirmishes breaking out. Lu Xiaomu nodded. Rest assured. Once the moldy army withdraws, my reputation around the oasis will strike fear into every corner. By then, this place will be the most peaceful spot in all of Africa, no contest. Whatever, the online commenter scoffed, clearly skeptical. With your troublemaking personality, why would the Dragon Phoenix Oasis suddenly become peaceful? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Mold clan won't just let this slide. If the Mold gang gets a taste of defeat, do you think they'll just give up? Won't they come back for revenge? Lu Xiaomu, however, spoke with solemn conviction. Fellow netizens, a great man once said, strike first to prevent 100 blows. To defend the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, we must be prepared to shed blood and make sacrifices. We must beat the enemy into submission, strip them of their armor, and inflict such pain that they dare not strike back. Therefore, after this battle, I am confident the Mold won't dare cause trouble for a decade. But, how can a tiny speck of land possibly defeat a global superpower? That's easier said than done, the crowd murmured in disbelief. Lu Xiaomu remained composed, rest assured. Leave it to me. Then he walked toward the hapless female spy, bound like a rice dumpling. You. Who are you? State your name. Otherwise, our professional execution team will make you their first victim. Marilyn Kiss. The curvaceous beauty attempted to wriggle slightly, deliberately accentuating her voluptuous figure, a move that instantly stirred excitement among many online spectators. Thanks, Brother Mu. Your interrogation just gave me an idea. Tonight, I'll go with the Infiltrating the Captured Investigators series. That foreign beauty is stunning. Tonight, I'll be flipping through the Western region's catalog, no explanation needed. This is Captain Dragon, preparing for takeoff. Fellow viewers, ready for another round? Chapter 117, The Bait. Marilyn Kiss giggled softly. Handsome boy, if you're willing to spend the night with me and satisfy me, I'll share the intel. How about this? You come over here, and I'll tell you one word. Deal? Her eyes sparkled with irresistible allure. The painted skin flew into a rage. You're asking for death. Who the hell do you think you are, trying to seduce our boss? The witch snorted coldly. The boss is an emotionless black emperor. All these years ruling the underworld, he's always kept himself pure and untouched. You think a trashy silicone-filled whore like you could corrupt his resolve? With a dismissive snort, the witch addressed the camera. Alright, the witch's plastic surgery 101 is live. Let me educate viewers worldwide on how to spot telltale signs of cosmetic surgery. She pointed at the woman's chest. Obvious multiple breast augmentations. Did you catch that? Viewers? Sorry, that's way beyond our knowledge. Our summer fun show is truly educational now, teaching kids how to spot plastic surgery? Zio, you're the silicone implant expert, why not step up and show off your knowledge? After much urging, Yu awkwardly stepped forward, called out by the viewers. I've never had silicone implants. Okay, maybe just one. Yu frantically waved her hands. But Lu Xiaomu already wore a look of contempt. I can smell it, the scent of lies. The witch also snorted in disdain. Definitely more than one. Who are you trying to fool? Little Moon, you clearly have a flat chest, hard to tell front from back. Yu, fine, too. But they're thin ones. Trust me. Lu Xiaomu, totally convinced. Netizens chimed in. Alright, we have to believe her now. Keep questioning and Little Moon would start crying. A gentleman's virtue lies in overlooking a girl's little white lies over trivial matters. Then Lu Xiaomu sneered. I figured it out ages ago. This beauty spy is purely artificial. She was tied up like a dumpling, all bound up tight, yet her chest remained perfectly undistorted beneath the ropes. As hard as steel proof, she went for the cheapest, crudest silicone implants during her breast augmentation. The witch chuckled softly. The truly high-end approach would be autologous fat transfer, repositioning excess body fat to the chest. That way, there's no risk of rejection, and it doubles as a slimming procedure. Two birds with one stone. Marilyn kiss. Additionally, this beauty spy's double eyelids are surgically created, the witch explained with interest. This is actually quite difficult to discern. After all, double eyelid surgery has long been highly refined, leaving almost no telltale signs. Oh? How did you tell? Yu asked curiously. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes dramatically, probably because her left eyelid is single-lidded while her right is double-lidded. Clearly, this beauty spy thinks this asymmetrical design is super cool. Yu. Netizens, what a weirdo. The witch continued smiling as she tapped her chin. Oh ho, she's had bone shaving and chin augmentation. No wonder people say her face resembles the world-famous Hollywood star Marilyn Monroe. How did you figure that out? Netizens humbly asked again. Even I can see that, Lu Xiaomu scoffed. Clearly, she was beaten by cannibal warriors, probably during a struggle while hunting prey. But her jaw has obvious bruising without swelling. Must be the fillers. The witch added, her facial injury was inflicted with minimal force yet caused a fracture, indicating her cheekbones are fragile, likely the result of shaving. Wow, spot on. The online audience was utterly bowled over, stunned by the witch's unparalleled judgment. Marilyn G's confidence was being chipped away bit by bit, her face gradually draining of color until it turned deathly pale. Lu Xiaomu and the witch shared a knowing smile. They worked in perfect harmony, one setting up the punchline while the other delivered it, their goal being to gradually break down the beautiful spy's defenses. They aimed to pry open her mouth and uncover information about the mold. She's been with the ogre tribe this long, probably got thoroughly enjoyed by the chieftain, one commenter speculated maliciously, quickly gaining widespread agreement. Lu Xiaomu shook his head. I don't think so. Why not? The viewers were instantly puzzled. Lu Xiaomu pursed her lips. Because African aesthetics, Eastern aesthetics, and European American aesthetics are all wildly different. Clearly, Miss Marilyn's looks aren't exactly what Africans find appealing. Plus, her body's packed with silicone implants that'd just creep out the cannibal chieftain and trigger the uncanny valley effect. The witch chuckled. The most direct evidence is that her clothes are completely intact. And, viewers, you should know this, our Dragon Phoenix Oasis has established strict rules for all factions, forbidding them from harming any foreign prisoners, even our enemies. Anyone wanting to trade prisoners for money or food with us must strictly adhere to our rules. I see. Alright then, ugly country spy. Lu Xiaomu snorted coldly, striding majestically toward Marilyn Jis. He grabbed her chin forcefully, yanking her up from her kneeling position. I have no patience for your nonsense. Now tell me, what mission are you carrying out? What were you attempting to infiltrate the Dragon Phoenix Oasis for? I cannot say, Marilyn Jis bit her lip. To do so would be treason. Upon my return, I would face a military tribunal for this. Lu Xiaomu scoffed. If you don't speak, you'll soon become food for the cannibals. You won't get the chance to return home at all. The witch coldly added, if I were you, I'd live in the moment and not dwell on the troubles of the future. With that, she drew a syringe from her pocket, its barrel filled with 10 milliliters of blue liquid. I must warn you, ugly country spy, the witch sneered with a sinister grin. I'm no saint. You should know my nickname in the global mercenary world, the witch. Right now, I'm only being polite because boss's livestream is all about positive vibes. Once the broadcast ends, you'll regret not telling me the truth. Marilyn Kiss. Her body visibly shook violently, clearly terrified out of her wits. Lu Xiaomu poured fuel on the fire, amusing. You wouldn't be harboring hopes of being released back to your country during a prisoner exchange, would you? But I'm afraid, Miss Marilyn, we've captured quite a few prisoners from the ugly nation. Yet, the only comrade we need to exchange for is one person. When do you think it'll be your turn to be used as a bargaining chip? Chapter 118, Fusion Strike detected en route. Alright, boss, I'm tired of wasting breath on her. Just inject her with truth serum. The witch shook her little blue vial and rose with interest. This is the latest model, a black market enhanced version. Guaranteed to make her talk. So, what are the side effects? Lu Xiaomu asked casually. Hee, simple enough, it'll fry her brain, turning her into a drooling idiot who can't hold a conversation, the witch chuckled. Then the world will have one more vegetable. Marilyn Jis trembled again, overcome with terror. Lu Xiaomu chimed in with perfect timing, isn't that perfect? You could even say it's absolutely brilliant. The online viewers froze, baffled by his meaning. Lu Xiaomu chuckled softly. Friends, there's always a brutal choice on the battlefield. Is it better to kill your opponent, or to severely wound them? He spread his hands. Now, I'm asking you. Bull. If you can kill them, why settle for just wounding? The last hit is king. Reducing enemy numbers is the right move. If you don't kill them, are you just waiting for the enemy to heal and come back stronger? Remember, one veteran is worth 10 greenhorns. Especially a veteran who's crawled through hell and back, who's been on the brink of death. Ha, bunch of amateurs. What do you know? One dead man only takes one enemy soldier off the battlefield. One critically wounded, however, forces at least 2 stretcher bearers to leave the fight. Exactly. Lu Xiaomu snapped his fingers, speaking calmly. Counterintuitively, severely wounded soldiers drain the enemy's strength more than outright kills. It's not just stretcher bearers, medics and logistics officers must also tend to the wounded. Moreover, the agonized cries and complaints of the injured deal a heavy blow to morale. In fact, wounded soldiers often ignite the bloodlust and heroism in their comrades, acting like bait to lure them into endless suicide charges. This aligns perfectly with what mainstream war films portray, like Wolf Warrior in Saving Private Ryan. Wow, that's harsh. Most netizens, far removed from war, couldn't help but gasp in shock. Indeed, in the movies and dramas they watched, protagonists routinely risked everything to rescue gravely wounded comrades, embodying the unshakable bond of brotherhood. Lu Xiaomu avoided the sensitive topic and shifted gears back to the main point. So, the move that maximizes our interests is turning Miss Marilyn Jis into a vegetable. His smile was particularly sinister, his cute little face resembling a demon child incarnate. Think about it. From now on, how much money will the ugly country's government have to spend on her every year? A vegetable, mind you, completely unable to care for herself, requiring doctors and nurses to attend to her 24/7. Plus, due to prolonged bed rest, she'll inevitably develop bed sores, and her muscles will surely atrophy gradually. To prevent bed sores, they'd need a strong male nurse to turn her body and clean her skin daily. To prevent muscle atrophy, someone must be assigned to give her a 2-hour full-body massage daily. TSK. Hearing this, the witch beamed with delight. A vegetative patient costs the ugly nation at least $1 million annually. She can bleed them dry over the long term. For us, this is the most profitable outcome imaginable. So ruthless, but I love it. Netizens enthusiastically voiced their support. Even if it seems cold-blooded, there should be no mercy for enemy female spies on the battlefield. She got what she deserved. Why should we pardon invaders when she belongs to an aggressor force? Love our sassy, hot-headed little moo. Don't waste breath on mercy, they don't deserve it. Lu Xiaomu smiled and gave the camera a thumbs up. I absolutely adore our viewers with such sound values. Today, no bleeding heart hypocrites are yelling about democracy, freedom, or human rights. That's fantastic. When they ripped off their hypocritical masks and came crawling to invade our homeland, they trampled every international law and destroyed all noble ideals. He declared gravely, so I'm done reasoning with them. Now I'll only speak to them through force. Alright, time for rewards. Support Brother Xiaomu in his disinfection efforts. Lu Xiaomu deliberately displayed the densely packed screen of bullet comments to the terrified Marilyn Jis. Look. The whole nation supports us turning you into a vegetable. Witch, she's yours. Truth serum, coming right up. The witch bounded over excitedly. Honestly, I'm not confident at all. This new truth serum hasn't even been clinically tested on death row inmates yet. Using it straight on this pretty plastic surgery girl, who knows what the side effects are? Might she drop dead instantly? Impossible, Lu Xiaomu shook her head solemnly. Reportedly, only 19 out of 3,000 test mice died suddenly. This lady looks radiant and blessed with fortune and longevity, she'll definitely handle it. With that, Lu Xiaomu began forcing the small blue vial into the female agent's mouth. Listen up. I'm Agent M784, directly under the Ugly Nation CIA, codename Fusiform. Marilyn JIS completely broke down, spilling everything she knew like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. I infiltrated the rainforest beyond the Dragon Phoenix Oasis carrying a tracking device, intending to infiltrate your allied forces from there and use their resources to reach the Oasis's logistics base. I was to bury the nuclear strike targeting device within your central command structure. Once our intelligence confirms core members Lu Xiaomu, Painted Skin, Witch, Impermanence, Angel, Caesar are all within the Oasis, we'll launch a miniature fusion weapon under the pretext of conducting nuclear tests in cooperation with friendly African nations. This will utterly annihilate the terrorist organization the Tangzhuang Thugs. At that time, we will hold a press conference to mourn all victims and impose 3 penalties upon ourselves, declaring this incident merely a deviation caused by unknown interference. We were merely conducting routine experiments in the Sahara Desert. The moment these words left his mouth, everyone in the Dragon Phoenix Oasis turned pale with fury, clenching their fists in rage. The live stream exploded in chaos as public opinion erupted. No wonder the ugly country has been quiet lately. Turns out they were cooking up something big. Why uphold peace on Blue Star? Why resist that damn hegemony? Now netizens get it, right? When scum gain military power, they'll actually dare to execute vicious plans to destroy nations and wipe out races. Detected incoming fusion strike. Gather, interstellar players, nuclear launch detected. Chapter 119, Foreign Bitch, your name is Drama Queen. Damn ugly bastards from that country. The witch was particularly furious. She downed the small blue bottle in one gulp, her face twisted with rage. Boss, this is beyond tolerance. Uncle can't take it, and neither can Auntie. Marilyn JIS froze in shock. You. The online viewers hurriedly reminded her. Rinse your stomach with milk and soy milk immediately. Little Moo just taught us that trick. Turns out that old cliche is true. My dagger is dipped in deadly poison. Taste it. I'm dead. Stop being silly. Look at the witch, she's jumping around like nothing happened, not even breaking a sweat. Case solved. That blue bottle was just a bluffing prop for the female agent. Sure enough. The witch chuckled. Blue bottle calcium, delicious calcium. Ever since I started drinking this stuff, my back doesn't ache and my legs don't hurt. I can breeze up 5 flights of stairs without breaking a sweat. Viewers, wait, did the pharmaceutical company pay you for this ad? No sooner had the words left their mouths than rockets began flying wildly in the Summer Fun Show livestream. System notice, Director Son of Pharmaceutical Plant Number 6 has gifted 100 super rockets. Director Son, thanks a bunch. My account's maxed out today, but I'll be back for 100 rockets daily over the next 10 days. We're just about to launch our little blue calcium bottles globally. Talk about perfect timing. You're welcome, Lu Xiaomu waved calmly. Guess that counts as supporting domestic pharmaceutical companies. ING hell. Mazel. Wah. Damn you. Marilyn JIS went berserk, flailing her arms like a shrew and trying to claw the witch's face to shreds. What are you pretending for, sister? The witch pressed her flawless face right up to the female agents, sneering, go ahead, scratch me. Now you're trying to put on a show, hoping your ugly country bosses will believe you weren't really leaking secrets? Isn't it a bit late for that? The enraged agent slumped, pulling her arms back. She curled up in the corner, hugging her knees, weak and utterly defeated. Netizens chuckled. Hey, foreign chick, your name's Drama Queen. The female agent is so sensible. She knows perfectly well, try it and you're dead. Just behave yourself and undergo re-education at the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. Start anew. With Brother Moo's kindness, he won't let you starve. Find yourself an Asian husband, pop out a little black kid. That'd wrap up the story nicely. Zhou Yu was nearly scared to tears and blurted out, wait, you've all heard about Mold's nuclear oasis plan. Why aren't you freaking out? I sure as hell don't want to become acquaintances with you guys in 30-degree heat. That day's Dragon Phoenix battle oasis was just like the old days of Guangdong and Nagasaki. There really were a lot of familiar faces. Hey, here's a hellish joke. Bienliang is hot, but 2 other cities are even hotter. Name them. What's Bienliang? Isn't that an ancient city in our country? Lu Xiaomu shook his head knowingly. Without some cultural knowledge, you won't get hell jokes. During the Song dynasty, Bienliang was also called Dongjing. Well. You've given yourself away again. You're hiding behind the rioter Xiaomu persona, but you act like a straight-A student. And you claim you're not the 3 good Xiaomu? Fine, I'm not pretending anymore. Let's lay it all out. Lu Xiaomu is the CEO of Tangzhuang rioters. So what? Ahem, little Moon is crying her eyes out, but Brother Xiaomu is still chatting with the comments. Aren't you afraid of getting nuke bombed on Oasis? Lu Xiaomu smiled, not afraid. Because I know their plans will never get past the drawing board. Especially now they'd never dare. Zhou Yu froze. Why's that? Lu Xiaomu gave a faint, dismissive chuckle as he began analyzing the intelligence with practiced ease. First, look at the source of this intel, Miss Marilyn JIS. She's not some high-level spy at all, just a lowly CIA grunt. Why would they assign such a critical mission to her? The witch couldn't hold back her laughter either. Yeah, her agent number is actually 784 after the letter M. Haha, a bottom-of-the-barrel agent? Does she always fail to meet the passing score in evaluations? Marilyn G's face instantly flushed crimson with embarrassment. Ah, that's the racial disadvantage of being white, your skin's too pale, so when you blush, it's painfully obvious. Makes enemies laugh extra hard. The witch roared with laughter, then abruptly stopped. Oh wait, I'm white too. Never mind then. Global netizens. Hey. I'm black. As long as I keep my face straight, no one can tell when I'm losing it. Looks like black eyes are the best for spies. Sneaking in at night? Blends perfectly into the darkness. Mining operations? Beautifully invisible. Oil rig missions? Beautifully invisible. Abyss combat? Beautifully invisible. Black hole operations. Sorry, but infrared thermometers can detect your body heat, no need to look at skin color. Ahem, back to the topic at hand. Seeing the chat drifting off course as usual, Lu Xiaomu forcibly steered the conversation back. Furthermore, there's ample evidence suggesting Miss Marilyn Kiss isn't a high-level agent at all at best, she's a low-level operative. Oh? Tell us more. The viewers were particularly curious. Lu Xiaomu continued, following the witch's lead, she relied on the beauty trap tactic, but unfortunately, her breast augmentation used the cheapest implants available. Clearly, such obviously fake silicone breasts couldn't possibly be used to seduce high-ranking figures in politics and business, those guys have seen it all. Makes sense. Plus, she has no calluses on her palms, meaning she's not skilled with firearms. Her fingers are also very thin-skinned, indicating she's not proficient with daggers. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. Do you really think an agent like this, who keeps claiming she's in charge of the nuclear peace plan, is reliable? The witch added with a hint of amusement, if it were Agent A9, Commissioner Smith, handling this, I'd pack my valuables and flee Africa immediately. But M784? Shouldn't you be managing the water cooler or the elevator within the agency? I did start out as an elevator attendant, Marilyn admitted timidly. That's perfect, then a perfect fit for the job, the witch chuckled with satisfaction. For this profession, getting silicone implants is perfectly normal. After all, as long as you look tempting from a distance, that's all that matters. So, no nuclear annihilation? Zhou Yu exhaled a long breath. No, there might have been one originally, but it was always a low probability event. Lu Xiaomu shook her head. Before the aid team from the Dragon Nation arrived, if the Moldies really discovered all our Dragon Phoenix Oasis executives were here, they'd likely have launched a fusion weapon missile. But there's a prerequisite, they'd have to wipe out our entire leadership in one fell swoop. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare. Lu Xiaomu gave a cold, confident smile. Because the old men back in the Ugly Nation know full well that if the Tang-style thugs split into smaller groups and truly decide to become terrorists, fighting them to the death, well, that would spell the end of the Ugly Nation. Chapter 120, Xiaomu's Playing House Plan. Why the hell should we? A group of IP addresses from the Ugly Nation retorted with disdain. Our mighty nation dominates the world. The Gallic rooster bows before us, the Greating Empire kowtows to us, the Southern sticks wag their tails at us, and the Eastern days submit to us. And you? You think you can bring about the end of our great nation? You're just a bully, Xiaomu, bragging online. Like India claiming to be one of the Twitter 5 permanent members, yet every time they push for permanent status, the big powers just toy with them. No one takes them seriously. Netizens from other nations erupted in fury, tagging their IDs and firing back relentlessly. The livestream instantly turned toxic, yet viewership surged again, peaking at a staggering 41 million. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. Since our ugly country netizens have asked so sincerely, I'll answer you frankly, yes, we possess reciprocal retaliatory capabilities against your nuclear capabilities. Ah, that's hilarious. Your poverty-stricken whole oasis is just a backwater village. It's not even on par with one of our small towns. How dare you claim to have equivalent countermeasures? The Ugly Nation netizens found it utterly ridiculous and refused to believe a word. Lu Xiaomu spread his hands, smiling warmly. Why not, netizens? Do you think all nuclear deterrence in the world is just mutually assured destruction between superpowers? He raised his right arm and waved toward the oasis. Angel, bring me my ultimate button. And so, amid the stunned stares of everyone present, Angel carefully descended, carrying a small titanium alloy case. He moved with extreme caution, completely lacking his usual composure, clearly terrified of dropping it. Moreover, all the black eyes nearby gathered around, their vigilance heightened to the utmost, constantly scanning anyone who dared to approach. The safety catch was disengaged. Bullet chambered. This drill had clearly been rehearsed countless times before, and every soldier understood the weight of that box. Lu Xiaomu cradled it in her arms, smiling faintly. This is the ultimate force we wield to deter the ugly country, just an ordinary missile, really. Inside, it carries nothing more than waste material we've collected from nuclear power plants around the world. Haha, the untreated kind, mind you. The Ugly Nation's netizens paled. They grasped the implication behind Lu Xiaomu's words. Just imagine, Ugly Nation netizens, Lu Xiaomu said vividly, in your grand Hollywood theaters, on your bustling Chicago streets, in Silicon Valley, on Wall Street suddenly, a few ordinary-looking missiles descend. Our interceptor systems will definitely shoot them down, the ugly country netizens declared with extreme confidence. I never said you couldn't shoot them down, Lu Xiaomu spread her hands, lips curling slightly. We'd welcome your interception attempt, and then, boom! Countless pieces of radioactive debris would rain down, forming dust that settles into every home. Millions in major cities would breathe this lovely uranium-laced air together. How many do you think would develop radiation sickness? For a moment, netizens worldwide fell silent. Netizens from the ugly country IPs fell almost completely silent. This, she continued, is our super weak version of deterrence. Lu Xiaomu spread her hands innocently. You could call it the Xiaomu's make-believe plan. Pretty childish, right? But tell me, would the ugly country really risk turning several cities into wastelands just to destroy the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, seize a few oil wells, and grab a gold mine? Awesome, brother Xiaomu. Even America must kneel before the Xiaomu's make-believe plan. What a heroic plan. You could reduce me to ashes, while my greatest effort would only leave a scar on your face. But would you be willing to make such a minor sacrifice? Brilliant, brother Xiaomu. Comrade Dai Weixin, the chief of the aid team, couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, exclaiming with excitement, an ant shaking a tree, a tiny creature intimidating a giant elephant. You're like Luo Ji from the Three-Body Problem, a living embodiment of the sword-bearer. Lu Xiaomu bowed his hands in gratitude. No, it's you who deserve the credit. You represent the Dragon Nation in this reconstruction effort. No matter how arrogant the ugly nation may be, they dare not destroy you. Because our motherland is the true superpower capable of mutually assured destruction with them. So, we're safe now. Zhou Yu pressed her lips together, her face softening with emotion. Only after leaving our homeland do we truly grasp the profound sense of security its citizens enjoy. People from other nations tremble at the mere mention of ugly nations' fusion weapons, falling to their knees in fear. Envy, sigh. Netizens from various countries could only sigh dejectedly. Reporting to the boss, Marilyn Kiss has fainted from shock. It's not an act, the witch suddenly inquired. How should we handle her? Throw her into the dungeon and give her two choices. First, we'll allow Ugly Nation to redeem her, but given she leaks secrets, she'll likely face trial by military court and the electric chair. Second, she can stay at the Dragon Phoenix Oasis for labor reform and embrace a new life. Lu Xiaomu said indifferently. She is, after all, a highly educated person. She'll pick up other jobs quickly. She's certainly better than the local illiterates who can't even recognize Arabic numerals or read instruction manuals. Netizens quickly chimed in. Brother Xiaomu, beware of her being in Chao's camp but with her heart in Han. What if she redeems herself by spying on your classified intel, then flees back to the US to report to the CIA? What if she launches a nighttime ambush, carries your head back home, and trades it for a presidential pardon? Wouldn't you be tying your own noose? Lu Xiaomu chuckled helplessly. Her? Among the M-ranked agents, the 13th letter in the alphabet, she's only number 784. An elevator attendant. Her assassinating me? It feels like that nine-headed bug telling the little messenger, go eliminate the Tang monk and his disciples. Ha 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 ha. The viewers roared with laughter, the live stream turning into a sea of joy. Ahem, we can't be careless. Emperor Jiajing of the Ming dynasty nearly got strangled to death by his palace maids. Lu Xiaomu merely smiled, but that emperor had been taking poisonous pills for years, leaving him frail and weak. Plus, he was a terrible ruler, unloved by his subjects. Everyone in the Dragon Phoenix Oasis is willing to die for me. Besides, isn't there an old Japanese saying? The Western dancer Wei Junjie. He couldn't help but chuckle. Miss Marilyn Key was merely intimidated a bit. No torture was even applied and she confessed immediately. Clearly, she's a very pragmatic Junjie. She wouldn't dare. Besides, atoning for crimes through merit? That's something you see in period dramas. Lu Xiaomu scoffed. In today's world, where procedural justice is upheld, merit cannot offset guilt. She committed treason by leaking major state secrets. Unless she single-handedly destroys the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, I don't see how she could earn a pardon. Chapter 121, Saving Caesar's Wife. I see. Sweep it away. Oh my goodness. Netizens suddenly understood, no longer questioning Lu Xiaomu's decision. Next, I have an announcement to make. Lu Xiaomu stretched lazily, his expression turning serious. The Africa special of Summer Fun Show will most likely be wrapping up. We're preparing to head to Europe next. How come I didn't know? Zhou Yu looked at him blankly, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. My free home appliance repair livestreams are going like wildfire. They're a huge hit with the local African American folks. My livestream consistently has over 10 million viewers. It's the pinnacle of my career. Lu Xiaomu rolled his eyes. Making millions in tips daily, huh? No wonder you haven't bothered asking the director for a raise lately. You've grown too fancy for peanuts, haven't you? Hee hee, this lady is financially free now. Thanks to brother Xiaomu's brilliant advice. Yu obediently came over to massage his back. From now on, I'm your most loyal maid. Wherever you go, I'll serve you. If you say you won't stay in Africa, then I'll follow you to Europe to be your foot washing maid. Wait 3 more years, and I'll warm your bed for you. Lu Xiaomu waved his hand imperiously. Yu burst into laughter, shaking like a willow in the wind. I'll warm it now, but little Mu, you can't even stand up straight. Lu Xiaomu. Netizens couldn't resist chiming in with their own teasing. Oh, the little horse pulling a big cart series, huh? Holy crap, a kids' variety show suddenly had an 86 speeding toward Mount Akina, and its wheels nearly ran over my face. Xiaomu's career path, age 10, child star age 13, adult film star. Lu Xiaomu cleared his throat. Zio Yu, you're not suited to stay at Long Wangdu Oasis anyway, your career's almost over. So coming with me to Europe for a new show is the best option. Ha? Haven't you noticed? The old folks bringing in small appliances for repairs have become few and far between. Because you've basically fixed all the rice cookers, fans, and hair dryers in town, your live stream content is running dry. Lu Xiaomu sighed helplessly. I can't exactly send people out to break appliances just so you have something to stream, can I? Oh, well. Yu cast a wistful glance at the inventory piled in the corner. Yeah, there are only a dozen or so appliances left to fix. I wanted to serve the people, but it seems I can't even do that. Take our Eastern care to Europe. Lu Xiaomu seized the moment to egg him on. I'm planning a trip to Italy. There, a tiny bit of business has hit a snag. I need to check it out. Sounds good, I'll keep lugging the camera, Yu replied eagerly. I'm also itching to head to the Western Ocean to catch some seafood and taste what those big lobsters are like. Europe, here we come. The witch cautiously reminded Lu Xiaomu, boss, Caesar's wife has been missing for a long time. I'm afraid the odds are stacked against her. But we mercenaries are all desperados. Life and death, parting and reunion, these are common occurrences. You needn't dwell on it. Your rush to rescue her now might just play right into the enemy's hands. She pursed her lips, her face etched with worry. I suspect this is a trap. Lu Xiaomu's expression grew grave as he explained, I agree it's 99% a trap. But precisely because of that, I'm convinced Caesar is still alive. After all, without bait, how could it be called a trap? If I discovered Caesar was dead, how would they lure me into their trap step by step? I must take the bait and walk into the trap myself, only then will Caesar truly have a glimmer of hope. The Medici family. In the dungeon, 3 minutes earlier. The newly appointed family leader, Canes Medici, dragged over a stool and declared triumphantly to the elegant Lady Caesar and the alluring Vici Medici. I'm afraid your savior hasn't arrived yet. He's struggling in the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, forced to livestream his misfortunes to the world. Do you truly expect such a man to save your lives? Lady Caesar snorted coldly, Canes, I never imagined you could be so ungrateful. Back then, I personally promoted you from an obscure collateral branch heir to deputy director. I believed you'd remain loyal, willing to rise or fall with me. Yet here you are, betraying us to the Western powers at the critical moment of Medici Dragon Phoenix Oasis cooperation. Ha! Sorry to disappoint. I was never some oppressed, powerless collateral descendant from the start, Cain laughed. 5 years ago, I underwent special training. I deliberately played the victim within the family to fit that persona, and it worked. I successfully caught your attention. Lady Caesar's pupils contracted sharply. Her daughter, Vicky Medici, stood frozen in shock. So you were bought by villains 5 years ago. Indeed, I was a down-and-out outcast, bullied by my own kin. That's why I've hated the Medici family since childhood. Canes grinned maliciously. You should have been wary of me. I graduated from the acting department at the Vienna University of the Arts. You theatrical fool. No, I am a god of drama. Canes spread his arms wide with fervor. Guided by the supreme deity, Hao Tian, I shall offer the Medici family and become his right-hand man. I will follow the true great power and forge a brand new Medici family amidst the global tide. Only, it should be called the Pecci family then. That's my mother's surname. As for the pathetic surname my bastard father gave me, it belongs in the trash bin. The heavenly emperor, heh. Lady Caesar, who knew a thing or two about the Round Table Knights, merely shook her head in disdain upon hearing this, an ancient organization that's been around for nearly 1,000 years, yet it trembles like a scared rabbit before my boss, utterly out of tricks. To swear allegiance to such rotten, outdated trash is beyond foolish. You should know that our Tangzhuang Thugs group was founded by the boss when he was 5. Due to his age, I had to pose as his guardian to pass the vetting process. Cain's lips curled into a contemptuous sneer. Fine. Let me show you just how miserable Lu Xiaomu is right now. He's still broadcasting live globally. Take a look. He opened his phone. There sat Lu Xiaomu beside a campfire. He declared, before the Xiaomu's playhouse operation, even the ugly country will kneel before me. As for the scum who kidnapped Mrs. Caesar, once I set foot on Italian soil, they'll be dealt with swiftly. The rescue Mrs. Caesar operation commences tomorrow. Cain's pupils suddenly contracted. Vicky Medici beamed with delight. Mother, your loyalty has finally been rewarded. But Lady Caesar's beautiful eyes widened in alarm as she protested, "You shouldn't have come, boss. The Knights of the Round Table's final showdown will unfold on the Apennine Peninsula. They'll unleash every ounce of power accumulated over millennia." "Ha! He can't hear us, you fool," Keynes kicked her to the ground. Chapter 122. Did he really just walk away? Cain Medici frowned, his gaze fixed on the livestream with growing unease. Damn the thug Xiaomu, actually daring to come to our Medici territory to seek death. Looks like, even though he's only 10, he's tired of living. He snorted coldly, glancing at Caesar sprawled on the ground. A surge of savage emotion welled up within him. "You stupid woman. Clinging to some muscle-bound hunk is one thing, at least you could warm his bed and vie for his favor. But pledging loyalty to a 10-year-old? What a waste of that curvaceous body. Why not? You dare touch me?" Lady Caesar merely sneered coldly. "Do you truly believe we'd welcome a lone wolf with no scruples and no leverage into the Medici family's inner circle? Your uncle who secretly subsidized your tuition, his family thrives in Germany, doesn't it? And your 2 illegitimate children in Greece, do you think we know nothing?" Cain scrambled backward. You. Does Lu Xiaomu know about this too?" Lady Caesar sneered relentlessly. "During my tenure, the Medici family has offered the boss boundless loyalty. He possesses a key to our family archives. Once he sets foot on Italian soil and enters the Medici residence, he can effortlessly access all your records. I'll delete it immediately." "Thanks for the tip, you stupid woman." Vicky Medici sneered. "Do you think the family's ultimate archives can be altered at will?" "Unfortunately, acting head Cain, all records concerning us are permanently archived and uploaded to terminals accessible to the boss. Even every single modification is backed up alongside the original files. Thus, we ensure the Medici family remains utterly transparent before him." Stupid. Cain's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at her, yet he held back, afraid to strike her again. "You've stripped the Medici family of all autonomy, reduced us to his lapdogs." "That's precisely our purpose," Lady Caesar sneered. "If you find it distasteful, you're free to leave the Medici." "He wouldn't dare," Vici sneered contemptuously. "He's just another dog for Hautian. If he fails his master's mission, the dog's only fate is to be gutted and eaten. Cain's. I'll be waiting for him in Europe." Watching Cain's leave the dungeon, Vici clenched her fists excitedly. "Mom, your loyalty has paid off. That man actually survived the ugly nation siege and still had the strength to come to Europe to save you." But Caesar's wife was more anxious than ever. "What's wrong, Mom?" Vicky Medici was utterly perplexed. "When you were imprisoned before, you always trusted him completely, never doubting he'd be harmed. But now that he's about to arrive, you seem shaken. You don't understand the horror of the Knights of the Round Table." Lady Caesar pressed her lips together, her expression heavy with worry. They were an ancient European order, standing alongside the renowned Four Elements Society, originating from Arthurian Britain. Later, with the expansion of the Age of Exploration, their influence spread across the globe, powerful enough to challenge any monarchy. Our Tangzhuang brawlers, though rising swiftly under the boss's leadership, ultimately lack the accumulated depth of time. We cannot compare to the foundations of such a formidable organization that has dominated for millennia. Vicky was stunned. This was the first time she'd heard of enemies of such magnitude. There are truly terrifying behemoths like this in the world? How could they lurk beneath the ocean depths, silently influencing every nation? Most people aren't qualified to even encounter such high-level entities. Lady Caesar sighed. And Western politicians have, for the most part, received their funding directly or indirectly. They're in cahoots, there's no chance of a falling out. Besides, the Knights of the Round Table are primarily profit-driven, they have virtually no conflicting interests with politicians. Enough. Trapped in this dungeon, we're powerless. Once again, we must place all hope in the boss. Lady Caesar closed her eyes, her mood heavy. It's all my fault. I was careless during the power transfer to you, creating a vacuum and control over the Medici family that the traitor exploited. And you, Vicky Medici, truly resemble that last Eastern monarch named a doe, utterly hopeless, like mud that can't be propped up. Vicky. Dragon Phoenix Oasis. Lu Xiaomu stuffed the final 500 bottles of AD calcium milk into her mountain of luggage, waving farewell to her fellow villagers. Goodbye, I'm off. Wapi voiced her concern. In the Oasis, we could at least provide you with a capable force under your command. But in Europe, we're powerless to intervene. Moreover, as far as I know, the Tangzhuang thugs' European liaison points were destroyed long ago. That region has become a blind spot in our intelligence network. Angel offered one final plea. Boss, Caesar's wife has always been prudent and wise. Her sudden disappearance clearly indicates the enemy acted with deliberate intent. Moreover, the enemy's power likely represents a dimension-lowering strike against the Medici family. Your rash departure leaves your fate uncertain. Wu Chang's delicate brows furrowed slightly. At the very least, take us with you. Having only Zhou, a defenseless woman by your side, is highly inadvisable. It's fine. Lu Xiaomu waved calmly. Precisely because the danger is so great that I cannot bring you into this peril. With my abilities, protecting Zhou alone is more than sufficient. Moreover, her status differs from yours. You are on the unwelcome lists of various European nations, barred from entry. She, however, is a clean slate newcomer, enjoying visa-free access as a citizen of the Dragon Nation. But what if danger arises? Then I'll take off running. Anyway, Zhou Yu isn't my trusted confidant or beloved subordinate. Abandoning her won't weigh on my conscience at all. Lu Xiaomu admitted with unabashed candor. Zhou Yu, ? Livestream viewers, haha, she really did misplace her trust. Dai Weixin, the head of the Dragon Nation's aid project, offered a gentle reminder with a smile. Miss Zhou Yu, Dragon Nation maintains numerous embassies across Europe. As a law-abiding citizen with no criminal record, you may seek refuge at any of them at any time. Woohoo! Being abroad, it really proves that a powerful motherland is the most reliable. Zhou Yu was deeply moved, then shot Lu Xiaomu a fierce glare. Way more reliable than a certain little brat. Lu Xiaomu feigned an innocent expression. Reliable? Sister, yeah, I'm a minor. You're the self-proclaimed elite adult, shouldn't you be the one protecting me? How reliable are you, exactly? Zhou Yu was instantly speechless, unable to respond for a long moment. Then, they boarded their flight to South Africa, preparing to transit there before continuing on to Italy. Chapter 123, now it's the ugly country's turn to worship China and flatter foreign powers. Meanwhile, on the Eagle-class carrier strike group off the Red Coast, Vice Admiral Berlikri continued sipping red wine and watching Lu Xiaomu's livestream, showing no signs of agitation. A colonel beside him couldn't help but interject, Your Excellency, that Lu Xiaomu helicopter dared to take off so brazenly during the livestream. Why not reward him with a stray missile and send him to meet his maker? Colonel, your thinking is dangerous. Berlikri scoffed. Forgive my bluntness, but you seem to have misunderstood the situation. From the very beginning, we never openly severed ties with Lu Xiaomu. What we've been fighting is merely a proxy war. What? But global audiences are screaming moldy thieves stealing oil and moldy bandits raiding gold mines, the colonel protested. Our reputation is already in tatters and now we're supposed to let the real culprits off the hook? How do we explain this to the gentlemen of Capitol Hill? Blame me? General Berlikri remained utterly nonchalant, his gaze fixed firmly on the four beauties of the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. TSK, that witch has a killer body way hotter than that agent who got implants and liposuction. Angel's platinum blonde hair is dazzling, I'd love to tie it into twin ponytails and kick her hard. As for those two oriental beauties, nah, I'm not into black or yellow girls. Their genes are just too inferior. General. The colonel couldn't help raising his voice at the sight of the old man's lecherous expression. Don't forget the council's orders were to assassinate the rebel Xiaomu by any means necessary. There's an old Eastern saying, when a general is in the field, he need not obey every command from the throne. And in the West, there's an old saying too, just go through the motions. Don't take it too seriously. What if it really causes some big trouble? Pericles patted the colonel's shoulder solemnly. I know you're eager to prove yourself and become a general. But I'm afraid that's impossible. Why not? The colonel froze, his face flushing with fury. Because there's a classic Eastern European joke, a general's son asks, when I grow up, can I become a general? The general replies firmly, of course you can. Then can I become a marshal, the son asks. Absolutely not, the general answers. Why? Because the marshal has sons of his own. Pericles chuckled softly. Colonel, this moment mirrors that moment perfectly. Colonel. Of course, if war truly breaks out, should you achieve remarkable military glory, you could earn special promotion from the president. Lieutenant General Pericles calmly sipped his red wine, his face soon flushed crimson. But judging by your reckless ambition, I doubt it. But Lu Xiaomu was right in front of us, a single rocket launcher could take him out. The colonel found it hard to believe. Berlikri sneered with contempt, your observational skills are truly lacking. After all this time under my command, I've been watching the live streams, and so have you. Yet you seem incapable of grasping even this basic form of mass entertainment. The colonel genuinely didn't understand. He stepped forward to pour wine. Please enlighten me, General. Now we're talking, Berlikri chuckled, pleased with his subordinate's response. Across global drinking cultures, pouring liquor served as a test of obedience. Is what you see necessarily the truth? Berlikri finally began his explanation. You must first grasp the difference between live streaming and delayed streaming. Suppose Lu Xiaomu activated a 3-minute broadcast delay. What you see on screen is a scene from 3 minutes prior. That means by the time our missiles hit, Lu Xiaomu's fighter would already be 10 kilometers away. The colonel froze. But the live feed clearly shows this is a globally synchronized, real-time broadcast. You're so naive. Berlikri waved a finger. No. Does the broadcast room never lie? We even publicly claimed our fleet was here to paint the Red Coast. They call it live, but almost no major global broadcast dares to truly go live. At minimum, every live feed has a 30-second delay as a buffer against emergencies. Take our president's inauguration speech, for instance. What if an indigenous person suddenly leaps onto the stage to expose our history of scalping? Kelly chuckled. Just reserve a 30-second buffer. That gives us plenty of time to edit out the segment, seamlessly transition into a commercial break, or simply blame it on technical difficulties. The colonel finally understood. So you're saying Liu Xiaomu likely tricked us into launching the missile? He deliberately boarded the plane in public. It was a classic Sun Tzu-style deception. There's an ancient Eastern saying, the child is teachable. Pericles praised. The colonel frowned and cautioned, Your Excellency, you're quoting Eastern proverbs a bit too often. If word gets back home, you'll be ridiculed for being a China-worshipping sycophant. Beware of public criticism. Pericles scoffed, I'm a lieutenant general. I'm a true blue son of the stars and stripes. My standing was cemented when my father followed the great Commander Washington, slaughtered the colonizers of the Great Qing Empire, and seized Alaska from the French chickens. Who dares criticize me? Colonel. He truly had no way to deal with these old school stars and stripes loyalists from New York. Besides, Colonel, you're truly out of touch and lack political savvy, Illichry sighed. If it weren't for the sheer boredom aboard this ship, I wouldn't bother enlightening you, you stubborn blockhead. The global winds have shifted long ago. Got it? Ha! Ha! The Admiral rolled his eyes in contempt. You new bloods look down on us old guard from the bottom of your hearts, convinced we only hold our positions through ancestral privilege. But look at your narrow-minded provincialism. You're no different from the bumpkins in the vice president's work, The Ballad of the Country Fools. The colonel hung his head in humiliation. Please enlighten me. General Belikri sneered coldly. Just yesterday, our ugly nation's war minister made an unprecedented statement to the public. Our ugly nation never seeks conflict with the Dragon Nation and hopes for peaceful coexistence. Got it? The colonel froze. I've been with the patrol fleet. I didn't notice. That's why you're an idiot lacking the necessary instincts, Major General Belikri sneered. Now look at our mission. Despite the lawmakers on Capitol Hill bickering fiercely, demanding we seize oil and gold, not a single bigwig has ever authorized us to open fire freely. Do you grasp the implications? Chapter 124, Liu Xiaomu, rule the world. The colonel suddenly understood, the bigwigs don't actually want to break ties with Liu Xiaomu and those Tang-style thugs. They're just putting on a show? Exactly. You are, after all, a top graduate from the Pastry Military Academy. At least you can understand plain talk. Belikri swirled his red wine glass leisurely. Clearly, behind the Dragon Phoenix Oasis conflict, there's a whole bunch of capitalists pulling the strings. They're the bigwigs' financial backers. You have to respect that. But the bigwigs know full well that a tough nut like Liu Xiaomu isn't someone you want to cross. He's just a brat. A shell to the head would still leave his brain splattered everywhere. The colonel looked down on him. Nothing but a little Eastern tumor. Poof. Still treating the Tang-style thug gang as a mere skin rash? And you dismiss that little thug Xiaomu as a mere pimple to be popped? The lieutenant general suddenly felt his words were wasted on this ignorant bumpkin. A tiny tumor can bring down a giant. And to this day, no one can confirm whether Liu Xiaomu is truly one of Dragon Nation's agents. Belikri pressed his temples, rubbing his brow. Ever since our fighter jet research program failed, the Dragon Nation has achieved tremendous success. In reality, we've already fallen behind that Eastern Dragon, even if we refuse to admit it. Therefore, in the foreseeable future, we must all read Dragon Nation's news reports, study their equipment designs, and learn their scientific knowledge. The lieutenant general sneered, glancing sideways at the clueless colonel. Admiring China and fawning over foreign powers will soon be the norm. Yet you remain trapped in your narrow-minded arrogance and prejudice. It seems you truly have no chance of ever becoming a general in this lifetime. The colonel scrambled to butter him up. Your Excellency is truly formidable. Your intelligence channels leave me in awe. These channels aren't anything special, Lieutenant General Belikri rolled his eyes. Our family operates several pizza shops on key streets near major government departments. As I understand it, pizza sales have exploded recently, with inventories nearly depleted. Guess who's ordering all this pizza? Why did we specifically open pizza shops? The colonel wiped sweat from his brow and forced a wry smile. Admiral, even someone as dim-witted as me understands the concept of the pizza index. Whenever pizza sales skyrocket, it means our government is working overtime like mad, intelligence analysts pulling 24-hour shifts, officials burning the midnight oil in endless meetings. And pizza specifically, because we can munch on it while we meet. Can't very well have the leadership meeting while everyone else is slurping spaghetti with their heads down. The colonel shifted his tone, sounding almost wistful. Seeing the whole from apart, understanding great power rivalry through the pizza index. No wonder you command the Eagle Fleet, Admiral. I'm impressed. Remember to show respect to us old stars and stripes nobility. After all, since our Amma followed the cherry blossom axe General Washington into the pass, we've accumulated wisdom and depth over 18 generations. How could you small-town bookworms still paying off student loans compare? Admiral, I too know an ancient Eastern saying, if you will not reject me, I, LeBron, wish to pledge allegiance as your sworn son. I am LeBron Abutu. South African Airport. Hordes of fans, alerted to his arrival, had already swarmed the airport to greet him. Brother Mu, we love you. Support the world's top peacekeeper, the triple threat Xiao Mu. Brother Mu, would you mind taking a photo with me? I'm your Latin moderator, managing the Latin live stream channel. Banners filled the sky, and everywhere was a sea of red shirts, the emblem chosen by Lu Xiaomu's fans through voting. Lu Xiaomu, smiling broadly, arrived at the airport with Zhou and greeted the crowd with a Spring Festival gala-style shout. Hey, everyone! South African fans! I've missed you all so much. Zhou, however, sounded wary. Brother Xiaomu, aren't we being a bit too high-profile this time? Actually mingling with a crowd of strangers. What if there's an assassin hiding among them? Wouldn't that? Relax. We're perfectly safe for now. At least forces like the Ugly Nation will keep their claws hidden and won't dare make a move. Lu Xiaomu chuckled lightly, utterly confident. His ultimate skill, superior sixth sense, showed no reaction whatsoever. Huh? Why? Little Moon still didn't understand. These past few days, you've been obsessed with fixing small appliances and raking in donations from viewers, so you haven't paid attention to international affairs at all. Lu Xiaomu chuckled lightly. In reality, within just a few short hours, the Western world's sky has fallen. Global winds and clouds are shifting dramatically, and the Eastern Dragon has become as towering and mysterious as ever. Ha! Yesterday's military parade showcased our nation's vast array of new equipment, completely stunning the world, Lu Xiaomu scoffed, then scratched his head. And so, the butterfly effect kicked in. Many people started harboring inexplicable misunderstandings about me. Just as Zhou was puzzled. At the airport, numerous reporters bombarded him with questions. Mr. Lu Xiaomu, we witnessed footage of you catching bullets barehanded during the live broadcast. Is this a breakthrough in the Dragon Nation's bioengineered soldier project? Given your age, you must have emerged from a biolab in recent years, right? And all your records are tied to an orphanage highly suspicious. How did you emerge unscathed from that hail of bullets? Is it China's newly developed bulletproof vest? Rumor has it this advanced vest can interfere with magnetic fields, providing perfect defense against all bullets. Is that true? The one-punch knockout you demonstrated is that ancient Eastern martial arts, or a supernatural ability developed by Longwa's Qigong Research Lab? Is this mysterious Eastern nation truly spearheading a mystical revival, a return to spiritual energy and ancient secrets? Lu Xiaomu was dumbfounded by the barrage of questions. His fans burst into laughter. Honestly, your imaginations are running wild. After a moment, Lu Xiaomu raised his thumb and remarked with admiration, you guys should all become web novel writers. I'm genuinely looking forward to your masterpieces. Still keeping secrets. The reporters exchanged knowing smiles, unsurprised. We understand you must have signed a confidentiality agreement. After all, as Dragon Nation's most powerful biological weapon, your ability to move freely outdoors means you've passed numerous tests. Lu Xiaomu. He finally realized, when speechlessness reaches a certain point, laughter truly does come to mind. So, a faint smile touched Lu Xiaomu's lips. You're so good at filling in the blanks, why even bother with an interview? Just snap a few close-ups of my face, then go back and make up your own news stories. You're absolutely right. Since you're keeping your mouth shut anyway, why not take matters into our own hands? Chapter 125, Welcoming the World's Top Internet Celebrity. Ha! Why aren't you leaving? Lu Xiaomu looked at the remaining reporters in confusion. We're from the entertainment section, the remaining reporters grinned. We couldn't care less about geopolitical rivalries or biological weapons. All we know is you're currently the world's top internet celebrity. You kicked hyperthyroid guy, punched speechless guy, and crushed Mr. Beast. Those guys earlier? They're all from the political section. You shouldn't have wasted your time on them, a young blonde reporter said dismissively. They're stuck in the past. Zhou, you couldn't help but interject, why don't they want to interview brother Xiaomu more? Maybe they could uncover some juicy scoops? And with the global situation shifting so dramatically, shouldn't they be digging for news from us Dragon Nation people? Lu Xiaomu merely smiled and scoffed, those clinging to the past, even if you gave them a ticket to the new world, they just cover their eyes and pretend not to see it. Zhou and all the fans were left utterly confused. What does that even mean? The blonde local reporter, however, gave a thumbs up. Spot on. You can tell brother Xiaomu has been dealing with old Europeans for years, he really knows their true colors inside out. Lu Xiaomu nodded and explained to the others, this is the ostrich mentality that's persisted in old Europe for over a century and arrogance ingrained to the bone. Back when the ugly nation rose to dominate the world, the old Europeans thought, sure, your military might is impressive, but you're still just a colony we founded. What's so great about a trash country built by a bunch of exiles? When it comes to civilization, arts, and heritage, we old Europeans are the real deal. Lu Xiaomu couldn't hold back her laughter, bursting into fits of giggles, and now, with the great rejuvenation of our Dragon Nation, the European aristocracy still thinks, remember when we sent just a few squads and routed your whip-wielding troops? Even your supreme ruler, Empress Dowager Cixi, nearly fell captive. Now we wave the banners of democracy and freedom, ready to teach your Dragon Kingdom what human rights truly mean. Are Westerners really that thick-headed? Viewers of the summer fun show found it utterly unbelievable. Lu Xiaomu shrugged helplessly. History bears witness to this. When facing Zhuge Liang's Northern Expeditionary Force, didn't Grand Tutor Wang Lang solemnly declare, "Tomorrow on the battlefield, this old man need only speak a few words to make Zhuge Liang surrender with folded hands, and the Shu troops will retreat without a fight." Wang Lang was a noble of the old Wei state. The European lords of Italy also claimed descent from the old Holy Roman Empire nobility. Their mindset is identical. They all consider themselves too noble to be compared to the descendants of American prisoners or yellow-skinned monkeys from the East. He curled his lip. "What do you call that, netizens? It's called nothing new under the sun." In my view, those European lords probably think, when the dragon nation rises, won't they still need to court us old Europe to counter the ugly nation? We'll just wait to sell ourselves at the highest price and reap the benefits. Netizens, spot on. True. I'm studying in Italy, and they embody the classic European master mentality, a fan remarked. Their prevailing mindset is, the ugly nation has fierce military might, the dragon nation has formidable industrial strength, but us old Europeans, we have noble bloodlines. They believe they hold the monopoly on interpreting modern values. Animal rights groups, carbon emission controls, global warming, all these concepts were defined by us old Europeans. So naturally, they look down on the nouveau riche US and the antiquated dragon nation. Ha! Such double standards. Anyone trendier than them gets called a nouveau riche, while anything older or more cultured is just an antique. Always winning. Unbeatable, my old Europe. Lu Xiaomu chuckled and waved his hand. Come on, let's find a big street food stall that can seat a crowd. Tonight, I'm treating all my viewers with level 3 or higher fan badges in my livestream room. Ha! Why stop at level 3? Someone grumbled immediately. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. Because if you weren't my fan before and just bought a badge today to piggyback on the free meal, you'd max out at level 2 based on the daily XP cap. I'm only treating my real fans. Casual viewers? No thanks. Not that I can't afford to treat freeloaders. I'm not exactly rolling in dough, but the real issue is how to tell the difference between my actual audience and freeloading scammers. Then let's just cut it off at level 3 fan badges. He waved his hand calmly. Come on. Fans, follow me to the commercial street on foot. Watch your step, keep order. Yay, thanks, Brother Xiaomu. Brother Movie 587, and this time we meant it. I used to think Brother Mu was a stingy Scrooge, but now it's clear he's got deep pockets. He was just messing with us before. Hee, I followed Brother Xiaomu yesterday and tipped for a fan badge, so I leveled up to 2. Today I tipped another $50, jumped straight to level 3, and now I can feast. Lu Xiaomu, exclamation point. He suddenly discovered a loophole in the system. He could use the money earned from major factions and companies to treat his fans to feasts as a thank you. In return, delighted fans would shower him with generous rewards. These rewards were recognized by the system and could be used to purchase ultimate skills. This was another way to launder regular money into system currency. This livestream has to be perfect. Lu Xiaomu resolved silently, halting his steps. He straightened up solemnly. Forget the street food stalls. We're switching to a top-tier restaurant. Today, I'm treating all my viewers to a Michelin-starred feast. After all, I own the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. My family genuinely has mines, and oil reserves to boot. Even the Dubai prince would bow and scrape before me. So what if I spend a little cash to treat my viewers? What's the big deal? Lu Xiaomu crossed his arms. Sorry, but as the top dog in the mercenary circle, I'm just that spoiled. Woohoo! Long live Brother Xiaomu! Brother Xiaomu is the bomb. Master Mu is peerless. We loyal subjects repay your greatness. The next moment, donations flooded into Lu Xiaomu's livestream like a tidal wave. Lu Xiaomu smiled and made a promise. From now on, no matter which city our summer fun show streams from, I'll treat our fans to Michelin-starred meals. Holy crap, epic fan pampering. The viewers were so moved they couldn't handle it, frantically flashing their blue and green recharge cards and showering the stream with gifts. Lu Xiaomu glanced at the back-end stats. Wow! In just a few minutes, the funds available for purchasing ultimate skills skyrocketed by another 160 million. Damn, our streamers have maxed out the platform's recharge function. Someone complained. Damn platform, it's garbage. I'm a level 2 badge holder too, just waiting to top up for that Michelin-starred feast. If I miss out on this meal, the platform better make it up to me. Chapter 126, the little black guys are getting arrogant. Lu Xiaomu grinned as he reminded the platform, fix the recharge system ASAP. Don't mess with our viewers' mealtime. For 99.99% of the world, freeloading a Michelin-starred feast is a once-in-a-lifetime culinary experience. The haters retorted sourly, free meal? That guy's got some nerve. We paid real money for those level 3 badges too. But fans immediately expressed strong contempt. A level 3 badge only requires a 6 yuan membership card, then 5 days of check-ins to upgrade. If you paid purely, it'd be just 2 consecutive days of 50 yuan tips. If you took 100 yuan to a Michelin restaurant for a feast, would you call that freeloading? Wouldn't they beat you out with sticks? Besides, Brother Mu would never let you exploit loopholes by topping up. Exactly. They never asked you to pay in the first place. They're inviting fans who genuinely wanted the membership and earned their badges through effort. What business is it of yours? Lu Xiaomu, however, remained composed. Friends, your 6 yuan fan badges are real money, hard-earned through work. I'm truly grateful. So there's no need to buy membership cards expecting a Michelin-starred feast. While I do want tips, I'm not short on cash. I don't want you tipping just for these small perks. What I truly hope for is that you'll be thoroughly entertained by our live stream, and after your emotional needs are fully satisfied, you'll generously tip with a little fanlight badge. He shrugged, exchanging sincerity for sincerity, and winked with a playful grin. You know how it is, my family owns mines, and oil flows in our gutters. We're rooting for Little Moo. I vote for Little Moo as our guild leader. Even though I'm just a game booster making 3k a month, I'm generous. I'll slap a 6 yuan fan card right on Brother Moo's face. What's the big deal? The troll spotted the comments, thinking they'd found ammunition, and immediately pounced on the game booster. Oh look, Lu Xiaomu's manipulating fans into spending again. You make 3k a month, yet you're worried about your pampered master's fancy meals? Why don't you worry about your own life, you slave? You'd rather skimp on a noodle in your instant ramen than give up the vanity of pretending to be rich when tipping, right? Lu Xiaomu keeps saying he's flush with cash, yet he's still digging into the pockets of his broke buddies, emptying them out shamelessly. To me, it's all a fake persona, a shameless display of wealth, blowing through his broke friends' gold coins. Lu Xiaomu scoffed, dismissing the scattered critical comments as trivial. He sighed, some haters seem overly extreme. In their eyes, if a rich person doesn't hand them cash directly, it's unconscionable greed. Only giving them money counts as true generosity. Anything else is just flaunting wealth or pretending to be rich. There's no need for such black and white thinking. He shook his head. The logic behind live streaming payments is simple. The host takes viewers on journeys across the globe, exposing them to diverse cultures and people, delivering novelty and emotional value. When audiences enjoy the show, it's like watching street performances in ancient times. Those with money support financially, those without cheer them on. We welcome all kinds of support. Just because I'm skilled enough to found the Tangzhuang Brawlers gang and run the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, and I'm not poor, does that mean my hard work in front of the camera isn't worth tipping? Because I'm not penniless, does my daring stunts in a hail of bullets have less entertainment value than another streamer biting a lighter? What kind of logic is that? They're just looking for trouble. Room admin, please remove them. We don't need our stream filled with twisted values and toxic energy, turning it into a toilet for the rich haters to vent their anger. Lu Xiaomu scoffed. Street storytellers under bridges earn tips for their tea money. Market jugglers earn tips for their hard work. They're both perfectly justified, but when it comes to me, I'm unworthy? Honestly, Brother Xiaomu's values are rock solid. Every penny he earned was risking his life in international mercenary circles. If anyone's jealous, they should go battle warlords and mold for 300 rounds instead of being snarky in the livestream. The owners of chain restaurants and movie theaters are all on the national wealth rankings. They're filthy rich. Can I just eat for free at their places? Watch movies without paying? No way. So why do you think freeloading off Brother Moo's Michelin-level meals is perfectly justified? Zhou couldn't hold back any longer, biting her lip as she said, our livestream watermark reads, consume within your means, spend rationally. Every time we go live, this reminder is displayed right on the screen. Yet these haters keep spouting lies about us scamming for tips. It's pure distortion of the truth. What's worse, they deliberately twist the relationship between streamers and fans into some lavishly dressed masters and servants earning 3,000 yuan a month narrative. Their motives are downright malicious. They're clearly paid trolls stirring up trouble. We abolished feudalism 200 years ago. Where did these masters and servants come from? These trolls directly label viewers earning 3,000 yuan a month as servants, offending everyone. Who exactly is looking down on the poor? Zhou clenched her fists, her cheeks puffed out in anger. I'll personally ban them all 360 days each. Plus, I'm reporting them to the platform and getting cyber police to investigate their origins, see if some troll farm company hired them to stir up trouble. Lu Xiaomu smiled, we'll handle this ourselves. Fans, please refrain from digging into their personal details or opening their accounts. That constitutes illegal cyberbullying. Our livestream prioritizes positive energy. Trolls can be as low as they want, but we must maintain high standards. Woo-woo, 10-year-old Xiaomu is way more level-headed than many seasoned trolls. Just now some old guy was spewing filth. It was so upsetting. Are even the elderly turning bad now? It's not that the elderly have turned bad, it's that the bad have grown old. I just gave birth to twins. If they achieve even 1% of Little Moo's accomplishments by age 10, I'll be satisfied. Ha, new mom upstairs, gotta drop a harsh reality. Little Moo's mining assets in Dragon Phoenix Oasis alone are worth over $200 billion. For your little money eaters to earn 1% of his fortune, they'd need to be worth $2 billion each. Lu Xiaomu casually strolled along, hands behind his head, chatting leisurely with the gathering fans. Soon, they arrived at a Michelin-starred Italian restaurant called the Wizard of Oz. Lu Xiaomu waved his arm. Tell the owner this humble one is taking over the entire place. Got it, Boss Lu is awesome. The fans rubbed their hands together excitedly and immediately rushed into the restaurant, occupying every table and chair. The chef, trembling in his hat, emerged clutching a large ladle and dropped to his knees with a thud. We'll pay protection money, sponsorship fees. Please don't disrupt our business. Chapter 127, The Dark Hunger Forces from the East. Lu Xiaomu. Fans, ha 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 ha. The Michelin-starred restaurant owner broke out in an even colder sweat, unable to suppress his inner turmoil. He even muttered to himself, they come barging in to wreck the place, yet they seem so relaxed and even thoroughly enjoying it. When did such a terrifying gang emerge locally? Did the mafia lose out in the competition? Thanks to the upgraded equipment of the summer fun show, the restaurant owner's mutterings were captured crystal clear. Audiences around the world burst out laughing. Brother Mu, your fans really are the Black Hunger Force. True, plenty of dark-hearted dudes among the fans, and everyone gets hungry just seeing the recipes. Short for, Dark Hunger Force. Brother Mu, we really need to establish our own superpower. Then we'll dominate Italy and rule the culinary world. So Zhou fought back her laughter as she approached the owner to explain that Lu Xiaomu wanted to host a banquet for his fans here. While the owner stood dumbfounded, Lu Xiaomu pulled out his Swiss bank black card without hesitation, slamming it on the table. There's 70 million euros in there. The pin is 6 ones. Pay for all dishes at your menu prices. Send me the bill afterward, and you can deduct the fee yourself. The restaurant owner froze in shock. What's the matter? Think it's not enough? I roughly calculated it was last minute, and since we're in a foreign country, only about 600 fans showed up. I doubt they'll even spend €1 million, Lu Xiaomu said with a smirk. About 300 fans were Chinese international students, and another 300 were local global fans. Of course, others were still steadily arriving. But the final count would likely struggle to exceed 1,000 people. No. It's definitely enough, absolutely enough. The restaurant owner beamed, carefully slipping the black card back into Lu Xiaomu's pocket. Honorable Eastern patron, please keep your black card safe. I've never seen a VIP holding this card fail to settle their bill. It's just. The owner said hesitantly, I run a Michelin-starred restaurant. Our specialty is premium ingredients and top-tier cuisine. So our usual customer flow is quite low, and we don't have enough ingredients prepared to accommodate this many people. Look, the guests you brought are all standing at the door. We clearly can't handle this. Lu Xiaomu scratched his head and glanced at the other restaurants lining the street. True. We're too many for one restaurant to handle, even if it's served from morning till night. Here's what we'll do, everyone, we'll operate on a first-come, first-served basis. There are 3 more restaurants on this street, I'll reserve them all. Those who want the Michelin-starred meal can stay in line here. Those who don't want to wait can head to the other restaurants. He smiled sincerely. As compensation for missing out on the Michelin meal, I'll have the other restaurants prepare a £2 steak for each of you. Consider it a parting gift. Yes. Long live Brother Mu. Rather than hogging the Michelin meal, why not take the leftovers home? Bring your family a £2 steak. Woohoo! Invested $6 in a super fan card, got a full meal plus a £2 top grade steak. No more holding back, long live Brother Mu. Fans cheered and rushed toward other restaurants. This bustling commercial street featured other restaurants that, while not Michelin-starred, boasted upscale decor and culinary skills that might just rival the finest. All the restaurant owners were ecstatic, firing up their stoves and ovens to full blast to serve these generous diners from the East. Viewers in the livestream chat went wild with envy, bombarding the streamer with questions. Our city doesn't have a Michelin-starred restaurant. Can Brother Xiaomu directly convert my fan badge into £10 of steak? I'm a level 25 founding fan, just open a Michelin-starred restaurant for me, Brother Mu. This looks so tempting. Italian cuisine is actually pretty decent. Turns out their signature dishes aren't just pasta, and more pasta. I hereby declare, the dark forces of Eastern hunger have conquered this entire food street. Before long, local Italian media swarmed in for interviews. After all, it had been years since they witnessed such an unprecedented feast. Michelin-starred restaurant chairs spilled into neighboring eateries, every grill blazing at full power. The rich aroma of seared beef and melted cheese wafted for miles. Restaurant owners were overjoyed, eagerly offering 20% discounts to attract customers and let the Eastern gourmands feast to their heart's content. Although Zhou had already earned a fortune through her free small appliance repair service and officially become a minor fortune, she still couldn't shake the bargain hunting mentality cultivated during her leaner days. One hand clutched a steak, tearing into it until her mouth glistened with grease. In the other, she held an ice cream cone, eating so enthusiastically that it smeared all over her face. You little glutton, you must be starving. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes in disdain. You usually do 2 extra hours of yoga daily to stay in shape. How long will you have to exercise to burn off all this excess energy after stuffing yourself like this today? Zhou chuckled, today's my cheat day during my weight loss cycle. I can eat whatever I want. Plus, this local steak is so flavorful they must cook it with beef marrow fat. It's the best steak I've ever had in my life. Way better than Wagyu. Just as they were chatting, a group of gentlemen in black suits suddenly emerged from the street corner. Each carried a telescopic baton, their beards neatly trimmed with refined elegance. But the moment they were spotted, Every shop on the commercial street fell silent. Shopkeepers scrambled indoors, too frightened to continue attracting customers. Oh no! It's the local old-school gang, the real mafia. A foreign student fan rushed over to inform Lu Xiaomu, "Brother Mu, what should we do?" "Chill. Eat and drink as usual." Lu Xiaomu was utterly unfazed, tossing the fan a bottle of AD calcium milk. "Here, have this to calm your nerves." "Ah, got it." Seeing his calm demeanor, the fan stopped fussing. After all, this little tough guy before him was the very same Lu Xiaomu who could punch mold and kick warlords. Just a bunch of local punks. Lu Xiaomu wasn't the least bit intimidated by the men in black suits. His extraordinary sixth sense registered absolutely nothing, proving these guys posed zero threat. "So, we hear some fellow operators from Chinatown came looking for trouble on our Black Hand Group's Valenegg branch turf?" The bearded gentleman at the front sneered coldly. "Since you accepted our sponsorship funds, it's our Black Hand Group's duty to protect your business." The Michelin-starred restaurant owner rushed out, waving his hands frantically. "Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. This is Mr. Lu Xiaomu, the globally live-streaming internet celebrity, hosting a banquet for his fans." "Mr. Valen, someone must have misreported the situation." Valinger frowned and raised his voice. "Oh? Is that so?" Yet no one paid him any mind. Chapter 128, Hands Off. Disarm. The Black Hand Group members froze in place. In the past, they had been formidable, revered throughout Italy. Who dared ignore them? But Lu Xiaomu and his followers were truly seasoned veterans. They weren't even scared of an aircraft carrier strike group. "Who the hell were you lot? How did you compare to a US Army lieutenant general? Keep eating, keep drinking. Our goal today is to polish off every last grain in this restaurant's warehouse." Lu Xiaomu casually waved his hand, his back turned to the Black Hand thugs. Without a flicker of emotion, he happily sipped a bottle of sweet milk. "Owner, your dairy blends are excellent. Remember to pack me 10 liters to take away." Xiao Yeye can carry it." "Me?" Zhou rolled her eyes dramatically. "Carrying the camera is already killing me, my back's about to give out. And now you want this lady to lug 10 whole kilos of milk for you? Hee, you want a miner doing heavy labor?" Lu Xiaomu's retort left her speechless. Meanwhile, the ignored Black Hand thugs were seething with embarrassment and rage. "Don't think being women and children gives you the right to act cocky in front of the Valun gang." A burly Italian-American thug snatched the sweet milk from Lu Xiaomu's hands, smashing it violently onto the floor. His voice dripped with menace. "We may call ourselves hipsters now, gentlemen even. The Black Hand no longer calls itself a gang. But don't forget our origins, the Black Hand Party." The name alone struck fear into everyone's hearts. With that, the man stomped on the AD calcium milk Lu Xiaomu had placed on the table, shattering it on the floor. Whoa! All 800 fans in the venue dropped their knives, forks, and chopsticks, gasping in shock. The 34 million viewers in the livestream were all left speechless. "Whoa, he's dead. Are these Italian idiots really fearless? Daring to smash Brother Xiaomu's AD calcium milk. It's like performing a 1,000-year kill on a Siberian tiger, then riding its beloved lioness in front of the male, or cosplaying as a moldy frogman squadron in front of Whale 1 and Shark 2. The Italian-American bruiser, convinced he'd intimidated them, lifted his head smugly. "What? Scared already? Just a bunch of cowardly wimps. Now, you yellow-skinned monkeys from the east, are you ready to talk civilly with me?" Valenegg smoothed his black suit, asking with brimming confidence. He fancied himself quite stylish, a dapper rogue reminiscent of the suit-wearing thugs from The Godfather. But Lu Xiaomu's executive chair slowly swiveled around. The grim-faced kid brother stared at them coldly, uttering 2 words, "Take care of it." "Ha?" Valinger froze. He understood a little Chinese, so he caught Lu Xiaomu's words. "Are you crazy, kid? You. Disarm." Lu Xiaomu said expressionlessly to the old gentleman. "Ha?" Valen was utterly bewildered. But in the next instant, all of Lu Xiaomu's fans surged to their feet in unison, swarming in from every direction to completely encircle the group of 12 suited thugs. Faced with the terrifying spectacle of 800 people, 12 puny shrimp were utterly insignificant. Street brawls were all about numbers. "You dare smash our little Moo's AD calcium milk? That means you're messing with all his fans. How dare you disrespect our godfather, Brother Moo? Think a bunch of misfits like you can intimidate us?" Back in the day, Zhang Liao led 800 warriors to make Sun Quan's 100,000 troops beg for mercy. Today, with 800 of Brother Moo's fans, beating up 12 losers like you is a piece of cake. The live stream audience was equally fired up. The Eastern Lion roars in Italy. "Damn it, dare to call us yellow monkeys? Let them learn what the Eastern Monkey King is all about. Look at those suit-wearing thugs with their smug faces. What are they staring at? We're gonna take them down today, no matter what." Lu Xiaomu, however, remained calm. He waved his hand dismissively. "Brothers and sisters, sit down. Let the music play on. A few little caramels? They're not worth your trouble. I'll handle them myself." So the fans settled back onto their stools, watching the show with keen interest. "I think it's all a misunderstanding. Seeing Lu Xiaomu soften his stance, Valen thought he wanted to smooth things over. He quickly jumped at the chance to back down. This cool guy here, we're willing to compensate you for the milk. Please don't hold it against us. My buddy just lost his temper for a moment. Don't take it personally. With that, he tried to lead his crew away as quickly as possible. Just as he turned to make his escape, a lazy voice drifted from behind him. Mr. Doug Seibler of the Black Hand Gang? Valenger's feet slammed on the brakes, and the suited thugs behind him all instinctively whipped their heads around. Doug Seibler was, after all, the godfather to every member of every crime syndicate worldwide. Oh, long time no see, Moo. Doug's warm, affable voice came through the phone clearly. What a rare guest you are. I hear you're doing sterilization work at Oasis? Haha, you truly are the pride of our underworld. Our old brothers in the Black Hand, Bert and Potty, both lament the lack of worthy successors. If only our offspring were half as outstanding as you. Valenger broke out in a cold sweat. Bert was the head of the Black Hand's European operations, while Potty was the boss in Italy. Wayland's boss's boss's boss. Lu Xiaomu smiled wryly. Nothing comes without a price, eh? Today I came to Italy for fun, but your young upstarts seem rather unstable. They came running over, knocked over my drink, and threatened this 10-year-old child. It's already cast a huge psychological shadow over my young self. Who knows? Maybe one day I'll become shy around strangers and develop social anxiety disorder. A deathly silence fell on the other end of the line. After a long pause, Doug Seibler finally managed a bitter laugh. Moo, for old time's sake, just don't kill anyone. You know how to handle things discreetly. Don't put me in a tough spot. Minor punishments like crippling a couple of legs or breaking an arm? You can handle those yourself. The Black Hand headquarters will only thank you for weeding out the blind fools. Of course. I've always admired Grandpa Doug. This visit was meant as a friendly chat, after all. No problem. When you come to New York, I'll treat you to the latest genetically modified buffalo milk. I'll bring you a couple bottles of State Banquet Mao Tai as well. The friendly consultation concluded here. As Lu Xiaomu slowly hung up the phone, Valung had already proactively stripped off his armor. Like General Lian Pa bearing a bundle of thorns and pennants, he knelt before the Michelin-starred restaurant entrance, his chest hair exposed. His burly, broad-shouldered henchman was now weeping like a little girl with tears streaming down her face. Liu Xiaomu merely nudged Zhou Yu with her chin, blurted out. Our summer fun tour is a proper family-friendly, low-age targeted entertainment variety show. Then, he coldly repeated to the mob of Black Hand thugs, get lost. Chapter 129, No Dragon Dares Cross the River. Zhou Yu's face softened with pity and reluctance. After all, she was just an ordinary art student. Lu Xiaomu smiled understandingly. Little yeah, if you can't stomach this, grab the camera and go munch on steak over there. Such dark corners of human society have become rare in our dragon nation after sweeping away crime. But sadly, they thrive in these so-called developed countries. I must teach our viewers heading abroad how to handle them. Viewers? The fans stuffing themselves in the restaurant were all streaming live on their phones, erupting simultaneously into uproarious laughter as they chimed in. Brother Moo, I've got it. Next time I run into thugs, I'll roar disarm. Hands off. By the way, will I get encased in cement and dumped in the river afterward? You're not teaching us survival skills, you're clearly doing ads for cemeteries and funeral homes. Trying to turn us all into customers, huh? Online? After yelling let go, this tough guy got cornered by a thug. Now I'm stripped and being ordered to bend over. What do I do? Waiting online. What to do? Check your IP, you're now listed on Chengdu's must-eat guide. Lu Xiaomu said with deadpan seriousness, folks, I'm not joking. When facing criminal gangs, you gotta stand your ground. If you give an inch, they'll take a mile. Of course, I'm about to impart some crucial knowledge, make sure to take notes, folks. You never know when you might need to take a test on this. Go ahead, Professor Xiaomu, the viewers chuckled. Lu Xiaomu adopted a stern tone, tell every thug you encounter loud and clear, I'm under the protection of Bully Xiaomu. He collected $6 in protection fees and promised to keep me safe. Any of you dare mess with me, and you'll regret it. With a slight smile, Lu Xiaomu added, every year, I'll randomly select a few viewers to help resolve bullying issues for you all just to keep all those scumbags and jerks in line. Brother Xiaomu, you're so generous. The netizens were instantly filled with gratitude. Lu Xiaomu suddenly furrowed his brow, glancing at Valen and his 11 thug brothers with slight confusion. Why are you still here? Didn't I say to get lost? If you don't get lost, you'll get your heads chopped off. Don't you understand such a simple principle? Can we pay to spare our lives? My brothers have no other skills, they fail every subject, can't even get a locksmith certificate. They only joined my gang out of desperation. If they become crippled, they'll starve to death. Valenger pleaded tearfully, sniffling and wiping his nose. He'd figured it out, since Lu Xiaomu was streaming live, he'd be very mindful of his viewers' opinions. And the masses, as always, were soft-hearted. Sure enough, the viewers were amused by Veiling's unusual attempt at playing the victim. Garlic bird, no one's laughing. Forced by academic pressure to become a thug, understandable. But let's just beat his ugly mud to a pulp. If he really gets crippled, it'll tarnish our stream's reputation. Better not stream the amputation part. Even though our channel gets special treatment from the higher-ups in manhwa, anything too gory will scare the kids. Lu Xiaomu readily agreed, waving his hand dismissively. Find a hospital yourselves. Amputate and reattach it on the spot. My viewers aren't interested in watching that. Remember to send the full video to your godfather Doug and explain everything that happened. I have no desire to antagonize your black market syndicate, and I doubt Mr. Doug would want to fall out with you over some Tang-style thugs. Thank you. Thank you. The suited thugs hurriedly departed. Will they really do as told? Zhou Yu asked curiously. Of course. Lu Xiaomu casually pulled out a fresh bottle of AD calcium milk and sipped leisurely. As a long-established Western gang, they have their own thug code, and naturally, there will be oversight. The banquet continued. Lu Xiaomu greeted wave after wave of fans until nightfall, finally settling the bill and wrapping up the event. Every fan left with a large bag of steak, bidding Lu Xiaomu a reluctant farewell. They had enjoyed the thrill of an offline meetup, feasted on delicious food and juice, and walked away with 2 pounds of steak a day straight out of a fairy tale. In the end, Lu Xiaomu spent only 1.4 million euros, while the live stream donations netted him over 3 million euros. This method of converting regular money into system currency is absolutely brilliant. Lu Xiaomu was overjoyed. To acquire the ultimate skill, he was even willing to treat everyone at a 10-to-1 ratio. By the way, where are we staying tonight? Hotel? Zhou Yu suddenly remembered a thorny issue and lowered her voice to remind him, your purpose for coming to Italy was to rescue Lady Caesar of the Medici family. Yet so far, not a single Medici has come to greet us. This situation itself is highly suspicious. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. Rumor has it that a man named Cain's Medici has become the new acting head of the family. He's currently reaching out to the outside world, announcing that he has formally inherited Lady Caesar's status. An usurper? Bingo! Lu Xiaomu snapped her fingers thoughtfully. And as everyone knows, the legitimate heir designated by Caesar is named Vici Medici. But all this time, neither mother nor daughter has been seen alive or dead. They're most likely imprisoned. Then why aren't you rushing to their family villa to capture Cain and rescue your former subordinate? No rush. Their lives should be safe. Lu Xiaomu smiled. Or rather, if there were truly any danger, they would have been beheaded and displayed publicly the day they were captured. Clearly, Cain Medici is wary of me. He knows I'll find him sooner or later. His gaze grew somber. Sparing Caesar's life now means I'll spare his in the future. That's the unwritten rule of this game. I fear assassins from the Medici family will swarm your hotel once its location is exposed. Zhou Yu expressed deep skepticism. Lu Xiaomu laughed heartily, that's 100% guaranteed. Then why are you? Anyway, I'm moving elsewhere. I'd rather sleep on a park bench. Zhou Yu dragged her luggage anxiously. Lu Xiaomu sneered, if you go it alone, you'll definitely get captured and used to threaten me. I can guarantee my own safety, but I can also guarantee you'll be snatched up 100% for sure. Zhou Yu, fine, I am that weak. So what can I do? She felt secretly pleased, because from Lu Xiaomu's tone, she had clearly become his Achilles heel. You? Start writing your will and pick out a feng shui-friendly grave plot, Lu Xiaomu shrugged. Dead people cause fewer problems. But I'll have a lot more to worry about, like where to find another host? Chapter 130, You Little Piglet. Lu Xiaomu propped his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Zhou Yu stomped her foot in fury. You. Men really are all big pig's hooves, and you're a little pig's hoof. When this lady turns into a vengeful ghost, I'll knock on your door at midnight and whisper in your ear. Lu Xiaomu grinned, picking up the thread. Young master, got any broken appliances? Free repairs. Your ghost sister will even replace the parts for free. Zhou Yu. Alright, relax. I can't be bothered recruiting a new assistant and going through the whole process again. Lu Xiaomu waved her hand lazily. Italy? I know it like the back of my hand. Do you really think the Medici family are my only connections here? Zhou Yu, exclamation point. Awesome. Are we going to crash with friends or family? She asked, brimming with anticipation. Lu Xiaomu shook her head. Of course not. We're just going to snatch a place to stay. Steal? Zhou Yu froze in shock. Didn't you say you had plenty of friends here? The live stream viewers were equally bewildered. You're skipping friends' places to go snatch someone else's house? Brother Xiaomu must be losing his mind. Did he spend too much money treating viewers to meals and now he's heartbroken to the point of insanity? When you're away from home, isn't that what friends are for? Alright, Brother Xiaomu is only 10 after all. It's not surprising he doesn't have any true friends in Italy he can trust with his life. The viewers chimed in with their own teasing remarks. Lu Xiaomu nodded matter-of-factly, of course. But I only said I have many friends, I never said I rely on them. Seriously, fellow netizens, you're all so carefree. Knowing someone deliberately set a trap to lure me in, you still casually suggest I seek refuge with friends? How could I betray the bond of friendship? Luring trouble to their doorstep, what if the assassin goes berserk and slaughters my friends' families? Lu Xiaomu sighed. I didn't kill Bo Ren, yet he died because of me. I would be unforgivably guilty. The laughter froze on the spectators' faces. After all, they were merely spectators and hadn't given it much thought. Hearing Lu Xiaomu's meticulous reasoning now, they felt their cheeks burn with shame at their earlier flippant remarks. That makes sense. Brother Xiaomu is the real deal, putting friendship first, willing to stick his neck out for a friend. Ah, I was too hasty. But Brother Xiaomu, your friend is fine now, what about you? Tonight in Italy, the moon is dark and the wind howls. The setting sun has fallen, heralding a night drenched in blood. Be warned. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. Don't worry, fellow netizens. As the old saying goes, only the fierce dragon dares cross the river. Since I dared venture alone onto the Apennine Peninsula and brought along a burden and a liability, I naturally have 1000% confidence I'll emerge unscathed. Zhou Yu, the little burden and tag along, pointed at her own nose. Huh? Me? Or was it this thing? Lu Xiaomu glanced at her suitcase. Oomph. A lady doesn't fight men. Especially not a little brat like you. Zhou Yu curled her lip. Spill it, whose place are we crashing tonight? I've packed pepper spray and a stun gun. I'll slaughter every enemy in your path. Lu Xiaomu gave her a thumbs up. You're a badass, girl. Your lady-style self-defense will totally kick their butts. Of course. Ha ha. Zhou Yu surveyed the surroundings. You know, if I set up a small appliance repair stall on this bustling street, wouldn't business be booming? People everywhere? Oof. What does ha mean? Zhou Yu crossed her arms indignantly, sensing Lu Xiaomu's disdain. Oof is a polite way of saying stupid. It can be extended to hee-hee, meaning a contemptuous snort, a look of disdain born from intelligence and common sense. Lu Xiaomu spoke bluntly. Zhou Yu. Audience, ha, but why? Wouldn't fixing small appliances be even more profitable in a bustling, crowded place? Lu Xiaomu shook her head. Folks, you're way off. You're confusing concepts. What's booming is live streaming small appliance repairs, not repairing small appliances itself. If fixing appliances were truly profitable, why is it nearly impossible to find someone who can repair an electric kettle in a densely populated city? Yeah. I double-clicked my mouse. All it needed was a 10 yuan microswitch to bring my 700 yuan Logitech mouse back to life, but when I went to repair shops, none would take it. I ended up mailing it for repair online. My family of 7 drinks like crazy. We burn out an electric kettle almost every year. No one will even fix them. Even under warranty, they just replace them instead of repairing them. That's true. Lately, when shopping online, most manufacturers seem to state they offer replacement only, no repairs within the first year. Lu Xiaomu chuckled, right? Here's a counterintuitive fact, in the small appliance sector, replacement costs are usually cheaper than repairs. Ha! How can replacing a few small parts be cheaper than just buying a brand new one? Many netizens found this hard to believe. But netizens working in the industry were already smiling as they explained. Actually, it's true. Mass production costs are extremely low with fully automated manufacturing. But repairs involve service personnel, technicians, shipping fees, rental repair points, all those miscellaneous costs add up. It really is cheaper to just replace it. Repairs come with all sorts of extra hassles too. Don't think Xiaoyea gets away with fixing appliances without any trouble. That's because she is a big influencer now, and since it's free repair, no one dares complain. But what if it's paid repair? What if it breaks again a few days after being fixed? Some jerks would immediately pin the blame on you, accusing you of stealing parts or deliberately setting traps to drain their coins. Honestly, I could rant about the crap at the grassroots repair level for 7 days and nights straight. It's just hard-earned money. Lu Xiaomu shrugged. Most small appliances are cheap anyway. In bustling cities, high-earning white-collar workers wouldn't bother with such small change. They're too busy to even think about taking advantage of such minor savings. Besides, he scoffed. Why bother helping middle-class folks earning at least 100k a year save a few bucks on repairs? Do you think they'll be grateful? You'll end up working hard for no thanks, while viewers in the livestream will complain about their coldness, even cursing them as ingrate bastards, turning the chat into a toxic mess. Only in places like Africa, where average incomes are extremely low, or in rural areas with many left-behind elderly and children where folks have plenty of free time and little income, do people really value penny pinching. That's why they'd be especially grateful for your free repairs and show you genuine kindness. Your livestream would have a warm atmosphere, making viewers feel deeply invested, respected, and appreciated. Chapter 131, Little Moo teaches you how to steal another's nest. That makes sense. Zhou Yu pouted inside. I thought streaming small appliance repairs was a surefire path to success, but now I see we're actually selling emotional value. Lu Xiaomu smiled. Live streaming itself is about providing emotional value, so we streamers must never get too big for our boots. Look at me, I've got both a mining rig and oil wells at home, plus overseas properties, yet I still work diligently and cautiously. I even pay out of my own pocket to treat fans to meals. That's what being a streamer is all about. You'd do well to learn from that. Ha, Brother Xiaomu's character is beyond reproach. Fair enough, that's true. If I had Brother Xiaomu's skills, I'd be cuddling with my girlfriend in Witch every day, living like a king who skips court. Why bother slaving away at streaming? Exactly. Brother Mu has enough money to last 100 lifetimes, yet he still streams his heart out. He's the epitome of dedication. This year's dedication fortune card should feature his portrait. Alright, enough chatter, let's get straight to the point. Lu Xiaomu waved by the roadside taxi. A taxi pulled over immediately, asking their destination in broken English. Take us to the Holy Roman building at 233B Champs-Élysées, Lu Xiaomu instructed casually, handing the driver a large bill as a tip. Drop us off at the entrance, then you can go. Alright. The driver seemed a bit nervous. You're a kid and a woman. Are you family members there? No, we're foreign tourists just visiting, Lu Xiaomu replied casually while continuing to chat with the live stream comments. We're live streamers looking to film some content there, stir up a little trouble. The driver froze in shock. Pulling stunts on the territory of the newly risen Sons of Rome? What exactly do you plan to do? Graveyard dancing. Lu Xiaomu chuckled. How about it? Pretty wild, huh? If you were a viewer, wouldn't you want to watch? Feel free to tune into our summer fun show livestream. We've got an Italian channel too currently. 800,000 Italian viewers are watching you drive right now. The driver stumbled back, scrambling to pull out every driving trick he knew. Are you a big influencer? How do you compare to Speechless Brother and Hyperthyroid Brother? I only watch them usually. Lu Xiaomu calmly waved his hand. Hyperthyroid guy wanted to collaborate with me, but I think his skills are too weak. He can barely dodge speeding cars, let alone catch bullets. As for Speechless guy, his stunt skills aren't up to par. I've already politely declined. Impressive. The driver thought he was bragging, but when he secretly opened the car's voice channel, he immediately heard the local news announce. Dear citizens, a 10-year-old super influencer from the East is touring the globe with his 50 million live stream viewers. He just generously paid 2 million euros to treat all his fans to a Michelin-starred meal. If any citizen is fortunate enough to encounter him, please refrain from spitting or using profanity in his presence. Mind our city's global image. Was that you on the radio? The driver couldn't help asking. Yes, it was. Lu Xiaomu admitted bluntly, but your broadcast is a bit exaggerated. There aren't 50 million viewers, just, well, only 28 million left now. Everyone else has left. Then I must formally warn you, internet celebrity kid. The driver looked genuinely worried, his hands trembling slightly on the steering wheel. The Sons of Rome, they're not to be messed with. And the old mafia, well, the current crime syndicates, they call themselves suit-wearing thugs. They usually stick to their code of honor: no bullying the weak, no harming women or children. But the Sons of Rome, they don't give a damn. Lu Xiaomu smiled. That's precisely why I'm interested. The more ruthless and notorious they are, the more I can use them without mercy. The driver was dumbfounded. The audience exchanged bewildered glances. So what exactly is your plan? The online commenters flooded the screen with questions. Listen up. Lu Xiaomu flashed a peace sign at the camera, wearing a mischievous grin like a little devil demanding candy. We're heading straight to the Son of Rome headquarters. We'll hire their 2,000 brothers to protect me all night. Tomorrow, we'll say our goodbyes amicably, then go find Caesar's wife. Guys, what do you think? Is that awesome or what? He asked, switching to a new accent with a beaming smile. Viewers, are you that close with the Sons of Rome? Heard the name, never met them. Lu Xiaomu shook his head like a rattle. But yours truly is world famous, a top-tier internet celebrity at that. I'm sure they'd be eager to make my acquaintance and wouldn't turn me away. Ha? Is this guy out of his mind? Why would they waste their time taking the fall for you? What if the Son of Rome is actually a puppet of your enemies? Wouldn't you be walking straight into a trap? Relax, they absolutely won't be the masterminds behind this. Lu Xiaomu was confident. Because they're pure, old-school Italian conservatives. They never leave the country, and all their businesses are handled locally. They have zero interest in going global. Old-timers like that would never stoop to being someone else's pawns. If they're purely local forces, why would they give you any face? The audience was thoroughly perplexed. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. That's why tonight's cuckoo in the nest plan has two contingency measures. First, make friendly contact, present my credentials. If they're sensible enough to grant me shelter for the night, all ends well. And plan B? Fast forward to plan B. Lu Xiaomu spread her hands. Plan B involves a little bit of force, mixed with a little bit of intimidation. After all, the Medici family used to be the rulers of this city. Naturally, we've gathered quite a bit of intelligence on them. As he spoke, they arrived at the territory of the Son of Rome. This is the Holy Roman Tower, Lu Xiaomu said cheerfully, pointing at the towering skyscraper ahead with evident interest. See, viewers? It's truly magnificent. That's why I have an extra 20% confidence in the success rate of my usurping the nest plan. Why? The viewers asked. A large, established organization means they're untouchable and arrogant. If a kid like you shows up at their door, won't you get kicked out immediately? Lu Xiaomu replied calmly, a large and powerful family means there are too many vulnerable points to exploit. Our Taizhuang thugs group, as the king of international mercenaries, is more than capable of intimidating the masses. Go. Ring the doorbell and say, the Real Deal, Thug Xiaomu, here to pay a visit. Zhou Yu. Now you're flaunting your Thug Xiaomu identity without a care? I miss the old you who'd repeat a billion times, I am the exemplary Xiaomu. After Zhou Yu reports your name, won't she get riddled with bullets like a sieve? Chapter 132, within 5 minutes, expel the son of Rome. Under the watchful eyes of all. Zhou Yu nervously stepped forward and pressed the smart doorbell. A panel immediately popped up. May I ask who you are? An Italian woman appeared on the screen, looking at Zhou Yu with confusion. We don't seem to have any business dealings with Easterners. Do you have an appointment? Sorry, no. Zhou Yu was about to explain. Goodbye. Please exit via the subway station to your right. If you remain here for more than 3 minutes, we will physically remove you. The other party hung up immediately and the panel retracted. Zhou Yu. The audience's anger instantly flared. Holy crap, even Italian receptionists are this arrogant. Seriously, hanging up before we even finished speaking? Treating us bros like we're beggars to be shooed away? Summon Brother Mu. Avenge little yeah. Lu Xiaomu rolled his eyes, calmly moving a box of luggage from the roadside to the doorbell. Move aside, little moon. Plan A failed. Switching straight to Plan B. Ha! Zhou Yu was still in a daze. She watched as Lu Xiaomu, already perched on a crate, delivered a spinning kick that slammed into the panel. Thud. Sparks flew everywhere. The Italian woman reappeared, furious. You troublemakers from the east, who are you? You have 10 minutes to compensate us with 5,000 euros and repair this panel. Otherwise, you'll learn the terror of the sons of Rome. Lu Xiaomu lazily picked her ear. Only now you remember to ask our identities? Looks like you sons of Rome are tired of living, recruiting a dumb woman like you to guard the gate. Get old Don Quixote out here to see me. If he's not in front of me in 5 minutes, 3 months from now, the sons of Rome will be erased from the face of the earth. Ha! Everyone else threatens to wipe out the sons of Rome within 24 hours, but you can only manage it in 3 months? The Italian girl laughed so hard she shook like a leaf. I have to say, kid, you don't even know how to threaten properly. Lu Xiaomu snorted in disdain, others just make empty threats. I'm telling the truth. The online commenters suddenly understood. Right. The Tang-style thug gang won't be free for 3 months. Dragon Phoenix Oasis is still locked in a standoff with that moldy fungus. The first batch of reconstruction projects from the Dragon Nation will be completed within 3 months. Once 3 months pass and the Tangzhuang thugs have free hands, dealing with some backward Italian local tyrant will be a piece of cake. The Italian girl was somewhat stunned. Though the 10-year-old child before her looked like a delicate porcelain doll, exceptionally adorable. It almost stirred her maternal instincts, making her want to pinch Lu Xiaomu's chubby cheeks. But an instinctive sense of apprehension welled up within her, prompting her to hiss softly, state your name. Lu Xiaomu calmly pulled an emerald necklace from his pocket. See this? It's a token. Old Don Quixote once made a blood oath with Lady Caesar. Should the Medici family ever face peril, this token grants access to their door. Oh, so you're here for help. But your attitude doesn't exactly scream I need a favor, the woman sneered. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes, clearly growing impatient. Open your dog eyes wide and see who I am, you stupid woman. By the way, you have exactly 4 minutes left to summon old Don Quixote. Otherwise, when I wipe out your sons of Rome, you'll be the first to die. Oomph, big talk. I'll stall you then. Let's see what you can do in 4 minutes. The girl crossed her arms, her anger ignited. Fine. Lu Xiaomu couldn't help but chuckle softly, musing, how amusing. After 55 years of painstaking effort to build this holy Roman edifice, it's all about to come crashing down because we recruited a stupid. Life has always been this absurd, nothing to be surprised about. The online viewers exchanged bewildered glances. Well, it's still your fault for lacking social grace. Coming to beg for help without a single polite word, let alone revealing your identity, no wonder you got treated like dirt. Wait, isn't that old Don Quixote guy getting totally screwed over? Just because the receptionist's a dumb, everyone else has to go down with him. That's pretty rough, huh? That's kinda bossy. Lu Xiaomu interlaced her fingers, speaking leisurely, overbearing? Or should I say decisive? Why do you think Rioter Xiaomu is called the Black Emperor of the Underworld? As for the annihilation of the sons of Rome, was it unfair? Of course not. That stupid was hired by old Don Quixote himself through nepotism. He's the manager, naturally, he must pay for his subordinates' mistakes. Besides, when the Son of Heaven is enraged, 100,000 corpses lie in his wake. Fellow netizens, though I joke around with you, I still bear the title of Rogue Xiaomu. You don't seriously think anyone who insults me to my face will live long, do you? His lips curved slightly, still wearing that innocent smile, yet every viewer felt an inexplicable chill run through them. At that moment, exactly 2 minutes and 19 seconds had passed. A Roman Sun executive stepped out of a luxury sedan and approached the entrance. His gaze fell on Lu Xiaomu and Zhou, and he froze in place. The Italian woman had already rushed out with fawning deference, bowing respectfully. Mr. Hal, welcome back to the Roman mansion. Old Don Quixote has prepared a celebratory banquet for you. But Hal paid no heed to the flirtatious woman. He immediately approached Lu Xiaomu and bowed respectfully. I heard rumors of the notorious Mr. Xiaomu visiting Rome. I never imagined you would grace our sons of Rome with your presence. Your arrival truly illuminates this humble abode. Lu Xiaomu chuckled. You still have time for pleasantries? There are only 59 seconds left before all sons of Rome descend into hell. You must be joking, haha. 58, 57. Give thanks to your fine guard dogs. Hal's face drained of color as he grabbed the Italian girl by the throat. Quick! What did Mr. Xiaomu say? Tell me exactly. The girl stared blankly. He said if we don't see old Don Quixote within 5 minutes, he'll expel the sons of Rome. We shouldn't pay him any mind. Let's hurry to the restaurant. Smack! A slap sent the Italian girl spinning like a top. Hal, thinking on his feet, frantically dialed a video call. The image of an elderly man in a black suit appeared on the screen. Hal hurriedly held it up in front of Lu Xiaomu. Mr. Lu, as you wished. Old Don Quixote Gibson, the leader of our sons of Rome, has appeared before you within 5 minutes. Old Don Quixote was still confused. Hal? What the hell are you doing? This kid. Is that little Moo the thug? The Italian girl had been wearing a look of grievance, but upon hearing her boss's words, she finally realized she'd made a huge mistake. As for Lu Xiaomu, his brain had completely shut down. He ignored both the leader old Don Quixote and the senior counselor Hal, turning to Zhou with utter bewilderment. I gave my word of honor, speaking as the leader of the Tangzhuang thugs, that if old Don Quixote didn't show up within 5 minutes, I'd wipe the sons of Rome off the face of Blue Star. Now, does a video call count as meeting? Chapter 133, I'm a fierce one. Zhou. Old Don Quixote couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. What on earth happened? Lu, I hold you in the highest regard. We sons of Rome never provoke Tang-style thugs. We've even maintained amicable relations with your vassal Lady Caesar. Senior Counselor Hal hastily pleaded, indeed, we've shown you no disrespect. If that foolish woman offended you, I'll have her drown in Venice's canals at once. Please don't punish all of sons of Rome. The Italian woman turned deathly pale and screamed, I'm Don Quixote's lover. I'm carrying his child. You can't do this to me. Besides, it was only a 5-minute delay. What's the big deal? Old Don Quixote froze, while Hal broke out in a cold sweat. Lu Xiaomu spoke lazily, very well. For the sake of the fetus, I'm not fond of 2 lives lost in 1 death. In our dragon nation, we do extend extra consideration to the elderly, the weak, the sick, the disabled, and the pregnant. Thank you. Old Don Quixote's face lit up with relief. Just 500 slaps across the face. A small punishment for a big lesson, Lu Xiaomu ordered calmly, her voice cold as ice. You didn't think insulting Lu Xiaomu would come without any price, did you? The upper echelons of the sons of Rome fell into deathly silence. Seeing his beloved woman treated thus, little Don Quixote erupted in fury. He's just a brat. He might flex his muscles with his Tang-style thug gang, but now he's come alone onto our son of Rome turf. My say is we kidnap him and demand $1 billion in ransom. Shut up. You ungrateful son. Old Don Quixote roared in fury. Stop pretending, old dang, Lu Xiaomu chuckled. If you truly wanted to stop him, you could have silenced your son the moment he spoke. Since you chose to wait until he finished before putting on this show, it clearly means you just wanted to scare me. Old Don Quixote. Senior Counselor Hal wore a look of concern. He understood the leader's intent perfectly, subtly reminding Lu Xiaomu that the sons of Rome weren't intimidated by him. He should adjust his attitude. In the East, this is called, one plays the stern enforcer, the other the benevolent mediator. In the West, it's known as the good cop bad cop tactic. That thug Xiaomu has zero emotional intelligence and is way too arrogant, right? Other high-ranking members of the Sons of Rome couldn't help but whisper among themselves, deliberately speaking loud enough for Lu Xiaomu to hear. We've been polite and accommodating, yet he actually thinks he's some kind of dragon crossing the river? For the sake of the Tang-style thug's face, we'll play along with his charade. His gang is already mired in trouble, and the outcome of his battle with the mold is still uncertain. How dare he put on airs with us? Lu Xiaomu's lips curved slightly, his composure unwavering. Zhou, though inwardly panicking, obediently followed Lu Xiaomu's lead, hiding her unease. Interesting. Lu Xiaomu lazily interlaced her fingers and addressed the live stream audience. See? If you don't regularly kill to establish your authority, some blind fool will inevitably think my blade has grown dull. That's how the underworld works. You can't secure your rule without rivers of blood. So, my brother Sanhwa Xiaomu streams humanity's beauty and goodness, while I, the thug Xiaomu, show everyone the rules of Blue Star's dark side. He strode calmly toward the titanium alloy security door of the Holy Roman Empire building. Let's talk this out. Senior Counselor Hal still tried to play peacemaker. Lu Xiaomu merely replied coldly, truthfully, my entire purpose in coming to the Sons of Rome was to carve a path through blood. For I remember clearly, the emerald necklace in my hand was bestowed upon Lady Caesar by your old Don Quixote leader, symbolizing an unbreakable pact. Yet sadly, while Lady Caesar languished in chains, you sons of Rome were feasting and reveling. You call yourselves an old-school organization, yet where is your basic thug's code of honor? Lu Xiaomu sneered. Halden's face flushed with shame. Lady Caesar did seek aid, but Count Medici of the Medici family swiftly informed us this was solely the Medici family's private affair to be left uninvolved. Our leader was at a loss and ultimately chose to stand by and watch. Lu Xiaomu sneered with disdain. What does it matter to the Medici family? Your alliance was only with Lady Caesar. Why the pretense, counselor? You simply fear the unfathomable power behind Countess Medici and refuse to wade into murky waters, so you fabricate excuses to break your ancient oaths? Hal. Old Don Quixote, nonsense. We made an alliance with the Medici family. If you don't believe me, bring Lady Caesar out to confront us. My memory is the best evidence, Lu Xiaomu said coldly. Besides, you don't think I came here to present facts and reason with you, do you? You don't expect me to follow the principle of innocent until proven guilty? We both know Lady Caesar is in the dungeon right now. She can't come out to testify. Therefore, die. The next moment, Lu Xiaomu's ordinary punch slammed into the titanium alloy door. Boom! The heavy metal door creaked and collapsed, while Lu Xiaomu had already stepped steadily onto the ascending staircase. Old Don Quixote, Lu Xiaomu said leisurely, since you've betrayed Lady Caesar as her master, I'll collect her debt. Anyone who blocks my path will be obliterated. Consider it a free cleanup of scum for Italy. Of course, I won't kill the old or weak unless provoked. Kindly step aside. Zhou stared in shock. But what about old Don Quixote? His name even has old in it. Lu Xiaomu scoffed. The final say rests with me. Regarding old Don Quixote and young Don Quixote, while I spare the old and weak, young Don Quixote isn't old, and old Don Quixote isn't weak. Regrettably, they don't meet the criteria. As he spoke, his form swayed slightly. 100% bare-handed bullet catch already activated. The three female gunmen wielding silenced pistols froze in shock. They never imagined their foolproof ambush could go wrong. Sorry, I don't like picking on women and children, but you three clearly aren't children. Lu Xiaomu tossed all the bullets back with a flick of his wrist. In an instant, the bullets embedded themselves in the center of their foreheads, piercing through into their brains. The female gunman died instantly. Hal was utterly horrified. Witnessing Lu Xiaomu catch the bullets as effortlessly as swatting flies had already elevated him to godlike status in Hal's eyes. Currently, a Nagant revolver was holstered at his waist. But Hal dared not draw it, terrified Lu Xiaomu might casually dispose of him. Interesting. Lu Xiaomu finally turned her attention to him. What was your name again? Hal. Very well. There's an old saying among them, CC dancer Wei Junjie. Lu Xiaomu said with satisfaction. Would you be willing to change your Chinese name to Wei Junjie and become the new leader of the Sons of Rome? Chapter 134, a soap opera-style feud. Hal gave a bitter smile. Sorry, old Don Quixote has been my benefactor. I can't stab him in the back at such a critical moment. Accepting Lu Xiaomu's bestowed name would mean acknowledging Lu Xiaomu as his godfather and switching allegiances. Oh. Lu Xiaomu offered no judgment, merely continuing up the stairs. Hal, too, was puzzling. Though loyal to old Don Quixote, he didn't attack Lu Xiaomu. Instead, he trailed behind, silently observing Lu Xiaomu's performance. This guy's a bit twisted, the online commenters found it baffling. Probably that have your cake and eat it too mentality, trying to have his cake and eat it too. TSK. Or maybe it's just to show 3 refusals for appearances. Once old Don Quixote kicks the bucket, he'll immediately crown himself the new boss. Seriously, doesn't this seem odd? Brother Xiaomu was tearing through the son of Rome like a whirlwind. Why didn't the local hat-wearing uncle step in to uphold justice? You're out of your mind. The only ones familiar with the son of Rome are the cops. Where'd you get hat guys from? And so, Lu Xiaomu simply tossed the camera to Zhou. You're just standing around anyway. Come on, help me stream this. I need to focus on protecting Zhou. Make sure no one takes a shot at her. Zhou asked in surprise, is that even allowed? Absolutely, Hal replied calmly. I'm a master photographer. Before joining the gang, I was in the university photography club. You're a photographer. Why ditch a proper job to take on dirty work like this? Zhou asked doubtfully. Hal shrugged, a bitter smile on his face. No choice. My wife was shot dead. The local cops? They didn't give a damn. Her life meant nothing to them. I had nowhere else to turn, so I found the Sons of Rome. Then they owe you a huge debt of gratitude. Why do you seem so unconcerned about Don Quixote's fate now? Zhou was even more astonished. Hal sneered coldly. Because after pouring my heart and soul into helping the son of Rome expand his territory and seize more profits, I discovered the truth. It was none other than little Don Quixote who killed her. Roma. Netizens. Well, that's like kissing the hand that bit you, the crowd remarked. Hal sighed. I discovered old Don Quixote knew nothing about this. Young Don Quixote did it all behind his back. So these past days, I've been conflicted about whom I should seek revenge against. No wonder you've stayed neutral, just watching the show. Fine, I'll call you Italy's #1 coward. If it were me, I'd slaughter them all. Not a single one left. Who cares if he knew or not? My family is dead, and that little Don Quixote doesn't deserve to have a family either. The online commenters chattered away, yet Hal's eyes grew increasingly bright. The Eastern directives gradually awakened a cruel resolve within this Italian gentleman. Camera in hand, Hal followed Lu Xiaomu and Zhou, silently documenting their every move. First floor, after taking down 3 female snipers and 2 thugs, the rest scattered like birds. Second floor, Lu Xiaomu uprooted a weeping willow tree, wielding the central hall's ornamental tree as a weapon. She hurled it directly at the stairwell entrance, pulverizing 4 bodyguards stationed there into pulp. Third floor, Lu Xiaomu caught 2 sniper bullets with both hands, flicked them back, and sent them straight into the snipers' foreheads, killing them instantly. Fourth floor, Lu Xiaomu ascended the stairs unopposed. Fifth floor, the restroom was packed, yet everyone pretended not to be there. Sixth, all the bloodlust and ferocity of the son of Rome evaporated before the monstrous Lu Xiaomu. When confronted by a monster who could catch bullets barehanded, instinctively detect every sniper, and casually pick up nails and stones to obliterate all enemies, the self-proclaimed warriors of the sons of Rome surrendered faster than anyone in World War II. Ha! Typical Italians. No wonder they share a table with the French. They surrender faster than anyone. At first there was some scattered resistance, but then they all took off like chickens with their tails between their legs. Is this what you call a top-tier gang? What a bunch of disgraceful losers. Where's that loudmouth Don Quixote and his mistress now? Lu Xiaomu, however, seemed satisfied. Good riddance. I didn't want to kill any more than necessary. But honestly, there probably weren't many decent people in this building anyway. When it comes to scum, killing one saves 100. I feel like I'm ridding the world of evil. That's exactly how it is. No need to feel that way. Earlier, on the 6th floor, I spotted a human skull in their cabinet collection. It was definitely real, no way it was plaster. Anyone living in luxury in the Son of Rome Tower, even the elderly, infirm, or pregnant, is far from innocent. You preach humanitarianism to them, yet they squander fortunes by trampling on those very principles. Finally, amidst everyone's popcorn munching, sunflower seed cracking spectator mentality, Lu Xiaomu reached the 33rd floor, the top floor. The last 20 floors offered no resistance. Everyone hid in their rooms, not uttering a sound. Ugh, this is killing me, Lu Xiaomu declared, settling down at the stairwell to do some stretching exercises. 3 circles left, 3 circles right, twist the neck, this is really wrecking my back. Zhou, panting like a bull, you're not even flushed or out of breath. Look at me, I can barely speak. Hal, lugging the camera gear. The online viewers burst into laughter. Xiaomu and Xiaoye, stop complaining about being tired. Mr. Hal is carrying 20 pounds of camera gear up these stairs with you, and he hasn't said a word. We can totally feel Mr. Hal's exhaustion. The livestream feed is shaking like crazy because his hands are trembling like sieve flour. Cut the chatter. Just go finish off that old Don Quixote, take over his nest, and call it a night. Lu Xiaomu snapped his fingers. Alright, since our viewers are urging us on, there's no need to delay. He casually tapped the wall with his knuckles. Hey? Mr. Don Quixote, where are you? As the former leader of the Sons of Rome, could you at least come out and say something? Hiding like a coward in a secret room, waiting for me to find you? That's just pathetic. Zhou rolled her eyes. In my opinion. Just as she strode forward, Lu Xiaomu suddenly sensed danger and yanked her back. Then, Lu Xiaomu drew a small knife and sneered coldly, oh? No movement for so long? So you were setting up tripwire mines. With that, he casually flicked a throwing knife. 2 fishing lines snapped instantly, revealing a miniature detonator falling to the floor. Zhou was suddenly overcome with dread. She'd nearly been blown sky high. Wah, kids' variety shows really are high-risk projects. She pouted, utterly disheartened. Chapter 135, The New Master of the Son of Rome. There are quite a few tripwire mines inside the house. Lu Xiaomu possessed extensive experience dealing with such small devices. With just a quick glance and the keen perception of his superior sixth sense, he had already identified most of the potential threats, including 11 tripwire mines, 5 detection mines, and 5 gravity mines. Ha, is the Son of Rome some kind of landmine factory? Watching Lu Xiaomu dismantle the mines one by one, the online viewers were baffled, unable to grasp what exactly these things were. Fellow bullet screen buddies, I just looked it up online. There really is a military factory called Son of Rome, and their signature product is landmines. No wonder then. I'm good now. Hal explained with a wry smile. As a gang seeking long-term profits, 2 months ago I led the acquisition of a landmine manufacturer. Then I turned it around. Lu Xiaomu gave him a thumbs up. You've got some skills, sir. These mines look familiar to me. Could it be? Yes, they're primarily exported to your Dragon Phoenix Oasis and distributed to mercenaries worldwide. Hal sighed. It was Lady Caesar who championed this project. Back then, we worked together in perfect harmony. Little did I expect what happened later. Sigh. From your tone, it seems you and Caesar were quite close? Lu Xiaomu asked coldly. Why didn't you send reinforcements later? I'm sorry, but as you can see, I've only just returned to the Sons of Rome, Hal said helplessly. By the time I learned abroad of the Medici family's upheaval that Lady Caesar and Vicky Medici had lost their power, and that new ruler was that ingrate, Keynes Medici, it was all already settled. But even if I'd been in the country then, I couldn't have changed anything, Hal shook his head earnestly. As I said, I was never a decision maker, just a traitor under the Son of Rome. Lu Xiaomu, you're honest, at least. So, here's your reward. He pulled a sharp, poison-tipped dagger from his pocket and tossed it to Hal. Then he pointed to the second room ahead. That's the secret chamber. Old Don Quixote and young Don Quixote are both hiding behind the wall. You wanted revenge? Now's your chance. Hal froze, his mind in turmoil. What's he hesitating about? Netizens were curious. Others suspected he was putting on a show. This guy's probably stalling, pretending to be all sentimental. My guess is he doesn't even have a wife, or she's long dead. Yeah, you can't trust a foreigner's one-sided story. Watch out for him turning on us. Brother Xiaomu is just too kind-hearted, he trusts strangers too easily. Facing the netizen's skepticism, Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly and casually produced a pendant, opening it. Inside was a photograph of Hal and his wife, their wedding picture. Just snatched it from that guy's neck. He wasn't lying, Lu Xiaomu stated calmly. I have my own unique technique for detecting lies, and my success rate is pretty high. To date, I've failed exactly 0 times. Ha! That is way too pretentious, Brother Xiaomu. So you've got a built-in lie detector too? That's insane. Are you a master of all trades? Besides, Mr. Hal had no reason to lie. Lu Xiaomu shook his head. I didn't make a move from the start. He's smart, he knew I'd let him go. So if he was scared for his life, he could have left this building then and now, holed up in that corner cafe. Once I, the Scourge, left, he could have come back to seize power and still become the new leader of the Sons of Rome. But he chose to stay, which was actually quite dangerous. After all, those who walk with wolves often get devoured by them. Lu Xiaomu pointed at her own nose. If I'd accidentally killed him by mistake, wouldn't he have died unjustly? Plus, if I were to die, Hal following me from behind would easily be seen as treason. You could say his current actions are a lose-lose situation. Given such contradictory behavior, the story he told is most likely not fabricated. Joe, you realized, I see. He really is a man with a story. Pfft, could his story possibly be as rich as mine? Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. Brother Xiaomu's jealous. Seeing his little fangirl getting poached, he immediately starts showing off. Sigh, the inexplicable competitive drive of male creatures. Brother Xiaomu, humph, woman, you've successfully caught this boy's attention. Zhou Yu chuckled. So, what do you think Mr. Hal will ultimately choose? Will he take down little Don Quixote or old Don Quixote? He won't lay a finger on either of them. Lu Xiaomu delivered an answer that froze the entire livestream audience. Because behind that locked door, 12 burly men are hiding, each armed to the teeth. You think Hal is some kind of war god like me? Zhou Yu. Audience, damn, Xiaomu the old fox is trying to use someone else's knife to kill. But Hal remained in a daze, still fixated on how to exact his revenge, his mind as tangled as ever. So, knife in hand, he stepped into the room without a hint of suspicion. The next moment, Hal felt like a newborn chick, grabbed by the scruff of his collar by a giant hand that seemed to belong to a god, and flung backwards out the door. Then, a hail of bullets poured through the wall, slamming into the spot where Hal had been standing moments before. Hal jolted awake, realizing he'd narrowly avoided being riddled with bullets. Careful, Mr. Hal. I still need you to be the new leader of the Sons of Rome, Lu Xiaomu said with a faint smile, handing the camera back to him before dashing into the room like a whirlwind. From the secret room came shouts and curses. Dad, I told you. Hal is a wolf that can never be tamed. You insisted he had business acumen and could help us rise. Ugh. I, Don Quixote, the great hero, how could I have sired such a pig-stupid son? If you hadn't left traces after killing an ordinary woman, how could I have lost such a valuable asset? Didn't you claim to be squeamish back then, which is why you took that supermodel first? We all lined up behind you to enjoy the spoils. Why play innocent now? Hearing these words, Hal's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Netizens. Holy, what a bombshell. When death is near, people will say anything. So old Don Quixote is just a phony hypocrite? No need to waste words on him, just bring out the 50-meter-long sword. Poor Hal. His stunning supermodel wife got targeted by gang brats and ended up getting gangbanged. And he was tricked into treating the thugs like family, working for them. Chapter 136, The Godfather. Hal gritted his teeth, charging toward the room entrance with the camera. He captured the jaw-droppingly brutal scene. Lu Xiaomu delivered a single normal punch, lightly striking the wall of the secret chamber. The entire wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. Countless bullets rained down on Lu Xiaomu, but he simply waved his arms, effortlessly blocking the shots aimed for his head. As for the bullets hitting his body, Lu Xiaomu didn't even bother to react. His bulletproof vest effortlessly absorbed the force, shielding him from all threats. With a backhand throw, Lu Xiaomu executed the classic hidden weapon technique, kite 3-point water. Whoosh! 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 Several of Don Quixote's loyal henchmen were struck in the right eye, collapsing face up. The remaining bodyguards, having emptied their magazines, watched Lu Xiaomu stroll toward them with a careless air. Their hands trembled uncontrollably as they debated whether to reload or kneel and surrender immediately. After all, bullets seemed to have no effect on the monster cub before them. Hal gritted his teeth. Hassan! Reed! Listen to me. You no longer need to pledge loyalty to the Don Quixote family. I've uncovered the truth, you two joined old Don Quixote because you were homeless orphans. But the very culprit who slaughtered your families was one of old Don Quixote's black gloves. His specialty? Playing both murderer and savior. The online audience was stunned. Holy crap, is old Deng really this ruthless? Was it all self-written, self-directed, and self-acted? Did he use this trick to make his men utterly loyal? Was old Don Quixote a film director majoring in screenwriting? Mind blown. So every underworld boss has their secret trick. Even if I reincarnated or traveled through time, I'd never master these 1,000 schemes. Lu Xiaomu merely yawned, nothing new here. I bet old Don Quixote watched our famous Hong Kong manga Fengyun, The Legend of the Dragon. Isn't this exactly how Xiongba recruited Niafeng and Bu Jingyun? He had his own men wipe out families, then adopted the orphans himself, becoming the revered godfather in their hearts. TSK. The online audience sighed in unison. Now that you mention it, it doesn't feel fresh at all. So it's just old wine in a new bottle, a tired trope. I knew it felt like déjà vu. All I can say is, being descendants of a 5,000-year-old civilization is truly something. You can find historical precedents for anything in that glorious heritage. From then on, everything unfolded as it should. Hal hesitated no longer lost in confusion. He charged toward his enemy, the man who had killed his wife, like a meteor streaking across the sky. Hassan and Reed, loyal to him, turned their weapons on the remaining bodyguards, knocking them all down before chambering rounds and finishing them off with point-blank shots. Hal's blade flashed, and the poison dagger ended the filthy lives of old Don Quixote and his son, little Don Quixote. Folks, this story teaches us to choose a virtuous wife, someone couldn't help but remark in the livestream chat. Look at her. Just because that receptionist was arrogant and domineering, throwing tantrums because she was Don Quixote Jr.'s lover. Now she's dead, and both her father-in-law and husband are gone. And she's still carrying the dead man's child. Hal knelt before Lu Xiaomu, utterly distraught. You avenged my deepest grievance. I pledge my eternal loyalty. Mr. Lu Xiaomu, you came to, son of Rome, with purpose. How may I, Wei Junjie, assist you? Talking to a smart person is refreshing. Lu Xiaomu ordered with satisfaction. Immediately haul all the corpses out for disposal. Within an hour, clean the secret chamber spotless, lay out cozy milk cotton sheets, and prepare fresh milk to aid sleep. Then station guards at every entrance to your sacred Roman building tonight. A horde of assassins will come looking for trouble. Oh, and one more thing, bury every single tripwire mine, proximity mine, and gravity mine in your inventory at every entrance. Give those about to break in a little surprise. As she said this, Lu Xiaomu temporarily blacked out the livestream for 1 minute. Wei Junjie from Italy nodded, as you wish. Hassan and Reed beside him couldn't help but warn, but then, our hard-built Holy Roman building might end up riddled with holes from the mines, turning into a dangerous structure. So what? Hal sneered. Do it immediately. The godfather who gave me my name and new life, Mr. Riot Xiaomu, his first command must be executed to perfection. Besides, achieving anything requires sacrifice, Hal reasoned calmly. Mr. Lu Xiaomu's approach is correct. No sane person would ever plant tripwire mines in their own home, let alone near their bedroom door or bathroom entrance. Attacking unexpectedly and catching the enemy off guard, that's the essence of Sun Tzu's art of war. Understand? Lu Xiaomu gave him a thumbs up. You're a quick learner. Then he resumed his livestream. What just happened? I kept refreshing the livestream page, but it kept saying the streamer wasn't broadcasting. Did the streaming equipment break? Or is there something you're not telling us, brother Xiaomu? Were you secretly making out with Little Moon? Or did you even go all the way? But it felt kinda short, just a few seconds? Stop talking nonsense. Brother Mu is only 10 years old. He hasn't even hit puberty yet. Don't judge brother Xiaomu by normal standards. Could your 10-year-old kid create the Dragon Phoenix Oasis? Catch bullets barehanded? Punch through 2 meters of reinforced concrete? So if brother Xiaomu and little Yaya made a baby, I wouldn't be surprised. Ahem, the comments are getting off track. Lu Xiaomu rolled his eyes and blurted out a lie. It was just a pure network glitch. Now you all know how terrible Europe's infrastructure is, right? We should really send our Dragon Nation infrastructure team over to overhaul their entire national network system. Alright, I'm getting sleepy. Nothing else tonight, folks. He yawned, sipping the fresh milk offered by Son of Rome. Early to bed, early to rise makes you tall and strong. Everyone should get some rest, it helps prevent hair loss. With that, Lu Xiaomu ended the stream. But the viewers sensed something was off, lingering in the darkened live stream room. I remember Brother Xiaomu made it clear mysterious enemy assassins would strike tonight. Yeah, don't forget Lu Xiaomu came to occupy the building because he's playing the usurper's game. He wanted to temporarily enlist the Son of Rome's people to guard the night for him, serving as his first line of defense against the mysterious enemy. What do we do? Something big is definitely happening tonight, but we can't watch the live stream. A viewer named 2nd Battalion Commander studying in Italy suddenly piped up, I've registered a live stream account too. Fellow viewers, I live in a neighborhood not far from the Holy Roman Tower. How about I pull an all-nighter, skip sleep tonight, head over to the building across from the Holy Roman Tower, and live stream from there? Chapter 137, The Sparrow Takes the Magpie's Nest, a grand success. Yay! You ask if I'm a fan? Of course I'm a fan of 2nd Battalion Commander going live. Don't do it. Lu Xiaomu specifically ended his stream and went to great lengths to control the Son of Rome precisely because tonight is a blood-soaked long knife night. 2nd Battalion Commander, you're heading into the danger zone at this critical moment? Do you have too much time on your hands? Exactly. Exactly. Do you have Xiaomu's skills? You dare go there to stream? That's like carrying a lantern into a latrine shining a light on seeking death. Many viewers pleaded earnestly. But 2nd Battalion Commander studying in Italy had already clearly realized this was a golden opportunity to become an internet sensation, ride Lu Xiaomu's popularity, and make a fortune. In a lifetime, moments when one clearly recognizes a life-changing opportunity right before their eyes are few and far between. This Chinese student abroad didn't hesitate. No worries, I'll stream from the rooftop of the building across the street. No one will notice me. Go go go, let's roll. At the Knights of the Round Table's emergency meeting. What's the rush? Why the emergency call? Butcher slammed his fist on the table in irritation, causing his holographic projection to wobble. Unless it involves a matter of grave importance, emergency gatherings should never be called lightly, the priest snorted coldly, fixing his gaze on the initiator. Haotian, you owe us an explanation. Haotian wore a faint smile as he addressed the sleepy-eyed members. Gentlemen, the earth-shattering trap I set with Amaterasu, later joined by Shiva, is now fully prepared. As we anticipated, Lu Xiaomu has landed in Italy and expended considerable energy. Haotian's lips curved upward. The gift I've meticulously prepared for him is about to be delivered. Tonight marks the end of the Thug Xiaomu and the downfall of the Tangzhuang thugs. The day we Knights of the Round Table reclaim our throne over the underworld draws near. He rose with fervor, you shall witness the true art of slaughter. The others exchanged glances, then fell silent. After all, judging by Haotian's expression, this wasn't some petty skirmish, there must be something substantial behind it. Sage smiled faintly, I've long anticipated this. I'm also deeply gratified by the Eastern member's intervention. Seizing this moment, I declare, whoever eliminates the Thug Xiaomu shall inherit my authority as chairman of the Knights of the Round Table. Haotian's eyes blazed with intensity. Amaterasu merely curled her lips. Shiva, however, couldn't help but feel a pang of regret, wishing he had accepted the mission himself. If a Dragon Nation native could accomplish this, surely he, as an Indian, could do the same. Across from the Holy Roman Empire building. On the rooftop of the Holiday Palace Hotel, the streamer's 2nd Battalion Commander studying in Italy summoned every ounce of his parkour prowess. Carrying his live streaming gear, he leapt and bounded across the rooftop, swiftly reaching his target location. See what I mean, viewers? Everything's going smoothly. The streamer gave a thumbs up, satisfied. Now, it's time for my show. We'll capture every crucial moment of the mysterious enemy's attack. I'll be live streaming Lu Xiaomu versus the mysterious enemy for you all. News spread like wildfire among viewers in Lu Xiaomu's livestream. Within moments, a full 4 million viewers flooded into the 2nd Battalion Commander's livestream. The 2nd Battalion Commander beamed with joy, watching his follower count skyrocket. He felt tears welling up in his eyes. He had streamed for a total of 7,000 hours before, sometimes as a game streamer, sometimes as a travel vlogger, sometimes as a food eater, but had only ever reached 17,000 followers. Most of those were bots and fake accounts sent by the platform to encourage streamers to keep broadcasting. Yet in just 3 minutes, his follower count had skyrocketed to a staggering million. The 2nd Battalion Commander couldn't help but think to himself, damn, grinding out content just can't compete with writing a trend. But the next moment, the 2nd Battalion Commander suddenly noticed something odd about the bullet comments. Like a horror game, every comment screen turned uniformly to, "Look behind you! Look behind you! Look behind you!" The 2nd Battalion Commander painfully twisted his neck and saw dozens of eerie black shadows staring coldly at him from behind. "What? Spare me, Jado Madai." Startled, the battalion commander's speech became garbled, even blurting out a phrase in Japanese. Little did he know, that impulsive outburst of Japanese would save his life. "Oh? Are you of Japanese descent?" A shadow stepped forward, asking in Japanese. She revealed a white, smooth-skinned demon mask, looking particularly unsettling. The 2nd Battalion commander knew several foreign languages, including Japanese. Seeing this, he stammered nervously, "Hi. I'm a Japanese exchange student. Miss, the moon tonight is truly beautiful. I'm photographing the stars. I wonder if you are human, or perhaps cosplaying as Japanese wind spirits. Just call me Amaterasu." Under the night breeze, the woman wearing the Shirayuki mask possessed a graceful figure that left many viewers in the 2nd Battalion commander's livestream utterly spellbound. "Oh my, Miss Amaterasu, you suddenly appearing at midnight was quite the scare." 2nd Battalion commander quickly improvised. "At first I thought it was Sadako or Kayako or something scared me so bad I couldn't even speak properly, ha ha ha." He used this to explain his less than fluent Japanese. "I see. I thought you were just a stutterer," Amaterasu said casually. "We're heading to the building across the street shortly to carry out a mission. If you have time, you can take some photos of us. Upload them online later, and I guarantee you'll become famous." I can take pictures?" The 2nd Battalion commander was stunned. He'd expected them to chase him away, but never imagined they'd be so accommodating. Of course. How could our first battle as the Divine Cherry Blossom Group stepping onto the historical stage lack witnesses? Amaterasu's lips curved into a cold smile. Using the death of the thug Xiaomu as our stepping stone, what a poetic beginning. I wonder if 10-year-old Lu Xiaomu would echo the haiku's lament, "I know this life is fleeting as dew, yet." Perhaps finding a fellow countryman in a foreign land sparked her conversational fervor. The 2nd Battalion commander's heart pounded wildly. Had he really stumbled upon a mega scoop? Holy, getting up close to the mysterious force that attacked Lu Xiaomu. Tonight was worth it, even if the one about to become as fleeting as dew might be me. "Oh? Your heart is beating unusually hard." Amaterasu's expression turned wary. "Do you know him?" The 2nd Battalion commander hurriedly replied, "He's the world's top internet celebrity now, who doesn't know him? They say he's the reincarnation of the war god. Please be careful, ma'am. I wouldn't want to see someone as beautiful as you, a true Japanese maiden, fall like cherry blossoms." Chapter 138, Amaterasu, walking on air. Amaterasu chuckled softly. Even beneath her mask, the moonlit beauty remained breathtakingly exquisite. "I'd like to meet Lu Xiaomu." She gazed leisurely at the pitch-black Holy Roman building, a faint smile playing on her lips. "But today, his legend is destined to shatter here. And I, Amaterasu, shall make my name resound across the world." The 2nd Battalion commander thought to himself, "She's pretty cocky." Though no footage was currently being streamed in his livestream, everyone could clearly hear their conversation. The viewers immediately began mocking. "Amazing? Yeah, right. Even if Wu Zetian were reborn, Lu Xiaomu would knock her out with one punch. This Japanese chick's so cocky, does she never watch live streams? Could she really knock out one kid after another when facing mold? Japanese women lose their nerve when facing mold. Ever heard? Not just oil breeds mold, it also thrives where Japanese girls gather. And afterward, the Japanese government covers it all up. Then, may I film your heroic deeds?" The 2nd Battalion commander tentatively offered in halting Japanese, "After Lu Xiaomu passes away, I can broadcast your valor across the globe." Amaterasu tilted her head, lost in thought. The 2nd Battalion commander quickly embellished, "Isn't Lu Xiaomu just going all out with live streaming? His so-called title as the world's #1 mercenary king is all hyped up by modern-day traffic. Miss Amaterasu, if you wish to take his place, you must also have your own livestream to let the world know of your existence." "You make a point, foreign student." Seemingly persuaded, she mused, "We must indeed rise again, letting the world witness the re-emergence of Yamato's absolute might. Since the Meiji Restoration, Yamato has languished too long. Let me ignite a new beacon of hope from the grassroots." Audience. Damn, the Japanese are secretly trying to rearm? Little Moose fan livestream accidentally exposed the Japanese girl's shocking plot. What a pleasant surprise. That girl called Amaterasu before she even realized her narcissistic face was exposed has already fallen into the global audience's sights. Amaterasu, a smile playing on her lips, inquired of the 2nd Battalion commander, "And who might you be?" "My name is Sakura Taro." The 2nd Battalion commander dared not reveal his real name, he'd be slaughtered on the spot. He had to improvise a name. Netizens deconstructed the text and were instantly amused by his quick wit. The air part goes without saying. After all, his online name is 2nd Battalion Commander. Sakura Cherry Blossom is the image Little Days loves most. It fits perfectly. Eldest son, that's Taro. 2nd Battalion Commander seems to be an only child too, so calling him Taro makes perfect sense. Amaterasu beamed with satisfaction, spreading her lotus petal arms in fervor. "You, and I, Sakura Taro, shall witness the rebirth of our Yamato nation. You must document every moment of our heroic deeds." "Hi. As you wish, Lady Amaterasu. May your military fortune flourish. Should you not return, I vow to shatter with you, never to live a life of cowardice." The 2nd Battalion commander bowed low, his back arched. Having traveled far and wide, he was well versed in the bowing etiquette Xiaori loved to boast about. Thus, he promptly knelt on both knees with reverent humility, exposing his pectoral muscles in textbook fashion. Amaterasu sighed, ever since our defeat, His Majesty the Emperor surrendered unconditionally. Oh, no, His Majesty declared an end to the war to minimize global casualties. Now, true Showa men are dwindling. All that's left are Heisei slackers who spend their days hugging anime girls as virtual wives. Men as sensible and valiant as you are truly rare as hen's teeth. The audience listened to the exchange, finding it both comical and infuriating. Hear that, all our compatriots worldwide? They never admit their unconditional surrender to Japan's invasion, they won't even call it defeat. Their official line remains ceasefire agreement. TSK, the emperor ended the war instead of admitting defeat? How shameless. What could we do? Back then, the emperor knelt and kowtowed like a slave, acknowledging the American five-star General MacArthur as his father. Under the protection of the world's strongest superpower, our nation was weak and our people exhausted. We had no choice but to hold our noses and endure it. The little bastards have always been like this, they only protest defeat, never war itself. That's the national flaw described in the chrysanthemum and the sword. Meanwhile, the 2nd Battalion commander also pointed his livestream camera at Amaterasu and the group of samurai in kimonos behind her. The chat exploded with activity, and the viewer count skyrocketed to over 6 million. However, since the 2nd Battalion commander's streaming platform was based domestically, its international recognition remained low. This was actually a blessing in disguise. Had he been truly famous across Blue Star, intelligence operatives would have alerted Amaterasu immediately. Then, a clean sweep of the wind would sever the 2nd Battalion commander's head or sever his Italian cannon. Alright, the hour has come. Lu Xiaomu's death knell has sounded. I shall inform everyone that you are my personal photographer, placing you under security protection. Continue capturing our heroic deeds here, Mr. Sakura Taro. Amaterasu abruptly rose to her feet. To everyone's astonishment, she began stepping steadily into the void. Poof. After tonight, all global powers shall revere me as they would a god. Amaterasu, wielding her great sword, walked with elegant composure across the empty sky between skyscrapers, heading toward the sacred Roman building. All spectators were frozen in shock. Damn, that woman's got some skills. How did she do that? Wire work? Where are the cables? Looks like movie special effects. Fake or real? This is supposed to be a live broadcast, right? Why does it feel like the Shinobi World War? Even the 2nd Battalion commander couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty Amaterasu, are we witnessing the revival of spiritual energy or the return of ancient martial arts? Has the cultivation energy of this blue star become abundant once more? Might I too attain the realm of a terrestrial immortal, soaring through the void like you? Amaterasu merely smiled faintly, saying nothing more. Damn, this Japanese chick's being all coy and secretive, what a small-minded move. If it were Little Moo streaming this, he'd definitely spill the beans on all the tricks. Ever since watching Brother Moo's live streams, I've realized how many extraordinary people and events exist in this world. Could there truly be reclusive sword immortals who can cleave warships with a single stroke? Or hidden boxing masters who can shatter stars with a single punch? All I know is that butter-obsessed male lead who scores with one shot. The 2nd Battalion commander sensed his viral fame was now a foregone conclusion. But, after today, Amaterasu would realize he was no ordinary mortal. Her public divine manifestation had become a laughingstock in Dragon Nation, a performance so cringeworthy it bordered on social death. When that time came, she would undoubtedly issue a kill order. Chapter 139, Druids are omnipotent. Your days are numbered. Only 2 places can save your skin now. A comment caught everyone's attention. The ID belonged to none other than the dazzling, platform-verified VIP Summer Fun Show. Yes, as everyone knew, this program now belonged to Lu Xiaomu, who had taken control of the account by changing its password. Brother Xiaomu. Ahem, I was going to call and warn you about the impending danger, but it seems the people are still awake. Well then, let's get this party started. That little delightful cutie has a killer body, and I'd love to take a shot at her, but she's actually walking on air, stepping through the void. She's clearly a transcendent powerhouse. You'd better watch out. But the 2nd Battalion commander was more concerned about his own survival. Brother Moo. Master Moo. Quickly show me a way out. The more I think about it, the more terrified I get. That ghostly Amaterasu, if she wants my life, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping her hand? Speak up. Where can I go to survive? Which of these 2 places would take me in? Poof. First, the capital of the Dragon Nation, Amaterasu, wouldn't dare venture deep into our territory. Second, my Dragon Phoenix Oasis. She may be fierce, but she's no match for the painted skin which Angel of Death I personally trained. Lu Xiaomu pointed out the path to survival with absolute certainty. Alright. I'll head straight to the Dragon Phoenix Oasis to stream. 2nd Battalion commander replied gleefully. Thanks for the help, Brother Xiaomu. I'm going to become a resident internet celebrity on the Oasis. I'll take a year off school, join the Tangzhuang rioters group, and become a super intern. Better ask Brother Xiaomu if he'll agree first. Tanzhuang Brawlers isn't just any group you can intern with. First, you gotta take down a moldy fungus as your initiation offering. What if Brother Mu refuses to take you in? Young man, better get down on your knees and bang bang bang. Lu Xiaomu responded with a grin. 2nd Battalion Commander, this fan deserves major credit. While he was chatting with Amaterasu, my spies successfully identified a suspicious individual and reported it to me. Amaterasu, this is getting interesting, huh? Has the mastermind behind the Dragon Phoenix vs Oasis conflict surfaced yet? What grudge do you have against Amaterasu? Spill it already. This bystander loves hearing the dirt. Meanwhile, 2nd Battalion Commander looked around in confusion. Where are your spies? Lu Xiaomu replied, turn around and look behind you. Whoa! The 2nd Battalion Commander felt a chill run down his spine. Wait, Brother Xiaomu, there's no one around me. It's the middle of the night, don't try to scare me with ghost stories. His neck stiffened as he forced himself to turn around. See? No one there. You scared the hell out of this hairy guy. The 2nd Battalion Commander let out a long sigh of relief. Lu Xiaomu chuckled softly, you can't see it because it's perched right on the back of your head. Gently catch my animal spy and don't hurt it. Give it the jelly from your pocket. The 2nd Battalion Commander froze, then reached out, and his eyes welled up. Folks, this feels so familiar. I used to keep reptiles and bred these insects to feed my geckos and corn snakes, he revealed with a mournful expression amidst the curious comments. It's a giant American cockroach, sniffle. Viewers. This has turned into a real late-night ghost story, haha. 1 a.m., cockroaches crawling all over the back of your head. Little Moo is playing a grim joke on you. Wait, are druids really that omnipotent? Talking to lions, tigers, and leopards, taming whale sharks, and now even befriending cockroaches as insect companions? Unstoppable, Brother Moo. I crown you the greatest druid in history. Commanding an army of cockroaches? That's 100 times more formidable than any whale shark, especially in urban settings. You've basically conquered humanity. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. Alright, let's not show this to the viewers. After all, your stream doesn't have AI blurring. I should log off now. Amaterasu is knocking at the door. A chill ran through everyone's hearts. The 2nd Battalion Commander blurted out, you have to win, Brother Xiaomu. Don't lose to that Japanese girl. Don't worry, victory is guaranteed. Lu Xiaomu signed off, and at that very moment, the Summer Fun Show livestream room reopened. Lu Xiaomu waved cheerfully, beaming, surprised? Unexpected? Baby has had a good nap, so I'm popping in for an emergency stream to show you the clash of Blue Star's top humans. If you missed today's broadcast, well, you'll just have to catch up with the video later. I thought if I missed this one, I'd never get another chance. Turns out I can watch the replay. Brother Xiaomu is adorable. But ever since I started watching your streams, my worldview feels like it's been turned upside down. Between catching bullets barehanded, slicing cancer cells with a single stroke, and that all-around druid stuff. Yeah, now we even have a cherry blossom girl who can walk on air. Everyone chattered excitedly, all seeking an answer from Lu Xiaomu. Lu Xiaomu sighed deeply. Personally, I think the upheaval on Blue Star is probably my fault. You, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes. Little Moo with the thin eyebrows and small eyes, you're the culprit? Shut up. Was it you who shattered the Tao with a single punch, returning the spiritual energy tides to this world? Was it you who cleaved the primordial chaos with a single stroke, ushering humanity back into the cultivation era? Lu Xiaomu shook his head. He had a vague sense that after granting him the ultimate skill, the system perhaps as part of its after-sales service had infused Blue Star's atmosphere with a concentrated dose of spiritual energy. For instance, the ancient martial arts Tai Chi and 100 birds paying homage spear he had mastered both demanded immense physical strength and spiritual energy to execute. But originally, spiritual energy on Blue Star was sparse, nearly non-existent. Now, as he traversed the continents of Europe, Asia, and Africa, he found his skills growing increasingly proficient while his spiritual energy reserves became ever more abundant. This was likely because, every time he acquired an ultimate skill, the system would add a bit more spiritual energy to Blue Star to support his skill execution. Descendants of ancient martial arts clans, like those practicing the Amaterasu technique, sensed the cosmic shift, rediscovered their ancestors' secret arts, and rose to prominence once more. Lu Xiaomu naturally couldn't mention the system's existence, only sighing, when I mastered ancient martial arts Tai Chi, I unknowingly stirred the tides of heaven and earth, bringing about a spiritual energy revival. Later, mastering the 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix Spear, further tore open the rift in the heavens and earth, bringing spiritual energy back to Blue Star from outer space. After that, when I mastered Cancer Cell Slash and 100% bare-handed bullet catching, I felt the spiritual energy grow increasingly rich and potent. The barrier severing heaven and earth has been utterly shattered by me. Netizens, are you writing a fantasy novel? Lu Xiaomu, fine. I knew telling the truth wouldn't get me anywhere. Chapter 140, holy crap, Brother Xiaomu. Keep spinning it. Write another 5-cent story. I love hearing this stuff. I believe it, I really do. Just kidding, he. Why not say you shattered the void with one punch, bringing spiritual energy to the people? Brother Xiaomu's kindness is beyond repaying. Ahem, watch your language upstairs. Careful your sun sets and never rises again, woof. Lu Xiaomu shrugged indifferently. Believe it or not, after me, you'll witness many powerhouses like Amaterasu. Of course, they might also think they're the chosen ones, destined by heaven. Little do they know, it's all because I accidentally brought spiritual energy to Blue Star. Ha 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 ha. Is Brother Xiaomu switching up his livestream style to go full clown comedy now? The viewers roared with laughter, doubled over by his deadpan honesty. Lu Xiaomu shut his mouth. He could only sigh inwardly, perhaps he truly was a natural-born streaming saint. All the popular memes he painstakingly researched and the jokes he crafted only elicited half-hearted chuckles and perfunctory smiles. Yet, the truth he spoke had everyone rolling on the floor laughing, probably enough to knock a few unconscious. Forget it. Lu Xiaomu waves dismissively, walking over to Zhou Yu's bed and pinching her nose. I'm suffocating. What are you doing? Zhou Yu jolted awake from the oxygen deprivation, only to find Lu Xiaomu standing over her pillow. She pouted angrily. No way. I'm still just a kid, sis. Lu Xiaomu flatly rejected her invitation. Zhou Yu, ? Ha, who'd have thought Little Moon and Little Moo would end up sharing a room? A man and a woman alone together, dry kindling and a raging fire. TSK. There's only dry kindling, no blazing fire. At best, just a tiny spark. Well, if the kindling's dry enough, even a tiny spark can set half the sky ablaze. This whole small horse pulling a big cart scenario is practically a mainstream fetish, right? It's only surpassed by sadder themes in popular works. Lu Xiaomu pointed out the window and warned, Sister Zhou Yu, there's a big spider. Zhou Yu froze, pulling a coat over her silk nightgown as she glanced toward the floor-to-ceiling window in confusion. Her blood-curdling scream echoed through Italy. A terrifying scene unfolded. A kimono-clad woman wearing a Shirayuki Heim mask stood menacingly by the window, waving eerily yet seemingly friendly, beckoning from outside. This is the bedroom on the 31st floor. Zhou Yu screamed in utter terror. Why is Kayako standing by the window? The online viewers were instantly gripped by terror. You gotta admit, waking up to find a woman in white kimono standing at the 31st floor window is straight out of a ghost story. Yeah, if it were a burly guy, maybe it'd be a painter or an AC repairman. Exactly. If it were a local middle-aged woman, she could be a housekeeper cleaning windows. But it's a slender woman in a white kimono. If it were me, my pants would be soaked through instantly, dripping like crazy. Lu Xiaomu lazily curled her finger. You are Amaterasu? Clang. Amaterasu drew her sword in an instant, slicing through 50 centimeters of bulletproof glass into scattered shards. As the glass shattered, she unfurled an oil paper umbrella adorned with ukiyo-e-style paintings of the night parade of 100 demons. She glided toward him, her elegant kimono billowing fiercely in the gale that swept through the sacred Roman building. Her jade-like feet clad in wooden clogs, she glided toward Lu Xiaomu with the grace of a Japanese lady. Greetings, Mr. Rioter. Netizens. Wow, jade. Everything's jade, but it'll only drain your body dry. Such jade, so white, so big. This, Amaterasu, I fell for her at first sight, bro. Can I kiss her for 800 a month? Get lost. Those Japanese teachers you've saved on your phone? The ones willing to moonlight at nightclubs charge 300,000 yen per session, got it? No worries, broke buddy. Check out the gentle catgirl Holy Grail. You can't afford Japanese teachers, but you can experience their Mystery Garden replica to your heart's content. Ahem, this is summer fun show, a children's variety program, after all. You scumbags, keep your dirty jokes off this stage before you corrupt the kids. Uncle, we're not afraid of being corrupted, we're just afraid you won't provide the Holy Grail link. It must be said, Amaterasu truly possessed an ethereal grace. When she drew her sword and sliced through the wall with such effortless elegance, it was breathtakingly beautiful. The live stream audience instantly became her devoted fans, captivated by both her physical presence and stunning looks. Live stream system notice. I'm a Genshin Impact caster sends a 5,000 yuan high energy bullet. Little Moo, please shatter her mask and show us her face. If you succeed, I'll tip another 100,000. No running away. I'm a collapsing rail tracer sent a 5,000 yuan high energy bullet, joining the big brother's tip. I want to see her true face too. Roadside Xiaoju sent a high energy bullet worth 3,000 yuan. Since the brothers have joined forces, I'm in too, but I'm broke, so only 50,000 yuan for me. Viewers, wait, are you guys the three musketeers of me home? Did game fans come to our outdoor stream to stir trouble? Sigh, Amaterasu really does look like an anime cutie. No wonder she blew up the anime gaming section all at once. Amaterasu has truly broken through the dimensional barrier. She brings a 2D vibe to the real world. Her fashion sense is top-notch. I'd gladly fly high for her. Guys, let's go all out. Genshin bros, lead us on another run. Lu Xiaomu smiled, interesting. Since you viewers are offering hefty rewards for her true face, I'll reluctantly grant your wish. Just want to see her real face? That's exactly what I had in mind. After all, the hidden forces that have been plaguing me from the shadows have finally revealed themselves. I'm eager to follow the trail and find every last one of you. Amaterasu spoke coldly. Why cling to delusions when death is imminent? Quite right. From the heavens above, another languid voice echoed. Then, an Eastern youth plummeted downward, his laughter maniacal and wickedly intense. Yet his voice remained calm, his expression still arrogant. My name is Haotian. I come to claim your life. He smacked down onto the windowsill. He should have been a pile of mangled flesh, brains splattered and blood gushing. Yet astonishingly, he emerged unscathed, not a scratch on him. Like a lump of rubber clay, he wriggled back to his feet. Hey there. Pleased to meet you. Let's see what you've got. Lu Xiaomu sneered, so you're the slime monster saint body? Haotian stumbled, nearly falling, instantly losing his cool and abandoning his pretentious entrance. He snapped, this is the way of water. Uncontested, thus none in the world can contend with it. This is the weak water divine body, got it, kid? Chapter 141, Haotian. Shiva. Amaterasu. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. You're seriously gross. If you were a hottie, having lots of water would be an asset. But you're a burly dude, what's the point of having so much water? Lu Xiaomu pouted, pointing at the camera. That was what one of my bullet screen buddies said earlier. I didn't make it up. Viewers? Making up bullet comments here, huh? Clearly you made it up yourself. When telling dirty jokes, it's I have a bullet screen bro, but when playing innocent, it's this baby's all eep eep eep. Let's be blunt, I'm a. We'll pay big bucks for Haotian's contact info. Wada test his weak water holy body's warm-heartedness. Thus, under the relentless trolling of the viewers, Haotian was suddenly listed on the must-eat guide to Chengdu, becoming the drool-worthy, sensitive-skinned little Shaoling coveted by men everywhere. Lu Xiaomu couldn't help scratching his head inside. This constant streaming really sucks. Look at you guys, viewers, can you tone it down a bit? Originally, tonight was supposed to be my epic showdown against Haotian and Amaterasu. I could have sung my heart out with one sword cleaves the floating clouds, feudal lords all come from the west, battling high-caliber opponents for 300 rounds to become an internet legend. He sighed gloomily, now it's turning into Thug Xiaomu beating up an internet-addicted, delusional girl and a self-proclaimed super-moist little tease. Amaterasu, ? Haotian. The Knights of the Round Table, watching the livestream. Go ahead and spout your trash talk. I can endure it, Haotian said indifferently. After all, this is your final livestream. I'll let you continue your performance. All grand revelry ends in cold death, a day rich in poetry and philosophy. Lu Xiaomu sneered, with just that friend of yours hiding on the rooftop? A bird just told me a big lizard has been lurking in the wall crevices for ages. Shiva, show yourself. Based on intel leaked during his stream, this individual likely possesses druidic abilities. Your mimicry camouflage is precisely countered by his powers. Haotian snorted coldly. Forget it. I was aiming for a perfect ambush. Shiva, a curry-scented man sporting his signature Indian cap and handlebar mustache, leapt through the window. Instantly, everyone clutched their noses. Such an intense E. coli stench. No wonder the seagulls said it stinks and the sparrows said it's rotten. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes in exasperation. But the dung beetle came seeking fame. Mr. Shiva, kindly maintain a 10-meter distance from me, thank you. Amaterasu, clearly a cleanliness-obsessed girl, politely retreated 5 steps before swapping her sly-faced mask for a gas mask. Phew. When Haotian mentioned teaming up with Shiva, I braced myself and made special preparations. Good thing they came in handy. Shiva, what's that supposed to mean? That's racial discrimination. Haotian, look at her. You have to stand up for me. You. He watched as Haotian impassively slipped another N95 mask over his own face. Another one. And another, layer upon layer. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaomu turned on the nearby fan, blowing all the odors right back toward Shiva. Hey, this works. No more cow dung smell. Zhou praised happily, feeling like she'd escaped a living hell. In the livestream's chat, some viewers voiced protests. Coating ourselves in cow dung to resist worldly filth and heal viruses is our religious practice. Who are you to criticize? Our coexistence with E. coli is proof of our love for nature and respect for all living beings. Only your domesticated cats and dogs are humanity's companions. What about E. coli? Let me tell you, E. coli has coexisted with humans far longer. True companionship is the most enduring declaration of love. So what if there's a tiny bit of odor? You're clearly discriminating against our third brother. Folks, I see comments about respecting religious customs and ethnic tastes, but respect is mutual. I must correct your worldview, Lu Xiaomu said expressionlessly. If Shiva chose to chew cow dung at home, guzzle Ganges water, and voluntarily become an E. coli petri dish, I'd respect, understand, and bless him. But when you stink up my space, that's public poisoning, a criminal offense. If I pass out from the fumes, will you sanctimonious hypocrites who preach respecting ethnic customs pay for my medical bills? Well said. Though I can't smell it through the screen, just seeing everyone's expressions here tells me how awful this stench must be. It's always easy to throw around other people's money, huh? But when it actually stinks up your own space? Suddenly everyone's more pissed off than anyone else. So African chieftains' cultural practices include eating people? You guys who demand respect if your whole family was being eaten and Uncle Hat just said, respect our black brother's cultural practices, wouldn't you be furious enough to explode? The third brother and third sister's arrogant swagger instantly evaporated, crushed into nothingness. Enough idle chatter. Our serious operation has been made to reek of E. coli by your remarks. Hao Tian dropped his playful demeanor, coldly reminding everyone, Lord, Sage, is watching us. And those white-skinned clowns, priest, devil, butcher, and the rest are all waiting for our defeat. Shiva's expression sharpened, you're right. It's time to show them the power of Asia. Amaterasu gave a slight nod. Unite our strength to annihilate Lu Xiaomu. I ask for your aid. As she spoke, she closed her beautiful eyes, and her great sword suddenly emitted an eerie, bewitching glow. As if a demon had abruptly materialized upon her shoulder, shimmering in and out of sight. This is the power of the slick-headed Oni. Amaterasu pressed her lips together. Years ago, when I discovered the night parade of 100 demons could be cultivated anew, I devoted every ounce of my strength to mastering this forbidden power of the great swordsman. The viewers were utterly stunned. Holy crap! Our stream is turning into a science documentary. Wait, is that CGI? Or, does this kind of thing actually exist? This is insane. Times have changed. Was Little Moo not just joking around earlier? Was he actually telling the truth? It's real. At 13, I also awakened the heaven-defying technique. Well, little buddy, you're a bit late to the party. Hao Tian surged like mesmerizing blue waves, swirling wildly around Lu Xiaomu. Countless afterimages of waves trailed behind his body, a spectacle a million times more real than any special effect. Shiva said nothing more, merely tossing several boxes aside before pulling out a flute and beginning to play. In an instant, countless king cobras burst forth from the boxes, their menacing eyes fixed on Lu Xiaomu. Chapter 142, The Demon Child Descends? The Holy Infant arrives? Holy crap, where did that come from? Why do they all have special effects? It's like a superhero movie. It's not fair. Why don't I have those skills? I want to show off in front of people too. I want to be a show-off. I want to be the king of the city. Amidst the envious, jealous stares of everyone in the livestream, Lu Xiaomu, facing 3 opponents alone, remained remarkably composed. You only possess these extraordinary powers because of the spiritual energy overflowing from me. Though I never intended to grant it to you, I can't take it back either. So I suppose I'll just let nature take its course. What are you babbling about? Shiva sneered, glaring at him with disdain. Lu Xiaomu spread his hands, a profound smile playing on his youthful cheeks, his small eyes deep and unfathomable. I wish to remind you of a truth you refuse to acknowledge through self-deception, yet it remains undeniable. That is, it's because of my existence that you possess your current power and influence. If you truly eliminate me, spiritual energy will dwindle. You'll become like trees without roots or water without a source. He stroked his chin, a playful expression on his face. Then, you'll lose everything and be reduced to your original state. Wouldn't that be a foolish act of self-sabotage? Pfft, utter nonsense. Shiva sneered coldly, continuing to manipulate his venomous serpent. Do you really think the 3 of us would believe that? Hao Tian. Amaterasu pondered, her flawless, snow-white profile etched with doubt. It's true. All our extraordinary powers awakened only after Lu Xiaomu's birth. I've honed the sword path since childhood yet never sensed any power until the day the demon child descended. Lu Xiaomu rolled his eyes. That was my birthday. Don't go labeling it some bold demon child's birth, I'd rather call it the holy infant's arrival. I don't buy it. Shiva found it utterly absurd. Why did you all fall for his nonsense so easily? In my view, Lu Xiaomu merely awakened earlier than us amidst the tide of epical change, granting him greater power. But under the combined pressure of our 3, he had no choice but to back down meekly. That's why he's putting on this pretentious charade today. He's lying. Hao Tian frowned, He's still just a child. Could he really be lying? Shiva. Lu Xiaomu chuckled lightly, alright then. Now, you 3 good-for-nothings who should be calling me godfather are about to see what a real badass looks like. What the source of spiritual energy truly is. He suddenly whistled. All the cobras froze instantly, then whipped around, glaring fiercely at their former master. You. Shiva broke out in a cold sweat. The bond between me and them has been severed. These creatures are trying to betray me. Lu Xiaomu spoke lazily, fool. You dared bring animal companions to challenge a druid? Turning them against you was as easy as a thought. Ha! Bite that stinking bastard to death. The cobras shot out like lightning, their venomous fangs sinking viciously into Shiva. Oomph. Beasts betraying their master, all of you deserve to die. Shiva erupted in fury, instantly revealing his true form as the 8-armed Arhat, his body bathed in a golden aura of invincibility. His fists struck like a storm, unleashing a furious barrage. One by one, the cobras were reduced to pulp, crashing to the ground. If I can command these venomous serpents, I naturally possess the means to control them. Shiva sneered coldly, gloating triumphantly, my great Brahma fist, isn't it formidable? Your mythical 3 heads and 6 arms are likely nothing more than this. Haotian and Amaterasu both gave slight nods. They both acknowledged Shiva's formidable power. Otherwise, given his stench of foul E. coli and his repulsive, cow-dung-soaked appearance since childhood, these 2 nobles would never have stooped to associate with him. The online spectators were thoroughly enthralled, their eyes gleaming with excitement. I thought third brother was just an extra, but who knew he'd be an 8-armed deity? Those fist shadows filling the sky are terrifying. Holy cow! Third brother looks just as majestic in real life as he does in Bollywood movies. His fists strike like dragons. I hereby declare, the next era will be named after third brother. People worldwide will soon be competing to taste cow dung. E. coli levels will become the defining trait of the new human race. Only Lu Xiaomu burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? You little brat whose time is almost up. Shiva glared at Lu Xiaomu triumphantly, his expression utterly confident. I laugh at how ruthless you are, showing no mercy to even your own kin. Lu Xiaomu shook his head dramatically, sighing with emotion. During our brief exchange, many cobras told me they shared deep bonds with you. Alas, they can't bear snake eggs for you. Yet you've turned all your wives into sharks. Truly, you're an ungrateful, despicable scumbag of a man. Audience? Wait, is third brother really this repressed? Look at the gold jewelry on Shiva. He's clearly not short on cash. Maybe this is just his kink? Considering he's third brother, with millions of lizards raped by him every year, there's no reason cold-blooded cobras should be spared. Wow, launching a major investigation without even removing the fangs? Third brother has us roasted inside and out, utterly bowled over. This is painful to watch. I need a fresh, untainted brain untouched by third brother's bizarre news. Shiva stammered in protest, I never. They're just my playthings, never my wives. My sweetest treasures will always be my cows. Lu Xiaomu, ? Zhou Yu. Audience covered their faces, like stirring a water tank with a toothpick. Third brother is truly insane. You. Lu Xiaomu, prepare to die. After having his secrets exposed one after another, Shiva flew into a rage, shedding all pretense. He charged at Lu Xiaomu with brutal force. Take my ultimate finishing move. The great dark heaven descends. He suddenly assumed a solemn, majestic posture, leaping high into the air as his 8 arms savagely descended toward Lu Xiaomu. Ha, what an insanely cool and badass move. So, here's my response, a regular punch. Lu Xiaomu struck a fighting stance with a babyish voice, hey. A tiny, chubby, adorable little fist. Versus 8 enraged iron fists, covered in gilded light, muscles bulging, veins throbbing. Boom! Terrifying shockwaves radiated outward, sending the entire Holy Roman Empire building reeling violently. Amidst the stunned gazes of all present, Shiva was sent flying backward, embedding itself directly into the reinforced concrete wall, its fate unknown. Chapter 143, Skill Synergy. Is that it? Is that all? The online audience erupted in laughter. While stunned by Shiva's brutal one-punch defeat, they also found it utterly predictable. After all, the rogue Mu was the Black Emperor of the underworld, the king of all mercenaries. As for Shiva, what kind of stray dog from some godforsaken corner of the world was he? He's not dead. Haotian snorted coldly, his expression growing even more grave. Lu Xiaomu's strength. I'd only observed it through videos before, thinking we could hold our own against him. But now, facing him directly, he seems to be rapidly evolving, his power transforming at an astonishing pace. At the same moment, the members of the Round Table Knights were also stealing glances at the battle. The butcher rolled his eyes wildly, his face twisted with contempt. What's the matter? Backing out now? Is that fool Haotian any good at all? He's been bragging to us for so long, only to show up in front of Lu Xiaomu wanting to make a name for himself, but all he ended up doing was exposing his ass. But the others wore solemn expressions, lost in thought. Shut up, butcher, Devil sighed. How dare you criticize Haotian? Haven't you noticed one basic fact? Ha? Devil, since when did you become one of those Asian people's cheerleaders? Butcher was furious. Zeus coldly reminded Butcher, Devil means that while Haotian might struggle slightly against Lu Xiaomu, slaughtering you wouldn't be any harder than killing a chicken. Look at Haotian right now, transformed into water. Think carefully, what if one day you turned on the shower and it wasn't someone else spraying out, but Haotian? What would you do then? The butcher froze. Silence. Sage, as the chairman of the Round Table Knights, cast a cold glance at everyone. Gentlemen, the advanced combat capabilities demonstrated by Haotian, Amaterasu, and Shiva have already surpassed our imagination. If even these 3 fail, how will we face Lu Xiaomu's storm-like retaliation? Moreover, a shadow passed over the sage's eyes. Such extraordinary power, and the rest of us knew nothing of it. It's all those Asians' fault for keeping it hidden. They possess such power yet refuse to share it with all of us Knights of the Round Table. The priest voiced his resentment, his eyes gleaming with envy at the prospect of possessing such strength himself. Exactly. We should pressure those three to hand over the means to acquire this new power. The singer seized the moment to propose. The knights representing Western powers were in an uproar. The sage found their clamor irritating. Closing his eyes, he remarked indifferently, "Very well. Which one of you will go demand it from them?" All fell silent. Indeed, the dynamics of offense and defense were entirely different. In the past, when the Western faction held absolute dominance among the Knights of the Round Table, the Asian faction could only meekly comply, obeying their every command. But now, Western economic power had already fallen behind the East, and in cutting-edge military might, they were left light years behind. The days when mere words could intimidate Asians were gone forever. The butcher gritted his teeth. Those three might not escape unscathed either. They could very well go down with Lu Xiaomu. Then we'll send people to their homes for thorough investigations. We'll find clues eventually. Just as all those harboring ulterior motives had hoped. Haotian and Amaterasu joined forces, yet still found themselves at a disadvantage. You think transforming into a tidal wave makes you as gentle as water, invincible under heaven? Lu Xiaomu sneered, smashing a wall with a single punch. He retrieved a section of water pipe from within and began wielding it with fierce momentum. In the next instant, Lu Xiaomu wielded the pipe like a crimson plumed spear, unleashing the 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix spear technique. In an instant, illusory ancient martial arts scale winds coalesced into a tangible flock of birds, crashing fiercely toward Haotian. Lu Xiaomu dropped all pretense. He would never have displayed ancient martial arts at this level before, but now that someone had exposed the truth, he might as well lay his cards on the table. The wave formed by Haotian was instantly torn apart by the heavy gale of birds, shattered into countless droplets of water. Seeing this, Amaterasu immediately rushed to the rescue. The great sword swung fiercely, slashing viciously at Lu Xiaomu, intent on cleaving him in two. Lu Xiaomu merely smiled faintly. First, he activated Bullseye, propelling a bullet from his pocket through the air to strike the blade of Amaterasu directly. Instantly, he followed up with 100% bare-handed bullet catch. His figure darted like lightning, abruptly materializing before Amaterasu. He seized the bullet mid-air and in the same motion, captured her blade. Is that all? Your so-called wind-slicing blade is slower than a snail in front of me. Lu Xiaomu sneered indifferently, fulfilling her promise to the generous viewers. As Amaterasu's face paled, she casually pulled off her mask. A face as radiant as peach blossoms yet as icy as frost appeared before everyone. A classical Japanese beauty. Her porcelain-smooth, snow-white cheeks bore a look of utter disdain, as if surveying the dregs of society. She radiated the haughty, untouchable aura of a noblewoman from a prestigious family. Given her highly distinctive features, countless netizens recognized her instantly. It's the heiress of the Enma Heavy Industries. What? The eldest daughter of the Enma conglomerate Miss Enma Chio. Who would have thought such a heavyweight would come after Lu Xiaomu? Could it be he has some unresolved grudge with Little Day? Lu Xiaomu regarded Amaterasu thoughtfully, replying coolly, I seem to have no connection whatsoever with your Enma conglomerate. Therefore, you absolutely did not come for family reasons. Now, give me a name you desire, and I may spare your life. Amaterasu sheathed her blade and retreated to the floor-to-ceiling window, her beautiful eyes fixed on him with a complex gaze. I truly never imagined. I thought your skills were merely enough to crush ordinary mercenaries. But now it seems you've been playing the fool all along. I used to play dumb, but do you think I still do? Lu Xiaomu sneered. Do you really believe your caliber is so much higher than ordinary mercenaries? Ha, woman, you're far too full of yourself. He chuckled lightly, then suddenly stomped down hard, instantly crushing a pool of water that had been creeping toward him into a pulpy mess. Wah! Haotian flew backward from the puddle, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his expression utterly defeated. Trying to ambush me again? Lu Xiaomu sneered. Listen, buddy, you really think a maggot like you can pull a fast one on me? Even if I stood here doing nothing, do you think your pathetic little water gun could kill me? Retreat! Haotian ordered weakly. Truthfully, he didn't even need to speak. Shiva had already crept silently down the wall, leaving only a large, wet imprint behind. He was about to make his escape. Caw-caw. A macaw suddenly landed on Shiva's neck, holding a bullet in its beak and gently setting it down. Chapter 144, The Unrivaled Lu Xiaomu. 100% bare-handed bullet catch. Lu Xiaomu's figure shot forward like lightning, instantly closing in on the unlucky Shiva and unleashing his skill. As he seized the bullet, Lu Xiaomu's right hand clamped down on Shiva's throat. Where do you think you're running, you little ugh? Lu Xiaomu kicked him with disgust, sending Shiva crashing back into the wall he'd just come from. Damn it, viewers. He pulled out a wet wipe with a mournful expression, wiping his hands vigorously in utter exasperation. Baby got dirty. You guys watching the stream through your internet cables are so damn lucky. The moment I got up close with this guy, I felt like I'd fallen into a cesspool. And not just any cesspool, one of those ancient dry latrines passed down from the Ming and Qing dynasties, untouched for centuries. Ugh, I'm eating. Please stop describing that, Brother Moo. Seriously, could you tone down your vivid imagery? My nose feels like it's picking up the smell through the screen. Holy crap! I was planning to travel to India, but I'm canceling my ticket right now. This is terrifying. Is this the land of E. coli? Oh no! My new iPhone was made in India. I heard American testing agencies found E. coli levels exceeded standards. Should I pour 84 disinfectant inside right now? Joyu rushed over, pinching her nose, and disinfected him with alcohol. It's okay, Xiaomu. Just think of it like you just got off the toilet, ready to wipe your butt with tissue, and the paper suddenly tears. Audience, you two are getting more and more vivid. The imagery is way too strong. Could you please not suddenly become so eloquent at times like this? Ignore him. One less to deal with. Haotian gritted his teeth and slammed the red button in his hand. Shiva's stomach suddenly ballooned. TSK, how unoriginal hitting an ally like that. Lu Xiaomu curled her lip, grabbed Zhouyu by the collar, and vanished in a flash, retreating beyond the wall in an instant. The live stream viewers only saw a terrifying crimson light spreading in all directions. Then, the screen went black. Holy crap, camera, you died so tragically. Are brother Xiaomu and sister Xiaoyu okay? That Shiva, looking all high and mighty, acting like a big shot, never thought he'd end up as Haotian's sacrificial pawn. The crowd chattered excitedly. Zhouyu had already restarted the livestream on her phone. Hey, don't worry, viewers. Brother Mu was unmatched in his prowess. He carried me princess style to the safe house, where we easily withstood the shockwave behind a steel-reinforced defensive wall. Princess Carrie? Pretend we didn't see that he dragged me like a dead dog. Little Moon always tries to make herself look good, only to get called out instantly by the viewers. So cute. Wait, is Shiva really gone? What about my lovely Amaterasu-chan and Haotian Kuan? Can I tip to keep them alive? Zhouyu flushed crimson, her face turning red. So you guys saw us after all. I thought no one would notice how we moved after the cameraman was disposed of. As for Shiva, sorry, platform regulations prevent us from streaming him. Because he's already splattered all over the walls, floor, and ceiling. She glanced once and turned ashen. Seriously, streaming him is impossible. I confirmed it. Viewers, alright, we can imagine the scene. After all, the bomb was triggered from inside his body. Haotian, what a ruthless move. Zhouyu couldn't help but exclaim to Lu Xiaomu. Using his teammate's corpse as a bomb to create an escape window? That's downright treacherous and despicable. Lu Xiaomu merely smiled faintly. This guy's abilities are indeed well suited for assassination. He could easily hide the bomb inside Shiva's stomach just by drinking water. Interesting. Too bad he let them all escape. If that guy makes a comeback, we'll be in trouble. Zhouyu scratched her head with a hint of worry. Lu Xiaomu wholeheartedly agreed. Yeah, you gotta admit, Haotian's bizarre skills are truly out there. He can slip sulfuric acid into your bathwater without anyone noticing, or sneak heavy metal solutions into your food and drink. Heck, he could even transform into toilet water and suddenly grab a handful from your crotch while you're peeing. The online audience burst out laughing instantly. Holy, grabbing your crotch. But you gotta admit, Brother Xiaomu's concern makes sense. If Haotian didn't have that cleanliness obsession, he could totally pull off a stinky sneak attack right now. Haotian has no limits anyway. He's utterly despicable, a scummy backstabber. It's entirely plausible he'd pull off this kind of sneak attack just like Brother Mu imagined. Meanwhile, Haotian, dragged to the corner by Amaterasu's emergency rescue, gasped like a dying dog. Thank goodness I set something up on Shiva. Otherwise, both you and I would be dead with no place to bury our bodies. He didn't chase after us, did he? Haotian looked around nervously. Don't attract attention from passers-by. Amaterasu's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she suddenly grabbed his collar and coldly demanded, You didn't plant this thing inside my stomach too, did you? Impossible. Couldn't have. Haotian spread his hands innocently. After all, I wrapped the bomb in water currents and delivered it in batches into Shiva's body. That would have caused a strong odor and a distinct foreign object sensation. Only Shiva, accustomed to drinking Ganges water, wouldn't notice the smell. And only he, used to eating cow dung balls, would find the foreign object sensation perfectly normal. Amaterasu. After pondering, she concluded it made sense. As a master swordswoman, she possessed meticulous control over her own body. Moreover, these past days she'd only drunk bottled water she'd brought herself. There was no opportunity for Haotian to have influenced her. She immediately opened her phone and tuned into Lu Xiaomu's livestream. You actually have the leisure to watch his stream? Haotian covered her face, utterly dejected. We lost so badly. Now, those Western scum from the Round Table Knights will probably mock us for ages. Oh, I don't care. Amaterasu, or rather, Yenma Qianying, merely pursed her thin lips, replying calmly, Next time at the Round Table Council, I'll have Grandma attend. Anyway, this so-called Amaterasu is just a virtual identity. Within our Yenma conglomerate, it's merely a shared alias for Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, and me. Haotian sighed. Fine. Wait, hold up. Your records show you're actually Lu Xiaomu's level 28 fan? You must tip her like crazy. That's aiding the enemy. Yenma Qianying tilted her exquisite, doll-like head in confusion. Aiding the enemy? A level 28 fan only costs a little over 3 million. Chapter 145, Life's Tough, Shamu Size. This ambush cost us at least 1 billion yuan. My men just reported only 60% of our forces withdrew. The compensation payments will be astronomical. Yenma Qianying glared coldly at Hao Tian, and what did we get in return? Lu Xiaomu walked away unscathed. We didn't even earn a shred of goodwill. Yet I could. As she spoke, Yenma Qianying deftly topped up her account, tipped 100,000 credits, then sent a voice bullet. Xiaomu, meow like a cat. Sis really likes Miss Amaterasu. You nearly injured her. Apologize to her. All this unfolded under Hao Tian's stunned gaze. Lu Xiaomu in the livestream instantly beamed. Wow, it's the big spender, hometown cherry blossoms in bloom. Thank you for your generous gift. I, Lu Xiaomu, have survived all this time thanks to your support. Congratulations on your fan badge reaching level 29 third globally. He then immediately donned the cat ears prop and sincerely meowed. I'm sorry, meow. Miss Amaterasu, I'm so sorry, meow. Yenma Qianying continued to top up, this time directly donating 1 million, ascending to the position of the world's #1 fan. Not sincere enough. This rich lady finds it unacceptable. Give me a more Japanese-style apology. Thus, Hao Tian's stunned expression instantly escalated to senile dementia when he saw Lu Xiaomu plastered a tiny mustache onto her upper lip, then bowed sharply at a 90-degree angle, fully embodying the spirit of a master bow. Red bean paste private Marseille. Miss Amaterasu, I never meant to harm you from the start. I only wished to capture you and raise you as a child bride. It's just that those two scumbags, Hao Tian and Shiva, one is hideously ugly, the other stinks to high heaven. They make me quite nauseous. Hometown cherry blossoms in bloom, very good. This wealthy lady is quite satisfied. Should Amaterasu ever fall into your hands, remember to keep her alive. You can sell her to me. No problem. No problem. Take care, big boss. Lu Xiaomu was utterly fawning. See? Yenma Qianying felt immensely pleased. She pointed at Hao Tian, whose lips were twitching uncontrollably, and said, just 1.1 million, and I got Lu Xiaomu groveling at my feet. Plus, I bought insurance for the future. Could you do that? All words choked in his throat. Hao Tian felt like he was drowning in frustration, a wave of speechlessness washing over him. He was depressed. Oof. If the Yenma conglomerate didn't have so many interests tied to the Knights of the Round Table, I wouldn't bother getting involved again. Yenma Qianying shot him a cold, elegant glance. Next time, unless you're fully prepared, don't come looking for my help. Lu Xiaomu is a complete monster. No ordinary person can handle him. Understood. Hao Tian said no more, limping away until he vanished into the street. Yenma Qianying kept watching the livestream. She'd always been confident she could stay alive after all. As a level 29 fan badge holder, she'd watched nearly every single one of Lu Xiaomu's livestreams. At first, it was as an adversary, gathering intelligence. Later, she simply found it incredibly entertaining and became hooked. After all, for a girl who bore the daily burden of inheriting the Yenma family, constantly studying family management or practicing the way of the swordsman, with no room for leisure, this was unlike anything she'd ever known. She'd never felt such joy, such freedom. Lu Xiaomu's antics and his exploration of cultures worldwide represented a life she'd never known. Pfft, the Knights of the Round Table. Yenma Qianying couldn't be bothered with them. A bunch of old fossils, always dreaming of controlling the world. But how could they possibly know? As our mastery over spiritual energy grows ever purer, the world has already embarked on a new wave. Meanwhile, on the live stream feed, Lu Xiaomu removed her cat ears, feeling rather embarrassed. Ah, life's tough. Xiaomu sighs. Playing a cat just to earn tips is so humiliating. Is that so? You seem to be enjoying yourself, Zhou Yu retorted sharply. When you put on that cat head just now, your face flushed red and you looked so flustered. Wasn't that secretly thrilling? That strange mix of shame and excitement? Lu Xiaomu glared at her. How dare you say that in front of your brother Lu? If it weren't for saving your dog life just now, I would have captured Hao Tian and made Amaterasu my child bride. You, give me back my wife Amaterasu. He spread his little hands wide, demanding compensation from Zhou Yu. You're probably right. Zhou Yu recalled the earlier scene. If Lu Xiaomu had acted alone, he might not have been able to handle those two. Just as Zhou Yu stood there awkwardly. The newly appointed leader of the Sons of Rome, Hal, had already climbed the stairs, exhausted and accompanied by his battered subordinates. He bowed to Lu Xiaomu. All their forces have withdrawn. We successfully held them off. What were the losses? Lu Xiaomu inquired. 176 killed. They left over 40 corpses behind, mostly thanks to the landmines, Hal said with a bitter smile. My apologies for embarrassing you. But the gap in strength between us is too vast. Thankfully, you crushed their 3 top leaders. If we'd waited another 5 minutes, we'd have been finished. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. Our Taizhuang thugs group will provide compensation for the fallen. Don't dwell on it. With this batch of old-school land thugs gone, you can rebuild your forces. From now on, in Italy, both your sons of Rome and the Medici family will be vassal factions under our Tangzhuang thugs. Your performance this time was exceptional. I'm very satisfied. He patted Hal's shoulder as the man knelt on one knee. Only blood and fire prove loyalty. Facing a siege by the world's top powers, you fought to the death without retreating and commanded a rabble with remarkable order. You're a talent. If you wish to join the Dragon Phoenix Oasis and help me fight the mold, you can head to Africa immediately. I only wish to remain in Italy. Very well. Restore the old glory. Lu Xiaomu smiled. I'll instruct Lady Caesar to assist you. How is Lady Caesar faring now? We've shattered the Medici family's foundation. That Cain Medici fellow must be making his escape by now, right? Zhou Yu asked curiously. Let's go. Next, we'll pay the Medici family a visit. Lu Xiaomu chuckled softly, snapping her fingers. First, we need to buy a new camera. Streaming with a phone gives terrible quality, it just doesn't cut it. I want my viewers to watch my antics in full 4K high refresh rate. Sure thing. Just to prove the budget for it, Zhou Yu shrugged. Hal was quick to offer. The previous leader, old Don Quixote, had a stockpile of top-tier cameras. Feel free to take a few. Got it. After restoring HD streaming. Thanks to Big Spender, Hometown Cherry Blossoms in Bloom, for another generous tip. Seems like you're in a great mood today, you've been tipping non-stop. Cherry Blossoms in my hometown, no, I suffered a crushing defeat today. I almost got the losing animation played. Thankfully, my opponent lacked that kind of skill. Lu Xiaomu burst into laughter, beaming as she joined in the mockery. That's fantastic. Your opponent turned out to be a useless husband, haha. Chapter 146, Kitten Yawning Segment. Yanhua Qianying chuckled softly, her pale fingertips lightly tapping the 9-square grid input method. Indeed, he's short and incompetent, hee. Lu Xiaomu pounded her chest emphatically. Next time, just take me to deal with him. Guaranteed satisfaction. Guaranteed win. Nervous face, why yeah. Amaterasu has gone offline. Miss Yanhua Qianying remained in good spirits, her defeat causing little gloom. After all, she'd never cared much for her clan's so-called business affairs. As a swordswoman of pure heart and few desires, her sole pursuit was ascending to the pinnacle of martial arts, a path destined for arduous training. Lu Xiaomu yawned, wearily waving to the viewers. Good night, everyone. Wait, is that 2nd Battalion commander okay? After getting teased by Amaterasu tonight, he's hyped up like he's on speed. Teased? The viewers froze. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. Of course they did. With Amaterasu's formidable strength and all the elite experts from the Enma conglomerate, how could they not spot the 2nd Battalion commander on stream? How dare he lie about stargazing? Besides, his Japanese is so clumsy, what makes him think he can pass himself off as one of us in front of the real deal? 2nd Battalion commander. Now that he thought about it, he realized it was true. Damn it. The 2nd Battalion commander fumed. From the start, Amaterasu seemed to be using me for show. She deliberately spouted lines that fit every stereotype about little days, acting all pretentious and over the top, making me think I was capturing some precious footage. Lu Xiaomu chuckled softly. All I can say is, my wife Amaterasu is a genius. She totally gets what makes for great TV. Everyone else came here tonight to take me down, but she's here to help me stream live. Audience. Is our Summer Fun Show some kind of child bride cultivation program? Oh no. Is Summer Fun Show actually showcasing the love between brother Xiaomu and Yanhua Qianying? Wait, after learning each other's true identities, your first reaction wasn't to tear each other apart, but to hoard each other for future marriage? Lu Xiaomu shrugged, asking calmly, sorry, why would I tear them apart? It's obvious. They're codenamed Haotian, Shiva, and Amaterasu. They must belong to some super powerful organization. Aren't you going to root them out completely? The viewers had already deduced something fishy. Lu Xiaomu nodded thoughtfully. You're absolutely right. I see it too. But I just can't bring myself to hate them. The roundtable knights watching Lu Xiaomu's livestream, ? Equally bewildered viewers? Wait, just because Miss Amaterasu is gorgeous, you're letting your looks dictate your morals? Everyone immediately protested Lu Xiaomu's apparent crush. Lu Xiaomu shrugged helplessly. Guys, try putting yourselves in my shoes. From start to finish, I was the one beating them up. Sure, they imprisoned Lady Caesar and nearly cost me the Medici family, but she'll be rescued soon. Meaning, fighting them cost me absolutely nothing. Question, would you hate an opponent who gets crushed under your feet, utterly powerless to fight back? He chuckled on stream. Sorry, but I just find them adorable. Especially Miss Amaterasu. When she drew her sword to slash at me, she looked like a kitten yawning. Hakini is so cute. The butcher, I spent 1.5 billion manipulating those ugly congressmen to send moldy spies to steal oil. And this is how I get described crushed by Lu Xiaomu? Chieftain, my African influence was nearly dismantled by the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. Lu Xiaomu is nothing but a phony. If you're so brave, don't touch my territory. Haotian, what a load of bull. If he truly didn't hate me, how did Shiva die? Oh wait. I blew him up myself by mashing the button. Never mind then. Sage. The Grand Counselor of the Round Table Knights had finally snapped. Under other chairman's leadership, the Round Table Knights flourished, rising to become one of the world's most dominant powers. Yet he, who boasted of being the most brilliant and visionary chairman in history, should have achieved grand ambitions and hegemony. Why was he torn to shreds by some brat from the East? They even called the Round Table Knights pathetic. Damn it, calling us a healer yawn. Yanma Qianying pouted, immediately tipping 100,000. As the world's #1 fan and holder of a level 30 fan badge, she commanded Lu Xiaomu to truly cosplay as a yawning kitten. Lu Xiaomu, who bought skills from the system purely for profit, had no scruples whatsoever, absolutely. By the way, your ideas, cherry blossoms and bloom back home, are you Japanese, rich girl? Yep, I'm a Japanese girl. So what? Yanma Qianying didn't hide it. Lu Xiaomu gave her a thumbs up, nothing much. Even though your emperor only talks about ending the war without reflecting on anything or mentioning surrender, our friendly exchanges among ordinary people, what business is that of his? Yanma Qianying scoffed, the emperor? He's just a powerless mascot. His annual salary doesn't even match your daily tips. Why bother with him? As for those war maniacs? Ignore them completely. Lu Xiaomu shamefully donned the cat ears while fawning. Are you satisfied, boss? Meow? What about the yawn segment? Yanma Qianying chuckled softly. You need to perk up, little musy. Perform a proper kitten yawn. Lu Xiaomu. He gritted his teeth and stamped his feet. Finally mustering up a mix of shame and anger, he curled his little hands into claws, bared his teeth at the camera, and mimicked a kitten guarding its food. Ha, ha. None of you dare take my AD calcium milk. Or else watch out, I'll smash you all into mincemeat with my kitty fists. Pwa ha ha ha. Yanma Qianying shook with laughter, promptly doubling her tip again. After all, as the heir to the Yanma family and the executioner of the Round Table Knights, she earned tens of millions of dollars per mission. Yet her daily expenses amounted to nothing more than a few plates of pickles, several bowls of miso soup, a couple of ordinary sea fish, and her unchanging 3 bowls of rice. Money was the last thing she lacked. So adorable. Tomorrow's Weibo trending topics are already booked for the cat version of Little Mu-Ji. Wow, he can beat up mysterious powerhouses with his fists and cosplay as a purring kitten with his mind. Little Mu-Ji is truly all-around talented. I want to marry him. The 2nd Battalion commander was still agonizing. Brother Mu, do I still need to hide in the Dragon Phoenix Oasis? Is that Amaterasu really messing with me? She even claims she'll lead the rise and revival of the Yamato people. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes wildly. If she's not messing with you, I'll personally wring her neck, okay? Why? Everyone was baffled. Do I really need to explain? Because she's a woman, that's why. Lu Xiaomu sighed helplessly. Folks, even I, a 10-year-old who knows nothing of the world, can tell that so-called Yamato revival has absolutely no place for women. Chapter 147, The Way Cannot Be Lightly Transmitted, got it? What's up? Does Amaterasu want to go back to the era when 100,000 women went to Southeast Asia to earn money for the empire? Is she some kind of saint willing to sacrifice herself for the rise and fall of the imperial nation? Lu Xiaomu curled her lip. Or are you longing for the even more ancient days when women were barred from the cabinet and only permitted to stay home raising children? That makes sense. The 2nd Battalion commander suddenly understood. She's got some leisure time on her hands, coming out just to tease me. You guys think she fell for me at first sight? Could I marry into the Enma conglomerate and live off her from now on? Get lost. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes wildly. You don't even know how to earn your keep, yet you're dreaming of living off someone else? Scram. Let your brother Lu handle this. Alright, that's a wrap. Tomorrow we'll cheerfully head to the Medici family to pick up Lady Caesar from prison. Lu Xiaomu smiled. The 5 great generals of our Tangzhuan rioters group are finally reuniting. Once Lady Caesar is out, we'll send her straight to the Dragon Phoenix Oasis for retirement. She's always told me she wants to pass everything on to her only daughter, Vicky Medici. But I hear she's quite proud and restless, unwilling to play second fiddle. It's been causing her quite a headache. Hold on, Jiao Madai. The netizens quickly called out. You're sounding more and more like you're setting up a fulga. Is Lady Caesar going to drop dead from hearing this? Why not strike while the iron's hot and rush to the Medici family to retrieve her? What if something goes wrong if we wait another day? Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes wildly. Do you think this is a movie? After a month of no word, just because we delayed a few hours at the end, it becomes a lifelong regret? Right now, no one wants Lady Caesar to be healthy more than Canis Medici. Because he knows very well that only then can this deal be completed. He gives me Caesar, and I give him a way out. Yu Xiaomu yawned as she spoke. Gotta go. Bye. 888-8888. Sleep tight, ghost. Just be careful you don't sleep forever. What a spectacular night. I'd love to see Miss Amaterasu again. The night passed without incident. But every online hub around the world was abuzz, for tonight had delivered too many iconic moments. Haotian transformed into a tidal wave. Amaterasu soaring through the void. Shiva manifested as an 8-armed golden form. It made everyone wonder, could it be a new era has truly dawned? Newly awakened humans will lead the new wave, breaking free from the genetic chains of old humanity to become the end of the universe. All of the above is made up by me. How about that? I don't buy Lu Xiaomu's livestream, he definitely has a script and special effects. Don't pretend to be so worldly wise, bro. Italian police have already reported unregistered stowaways appeared at the Holy Roman Empire building, suspected to be some little guys and some Indians. The corpse photos are already posted on their official website. How could that be fake? The new era of spiritual energy revival is a done deal. If you scan the entire web with AI big data, you'll find similar videos have skyrocketed by 825% in the last 5 years. There's no smoke without fire. I bet the big picture really has changed. Hold on, what are you guys babbling about? The most direct, obvious, and compelling evidence is right there in that troublemaker Xiaomu's daily livestreams. You're always going on about special effects, scripts, and staged performances. But where's the acting in mold stealing oil? Multiple people captured aircraft carrier fleets off the Red Coast too. Exactly. This is as obvious as lice on a monk's head or Ultraman in a room, yet some still pretend not to see it. That's just burying their heads in the sand. I'm ready to tip Lu Xiaomu in her livestream to learn the secrets how to become a superhero. And so, as Lu Xiaomu brushed her teeth and kicked off another day of streaming, Yu rushed in frantically, announcing, "It blew up. Massively blown up. What's up?" Lu Xiaomu casually cleaned her gums with her electric toothbrush, utterly baffled. "We just pulled off a thrilling victory, and you're acting like the sky's falling? What's the deal?" Yu's face lit up with boundless joy. "It's not the sky falling, it's the dawn breaking. Last night, the total global donations in our livestream exceeded a full 100 million. Oh, no big deal. After all, I showed off my true high-end skills last night." Lu Xiaomu shrugged. For him, raking in 100 million was a minor surprise at best. Euros, Yu added. Put. Lu Xiaomu spit out his toothpaste water. "How much? Did the platform's system glitch? That can't be right. The platform has already processed the payment to you." Yu reached into Lu Xiaomu's pocket with her slender arm, searching for his phone while urging, "Quick, check if you got the transfer notification text." The moment viewers entered the chat, they saw Yu's hand reaching into Lu Xiaomu's. "Pervert. Pull your filthy hands back. Damn you, little moon. The moment we look away, you try to molest our globally shared little cutie, huh? Oh, so you want to sneak a bite while the girls are asleep." Then they saw Yu pull out the phone and beam, "Brother Xiaomu, the platform didn't mess up. Last night, a bunch of weird viewers really did flood your livestream with crazy donations." "Huh? Why?" Lu Xiaomu instantly grew wary. Could this be Hao Dian's scheme? Did he hire a bunch of underage viewers to dump gifts on me, then flood the platform with complaints accusing me of inducing minors to spend just to get my account banned? Impossible, because the tipsters were mostly overseas viewers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have settled payments in euros. Yu shook her head vigorously. "In my opinion, you just had a sudden surge in fans. They all seem eager to learn from you. Why seek knowledge from me instead of universities?" Lu Xiaomu frowned in confusion, then suddenly froze. Could it be, the viewers want to learn from me? They want to seek immortality, find the path to enlightenment, and learn how to become invincible in this world, mastering techniques like punching stars out of the sky and slicing ships in half with a single stroke. Yu conveyed everyone's wishes with a complex look in her eyes. The viewers enthusiastically chimed in, "Absolutely right. Stop beating around the bush. I'll tip you 6 yuan to become your level 1 fan. Just teach me your druid abilities directly. That 100 birds pay homage to the Phoenix Spear technique is impressive. I've tipped 50 yuan. Send the manual to my address with shipping included immediately. Catching bullets barehanded is entertaining. I'm a freeloader, but at least I boosted your views. Is it too much to ask for a lesson?" Lu Xiaomu, ? Are you all out of your minds? He asked the commenters, utterly speechless and exasperated. "We have an ancient saying in our dragon nation. CC dancer Wei Junjie." Everyone shouted in unison. "Get lost. That's their Japaneseianese thing." "Oh, right, those who recognize the times are the true heroes." The viewers corrected him immediately. Lu Xiaomu snorted lightly. "No, it's the way is not to be lightly imparted." Got it? Chapter 148, Saving Caesar, the Medici family returns. In the US, a single higher education textbook on law often costs hundreds, even thousands of dollars, Lu Xiaomu remarked, having traveled far and wide with extraordinary insight. Moreover, when obtaining law-related certifications, one must submit their textbook's serial number. Knowledge acquired from pirated books is simply not recognized by official authorities. This is the most direct, materialistic, and money-driven version of "the way must not be lightly transmitted." From then on, the wealthy class monopolized knowledge. It was truly an ugly sight. Lu Xiaomu interlaced her fingers. "In all my years traveling the world, I've taken only 4 legitimate disciples. And they've all proven their loyalty to me with their very lives. Could it be?" The online audience exchanged glances. Yes, the Skin Slipper, the Witch, the Grim Reaper, and the Angel. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. I saved their lives and taught them skills, and in return, they willingly served me as swords in my hand, ready to strike wherever I command. Being your disciple means serving you. That's not a master, it's a super vampire capitalist. Most were instantly dissuaded, condemning Lu Xiaomu as too utilitarian, lacking the self-sacrificing spirit of a true mentor. You harshly criticized that ugly country for monopolizing knowledge and profiteering, calling their greed disgusting. And what about you? Why can't we embrace the noble principle of Confucius, the sage, who taught without discrimination? Xiaomu, I'm sure your esteemed mentor would also wish to spread his knowledge far and wide, reaching every corner of the globe, right? Lazy-eyed, Lu Xiaomu accepted a bottle of milk and a slice of the local specialty beef leg pizza from Joyu, chewing slowly and deliberately. Meanwhile, he calmly addressed the netizens' scorn. Me? I don't teach any skills to outsiders. I don't use them to reap monopolistic profits. I just do a few part-time gigs to earn some honest money. Why call me a vampire capitalist? Besides, I don't even have a mentor, Lu Xiaomu shrugged. Confucius taught all without distinction to enlighten the people, dispel ignorance, and eradicate illiteracy. But I can't just go around doing that. Because martial arts used for crime violates the law. Because wielding deadly weapons stirs murderous intent. He fired a cutting question. Once you all possess ancient martial arts, capable of single-handedly slaughtering an entire 10,000-strong army, would you still obediently work 9-to-5 jobs, content to be cogs in society's machine? Damn, if I'm a super badass, why wouldn't I just pull a stocking over my head, rob a bank, and haul gold back home? Hee, when that day comes, I'll slap a leave of absence note right in my boss's face and smash his skull open while I'm at it. I'll establish a breeding sect, collect countless beauties as my apostles, and this sect leader will. Ha ha ha. Lu Xiaomu grinned wickedly, thumbs up, and sighed sincerely. Big brothers and sisters, I gotta say, your thoughts are pure nothing but selfish desires and material cravings. Not a shred of universal love or justice. So, if I were to impart all my skills, just imagine how many tyrants would emerge? He rolled his eyes dramatically. A single tyrant Xiaomu has already turned the world upside down. If hundreds or thousands of tyrant Xiaowangs, tyrant Xiaolis, tyrant Xiaodings appeared, every peace treaty would be torn to shreds, wouldn't it? Just imagine the chaos you'd unleash on the world. Netizens. They finally realized that at least rioter Xiaomu cared about peace, was willing to contribute to global peacekeeping, and even fought against the utterly despicable bully mold. But if it were these netizens laughing and joking with them in the livestream, the entire world would likely be doomed. Forget it. Just don't go blabbing about your skills. I don't want to see a bunch of crazy netizens who worship timing as everything ruling the world. I just got married yesterday. I certainly don't want to be ruled by a bunch of Chow Chow worshipping netizens who admire the legacy of Wei Wu. I'm a guy, so I'll be blunt. I don't want to be ruled by male netizens from Sichuan. Suddenly, all the netizens reached an understanding. They all hoped Lu Xiaomu would keep his skills hidden and never, ever unleash them to harm others. Joyu, enjoying the steak Khaled served her, asked curiously, surely there aren't only the 4 beauties of the Dragon Phoenix Oasis? Wasn't Divine Dr. Xue also your disciple? Oh, him? Just casually shared a bit of medical knowledge. Not a proper succession, no formal initiation rites. Honestly, I'd long forgotten about him. Lu Xiaomu waved it off nonchalantly. No one remembers a seed casually planted by the roadside, a weed they straightened, or a tree fertilized by their urine, right? I see. Joyu fluttered her beautiful, watery eyes and wrapped her arms around Lu Xiaomu's arm in a coquettish, high-pitched voice. Master Mu, what do you think of my aptitude? Could you take me under your wing and make me your 5th disciple? Lu Xiaomu shot her a sideways glance. You? This cute little girl has a steadfast heart devoted to the way. Even if my aptitude is dull, heaven rewards diligence, right? Joyu clenched her tiny fists, her eyes sparkling. Hee, I'm going to become the empress. Lu Xiaomu scoffed, you're not Joyu, you're Wu Zetian reincarnated, aren't you? And you want to be empress? Why should I unconditionally support your feudal restoration in modern society? We're like siblings, right? I'm your confidant, little Moon. Joyu racked her brain trying to sweet-talk him. Stop. Lu Xiaomu scoffed. Confidant sister isn't exactly a compliment these days. Besides, I've already taught you how to make money streaming appliance repairs. You're still not satisfied and want to cause trouble? That's very naughty of you. Joyu sat back on the sofa, looking sheepish and dejected. She addressed the camera, look at this, everyone. Lu Xiaomu was a born troublemaker, not a shred of loyalty in him. As his colleague and confidant, all I get is a dismissive you, of all people. Sigh, he's so heartless. Don't even think about getting anything from him. Lu Xiaomu suddenly realized Joyu had been demonstrating firsthand how to deflect trouble for him. Xiaodia's performance was absolutely brilliant. Seeing a stunningly pure beauty, one who spent every waking moment with Lu Xiaomu, worshipping him like a god yet still get dismissed without a second thought, the viewer's lingering suspicions vanished completely. Let's go handle today's business. Lu Xiaomu stretched lazily, stuffing the last slice of beef pizza into his mouth. Bring Caesar back and seize actual control of the Medici family. Kane's Medici, the current acting head of the family, has he already fled by plane? Zhou Yu asked with concern. Impossible. Lu Xiaomu pointed at the planes taking off and landing in the sky. Our Tangzhuang thugs group has all flight routes under constant surveillance. If Keynes tries to escape, he'll be intercepted immediately. Oof. In Italy, with Caesar's years of cultivation, the resources at my disposal far exceed your imagination. Chapter 149, Comparing the Good and the Bad. The Medici Family. Within the ancient castle, a legacy of the Renaissance era, Keynes Medici lay cold and numb. His eyes were bloodshot, his entire being dazed. After all, he hadn't slept all night. Meanwhile, Lady Caesar and Vicky Medici had been brought out of the dungeon, their shackles removed, and returned to the familiar family parlor. Though the family guards and assassins still monitored the two women, it was clear to anyone with eyes, the Medici dynasty had shifted. Another era of henpecked rule was upon them. You must be feeling pretty smug, Caesar? Keynes gritted his teeth. Though now the defeated party, he refused to concede. He still saw himself as a man who could defy the heavens only. The heavens had cheated, summoning transcendent power to overturn the table. Smug? Would you gloat over the rising and setting of the sun? Lady Caesar's deep gray eyes held only serenity. I warned you long ago, defying the gods is pure suicide. Yet you dismissed my words as ramblings, finding it laughable that I could be mentally controlled by a mere brat. And now? Witnessing your master trampled by Lu Xiaomu, utterly powerless from start to finish, how does that feel? Caesar's expression thickened with scorn. You could have chosen loyalty, joined Lu Xiaomu's ranks, and become one of his earliest followers like us. But you chose foolish arrogance instead. Now you're walking down a path to self-destruction. Truly pathetic. Don't gloat so soon. Keynes roared. Once I return to Lord Haotian's domain, I'll carve out a kingdom with my bare hands. Lu Xiaomu has incurred universal wrath, becoming the sworn enemy of the Knights of the Round Table. His refusal to cooperate, his unwillingness to share profits with global powers, he'll be the first kicked out, perhaps even eradicated entirely. Stubborn fool. Vicky Medici glared at the traitor with contempt, her clear, watery eyes brimming with disdain. As a true renegade, your character is tarnished, your record already stained. Yet you still think fleeing your homeland will earn you respect? Take a good look at your call logs. Does he still answer your calls to Haotian on time? Keynes shuddered, a wave of terror washing over him. Ring ring. At that moment, a youthful voice echoed from the castle gates, old friend paying a visit. Caesar, are you well? Keynes frantically checked Lu Xiaomu's livestream on his phone. It clearly showed Lu Xiaomu and Zhou Yu sitting inside Hal's RV, at least a 5-minute drive from the castle. How did he get here so fast? Keynes's face drained of color. Could it be that Lu Xiaomu was broadcasting fake footage, pretending to livestream to deceive me? Did he actually arrive at the castle ahead of time, intending to take my life? Caesar's wife shot him a cold glance. You think he'd bother with tricks? Your master, Haotian, couldn't even stand a single blow against him, let alone you. Why waste clever schemes on an ant? Just crush it. Vici scoffed. Lu Xiaomu just set a 5-minute delay for the stream. What you saw was footage from 5 minutes ago. Why would he deliberately delay it by 5 minutes? Keynes, now a frightened bird, instantly envisioned countless despicable scenarios. Oh, I was testing a new feature in the streaming software. Lu Xiaomu's ghostly figure materialized in the hall, wearing a nostalgic smile. Caesar, it's been an age. Lady Caesar's face flushed with shame. You entrusted me to secure the second supply line for the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. I failed miserably. I was quickly captured by traitors, thrown into the dungeon, and lost all contact with the outside world. Don't dwell on it. Lu Xiaomu forgave her calmly. As our overt ally, you were bound to draw attention. Moreover, you were the easiest target to become a scapegoat. You drew the enemy's focus and placed yourself in danger. That alone is a service without fault. How could I possibly blame you for that? Mr. Xiaomu the rogue. Keynes Medici gritted his teeth, abruptly demanding, you are not of the Medici family, yet you disregard my orders as acting head of the house. You come and go uninvited, trespassing on private property. Have you no respect for the Medici name? Tisk. Lu Xiaomu turned his gaze, as if looking down upon a baboon dressed in human clothes. Why don't you just get lost? Your power grab may be an internal Medici affair, but it's none of my concern. You spared Caesar's life, so I'll show mercy and spare yours. But if you don't know your place and truly believe a mere Haotian can protect your life? A palpable killing intent, like the overwhelming might of a god, struck Kane with brutal force. Ah! My head hurts. Kane scrambled backward, spitting out a threat. When I return, I will reclaim the Medici family. You will pay a terrible price for your mercy today. At that very moment, Lu Xiaomu had ended the 5-minute delayed livestream and resumed the normal feed. Ha! Why did it skip 5 whole minutes? I only saw Brother Xiaomu get into the RV, didn't even get a chance to check out the luxurious interior, and suddenly we're fast-forwarding to this mysterious castle? Is this the Medici family Brother Xiaomu has been longing for? Wow, such extravagant decor in this ancient castle. So many stone carvings on the walls, just like in a cathedral. A powerhouse of this caliber actually pledges allegiance to Brother Shamu? Unbelievable. Regions like Dragon Phoenix Oasis, where powerful local factions battle each other, are all Brother Mu's personal holdings. The tiny Medici family is nothing compared to that. But when they saw Lu Xiaomu release canes, they instantly flew into a rage. No, Brother Mu. Remember the wise saying, press your advantage against the defeated foe, don't seek glory by imitating tyrants. How many protagonists throughout history have been given a chance by villains, shown mercy in the heat of the moment, only to escape, seize a great opportunity, and ultimately turn the tables? Just finish him off with one blow now. Simple and clean, end all troubles. Why keep him alive as a future threat? Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. Sorry, viewers, but I can't follow your advice this time. The reason I'm sparing canes is simply to uphold the order I've established in the underworld. For instance, I never target an enemy's family. So when enemies attack me, they only come for me, the main man. That's what I call the noble spirit of a thug. You might find that old-fashioned, why give up your opponent's weak spot? Wouldn't attacking defenseless women and children be far more effective? Lu Xiaomu shook her head. In truth, this is the difference between vicious competition and virtuous competition. It's the gap between striving for excellence and wallowing in mediocrity. Chapter 150, Akaina. Sai Shai. My Taizhuang thugs group advocates competing for excellence, never for depravity. Lu Xiaomu declared solemnly, take mercenaries fighting each other, it's strictly personal. You never lay a finger on wives or children, let alone target family members. When I confronted members of Storm Mercenaries F-197 squad, my first threat to use their families stemmed from their violation of my code. They dared attempt to kidnap William's daughter, Vistia Fenrir. As for Canis Medici, though sharp-tongued, he strictly adhered to the principle of scheming for power but never harming family during his actions, ensuring Caesar's wife and Vici remained unharmed. Therefore, I will release him according to the rules I set. As for his eventual return? Well, that's his own doing as long as it stays within the rules. Lu Xiaomu shrugged. Besides, he's a foreigner who defected to the Dragon Nation to join Haotian and is a traitor to his own family. Oomph. Our Dragon Nation despises collaborators and traitors above all else. His future is as clear as day. Don't go around casting him as some. Don't underestimate the middle-aged poor protagonist. Zhou also chuckled. Yeah, some netizens are just baffling. As for this Keynes guy, he keeps yelling don't bully the middle-aged poor, but why people bullied him and why he's poor in middle age? Don't ask. It's exactly the logic of those despicable villainous female characters everyone hates. Forget that I bullied you first, did you bully me? Revenge counts as bullying. You're no better than me. The netizens burst into laughter. She's dead right. Little Moon really nailed the logic here. Exactly. These scumbags have warped values. You retaliate against me, the audience mocks me, Hat Uncle executes me, all forms of violence against me. So it's no different from when I violently attack you for no reason. Damn it. How can that be the same? Keynes, don't mess with a poor middle-aged man. Keynes 20 years later, don't mess with a poor old man. Keynes 40 years later, don't mess with a poor old ghost. Oh, I'm not poor anymore, my Jaws paper bills are all worth 10 quadrillion each. Thanks to the underworld heaven and earth bank. Keynes slunk away. He could only take one suitcase and a plane ticket, looking utterly defeated. From that day onward, he was completely forgotten. Order, from this day forth, Keynes Medici is stripped of his surname and erased from the family annals. Lady Caesar, her authority restored, commanded sternly. And what of those outsiders who aided Keynes in his usurpation? A square-jawed subordinate immediately reported, they withdrew completely last night. Not a single one remains. Lu Xiaomu interjected, so those were the ones who helped Keynes seize the family leadership. Yes, they came from the Knights of the Round Table. They Medici bit her lip, her voice brimming with indignation. CEO, my mother served you for so many years. Why didn't you station any elite guards at the Medici estate? When those madmen arrived, we were utterly defenseless. Family members had no choice but to submit to their tyranny. Lu Xiaomu replied indifferently, he did. Caesar believed Italy was safe after all, it's a Western civilization. With decades of peace, he saw no need to waste manpower, so he recalled them all to the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. Lady Caesar sighed. Times have changed. Perhaps those peaceful days are truly gone forever. Our Medici family must also adjust our strategy. We can't just stick to commerce, otherwise, we'll easily become fish on someone else's chopping block. With great earnestness, she proposed, Chairman, I suggest transferring the Medici family's pension fund to the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. Relocate our family nursing homes and orphanages there as well. In these turbulent times, we must shield the elderly, infirm, and vulnerable from unnecessary risks. Ultimately, your protection within the oasis offers the greatest safety. Agreed. While Lu Xiaomu and Lady Caesar discussed the Medici family's future path, the tall woman, Vicky, was still seething with anger. Just deleting Keynes' surname is too lenient. We should change his name to Doug or Pig. Or Fool would work too. Viewers watching the livestream burst into laughter, finding the situation all too familiar. Whoa, so foreigners like this stuff too? Someone, change Kane's surname to a China. Seth Black. What are you guys even talking about? I'm just a newbie on the internet, I don't get your old jokes. That's a classic scene from the national treasure political drama The Dynasty of Yongjing. Emperor Yongjing forbade his treacherous brothers from keeping the eyes in Zhourou's surname, renaming them Akina and Saishihai, which mean pig and dog in Manchu. Ha! Brilliant! Vicky Medici's proposed changes to dog and pig English words for dog and pig. This moment mirrors that moment so perfectly. But Lady Caesar snorted coldly, glancing at the volatile Vicky. Shut up! Chairman Lu Xiaomu is present, how dare you speak? Lu Xiaomu smiled. Our Tangzhuang Brawlers group never imposes a one-voice policy. Let her speak, what insights does she have? Besides, isn't she your hand-picked successor? This Italian-American woman with supermodel proportions, even after half a month imprisoned in the dungeon, couldn't hide her curvaceous, voluptuous figure. Her dark red, exotic hair added a distinct foreign flair. Vicky Medici snorted coldly, Mother, you're far too soft-hearted. In my view, we need iron fists, iron will, and hearts of stone. Strike hard against the traitors and settle accounts ruthlessly. This time, Kane's dog had powerful allies by his side. We were crushed like withered leaves. Our defeat was no injustice. But those spineless cowards in the family, didn't they surrender far too quickly? Vicky gritted her teeth in fury, nearly crushing her silver teeth. They didn't even bother with lip service or sabotage elsewhere. They let that bastard seize power without a fight. Their loyalty to that bastard is probably stronger than their loyalty to you, Mother. The Medici family members immediately began trembling violently, their legs shaking uncontrollably. Clearly, Vicky Medici was implying they hadn't been loyal enough, that they'd switched allegiance to Kane too quickly. Though, it was undeniably the truth. TSK, Miss Vicky must be a devoted fan of Consort Hua from the story of Xin Huan, especially that line about iron fists, iron will, and a heart of stone. It reeks of it. Yeah, with that mane of red hair and her regal, imposing figure, she really does look like a Western imperial concubine. Loyalty isn't absolute? Then it's absolutely disloyal. Behead. Amidst the netizens' teasing, Lu Xiaomu merely smiled. Why make things hard for the working class? Chapter 151, Zhou Zhouyue on the left, Wei Shi on the right. Vicky Medici glared with wide, beautiful eyes, like a majestic Persian cat. But our Medici family isn't a corporation at all. There are blood relatives, members of our family. Cut the crap. Lu Xiaomu waved dismissively. Most of your blood ties stretch beyond 10 generations. Even if you intermarried randomly, it wouldn't count as a close kin marriage. You want to bind this Medici family with blood ties? Impossible. Vicky. She was instantly speechless. Modern information-driven societies have long dismantled the clan systems of old. Every nation uses urbanization to sever familial and blood ties, preventing cliques from forming and reducing administrative costs. After all, individuals are far easier to manage than entire families. Lu Xiaomu shrugged, revealing the underlying truth. In the past, imperial authority didn't extend beyond the county level. When a squad of soldiers went to collect grain taxes in the countryside, they wouldn't even dare enter a village fortress bristling with defenses, fearing the entire clan would unite to kill the officials and refuse payment. But now, just 2 tax collectors knocking on a single household's door is enough to keep anyone in line. Lu Xiaomu smiled. Vicky, you still fantasize about ruling the Medici family through blood ties? That's impossible. Unless your family's thousands are all actual relatives, but is that even plausible? Ask your parents, then ask your grandparents. You're the sole heir for 3 generations straight. Not a single cousin or cousin-in-law. You're truly an only child. The online audience understood Lu Xiaomu's point. Exactly. The low birth rates in developed Western nations have completely shattered the very foundation of family lineage. It's not just developed countries, man. The whole world's in the same boat now. Don't laugh at the second brother, big bro. Even the third brother, the so-called most populous country on earth, has started seeing negative growth. Families truly have lost their necessity. Look at Miss Amaterasu's Yama clan. They position themselves as a conglomerate, relying on lifelong employment contracts to sustain their prosperity. Vicky deflated instantly. So that's why those Medici members surrendered so easily? They all have a worker mentality, thinking switching bosses is no big deal. Lu Xiaomu smiled. So if you want to build a united force, you must first master the art of leadership, know how to win hearts and minds, cultivate loyal followers, rather than morally blackmailing them. Don't assume that just because everyone bears the Medici name and you're from the main branch, you'll automatically earn their loyalty and affection. Alright then. Lady Caesar clapped her hands. Prepare a banquet to honor our parent company's chairman, Mr. Lu Xiaomu. From this day forward, the Medici family will openly declare itself a subsidiary of the Tangzhuang Thugs Group. Understood. And so it was. Netizens soon watched with envy as platters of Italian stews and pastries flowed onto the tables. But the delicacies were nothing special. What truly captivated everyone was watching Lu Xiaomu personally cook lobsters on the Red Coast. What truly stirred their envy and admiration was this. To Lu Xiaomu's left stood the pure-hearted Zhou, dressed in an elegant cheongsam and crystal high heels. After meticulous makeup, she was breathtakingly beautiful, radiating the essence of an Eastern classical beauty. To his right stood Visi Medici in a black evening gown. The impeccably tailored dress accentuated her fiercely alluring figure, her wasp waist and long legs outlined with seductive precision. The two beauties, one Eastern and one Western, vied for attention, each enhancing the other's allure. These goddesses, whom everyone yearned to touch, now stood around Lu Xiaomu, who was intently eating steak with knife and fork, their eyes filled with longing. But they couldn't very well say anything. After all, a mere brat being clueless about romance, well, that was perfectly normal. It was the two of them who looked like they wanted to run over a child with a truck. They should be arrested on pedophile charges and thrown in jail immediately. Sigh, other people's 10-year-olds, surrounded by admirers, enjoying the best of both worlds, with €8,000 king crabs at their fingertips living the dream. My 10-year-old self, Ultraman battling monsters, Baiyu. Baiyu. Baiyu, lamented one netizen. Lu Xiaomu sighed in agreement. I envy you, buddy. When you run into a tough monster, just do a few hand gestures to summon Ultraman and it's all sorted, plus it's a blast to watch. But when others face monsters, they just call me up, and I have to roll up my sleeves and take a brutal beating from the monster. Sigh, I wish I could have had a carefree childhood too. Zhou grinned, that's easy. Just take a vacation right where you are and go home to rest. Lu Xiaomu shot her a look, you lazy slacker. If I slack off and take a vacation, what about the 1,457 orphans at our orphanage? Who'll feed them? Provide their education and security? My bad. Zhou sighed wistfully. Brother Xiaomu, for the kids' sake, just push through. I'll even donate 30% of my income this year to them, hee hee. I'm a little rich girl now. They say when you're poor, you look after yourself. When you're rich, you help the world. Now I've got the means to help the world. Lu Xiaomu instantly stopped his knife and fork mid-bite. He gazed at Zhou with an expression of profound tenderness. It was as if he were seeing her for the very first time. Why's your gaze so weird? Kinda like that look my dad gave me when I first volunteered to deep clean the house? That old baby's look of relief? Zhou pouted. The online viewers burst into laughter. Little Moon called him daddy. Gotta admit, that 10-year-old look in Xiaomu's eyes is pure parental pride, like the joy of seeing your wayward child finally grow up. Hilarious. Now this is a proper twisted pairing, a 10-year-old old dad and a 30-something old daughter. Vicky Medici couldn't help but sneer, you're really willing to go all out to compete for attention, sis. Giving up 30% of your income must hurt anyone's wallet. Want to be the boss lady of the Tangzhuang gang? You'll have to wait another 8 years until our CEO can legally marry. Competing for favor? Zhou's pretty face flushed instantly. She crossed her wasp-like waist and pouted reproachfully, Vicky, what are you saying? Oomph, you little minx. Vicky leaned into Lu Xiaomu, attempting to use her body as a weapon. As a formidable white-skinned powerhouse, even a dominant force, her ample bust was clearly not something Zhou, with her average Asian proportions, could rival. Lu Xiaomu, Gigi, let me feed you some Italian baked lobster. I heard you're also interested in crab roe seafood soup, so I specially ordered it for you. Ever since being beaten by the traitor, Vicky had deeply realized the benefits of aligning herself with Lu Xiaomu. After all, without his formidable reputation to deter threats, given Cain's Medici's long-standing lustful gaze fixated on her striking beauty, she would likely have been violated long ago. Chapter 152, The Transformation of the Yama Clan. Wakizashi Country. The headquarters of the Enma conglomerate. Miss Amaterasu, also known as Enma Chio, sat obediently kneeling on the tatami mat, sipping her favorite miso soup as she reported to her grandparents and parents. You must have seen the highlights from Lu Xiaomu's livestream? The three of us joined forces, but Lu Xiaomu is truly unfathomable. He actually caught my blade barehanded and nearly snapped my Shigeki greatsword in two. Yenma Qianying chewed her brown rice absent-mindedly, picked up another piece of grilled eel with her chopsticks, and pursed her red lips. I have to admit, the Knights of the Round Table have fallen. They can't even provide a few decent experts to help us anymore. Perhaps we should consider severing ties with them sooner rather than later, before I completely alienate Lu Xiaomu. What? Our Enma conglomerate endured 50 years of rigorous vetting, pleaded endlessly with the Shikoku High Command, and gifted them no less than $500 million in bribes. Only then did we scrape into the Knights of the Round Table during your grandfather's prime. That's how we secured our position as Wazaku's undisputed overlords. Father Enma Kojiro snapped. And you dare question the strength of this organization that controls the global economic lifeline after just one failure? Grandfather Enma Taro chuckled, Chio, when you interacted with that individual whose ID is 2nd Battalion Commander studying in Italy, you made some remarks highly detrimental to our international image. For instance, you referred to defeat as the end of the war, provoking protests from many in the Dragon Nation and the Stick Nation. They perceive our Enma conglomerate as relics of that samurai-era poison that demands seppuku at the slightest provocation. Yenma Taro cautioned her, next time, you absolutely must not do that again, lest you invite public condemnation. Enma Chio smiled faintly. Those words were indeed spoken by the emperor himself. I merely quoted them. What does that have to do with me? Besides, to conceal my identity, I deliberately played into the stereotypes the Dragon Nation holds about us Japanesianese, emphasizing those points to avoid exposure. Wasn't the effect quite effective? Bull. Father Enma Kojiro snapped angrily. You may have hidden me perfectly, but our reputation in the land of harmony has plummeted once more. This is prioritizing personal gain over the public good, a complete lack of patriotism. Poof. Yenma Chio curled her lip. Blame me? Isn't it because those jerks constantly harp on opposing defeat without ever opposing war itself, pissing off other global powers? I merely echoed the mainstream social narrative. Enough. These petty matters are insignificant anyway, Enma Taro said solemnly. From the video alone, it's impossible to truly gauge. I want you to tell me from personal experience, just how formidable is Lu Xiaomu? At these words, the women chewing rice all looked over curiously. Yenma Chio obediently added 2 more chopsticks of codfish balls to her grandmother in mother's bowls before furrowing her delicate brows slightly. Very strong. He's practically godlike, incredibly powerful. I have a feeling that if Lu Xiaomu hadn't been treating this like a game, acting like the ultimate master who doesn't care about my petty tricks and even seemed somewhat captivated by my beauty, she sighed, still shaken, then what he would have grabbed with his bare hands wouldn't have been my blade, but my throat. Yenma Taro frowned. Shiva, he easily seized her throat too. Yes, I likely would have met the same fate, Yenma Chio admitted, still shaken. But thankfully, I had one final card to play to save my life. What? Sorry, I can't say. Yenma Qianying certainly couldn't reveal that she'd dipped into her personal savings to lavishly tip Lu Xiaomu millions, nor that she'd watched his live streams for over 200 hours, scarcely missing a single broadcast. Such an embarrassing secret akin to treason wasn't something she could openly admit. And that level 30 global top fan badge was her trump card. Once she flashed that badge, Lu Xiaomu would probably offer his neck willingly, then ask with a flattering smile, "How's the feel of my neck under your grip?" At this thought, Yenma Qianying couldn't help but smile to herself. Sakura, why are you suddenly grinning like that? Her mother asked, unable to resist, her face breaking into an anti-smile. You wouldn't happen to be in love, would you? That's exactly the expression your father had when I first met him. Baka. I was the cold-hearted prince of school tennis back then. The one who wore that giddy smile when seeing me was you. Yenma Shojiro immediately retorted with righteous indignation, defending his masculine pride. Question mark. Red bean paste private massacre. I, Kojiro, pledge to commit seppuku an apology. Then cut away, old lady. I'll be your kaishakunin. If you chicken out mid-ritual and refuse to die, I'll just swing my dragon/great revolver and chop your head off. Yenma Chio looked at her timid father and couldn't help but laugh aloud. Honestly, just thinking about that disgusting bastard Shiva getting ambushed by that treacherous schemer Houtnen makes me laugh. Serves him right. Speaking of Houtyen, grandfather Enma Taro said solemnly, he has proposed marriage, asking for your hand to join the Xie family. The group exchanged glances, each falling into deep thought. We know next to nothing about Houtyen's true identity. Yenma Shojiro was the first to object. How can we blindly marry our daughter off to him? A man who hides his head and shows his tail is no hero. Mother agreed, who knew you'd be so feisty when defending our daughter? You've got a bit of your father's spirit in you. Grandfather Enma Taro, however, smiled. His name is Xiebu Ruo, the third son of the Xie family. His formidable strength is plain for all to see. Moreover, he has led the Xie family to prosperity. His status as a Knight of the Round Table was earned through his own efforts alone. He is truly a prodigy of his generation. He claims that when fighting alongside Amaterasu last time, he fell head over heels for our Sakura at first sight. He vows to marry her with wealth that could rival a city, complete with 3 matchmakers, 6 betrothal gifts, and an 8-man palanquin. He promises lifelong devotion, 1 man, 1 woman, forever. Enma Taro stroked his beard. Listen to that, how cultured. He'll surely be a great man of his generation. But he is so weak. A clear look of disdain flashed across Yenma Qianying's icy beautiful face. Besides, Shiva may be irritating, but he's still our ally. To exploit the weaknesses of the Indian people to ambush Shiva, that's hardly the mark of a noble man. We women truly must cling to the strong, mother agreed wholeheartedly. Suppose Lu Xiaomu remains obsessed with Sakura's beauty and comes knocking after she comes of age, demanding to sleep with her? With Buyu's feeble strength, he'd have no choice but to pretend deafness and dumbness, becoming a useless husband. Grandmother chimed in, since that brute Xiaomu is so interested in Ying, and from what I understand, the Painted Skin, the Grim Reaper, the Witch, and the Angel under his command are all top-tier beauties. Clearly Lu Xiaomu is a lustful little devil. Why not go straight to the point and arrange a marriage alliance with him? Chapter 153, Knights of the Round Table, here I come. But the real bully Xiaomu is just a 10-year-old kid, bro. Yenma Qianying sighed, pressing her hand to her forehead. What are you all thinking? Don't tell me you believe the rumors too that he's some old dwarf monster? Isn't that the case? Grandfather Enma Taro furrowed his brows. but a 10-year-old orphan who built the Tangzhuan thugs from scratch, with numerous vassal factions under him, becoming a figure whose every move sends shockwaves across Blue Star. Is that even plausible? In your Eastern terms, this is what they call a prodigy. Dad Enma Kojiro agreed with his daughter's assessment. You must understand, Lu Xiaomu's growth history isn't some secret. It's been thoroughly investigated and documented by spies from numerous countries, crystal clear. Photos documenting his life from birth to present are archived at the orphanage. Moreover, given the orphanage's dire financial straits back then, neither their donation nor adoption websites had any security measures. All intelligence is freely accessible. Yenma Zayajiro adopted the professional demeanor of an intelligence operative as he elaborated. From what I witnessed firsthand, those photos of Lu Xiaomu perfectly match an infant's developmental stages. Moreover, our forensic expert swore on his grandmother's toilet plunger. Those photos are absolutely genuine, not a single pixel photoshopped. Otherwise, he'd gladly let me shove him down the drain with that plunger to feed the maggots. Oh, holy crap! Such a terrifying oath proves the appraiser's credibility is rock solid. Enma Tara was 9/10 convinced. Yenma Chio added, just watch Lu Xiaomu's Ultra HD livestream. That chubby baby face, brimming with childlike collagen, it's impossible to fake. Then why is he so powerful? His words, experience, and skills don't seem childlike at all. He comes across as a smooth, seasoned middle-aged man. Everyone was puzzled. Perhaps. In Dragon Nation, certain texts recount the tale of the immortal's rebirth, return to cherish only me. Lu Xiaomu's past life might have been that of a fallen immortal, Enma Chio remarked calmly. His mother added, there's also the short video drama Baby Me, awakening past memories, hearing others' thoughts. He suddenly recalled all memories from 9 past lives, instantly becoming a master of every skill, hence his omniscient and omnipotent demeanor. Grandmother frowned. Indeed, it could also be like the plot in Stealing My Supreme Bone, trapping me forever as a child no matter. I'll become the child emperor. Lu Xiaomu might remain in his current form forever. That would make it difficult for him to marry Arengying, unless he breaks the curse and grows up again. Enma Taro, what are you all talking about? Am I being left behind by the times? Why can't I understand a single word? Enma Kojiro, Dad, same here. The father and son trembled at the sight of their 3 daughters, all brainwashed by those short dramas. As the Yenma family made their decision and prepared to turn away, Lu Xiaomu continued to devour his meal, savoring the delicious meat sauce pasta. Honestly, those so-called king crabs and baked lobsters may be top-tier ingredients, but I'm head over heels for slurping noodles. Back in the orphanage when I was little, Grandpa Director's pension wasn't enough to feed us all. So we'd all rush to buy the cheapest dried noodles, boil them in plain water, and slurp them up one by one. He interlaced his fingers, his expression nostalgic. Those were the happiest times of my life. The happiest? Zhou Yu blurted out. The 578th happiest time, Lu Xiaomu rolled his eyes. You have no idea how awful those noodles tasted, just salt water with no oil, half cooked by us, and only supplemented with some rotten greens we scavenged from the market for vitamins. Even with the nostalgia filter of childhood and the emotional filter of hard times, I can still vividly recall that disgusting, unpalatable texture. Zhou Yu, you're not playing by the rules. Pfft, super gross is super gross. Those folks who claim their childhood scraps were the best? They've just forgotten the moldy, rancid, stinky taste. Me? With my perfect memory, I recall every meal vividly. I'd never lie about that. Lu Xiaomu pursed her lips. I'm grateful to the old director for raising us through all the hardships. That's genuinely true. But he was also a bona fide master of hellish cuisine, nearly sending us all to heaven with his unbearably awful meals. That's an objective fact too. Ha, brother Xiaomu, you're such a city kid. When we gather at restaurants, my old buddies always claim their moms make the best food. But every time they visit their mothers in the countryside, they load up on pre-made meals and semi-finished ingredients. It cracks me up. My mom's a hellish cooking master too, haha. Later, when I got so hungry I couldn't take it anymore, I taught myself to cook at age 8. From then on, I cooked for Mom. Woo woo, you upstairs are such a sweet, soft, and well-fed little one. Your mom must adore you. Caesar's wife suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Vicky chuckled, eyeing Lu Xiaomu suspiciously. Chairman, you really aren't subtly dissing my mom? Her cooking fits your stereotype perfectly. She never adds scallions, ginger, or garlic to deodorize lamb. She never removes the guts or gills when cooking fish. She wanted to make your Eastern-style braised intestines. Ugh ugh ugh. Audience. Wahahaha. That's so spot on. Just thinking about that dish made Miss Wei Shi puke herself unconscious. Talk about childhood trauma. What else can we say? We can only feel pity and sympathy for Miss Vicky. Here's a pack of instant noodles as a gift. Remember to repay the favor by marrying me someday. After eating their fill, Lu Xiaomu stood up and addressed Caesar and Vicky directly. Since there's nothing else, I won't linger in Staley any longer. Next, I must make a trip to Greece. Lady Caesar couldn't help but frown. What's so urgent? It concerns the Knights of the Round Table, Lu Xiaomu replied calmly, though his words carried a simmering threat. After obtaining intelligence from Kane's, our Tangzhuang Thugs analysis unit immediately deployed AI analysis while simultaneously gathering extensive intel on this mysterious organization. We discovered that in Greece, a figure known as the Fool is active. I intend to capture him, subject him to brutal interrogation, and then follow the trail to root out the entire Round Table Knights and eliminate them all. Lu Xiaomu snorted coldly. According to our bank intelligence, massive sums of mysterious funds originating from Greece were transferred into the campaign accounts of those esteemed U.S. congressmen after the decision to steal oil was approved. Chapter 154, Capture the Fool. Expose the Round Table. Eradicating the Knights of the Round Table will be the central theme of our upcoming summer fun show. Lu Xiaomu calmly explained to the camera, since a sinister snake lurks in the shadows, likely plotting multiple attacks against me that I failed to detect, we must be doubly vigilant against their destructive capabilities. Therefore, the optimal solution is, pry open the venomous snake's jaws, extract its fangs, then tie a bow around its neck and yank it hard. Lu Xiaomu smiled. Alright, that'll wrap everything up neatly, all troubles solved. Viewers, that sounds brutal. What can I say? I'm just Little Mu the Rogue, Lu Xiaomu shrugged. Once I return to Dragon Country, Little Mu the model student will take over the livestream. He'll show you what a real goody two-shoes is all about. As for me, I'll fight to end the war, wipe out all the Knights of the Round Table, then retire in triumph. I'll retreat to the countryside, spend my days playing in the mud and pretending to be a family in the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. How delightful. Wow, the make-believe games and mud play of my childhood are actually the lifelong, unattainable dream of Brother Xiaomu. Come to think of it, it's truly heartbreaking. Isn't his relentless fight against mold precisely so African children can freely play house and roll in mud? Sigh, for children in many places, being able to play in the mud is also a lifetime of unattainable bliss. Zhou couldn't help but ask curiously, Brother Mu, was your childhood dream to retire to the Dragon Phoenix Oasis? Not just that. Lu Xiaomu stroked his chin. To be more specific, my dream was to retire to the Oasis with 10 child brides. They'd have clearly defined roles. One would unwrap my AD calcium milk, another would poke straws into drinks, one would make sandwiches, another would hand brew coffee, one would prepare glutinous rice balls, and one would cook lamb ribs. Zhou Yu. Wei Shi. Audience, damn, I want that godlike life too. I thought taking a few high-paying gigs would let me rake in enough cash to retire to the countryside in bliss. Lu Xiaomu sighed deeply. Her petite frame radiated an unexpected world weariness. But when I used my miraculous medical skills to save lives, other so-called miracle doctors accused me of stealing their business, claiming I was blocking their company's profits. Then when I tried to help out in Africa, some moldy-faced foreigners showed up claiming the cannibal chief I snapped the neck of was their ugly country's agent. And so, one thing led to another, and a whole heap of trouble came crashing down. Lu Xiaomu covered her face, utterly disheartened. Doing good deeds is really, really hard. Netizens deeply sympathized, sighing in unison. Those scumbags spouted righteous nonsense. Blocking someone's money-making scheme is like killing their parents, so you've crossed me. They never stop to think, is that even a legitimate way to make money? Yeah, when they're making dirty money, they shamelessly say stuff like it's just making money, nothing to be ashamed of. I'd love to slaughter all these scum, but you know that's illegal, right? Keep fighting. Never bow to Blue Star's scum, Brother Mu. Lu Xiaomu smiled calmly. Don't worry, I'm super strong. Plus, I've already cleared Blue Star quickly, even a mold-level boss like that got taken care of. Next up, I'll take down the Knights of the Round Table, and then I'll be the ruler of Blue Star, brothers. Then I can freely build a chocolate castle and bathe in sweet milk every day, hee hee. Everyone burst out laughing. Sure enough, it was childish thinking, his mind filled with sweet milk, chocolate, butter cookies, and canned dates. Over the next few days, Lu Xiaomu spent his days leisurely vacationing at Italy's famous landmarks, sharing the exotic sights with his online friends. This finally brought them back to the main storyline of Summer Fun Show, enjoying a carefree summer vacation with the kids. Except, ordinary children don't have Victoria's Secret model figured Vicky Medici and the pure yet sensual beauty Zhou Yu fawning over them, treating Lu Xiaomu like royalty. Wait, you boasted about going to Greece to deal with the Fool, and now you're stuck in this paradise of beauties, refusing to leave? If I were the Fool, I'd have bolted to some godforsaken corner of the world and hidden myself away long ago. Yeah, like digging a bunker, setting up a safe house, or building a villa in some jungle with enough food to last 100 years. Netizens expressed stern condemnation of his lazy behavior. It's not my fault, folks, Lu Xiaomu shrugged sheepishly. Caesar's wife asked me to stay, wanting me to merge the Medici family with the sons of Rome. Restarting the supply lines takes time too. Besides, I did announce during my live stream that I'd be going after the Fool. He's already a scared bird, now he'll definitely go into hiding. So even if I just casually head over to Greece, it'll be tough to catch him. He was utterly helpless and thoroughly frustrated. Why did I have to be such a smartass and make that live stream announcement? I regret saying anything now. What are we supposed to do now? The viewers were dumbfounded. Since Lu Xiaomu had apologized so sincerely, they couldn't very well keep pressuring him. Hee hee, though I can't see your faces, I can sense your flustered reactions through the comments, Lu Xiaomu said with a slight smile. Actually, it's quite simple. I've already dispatched members of the Tangjuan gangsters to infiltrate Athens, the capital of Greece, to gather intelligence on the fool. As far as I know, he never left in the first place and it's absolutely impossible for him to escape, Lu Xiaomu replied calmly. The reason is simple. These top-tier hidden titans can manipulate global markets, stir up civil unrest in small nations, and cause trouble for major powers. Their power stems from unshakable, deep-rooted foundations. If he were to flee, his vast network would be left leaderless, making it easy for me to pick off each faction one by one. Lu Xiaomu spread his hands. In my view, the fool's best strategy is to fight until the very last moment, only considering escape when he's truly backed into a corner. That makes sense. So, has your Tangjuan thug group already pinpointed him? Next, you should be heading to Greece, right? No. That, Hao Tian, his name alone suggests he's from our dragon nation. They say you must pacify the interior before repelling external threats. Shouldn't you return to Dragon Nation first to deal with this guy? Lu Xiaomu was quick to take advice. Well said. Hao Tian is indeed a thorn in our side. But I dealt him a heavy blow. He'll need a long recovery after all. It takes 100 days to heal broken bones. So in the short term, he won't be stirring up trouble. Chapter 155, The Fool, Don't Come Any Closer. Emergency meeting of the Round Table Knights. According to leaked footage from Lu Xiaomu's livestream, he has boarded a private jet provided by the Tangjuan thugs and is secretly heading to Athens. The fool's voice trembled noticeably. Guys, things have come to this. What should we do? Am I going to end up like Shiva? All members stood frozen, not uttering a word. Ahem. Hao Tian spoke calmly, his tone unwavering under everyone's gaze. Mortal armed forces are nothing but paper houses before the ghostly mobster Xiao Mu. Therefore, your excellency would be wise to flee immediately. Absolutely impossible. The fool sighed. Even Lu Xiaomu knows that the moment I leave Athens, all my forces will crumble. Then, the wealth I've painstakingly accumulated over half my life, the solid foundation built by 15 generations of my family, will vanish into thin air. That would make my life worse than death. I might as well stay here in the bunker and wait for Lu Xiaomu to come kill me. Silence fell once more. His predicament was one shared by every member of the Round Table Knights. The butcher glared furiously at Hao Tian. It's all your damn stupidity. Not only did your assassination fail and cost Shiva his life, severely weakening our influence in India, but you also exposed our existence, bringing down this entire chain of disasters. Oomph, Mr. Butcher, do you truly believe one can accomplish anything without paying a price? Hao Tian countered lazily. If every knight of the Round Table adhered to your philosophy, the more you do, the more you mess up. Do nothing, mess up nothing, what could we possibly accomplish? If that were the case, I wouldn't bother attending the next meeting. But you did leak information, didn't you? Devil seized the moment to press. So what? Hao Tian sneered with contempt. Who do you think we're hunting down? After our repeated strikes, do you really believe Lu Xiaomu and the Tangjuan thugs haven't noticed our presence? Absurd. Let me ask you this, even if I hadn't intervened, wouldn't the Tangjuan thugs have traced the Greek funds flowing through the banking system? Wouldn't they have locked onto the fool anyway? You have a point. Sage spoke again slowly as the arbitrator, cutting off their conversation. The exposure of the Round Table Knights was only a matter of time. After all, we've gone all out every time we dealt with Lu Xiaomu. Such a large-scale mobilization of resources was bound to leave traces. Next, we must rush to aid the fool. The sage delivered the most radical proposal yet with unwavering resolve. Gentlemen, the principle of mutual dependence is understood by all. If we abandon the fool now, what if Lu Xiaomu returns to China and targets the heavenly sovereign? Or travels to Africa to confront the chieftain? Or even attacks us in the ugly nation? Who would come to our aid then? Hao Tian clapped his hands and roared with laughter, truly worthy of the Round Table Knights leader. Your foresight commands my deepest respect. I'll take to the battlefield wounded and board a flight to Athens immediately. And you, Amaterasu? Asked Sage. He knew full well that in terms of raw combat power, Miss Yanma Chio was the strongest among the Knights of the Round Table. My granddaughter sustained severe injuries last time. Whether she joins us in Greece will depend on her recovery progress. Clearly, the one now wearing the Amaterasu mantle was Enma Taro. All right. Though most suspected this was largely an excuse. But after all, the Knights of the Round Table was a loose online organization. Not prying into members' real-world identities was one of their fundamental principles. Rest assured, should the situation truly become irreparably dire, our Enma conglomerate will dispatch our core forces to provide support. Enma Taro sighed deeply. After all, our Enma conglomerate's identity has already been exposed. Lu Xiaomu will come knocking sooner or later. The expressions on everyone's faces grew somewhat peculiar. Indeed, compared to the enigmatic fool, everyone knew he was hiding in Athens, Greece, wielding unmatched influence across southern Europe. Lu Xiaomu traveling thousands of miles to find him was like searching for a needle in a haystack. The Enma family, however, was out in the open after all. Enma Chio had her mask torn off in public. But Lu Xiaomu deliberately avoided troubling Amaterasu, fixating solely on the fool. The hidden motives behind this choice were highly suggestive. Now then. The priest inquired with a sinister edge. Amaterasu, could it be that Lu Xiaomu truly covets your granddaughter's beauty? Is that why he spared you? Or perhaps, you've secretly surrendered to him in exchange for immunity? Devil sneered coldly, the latter is highly probable. Lu Xiaomu is a cunning strategist. Would he show mercy over a mere woman? Maya agreed, besides, he's only 10. He lacks understanding of romantic affairs, and his testosterone levels aren't high enough. Falling for Amaterasu at first sight? Absurd. Zeus concurred. Has your Yama financial group betrayed the round table? Damn it. Enraged, Enmataro erupted in his native dialect, are you idiots? I already know the real identities of Hautian, Eve, and Chieftain. If our Enma conglomerate were the mole, why would Lu Xiaomu travel all the way to Athens? He could have simply feigned returning home and easily eliminated Hautian. Moreover, the mercenary forces of the Tangzhuan thugs should have captured Chieftain long ago for brutal interrogation. Quite reasonable. Sage made his decision. Amaterasu is innocent. Cease all further suspicion. Moreover, Miss Yenma Chio attended your conglomerate's cosmetics sub-brand press conference yesterday looking radiant. Her injuries certainly didn't appear as severe as Mr. Yenma Taro described. It's internal injuries. You're not warriors, so you wouldn't understand. Yenma Taro stubbornly clung to his lie, continuing his evasive defense. He felt deeply pessimistic about cornering Lu Xiaomu. Moreover, he had hired a team of micro-expression researchers and data analysts to meticulously dissect every livestream recording of Lu Xiaomu versus Yenma Chiyu. Their conclusion, Lu Xiaomu had glanced at his granddaughter 254 times, 137 times at her legs, 54 times at her chest, 60 times at her face, and only 3 times at her shoulders. This perfectly matched the behavioral model of a lecher in the big data analysis. Yep, a total leg-obsessed pervert. What alarmed Yenma Taro most was that Lu Xiaomu had only glanced at her shoulders 3 times. Yet shoulders are the primary observation point during martial duels. A sinking shoulder signifies power gathering, a tilting shoulder indicates evasion, and a trembling shoulder signals a change in sword technique. Chapter 156, Saving Up for New Skills. Micro-expression experts informed Yenma Taro, Lu Xiaomu genuinely admires Miss Yenma Qianying. His pupils constricted sharply and lips curved upward upon first sight, a reaction of profound awe. During subsequent conversations between your granddaughter and Lu Xiaomu, there was noticeable flirtatious banter, mutual admiration evident. Psychological analysts added with certainty, Lu Xiaomu's tone during the conversation was clearly relaxed. He used entirely neutral vocabulary, showing no animosity toward Miss Enma Chio. Simultaneously, Lu Xiaomu exhibits subtle signs of a tyrannical personality. This suggests he viewed her like an emperor observing a mischievous favorite concubine. Something like that. Yenma Taro thus reached a preliminary conclusion. When Lu Xiaomu paid his visit, he would simply propose a marriage alliance between them. From then on, the Yenma conglomerate would become Lu Xiaomu's vassal power, much like the Medici family. After all, everyone knew Lu Xiaomu never exploited his vassals, extracting only minimal annual profits. His only demand was that during major conflicts, vassals must pledge absolute loyalty, reliably supply essential resources, and never evade their obligations with excuses. That was all. Very well. Seeing Yenma Taro's resolve to stay out of it, the sage dismissed further discussion. We Knights of the Round Table always pool our wisdom and act in unison. Since you refuse to contribute manpower, you must demonstrate your commitment financially. I will donate $500 million to sponsor your protection of the fool. Though it stung, Yenma Taro knew when to cut his losses. After all, it wasn't yet time to sever ties with the Knights of the Round Table. Before the dust settled on the Great War, he would never align with either side. Agreed. The sage took a deep breath, his gaze profound. I too shall depart tomorrow, arriving in Athens by flight. At that time, I shall bring 2 sacred relics with me, the Shroud of St. Mary and Pandora's Box. We humbly welcome the sage's arrival. The fool was overcome with joy, knowing the Knights of the Round Table had finally brought out their trump card. Poof. The very survival of the Knights of the Round Table rests on this battle. The sage raised his head indifferently, tracing a cross upon his chest. Lord, grant us your blessing. Aid us in slaying the demon child, that chaos may yield to order once more. The Round Table shall endure forever. All voices joined in unison. Early in the morning, the bustling street food avenue of Athens, the Peloponnese Boulevard, was already teeming with people and buzzing with activity. Before boarding his flight, Lu Xiaomu had marked a location and announced, "My fans, I'm treating all of you to a feast here." This time, the threshold is higher, only brothers with level 4 fan badges or above. After all, backend data shows our level 4 plus supporters have doubled compared to before. Yay! I'm a level 18 fan and already waiting in Athens. Let's go! Finally getting to piggyback on Brother Xiaomu's free Michelin-starred feast. Bro Mu is the man. Those with less than level 4 badges don't even bother calling. Bro Mu is rewarding his fans, not doing charity. He has to control the numbers, otherwise even with all the money in the world, it'd be wiped out. In the livestream chat, those below level 4 seethed with envy. But when they saw the massive crowd on site, they couldn't help but marvel. Turns out the level 4 threshold was spot on. Any more fans, and Athens would have been gridlocked. Who knew there were this many level 4 plus badge holders? You only realize how low your level is when you need it. I'm going to check in like crazy and aim to hit level 5 by the time Brother Mu comes to my door. Waya, when are you coming to North America? I'm studying abroad in the ugly country, and my level 13 fan badge is crying out to be fed. No way. Brother Mu was just live streaming his beatdown of the moldy fungus. Do you think they'd even approve his visa? Lu Xiaomu beamed as he checked his system panel aboard the private jet. After raising the threshold for the feast reward, donations skyrocketed as expected. His system funds had already reached a whopping 2.9 billion dragon coins, more than enough to unlock a brand new ultimate skill. But Lu Xiaomu hadn't decided yet what exactly should he get? Next, if the Knights of the Round Table are wise, they must focus all their strength on a decisive battle against me in Athens. After all, if the fool were left isolated and helpless, the Knights of the Round Table would be on the brink of dissolution amid widespread fear for their own survival. What's the point of joining an organization if not to seek protection in critical moments? Therefore, the next skill would be crucial. Xiaomu, Zhou pointed angrily at Vicky. I'd been holding this in forever. Why does she have to tag along with us? As the heir to the Medici family, shouldn't she be staying in Italy, traveling the world on vacation with us? Vicky chuckled softly. Little Moon, aren't you great at fixing gadgets? Why not fix your own iPad? Don't you think your tablet is a bit too flat? Zhou instantly transformed into a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, her eyes blazing with playful fury as she hissed, so what if cows are amazing? You can't produce AD calcium milk for Xiaomu on the spot. Little Moon, could you turn around to argue with me? Oh, sorry, so this is already your front? Pfft, ha ha. Your front and back are equally flat, don't blame me for not being able to tell them apart. Ah. You cow, how dare you insult me? Watch me headbutt you to death. Lu Xiaomu rolled his eyes, intercepting the two girls' nonsense. We're about to reach Athens. Attacks from the Knights of the Round Table are likely imminent. What are you two bickering about? Besides, bringing Vicky along for training was Caesar's idea. He shrugged. As a veteran employee, Caesar has served me faithfully for 5 years longer than Painted Skin or the Witch. Her request was hard to refuse. The alluringly seductive Vicky Medici pressed her rule-breaking supermodel figure against Lu Xiaomu. Brother Xiaomu, I was foolish before. Now I only wish to serve by your side. Please don't send me away. Ugh, no face wash? This is suffocating me. Lu Xiaomu squeezed out the words with righteous indignation. Zhou remarked coldly, Lu Xiaomu, if you could stop grinning like an idiot while pretending to be so righteous, it would be more convincing. Ahem. Zhou glanced at the angel piloting the private jet. Thank you for flying all the way from the Dragon Phoenix Oasis to pick me up. The angel replied calmly, Boss, safeguarding your personal safety is the foremost duty of us 4 great disciples. Everything else is trivial. Additionally, I report Painted Skin, Witch, and Impermanence have also secretly infiltrated Athens City, laying the groundwork for your final showdown with the Knights of the Round Table. Very good, Lu Xiaomu said leisurely. The fool is a mere trifle, easy pickings. But I hear the most formidable among the Knights of the Round Table is an old codger called the Sage. Chapter 157, The 4 Great Disciples. The angel replied solemnly, Indeed. The Sage has gradually surfaced in our investigations. He too is a beneficiary of the spiritual energy revival, yet he has remained deeply concealed these past years, with no recorded instances of him taking action. As he spoke, the angel pulled up an image of a decrepit old man on the display. This is the Sage. He resides permanently in North America. All power and no practice? That's probably just a silver-plated spearhead, Zhou remarked sharply. Wei Shi also sneered, a hothouse flower with no combat experience? He'll probably get skewered through the heart by Brother Xiaomu when the time comes. Both had witnessed Lu Xiaomu's formidable prowess firsthand. It was hard to imagine how a decrepit old man could possibly stand a chance against him. Lu Xiaomu frowned. We can't underestimate him. Something's fishy here. Logically, an old geezer with 1 foot in the grave has no reason to come all the way to Athens to fight me to the death. Plus, his territory is North America, a blind spot where my influence doesn't reach. Facing the world's foremost superpower, Lu Xiaomu was equally powerless. After all, he had only developed influence in some forgotten corners of the world, like Africa. In other regions, he'd only made some legitimate investments and recruited a few subordinate factions, so his actual influence was quite limited. Logically speaking, even if the Round Table Knights were wiped out, the Sage's business in North America would remain largely unaffected. Falling back on that would still make him a wealthy man. Angel piloted the plane, her expression equally puzzled. What do you think he's after? All men run about for gain, Zhou snorted. He must be reluctant to give up the conveniences of the Round Table Knights. After all, as the leader, he reaped the most benefits from the organization. Perhaps he's building a legacy for his descendants? Vicky pursed her lips. Mother is doing this for me, and to accumulate wealth for the children I'll have with Brother Xiaomu someday. Zhou Yu? Hee hee, I'm actually one of Brother Mu's child brides, you know. Vixie Medici beamed. I used to be pretty upset about it. I believed in free love. How could mother turn me into a little brat's captive so early? But ever since Brother Mu descended like a Prince Charming from Italy, rescuing this sleeping beauty from the dungeon, hee hee. I'll say it a billion times, no face wash. Hashtag nervous face, hashtag Lu Xiaomu declared with righteous indignation. You're practically spitting fire. Zhou Yu fumed. Cowgirl, you're breaking the rules. Plus, little Mu is about to hit puberty, a phase of rapid physical growth. If you ruin his pure, untouched state now, you might end up stunting his growth. He could turn into a short, limp, tiny little dog. Lu Xiaomu. I must say, Zhou Yu's words are truly well-intentioned advice. We have an ancient Eastern saying, a nation with loyal ministers shall not perish, a family with truthful sons shall not fall. He declared solemnly to Vicky, Miss Medici, from now on, you must wear your bra. No more charging at me with your balls exposed. Wah, fine. Lu Xiaomu, determined not to be a little dog, gazed down from the clouds. Oh, we're here. Is this the birthplace of Western civilization? The outline of Athens appeared faintly beneath the vast sky. Many iconic structures came into view, especially the pure white Acropolis, the Parthenon, the Temple of Olympian Zeus, and the Athenian Parliament building. They all radiated a peculiar allure. Lu Xiaomu furrowed his brow, his fingers interlaced. Interesting. The spiritual energy tide I brought seems to be affecting this ancient city too. Speaking of which, are we truly in an era of spiritual energy revival? Zhou Yu asked with childlike curiosity. Brother Xiaomu, are you really the one who brought spiritual energy back to Blue Star? Lu Xiaomu replied calmly, Angel, give little Moon a job. In the next instant, the angel in the driver's seat abruptly spread her archangel wings. Ah, this. Zhou Yu and Wei Shi stood frozen in place, staring at her in utter disbelief as she resembled a mythical four-winged angel. When we first met, I thought you were called Angel simply because you had an angelically pure heart, but it turns out you really are an angel. Zhou Yu stammered. The angel smiled faintly. Before, I was merely a two-winged angel. Recently, I sensed the spiritual energy in the world growing increasingly potent, so I ascended to four wings. Had it not been for the generous and selfless Dragon Nation rescue team, when we fought the mold to the bitter end, all four of us disciples would have unleashed the ultimate power awakened by Brother Mu, engaging in a fierce battle to the death with the ugly nation. But since the troubles at the Dragon Phoenix Oasis have been resolved, the angel spread her hands. There's no need for me to reveal my ultimate trump card to the public. Lu Xiaomu held a smile as she asked Zhou Yu and Wei Shi meaningfully, why do you think they're called face skinner, witch, angel, and uncanny? Ah. Could sister painted skin really be a fierce ghost? Zhou Yu shuddered. I actually bathed with a fierce ghost. Wah, thank goodness she didn't eat me back then. Angel shook her head. We're still living beings. These are merely our abilities. Like Haotian transforming into water, or Amaterasu,'s ancient martial arts slicing through the wind with a single stroke. The era has long been altered because of me. Lu Xiaomu sighed softly. In any case, you'll all need to adapt to this rapidly evolving era of revival. Can I awaken too? Zhou Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled with hopeful stars as she clung to Lu Xiaomu's arm, pleading, since you could awaken the four great disciples, please I want to be the fifth disciple. Me too. Wei Shi pressed her seductive appeal once more. Lu Xiaomu extricated herself from the clutches of the two women, glaring at them impatiently. Do you think it's that easy? I only discovered those four by accident. But I can offer a stable method for utilizing spiritual energy. Go to the Enma conglomerate and seek apprenticeship under Miss Amaterasu. She and her swordsmen and ninjas all wield ancient martial arts, proving the Yama clan sword tradition remains intact, Lu Xiaomu stated solemnly. That's precisely why I haven't touched them. Such complete ancient martial arts signify that long ago, Blue Star definitely possessed some spiritual energy, hence the existence of ancient martial arts as a means to harness it. The Enma family is a living fossil for us to study ancient history. Moreover, seizing their complete legacy means we can mass-produce ancient martial artists. Lu Xiaomu took a deep breath, his gaze deepening. In this new era of spiritual energy revival, dealing with mold will be much easier. Poof. Chapter 158, Old Deng, where do you think you're going? Watch me blow your gold coins away. I see. I thought you spared the Enma clan behind, Amaterasu, because of your infatuation with Miss Enma Chio. Zhou Yu realized with a start. Lu Xiaomu smirked. Well, that was part of it, sure. After all, she's way more attractive than you are. Zhou Yu, question mark. Ha, Little Moon gets rejected again. I totally agree. Yenma Qianying combines stunning looks, an air of mystery, the prowess of a peerless swordswoman, and the allure of a moonlit beauty. She'd wipe the floor with ordinary student tutor Little Moon. +1. +1. The screen flooded with +1s, nearly making Zhou Yu explode with rage. We've arrived in Athens. We're about to land. The angel's reminder broke Zhou Yu's awkward silence. Let's go meet those old farts from the Round Table Nights. Lu Xiaomu stretched lazily, snorting coldly. When the whale falls, all things thrive. Once we uproot them completely, who knows how many global powers will be grateful to us. The angel landed discreetly at a remote airport on the outskirts of Athens. The Knights of the Round Table remained unaware, having made no arrangements to intercept them. Let's disguise ourselves first to avoid being locked onto by snipers. Lu Xiaomu led the way, donning the bow tie from Detective Conan, then adding a pair of round detective glasses and a handlebar mustache. Zhou donned colored contacts and a wig, transforming into a K-pop idol. Vicky Medici slipped into a full pirate cosplay outfit, a half-eye patch covering her right eye, accentuating her voluptuous figure to perfection. Viewers! Exclamation point. Wait, guys, you're changing outfits live on stream. The Round Table Knights will definitely report this to HQ immediately and update your profiles. Doesn't that defeat the whole purpose of changing? Why not change outfits secretly when the stream's off? Are you guys underestimating the Round Table Knights' intelligence? Lu Xiaomu chuckled softly. Amateur hour again, viewers? Our disguise isn't meant to evade human snipers, it's specifically designed to fool AI facial recognition systems. Remember, the fools have operated in Athens for decades. They're the real local power players. They undoubtedly have the capability to infiltrate the local police's facial recognition network. As long as we're not constantly under the watchful eye of Athens' surveillance system, our safety is guaranteed. As Lu Xiaomu spoke, the witch arrived driving an off-road jeep. Boss, you're 4 minutes ahead of schedule. Where do we go next? Meet fans? Okay. Lu Xiaomu agreed immediately. With everyone waiting so enthusiastically for me, how could I just leave without meeting them? The audience worried for him again. Is that really necessary? As long as you treat us to a Michelin-starred meal, what difference does meeting you make? The fools have definitely sent everyone to ambush your gathering spot already. You're walking right into a trap. Next time for sure. We want to keep fleecing you for the long haul, we don't want to see you go down in one fell swoop. But Lu Xiaomu remained adamant. Rest assured, fellow viewers. The elite forces of our Tangzhuang thugs group have already infiltrated the venue, clearing out those fools' spies long ago. This time, it's fools versus Tangzhuang thugs. My safety is entirely in the hands of these trustworthy subordinates. The viewers were instantly swept up in excitement. Could it be that two major organizations lurking beneath the surface were about to wage an extraordinary clandestine battle beneath the statues of Athens? Reporting to the boss, the witch announced with a soft chuckle, detailing their achievements. From 4 a.m. until now, we've incapacitated 87 individuals armed with sniper rifles or other assassination tools. 0 casualties on our end. Oh? How did you achieve such formidable results? Lu Xiaomu was genuinely astonished. 0 casualties? I never would have imagined it. After all, we're operating on enemy territory, they're the local power players. Because they're utterly rotten, a bunch of decrepit old fools lacking real combat experience, the witch sneered. We Tangzhuang thugs battle year-round on international front lines, outwitting the most heavily armed moldy bastards. Greece is one of Europe's most backward nations, and the fools seem intoxicated by their rule here. They have 0 motivation to upgrade their gear. Our satellites pinpointed all the high ground positions instantly, fed the AI analysis, then painted skin and impermanence led the sweep to capture every sniper spot along the Peloponnese highway. The witch spread her hands, laughing so hard she shook, she continued. The most hilarious part is this, their special forces tactics are equally outdated, strictly following old school manuals. So, in 95% of the suspicious locations circled by our AI analysis, there are fool assassins stationed. After just one patrol and sweep, we've basically rounded up most of them. The witch laughed heartily. I have to say, boss, it's been ages since I dealt with such trash opponents. It's like a global champion facing stubborn bronze players. We can see through every single one of their deployments at a glance. Lu Xiaomu. Audience. Wait, the fool? Such a cool, high-end name, and they're just a bunch of old farts? How utterly embarrassing. Are the Knights of the Round Table really that weak? Come to think of it, it makes sense. Just a bunch of self-important old farts who can't keep up with the times. Excellent. If we pull off this dinner, your year-end bonuses will all double. Lu Xiaomu beamed at his 4 disciples. A decisive victory in this first battle would deal a devastating blow to the Round Table Knight's reputation. Capturing the fool alive will net us his family's centuries-old fortune, a massive boost for the Tangzhuang thugs' expansion. Zhou couldn't help but sigh. Is this the Western version of a Scrooge-like miser? Rather than upgrading security measures or recruiting skilled guards, they'd rather hoard wealth until it rots away. Lu Xiaomu scoffed. It's not hard to understand. Security logic has always been about doing just enough. Why chase global top-tier standards? That's expensive, okay? Besides, the world's most advanced equipment is currently held by only 2 nations, the old hegemony, the ugly state, and the industrial Cthulhu, the dragon state. The fool is just a beggar from some tiny southern European country. How could they possibly get cutting-edge gear from the ugly nation? And the dragon nation, being peace-loving, wouldn't sell that stuff to them either. He shook his head. Even within the EU, small countries are ranked by class. Greece is clearly at the bottom. The fool couldn't even get the latest gear from the French or the Germans. Then where did you Tangzhuang thugs get your advanced weapons? The netizens asked with a smirk. Don't ask. The answer is self-developed. Lu Xiaomu chuckled. Chapter 159, The Panicked Knights of the Round Table. TSK, we all know, but we won't say. It's just Dragon Nation secretly backing you guys. What's there to hide? A rising superpower must flex its muscles. In my opinion, Dragon Nation should showcase its latest achievements and snatch all the arms deals from Ugly Nation on the international stage. Lu Xiaomu remained tight-lipped. Sorry, we do have mysterious sponsors, but I can't say. And why can't it be self-developed? Our Tangzhuang Brawlers Group's industrial line is pretty impressive, you know? Ha, those in the know get it. The netizens chuckled and brushed it off with a smile. And so, when Lu Xiaomu arrived at the Peloponnese Avenue to receive the cheers of 5,000 online fans, the Knights of the Round Table were utterly thrown into panic. They convened another emergency meeting, summoning all members. Fool, your family has ruled Athens for over a century. You're the undisputed local overlords. Why couldn't you even stop Lu Xiaomu's dinner gathering? Sage, usually mild-mannered, couldn't help but seethe with anger at such incompetent teammates. Exactly. 5,000 ordinary people show up for a dinner, and you couldn't stop them? Absurd. Chief sneered. If it were me, I'd just toss a few grenades into the crowd. Chaos would ensue, and Lu Xiaomu would be utterly humiliated. If Lu Xiaomu manages to pull off this gathering so smoothly, right under the noses of us Round Table Knights, Priest revealed a hint of alarm. It means the deterrent we've built up over the years will be completely shattered. A vast organization lurking in the shadows. If it loses its deterrence and becomes a laughingstock, its days are numbered. At this very moment, within the Knights of the Round Table, it felt as if the sky had fallen. All eyes turned to the Fool. The 100 assassins, enforcers, and snipers I dispatched all vanished without a trace. The Fool's voice was dry. This would have been unthinkable in the past. How did the Tangzhuang Thug Group manage this? The question left every Knight of the Round Table speechless. Hao Tian sneered, is it that hard? All it takes is a top-tier hacker to breach your systems, steal your list of operatives, pre-install facial recognition software, or even directly compromise Athens police databases. That's all it takes to flush out your entire operation. This method is already commonplace in our Dragon Nation. The Fool. What the hell? I don't get it. Sigh, I didn't expect your Southern European tech to be so outdated. Hao Tian frowned. No wonder Lu Xiaomu wiped the floor with you. Well, anyway, do you have a contingency plan? The Fool gritted his teeth. I will confront Lu Xiaomu at the estate base. I've fortified it into a militarized stronghold, easy to defend, hard to attack. It's stockpiled enough food to last a decade, and my 2,000 elite troops are all veteran soldiers with extensive combat experience. Furthermore, every facility at the estate is exceptionally well equipped to withstand the assault of those Tang-style thugs. After all, according to first-hand intel we obtained from the airline, their force heading to Greece numbers no more than 200 at most. The Fool snorted coldly. Regardless, it's 2,000 against 200. The advantage is mine. Devil nodded thoughtfully. That's good. This countermeasure at least guarantees mutual destruction. Lu Xiaomu has always valued his men's lives. He probably won't dare a direct assault. Numerical superiority. Home field advantage. The members of the Knights of the Round Table couldn't fathom the possibility of defeat. Only Hao Tian spoke up in dissent. Amaterasu, what's your take? This time, Amaterasu was none other than Yenma Qianying. She casually curled her lips. In this new era of spiritual energy revival, the so-called numerical advantage of ordinary people is meaningless. It's like 100,000 marching ants couldn't bite through the armor of a single flamethrower soldier. Mr. Fool, in my opinion, you'd be wise to flee now. You surely saw Lu Xiaomu's livestream earlier. That angel possesses flight abilities. By the time you board the helicopter, exhausted and out of supplies, she'll likely destroy it outright. Quite right, that's exactly what I was thinking. Hao Tian sighed. Though displeased that the Yenma clan had politely declined his marriage proposal, he still held profound trust in Amaterasu. Truthfully, they wouldn't need 200 thugs in tang suits to storm your estate. Hao Tian suggested another possibility. All it would take is Lu Xiaomu charging in single-handedly. He can catch bullets barehanded and fears no firearms. He seems to possess some kind of emergency evasion ability, dodging countless attacks. And his lethality? That goes without saying. The Fool. For the first time, he sensed the terrifying threat emanating from Lu Xiaomu. It turned out that only when facing Lu Xiaomu directly could one clearly perceive that sense of utter helplessness and powerlessness. Therefore, the sage stated calmly, we must concentrate the main force of the Round Table Knights within the estate. Gather all extraordinary individuals here to engage Lu Xiaomu in a decisive battle. Priest nodded solemnly. My command includes 3 Eastern ancient martial artists. I have already deployed them all to Fool's Manor. Isn't your sphere of influence in Britain? Why do you have Eastern ancient martial artists? Hao Tian looked puzzled. The priest's lips curved slightly. Back when the 8-Nation Alliance plundered the old summer palace, they seized some intact martial traditions. We dismissed them as useless Dragon Kingdom arts, letting a few men practice them for amusement. Never imagined they'd actually succeed. Hao Tian, damn it. After all, he was also a Dragon Nation native. Sage cleared his throat and added, I too have arrived in Athens with 2 sacred artifacts and will soon be at Fool's Manor. Since the spiritual energy's revival, the surging power within the artifacts has awakened. I believe I can offer some assistance. All members felt their hearts surge with excitement. This gathering could truly be called the Grand Assembly of the Knights of the Round Table. Never before had they been treated with such reverence. Succeed or die trying. Zeus narrowed his eyes. Our future wealth and power hinge on the outcome of this battle. Oh, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading back to rest, Miss Amaterasu yawned, showing zero interest in their grand showdown. What a pity. With Amaterasu's swordsmanship, our odds would be far better, Chief grumbled upon seeing Yenma Qianying offline. She's growing more and more distant from us. Could she be leaking round table night intel to Lu Xiaomu? It can't be that bad. Chapter 160, Human Interception System. Cheers. On the streets of the Peloponnese, fans gathered in the 8 restaurants Lu Xiaomu had reserved, feasting to their heart's content. They had arranged numerous benches and round tables along the commercial street, allowing everyone to fully enjoy the festive atmosphere of dining together. Brother Xiaomu, I truly admire you. A fan raised his glass, clinking it against Lu Xiaomu's AD calcium milk. Those Knights of the Round Table scum didn't disrupt our gathering at all. When I told my wife I was coming to piggyback on your feast, she repeatedly warned me that the fools might sabotage it or stage a terror attack. In the end, she made me fill out 3 insurance policies, all naming her as the beneficiary, before she'd let me come. Wow, your wife absolutely adores you and she's quite the financial wizard. Lu Xiaomu chuckled dryly, taking a sip with calm composure. When I commit to something, I never fail. Rest assured. As for that paltry fool? I targeted him first precisely because he was the softest target among the Knights of the Round Table. Ha 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 ha. The fans roared with laughter. Just then, the angel suddenly spread its wings, soaring into the air to intercept a flying object before hurling it into the distant river. What's going on? Everyone froze in surprise. Oh, the fool has no honor in battle. After failing to instill panic by sending infiltrators to our gathering, he resorted to long-range rockets, Lu Xiaomu waved dismissively. Rest assured, with me and the angel here, such petty tricks won't succeed. A mere rocket? Unless it's an intercontinental missile, it won't threaten us. Just as he spoke. Boom! A deep, muffled rumble echoed from the river, followed by a massive spray of water erupting skyward. The water friends exchanged nervous glances, some feeling their legs go weak. But seeing Lu Xiaomu's steady composure, they soon settled back down to eat. With Brother Xiaomu here, even if little boy and fat man drop from the sky today, I'd still be perfectly safe. What's there to fear? If you die, you die. If you don't, you live forever. Let's just enjoy this Michelin-level feast and call it a day. Brother Xiaomu never bullies us, I trust him. Lu Xiaomu calmly waved his hand, rest assured. I'm sitting right here among you. I might joke about taking your lives, but would I ever joke about my own? Viewers, whoops, did he accidentally spill the beans? Rough words, but true. Thanks for the meal, Brother Xiaomu. I admire Brother Xiaomu's guts. No more chit-chat, owner, another plate of Australian lobster, please. Burp. Then, Lu Xiaomu suddenly pressed down on the ground. With a simple kick, he launched himself skyward from the floor. Ancient martial arts, Tai Chi skill activated. A medium-range missile was deflected by a feather-light touch, instantly changing course and soaring skyward. Then, boom! It exploded at a full 4,000 meters altitude, like a grand fireworks display. What the heck just happened? The fans exchanged bewildered glances. Oh, the fool has no martial ethics. Seeing his rocket intercepted by an angel, he just launched a medium-range missile from the base. Lu Xiaomu clapped his hands, shrugged nonchalantly, and said, keep eating, don't put down your chopsticks. His supernatural sixth sense completely covered the entire Peloponnese street. Any incoming threat would be sensed by him the instant it appeared. The so-called missiles were utterly insignificant before his ultimate skill. Ugh, whatever. At least we can die full after eating. The viewers had already begun to resign themselves to their fate. Next, they witnessed dazzling fireworks exploding across the sky, all scare tactics from the fools. But Lu Xiaomu effortlessly dispatched the missiles, while all rocket rounds were intercepted by the angels. Their coordination was seamless. The live stream audience was utterly dumbfounded. What? Is this even humanly possible? So badass. So awesome. Brother Xiaomu was basically a mini version of Superman at age 10. Knocking missiles away with a single punch, and his naked eye precision surpasses radar. No wonder so many say the era of new humans is upon us. Witnessing the Tang-style thug's terrifying display, the Knights of the Round Table were utterly dumbfounded. Within the Fool's Manor, the sage had arrived, joined by the priest, the chieftain, and the devil. Hao Tian and Zeus had been waiting respectfully for quite some time. I never imagined the venerable sage would remain so vigorous at such an advanced age. Hao Tian sensed immense threat emanating from this supreme leader, his voice softening to a whisper. Mr. Hao Tian, you are truly a prodigy. I never imagined you to be so young, the sage remarked with a touch of admiration. Your new Eastern forces radiate such vibrant energy. In comparison, we Western relics are practically 1 foot in the grave. Not at all. We are rash and impetuous. We greatly need the guidance and wisdom of elders like yourselves. As they exchanged pleasantries, the fool stepped out with a warm smile to greet them. Gentlemen, thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to come to my aid. Please come inside. I've prepared a welcome banquet. Hold off on the feasting, the sage frowned. Didn't you send anyone to disrupt Lu Xiaomu's banquet? Or perhaps deliver a little surprise? You're a renowned international arms dealer, surely you have some long-range rocket launchers? The fool's smile instantly froze on his face. After a long moment, he stammered, come in and see for yourselves. Our cameras mounted on the missiles have transmitted the latest footage. The Knights of the Round Table all froze, sensing something was amiss. Sure enough, they watched a medium-range missile soar skyward, its feet showing scenic views along its path until a 10-year-old boy appeared in the frame, unleashing a bizarre, unorthodox punch. The missile's trajectory was forcibly altered, shooting straight up into the sky. Sigh. The fool said bitterly, I'm at a loss. What weapons could possibly work against this humanoid monster? All my rockets and missiles have become fireworks for Lu Xiaomu's dinner party. Everyone. This guy can intercept missiles single-handedly, rivaling the most advanced interceptor systems of Dragon Nation and Ugly Nation. Priest frowned deeply. No wonder he had the confidence to host a banquet in Athens. What on earth are we to do? Asked the fool, utterly at a loss. Sage offered a bitter smile. Enough. Let us await the final showdown. There's no need to disturb his feast any further. It seems in this new era of spiritual energy revival, we Knights of the Round Table have finally failed to keep pace with the times. We've fallen behind. Chapter 161, Knights of the Round Table, your brother Mu has come to visit. The feast finally concluded at 4 p.m. local time. As usual, Lu Xiaomu let fans who hadn't gotten to taste the Michelin-starred meal leave with 2 steaks each. With everyone thoroughly satisfied, they were naturally generous with their tips, causing Lu Xiaomu's system funds to skyrocket once more. Afterward, viewers marveled. The highlight of this gathering was definitely the aerial fireworks show. Word is Mr. Fool sent over those rockets and mini missiles to liven things up pretty wild, huh? Miss Angel is so pure and holy, just like the angels in myths. How much dowry would I need to marry her? We pulled off a 5,000-person feast right in front of the fool. That's gotta count as a solid slap in the face, right? Vicky couldn't help but sneer. Feels like the fool's prestige is crumbling. We're feasting on his turf, and all he can do is rage impotently. Isn't that just another version of the impotent husband? Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. After eating our fill, we should pay a visit to the fool's estate. Shouldn't we rest up and fight tomorrow? Zhou Yu reminded him with concern. You and the angel intercepted so many missiles you must be exhausted. It's fine. Lu Xiaomu remained utterly composed. Our approach is simple, strike while the iron is hot. The second time, the momentum wanes. The third, it fades entirely. Besides, all these viewers gathered in the livestream aren't here for a dinner party, they're here to witness our expedition to the Fool's Manor. Well, our viewers don't mind either way, but please don't push yourself too hard. Yeah, if you hold off until tomorrow, it won't make a difference to us either. Don't be reckless, brother Xiaomu. After all, they're a veteran underground organization that's dominated Blue Star for countless years. Your Taingshuang thugs are newcomers, there's bound to be a gap in resources. Lu Xiaomu chuckled. Legacy? Let me tell you, those trashy medium-range missiles I intercepted were all obsolete junk from the international arms market. This Mr. Fool's legacy is far less impressive than I imagined. So, launch the assault immediately, no time to waste. No sooner had he spoken than the witch arrived in her off-road jeep. She slapped the passenger seat. Let's go! Before sunset, we storm the Fool's Manor and capture every Round Table Knight alive. Hope that kid, Hao Tian, is there too. And preferably Miss Amaterasu, on site as well, Lu Xiaomu mused. I'll smack the former to death with one slap. As for the latter, haha. Viewers? Hometown cherry blossoms, you're being a bit naughty, Xiaomu. How could such filthy, wicked thoughts exist in your pure 10-year-old mind? You need some purification. Lu Xiaomu bowed. The cherry blossom goddess is watching the stream again. But I just wanted to say, once I catch Miss Amaterasu, I'll take off her Geta sandals and tickle her relentlessly with dogtail grass until she begs for death. Ha! Viewers? Yan Ma Qianying. They were all stunned by Lu Xiaomu's bizarre imagination. After this round of brutal interrogation, she'll surely hand over the ancient martial arts inheritance willingly, Lu Xiaomu said eagerly. I've never captured a complete ancient martial arts inheritance globally before, I can't wait. His heart burned with excitement. Yes, imagine how powerful he would become if he could master an ultimate skill by studying ancient martial manuals and paying the system. The witch sped through Athens streets, racing toward the outskirts where Fool's Manor lay. The brothers in tang suits are already deployed around the estate. We're just waiting for your command to launch the assault. The witch continued her report, her voice tinged with excitement. I've also been practicing the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear technique you taught me recently and have gained some insights. I was just about to test it out on the fool's man. Your chance to shine is coming. As they drew nearer to the fool's manor, Lu Xiaomu's superior sixth sense delivered a clear warning: a high threat presence clearly lurked within the estate. But for Lu Xiaomu, it was nowhere near enough to deter him. Moreover, he currently possessed the funds to purchase a brand new ultimate skill, which could serve as a backup plan. Before long, they left the city behind and entered the grounds of the fool's manor. Countless short-range missiles streaked toward them. But before Lu Xiaomu could intervene, Angel had already taken flight, wings flapping as she brandished her crimson-plumed spear. With a backhand motion, she unleashed a torrent of spear shadows that coalesced into a protective barrier of light. The missiles detonated in rapid succession, their chain explosions posing no threat whatsoever to the off-road jeep. Angel's 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix spear is the finest among all of you, Lu Xiaomu remarked with particular satisfaction, smiling as he praised. The spear shadows are sparse yet unbroken. Within its sweeping, open and close movements lies extraordinary precision, efficiently intercepting every missile. It truly represents the pinnacle of ancient martial arts mastery. It's just you being biased, boss, the witch pouted. Your XP is Angel, so you're always hugging her wings while teaching her all sorts of techniques. I'm just a neglected little witch, unloved by anyone, so I have to rely on my own intuition. Ahem, don't slander my integrity. Lu Xiaomu retorted indignantly. It's because you don't put in the effort, wasting your days binge-watching dramas and movies. Angel dedicates herself wholeheartedly to cultivation, that's why she's pulled ahead of you. She's doing bridal training utterly useless for power growth, the witch rolled her eyes wildly. Haven't you seen the bizarre stuff in her training manual? Like the preparation process for AD calcium milk, cooking techniques for animal-shaped cookies, and driving techniques for kids operating heavy vehicles. The angel's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Why you peeked at my stuff. Hee, I'm a witch, after all. Naturally I do things befitting my status. The witch wore her shame like a badge of honor. Care to explain to little Moo what driving techniques for children operating heavy vehicles is about? Well, children are often too short to see the road ahead when driving, so they should use extra seat cushions or install a fully automatic smart driving system. The angel forced an explanation. TSK, lying isn't a good virtue, Miss Angel. Admit it, you just wanna possess the boss. Turn him into your private trophy. You greedy little angel. I didn't. Ahem, we're here. Stop bickering. Lu Xiaomu's expression grew solemn as he looked ahead. There, a group of imposing figures stood on the terrace of Fool's Manor, looking down at their jeep from above. Among them stood the familiar figure of Hao Tian. Well, looks like the Round Table Knights really are planning a final showdown. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly, then pulled out a megaphone. You Round Table scum, your brother Mu has come to visit. Hurry out and kneel to greet me? Chapter 162, Verbal Duel. At Fool's Manor, heavy machine guns were deployed on the ramparts in plain sight, while rocket launchers stood ready for action. Soldiers armed with live ammunition took aim from watchtowers and sentry posts toward Lu Xiaomu's location. The grim scene sent a chill through the live stream audience. Holy crap, I thought this would be a walk in the park. But now it seems the fools, though the underdogs among the Round Table Knights, aren't exactly pushovers either. No wonder Brother Xiaomu said the Knights of the Round Table weren't weak. Now it seems they're downright formidable. With the elite forces the fool currently possesses, wiping out a small country would be a piece of cake, right? Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly and remarked, some viewers hit the nail on the head. With the current strength of the Fool's Manor, they could walk all over Africa. This old guy might be outdated compared to our Tangzhuang thugs, but against Russian mercenaries or the active forces of an emirate? He'd crush them. Then what do we do? Can you really take it by force? The netizens asked anxiously. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Lu Xiaomu didn't respond. Instead, he walked forward with his hands on his hips and bellowed, Hey, you old fools over there. I've never crossed paths with you before, nor have we any recent grievances. Why are you picking a fight with me? Sage replied calmly, you crossed the line by brazenly invading Fool's territory and attempting to antagonize all of us Round Table Knights. Stop pretending to be innocent. Lu Xiaomu retorted with disdain, you're the ones who sent political brokers, spending fortunes to lobby those ugly countries' parliament lords, inciting them to come steal oil from our Dragon Phoenix oasis, right? The funding came from the fool. What are you pretending about? Then there's Shiva, Hao Tian, and Amaterasu all conspiring in Italy to seize control of my vassal house, the Medici, using Caesar's wife as bait to strangle me. That's undeniable, isn't it? He sneered, his face twisted with contempt. Dare to act but not own up, huh? Truth be told, upon reflection, your fingerprints are all over so many events. Seems I've long been a thorn in your side. The sage remained silent, implicitly acknowledging everything. He issued a cold warning, the blue star is vast enough for both your tan-clad thugs and us Knights of the Round Table to coexist. Withdraw now, and we'll wipe the slate clean. We'll mind our own business and leave each other alone. How does that sound? Ha? Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes wildly. Did I hear that right? You bunch of lowly scoundrels, after repeatedly trying to harm me, you actually have the nerve to talk about wiping the slate clean? Is this some kind of pity from the murderer to the victim? Netizens were equally stunned by the audacity. This old fool looks like a gentleman, but his words make no sense. As if peaceful coexistence were some great favor. Strike first to avoid 100 blows later. If we back down now, the Round Table Knights' harassment will only get worse. Screw that, let's fight them. Chieftain snorted coldly. When we Knights of the Round Table were already manipulating the global economy, your great-great-grandfather hadn't even been born yet. That we're willing to split the world with you is already a tremendous favor. Priest sneered in kind. Lu Xiaomu, don't think that just because you seized the initiative early in this era of spiritual energy revival, you can maintain your lead forever and conquer all. This world is full of latecomers who overtake the pioneers. Didn't our great empire seize maritime supremacy from the Dutch, those sea cabmen, after they dominated the world, ultimately forging the empire where the sun never sets? Lu Xiaomu nodded. True. And your ugly country started as one of your great empire's colonies before rising out to become your most beloved father. 666, spot on. Ha, brother Xiaomu, that's way too harsh. Please, spare our conjugal father-son duo a shred of dignity. The online audience burst into laughter instantly. This guy's boomerang really did come back to bite him in the ass. Epic. The imperialists are still bragging about their ancestors' glory, unaware that they're about to be crushed by our dragon nation's industrial Cthulhu. Priest seethed, a cruel sneer curling his lips. You dare insult me? Oomph. Look at the 3 ancient martial artists I've brought with me. They all trained using the legacy stolen from your Empress Dowager Cixi by the 8-Nation Alliance back then. Your country will forever be the defeated foe of our mighty empire. The viewers' smiles froze instantly, their faces contorting in fury. Damn it. Smash his skull. I'll gladly tip 100,000 yuan right now. Pay to bounty the trash-talking old bastard's head. I'll chip in my monthly salary 5,000. I made 1,000 scavenging junk today and donating it all. Beat the crap out of him for me. Lu Xiaomu interlaced his fingers and said calmly, no need for donations, friends. I'll personally retrieve our ancient martial arts legacy from that old bastard sooner or later. Just hold on to his head for now, no rush. With that, he flipped off Priest. Every empire has its peak. Don't mistake a moment for eternity. Your great empire is already among the bottom 2 of the 5 permanent members. You're about to be decolonized by your former colonies. What the hell are you pretending for? You. Priest choked on his words. Enough. I can't be bothered with the trash from the Sunset Kingdom. I only have one question for you, Haotian. Lu Xiaomu glanced at the composed Haotian. Who are you? Why are you hanging around with these old fools? Are you even from the Dragon Nation? Yes. Haotian replied calmly. But so what? You mean to say Dragon Nation people don't fight Dragon Nation people? Your expansion in Dragon Nation has squeezed out a lot of our business too. So there are plenty back home who want to take you down. I'm just one of those who wants to leverage foreign power to do it. I see. That makes sense, Lu Xiaomu nodded. But I've always walked tall and sat straight. Back home, I only engage in fair competition and never owe anyone anything. Hao Tian sighed, true. But that's precisely why people dislike you. Since I can't find a way to beat you in fair competition, I'm forced to resort to underhanded tactics, even resorting to dirty tricks to eliminate you physically. Wow, this guy really talks a good game, brazenly justifying his despicable actions. Listen to that. Is that even human speech? But it does sound somewhat logical. If you can't win through fair competition, isn't it only natural to resort to unfair means? Lu Xiaomu couldn't help but chuckle, giving him a thumbs up. Among all the scoundrels out there, you're actually quite straightforward, a relatively normal villain. Fine then, no more talk. Let's settle this with our fists. Chapter 163, which, show them what you're made of. Finally getting to the fight part? Enough with the chatter. You're putting me to sleep. Get this brawl started already. Beat 'em up. All Blue Star fans, raise your arms like me and channel your energy to Brother Mu. The viewers grew excited, their eyes glued to the live stream. Meanwhile, every member of the Enma conglomerate had dropped their work to gather around the kotatsu on the tatami mats. Sipping sake and genmeka, they watched Lu Xiaomu's livestream with rapt attention. Grandfather Enma Taro sighed, in all these years, no one has ever pushed the Knights of the Round Table to this edge. Win or lose, Lu Xiaomu has already made history. Father Enma Kojiro asked anxiously, if Lu Xiaomu actually wins, what becomes of the Knights of the Round Table? All our years of cultivation within that organization would be for naught. Who would we then become vassals to? Serve? Yenma Chio sipped her miso soup and looked at Yenma Kojiro in confusion. Father, our complete swordsmanship lineage has proven its worth. With time and effort, we can carve out our own place on Blue Star. Why must we serve others? Didn't you see Lu Xiaomu's livestream? He started from nothing, fought his way up without our family's generations of accumulation, and now towers over us. Perhaps, it's simply a matter of different ambitions. Enma Kojiro. He sensed his daughter subtly implying he harbored a servant mentality. Yenma Taro sighed. It seems the hope of bringing glory to the Yenma conglomerate rests on Xiao Qianying's shoulders. You and Lu Xiaomu do share remarkably similar values. If you were to unite in the future, you'd surely make a harmonious couple. Question mark. Yenma Chio sighed helplessly. You're no different from father at your core. One seeks to attach himself to a powerful faction, the other wants women to attach themselves to men. Forget it. You two should retire early and relinquish control of the family. I can't be bothered wasting my breath on old fogies like you. Enma Taro. Enma Kojiro. These words sounded like a forced resignation, but they knew full well that Yenma Qianying had never shown any interest in managing the family affairs. Poof. What follows is the era of the one-sword ship-splitters. You'd better watch and see Lu Xiaomu's masterful performance. Yenma Qianying shook her head, set down her chopsticks, and focused intently on the livestream. On screen, Lu Xiaomu whistled, "Witch, give them a show." Got it. The witch immediately pulled out a lighter, ready to bite it open. Damn it, not that job. Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes wildly. No, this is the brutal job. The witch gave a wicked grin and bit down hard. Boom! A massive flame erupted skyward. The witch's brown hair suddenly burst into flames, and her pupils transformed into crimson fire. In the next instant, blazing propulsive flames erupted from her back, propelling her forward like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, she appeared before Haotian. I hear you're quite skilled at transforming into water? If I were to boil you dry, I wonder if you'd die instantly? Haotian's pupils contracted sharply as he hastily wrapped his arms in icy water, attempting to block the witch's assault. The other members of the Round Table Knights stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. Damn it! If Lu Xiaomu is that formidable, there must be another one. The priest's confidence evaporated instantly. Sage frowned. Calm down. Let's observe first. I don't believe Haotian would fall so easily. The fool couldn't help but shiver. That demonic Lu Xiaomu, he actually cultivated another like himself. Damn it! Lu Xiaomu gestured for Zhou Yu to raise the camera high, aiming it squarely at the witch. Capture her invincible glory. This will be crucial for recruiting new members to our Tangzhuang Thugs gang. Got it. Zhou Yu nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with longing. Brother Xiaomu, can I learn this power too? Of course, not. Lu Xiaomu cut off her daydreaming immediately. Didn't you see I can't do this move either? Some special abilities are awakened individually in this new era, they simply can't be taught. Huh, then what exactly did you teach her? Zhou Yu pouted. Simple, techniques for harnessing power. Lu Xiaomu puffed out his cheeks. Here, watch. A flaming spear abruptly materialized between the witch's hands. With a sharp command, she shouted, "100 birds pay homage to the Phoenix dance across the heavens." In an instant, countless spear shadows roared forth, each trailing sky-scorching flames. Like meteors streaking across the heavens, they slammed viciously toward Haotian. Transform into waves. Seeing this, Haotian instantly felt overwhelmed and frantically shifted entirely into water form, attempting to endure the onslaught. After all, even if the spear pierced water 10,000 times, it could never inflict any damage. Moreover, water overcomes fire was a fundamental principle of the 5 elements. However, the notion of water overcoming fire was always a broad statement, never absolute. A mere spoonful of water dares to suppress the heaven-enveloping fire? Pathetic, the witch sneered. It's like a mantis trying to stop a cart. Water may overcome fire, but fire can also destroy water. Today, you've crossed paths with this which consider yourself unlucky. All the spears plunged fiercely into the waves formed by Haotian. Sizzle! 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 Countless wisps of mist rose, only to be brutally vaporized. What made every knight of the Round Table's eyes bulge in horror was this: the mist was crimson. Holy, why is the mist red? Could it be? It's not water being evaporated, it's the blood of Haotian. Oh crap, this hits him where it hurts. He thought he was bulletproof and impervious to blades, but he's no match for the burning heaven's flames. Indeed. Haotian screamed as he shifted from his watery waveform back into human shape. His body was riddled with bullet holes, leaving him on the brink of death in an instant. The faces of the knights of the Round Table paled. They never imagined losing a commander in their very first engagement, and that which was simply beyond comprehension in her strength. Attack her. The fool, gripped by dread, made a decisive call, ordered the elite forces to launch a fierce assault. In an instant, a barrage of rocket fire erupted, accompanied by the deafening roar of countless anti-aircraft guns. But the witch merely chuckled dryly, attacking fire with fire. How amusing. I'll gladly accept your challenge. Amidst the deafening barrage, she strolled as if in a garden. Machine gun bullets pierced straight through her chest, leaving no bullet holes or wounds, they simply passed right through. What? How is this possible? Vici stood frozen in shock. The angel responded matter-of-factly, it's perfectly normal. If Haotian can transform into water, why couldn't the witch transform into fire? She's currently in an elemental state, without physical form. Of course bullets can't hit her. Chapter 164, I haven't even moved, and you're already down? Holy crap. That witch is like the Dark Phoenix from X-Men, utterly unstoppable. She's way overpowered. Hao Yan couldn't even fight back. This is defying the heavens. The witch must be a nation-destroying powerhouse. If she flies over a small country like this, who could possibly stop her? This truly marks the dawn of a new era, a shift in the balance of high-end military power. For a moment, every viewer watching the livestream felt their hearts surge with excitement, their expressions frozen in awe. Ugly nation. Vice Admiral Pericles, commander of the Eagle-class carrier fleet, couldn't resist dialing the number in the White Palace. But the line was busy. Bunch of useless idiots, can't even get through at a critical moment. Pericles stomped his foot in anger, but he didn't wait long before the line connected. What left the Admiral dumbstruck was this: a large group of bipartisan lawmakers were all sitting upright, staring intently at the screen with solemn expressions. Gentlemen, Pericles stammered, is this an emergency meeting? No need for explanations. We know why you're here, sighed one senator. Immediately recall the carrier strike group anchored off the Red Coast. Have them proceed to our nearest dry dock for repairs. No further delays. Indeed. If the witch returns and decides to strike your fleet, we could be looking at losses in the tens of billions of dollars. Times have truly changed. We must immediately identify gifted individuals like the witch from the populace and focus on cultivating them. The era of comic book superheroes has arrived. Who could have imagined that artists' creations weren't soft sci-fi entertainment comics, but hard sci-fi prophecies of the future? All the council members sat trapped in a city of despair, each frantically scratching their heads. At the same moment, pizza delivery orders exploded across all nearby shops, completely sold out. Everyone was rushing to emergency meetings to devise countermeasures. Witches, angels, skin shifters, and grim reapers, they're all officially designated terrorists by our ugly nation government, a council member muttered. We've sanctioned these four for years. If they harbor resentment and come to oppose us. Damn it! That bastard Lu Xiaomu, how the hell does he get to command these four elite operatives? Could it be that thug Xiaomu is merely a puppet figurehead, while these four women are the true core of the Tangzhuang thug organization? Who knows? But Lu Xiaomu really is a hands-off boss, barely involved in decision-making. All the lawmakers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly baffled by Lu Xiaomu and the Tangzhuang thugs. General Pericles surveyed the devastated Congress, equally speechless for a long moment. A sudden wave of relief washed over him. Thank goodness Lu Xiaomu had ultimately held back, mindful of their nation's strength, and hadn't struck a fatal blow. Had the witch targeted their flagship instead of ambushing a cruiser? The Enma conglomerate. Yenma Taro, who had been sipping sake, watched his cup slip silently from his fingers and shatter on the tatami mat. Enma Kojiro, who had been scooping rice, watched his chopsticks slip from his fingers and roll across the floor. Yet both men were utterly transfixed, staring in disbelief at the witch unleashing her formidable power on the live feed. We ultimately underestimated Lu Xiaomu, Enma Taro murmured. We thought that while our granddaughter alone couldn't match Lu Xiaomu herself, with our other experts and the Allied Ninja Alliance, we still had a 50% chance of ambushing Lu Xiaomu on the home turf of the Yamato Empire. Indeed. That his disciples are this formidable too, it defies all expectations. Enma Kojiro sighed, slapping his forehead. What do we do now? Should we just embrace the spirit of craftsmanship and apologize to Mr. Lu Xiaomu? If Sunny I personally says Private Marseille while respectfully prostrating herself on the ground and exposing her chest, Lu Xiaomu will surely forgive us, right? Yenma Chio? You two useless old fools. Grandma roared. You can't handle this, so you want Chio to sacrifice herself for a peace offering? Our men in the Little Japan district brag daily about their great Bushido spirit, yet when push comes to shove, this is all they've got. Ahem, Mom, you can't say that. After all, we have an old saying in Japan, the Western dancer Wei Junjie. Enma Kojiro argued with righteous indignation. Yenma Taro chimed in with his own defense, this isn't a political marriage. Your granddaughter was already a fan of Lu Xiaomu's live streams. This is more like fulfilling her dream of meeting her idol. Enma Chio. Dragon Phoenix Oasis. Dai Weishin, head of the Dragon Nation Aid Project, couldn't help but clap his hands in delight. He addressed his group of black brothers, look at that, guys. Brother Xiaomu hasn't even lifted a finger, and those old farts at the round table have already lost their nerve. The witch is truly that formidable. Back when she interrogated enemies, she'd set their hair on fire one by one. They'd be so terrified they'd lose their wits and confess everything obediently. Speaking of which, how did Brother Mu recruit the witch? Dai Weishin voiced his concern, fearing she might be poached by enemy nations. Oh, that's common knowledge in the oasis. A dark-skinned guy raised his hand, grinning. The witch joined the mercenaries to earn enough for her mother's kidney transplant. As she put it, selling my body? That wouldn't cover the astronomical cost of a kidney. Only risking my life would. And then? Dai Weishin pressed eagerly. Brother Mu stepped in and healed her mother outright, the dark-skinned guy shrugged. Brother Mu is a legit miracle doctor. With his skills, once he treats someone, they're guaranteed to live. So the witch was so grateful she gladly pledged her loyalty to the boss. She said, "I'll risk my life for the boss now and sell my body to him later." Dai Weixin. He let out a long sigh. No matter what, the witch would never betray him. After all, a woman ruthless enough to become an international mercenary for her mother's sake must be profoundly devoted. And since Lu Xiaomu had fulfilled her lifelong wish by saving her mother, she had earned the witch's undying loyalty. Moreover, the witch now held a high position within the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, making the stakes for recruiting her incredibly high. Lu Royal Orphanage. Tong Tong hugged her Mei Yang doll, pouting and snorting coldly. "Brother Xiaomu was so unfair. He keeps saying I'm way more talented than witch sister, yet he won't take me out to train. He just makes me stay here every day, playing house with a bunch of little kids. Doesn't he know my mental age is mature enough to marry him already?" As she spoke, Tong Tong's cheeks flushed crimson. Behind her, her souls abruptly materialized in midair. It was none other than her grandparents and parents. They stood expressionless by her side, silent and unmoving. A mosquito buzzed, attempting to suck her blood. "Ha!" Tang Tang sharply detected the insect's sound and instantly flew into a rage. "You damn mosquito, just you wait." Whoosh! The four spirits moved in unison. The mosquito exploded into dust. Chapter 165. Sorry, we have plenty of masters like that. Before the Fool's Manor. When the members of the Round Table Knights finally snapped back to reality, they exchanged glances, their expressions complex. They had thought Lu Xiaomu was the most troublesome enemy. But then, out of nowhere, a fierce witch appeared and instantly crippled their elite warrior, Hao Qian. Sage sighed deeply, then reverently retrieved a bundle of cloth from his luggage. Carefully tearing off a corner, he lit it while murmuring, "In the name of the Holy Mother, redeem our brother." The dying Hao Qian began healing at a visible pace. His deep, bone-piercing wounds vanished completely, and his weary spirit gradually regained its vigor. "Thank you, Sage, for saving my life." Hao Qian, who had been filled with resentment toward the Round Table Knights for standing idly by, saw all his doubts vanish upon witnessing this miraculous healing. With such miraculous powers to raise the dead and mend broken bones, it made perfect sense for the sage to send him forward as the vanguard. Lord Sage truly lives up to his reputation as the arbiter of the Knights of the Round Table. The group couldn't help but marvel, their confidence in turning the tide of battle surging once more. Yet Lu Xiaomu's offhand remark plunged them back into despair. "Oh, the Shroud of St. Mary. I didn't expect you'd be willing to spend so much. But this thing once used, it's gone forever. How many more do you have left? Is the Shroud of St. Jesus still here? What about the Shroud of St. Douglas?" He whistled cheerfully. "We can drag this out, you know. Let's see if your relics outnumber our destruction." Priest gritted his teeth. "Green, Arthur, John, you three, advance. Let Lu Xiaomu sample our national treasures inherited from the old Summer Palace: the one-character lightning sword, the heaven-piercing cannon fist, and the demon-sealing palm technique." "Aye, sir." Two dark-clad and one light-clad martial artists of the Grading Empire strode proudly from the crowd, waving provocatively toward Lu Xiaomu, were eager to witness the witch's mastery. Their plan was simple. They believed the witch had suffered immense exhaustion and would struggle to recover her strength anytime soon. Strike while the iron is hot. Indeed, the energy drain from that technique was substantial. She shouldn't fight again. "Witch sister, let's go. Burn the 8 desolations, annihilate the foreign dogs. Just 3 punks." With the witch lifting a finger, she'll turn them into roasted pork. The Dragon Nation viewers in the livestream naturally placed great expectations on the witch. But Lu Xiaomu remained impassive. "What's up? Planning another round-robin battle? Trying to wear down our elite fighters? You don't seriously think Tang-style thugs only have me and the witch who can fight, do you?" Everyone froze in surprise. Lu Xiaomu snapped his fingers. "Sorry, but we've got plenty more experts like this. Come on, Wu Chang. Last assessment, you were the weakest of my 4 disciples. Perfect for taking on the weakest so-called expert from the 5 constants, the Great Ing Empire." He nodded toward the distance. Wu Chang approached, torn between laughter and tears. "Boss, could we keep the internal assessment results private?" Wearing her ghostly mask, she strode forward with her stunningly long legs, moving with effortless grace. But in a mere 0.01 seconds, she materialized before Lu Xiaomu like a ghostly apparition. All the Round Table Knights instantly sucked in their breath, witnessing her otherworldly movement technique. It was like a genuine Wu Chang specter. "Capture all 3 alive," Lu Xiaomu ordered coolly. "Then we'll torture them until they spit out the ancient martial arts heritage they possess. That old, the Empress Dowager, gave it all away to the foreigners. We descendants must stand strong and reclaim it." Wu Chang, also a Dragon Nation native, nodded in agreement. "Rest assured. Every national treasure lost by that old hag who depleted Longhwa's resources to curry favor with foreign powers will be reclaimed by us Tang-clad thugs. Once I've captured those 3, I'll pay a visit to the Great Ing Museum. We'll loot the entire place. After all, I'm a fugitive wanted by Western nations for years now, hee hee." With that, Wu Chang glided forward with lotus-like steps, strolling leisurely ahead. "Watch closely, viewers," Lu Xiaomu calmly addressed Zhou Yu's camera. Though Wu Chang is the weakest link, she has at least mastered my ancient martial arts Tai Chi and my 100 throw 100 hit technique. As for her innate talent, as you've witnessed, it is half human, half ghost. What does half human, half ghost mean? The audience was a bit confused. It means she can switch between physical and ethereal forms at will, Lu Xiaomu explained with solemn seriousness. Just wait and see, everyone. Wu Chang is incredibly powerful against traditional ancient martial artists. Humph, all smoke and mirrors. Charge. Though father felt a twinge of unease, the arrow was already on the string. He ordered a full-scale assault. Put. 3 against 1? Shameless. Global viewers collectively flipped the bird. But at this point, for the Knights of the Round Table, everything was a matter of life and death. Who cared about saving face? Sage added calmly, rest assured, I still possess numerous copies of the Shroud of Turin. Enough to save you all 100 times over. The 3 Western warriors felt their hearts settle. Abandoning their defensive positions, they charged toward the Grim Reaper with a roar. Single character lightning sword sweeps the 8 directions. Heaven-piercing cannon fist cleave the heavens. Sealing demon palm technique. All demons flee in terror. Every move was a killing strike, meant to decide not just victory, but life and death. But Wu Chang merely curled her lips. Instantly transforming into a phantom, she slipped through their combined attacks, appearing behind them unscathed. Turn-based game, my turn now. Her lips curved upward. Tai Chi pacifying the world. Her palms traced 2 arcs in the void, instantly forming the black and white yin-yang fish. Gentle palm winds, like a lover's tender touch, brushed across their cheeks. Is that all? Tickling us, you yellow-skinned monkey? The white martial artist roared with laughter, turning to retaliate. Yet what followed made his eyes bulge in horror. The gentle fist aura intensified rapidly, transforming into a violent gale that lashed across his cheek. The right side of the white martial artist's body was instantly penetrated by the fist aura, leaving him completely paralyzed. A bizarre indentation appeared on his right chest. He collapsed unconscious. Faced with such unreasonable, terrifying power, the white martial artist was pierced through with a single strike. Whoa! All the spectating masters felt dizzy once more. Wait, this is the weakest link? At least 4 of them are this strong? Plus their teacher, Lu Xiaomu. This Tang-style thug group is way too unpredictable. How are we supposed to fight them? Without a word, Wu Chang hoisted the white martial artist onto his shoulder. His form shifted into a ghostly apparition once more, materializing beside Lu Xiaomu. Mission accomplished. Brought him back. Chapter 166, Soul Searching? Memory Retrieval? Excellent. I'll add a chicken drumstick to your dinner. Lu Xiaomu beamed, jumping up to pat Wu Chang on the shoulder. The online viewers, who had been stunned by Wu Chang's terrifying prowess, burst into laughter at the sight of Lu Xiaomu's comical antics. Dude, where's your chair? Brother Xiaomu, if you must encourage your disciple, you could pat Wu Chang's jade feet. This is a serious battle, and you're turning it into a comedy variety show. Oh, right, our summer fun show is actually a low-age comedy variety show. Never mind then. Wu Chang could only crouch slightly, accepting the boss's praise. Boss, you should bring your own custom-made adjustable desk. That way, you could rest your arms on anyone's shoulders. Lu Xiaomu replied coolly, I don't want to develop dependence on external aids. I must rely solely on my internal height to accomplish this. Understand? Got it. Next time I'll bring you some elevator shoes. Joe, you suddenly realized. But, the elevator shoe version for kids isn't exactly easy to find. Vicky Medici rolled her eyes. The East had a ready-made solution millennia ago, stilt walking. Ahem, back to business. Under the stunned stares of the Round Table Knights, Lu Xiaomu approached the white martial artist and said calmly, Big brother, would you return the one-character lightning sword to its homeland? Put. The white warrior, seemingly a death-sworn warrior, immediately attempted to spit. But Wu Chang moved like a ghost, thrusting a dagger straight into his mouth. Instantly, blood spurted everywhere. With a swift twist, the tongue instantly fell out. Oh dear, this is bad. He can't speak now. The spectators exchanged worried glances. That ruthless Wu Chang, didn't she go a bit too far? While I'd love to wipe out every last descendant of these colonizers, how dare they use our own heritage against us? This means we won't even get a chance to interrogate him now, right? Lu Xiaomu remained calm. It's fine. I never expected him to recite it anyway. After all, the most important thing is to transcribe the original manual word for word. No sooner had he finished speaking than the white martial artist suddenly jabbed his fingers violently into the ground. Ah! A piercing scream erupted as all 10 fingers shattered into pulverized bone fragments. The live stream blurred the gory scene with mosaic. Lu Xiaomu. Wu Chang, witch angel. All viewers were deeply frustrated, unsure how to react. Well, this guy is probably a top-tier death soldier, brainwashed long ago, Lu Xiaomu snorted coldly. Even under torture, a tough guy like this would never spill the beans. Then we'll have to strike the Great Ing Empire and retrieve what belongs to us from the priest's hidden treasure trove. Wu Chang narrowed her beautiful eyes, battle fervor blazing. A capitalist like the priest, raised in pampered luxury since childhood, would never withstand brutal torture. Fine. Once today's battle is over, the Knights of the Round Table will be nothing but a hollow name. Taking down a mere priest will be child's play. Just send out a couple of sisters with a few hundred mercenaries, and we'll uproot his entire operation. The witch spoke with calm composure. No need for such trouble. I've suddenly mastered a skill. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly and closed her eyes. Recalling books, psychological treatise, analysis of memory, the cultivation chronicles. Beep, learning complete. Learning fee deducted, 1.5 billion. Host successfully acquired ultimate skill, soul searching, also known as memory retrieval. Effect, for a fee of 10 million credits per use, you may access another person's memories and uncover their deepest, hidden secrets. Damn it. Lu Xiaomu seethed inwardly. You damn system. I paid to permanently acquire this skill, yet now you demand usage fees? And 10 million per use? That's outrageously expensive. System explanation, apologies, but this skill carries severe side effects. Individuals subjected to forced memory extraction will become vegetative patients with no recollection. The usage fee serves as a restraint to prevent you from becoming obsessed with memory extraction and descending into darkness. Damn it, so it's a penalty. Lu Xiaomu had no choice. After all, the system was his only lifeline. What else could he do? He'd just have to make do. After a moment's thought, Lu Xiaomu decided that returning the complete legacy of the one-character lightning sword to the Dragon Nation for 10 million was actually worth it. Thus, before the gathered crowd, Lu Xiaomu suddenly opened his eyes. Step aside, everyone. Let me handle this. Ha! The crowd froze, utterly baffled by his abrupt outburst. Then, something utterly horrifying unfolded. Lu Xiaomu pressed his right hand against the white warrior's skull. Instantly, a dark, murky cloud seeped through his fingertips, infiltrating the warrior's brain through his ear. The warrior's pupils instantly lost focus, turning into terrifying, pure white orbs. After painfully paying an extra 10 million, Lu Xiaomu finally felt fragments of memory surge toward him like a relentless tidal wave. Damn system. Even if it didn't cost extra, I wouldn't have fallen for the feeling of reading other people's memories. Lu Xiaomu felt unbearable pressure in his brain as chaotic memories assaulted his core, leaving him utterly disoriented. Who am I? Am I Arthur? Am I Lu Xiaomu? Aren't I Lu Xiaomu? Then why do I have memories of spraying cologne daily to mask body odor? Ugh, I'm so dirty. She's burning up. Why does a 16-year-old girl have so many issues? No, I can't get lost in these memories. Lu Xiaomu, you've got to pull yourself together. Just hang in there until puberty hits, then you'll be surrounded by beautiful girls. I don't want to see this. Cover my eyes. Lu Xiaomu endured a brutal assault on her worldview before finally ending the memory retrieval with tear-filled eyes, gaining the complete inheritance of the one-character lightning sword. He quickly withdrew his hand in disgust, while the white martial artist Arthur stood there like a dazed fool, foaming at the mouth, the light in his eyes completely extinguished. Boss, what are you doing? Angel looked at him with concern. Your eyes seem kinda weird. You never looked at me like that before. Could it be puberty? Chapter 167, The Mischievous Little Devil Lu Xiaomu. Angel's eyes lit up. Lu Xiaomu hastily closed his eyes. No, I'm not. Because you're a tall, curvy woman too, it's hard not to get carried away by the scene, ahem. He thought to himself. Once all the memory fragments were finally pieced together, Lu Xiaomu stood before everyone with a flustered look in his eyes. He extended his right hand over the ancient sword Arthur just dropped. Yes, boss. Wu Chang flashed a ghostly glint in his eyes and retrieved it instantly. Lu Xiaomu casually twirled the sword in a flourish, and the next moment, his strike erupted like lightning, tracing a Z-shaped arc through the air. The sword's aura roared across over 1,000 meters, striking a sniper subordinate of the fool lurking in the grass. Ah! The sniper, overcome by excruciating pain, scrambled to his feet and fled in panic. And everyone saw it clearly, a perfect, unmistakable Z-shaped mark was etched across his forehead. What the hell? While others were still bewildered, the priest roared in shock and fury. You've already mastered the pinnacle of the one-character lightning sword. Sword strikes like thunder, sword aura like a ghost, capable of precisely striking an enemy across a kilometer with sword energy. How is this possible? Even Arthur himself never reached this level. Have you devoured his entire soul? You are Satan. The faces of the Knights of the Round Table paled. I am merely the devil, while you are the true devil. The devil trembled as he gazed at Arthur, lying on the ground barely clinging to life. Is this the legendary soul devouring? They say every soul sold to the devil at a crossroads ends up being savored like this when the debt is finally repaid. Lu Xiaomu couldn't be bothered with their nonsense. Smiling faintly at the camera, he declared, "Congratulations to our motherland. I have reclaimed the ancient martial arts legacy, the one-character lightning sword plundered by the Eight-Nation Alliance during their invasion of the old Summer Palace. Next, I will transcribe a copy and present it to our nation free of charge. May it become the ancient martial arts textbook for a new era, helping our children adapt sooner to the great times ahead." Repaying kindness was Lu Xiaomu's fundamental character. The Dragon Nation's reconstruction aid to the Dragon Phoenix Oasis represented a security commitment from a great power. He had long sought to reciprocate this favor, but lacked a gift of sufficient weight. Now, the one-character lightning sword was a perfect offering. Really? Dragon Nation's netizens went wild with excitement. Wow, thank you on behalf of my little ones. Brother Xiaomu, you're our ultimate hero. Now I get why the country supported your project. You genuinely handed over something valuable without hesitation. Lu Xiaomu calmly waved his hand, keep it low-key. It's just a foundational ancient martial arts manual. Compared to Miss Yanma Qianying's wind-slicing blade, it falls far short. But then again, it's precisely suited for laying the groundwork. It's better for the kids to practice it gradually. Haha, got it. He still can't forget about Miss Amaterasu. What else is there to say? Let's go on an expedition and reclaim Miss Sunyo. Alright then, hand over the other 2 ancient martial arts manuals to me too, shall we? Lu Xiaomu rubbed his hands together, itching to take action himself. He intended to capture the other 2 black martial artists and perform soul searches, no memory extraction on them. From now on, we'll act together. No more one-on-one duels with the enemy. We don't want to be picked off one by one. Sage seethed inwardly. His original plan had been to have their strongest fighters probe Lu Xiaomu's hidden trump cards one by one. After all, he possessed the Shroud of St. Mary, granting infinite resurrection. He had nothing to fear from attrition. But unfortunately, Chen Ming had pulled this move, cutting off the source of their strength and turning their elite fighters into mindless vegetative states. Why waste sacred relics on resurrection now? Absolutely not. Lord, Sage, please unleash our ultimate trump card. Seeing their own morale plummeting, Fool couldn't help but plead with clasped hands. If we don't show even a shred of our true strength, I fear they'll all flee in terror and abandon us. Sage agreed. He finally made his decision. The moment of truth had arrived. Amidst the eager anticipation of his followers, the sage opened an obsidian casket and spoke calmly. The Lord says, all evil heretics shall be conquered. 10 streaks of light suddenly shot forth from the box. The banner of the Crusaders flickered through the void. 10 formidable knights clad in crimson robes materialized before the assembly. Like specters, they glided weightlessly across the dome, circled the arena, and halted before the sage. They dismounted and knelt on one knee. In the name of the Crusaders, where are the heretics? Calm yourselves, the sage replied, unflinching as he continued his prayer to the casket. The Lord says, seeing the heretics' overwhelming force, he has sent archers to aid them. Another 20 streaks of light shot forth. All were red-robed archers radiating holy light. This can't go on. That old geezer's practically a summoner. We gotta interrupt his spell. The spectators scrambled to offer advice. We can't just stand by while their mage keeps summoning endlessly. Little Moo, you gotta chop off his hands. These Crusader troops look downright sinister. We absolutely can't ignore them. Lu Xiaomu's superior sixth sense began sounding continuous alarms, indicating the enemy posed a significant threat. Yet he dared not act rashly. Who knew how many hidden cards that old man still held? These fellows seemed to be mythical heroes. Huapi, concealed in the shadows, finally revealed himself, speaking with a hint of confusion. And commands evil spirits. I wonder which side would prevail if they clashed. How about I test the waters? Alright, but don't push yourself too hard. I'll be ready to back you up at any moment. Lu Xiaomu nodded, gesturing toward the Crusader forces with a nod toward the camera. Come on then, let me show you the terror of my strongest disciple. With that, he took an instrument from the angel's hands. All the viewers were instantly dumbfounded. What the hell are you doing with a Suona? Heh, what's the point of them carrying a broken box? Lu Xiaomu retorted to the viewers. Don't ask. The answer is top secret. The way cannot be lightly imparted. How could I just blurt it out to you? Then, he took a deep breath and began to play the Suona. The moment the sham sounded, the audience's eyes widened in astonishment. From the heavens above, countless paper figures, paper horses, paper chariots, and paper palanquins suddenly materialized. The painted skin, wearing an eerie smile, slipped into one of the palanquins. Her voice rang out, clear and sharp, follow me into battle. I'm eager to see whether my army of painted paper soldiers is mightier than their crusader spirits. Chapter 168, Total War. Hee-haw! The paper horses whinnied impatiently, pawing the ground restlessly. Their eyes glowed an eerie crimson as they glared at everyone. The paper soldiers, however, loyally obeyed the painted skin's command. They mounted their chariots, climbed onto their war horses, and slipped into the paper palanquins, beginning to fly eerily toward the enemy. In an instant, the paper army surged like a white torrent, charging toward the Crusader heroes at bizarre, skewed angles. Gentlemen, all join me in battle, the sage snorted coldly. Glory and power rest upon this clash. The Lord said, let there be light. In an instant, the Crusader spirits blazed with blinding holy light, charging fiercely toward the paper figures. This is bad, the angel frowned, warning Chen Ming. Sister Huapi's paper army only reaches peak strength during the dark moon and dark day. But now, the enemy's light shines like broad daylight. the paper soldier's power will inevitably be greatly diminished. Lu Xiaomu waves dismissively, it matters not. How could Western holy light destroy our Eastern paper figures? We're not even on the same playing field. Exactly, the witch nodded. Western exorcism targets demons and devils, but our paper figures belong to the realm of the supernatural. Now, let's see who's stronger. It's time for us to act. Since they've abandoned fair play and resorted to mob tactics, let's settle this with an ultimate showdown. Lu Xiaomu gave a faint, cold smile as he climbed into the SUV. Activating the crew skill, he accelerated wildly toward the enemy in a surprise assault. The final showdown. The moment of truth was upon them. Viewers were hooked, unable to look away. Whoa, this is way more epic than the final battle in Avengers: Infinity War. Exactly. Those Avengers are purely Western fantasies. Nothing beats the real clash of Eastern and Western forces. Paper army, angels and witches, plus the all-powerful invincible Little Mu, alongside ancient martial artists, psychics, and crusader spirits. It's a total mashup of mythical creatures and superheroes. Just watch it. Based on the current power levels, this is probably still the early stage of the spiritual energy revival. Truly formidable experts are few and far between. In another decade, battles of this scale will likely involve tens of thousands of powerful warriors. The Enma conglomerate. In the furnace room, the entire Enma family had ceased all activity. No one was drinking sake, knitting sweaters, munching coconut jelly, or fingering prayer beads. Every pair of eyes was fixed, unblinking, on the livestream. Only Yamachio sat calmly in the corner, her large tachi sword cradled in her arms, her gaze cold and clear. Damn it, so the Knights of the Round Table have such formidable foundations. But these old fools always joke around with me, never showing their true strength. Enraged, Enma Taro declared, now that I think about it, before Chio mastered the supreme sword path, our entire Enma clan's combat strength consisted only of ordinary people and outdated firearms. We weren't much stronger than that weakling, fool. Yenma Kojiro was still shaken. Yeah, clashes between such major factions are terrifying. Thank goodness we didn't get involved recklessly. Otherwise, with my and father's mediocre swordsmanship, we'd probably be dead if the heroic spirits crusaders or the paper doll army even grazed us. Chio, who do you think will win? Grandma asked kindly. Hard to say, Yenma Chio replied calmly. On paper, given Lu Xiaomu's unfathomable depth, the Tang-style thugs clearly hold the upper hand. But in reality, many members and subordinates of the Knights of the Round Table haven't shown their true strength yet. Oh? Here they come. Zeus snorted coldly, you paper dolls dare act so brazenly before me? Witness my true power in this new era Thunder Prison Forest. Within a 500-meter radius, thunder rolled instantly, transforming the area into a hellish inferno. Huapi frowned and said to Lu Xiaomu, boss, the Nine Heavens' divine thunder is supremely fierce and yang-powered. Even against my paper army, which is essentially flammable material, it might still be quite troublesome. Don't worry. He's just bluffing. With his level of skill, he won't last long. Order the paper army to retreat immediately and avoid the thunderstorm assault. Aye, boss. Without hesitation, Huapi commanded the paper army to soar higher into the sky. As creatures of distinctly supernatural nature, the paper soldiers ascended effortlessly. But Zeus himself was flesh and blood, there was no way he could keep up. ING Mazer. Zeus cursed, collapsing weakly to the ground. After all, he was a pampered, old-school capitalist. While his wealth granted him some power, he'd never risked his life training. After all, if our grandmaster appeared on the front lines during a game and had to fight personally, no matter how formidable he was, defeat would be near. They've collided. Sage sighed softly. Thus began the brutal clash between the paper army and the crusader heroes. The paper figure's supernatural power was inherently incorporeal, yet the equally ethereal blades of the crusader spirits sliced through them, sending flakes of paper flying as they teetered on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, the crusader spirits were torn to shreds by the paper figure's attacks. Their sacred bodies were instantly covered in wounds that could not be healed. Oh, so it's a 50-50 split? The spectators fell silent as they watched the burning paper figures plummet and the crusaders shatter into streaks of light. Hua Pai couldn't help but grow irritated. He turned to Lu Xiaomu and said, boss, my paper army requires time to replenish the paste for new figures and to eliminate villains during missions to capture their souls for painting the eyes on the paper figures. Only then can a new batch be produced. This rapid depletion is truly painful. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. Then once we seize their Pandora's box, later, I'll gift it to you as compensation. After that, you'll be able to command 2 spirit armies simultaneously. Wouldn't that be splendid? Ha! I can summon crusader spirits too? Huapi looked puzzled. But I'm not religious, I can't chant incantations like that old geezer. Lu Xiaomu shot her a glare. For power, you can be holy. You can be wise. You can be devout. We Chinese people see any temple or church and rush in like it's a public restroom just to burn an incense stick or buy some lucky charms. Got it? Oh, okay. Lu Xiaomu, you actually know about the Pandora's box? How is that possible? Sage was somewhat surprised. This treasure has lain untouched in the Cathedral of Our Lady for over 400 years. Yet you seem to know its various effects so well. Why? You're asking me? Nah, I'm not telling. The bratty Lu Xiaomu, acting like Crayon Shin-chan, gifted the other party a butt-shaking dance, taking cheekiness to the extreme. Chapter 169, Complete Victory. Stop acting so childish. The butcher rolled his eyes. Lu Xiaomu admitted, is there a mole among us Knights of the Round Table? Who is it? His gaze drifted involuntarily toward Hao Tian. Who are you implying? Hao Tian roared. What nonsense are you spouting? Zeus? Thank goodness Lu Xiaomu was innocent and naive. If he'd fallen for your dirty tricks and started accusing me, wouldn't you have used the chaos to persecute our other teammates? Sage interrupted their quarrel, frowning. The Crusader spirits are completely depleted. Everyone, our situation is already precarious, and you're still squabbling amongst yourselves? The group froze, realizing the Paper Army had indeed secured the final victory. This astonished them. Just moments ago, the Paper Army had clearly held the upper hand. How could they suddenly suffer such a crushing defeat? It's different. The sage sighed. Miss Painted Skin could command her Paper Army with effortless precision, as if manipulating puppets. It's akin to the technique of a shadow puppet show. But for the heroes from Pandora's box, I could only issue simple commands. Indeed, in a clash between two armies, one lacking intelligence and resorting only to brute force, while the other, under the guidance of a commander, could adapt flexibly to meet the enemy naturally, the latter held a significant advantage. But do not panic, the sage said calmly. The Lord says, with the enemy's siege imminent, reinforcements have been dispatched. In an instant, 4 6-winged angels materialized amidst the battlefield's chaos. Damn it, Whoppy sighed, arms crossed in frustration. Earlier we summoned crusaders, but now we get pure mythical beings like angels, and 4 of them at once. If all else fails, I'll take the field myself and fight them head-on. Leave my kind to me. I've always wanted to see what these mythical angels truly look like. The angel flapped her wings, her delicate face dotted with freckles glowing with delight as she soared toward the angels for a closer look. Lu Xiaomu mused thoughtfully, perhaps angels are also a race that once existed. After all, the creatures that could thrive in an era abundant with spiritual energy would certainly differ from those that could survive in the end of the Law era, when the heavens and earth were severed. It's like the Jurassic period, when oxygen levels were high, the colossal dinosaurs reigned supreme at the top of the food chain. But as oxygen levels dropped, smaller mammals, better at conserving oxygen, gradually took over as the dominant species. Wow, Xiaomu, you're so cultured. That makes sense. Maybe angels and demons were just ordinary folks from the mythical age, even older than dinosaurs. Picture this, angels once soared through the skies, effortlessly gathering sustenance until the spiritual energy drained away, leaving their wings useless. Just then, dinosaurs rose to power, slaughtering ground-bound bird people like plucking fruit from a basket. Sounds like some endangered dodo bird. Guys, could it be that dodos are actually degenerated, mutated angels from the past? Lu Xiaomu was equally amazed by the audience's wild imagination. But at this critical moment, as commander of the 3 armies, he resolutely shouldered the greatest responsibility, unleashing a ferocious punch into the air. Ordinary punch. An angel from the Pandora's box was instantly pulverized into mincemeat, exploding violently in midair. Ancient martial arts, Tai Chi fist. Another fist aura erupted violently. The second angel's wings were instantly struck by the fist aura, and then, the merciless fist aura, like an electric razor shaving hair, utterly mangled all its feathers beyond recognition. The unfortunate creature, now featherless in the high sky, plunged straight toward the earth. Even more unlucky, it hit the ground face first, its brain matter instantly splattering into a bloody mess of red and white. Lu Xiaomu's assault showed no sign of stopping. He pulled 2 more throwing knives from his pocket and unleashed another fierce strike of 100 throws, 100 hits. Whoosh! Whoosh! The golden eye of the 3rd angel instantly dimmed. With a wretched howl, it flew off into the distance, vanishing without a trace. Having slain 3 angels in succession, Lu Xiaomu's body plummeted downward from the recoil. But he remained unflustered, calmly whistling as a flock of falcons and wild geese converged from all directions, catching him in their wings. Oh, right. He's a druid, the spectators realized with a start. This druid's abilities are borderline cheating, summoning animal allies from nature anytime, anywhere. Brother Xiaomu single-handedly wiped out nearly all the enemy reinforcements. That's insane. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaomu surveyed the battlefield from above. Beside the E-Devil, several bizarre bioengineered warriors stood guard. Their muscles bulged explosively, veins and blood vessels clearly visible beneath skin hard as steel, shielding their master at the center. Wu Chang attempted to strike at the devil, but these bio-soldiers were thick-skinned and tough as nails, truly like an impenetrable wall of bronze and iron. Beside the priest, besides the 2 ancient martial artists already present, 3 more ancient martial artists were secretly concealed. With 5 ancient martial artists at his disposal, he sat comfortably in a chair amidst the crowd, watching the martial artists continuously use their true chi to hack away at the witch's blazing flames. As for Haoyan, bound by a debt of life-saving gratitude, he stood firmly guarding Shang Xian, relentlessly fending off surprise attacks from the angels. The situation instantly descended into utter chaos. The mercenaries in Tang-style robes seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the elite forces within the Fool's Manor. This was the battlefield for ordinary mortals, and all parties strictly avoided interfering in the conflicts of the common folk. The Lord says, the heretics are utterly savage, slaughtering my saints. Reinforcements must be sent. The sage snorted coldly, his face still feverish as he summoned. But this time, nothing came. Only a small arc appeared before them. The sage's face twisted in agony as he gritted his teeth. Fall back immediately. The Lord watches over us. He has sent this arc. Continuing the fight would be perilous. Withdraw now. With that, he hurled the arc into the sky. Instantly, it transformed into a colossal aerial warship, radiant with dazzling light, its neon glow reminiscent of cyberpunk. The sage and Haoyan boarded the vessel directly. The fool, the priest, the devil, and others fought their way back, each directing their loyal followers to shield them as they charged into the ark. Lu Xiaomu frowned, casually flinging a handful of throwing knives. But strangely, as they neared the bizarre ark, they vanished without a trace, like stones sinking into the sea. TSK. I'd hoped to finish them off in one fell swoop and eliminate the Knights of the Round Table entirely. But it seems they're truly formidable. After all, they have far too many ways to save their own skins. Lu Xiaomu tried several more ultimate skills in succession, only to find they still had no effect whatsoever. Chapter 170, A Bountiful Harvest. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Knights of the Round Table scrambled into the ark, which seemed to possess a force field shield capable of defending against everything in 3 dimensions. The Tang-style thugs mercenaries fired wildly, but bullets shattered against the invisible barrier. The witch lashed out with a fiery whip dozens of meters long, only to have it annihilated upon contact with the ark. The Grim Reaper approached like a ghostly apparition, then. Ouch! She seemed to collide head-on with an invisible wall, clutching her head and nearly fainting. What the hell just happened? The audience was utterly bewildered. Is that old foreigner's ultimate survival tactic really that powerful? Looks like some kind of ultimate defense shield, 360-degree, all-around protection with no weak spots. Fire attacks don't work, it's bulletproof. How the hell is it so overpowered? Lu Xiaomu stroked her chin and pursed her lips. Well, it is a secret organization that's dominated the global underworld for decades. Of course they'd have some trump cards up their sleeves. Today's been quite an eye-opener. Yeah. Huapi's beautiful eyes couldn't help but show a hint of complexity. I thought we Tongzhuan thugs, trained by the boss, were already invincible on Blue Star. All we needed was to don the yellow robes and crown you king of Blue Star. Looks like the world is a lot deeper than we thought. You still want to crown me emperor? Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes wildly. You're completely out of your mind. What good is being emperor? This is a regression of civilization, a revival of feudal dregs. Got that? Pfft, I want to be empress. Huapi made no secret of her ambition. Then I'd be the second most powerful person in the world, one rank below the emperor, yet above 100 billion people. Get lost. If I ever do ascend the throne, I'll make you start as a chambermaid cleaning chamber pots. Lu Xiaomu pointed at the ark fading into the void above. Our greatest threat just slipped away, and you lot have the nerve to joke around. Heh, you can run away, but you can't hide. The witch watched the disoriented followers of the e-fool with relish, bellowing a warning. Hey! Listen up! Your boss has ditched you and fled. You still want to be buried alive in this hellhole? Surrender. Hands behind your heads, kneel, face the wall. We Tongzhuan thugs never kill innocents indiscriminately, the whole world knows it. Wu Chang calmly stated their policy on treating prisoners. Meanwhile, aboard the ark, the Yi-fool could only watch with eyes bulging in fury as his men collapsed like dead dogs, meekly surrendering to Lu Xiaomu's men. They revealed the safe combination, the location of the estate's gold vault, and the secrets of every hidden armory to Lu Xiaomu. 50% of the vast fortune his family had painstakingly accumulated over centuries now belonged permanently to Lu Xiaomu. Thanks a bunch. Lu Xiaomu blew a kiss toward the void where Fangzhou had vanished. You really had a lot of wealth, huh? Now it's all mine. With that, Lu Xiaomu grinned at the camera. Hey, viewers! Check this out. Today's battle netted us roughly 20 billion euros in cash, 50 billion euros worth of gold, and these troublesome, hard to dispose of weapons. Of course, the bulk of the wealth comes from the many antiques collected by our senior, the Fool. Now you can see the terrifying depth of the Round Table Knights' resources, right? And remember, the Fool is just a small fry in this massive organization, you know? The viewers erupted in astonishment. If you could uproot the entire Round Table Knights, wouldn't you, Lu Xiaomu, become the world's richest person? Damn it, let's shower the future richest man with a generous 1-cent tip. If fortune favors us, don't forget your roots. So what if you're the richest? You'll still have to bow down to my gifts. Lu Xiaomu remained unfazed. Robbing people blind isn't my style. Getting tips from you guys is way more fun. Keep those free gifts flying, and if you haven't followed me yet, hit that follow button. Viewers. Wait, if you don't care about money, why not just hold a giveaway in the livestream? Exactly. Give away some cash. Everyone gets a share. Brother Xiaomu, my millionaire dreams depend on you. Please, I beg you, do a giveaway. Lu Xiaomu wore a bitter expression. Sigh, if I could just do a giveaway, it'd be so simple. Unfortunately, first off, using massive donations for a giveaway would violate regulations. It'd be considered running an online gambling operation. And second, the system won't recognize it. Instead, it suspected him of laundering regular money into system currency and issued Lu Xiaomu a stern warning. Reminder, funds used by the host to purchase ultimate skills must originate from legitimate part-time work compliant with regulations. Investment, gambling, or cheating methods are strictly prohibited. Per platform rules, I'm capped at 100,000 yuan in daily draws. Sigh. Feel free to join in, but honestly, it feels pointless. Truth be told, I don't even want to draw myself. Lu Xiaomu casually launched a free lottery open to all viewers. Everyone happily joined in, though some were puzzled. Why is a free draw pointless? Heh, it's just for fun. Lu Xiaomu casually took a screenshot. Look at this, what kind of accounts are participating? Take a look. The screenshot revealed nothing but level 1 accounts with gibberish names. In other words, these were new accounts mass registered by machines, purely for the purpose of entering the giveaway. The viewers were furious. Damn it. Bot accounts are sniffing out the giveaway? This way, won't all the prizes be swept up by these bot accounts? How can we humans possibly have as many registered accounts as they do? The platform needs to step in. Why aren't they enforcing real name verification? No wonder Brother Mu said it was pointless. His money went down the drain, swindled by those damn hackers using fake accounts. Lu Xiaomu defended the platform. It's unmanageable. Our livestream has massive scale, with viewers from all over the world. Real name verification is already a stumbling block even in our own country, let alone abroad. Many nations are in a state of government bankruptcy. How do you expect them to enforce it? Sigh. The viewers were deeply disappointed. Anyway, since my buddy just scored a huge windfall for free, we're upgrading our offline fan meetups from now on. Lu Xiaomu pondered before slowly proposing a new plan. From this day forward, after our fan gatherings, we won't just give away 2 pounds of steak. We'll also give 2 pounds of premium dates produced by our Long Wangdu Oasis brand. Plus the fan souvenirs I'm commissioning with my own money. Heck, sooner or later we'll upgrade until everyone leaves satisfied with bags full of goodies. Lu Xiaomu revealed his plans. I haven't decided on the souvenirs yet. Maybe we'll open a minted Dragon Phoenix Oasis and use today's haul of 10 billion euros in gold to mint commemorative coins for our fans. Of course, my real goal is to elevate Dragon Phoenix Oasis's industrial standards. Chapter 171, This is my style. Yay! Long live Brother Xiaomu. Any snarky haters out there, kindly gracefully exit this livestream now. Don't have the nerve to pretend to be fans at future gatherings. Reporting to Brother Xiaomu, just discovered numerous trolls using fan tokens to infiltrate your fan club. Urge implementing political vetting before future gatherings to weed out all undercover saboteurs. Lu Xiaomu gave a thumbs up. Well said, fellow netizens. From now on, whenever you guys gather for meals, AI software will screen everyone's comments. This will prevent those haters who only show up to freeload and constantly spew negativity from polluting our fanbase. Amidst thunderous applause, the haters erupted in fury. We're already willing to tip. What more do you want? Oh, so you're starting to purify your fanbase now? I've been correcting you, guiding you, trying to keep you from going down the wrong path. Never imagined you, Lu Xiaomu, would be so pathetic, only willing to hear flattery. You've ruined your life now, no future for you. You sycophantic fans. We stream for fun, yet you act like censors judging others' loyalty. Disgusting. Lu Xiaomu chuckled. If it's just for fun, then what's the deal with you freeloading off my fans' feast? Sounds a bit hypocritical, haters. Since you're willing to shell out real cash for fan badges, clearly you're not just here for fun, you're after my Michelin-starred feast. The viewers naturally roared with laughter, thoroughly despising the haters. Alright, time to discuss the spoils. Lu Xiaomu gestured toward all the confiscated goods surrounding them. Per convention, we pulled this off in Athens, Greece, and we did it openly. Since the local authorities gave us the green light and don't want to get involved in our underground world's dirty business, we should respect their official dignity. At this moment, Lu Xiaomu shed all traces of boyishness. His meticulous approach made it crystal clear, he was indeed the Black Emperor of the underworld. Well versed in every rule and law, he acted with measured restraint, his words carrying the weight of imperial edicts and constitutional decrees. 25% of all proceeds, both cash and gold, will be directly donated to the Greek people, to be distributed by their official channels. Additionally, all properties belonging to the fools will be exchanged to them. Lu Xiaomu remained composed. We hope the mayor of Athens will dispatch trucks promptly for the handover. We won't be staying in this area long. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a joyful voice echoed from afar. Agreed. I speak for the Athens City Council in granting your request. A portly man wearing a camera rushed joyfully toward them, extending his hand to shake Lu Xiaomu's. I'm Michael, a war correspondent. The mayor of Athens has authorized me to speak with you. He says, "We deeply appreciate your generosity. We are willing to provide an escort to help you transport the remaining supplies back to the Dragon Kingdom or the Dragon Phoenix Oasis." "That won't be necessary, though we appreciate the gesture," Lu Xiaomu replied casually. "Please send someone immediately to help us tally all the recovered items. We'll complete the distribution of, the spoils of war under full transparency with live streaming throughout the process." Yes. Yes. Our finances have been dire this year. This will finally cover the backlog of pensions and teachers' salaries. Michael sighed deeply. This truly addresses an urgent need. "Keep your eyes on the long game, kid," Lu Xiaomu replied earnestly. "A few €100 billion is just a drop in the bucket. Your real gain is this: vampire, the fool, is dead. You'll finally be free from the grip of a major oligarch, and wealth will flow more freely into the hands of the people." Michael paused, his expression complex. "You see things far more clearly than I do. My apologies, my vision was too narrow, fixated only on the immediate trifles." Lu Xiaomu waved it off calmly. "It's not that I see things more clearly. It's just, this mirrors our own history in Dragon Nation. Greece, after all, is the cradle of Western civilization, the birthplace of democracy. To see it reduced to this state is truly lamentable." The Dragon Nation viewers in the livestream chat erupted in delight. "Ha! Eastern civilization KO Western civilization. Win!" Brother Xiaomu's disdain truly highlights the superiority of our 5,000-year civilization. "It makes me feel a sense of cultural pride welling up inside." Translate that, Brother Mu is basically saying, "Athens, I bring you liberation." Translate it again, Little Mu is saying, "I've hung the capitalist fools from streetlights, comrades. Let's overthrow capitalism together." Lu Xiaomu genuinely hadn't overthought it, just a spontaneous outburst as he continued his distribution plan. The remaining 25% of the proceeds will be donated to all global basic science research funds, medical research funds, and the United Nations Red Cross. When we remove a cancerous tumor, the entire world should benefit. Let all the noble souls who dedicate themselves to charity and the righteous individuals who pour their hearts into advancing science for humanity receive their share. He casually allocated trillions in wealth. Damn impressive, Brother Mu. To casually donate such a colossal sum, you're practically a sage. Wow, no wonder Brother Mu faces minimal resistance in his global endeavors and always garners support. The key lies right here. Those who follow the righteous path gain widespread support, those who stray lose it. No wonder Brother Mu's global prestige keeps soaring. The livestream chat overflowed with admiring gasps. For Lu Xiaomu, however, only system-certified currency held real value. Money that couldn't purchase ultimate skills was merely digital numbers in an account, truly worthless. It was akin to in-game resources like Primo Gems, Stardust, and filing, or virtual currency like points, coins, and balances. They had some use, but weren't exactly necessities. On behalf of the United Nations Food Donation Center, thank you. A VIP with official platform verification sent a tearful voice message in the chat. Our Cancer Research Center has received consistent donations from Mr. Lu Xiaomu over the years. To date, the total has surpassed 5 billion yuan. We are profoundly grateful. Another prominent medical expert appeared to express their thanks. The Red Cross will forever remember your generosity. Thank you. Suddenly, heads of every charitable organization emerged like mushrooms after rain. They had all been lurking as silent viewers, never expecting to get a piece of the pie after the battle. Lu Xiaomu merely smiled. "It's just a small contribution. Besides, I'm merely redistributing the ill-gotten wealth of fools like a Robin Hood robbing the rich to aid the poor. That's all." "What about the remaining 50%? The online viewers asked in unison. "Oh, that's all mine, of course. What else would it be?" Lu Xiaomu rolled her eyes. "I'll take it back to build the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. Developing our base is more important than anything else." Chapter 172, I will build a celestial city. Damn. I thought the netizens would get a share too. Lu Xiaomu was amused by their wild imagination. "So you're saying you did nothing, yet got to enjoy a spectacular show witnessing the changing times? And now you want to cash in off my hard-fought efforts? Eat, drink, and run off with everything?" The netizens immediately grew sheepish, shifting their focus elsewhere to change the subject. "Ahem, what are your plans next? Got anything lined up?" "Keep doing my part-time job. Keep streaming." Lu Xiaomu waved his hand dismissively. "We finally caught a big shark, but it turns out they have an invincible survival tactic. What are we supposed to do now? It's not like we can just go after the other Round Table Knights members either. Besides, we don't have any concrete intel. We have no clue where they are." He looked utterly dejected as he explained, "Originally, if I could capture the fool, I could soul search him, well, read his memories and get clues about the others. But I never imagined there'd be a bizarre arc out there that I can't attack. Until I figure out how to break through it, I probably won't be able to take action against the Knights of the Round Table." He felt a pang of disappointment, yet an even stronger wave of curiosity surged within him. He had assumed that the revival of spiritual energy in the world was solely due to his system, meaning he would now be unstoppable, effortlessly crushing all enemies. But with the appearance of the arc, Lu Xiaomu truly realized the ancient relics of Blue Star held genuine treasures beyond his wildest imagination. Instead, he felt a long-forgotten sense of crisis, willing to fight once more for the future. After all, the arc was merely a protective barrier devoid of lethal power. But what if the sages discovered something truly formidable that threatened his very life? Then, the one fleeing in disarray might very well be Lu Xiaomu himself. Yeah, back in the day, we never would have imagined there could be such a bizarre arc floating around in the void. It really is astonishing. What on earth is that thing? Does anyone have any clues? No clues, just a pig-headed fool. Lu Xiaomu chuckled, ended the livestream, and bid farewell to his viewers. They all moved into Fool's Manor, where Tang-style thugs took over all facilities. Then everyone happily kicked off their celebratory feast. Before Lu Xiaomu lay a bountiful spread of locally seized yogurt and juice, yet he showed no interest in tasting any of it. This left all his subordinates feeling a bit at a loss. What's wrong with the boss? He's not even drinking yogurt. The sky is falling. The painted skin and the witch hurried over to his side, offering concerned inquiries. Angel went to the backseat of the SUV to find the boss's favorite AD calcium milk. The Grim Reaper dragged Zhouyu and Weishi, who were stuffing their faces before Lu Xiaomu. You two are the boss's new favorites. Quickly calm him down, he seems emotionally unstable right now. Ha? Didn't we just win a huge victory? Zhouyu couldn't believe it. Chewing on energy-boosting chocolate beans, she cautiously approached. Xiaomu, are you still worried about the escaped roundtable knights? Weishi obediently massaged his shoulders and legs. Don't overthink it. They're severely weakened after that beating. Their prestige will plummet. Loose organizations like the Knights of the Round Table rely heavily on prestige. They lack a strong management structure. Once they retreat, just reshuffling power will take ages. By the time they can confront us again, it'll be at least a year from now. I'm not worried about them. Lu Xiaomu smiled, his gaze serene. I'm just wondering, as spiritual energy grows denser, what strange and wondrous things might be awakened. Like that so-called Pandora's box. Oh, that does sound rather mystical. Zhouyu let her imagination run wild, drifting into fantasy mode. Could our human race enter a great era of cultivation where emperors rain down like rain, immortals line up like reeds, and every path to divinity is paved with sages? The witch curled her lip. Why should Eastern cultivators dominate? Our Western mages could usher in a grand fantasy era too. Archmages returning. Earth, water, fire, and wind rising in full force. Magical towers springing from the ground, dragons soaring through them, demons and angels reduced to our slaves. Stop daydreaming. On this point, can you even compare to those Indians? Whoopi sneered. Hollywood superheroes are weak as hell. How do they compare to those Bollywood heroes who sing and dance while punching Ultraman and kicking Godzilla, stewing Eastern dragons into curry paste, and eating Western dragon sashimi dipped in fresh cow dung? Ugh. The girls instantly recoiled in disgust. Lu Xiaomu burst into laughter at their collective comedy routine, realizing their kind-hearted attempt to distract him from his worries. He stood up, stretched lazily, and called out. Servants! Bring this boss some coconut water. He loosened his joints slightly, nodding his head. You're all correct. The Knights of the Round Table are now completely harmless. And a year from now, I'll be far stronger than I am today. But that Pandora's box in the sage's hands? It probably won't last many uses. It might even be a one-time item. Otherwise, why would he have fled so desperately? Reporting to the boss, from my observation after summoning the Ark, the Pandora's box instantly dimmed, looking like an ordinary old relic. The intelligence provided by Whoopi indirectly corroborated Lu Xiaomu's conjecture. That makes sense. Lu Xiaomu nodded. The Round Table Knight likely lacks the means to recharge the box. After all, the sage himself is feeble and little more than a decrepit old fossil with one foot in the grave. Next, transport the cash, gold, and other valuables back to the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. As for the antiques, entrust them all to Lady Caesar. Let her auction them off gradually. He began laying out a series of plans. I want you to use this fortune to hire overseas labor from numerous construction companies in the Dragon Kingdom. We need a massive workforce to double the scale of the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. Ha? Why such a rush to expand? The women asked in confusion. Lu Xiaomu shook his head. There's no time to waste. After all, you've witnessed it yourselves. The sword masters of the Yanhwa clan have returned, the sacred relics of the Knights of the Round Table have been activated, and the efficacy of our Dragon Nation's ancient martial arts has been proven. This means that in the near future, even more extraordinary things will emerge. If we wish to stand firm, we must first possess an eternal, immortal city base. You intend to transform the Dragon Phoenix Oasis into a celestial city? Everyone was utterly stunned. Chapter 173, The Path of Cultivation Lies in Part-Time Work. Lu Xiaomu snapped her fingers, her fighting spirit reignited. Bingo! That arc clearly wasn't crafted by a single individual. Its artistic style lacks consistency. It's obviously not the work of one person. So even in this spirit awakening era where might reign supreme, going it alone is impossible. Humans are, after all, social creatures. Lu Xiaomu shifted her tone, solemnly reminding the women present. Those who awaken earliest will become Blue Star's most precious assets. If we can build the immortal city swiftly, we'll attract all the talent and gather everyone under my Dragon Phoenix Battle Academy. Academy? The women exchanged puzzled glances once more. Exactly. I plan to establish an academy in the Dragon Phoenix Oasis to teach various techniques for mastering extraordinary powers, attracting talented individuals to join us. Additionally, I will personally impart several of my most treasured ancient martial arts techniques to the students. Lu Xiaomu's lips curved upward. Then, our academy will become a truly world-renowned peak power. Huapi was nearly beside herself with excitement. Boss, has your ambition for grand conquest finally awakened? Conquest truly is DNA etched into the very marrow of our godlike leader. Wu Chang then asked, why not establish the academy within Dragon Nation? We could freely access the infrastructure support of the world's strongest industrial power. But in the godforsaken African desert, just transporting supplies would be a nightmare, driving costs up fivefold or more. Because of the neutral status of the Dragon Phoenix Oasis in the wastelands, of course, the witch answered without hesitation, speaking for Lu Xiaomu. If we chose a location in the Dragon Nation, it would inevitably carry a heavy Dragon Nation label. That would only reach 1/5 of the global population, abandoning 80% of the vast world. We should gather all the world's heroes under one roof, Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly, glancing at them. That way, we can also prevent future extraordinary beings, awakened by the revival of spiritual energy, from igniting a new world war. The others froze, their expressions blank. Humans are the apex predators at the top of the food chain. Hunting, slaughter, and fierce combat are instincts hardwired into our genes. Lu Xiaomu mused slowly, when armed with sharp weapons, the urge to kill arises, that's the truth. So, if left unchecked, these newly empowered humans will inevitably stir up revolutionary waves. There's no noble cause behind it. They simply feel stronger and demand a place in the new order's power structure. It's only human nature. Zhou Yu nodded. Exactly. Throughout history, the young and ambitious have always challenged the old guard. Lu Xiaomu continued, moreover, if we don't gather talent from around the world, these individuals will likely be recruited and cultivated by various nations. Not every country shares my homeland's passion for peace. Just imagine, Japan and the US's strongest fighters, backed by state funding, or even burdened with massive debt through student loans. Once they gain power, wouldn't they crave a better life? Wouldn't they want to elevate their social standing? And the only weapon they truly possess is raw, absolute force. Lu Xiaomu snorted coldly, what do you think they'll do? It's crystal clear. That makes sense. Powerhouses cultivated by their nations will push their countries toward war, even if it's just for their own rise. Vicky looked stunned. But as long as your academy holds the world's strongest power, deterring the entire globe, then no one will dare start wars lightly, they'll only stir trouble in the shadows. Wow, the entire Blue Star will enter an era of deterrence. Brother Xiaomu, you're the sword bearer. Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled with awe. How incredibly cool is that? Single-handedly preventing World War III and safeguarding global peace. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly, I was born to maintain global peace, after all. They picked up their bowls, chopsticks, knives, and forks, and soon dug in with gusto. Oh, right boss, you told us to hire Dragon Nation's construction team for the academy. But what are you planning to do yourself? The witch asked, puzzled. Do you still want to continue streaming Summer Fun Show? But summer's clearly over now. Yeah, the kids are back in school, Zhou Yu chuckled. The director also asked me to suggest renaming the show. After all, there's no summer vacation anymore, and no other guests, it's just been streaming you the whole time. Lu Xiaomu stroked his chin. That is indeed something to consider. Have the director mull it over and come up with a few names for me. But moving forward, I truly must continue working diligently at my side jobs. My path to cultivation lies within those very side gigs. Yes, Lu Xiaomu had already devised an ultimate plan, the cultivation principle project. He closed his eyes and queried the system again. System, how much does it cost to unlock the ultimate skill? The omnipotent cultivation principle. Host, you currently possess 19 teachable ultimate skills, meeting the prerequisite threshold for learning this skill. Pay 10 billion to acquire it. Upon completion, you shall gain the power of divine enlightenment, enabling you to directly impart your existing skills to students through thought alone. You will gain comprehensive knowledge of managing a cultivation academy. Your cultivation progress will be bound to the collective strength of all faculty and students. As the academy grows stronger, your cultivation will rapidly accelerate. Holy crap! Lu Xiaomu was thrilled beyond belief. All he needed was to save up 10 billion to become the Cultivation Academy principal. Then he could just lie back and suck the blood of the entire school's faculty and students. Enjoy the feedback from the entire school's faculty and students. Xiaomu? Xiaomu! You're zoning out again. Zhou Yu's soft little hand gently nudged his head. Lu Xiaomu snapped back to reality, grinning. What did you say? We wanted to ask about your upcoming schedule. Oh, I'll head back to Longwa first. Then I'll start organizing fan meet and greets in different cities. Since his goal was to rake in 10 billion, the fastest way to cash in was obviously through high-paying gigs and fan donations. But high-paying gigs were rare and depended entirely on luck. Fan donations, however, offered far more room for maneuver. Treating them to Michelin-starred meals, showering them with gifts, and converting regular cash into system currency, this was the only known shortcut, essentially exploiting a loophole in the system. It had to be maximized. Besides, after hosting foreign fans for meals in Rome and Athens, though most attendees were still Chinese students and tourists, I've already faced accusations of foreign worship. We absolutely must return home and throw a massive banquet. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiaomu took to her official Weibo account, feeling worn out lately, heading back to China for a break and to hang out with my fans. I'm going to treat everyone to lavish meals in cities big and small, first tier, second tier, third tier, even the most obscure towns. I'm going to spend every last euro I made off that old fool, the fool. We don't want that dirty money anyway. Chapter 174, The Money-Burning Prodigy. The entire nation erupted in excitement. Lu Xiaomu's fans went into a frenzy, rushing to other streamers' live rooms to brag to their followers. See that? A measly 6 yuan tip for Brother Xiaomu turned into a lavish Michelin-starred feast. Do you guys see your rewards coming back to you when you tip streamers? Brother Xiaomu does. And he gives back to his fans hundreds of times over. So satisfying. Let's eat Brother Xiaomu into bankruptcy. But the fans being flaunted it weren't the least bit annoyed. Instead, they proudly displayed their premium Lu Xiaomu fan badges. Get lost, you little upstart. Think we're not Little Moose fans? Level 5? Scram. See a level 10 veteran and bow down. I'm a level 25 fan of Brother Xiaomu. Our hardcore fan group admin said that with everyone's support, Brother Xiaomu promised unlimited free food and drinks. Meaning, no matter which city Brother Xiaomu tours to, I can tag along and freeload on meals and drinks. Got it? Put. On our platform, only newly registered users haven't followed Little Moo yet. Who do you think you're trying to show off to? Look at our streamer. Then the streamer flashed her level 18 fan badge, grinning. Whenever Brother Xiaomu goes live, our viewership plummets. So I usually skip my own streams to watch his. Over time, my fan badge level shot through the roof. The hostess hatched a plan. Let's go. We'll piggyback on Senior Lu Xiaomu's dinner event to hold our own fan meetup on site. I'll bring you all goodie bags. So remember to bring both mine and Brother Xiaomu's fan badges. All trending topics were uniformly replaced with headlines about Lu Xiaomu's nationwide dining tour, igniting a wave of nationwide discussion. Fans overflowed with joyful anticipation for Michelin-level feasts. But a few self-proclaimed sober voices, convinced they alone saw through the delusion, couldn't resist jumping in to refute the hype. One prominent netizen, lone wanderer of humanity, hammered away at their keyboard. This is just Lu Xiaomu's money-grabbing scheme. You think you're getting a good deal, but you're actually being psychologically manipulated by Lu Xiaomu. You'll start feeling indebted to him and keep tipping him without thinking. So stop being naive. Would a capitalist like Lu Xiaomu ever run a money-losing operation? His comment had all of Lu Xiaomu's fans in stitches. Yeah, you're so clear-headed, lone wanderer. I spent $6 on a fan badge, and now I'm about to enjoy a Michelin-starred feast costing $1,000 per person, plus get exclusive gifts from Brother Xiaomu. But I'm totally losing out, right? Brother Xiaomu's raking it in. I'm curious, as an internet influencer who also relies on tips and paid QS for income, you should understand this math. So tell us, what does Brother Xiaomu want from us broke guys? Ha! Brother Mu made it clear from the start, just show up to support him. Tip within your means, get a fan badge, then boost your experience through check-ins and active comments. Then, he'll reward our 6 yuan investment with a Michelin-starred meal. Is he losing money? How is this profitable? Do you have any basic understanding of finances? And just 30 minutes after Lu Xiaomu posted his Weibo, all the controversy died down. Because official city accounts and mayoral profiles across the nation had mobilized across all global media platforms. Mayor Wu Xiaoman of Xijing, Mr. Lu Xiaomu, please consider making Xijing the first stop on your national tour. We'll deploy security personnel to maintain order at no cost, ensuring everything proceeds smoothly with zero safety concerns. Mayor Song Xiaoli of Bohai City, Mr. Lu Xiaomu, though we're just a third-tier city without Michelin-starred restaurants, I've convinced the Fisheries Association to provide the most authentic seafood feast. And our local barbecue is truly exceptional. Lu Xiaomu immediately appeared on both accounts and replied. Oh, Xijing City was already on the list. Mayor, I appreciate your cooperation when the time comes. Thank you. Given Bohai City's warm hospitality, I simply must visit. Adding you to the list. All fans in nearby cities, stay tuned for updates. Get ready to head to Bohai City for a feast. Both cities erupted in celebration, their officials overjoyed. Economists quickly calculated the commercial value Lu Xiaomu's national tour would generate. First-tier cities would gain a full 150,000 consumer visitors within 24 hours. Moreover, with Lu Xiaomu's meals starting at 1,000 yuan per person, this translates to a staggering 150 million yuan in direct spending. Not to mention the additional revenue from transportation, surrounding businesses, tourism, and the intangible boost to the city's image. The indirect income generated in a single day could easily exceed 1.5 billion yuan. Lu Xiaomu's lavish banquets act as a lever to stimulate consumption, creating development opportunities for host cities. Upon seeing the concrete figures, every city went wild. One day. 1.5 billion. Where else could you find such a powerful economic stimulus? The best part? It requires absolutely no cost. Just extend an invitation to Lu Xiaomu. All it takes is a few minutes for an account manager to handle it. And so, nearly every city in Dragon Nation extended fervent invitations, their words bordering on the obsequious in their eagerness to welcome Lu Xiaomu. This left Lu Xiaomu feeling a bit overwhelmed. Even polite refusals were impossible to manage. Zhou Yueling had a sudden flash of inspiration and immediately proposed, then let's pass the buck. Why not launch a long-term poll and let the netizens decide? Have everyone select 5 cities from Tier 1 cities, 10 from Tier 2 cities, 10 from Tier 3 cities, and 10 from unique small towns in the outskirts. At the same time, give everyone a month to vote gradually. This gives each city's PR team time to campaign, which will also help build buzz for the Lu Xiaomu treats you to a Michelin-starred feast event. That makes sense. Lu Xiaomu was pleased, patting Xiao Ye's shoulder appreciatively. Who knew you were so sharp? How about you take charge of organizing the dinner events? 10,000 yuan per event. Whoa! Zhou Yu's eyes instantly turned into golden and dollar symbols. She counted on her fingers. Each event takes a full day, meaning I'll earn 10,000 a day? I'm set. If I run the whole schedule, that's a monthly salary of 300,000. He, I've reached the pinnacle of life, becoming a top-tier little rich lady. Lu Xiaomu chuckled helplessly. Then do your best. Got it, boss. Your super efficient little helper Little Moon is at your service, boss. Zhou Yu's fighting spirit surged, her whole face glowing with radiance. Chapter 175, Roundtable Chaos. The next day, Lu Xiaomu handed over all matters concerning Fool's Manor to her 4 disciples to manage. She boarded the flight back to China with Zhou Yu and Wei Shi. The summer fun show livestream was temporarily suspended. But his fans still got explosive content to watch, the witch directing suit-clad thugs as they hauled crate after crate of gold out of the cellar. The dazzling golden glow was truly blinding. Athens' local officials stood by to supervise, ensuring no sticky-fingered individuals took advantage of the situation to steal. Of course, the mercenaries in traditional Chinese attire were highly professional. Not a single one would dare covet Lu Xiaomu's spoils. After all, Lu Xiaomu, the Black Emperor of the underworld, emphasized the importance of military discipline annually, often with iron and blood. The fate of the dishonest? Limbs severed, reduced to living pigs. Once all the wealth was accounted for, the mayor of Athens personally arrived at the scene, deeply grateful. He presented the witch with 5 medals. Thank you for excising this cancer from our city, freeing Athens from the prolonged parasitism of the foolish family. We hereby bestow upon the 4 of you, and Mr. Lu Xiaomu, the title of permanent honorary citizen. Whenever you choose to visit Athens, you shall be welcomed as heroes. The witch gave a subtle sneer. She knew full well it was because the massive 25% donation had significantly alleviated the local fiscal deficit, ensuring the mayor's easy re-election. Not the sanctimonious bull he was spouting. Who knows? The fools and the mayor of Athens likely shared some deep, shady connections behind the scenes. After all, for a cancerous tumor to have thrived locally for so many years without being eradicated, it must have greased every possible connection. Of course, the witch didn't spoil the mood. She merely returned the greeting with a warm smile. I'm truly flattered, thank you. Our Taizhuang Thugs group is also eager to establish connections with the passionate citizens of Athens. Then, in full view of everyone, the witch proceeded to hand over the supplies one by one to the representatives sent by major charitable organizations and research institutions. As for the gold, everyone surely had their own channels. The antiques, however, were unanimously agreed to be handled by Lady Caesar of the Medici family, who would take a modest 5% commission as a token of friendship. Upon the sale of each antique, funds were immediately transferred proportionally to everyone's accounts. And so, the fool had been stripped bare, utterly dismantled. Ugly country. Hawaiian Islands. Within a towering, majestic skyscraper, the members of the Knights of the Round Table watched the live broadcast with a mix of arrogance and gloom. The fool seethed with rage, pacing frantically and cursing under his breath, yet it was nothing but impotent fury. He could only watch helplessly as his family's accumulated wealth, built over generations, vanished into thin air under Lu Xiaomu's distribution, turning into others' joy and laughter. Damn Lu Xiaomu! Does he intend to strip every last member of the Round Table Knights of their wealth through the scheme? Now isolated and alone, the fool relentlessly sowed discord, hoping to incite the others to take action against Lu Xiaomu and avenge him. Calm down. The sage frowned, reminding him calmly, our losses this time are devastating. The priest lost a carefully cultivated ancient martial artist, another lost an arm, and one lost a leg. The chieftain's confidants were all incinerated to ashes by the witch. Zeus's forces were utterly pulverized into mincemeat by the Paperskin's army of paper soldiers. Even I. Rubbing his temples in frustration, he sighed deeply. We've suffered immense losses too. My Pandora's box won't be fully recharged until who knows when. So for now, we Knights of the Round Table have lost the strength to face Lu Xiaomu head-on. Silence fell over the group. Hao Tian's expression turned grave as he cautioned, in my view, we're far from utterly defeated. On the contrary, inspired by the sage's guidance, I believe there are still many untapped avenues we can thoroughly explore. Oh? Please enlighten us. On the brink of survival, even the typically arrogant Western nobles humbled themselves, earnestly seeking Hao Tian's guidance. First, treasures akin to the Shroud of Turin and Pandora's Box. Our nations and civilizations likely possess many such artifacts, yet their profound mysteries remain undiscovered. Hao Tian continued eloquently, our vast networks and influence remain largely intact save for the fool unscathed. Why not tap into this potential? Uncover the marvels and powerhouses within our domains, reassemble our forces, and rise again to challenge Lu Xiaomu. Very reasonable. I hereby declare that henceforth Hao Tian shall serve as the second executive officer of the Knights of the Round Table. Sage commanded calmly, due to my continuous use of sacred artifacts, my days are numbered. I sense my time is near. When that moment comes, the Knights of the Round Table shall be led by Hao Tian. Does anyone object? This. Objection. 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 The Western leaders immediately raised their right arms in unison, signaling their vehement opposition. Hao Tian's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Sage spoke indifferently, you may protest all you want, but when Lu Xiaomu strikes again, will anyone else be able to stand as the mainstay to oppose him? We can't, but Hao Tian can? Please consider, Sage, the legacy of the Round Table Knights cannot be casually handed over to Hao Tian. He lacks the authority to command respect. Hear the voice of democracy. We should vote to decide the next supreme ruler. Sage felt his composure slipping. Lu Xiaomu had already reduced the Knights of the Round Table to their current pitiful state, and he had nearly exhausted an entire sacred artifact to help everyone escape. Yet now, the survivors were turning on each other. If only he'd known, he should have waited for the situation to deteriorate further, perhaps even let a few stubborn fools die, before they could see the reality clearly. Heoshin acted decisively, waving his hand with a smile. I'm still too young, untested by major trials. Facing the Knights of the Round Table's existential crisis right off the bat, I felt inadequate. Perhaps it would be better to ask Priesto take on this responsibility. Many of his inner thoughts had faded considerably. After all, the Knights of the Round Table were always a loose-knit organization. If they couldn't unite, so be it. At worst, they'd simply part ways. After all, he possessed the ultimate survival skill. Even if he couldn't defeat Lu Xiaomu, he could simply self-detonate into a sky-filling downpour, then escape through the sewers, dive into the deep sea, or merge with the ocean currents. He'd always find a way out. As for these short-sighted colleagues before him, let them do whatever they wanted. Chapter 176, Tauntaun's Awakening. The helicopter landed silently on the rooftop of Lu Royal Kindergarten. As Lu Xiaomu stepped out of the cabin with Zhouyu and Weishi, children who had been waiting eagerly from all directions joyfully ran up to greet them. And Tang Tang, with her tiny arms and short legs, somehow managed to dash ahead effortlessly, becoming the first to throw herself into Lu Xiaomu's arms. Wow, brother Xiaomu, Tang Tang missed you so much. After so long apart, Tang Tang had clearly blossomed into an even more radiant little girl. Lu Xiaomu scooped her up in his arms, his face full of emotion. Yes, it truly was a harrowing journey. Your brother Xiaomu teetered between life and death countless times. You're lying again. You did everything so effortlessly, without even breaking a sweat or breathing heavily. Tauntaun's innocent words instantly punctured Lu Xiaomu's exaggeration. Lu Xiaomu's smile froze on his face, momentarily at a loss for words. I've watched your live streams. Even if I couldn't watch during class, your channel has replays. Tang Tang stuck out her tongue. Little Mu brother is so naughty, lying to a little girl. You're just too mean. But I'm willing to let you coax me home to be your child bride. Tang Tang shyly snuggled into his embrace. We're childhood sweethearts, after all. Ahem, Tang Tang, children should prioritize their studies. No early romance, understand? Lu Xiaomu lectured sternly. At that very moment, Zhouyu had finished adjusting the equipment and started the livestream. So, the flooding viewers immediately saw the scene of Lu Xiaomu lecturing Tang Tang. Tang Tang pouted and retorted, humph. You were the one who got all tangled up in early romance. Ha? Lu Xiaomu froze in shock. The viewers instantly erupted with excitement. Opening shocker. Kicking off the stream with a bombshell? Brother Xiaomu, you actually have such explosive dark history? Then Tang Tang declared indignantly, you've kept so many child brides from Sister Huapi and Sister Wu Chang, to this clingy little yaya you just brought home, and that red-haired foreign devil Vicky. Why won't you treat Tang Tang equally? Lu Xiaomu quickly cleared his throat, those girls? They're just my friends and subordinates. Calling them child brides was just teasing them, purely a joke. You couldn't help but retort, Tang Tang, you can't just slander people out of thin air. This lady never threw herself at anyone. Besides, your brother Lu Xiaomu is just a little beansprout, just like you. Why would we covet him? The orphanage's current caretaker, a retired mercenary, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Alright, I've ordered the kitchen to prepare fresh dishes. Everyone, come eat quickly. After all that bumpy travel back from Athens, Greece, you must be exhausted. Put. With two beauties by your side, soft jade and warm fragrance, any man would feel like a god in paradise. Tonton's pout grew even fuller, her pouty eyes sending the online audience into fits of laughter. But it was all for naught. That year under the apricot blossoms and drizzle, you called yourself Xiao Mumu, I called myself Xiao Tang Tang, but it turns out you only loved big sisters. Maybe from the very start, everything was wrong. Viewers, ha 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 ha. I declare, Team Mumu x Tang Tang CP fans will never be enslaved. Tang Tang is such a natural entertainer. Why hasn't an entertainment agency signed her as a child star yet? What a waste. Wow, such a cute little Tang Tang. Mama loves you, moi. 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 Lu Xiaomu's face darkened like a burnt pot bottom, but he still pulled out the gift. Here. I bought you an Italian Barbie doll. Yay. I knew Little Moo had a soft spot for Tang Tang. Her tears instantly turned to laughter as she joyfully held up the doll. But her expression darkened again. Is this favor just for Tang Tang, or do all the sisters get? Of course everyone gets one. You don't think you can hog all the gifts meant for your orphanage siblings, do you? Lu Xiaomu glared at her. Zhou Yu, hands on her hips, chimed in, you're being a bit possessive, Tang Tang. My fault, Tang Tang promptly admitted sincerely. Jealousy clouded my pure heart, but good things should be shared with our orphanage family. I'll help brother Xiaomu distribute the gifts. Tang Tang is such an angelic little angel. An adult would never just walk away from jealousy and envy like that, admitting their mistakes so obediently. She's a flawless angel, baby. We Tang Tang fans follow this livestream just for moments like this. Enough said, everyone, I'm donating my gifts to the orphanage. Tang Tang should be their official ambassador. Just then, Tang Tang reached out, and all the gifts being unloaded from the helicopter suddenly floated above her head. Lu Xiaomu, ? Zhou Yu and Wei Shi? All viewers in the livestream? Oh, this one's for Akai. Here you go. Tang Tang extended her slender arm, swiping through the air. A fairy tale book suddenly whizzed toward Akai, then abruptly halted right before the little boy. Lu Xiaomu shot forward like a bullet, blocking the book from hitting the child's head. Fortunately, Tang Tang had caused no harm whatsoever. Good heavens! Tang Tang has awakened her abilities ahead of everyone else in this era of spiritual energy revival. What kind of ability is this? It seems similar to Haotian's power, right? Could Tang Tang be a natural-born psychic? The power to control objects? That's incredibly powerful. Why didn't I get that kind of luck? Tang Tang remained oblivious, unaware of the power she possessed, still immersed in the joy of receiving gifts. Interesting. Could it be that our orphanage will become the vanguard of this new era? Lu Xiaomu mused inwardly, though he found it hardly surprising. After all, he knew full well that the so-called spiritual energy had only been brought back to Blue Star by the system after he activated his ultimate skill system. The orphanage happened to be the first place cleansed by spiritual energy. The children, being the earliest recipients of its nourishment, were naturally prone to transformation. Tang Tang, wait, when did you gain this ability to manipulate objects with just your thoughts? Lu Xiaomu called her to a halt, asking with serious intent. Tang Tang looked at him in confusion. Well, when I saw you acquiring more and more child brides, I wanted to send an army to defeat those seductive foxes. But I was too weak on my own to stand a chance. So I issued a call to arms, summoning all the Barbie dolls, sheep village warriors, and little fairies from Toy Kingdom to serve me. And so, they all flew before me, vowing to fight for this empress. Tang Tang waved her hand again, and sure enough, her entire toy army marched out in a mighty procession, stepping in perfect military formation before the camera. Chapter 177, Orphanage? Superpowered Kids Academy. What kind of magical ability is this? Lu Xiaomu really hit the jackpot investing in this orphanage. Just Tang Tang alone could earn back 100-fold the investment. Stop spouting nonsense, upstairs. Brother Xiaomu invested in the orphanage because this is his home, nothing else matters. Once Tang Tang comes of age, she'll likely obliterate every weakling among the roundtable knights with this ability alone. The comments section buzzed with chatter, everyone filled with envy. Tang Tang, remember not to use this ability carelessly in the future. It could easily hurt others, Lu Xiaomu reminded her gently. This is the legendary superpower, right? Tang Tang stood with her hands on her hips like a little adult, her expression calm. I've seen the entire X-Men series. Of course I know this power is somewhat like Magneto's, and he only controls metal, but I can command all inanimate objects. Ha! Everyone was even more stunned. So Tang Tang had understood it better than anyone from the start. To prevent my powers from hurting others when they go out of control, I've been practicing with stuffed toys for ages, Tang Tang said casually. Right now, my precision for objects under 1 kilogram is within 0.1 millimeters, and for items under 5 kilograms, it's within 1 centimeter. Anything heavier? Forget it, it's too exhausting to control. With that, Tang Tang casually snapped her fingers. All the stuffed toys and gifts instantly floated into the air, spinning rapidly like a massive vortex. But when she stopped playing, everything snapped back precisely into place, as if it had never moved at all. So cool. With this skill alone, Tang Tang could easily become Empress one day. I'd gladly serve Empress Tang Tang. I'd be her loyal subject even before she comes of age. Surely I'd get a noble title someday? Congratulations, Brother Mu. You've gained a formidable ally, one who grew right from your own ranks. Loyalty guaranteed. Lu Xiaomu beamed with delight, unable to contain his admiration. Tang Tang, you're about to become the ultimate guardian of our orphanage. With your strength, surpassing Brother Xiaomu is just around the corner. I don't want to surpass Brother Xiaomu in the future, I just want to be better than Brother Xiaomu. ? The audience erupted in laughter once more. True to form, Tang Tang always had a surprising remark up her sleeve. Anyway, you can be my 5th disciple for now. Lu Xiaomu began adjusting his plans. Originally, this spot was reserved for Miss Amaterasu, but I doubt I'll have time to visit Japan anytime soon. And your potential, Tang Tang, seems even stronger than Yanma Qianying's. After all, controlling objects now means controlling swords later. Lu Xiaomu's imagination ran wild. That giant vortex made of plush toys earlier? If we replaced all those plushies with toy plastic swords, it could already pack some serious punch. What's even more remarkable is that Tang Tang is still so young, with boundless potential ahead. Zhou Yu genuinely rejoiced for them. Your orphanage is about to make a name for itself. The whole world will know of this place. To have produced 2 figures capable of influencing the entire globe at once. Vicky Medici laughed, this is cause for universal celebration. I'll tell Mom our Tangzhuan Brawlers gang has gained another formidable warrior. Definitely on par with the 4 great disciples. Tang Tang clenched her fist. Does that mean I can become a child bride too? Lu Xiaomu, anyway, you'll start practicing my 100 birds pay homage to the Phoenix Spear technique. Your object manipulation ability is merely a foundational skill, ancient martial arts can push it to its ultimate limit. Imagine this, if you could simultaneously control 999 red plume spears and execute spear techniques with them all at once, that's a quantum leap. One strike would shake the world. Fine. But you gotta leave 6 p.m. free every night. Can't mess with Tangtang's Paw Patrol time. Tang Tang demanded with deadpan seriousness. Lu Xiaomu flashed an OK sign, absolutely. When have I ever failed to meet Tangtang's requests? Well, just now, about the child bride thing. Lu Xiaomu, ahem, that's truly out of the question. After Tang Tang reluctantly returned to her room to rest, the audience continued their heated debate. If Tang Tang can awaken, doesn't that mean anyone across the vast land of China could too? Exactly. Tang Tang is just an ordinary child, no different from our own kids. Could it be that the world is truly entering a high martial arts era? Where psychics are everywhere, ancient martial artists are worthless, and mages are a dime a dozen. Lu Xiaomu shrugged. Not necessarily. Fellow netizens, I've traveled far and wide for years and only managed to recruit 5 disciples. Of course, with our nation's massive population base, perhaps a group of elite powerhouses could truly emerge. But ancient martial arts should be more accessible, heh. He pointed to another clear path. It doesn't depend on talent, only on relentless practice. That's the ultimate path best suited for us Dragon Nation people. Then I'll shave my head and head straight to Shaolin Temple. Oh no! The other day, some crazy old man claimed I was a once-in-a-millennium martial arts prodigy. I choked him out and sent him straight to the homeless shelter. Did I do the wrong thing? I saw some ancient martial arts manuals at the market for 20 yuan a pound. Should I buy some to practice? Lu Xiaomu laughed bitterly. No, don't let scammers empty your wallets. Especially you, buddy who wants to go to Shaolin Temple, give it a rest. Shaolin Temple is only a 1,000-year-old monastery and the root of all martial arts in Jin Yang's novels. How long has the history of martial arts fiction even been? He pleaded helplessly. That place is a man-made tourist attraction that only teaches rudimentary exercises for physical fitness. You guys running off there hoping to learn divine martial arts to dominate the world. Can we stop daydreaming, please? Ha! How did the first abbot of Shaolin Temple get his position? By attracting investments. By lining the monks' pockets. Yeah, and that guy ended up behind bars, didn't he? Rumor has it he practiced joyful Zen with quite a few female benefactors. Anyone who truly believes they can learn ancient martial arts at Shaolin has lost their mind. Buddy, give me your contact info. When you're old, I'll sell you health supplements. Someday, Dragon Nation will launch ancient martial arts programs. They're probably still debating it in meetings, just be patient. He stretched lazily, stepping outside just as he caught sight of Dazhuan, floating head in the sky. Floating head. Whoa, ghosts! Zhou Yu shivered and hid behind Lu Xiaomu. But how could she hide? Brother Xiaomu. Dazhuang's head in the sky happily descended, a balloon string still dangling from his mouth. Then, it reassembled with his body on the ground. Except, the head was attached backwards. Chapter 178 Imitator's Talent Truly Abounds. Netizens! Exclamation point. I'm passed out on my keyboard. Your orphanage is haunted? Could it be that Dazhuang deliberately put his t-shirt on backwards to pretend to be a ghost and scare people? Brother Xiaomu, what the heck is going on here? This is way too creepy. Facing the viewer's confusion, Lu Xiaomu held a faint smile and asked directly, Dazhuang, did you awaken some superpower? Now, if anything happens, you have to tell Brother Xiaomu, okay? No lying. Dazhuang chuckled, I realized I'm a true genius. He stretched out both arms, grabbed his own head, and spun at 180 degrees to align himself properly. The scene was even more unsettling, causing many timid viewers to hide under their blankets. Oh? Tell us where your genius lies? Lu Xiaomu exhaled in relief, certain this was the real Dazhuang. If that was the case, it couldn't be a supernatural event, and there was nothing to fear. I can imitate all the superheroes, you know. I can transform into any comic book hero. As he spoke, Dazhuang suddenly struck a cool pose. Watch me split up. His head, left arm, torso, left leg, and right leg actually separated from each other, hovering mid-air before flying toward the kitchen fridge. They retrieved a large carton of milk and handed it to Lu Xiaomu. Pretty impressive, huh? The online viewers finally understood it wasn't a paranormal event, but the awakening of extraordinary abilities. Holy crap, after Tang Tang, your orphanage has another freak of nature. Who on earth is abandoning these gifted superpowered children? Guess Brother Xiaomu has a special power to help others awaken. I want to join the orphanage too. Is it too late to kick my old man out now? Dude, you're killing us with your filial piety. Lu Xiaomu pondered thoughtfully, so, can you mimic Iron Man's abilities? Ugh. I wish I could, but it's impossible, Dazhuang sighed. Money power users need real cash, and all I have is joss paper. What about Iron Man's armor? Zhou Yu asked curiously. Nope, can't do it, dude. Dazhuang shook his head like a rattle. I can only mimic powers. That gear? Beyond my expertise. Oh, then mimic Luffy from One Piece the rubber fruit. Lu Xiaomu quickly suggested. The ability you just mimicked was also from One Piece, right? Buggy the Clown's devil fruit power? Yep. Dazhuang didn't hesitate. He closed his eyes for a moment, and then his right arm began to twist like noodles, stretching continuously, and it really felt as soft as rubber. It bounces back when you poke it. Vixie tested it with interest. He's literally turned into a rubber man, though way weaker than the real Luffy. Just looks similar. Zhou Yu nodded in agreement. Lu Xiaomu chuckled, being able to mimic it this well is already unmatched. At the very least, Dazhuang could become the undisputed king of the cosplay scene in the future. I won't have to worry about his career prospects. Plus, many professions don't require direct combat at all. Like, Black Widow and Mystique are both spies. I wonder if Dazhuang could pull off Mystique's shape-shifting powers from X-Men, he asked. Dazhuang chuckled, you bet. Just watch, Brother Xiaomu. His entire body flickered. The second little Mu Ge appeared out of nowhere, looking dazed and clumsy, completely lacking the radiant charm of the original Lu Xiaomu. The dopey little Mu Ge rubbed his chin, uttering a character-appropriate musing. What should we have for late-night snacks? Eel rice? 8 treasure porridge? Or maybe just munch on a couple meat-filled buns? As he spoke, drool began trickling down the corners of his mouth. Genuine Lu Xiaomu, ? Ha, never knew Brother Xiaomu could be so goofy. What an eye-opener. I think Dazhuang's portrayal of Xiaomu is 10 times cuter than the original. Might as well just take over his body and replace him. Am I the only one realizing Brother Xiaomu could now stream 24/7, grinding out content non-stop, leaving viewers completely overwhelmed? Brother Xiaomu has a stand-in now. His haters will be too scared to act against him. How will they deal with him in the future? Zhou Yu laughed until she was breathless. Oh my goodness, Dazhuang, your portrayal is absolutely masterful. You've carved the character to perfection. If you ever do a food vlog with Lu Xiaomu's face, you'd definitely go viral. What's a food vlogger, sis? It's someone whose job is to eat. Wow. That's my ultimate dream. A glimmer of hope lit up Dazhuang's young heart. What kind of magical job was this? Getting paid just for eating. Lu Xiaomu promptly smacked Zhou Yu on the head. Don't corrupt the child. With Dazhuang's top-tier talent, you want him to do something like that? He could infiltrate a nation's cabinet, become a key figure, or even secretly replace the president or prime minister. Whoa. The livestream instantly filled with gasps of shock. Exactly. In X-Men, wasn't that exactly what Mystique did? She practically plunged the entire world into chaos. Your orphanage is even more talent-packed than Arkham Asylum. Is this place called Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters? So those elusive psychics you've been hunting? Turns out your academy's got them crawling all over the place? Lu Xiaomu, you really have a knack for this. Lu Xiaomu replied thoughtfully, at school, I enforced my iron-fisted rule and aggressively promoted the 24th set of radio calisthenics. Ha? So that's the secret? All the think tanks around the world, you hear that? Write it down in your notebooks. Son, Daddy's gonna make you practice those radio calisthenics 100 times a day from now on. That's what Daddy Lu Xiaomu said, you hear? Only then did Lu Xiaomu take a deep breath and continue, and my ancient martial arts Tai Chi, not the flowery moves old folks practice in the park, but the real deal ancient martial arts Tai Chi that subdues the 8 desolate realms and cultivates the spirit. Looks like it's working wonders, he smiled faintly. So, I'd also like to request that the Dragon Nation authorities accept my suggestion and promote the one-character lightning sword technique as soon as possible. Hey, could you share your Tai Chi too, the online viewers pleaded. Lu Xiaomu rolled his eyes. This is core ancient martial arts. Even if every major ancient martial arts lineage in the world laid out their treasures, the strongest among them wouldn't even grasp a third of what's in my ancient martial arts manual. The way must not be imparted lightly. You actually expect to get it for free? Let me put it this way, even if the ugly nation laid all their advanced technology before me, pick whatever you want, choose freely just to trade for my ancient martial art of Tai Chi, I'd still tell them to get lost. Chapter 179, The Celestial Lord of Peace and Harmony on Blue Star. Woohoo, then how can one learn this art? The audience's hearts burned with envy. Who wouldn't want to scale walls and roofs? Who wouldn't want to save the world? Here stood a master capable of transforming ordinary mortals. Naturally, everyone yearned to seize this opportunity and board the early train of the great spiritual awakening era. Lu Xiaomu replied calmly, those with extraordinary talent may enroll in the Dragon Phoenix Oasis in the future. As for the ordinary ones, you may serve as my attendant disciples. Sweep for 3 years, serve tea for 3 years, tend my sword for 3 years. Only if your resolve to pursue the way remains unwavering will you become outer door disciples. Whoa, that's insane, dude. Are you recruiting slaves or something? That's just delusional. Forget it then. Big deal. Everyone's enthusiasm instantly plummeted. Lu Xiaomu shrugged innocently, look, guys, pursuing immortality and enlightenment takes decades to start with. Even Qin Shi Huang spent his entire life chasing it. You lot just want the good life without putting in any effort. Heck, if the sky falls, little Mu will hold it up. I'll just chill and game to my heart's content. Sigh, cultivating immortality is such a drag. Better to fire up steam and enjoy some cyber cultivation instead, so much more satisfying. Your bro Xiaomu can block 1,000,000 soldiers with a single sword strike, while my wind spirit moon shadow one-shots 1,000,000 NPCs with a single click. We all have bright futures ahead. Garlic bird, no more cultivation for me. Why waste my energy when I only make $30 a month? Better to grab some fries and beer after work, pure bliss. Lu Xiaomu fully respected his viewers' laid-back attitudes, never judging them. You guys, even if I gave you chances, you'd still mess it up. Just watch me save the world then. Your brother Xiaomu will always uphold world peace. How exactly? Everyone asked with grins. Simple, Lu Xiaomu declared, pointing to his own nose. Get UN certification to become the Blue Star Peacekeeping Divine Lord. Then, anyone who dares threaten our Blue Star with their power will get a good thrashing from me until peace reigns once more. Haha, you're like Erlang Shun. The online friends couldn't help but laugh, finding Lu Xiaomu's idea quite amusing. Got it. Little Mu's saying, I'll be Blue Star's ultimate enforcer. Anyone who dares to be a troublemaker gets chopped down. Eliminate all the stick in the muds, and the world will be peaceful. Everyone can live happily ever after, right? Brother Xiaomu wants to be the supreme arbiter, a tyrant. Someone cautioned, the idea of handing all power to a single child could easily lead to infinite dangers. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly, it's not about handing over, the power is already mine. When I decide to act, it becomes reality. Others have no choice. After all, when someone who understands physics speaks, their words are law. That's pure dominance. Brother Xiaomu has revealed the essence of survival of the fittest. Support Brother Xiaomu as the guardian of the world. With his character, he'll absolutely make all the scum beg for mercy on their knees. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Taking down those ugly bastards is the real priority, they're the biggest obstacle to peace. Did you hear? That ugly country is brazenly conducting drug raids in another nation's territory again. How shameless. They're so used to playing world police, just sending troops to turn other countries upside down whenever they please. Lu Xiaomu didn't say much either, just carefully reminded Zhuan, you have to be careful. Don't go around hurting people with your new abilities. Got it. Zhuan replied solemnly. I understand, with great power comes great responsibility. I only want to protect Brother Xiaomu and everyone at the orphanage. Good boy. Go play now. Lu Xiaomu patted his shoulder, then led his team to the orphanage cafeteria to feast on a well-deserved meal. Zhou asked, so tomorrow, we start the national food tour? Yes, our first stop is Yanjing City. No sooner had Lu Xiaomu finished speaking. Netizens residing in Yanjing were already ecstatic, yay! Thank you, Brother Mu. Oh no, Master Mu. Welcome to Yanjing City for your guidance. Millions of Mu fans are already excited. I'm starting my fast right now. Tomorrow's feast will be epic. I just put my burger back in the fridge. No eating tonight, just waiting to eat brother Mu out of house and home tomorrow. When it comes to big appetites, even Liangzi should call me dad. Tomorrow, I'll use my massive stomach to raid your Michelin-starred restaurant and haul everything home. Lu Xiaomu roared with laughter. Alright, everyone, eat your fill. Plus, I'll have doctors on standby just in case someone overeats and bursts their stomach. Wow, so thoughtful, brother Xiaomu. Looks like we really blew old Deng, the fool, S-coins wide open, hit the jackpot. Brother Mu, no more formalities then. I've already booked my flight heading straight to Yanjing City tomorrow to eat my fill. Lu Xiaomu declared boldly, fine. I'll just take over an entire commercial street. Every restaurant will go all out and cook up a storm. Loosen your belts, forget about dieting, eat until you're stuffed. Anyone who doesn't end up leaning against the wall walking back is looking down on Lu here. The live stream erupted in thunderous cheers. Why pick Yanjing City specifically? Some viewers from more remote areas couldn't help but feel a bit left out. Lu Xiaomu explained with a smile, oh, because after searching nationwide, only Yongding Street in Yanjing City boasts 4 Michelin-starred restaurants, including one 4-star establishment with an impeccable reputation. So, this is where we'll kick off our national food tour. Plus, since this is my first time hosting a feast back home, I expect viewers from all corners of the country to join. Yongding Street is renowned nationwide as a culinary hub, offering Sichuan, Shandong, Cantonese, and Huayang delicacies, something for every palate. He gave a thumbs up. It's a done deal. All the netizens instantly dropped their complaints. So this was the reasoning behind it: no regional bias, just genuine care for their fellow netizens. I want to bring brother Mu some local specialties, pure goji berry and sea buckthorn juice from our great northwest to help him nourish his kidneys. Then I'll bring some sea cucumbers and sea squirts from the coast. Guaranteed to keep you going strong for 90 minutes, just like our Dragon Nation football team. Then let's get brother Mu some roasted kidneys from our northeast, like cures for like, right? Lu Xiaomu? The next day, the much-anticipated national food tour finally kicked off amid the clamor of gongs, drums, and crackling firecrackers. By early morning, countless local fans had gathered, volunteering to help maintain order. As for Lu Xiaomu, he slept in until 8 o'clock, rising lazily. After all, he was only scheduled for lunch and dinner, so there was no rush. Chapter 180, Influencers Gather, Global Top Tier. The live stream room was already packed to capacity, with over 30 million viewers waiting in the black screen chat channel. Where's brother Xiaomu? Hey, that lazy bum is probably still sleeping. Get up already. The crew's getting impatient. If this keeps up, 500,000 people might starve to death right here in this stream. After lurking in the chat for a while, Joyu couldn't help but chuckle sarcastically. If everyone starved to death, wouldn't that save money? But that won't do either. After all, someone has to eat, so this lady can rake in 10 grand a day, hee. She had already started the summer fun show livestream and whispered to the camera, "Good morning, viewers. I'm off to wake up brother Mu and take him to Yanjing City for breakfast." As she spoke, she tiptoed to Lu Xiaomu's windowsill, about to knock and wake him. But then she spotted Tang Tang and Dazhuang, the 2 little brats, loitering nearby. Tang Tang, Lu Dazhuang, you really need to change your name. We're going to find brother Xiaomu right now and have a serious talk with him. Someone just asked online, is Lu Dazhuang Lu Xiaomu's dad? Joyu chuckled softly. Dazhuang retorted sternly, but brother Xiaomu personally named me Dazhuang. And I even took his surname. How could I just change it? There are plenty of others in our orphanage named Dagang, Dapeng, and Dahan. Are they all supposed to change their names too? If I say change it, then it changes. I, Lu Dazhuang, am the future guardian of this orphanage, personally chosen by brother Xiaomu. I'm not some creepy guy always trying to give you little gifts. I'm not changing it. Then I'm going to cry, sniffle. Cry all you want. I'm as straight as an arrow, steel-hearted man. What good does it do to drag me into your nonsense? Someone else's wife crying? What the hell does that have to do with me? I'll just clap and cheer, laughing at how pathetic you are, always whining and crying. Fits my stereotype of a little fairy perfectly. Tang Tang, I'm going to find brother Mu. I'll have him rename you Lu the Great Fool. We'll see how cocky you are then. With that, she stuck out her tongue and skipped toward Lu Xiaomu's window. The online audience burst into uncontrollable laughter. Whoa, Big Zhuang sure is something else. Yeah, facing our orphanage's succubus Tang Tang, he didn't grovel or play the turtle man. He looked like a steel emperor. My guess is he'll rise above everyone else someday. They should turn the orphanage's daily life into a sitcom. It'd be 10 times better than all the crap currently flooding the entertainment industry. Netizens craned their necks to join in watching Tang Tang tap the window. Thump thump thump. Little Mu, are you home? It's the big bad wolf. I'm coming in. With that, Tang Tang activated her telekinesis, levitating herself as she drifted toward the room. Thud. A powerful fist shot straight through the window, sending Tang Tang soaring into the sky. Wah! I'll definitely come back. Tong Tong's voice, once full of vigor, grew fainter and fainter until she became a tiny black speck on the horizon. Joyu stood frozen in shock. Is Brother Mu's morning grouchiness this fierce? Thank goodness I didn't go knock on the window, otherwise, with my ordinary abilities, I probably wouldn't have. The online friends asked with concern. Stop worrying about nonsense. Check if Tang Tang is okay. She got knocked flying by Brother Mu's punch. Hope she didn't get disfigured. Brother Mu's heavy punch explains why Big Zhuang is such a straight shooter. He must have learned it from the orphanage director. Then, Joyu saw Tang Tang return, persistent as ever. She was unharmed, but wore a sullen expression. Humph. I used my telekinesis to roll Tu Li away, but it didn't even trigger Brother Mu's chivalrous instincts. Ha! Men, you're so heartless. But you've successfully piqued this cute girl's interest. Viewers covered their faces in disbelief. Turns out Lu Xiaomu's powerful punch was just Tang Tang staging a show with her object manipulation. I knew it. Woman, your name is Drama Queen. Xiao Yu, you should be thankful Tang Tang was born in the wrong era. If she were your age, you'd be out of a job by now, and she'd be the top streamer. Look. Tang Tang is trying to break into Brother Xiaomu's window again. The next moment, Lu Xiaomu appeared at the window, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Feeling frisky again? Want to taste my ancient martial arts Tai Chi palm strike combo on your little butt? Now get yourself to the kitchen and tell Auntie Sun to prepare soy milk and fried dough sticks. Yes, ma'am. Tang Tang instantly shed her mischievous streak, reverting to an adorable little princess as she carried her Barbie doll away with grace. Brother Mu, the viewers in Yanjing City are getting impatient. Should we have the shops serve drinks first? She asked with a hint of worry. It's a large gathering, and I'm afraid if they get too restless waiting, something might go wrong. What could possibly go wrong? Lu Xiaomu rolled his eyes. Let them meet up offline and entertain themselves for a bit. They can buy their own drinks and bottled water. Consider it helping the local economy. These damn fans, getting up early just to keep me from sleeping peacefully. I'd love to round them all up and give them a good beating. I'm live streaming right now, Joyu whispered as a reminder. So what? Nothing matters more than my sleep. Lu Xiaomu yawned and snorted coldly. These old farts have zero respect for the young. Ha ha ha, got it. You'll still make noise next time. The fans paid no mind to Lu Xiaomu's grumbling. They knew full well this meant Lu Xiaomu considered them friends, so they interacted with her in an especially relaxed manner. After finishing their meal, Lu Xiaomu boarded her private jet with Joyu, flying straight to Yanjing City. Meanwhile, many subordinates of the Tangzhuang thugs had already arrived at the National Food Tour venue ahead of time. Working alongside volunteers, they handled unexpected incidents, especially verifying the fan badge levels of netizens who'd come to enjoy the free feast. Soon, the first minor crisis arose. Reporting to the boss, some local elderly folks heard about the free Michelin-starred meal and are shamelessly trying to crash the party. We've tried everything to get them to leave, but they refuse to budge and are just hanging around in the restaurant. Joyu simultaneously live-streamed this emergency situation. Damn! I've heard Yanjing locals love to scam people, but I never thought it'd be Brother Mu's turn to suffer. What do we do? These old crooks are banking on their age to scam us out of a free meal. This is a real headache. Trust our almighty Xiaomu, he'll figure something out. Viewers turned expectantly to the unflappable Xiaomu. His youthful face seemed to radiate boundless wisdom. Oh, this is simple. Lu Xiaomu listened, then casually waved his hand. We'll fight fire with fire, use magic to defeat magic. Chapter 181, The Classic Strategy of Magic Against Magic. Tell us more. Joyu eagerly sought his guidance. Lu Xiaomu replied calmly, we'll tackle it from two fronts. For the troublemakers, we have two approaches to handle, simultaneously combining soft and hard tactics. Let's start with the soft approach. The soft approach is this: we'll ask the children of our fellow netizens to step in and lend a hand, Lu Xiaomu said earnestly. The kids will go over together and politely ask them to leave. Better to try diplomacy first, right? What if they refuse to listen? Joyu voiced her deep skepticism. Of course they won't listen. After all, they're thick-skinned old jerks, Lu Xiaomu chuckled. Let the kids innocently expose the emperor's new clothes, lay it all out plainly and call out their true nature, leeching off others by exploiting their age. Then they'll probably fly into a rage, cursing us out or even resorting to violence, Joyu gasped, her voice trembling. Exactly. That's precisely the effect we want. Lu Xiaomu sneered. Once they resort to violence, well, the old fools exploiting their age will lose all moral high ground. Because the two fundamental principles respecting elders and cherishing the young will clash. Then our burly Tangzhuang thugs can step in, sweep them all out with thunderous force, and solve every problem once and for all. He closed his eyes to rest, his words carrying undeniable conviction. You're something else, Brother Xiaomu. Your first move is already a top-tier dirty trick. Sounds like a lot of fun, hee hee. Let the fight begin. Old bones versus young whippersnappers. I want to see herniated discs littering the floor and bratty kids wailing. The online commenters were all troublemakers at heart, finding this plan utterly to their liking. Joyu eagerly pressed on, so how do we force the issue? Oh, that's even simpler. Lu Xiaomu smirked. Gather all the foreign media folks and parade them in front of those old crooks trying to freeload. Have them livestream the scene to the world, turn it into footage, and lambast Yinjing City. I guarantee within 3 minutes, the mayor's office hotline will be flooded with calls. The mayor will be as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, immediately deploying every available resource to make those old crooks vanish. Ha ha ha, that's just too mean. Let's be honest, this move perfectly aligns with our national sentiment: family shame mustn't be aired abroad. Embarrassing incidents must be covered up, we can't let foreigners mock us. Exactly. If this goes viral overseas, it'd be the end of the world for the mayor. His political career would take a massive hit. No sooner had Lu Xiaomu finished speaking than a viewer in the livestream donated 1,000 yuan and sent a voice message. This is Huang Tao, Vice Mayor of Yinjing City. Please remain calm, Mr. Lu Xiaomu. We will swiftly resolve this matter involving these lawbreakers. To welcome your national food tour, we've deployed additional police forces and assigned grassroots staff to assist on site. Rest assured, all security matters are in our capable hands. Lu Xiaomu laughed heartily. Alright, I was just joking earlier. Don't take it to heart. By the time Lu Xiaomu arrived, most of the elderly folks attempting to freeload had already been loaded onto buses. Numerous SWAT officers participated in the arrests, their expressions unusually stern. But inevitably, there were particularly shameless, brazen individuals stubbornly refusing to leave. The hat-wearing officers were utterly speechless. 100 or so people had gathered outside the Michelin-starred Heji restaurant. Inside, seated at a window table, 6 white-haired elders played cards obliviously. Cigarettes dangling from their lips, drinks from the restaurant's freezer in hand, they waited comfortably to freeload on the meal. The hat-wearing officers, pushed to their limit and pressed by the municipal department, finally issued their final warning. Are you trying to eat for free? Do you realize you're disrupting normal operations? We'll arrest you for disturbing the peace and take you to the police station. Fine, I'll make it my second stint. I really miss that white rice at the police station, declared an old man in a red shirt, smugly picking his teeth with a toothpick. Another old woman, her arms covered in tattoos, sneered. Lu Xiaomu's a huge internet celebrity with her live streams. He's not short on a few pennies. What's wrong with showing us old folks a little kindness? Is this really considered freeloading? Tens of thousands are eating for free. We're old folks, can't we enjoy a meal too? Look down on the elderly? Exactly. People would beg on their knees just to get me to dine with them. Today, I'm doing him the honor of lowering myself to eat here. Consider it Lu Xiaomu doing a good deed. Given that many people were already filming. The hat guys couldn't really turn hostile, nor could they make rash moves, lest they give anyone ammunition. Lu Xiaomu was also led to this location by volunteers. Alright, close the door, sugar time. Lu Xiaomu played his trump card, shoving the scheming little girl he'd brought from the orphanage for the feast forward. What, brother Xiaomu, I'm a good girl. I don't want to hurt the uncles and aunts. Tang Tang pouted, her face twisted in displeasure. Lu Xiaomu said indifferently, after the job's done, you can pick any stuffed toy you want. Oomph. You gray-bearded scoundrel. You white-haired rascal. Watch me, little Tang Tang, take you on in a final showdown. Tang Tang planted her hands on her hips, leaning forward like K9 from Tom and Jerry, striding purposefully into the cafeteria. All the hat uncles couldn't help but chuckle, watching the special agent Tang Tang sent to solve the problem. The audience, too, was intrigued, eager to see how she would handle the situation. The doorway was packed with layers upon layers of other influencers and content creators, not to mention countless fans. Tong Tong approached the 6 old rogues with feigned vulnerability, her voice trembling as she pleaded, Grandpas and grandmas, you're sitting at the restaurant table I reserved. Could you please move? Oh, little girl, the red-clad old man waved her away impatiently upon seeing the tiny child. Tell your parents to come talk to us. Don't interrupt our card game. My parents, they can't come, Tang Tang said weakly. Well, I could meet with them instead, the woman sneered. Well, you'll probably have to wait a few more years. It'll be soon, Tang Tang replied. Pwa ha 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 ha. The crowd erupted in laughter. They all knew full well that Tang Tang was an orphan, both parents long gone. This was clearly her way of cursing these old farts to kick the bucket within a few years. Especially that soon part it absolutely cracked everyone up. Looking for trouble, huh? An old man swung a massive slap at her, intent on teaching her a lesson. But it clearly missed its mark. Little Tang Tang took off from where she stood and slammed hard into the wall. Ouch. I'm gonna die. As she screamed, she violently splashed the red ink from her marker all over the wall. Chapter 182, The Little Drama Queen Takes Down the Old Scoundrel. Ha? The nitpicking old man froze in shock, completely numb. I didn't do anything. She's just trying to frame me. But the onlookers around them saw everything clearly. Little Tang Tang hadn't even tried to hide the fact that she was wildly splashing red dye everywhere. But naturally, everyone sided with little Tang Tang without hesitation. I saw him raise his hand and beat that little girl. What a heartless bastard. You shameless old crook. You did it and won't admit it? We're all witnesses, don't even think about denying it. Beating a little girl in public? You deserve severe punishment. We've got media reporters and foreign friends watching. Don't even think about running. Xiao Tangtang stood with her back to the crowd of old men and women, yet her face wore an unusually sweet smile. She remained completely still, appearing to those behind her like a lifeless corpse. We've gotten ourselves into a homicide case? The card-playing crooks couldn't sit still anymore, frantically trying to approach her to check her condition. But with a wave of Lu Xiaomu's right arm, two expressionless SWAT officers immediately stepped forward to block them. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say from this moment on can and will be used against you in court. Uncle Hat, we're innocent, the old crooks cried, trying to throw a tantrum. Lu Xiaomu chuckled and nodded toward the camera. See? That's path dependency for you. These disgraceful creatures refuse to live honest lives, insisting on freeloading instead. We must crack down hard on them, no leniency. Some overly compassionate bystanders couldn't help but interject. Your loaded mines, oil wells, the whole shebang. What's one meal for 6 elders? Is all this drama and calling Uncle Hat really necessary? Exactly. You've treated tens of thousands of fans to meals, why not a handful of seniors? Think of it as a goodwill outreach. Lu Xiaomu is a capitalist at heart. She can't empathize with ordinary seniors, not even a shred of dignity left for them. A faint smile touched Lu Xiaomu's lips. Oh? So we've got a bunch of saints in our livestream now. Well, that's great. Since you're so eager to honor the elderly, why not just tip and pay directly? Treat the elders to a meal yourselves. Today's Michelin-level feast for our viewers isn't expensive, just tip within the daily 1,000 limit, totaling 6,000. He bowed with a smile. Let the saints open their wallets. Don't just talk the talk, thank you. The viewers were in high spirits, all waiting. Why's it dead quiet now? Oh no. Brother Mu, you're too ruthless, you've scared off the saints in droves. Wait, weren't you guys just bragging non-stop? Why did you all go silent the moment Brother Xiaomu gave you a chance to honor your elders? Lu Xiaomu chuckled helplessly. Sigh, I only asked them to tip 6,000 yuan, not even asking for more. You see, tips are taxed, the platform takes a cut, the summer fun show takes its share, and only about a third actually ends up in my pocket. The saints should have tipped 18,000 yuan to cover it, but I never imagined they'd just offer empty promises and expect me to treat them. Living off others' generosity is just the nature of those saintly ES. The louder they cheer, the more they cringe when it comes time to pay. So what if I don't want to pay? My monthly salary is only 4,000 yuan. You want me to shell out 6,000 to treat the elders to a meal? Of course I can't afford it. But you, Lu Xiaomu, have the means. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Why don't you spend a little money to treat the elders to a nice meal? Lu Xiaomu exclaimed in surprise. Oh? The holy mother bitch strikes again. Still as stubborn as ever. Still spouting righteous nonsense. She didn't back down, she chose to go head to head. Come on, viewers, this holy mother bitch is yours to handle. Give her a taste of her own logic. I've got to deal with the old crooks now. So the viewers in the chat flooded the stream with questions. First question, is only your money real money? Why should Brother Xiaomu be obligated to treat some old geezer he barely knows? Yet you get to claim poverty as your excuse? Second question, it's only half a month's salary for you. You could clearly scrape it together if you tried. But you're abandoning your newly adopted godparents just because you're stingy? How does that align with your saintly heart? Third question, I can cover the 5K tip for you. Can you at least chip in 1K? Just 1K, it's not much. I'll handle the rest. How about it? The self-righteous do-gooder earning 4K a month argued passionately. Even 1K is a bit much. If you're so compassionate, why not just tip the whole amount? For you, 1K is just the cost of a meal, right? Besides, you tip Lu Xiaomu thousands every day. Using today's tip to treat the elders to a meal would be so meaningful. Put. The netizens were laughing their asses off, thoroughly amused by the do-gooder's stinginess. Alright, stop arguing. We get your point loud and clear. I won't tip because I actually have 1K. I just love talking big, spending other people's money to show off my generosity. All I do is morally blackmail everyone. Rich folks owe me, so they should just follow my orders. 4K won't do, 1K won't do either. Kindly grace us with your swift departure from this stream. Thank you. Stream admin. Kill him. Just slap a 360-day ban on him. Why keep him around to annoy us during the holidays? Meanwhile, Lu Xiaomu had already instructed Tang Tang to use her telekinesis, tripping the two old men who tried to check her pulse, sending them sprawling flat on their faces. One stumbling old man, nearly toppling over, was swiftly caught by the icy cold object on his wrist, restoring his balance. Turning to look, the old crooks were furious. It turned out Lu Xiaomu had directly stretched their arms into the handcuffs held by the hat-wearing officers. Take them all away. Handle it at the station, Lu Xiaomu said with a faint smile, waving goodbye to the old crooks while addressing the hat uncles. Once they're detained, come back as soon as possible. We'll treat all the volunteers who maintained order to a big feast, don't miss it. Oh, okay. Thanks, Brother Xiaomu. The hat uncles were overjoyed and readily agreed. Such a communal feast naturally wasn't considered bribery, nor could it violate any rules. After all, tens of thousands were participating. Thus, the old men and women who tried to force their way onto the free meal were all led away by the hat uncles. After her performance, Tang Tang dashed over to Lu Xiaomu like a speeding bullet. She slammed on the brakes, coming to a sudden halt before him, and asked with a beaming smile, "Brother Xiaomu, did I beat those old crooks?" Brilliant acting. I can buy you a dozen plushies." Lu Xiaomu ruffled her hair. But Tang Tang was suddenly upset. "A dozen? No way. I absolutely must have two. Not one less." Lu Xiaomu, ? Zhou Yu covered her face. Little Tang Tang, she doesn't seem to grasp the concept of a dozen yet. Probably didn't pay attention in math class. The surrounding spectators burst into laughter. Chapter 183, Miss Amaterasu pays a visit. After a long moment, Tang Tang finally grasped it. "Oh, so a dozen is 12. She counted on her fingers, her smile fading instantly. "But I don't have enough fingers to count that many." "Boo-hoo." Lu Xiaomu covered her face. "You clueless fool, embarrassing yourself." "Fine, I'll only give you two then, punishment for not paying attention in math class." Tong Tong's tears turned to laughter. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I only wanted two anyway. I want the Grey Wolf and Bolt Strong dolls. I've been dying to see them battle it out for ages." Lu Xiaomu couldn't be bothered with the little girl's odd request. Waving to everyone, he declared, "Folks, eat and drink to your heart's content. No need for formalities. Today, every single bill is on me, Lu the Big Daddy. All you need to do is say, 'Thanks, Godfather.'" "Thank you, Godfather. If you won't reject me, I'd be honored to call you my godfather." Lu Bu was a trader who served 3 masters. Why should Lu Xiaomu be godfather to 100 families? That's turning the world upside down. Just as everyone was immersed in laughter and revelry, feasting heartily on the delicacies, a member of the Tangzhuang thug gang rushed in frantically to report, "Chairman, I have news to report." "What a disgrace. Drink some AD calcium milk before speaking." Lu Xiaomu shoved a straw straight into his mouth. "No. I mean..." The Tang-style thug nearly choked on the yogurt. After gulping down the entire carton, he hurriedly blurted out, "It's Amaterasu. Yanma Qianying actually came to freeload too?" Netizens. The first appearance of the Knights of the Round Table since the last major battle naturally made them the center of everyone's attention. The comments immediately exploded with conspiracy theories. Could it be that Miss Amaterasu, having learned from her mistakes and endured hardships, finally mastered the ultimate technique of Wind/Holy Sword Saint Invincible/slays countless enemies? So she's here for revenge. All guests are blades. I think Miss Enma Chio secretly harbors feelings for Brother Mu. Today she came to offer herself as a pillow, commonly known as 1,000 miles to deliver. Hold up. With the Enma family's wealth and Miss Enma Chio's stunning looks, would she really stoop to this? These male fans are so sleazy, always fantasizing. Lu Xiaomu ignored the chatter of the viewers, asking with deadpan seriousness, "What level is her fan badge? Does it meet the freeloading threshold? If not, I'll personally toss her out." Vixie Medici led Yanma Qianying to Lu Xiaomu with a wry smile. "More than enough. She's a level 30 fan badge holder." Lu Xiaomu, ! Viewers. "You're the legendary cherry blossoms in bloom back home?" Lu Xiaomu blurted out, eyes wide. "Your hometown really does have a lot of cherry blossoms. So you really are Japanese." He. Enma Chio extended her fair, slender arm and waved it in front of Lu Xiaomu. "As my #1 global fan, didn't you say you'd kowtow to me the moment you saw me in person?" She pulled out her phone, speaking fluent Mandarin with a light laugh. "I'll record a video right now and announce it worldwide. Round 2 of Amaterasu vs. Rioter Xiaomu." Enma Chio wins with reason. Lu Xiaomu kneels and bows frantically. Lu Xiaomu scratched his head and lowered his voice. "Boss, there are too many people here right now, especially fans. I need to save face. Let's go back to the room later, and you can get as many bows as you want." Netizens? First offline meetup and you want to take Miss Yanma Qianying back to your room? What's your deal? Trying to hog her all to yourself? Hold up, you're derailing the conversation. As members of the Round Table Knights, Amaterasu's intentions are the real focus here. Ask Yanma Qianying what she really means. Are they trying to leave the Round Table and join the Tangzhuang rioters? Lu Xiaomu couldn't be bothered to argue. He casually replied, "Take a seat, #1 fan. We really do share an extraordinary connection. You followed me since my very first livestream back when my viewership was low, and you were in Japan. I'm genuinely curious, what made you become my fan back then?" "Wow, that must be an extraordinary romantic story," the viewers sighed. "Out of billions of live streams, you spotted me and became my first ever present fan. It's practically novel-worthy." Yanma Qianying replied, "Oh, the Round Table Knights have long sought to eliminate you. I received instructions from the sage ages ago to find an opportunity to assassinate you. Naturally, I keep a close eye on you. So when big data algorithms deduced my interest in you, they immediately recommended your stream to me." Lu Xiaomu. Viewers. This. Big data is actually pretty reliable. So Miss Yenma Qianying follows Lu Xiaomu's livestream because of the information bubble. Her account is totally curated now, all recommendations are Lu Xiaomu, sweet. Now that's what you call being completely consumed by someone, even if it's just the short video platform's algorithm and recommendation system at work, huh? Maybe this is the magical romance of the new era. Lu Xiaomu scratched his nose, chewing on the restaurant's medium rare steak with a peculiar expression. As the heir to the Yenma family, don't you have your own intelligence channels? What kind of intelligence gathering is this, scouring the internet to search for me? Nope. Yenma Qianying looked perfectly nonchalant. Your Dragon Nation does a great job with counter-infiltration work. Besides, our Yenma conglomerate focuses on business. We're not cut out for these underhanded tactics. After all, a swordmaster's path lies in a clear heart and a pure swordsman's spirit. This girl is a bit dense, Lu Xiaomu thought to herself. Then why do you have a level 30 fan badge? Zhou Yu asked, brimming with curiosity. Her apprehension toward Amaterasu was receding like a tide, replaced by growing fascination. Because streaming is fun, Yenma Qianying replied with a peculiar expression. Is it strange for someone to pay for what they love? I happen to have money to spare, and streaming happens to be enjoyable. So I max out my daily donations to keep my top fan badge towering above all the casual viewers. Isn't that perfectly normal? Lu Xiaomu gave a thumbs up, beaming with delight. I love hearing what Miss Amaterasu has to say. Then, he flashed a disgusted look and flipped the camera off with both middle fingers. Look at me. The viewers responded with a barrage of eye-rolling emojis. Yeah, freeloading. So what? We stick to our policy of freeloading on streamers. We come here daily to hog the bandwidth, waste the platform's network speed, and make it harder for streamers to get signed. That's our freeloading way. Not only do we refuse to pay, we come here to trash talk the generous donors. Our daily goal is to drive away 2 of your fans. Will shut this stream down for good. Chapter 184, The Chronicles of the Yagyu Swordsman. Lu Xiaomu was utterly speechless. So you're freeloading bullies, huh? Fine, I'm impressed. Just double tap to follow me and keep ruling the roost. Meanwhile, Vixie Medici, seeing Lu Xiaomu hadn't broached the most sensitive and dangerous topic, finally couldn't hold back and spoke for him. Miss Yenma Qianying, I'd like to ask, why didn't you appear during the battle between the Round Table Knights and the Tangzhuang thugs? Yenma Qianying took a bite of her crushed Four Delights meatballs and casually replied, Oh, I got injured during that battle with Idai and Lu Xiaomu. I'm still recovering, so I came here to relax and unwind. Oh? Might I interpret your voluntary appearance this time as a declaration of breaking ties with the Knights of the Round Table? Do your words and actions represent your family? Vicky pressed further. The Knights of the Round Table. Yenma Qianying swallowed another pickled quail egg, her face lighting up with delight at the taste. It doesn't matter at all. They're a loose organization with minimal constraints on their members. Ha! Everyone was stunned, utterly unprepared for such a response. Besides, it's a Western-centric group that never took us Easterners seriously anyway. Yenma Qianying pouted casually, her tone tinged with irritation. Ever since Grandpa joined, he's been stuck with all the dirty, thankless tasks while getting little tangible benefit in return. I'm done being a slave for those Westerners. Besides, since the global spiritual energy revival, my swordsmanship has grown so powerful I can ignore them entirely. She curved her lips slightly. So, I should thank you, streamer. Because you defeated them, I can finally lead the Enma clan out from under their control. You're welcome. After all, you're my #1 fan. Helping you out with a little favor is the least I could do. Lu Xiaomu continued eating his hand-pulled lamb rice, looking utterly unconcerned. Truth be told, Lu Xiaomu was skeptical of Yenma Qianying's claims, but he genuinely couldn't care less. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. With the Round Table Knight's reputation ruined, it was only natural for Enma Chio to strike out on her own. As for Lu Xiaomu, he'd never actually wanted to make a long-range strike into Japan to destroy the Enma conglomerate. After all, they weren't stupid. They'd either hide away or flee abroad for refuge. By then, they'd be like fish in the ocean or birds in the mountains. Finding them would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, the success rate of deliberately hunting down the Enma conglomerate would be shockingly low. Moreover, during the battle against Enma Chio, Lu Xiaomu's supernatural sixth sense never issued a strong warning signal. In contrast, when facing Shiva and Haotian, he distinctly felt an eerie, bone-chilling cold. This meant that Yenma Qianying's portrayal of Amaterasu was merely a supporting role. That was the fundamental reason why Lu Xiaomu never sought revenge against her afterward. I need to eat a big meal to recharge my energy. After all, I tipped you quite a bit of pocket money. Yenma Qianying appeared cool and aloof, resembling one of those otherworldly, ascetic beauties untouched by earthly concerns. But the moment she picked up her chopsticks, she transformed into a glutton, devouring her food with frenzied abandon. Vicky Medici was so stunned she completely forgot what she'd been about to ask, joining in the eating frenzy instead. Wow, the Yenma Qianying vs. Zhou Yu plus Vicky plus Medici eating contest has begun. Unimaginable devouring power. Yenma Chiyu truly lives up to her Yamato heritage, descended from the Tengu who devoured the moon, possessing the power to consume heaven and earth. She's already polished off 10 pounds of steak. Her appetite is utterly despair-inducing. And yet, her abdomen shows no sign of bulging as she continues to eat voraciously. Could it be that Miss Yama Senkyo possesses a stomach from another dimension? When it comes to sheer capacity, even Roko would have to kneel and kowtow 3 times in awe. Lu Xiaomu calmly wiped her mouth, declaring herself full, and explained, the sword path Yenma Qianying practices consumes enormous amounts of energy daily. She clearly doesn't know how to absorb spiritual energy, so she resorts to the crudest method of replenishing energy-consuming food. That's why she's destined to be a competitive eater. Yenma Qianying blinked, suddenly understanding. No wonder you always seem so effortlessly composed in battle, even though you expend far more energy than I do. And you're always full of energy after just a couple sips of AD calcium milk. So it's all thanks to absorbing spiritual energy. I thought you were drinking some special high-energy drink disguised as AD calcium milk to fool people. Want to learn? I can teach you. Lu Xiaomu flashed a devilish grin. Yenma Qianying was torn. Judging by Lu Xiaomu's sly expression, it was clear this wouldn't be a free lesson. There would undoubtedly be some demanding conditions attached. But her visit here was driven by the wishes of her grandfather, Enma Taro, and her father, Enma Kojiro, hoping to ease tensions between the two sides, even if it meant making the Enma conglomerate a vassal force of the Tang-style thugs. Please instruct me, Yenma Chiyo said solemnly. I am willing to pay tuition, or exchange my inherited sword technique, the Li Wind-cutting blade, for your teachings. Lu Xiaomu waved his hand dismissively. The terms are simple. I'm establishing a cultivation academy. Once it's completed, you'll join as my disciple. As such, it's my duty to teach, guide, and resolve any troubles you face. Yenma Qianying was profoundly shaken. Such a precious technique for breathing in and out spiritual energy, and she could get it for free? Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. Nothing to be shocked about, right? Our Cultivation Academy's journey is about shattering the void through martial prowess, ascending through machinery, and elevating life itself. The minor art of breathing techniques is merely the most fundamental foundation. In the future, it will be freely taught to all students. Then I absolutely must join. Yenma Qianying declared earnestly. But she was also tactful, proactively presenting a scroll to Lu Xiaomu. This is the Yagyu Swordsman's Manual, recording the sword arts passed down through our Yenma clan. Though my master never sought anything from his disciples, and you likely look down upon such lowly ancient martial arts, this remains our clan's sole treasure. I offer it to you for your reference. Lu Xiaomu accepted it without hesitation, waving it off casually. Alright, I'll look out for your Yenma clan. In the future, if you have any intelligence regarding the Knights of the Round Table, feel free to share it with me. We can join forces to eliminate them. Clearly, after presenting the Swordsman's Chronicles, the Yenma clan's allegiance had shifted irrevocably toward the Tang-clad thugs, thereby incurring the wrath of the Knights of the Round Table. Chapter 185, The Inept, Haotian. Amidst the crowd. Hidden among the crowd was an old acquaintance of Lu Xiaomu and Enma Chiyo Sebu-rua, also known as Haotian. Gazing upon the peerlessly graceful Amaterasu, he felt that first love sensation return, immersing him in a dazed, foolish grin. You, gross. Lu Xiaomu's fans nearby, witnessing his state, immediately kept their distance, hurling scornful remarks. Look at Xiaomu's child brides acting like horny pigs. Not a shred of gratitude, shameful. He's supposed to be a respectable man in a suit, yet he's so pathetic. Ugh. Shouldn't someone warn brother Xiaomu that some scoundrel is lusting after his women? Xiaobu-rua hurriedly slipped away, disappearing into the crowd to find another seat. He continued observing Lu Xiaomu and Yenma Qianying, but this time he dared not lose his composure again. Though he was mere inches from Lu Xiaomu, Xiaobu-rua knew full well that assassinating him alone was utterly impossible. Yenma Qianying was nearby as a bodyguard, and the 4 disciples of the Tangzhuang thug might also be lurking in the shadows as protectors. Xiaobu-rua had to be grateful for his current state of mind. If he revealed even the slightest hint of intent to assassinate Lu Xiaomu, the supernatural sixth sense would instantly lock onto the source of the killing intent, exposing and eliminating him. As someone who could effortlessly manipulate water currents, altering his appearance was child's play for Xiaobu-rua. Simply controlling the amount of water content could make his face appear thinner or swollen, creating different skin effects. Thus, to others, Xiaobu-rua appeared merely as an ordinary office worker whose puffy eyes were the result of staying up late the night before. Xiaobu-rua had assumed she would casually finish her freeloaded meal and slip away without a trace. But he never imagined. He witnessed Yenma Qianying defect from the Round Table Knights, willingly becoming Lu Xiaomu's 5th disciple and freely gifting Lu Xiaomu the coveted Yagyu Swordmaster's Manual he had long desired. You worthless! Worthless! Xiaobu-rua of Haotian cursed furiously in his heart, his hatred boiling over. I humbled myself, revealing my true identity and offering 10% equity in 2 multinational corporations as a dowry to forge an alliance with your Yenma clan. Instead of gratitude, you choose to side with my enemy. Then, Xiabu Rua heard Yanma Qianying say, "Oh, and another piece of intelligence, Hao Tian is suspected to be Xiabu Rua from your Dragon Nation Xia family. That ambitious bastard will likely strike again. Why not nip it in the bud? Capture him, and then..." Xiabu Rua's blood boiled instantly. "Damn it, you! You poisonous woman! I offered you my undivided devotion, sought to marry you with 3 mediators, 6 betrothal gifts, an 8-man palanquin, and a mile-long wedding procession back to the Dragon Kingdom. I vowed to cherish only you, to drink but from one cup amidst the vast waters. And you dare abandon me like a worn-out shoe for some bratty kid, then turn around and sell all my intelligence to him?" Xiabu Rua screamed inwardly, his rage boiling over. He wanted nothing more than to see Yanma Qianying's blood splattered across the floor right then and there. Lu Xiaomu nodded thoughtfully, shared the intel within the Tangzhuang thugs to dig into Xiabu Rua's background and pinpoint his movements. If he truly is Hao Tian, his ability to transform into water makes him a slippery target. But no matter. Once we uproot every last one of his businesses, Xiabu Rua will become water without a source, a tree without roots. His strength alone is ultimately limited. He won't be able to make waves anymore. Yanma Qianying's expression turned serious. This man has been entrusted by the sage in his final moments to serve as the Round Table Knight's second executive. Should the sage pass away, succession dictates he would command all the knights. Put. He's an Oriental. Do you really think those arrogant Western lords will agree? Lu Xiaomu scoffed, deeply skeptical. The sage believes the world's center has shifted back from Europe and America to the east, Yanma Qianying stated bluntly, relaying every detail of her prior intelligence without omission. He even intends to abdicate directly, passing the leadership of the Round Table to Xiabu Rua. He's a smart one, but unfortunately, he couldn't turn the tide on his own. Others would never agree to his decisions. Lu Xiaomu delivered a spot-on assessment. The online commenters chimed in with their own opinions. True, the West has been rotten to the core for ages. Immigrants flooding in daily, refugees pouring in yearly. Now their core ethnic groups are changing skin color. Former colonies are now frantically decolonizing their former mother countries. How laughable. The center of the world has indeed returned to the strongest industrial power, our Eastern Dragon. Why not the mysterious Eastern superpower, the world's most populous nation, India? They seem to think they're the center of the universe every single day. Lu Xiaomu was quite intrigued by the 2 sacred artifacts mentioned by the sage. Therefore, he took the initiative to ask, "Miss Yama, have you managed to uncover any information about the 2 supreme treasures, the Shroud of St. Mary and Pandora's Box within the Knights of the Round Table?" "Sorry, the sages are tight-lipped," Yanma Qianying replied with a wry smile. "In truth, it's not just me. Nearly everyone has been desperately trying to pry information out of them, but they simply refuse to speak. I suspect their faith must have held something uniquely profound in the past. That an ancient shroud could actually bring the dying back to life, leaping and bounding about. It's a power beyond comprehension." Lu Xiaomu nodded thoughtfully. He too had exchanged numerous medical skills from the system, including things like cancer cell slicing. While curing illnesses was relatively straightforward, achieving instantaneous recovery or even restoring a patient's spirit from utter exhaustion to peak condition bordered on the realm of magic. Lu Xiaomu didn't press further, content to join the group in eating and drinking while cheerfully collecting fan donations. As for saving up for the ultimate skill, the omnipotent cultivation school principal, today's fan gathering alone had already covered a full 300 million yuan of the required amount. All that remained was to make the nationwide eating tour spectacularly successful. There was no fear of failing to gather enough funds to activate this skill. And once the Cultivation Academy was established, attracting a gathering of sages and a gathering of heroes, then, As Lu Xiaomu continued interacting with fans, Zhou Yu, Wei Shi, and Yanma Qianying were all trailing obediently behind him, ready to assist at any moment. This sent the already incompetent and enraged Hao Tian completely over the edge. "Instead of being my Xiabu Rua's beloved and exclusive wife, you go and fawn over that worthless Lu Xiaomu. Yanma Qianying, you're at heart, wasting that icy smart, aloof shell you've got. Tonight, I will personally slaughter you, to avenge the betrayal of revealing my true identity." Finally, the gathering finally concluded at 8 p.m., with all the fans reluctantly departing. Lu Xiaomu, yawning, led the women back to their lodgings to rest. Chapter 186, Confident Yet Ordinary. "Sigh, I don't even have a proper side hustle to make money. Guess I'll just have to slowly earn system credits through my livestream." Lying on the futon, Lu Xiaomu pondered this minor yet somewhat pleasant worry. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are 2 sides of the same coin. His current predicament was precisely that. The immense prestige and fame brought by Summer Fun Show had elevated him to the status of a top-tier celebrity in everyone's eyes. Consequently, all his part-time job offers had dried up. After all, who would deign to take on odd jobs when you're Lu Xiaomu, chairman of the Tangzhuang Gangsters Group, with mines and oil fields at your disposal? Why would he stoop to taking on odd jobs? After going without gigs for so long, he'd resigned himself to it. Fortunately, streaming now earned him over 10 times what his old part-time gigs did. Buzz. As Lu Xiaomu drifted into idle thoughts, he suddenly sensed a cold, murderous intent permeating and darting through the hotel. How can killing intent flow through walls? Lu Xiaomu froze, then chuckled dryly. Oh, it's you, brother, Haotian. Besides someone who can transform into water, who else could surge through pipes filled with murderous intent? Never imagined I'd search high and low in vain, only for you to walk right into my trap and offer yourself up for slaughter. After a moment's thought, Lu Xiaomu understood. This guy must have thought that by splurging on a lavish feast for tens of thousands of online friends, he'd create a chaotic scene ripe for exploitation. But his killing intent doesn't seem directed at me. It vanished after passing my room. This usually means he's looking for someone? After weighing his thoughts for a moment, he immediately rolled out of bed and dialed Yanma Qianying's number upstairs. Be careful. That bastard, Haotian, is coming for you. Stay in your room and stay away from any water sources. Yanma Qianying, who had been half asleep while reading manga, ! Startled, she froze in shock. She couldn't fathom why Haotian would bypass Lu Xiaomu and target her instead. Does he actually think I'm an easy target? Trying to make an example of me? Her greatsword slid swiftly from its scabbard, her face already hardening with a cold, contemptuous expression. Even if Haotian was powerful and possessed extraordinary abilities, Yanma Qianying never believed she would lose to him in a one-on-one fight. Suddenly, Yanma Qianying heard an odd sound from the bathroom as if someone had turned on the faucet, causing the rushing water to suddenly grow louder. Here we go. Yanma Qianying snorted coldly. She had come to meet Lu Xiaomu offline because she genuinely believed he represented the true future. Even if it meant betraying the Round Table Knights, she was willing to pay the price. As for offending the vice-governor, Xiaobu Ruo, that was a necessary price to pay. Creak. The bathroom door swung open without a breeze, its movement eerie. A winding stream of water spilled over from the sink, flowing toward the outside directly toward Yanma Qianying, who was wiping her katana. Drawing a sword to cut water only makes it flow more freely. A hint of disdain flickered across Yanma Qianying's exquisite features as she asked lightly, Haotian, do you truly believe that by transforming into water, you can easily defeat me? Do you really think swords are utterly powerless against an intangible stream? The water flow froze instantly. Xiaobu Ruo was dumbfounded. How could this stupid maid recognize him from the water current? He had perfectly disguised the scene. Most people would just assume the bathroom drain was clogged. But gritting his teeth, he decided to lay his cards on the table. Rising from the floor and shifting back into human form, he shouted, so what if you recognized me? Yanma Qianying, after all my devotion to you, even revealing my true identity to your grandfather, you turned around and handed all my intelligence straight to Lu Xiaomu. You fickle. Yanma Qianying drew her sword with a clang, her expression cold and detached. You're the one who's utterly ridiculous. We've only met once. It was never appropriate to discuss such matters so soon. Yet you had the audacity to propose an alliance through marriage. Absurd. And then you went and revealed your true identity, as if it were some great sacrifice. It left me utterly baffled. Who even cares who you really are? Xiaobu Ruo. No one wants to marry you, and I never paid you any mind. You're the one putting on a show. Born with a turtle man's sacred physique, are you? Yanma Qianying retorted sharply. Smack. Sudden applause erupted from the doorway. Lu Xiaomu appeared at the doorway, smiling warmly. So it's a melodramatic story after all. No wonder Mr. Xiaobu Ruo showed no killing intent toward me, yet his desire to kill Miss Yanma Qianying is practically overflowing. Unrequited love, a one-sided crush, then self-indulgent delusions, unwarranted expectations, and a shattered heart. TSK. Lu Xiaomu chuckled helplessly. What a childish love story. I say, Lord Haotian, you're a big shot among the knights of the Round Table. Stomp your foot and half the world trembles. Why did you make such a mess of it? Yeah, I'm a prodigy who can single-handedly shake the global economic lifeline. She must have secretly harbored feelings for me all along. Xiaobu Ruo muttered, every woman I've ever tried to get my hands on has obediently offered herself up. Why should she be any different? Probably because she saw you slaughtering everyone and defeating me head-on. That changed her mind. Yanma Qianying? Lu Xiaomu was utterly speechless. Is this the typical, overconfident superheroic knight of the Round Table? You think you're the alpha male lead from a CEO romance novel, where all women are yours for the picking with a flick of your finger? Sorry, buddy, in my summer fun show, you're just a minor villain I can crush with my bare hands. Don't get too full of yourself. Besides, we're a low-age inspirational variety show. We absolutely won't do any melodramatic dating show plots, got it? He crossed his arms, ready to eliminate the threat completely. Given your repeated attempts to disrupt us, trying to tarnish the positive energy reputation of our summer fun show, and attempting to create negative drama with a big fight, falsely accusing Miss Yanma Qianying of changing her heart and cheating. I'll boil you dry. Lu Xiaomu's lips curled slightly. He'd already figured out how to deal with this guy. If he loved turning into water, then he'd simply boil the water into vapor, dispersing it completely into the atmosphere. Once it flowed across the globe, how would he ever reassemble himself? Yanma Qianying merely smiled faintly. I have a quicker trick that will resolve him once and for all. Oh? Tell me. Electrolysis, transform Mr. Xiabu Ruo into hydrogen and oxygen. Yenmo Qianying stated solemnly, I'm quite curious whether the decomposed Xiabu Ruo could retain consciousness or reassemble into a complete human form. You venomous! Xiabu Ruo roared. Yenmo Qianying's great sword, charged with long accumulated power, crashed down. A torrent of sword-wielding gale winds struck with blinding speed, instantly shattering the water-formed humanoid into countless droplets. Is that all? Blades cannot pierce formless water. Xiabu Ruo sneered. Chapter 187, Warm Fuel. But Xiabu Ruo's sneer abruptly froze, solidifying completely. For Yenmo Qianying had infused her entire sword art and hidden force into that strike, then used them to envelop the scattered droplets. The shell of Haotian was effectively sliced into millions of fragments, each sealed within its own membrane-like casing. This prevented the droplets from coalescing into a complete Xiabu Ruo. Whoosh! Lu Xiaomu delivered an ordinary punch, its surging fist aura enveloping every droplet and scattering them into even finer fragments. Thus, Haotian was everywhere in the hotel room. After Lu Xiaomu made an emergency call for help, local authorities swiftly mobilized personnel and transported a miniature water electrolysis device to the scene, initiating the process of electrolyzing Haotian. The icy Haotian eventually transformed into warm hydrogen and oxygen. As Lu Xiaomu watched the water droplets in the room dwindle while the two gases in the bottles grew fuller, she couldn't help but extend her right hand with interest, tapping the container twice. Tell me, Mr. Xiabu Ruo, can you still revive yourself like this? If so, please give us a demonstration and open my eyes. In return, I'm willing to let you go, and then we can play a little game called 7 Captures of Manhwa. Alas! Xiabu Ruo no longer existed in this world. Only a jar of hydrogen and a jar of oxygen remained. So this is a water-type ability user? Doesn't seem particularly formidable. Vicky Medici curled her lips, feeling nothing but genuine satisfaction at Xiabu Ruo's fate. Back when the Medici clan was in turmoil, this Xiabu Ruo was the mastermind behind all the trouble. Who'd have thought I'd get to witness his end with my own eyes today? TSK. Zhou sighed with admiration. Miss Yenmo Qianying's method of dealing with him was truly novel. Using electrolysis to counter a water-type ability user. I think this deserves widespread promotion. As spiritual energy revives on Blue Star, individuals with abilities like Xiabu Ruo's will surely emerge in droves. Lu Xiaomu nodded. Write it down. Copy it into your notebook and share this classic case study with all the Tangzhuang thugs. Oh, and make sure to specifically credit Miss Yenmo Qianying as the solution's originator. Don't give me the credit again. Yenmo Qianying chuckled softly. You contributed greatly too. That punch of yours seemed to knock out all of Xiabu Ruo's water droplets. You noticed? Lu Xiaomu beamed with pride as he boasted. You bet. My ordinary punch may look ordinary, but it's anything but. The high-frequency vibrations brewing within the fist's aura can shatter every water molecule. Xiabu Ru was essentially split into a million pieces, each simultaneously pounded by a sledgehammer. How could he not be knocked out? Regarding Haotian's death, should we disclose it to the outside world? A member of the Tangzhuang thug group cautiously inquired. We've slain the second in command of the Round Table Knights. This demands grand announcements and widespread coverage. Lu Xiaomu declared decisively. This is striking the mountain to scare the tiger. We must inform every faction harboring ill intent. Even someone as resilient as Xiabu Ruo can be utterly annihilated by our methods. Sure enough. The very next day, as Lu Xiaomu set off for the second city to launch his second national culinary tour, the global underworld erupted in chaos. Did you hear? The legendary number 2 figure from the Round Table, the one destined to inherit the position of Sage Governor Haotian, has been captured by Lu Xiaomu and killed on the spot. Impossible. Everyone knows he possesses the unique ability to transform into water. Who could possibly defeat a mass of water? Lu Xiaomu borrowed a miniature water electrolysis device from Longhua Enterprises. Once powered up, it directly electrolyzed the guy into hydrogen and oxygen. That's what you call cutting the grass at the root, completely eliminating any chance for Haotian to make a comeback. Wow, the Round Table Knights have suffered consecutive defeats, losing both their forces and their leader. And I heard Sage exhausted his sacred relics last time, leaving him as fragile as a candle in the wind. Could it be? No monarchy lasts forever. Their era faded with the death of Haotian. This new age bears a name, the age of the rogue, Xiaomu. The Knights of the Round Table's new conference channel. The sage surveyed the room, overcome by a profound sense of shared misfortune. An indescribable mix of sorrow and resentment filled his heart. Once upon a time, they were a gathering of heroes. With mere words, they could decide a nation's fiscal deficit and unleash a financial wave to short-sell the official currency. But now, the 3 seats belonging to the East lay utterly vacant. Shiva was dead, and a new successor remained unelected, for no strong candidate was willing to join. Amaterasu defected, the Yama financial conglomerate casting aside the Round Table's influence like worn-out shoes to embrace their new masters. Haoshiani's also completely out of contact. Yet no one dares believe the intelligence from Lu Xiaomu, nor can they fathom that a tank of hydrogen and a tank of oxygen could be their deputy executive. The priest gritted his teeth. Gentlemen, our immediate priority is to draft a charter and severely punish the Yama conglomerate. If we fail to stop traitors, we cannot guarantee another Yama conglomerate won't emerge among us. I support that. The now disgraced fool immediately offered unconditional backing. Even if we must avoid direct confrontation with Lu Xiaomu for now, we absolutely must stem the tide of defections among our members. Zeus frowned, but our forces in the east have been utterly annihilated. How can we possibly confront the Yama clan? They are the true local tyrants of Japan, possessing secret bases cultivated over centuries and vast influence. Devil added indifferently, in my view, we should abandon our rivalry with Lu Xiaomu and Lai Lo for now. As for Hao Tian's death? It's just those yellow-skinned monkeys in the east fighting among themselves. What business is it of us Westerners? Agreed. We should adopt a conservative strategic retreat and cease confronting those Tang-costume thugs. Given the situation, let us conceal our minions and feign death on the international stage. We were never an organization renowned for absolute military might. As Sage listened to the collective despondency, an endless wave of sorrow welled up within him. Then, he felt the world spin, a buzzing sound filled his head, and then this legendary figure collapsed with a thud, unconscious. Your Holiness? The Round Table Knights meeting descended into utter chaos. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaomu had arrived in the new city, stepping into the cheers of her fans. Gotta make a living today too, my dear dog fans. Lu Xiaomu flashed a double middle finger at the crowd. The fans roared with laughter, flipping him off in return. You too, dog streamer. Chapter 188, Ugly Nation, Our Country, has fallen behind. While Lu Xiaomu toured the nation eating, raking in cash, and striving for the skill, the omnipotent cultivation principle. Inside the White Palace of Ugly Nation, chaos erupted. Silence. Silence. The speaker banged his gavel fiercely, but the chaos continued unabated. Some even lunged at each other with fists and feet. The speaker roared in fury, Gentlemen, every word you utter is being broadcast live to every citizen of Ugly Nation. Your disgraceful conduct will directly impact your votes. Do you intend to continue this barbaric brawl? The moment the word votes was uttered, all the lawmakers instantly became polite and refined, retracting their fists and returning to their seats, adopting a solemn and upright posture. Next, we must formulate a unified plan to address the provocations of the Tang-style thug group, declared the speaker, his brows furrowed. Gentlemen, our nation's century-long hegemony now faces severe challenges from two rising powers in the east. On the front lines, the rise of the Dragon Nation is unstoppable. Their new weapons are beyond imagination. And our nation? Still stuck in the PowerPoint stage of requesting funding from Parliament. Or even just in the imagination of military designers. Our nation has fallen behind. Behind the scenes, the Tang-clad thug groups from the Dragon Nation have already dismantled our secretly manipulated Knights of the Round Table into shambles. Many Western allies are growing disloyal, while all Eastern allies dead or defected exist in name only. The assembly members exchanged glances, each feeling the weight of the situation. Then, how about continuing our assault on the Tang-style thugs' headquarters, the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, under the banner of counter-terrorism? I support reducing Lu Xiaomu's base to rubble. Where is our carrier strike group? They've already returned, you fool. Are you old fossils completely clueless about the current situation? Haven't you seen how Lu Xiaomu single-handedly stormed the impregnable fool's manor? Amidst a hail of bullets, not a single leaf touched him. Bull. I haven't followed this crap in ages, but are you sure you're not describing a superhero movie? You're telling me soft sci-fi in the sacred White Palace? The counselors erupted into chaos once more. Silence. The frustrated speaker slammed his gavel again. Regarding the video intelligence on Lu Xiaomu, all footage is authentic except for those specifically marked as AI generated. Some veteran counselors spend their days bedridden, too feeble to keep pace with the times. I urge you to step aside for the younger generation. Promptly stop clinging to your seats like they're your personal property. Oomph. Are you just trying to grab seats for your party? You want to be the majority, don't you? We old fogies still possess common sense. You plain Lu Xiaomu can fly through the skies and vanish into thin air. That's practically a superhero. How utterly implausible. But sorry, old fogies, it's all true. You conservatives can't keep up with the surging tide of progress. A legislator sighed, then snapped his fingers. A sudden burst of blazing flames erupted from his fingertips. Then, with elegant grace, the gentleman lit a cigarette, casting a disdainful glance at his stunned colleagues nearby. He pointed his right finger at an elderly parliamentarian across the room. Bang! A ball of flame erupted atop the old parliamentarian's head, but it merely scorched what little hair remained, causing no further harm. The old man shrieked in terror, frantically trying to extinguish the flames atop his head. But the arsonist merely snapped his fingers, and all flames instantly extinguished, leaving only a wisp of smoke trailing behind, carrying the acrid stench of burnt hair. See? Even if you choose to look away, burying your heads in the sand like ostriches, the relentless tide of progress will never halt. I, too, have become one among countless new humans. And with such a vast population base, there will only be more like me out there. Embrace the new era. Or be swallowed by the surging tide. All the council members, facing his impassioned speech, finally fell completely silent. After a long pause, someone raised their hand. Councillor Miles, how do you suggest we deal with Lu Xiaomu? Or rather, how should we respond to this dawning new era? Lu Xiaomu must be eradicated. Councillor Miles, manipulator of flames, spoke with sullen resolve. Colleagues, our data analysis confirms Lu Xiaomu's rise aligns precisely with the global resurgence of spiritual energy. This suggests an unavoidable possibility. The dawn of this new era may have arrived alongside the birth of the Holy Child, Lu Xiaomu. If we wish to permanently halt this uncontrollable new era, we must strike while it is not yet too late. Execute Lu Xiaomu directly. Miles clenched his fist, revealing an unprecedented resolve to kill. Only by uprooting the source of calamity can we restore the era to its true foundation and return it to its original course. All the council elders exchanged glances, doubting his sincerity. But if we do that, won't you be stripped of your powers too? Wouldn't you lose that cool ignition ability? Slaying a child will set everything right? Utterly absurd. Councillor Miles roared with laughter, a mere minor ability. My future goal is to run for president. What use is a power only good for lighting matches to a president? It'd save me a measly $9.99 on a Zippo lighter. True power lies in commanding global tides, influencing the rise and fall of nations, and gripping the currents of history in one's palm. In other words, the political power of the world's foremost hegemonic empire. He snorted coldly with disdain. Gentlemen, if we allow this era of upheaval to continue unchecked, letting Lu Xiaomu keep recruiting troops, discovering psychics, and training ancient martial artists, our traditional forces will likely plummet in the near future. At that point, will you still be able to live the glorious, wonderful life you have now? The assembly members. Are you certain eliminating Lu Xiaomu will restore the status quo? Where's the proof? One councillor frowned. Do you realize that severing ties with Lu Xiaomu means facing constant assassination threats? Once the Tangzhuang thugs go underground, engaging us in urban guerrilla warfare and covert operations, every councillor could be in mortal danger. I am certain, Representative Miles stated calmly. Among the psychics I secretly assembled, one specializes in prophecy. After divination, he confirmed, there is a 99.97% probability that Lu Xiaomu is the source of all spiritual energy. Should he be eliminated, all spiritual energy will cease to increase and will gradually dissipate into the void of the cosmos, allowing Blue Star to return to its normal state. Vote. Should we eliminate Lu Xiaomu? Support. Support. Abstain. Chapter 189, keep the music playing, keep the dance going. All council members swiftly reached a decision, and a new resolution was passed: mobilize the entire national apparatus of Ugly Nation, deploying the full combat strength of all aircraft carrier strike groups to converge on the Dragon Phoenix battle oasis, preparing to utterly eliminate Lu Xiaomu. Simultaneously, activate the ultimate biological weapon. Recruit newly emerged humans from civilian ranks, with Lu Xiaomu as the primary target. However, given the presence of aid teams from the Dragon Nation within the Dragon Phoenix fight oasis, indiscriminate missile strikes risked provoking bilateral conflict, potentially escalating into direct hot war between major powers. Thus, a globally shocking announcement emerged: the Ugly Nation's embassy in Dragon Nation cautiously advised Dragon Nation's government to immediately evacuate its citizens and recall all aid teams. The world erupted in an instant, public opinion boiling over. What the hell does the Ugly Nation think it's doing? Evacuating? Withdrawing teams? Oh no! Brother Mu, danger. They're attempting a second invasion of the oasis. Has the Ugly Nation lost its mind? Facing the overwhelmingly formidable Brother Mu, instead of courting him, they want to become his enemy? Are they not afraid of Lu Xiaomu's 100 birds paying homage spear and ancient martial arts Tai Chi? Dragon Nation netizens were utterly baffled. But foreign netizens who'd long resented Lu Xiaomu's public displays of divine prowess immediately jumped in with gleeful schadenfreude. Game over. Our ugly country daddy is about to step in. Better prepare Lu Xiaomu's coffin. Of course, as staunch allies of Ugly Country, we'll lend a hand to teaching that reckless Lu Xiaomu a brutal lesson. Filipino netizen. Lord Shiva's blood feud, our third brother will never forget. Now Ugly Country helps us collect some interest. When our own Bollywood hero army storms out of the Indian Ocean, we'll personally pluck Lu Xiaomu's dog head. Indian netizen. We Anglo-Saxons are fierce warriors. The entire West must unite to confront the yellow peril from the East. Execute Lu Xiaomu. Anglo-Saxon netizen. Seeing the entire Western world unite and draw swords against Lu Xiaomu, my tears flowed like piss. Simi de. Oh my. Oh my. All capitalists unite and crush Lu Xiaomu like a stinking bug. Simi de. Korean filial son. Whose side are we on? The Yanma conglomerate backs Lu Xiaomu, but our nation is a vassal state of the Ugly Country. Should we follow the people or the government? Stuck between a rock and a hard place, damn it. Japanese netizen. People swarmed into Lu Xiaomu's livestream, still broadcasting his national food tour, to relay the news. Lu Xiaomu smiled calmly, waving it off casually. I already knew about this. My response is, let the music play, let the dance continue. How's everyone enjoying their Michelin-starred feast? Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely delicious. Awesome, Brother Mu. We'd love to give you a high five. Can we get 10 more pounds of steak? Lu Xiaomu quickly grabbed the guy who was about to kneel for more steak and laughed. You sly little rascal, trying to piggyback on my steak, huh? Your brother Xiaomu won't stand for that. Finish up, grab a pound of steak, and get moving home. Make room for the fans who haven't had a taste yet. A reporter, who was also a fan, couldn't help but ask, Brother Mu, that's the world's most powerful state apparatus. Oh, just a defeated foe. Lu Xiaomu dismissed the notion with disdain, issuing orders to Vicky Medici. Since our viewers are so anxious, recall the veteran heroes who crushed that ugly country last time. Have them prepare at the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. Simultaneously, have my 4 disciples prepare at the Dragon Phoenix Oasis to welcome the arrival of their carrier strike group. Veteran heroes? Who are they? Everyone froze in surprise. Even the Ugly Nation lawmakers watching Lu Xiaomu's livestream to gauge this monster dwarf's stance were filled with curiosity. Why, Whale 1 and Shark 2, of course, Lu Xiaomu replied with a faint smile. I've already ordered the construction of a massive aquarium for them at the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. They'll be our temporary guests there. Ha! The viewers were stunned, then burst into excitement. Then I absolutely have to buy tickets to visit Longwandu Oasis. I want to see those 2 adorable little heroes fighting against the ugly ones, and witness Brother Xiaomu's heroic efforts to eliminate the mold. But didn't you say you didn't want to disturb their peaceful life at sea? That you wanted them to live quietly along the Red Coast? An environmentalist immediately raised doubts. Now you're suddenly catching them again just to make money off the aquarium? Lu Xiaomu sighed deeply. Times have changed. The Red Coast used to be peaceful and safe, where only the scent of violets and the salty sea breeze carried on the wind. But now, the Ugly Nation's aircraft carrier fleet is about to assemble off the Red Coast. Their eating, drinking, and waste disposal will make Whale 1 and Shark 2 highly conspicuous targets. The slightest misstep could mean their destruction at the enemy's hands. Moreover, the Ugly Nation hates them because they helped me crush their frogman forces, indirectly causing the deaths of hundreds of their men from fungal infections. Lu Xiaomu's expression grew grave. Having enlisted their aid last time, how could I now stand by and abandon them? That would betray both the Druidic way and the bond of friendship. The online community was instantly moved. Brother Xiaomu cares so deeply for 2 animals, no wonder your followers adore you so. Support Brother Xiaomu in rescuing Whale and Shark. I'll chip in $100 to treat them to 10 pounds of Antarctic krill. Exactly. These aren't ordinary animals, they're brothers who helped Brother Mu when he was stranded on that island. We must save them. The reporter scratched his head. Brother Mu, the current situation is far from as straightforward as you describe. Last time, the mold forces merely sought to steal oil from the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, deploying only the Eagle Carrier Strike Group. Even then, Commander General Balikri wasn't particularly invested. But this time, the Ugly Nation has mobilized its entire force. They aim to destroy your Dragon Phoenix Oasis. The intensity of the war you face will be entirely different from before. Lu Xiaomu gave a faint, dismissive laugh. So what? The Ugly Nation is also facing the full force of my resolve. To put it plainly, can they bear the cost of me personally launching an assassination attempt against the White Palace in their capital? If they choose to burn bridges, I won't be bound by any unspoken rules. My actions will show no mercy. May I interpret this as you threatening to go to war? You certainly may. Lu Xiaomu crossed her arms, a hint of coldness in her eyes. The Ugly Nation's people carry an arrogance inherited from the old era, treating others' lives as a numbers game. They persist in an unwarranted sense of superiority that only they can inflict suffering on others. That war will never reach their doorstep. This stems from the dual advantages the Pacific and Atlantic have granted them since World War II. So when Americans think, they're trapped in mental inertia, never considering, what if the enemy actually reaches our doorstep? Chapter 190, Deterrence from the Tangsu Thugs. Fans exchanged stunned glances, astonished by Lu Xiaomu's profound insight. But the young man's next words sent a chill through the entire livestream audience. Therefore, to strike against hegemony and make the Americans behave themselves, to rein them in, we must strike fear into their homeland. Lu Xiaomu crossed his arms, letting out a faint, cold snort. Let their fleet come in even fiercer. I'm also waiting for a righteous opportunity to strike back at the ugly country's homeland. Those U.S. lawmakers always think they can stir trouble without consequence. Even if they fail, they just pack up and leave, expecting everyone to pretend nothing happened. The victims are forced to swallow their anger, with no chance of retaliation. He pointed his thumb at his own nose. I, Lu Xiaomu, will make them understand. The wrath of the victims can radiate to Hawaii, scorch Alaska, and even reduce the White Palace to ashes. Let me repeat, only when the mainland is struck. When every American voter tastes blood and fire. Will they use their ballots to tell Congress what to do? Lu Xiaomu emphasized again, his words ringing out with unwavering conviction. The reporter was overcome with excitement. Today, he had finally unearthed a bombshell scoop absolutely earth-shattering global news. He paused for a moment, then lowered his voice solemnly. May we interpret this as you declaring war on the ugly country? No. They effectively declared war the moment they attempted to raid the Dragon Phoenix oasis for oil and dispatched the Eagle Fleet to hunt us down. The ugly nation is accustomed to recklessly provoking conflicts, but they fail to realize. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly, wearing an expression of innocent cuteness reminiscent of a child exposing the emperor's nakedness. She stated the simple truth. You may decide when to start a war, but you can never decide when it will end. Yes, I shall launch an expedition against the Round Table Knights' headquarters in the ugly nation. I will ensure the sage meets his end and see every remaining member brought to justice. Lu Xiaomu spoke with commanding authority, his battle fervor blazing. The timing is set for after we secure victory in the second Dragon Phoenix battle for the oasis. He was utterly confident in his success. For once the national culinary tour concluded, the cold euros seized from the fools would be converted into warm system currency. Eventually, he would amass 10 billion to purchase the ultimate skill, the Promax tier trump card, the omnipotent cultivation principle. At that moment, the attribute boosts from his apprentices would make Lu Xiaomu godlike. Wow, Brother Mu is V587. I'm all in. Let's jump into a game right now and slaughter all those little Karamis on the US servers. Brother Mu, hurry up. We're all waiting for you to burn that white palace to ashes. If anyone else said this, I'd just laugh it off. But only Brother Mu can actually pull it off. Viewers swiftly began analyzing Lu Xiaomu's chances of pulling off this feat. Given, Brother Mu isn't afraid of bullets at all. His bullet-catching stunt was just for show. In reality, no sniper could ever lock onto him. That means he could sneak into any military base in the ugly country like the legendary god of assassins and carry out a decapitation strike. The simplest infiltration plan is right in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Brother Mu is like a doe, and the angel is Zhao Yun. All Brother Mu needs to do is hide in the angel's embrace. The angel will then flap its wings, soaring through the sky, carrying Brother Mu directly into enemy airspace. They'll launch a daring assault on the capital, breaking through every defense. That makes sense. The angel is so small, no radar could possibly lock onto it. It'd be like a bald eagle gliding effortlessly into the heart of ugly nation, even storming the Pentagon and the White House. Once little Mu Ji gets inside the White Palace, like a hungry wolf in a chicken coop, a whale shark in a fishing ground, he could unleash a bloody wave with ease. Seeing the viewers' suggestions, Lu Xiaomu couldn't help but crack up. Huh? A 7 in 7 out plan? Me playing the role of a doe? Guys, I've shown so many powerful skills in my streams, can't you think outside the box and come up with a credible infiltration plan? Why don't you give us some examples yourself? The viewers suggested cheerfully. Fine. Lu Xiaomu snorted lightly, sipping his yogurt as an idea formed in his mind. Let's start with the simplest ones. I'm a druid, so I can totally enlist animal friends to help me sneak into the ugly nation. Like this, as a beef-loving nation, ugly country imports tons of beef and dairy cattle. Wouldn't it be a breeze for them to cover me? I could disguise myself as a calf, blend in with their young ones, and have all the calves squeeze me in the middle to shield me through customs. Oh yeah, you could hide in the cow poop. The magical netizens' ideas immediately flowed like a fountain. Lu Xiaomu? That's called the Trojan horse tactic. Troy fell that way. And you can pull the same stunt on ugly country. Wow. Fellow netizens, I often feel like I'm not twisted or imaginative enough to fit in with you guys. I envy your cauliflower. Blame my parents for feeding me meat daily since childhood. I never ate cauliflower, leaving me speechless now. All I can do is listen to the master's brilliant plan. What the hell kind of Trojan horse scheme is this? But the hidden reporters and self-media folks in the livestream were already laughing their asses off. Forget it. Let's switch professions. Lu Xiaomu quickly changed the subject. He'd had enough of this Trojan horse nonsense and would rather die than go along with it. I'm sticking with the crew. I could pilot a sleek glider, parachute into ugly America, streak across their airspace at high speed, land right on the Capitol building, and then, I'll bloom and slaughter like a flower at dawn. Aren't you the crew? How come you know how to fly a glider? Gliders depend on local weather, right? If you hit a hurricane, wouldn't you just crash and burn? I recommend something even more extreme, wingsuit flying. You wear a wingsuit, cosplay as a birdman, and glide using wind power. It's a higher risk stunt, but with your skills, little Mu, you should handle it with ease. Lu Xiaomu snapped his fingers and immediately addressed the camera. Huapi, get me all the gear for wingsuit flying. This thing's legit. I'll livestream gliding into the west coast and wipe out Pearl Harbor in that ugly country. Got it. Huapi, who monitored the livestream 24/7 while slacking off intensely, responded instantly. He ordered executives from the Tangzhuang Brawlers group to mobilize and commission the most elite wingsuits. Oh, right answer that viewers question. Lu Xiaomu chuckled smugly. The only reason I'm just the crew pro is because I don't care for driving anything else. Truth is, I'm a master of every vehicle type. As for wingsuits, trust me, once I get the hang of it, I'll dominate in no time. Chapter 191, The Fierce Assault, the second battle for Oasis. Next, allow me to present the third plan, the survival expert entry method. Lu Xiaomu introduced proudly, this should be the most feasible and least difficult to execute of all the plans. I just need to drift from a Latin American country all the way to the Mexican border. Then, using my wilderness survival skills, I'll walk right across the border, climb over the ugly country's high wall, break through their barbed wire fences, and easily enter as an illegal immigrant. Climbing the wall is one thing, but how do you get through the barbed wire? The online audience asked curiously. Easy, Lu Xiaomu scoffed. What do you think you're looking at? Netizens? With my petite frame, crawling through barbed wire is child's play. So many adults successfully sneak across every year. With my agility, weaving through barbed wire is like a tiger in the mountains or a fish in the sea. You're right. The netizens chuckled helplessly. But for the esteemed chairman of Tangzhuang Baitu, crawling through barbed wire at the ugly country border? That's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? Exactly. Why not just use your brutal ancient martial arts, Tai Chi, to hack your way through the ugly country soldiers? Charge straight in overland, killing gods who stand in your way and Buddhas who block your path. The 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear would work perfectly too. Have Miss Yanma Qianying accompany you, no need for words. Anyone foolish enough to block your path gets shredded on the spot. Amidst the lively debate in the livestream chat, that day's national food tour came to a close. For the next stretch, Lu Xiaomu became utterly absorbed in raking in donations from his viewers, unable to tear himself away. Meanwhile, the ugly nation had issued an emergency recall order, demanding all 1,000 plus generals worldwide return from overseas bases or cut short their leave immediately to convene in the capital for a special operations meeting on the current situation. Simultaneously, all their fleets were mobilizing urgently. Even vessels undergoing repairs docked in Japan and South Korea were recalled without exception. Thus, the world was shaken to its core. Every nation in power couldn't help but turn their gaze toward the ugly nation, which was brewing a world-shaking conflict. If this weren't a grand move, why would so many generals scattered across the globe be recalled to their homeland in such unprecedented numbers? Consider this, convening such a massive gathering of generals carries immense risk. Should a single missile strike from hostile forces hit remotely, the nation's entire defense system would collapse, rendering many critical control mechanisms inoperable. A palpable tension instantly spread across the globe. The Iron Curtain descended, and the specter known as Lu Xiaomu became an inescapable shadow haunting the hegemony of the ugly nation. All eyes turned once more to Africa, to that vast, barren expanse, the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. This once barren desert, though now thriving, remained little more than a small town by developed nation standards, yet it had captured the world's attention. Journalists boarded direct flights from Dragon Nation to the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, rushing to the oasis for interviews on the eve of the Great War, hoping to capture the reactions of the locals. Meanwhile, one question burns in everyone's mind: what is Longwa's response? Evacuation? Protest? Countermeasures? Or perhaps, take decisive action? Lu Xiaomu spared his homeland any awkwardness, announcing immediately, all non-essential personnel must evacuate Longwangdu Oasis immediately. It may soon be reduced to scorched earth, so there's no need to risk your lives for it. But for every sacrifice, every loss, we will make the invaders pay a millionfold price. Under Lu Xiaomu's urgent orders, personnel from all charitable and research organizations began evacuating immediately. Most were affiliated with Europe, sharing the same interests as the ugly nation, and thus departed without looking back. Meanwhile, the entire native population of the Dragon Phoenix Oasis entered a state of emergency. They stood ready for battle, with all personnel moving into underground nuclear shelters. All surface operations ceased. 10 days later, Lu Xiaomu continued her nationwide culinary tour with a smile, enjoying herself alongside her fans. Meanwhile, a bombshell announcement from the U.S. mainland finally emerged from the General's Conference discussions. It was swiftly relayed by the White Palace spokesperson to all global mainstream media outlets. The White Palace declares, signed by His Excellency the President, passed by both houses of Congress, and drafted by 1,000 generals, the new National Defense Charter is now in effect. The Tangzhuang Rioters Group shall be deemed an evil hostile force. All leaders, including Lu Xiaomu, codenamed Angel, which, painted skin, and impermanence, along with other high-ranking members, are now subject to a global manhunt. The ugly nation and all allied nations bear the obligation to eliminate this vermin and eradicate the Tangzhuang mob group. to defend global peace and utterly eliminate destabilizing elements. All global forces must recognize the threat he poses. Do not foolishly aid this beast, lest you become the collective enemy of our Western developed nations. Next, we will deploy our most advanced military forces to raise the Dragon Phoenix Oasis to the ground. All aircraft carrier fleets will launch from bases worldwide. We will reduce his headquarters to scorched earth. Watch closely. The world watched in stunned silence. The Eagle Carrier Strike Group launched from the Atlantic. The Helios emerged from the Indian Ocean. The mind-blowing Cherry Blossom Axe. Every active aircraft carrier in the world poured forth in overwhelming numbers, converging directly on Lu Xiaomu's Dragon Phoenix Battle Oasis. The sheer terror of their display silenced even the neutral powers who had considered speaking on Lu Xiaomu's behalf. A massive gathering of 6 carrier strike groups, boasting thousands of cutting-edge international fighter jets, tens of thousands of battle-hardened naval forces, bolstered by the full backing of a global superpower. Such overwhelming military might send tremors through the smaller nations along the route, terrified that a single salvo could wipe them off the face of Blue Star. Journalists swarmed once more, pressing Lu Xiaomu for details on his next move. The Mold King has arrived. The Mold King has arrived. Brother Xiaomu, you still have time for live streaming? They're about to swarm your oasis. Could you pause your national eating tour for a moment? Free up your hands to eliminate the mold first? Mr. Lu Xiaomu, regarding the Dragon Phoenix vs. Oasis conflict, are you considering a strategic withdrawal? Under what circumstances would you negotiate with the ugly nation? Does it dishearten you that your homeland hasn't commented on this matter? Lu Xiaomu shot a dismissive glance at the last foreign reporter to speak and scoffed. Oh, trying to sow discord? When the aid team withdrew, I explicitly told Dai Weixin that Longwen needn't get involved. My own strength is more than enough to handle those outdated toys of the ugly nation. There's absolutely no need to drag my homeland into this. Development is the ultimate truth. Once I've secured victory, rebuilding the Dragon Phoenix Oasis is where our industrial Cthulhu and infrastructure madman will truly shine. Chapter 192, My Undying Hatred for Gambling, Prostitution, and Drugs. Lu Xiaomu chewed bubblegum lazily, showing no fear whatsoever. It was as if the gathering of 6 aircraft carrier fleets were merely dust that could be casually brushed away. Keep on eating. Keep on meeting up. He waved his hand dismissively. 2 days from now, once the ugly country completes its mobilization, I'll give them a little surprise. Yes, 2 days. This was the deadline Lu Xiaomu had calculated based on experience, the day the 10 billion system funds would finally be accumulated. Ultimate skill. The omniscient cultivation principle. Unlock countdown, 48 hours. The so-called 6 great fleets, in the face of the impending might of cultivation, were ultimately nothing more than mortal steel toys. The future belonged to a new era merging cultivation and technology, and Lu Xiaomu would lead the charge. Reporters stared in disbelief, stunned by Lu Xiaomu's composure. Wait, Brother Xiaomu, when the fleet reaches Red Coast and bombers take off from their decks, your Dragon Phoenix Oasis will be obliterated. How can you even have the time to stream and joke around? Online betting sites have already opened odds on how many days you'll last. 95% of netizens believe Longhua Oasis will be obliterated within 3 days. Aren't you going to seek help from Dragon Nation immediately? At this point, only the other superpower in the world can assist. Lu Xiaomu remained unfazed, leading Zhou Yu, Wei Shi, and Yanma Qianying through the restaurant to inspect food safety, ensuring fans wouldn't get sick. How do you respond to the global pessimism? Reporters persisted relentlessly. Oh, well then, let me just say this, I have an irreconcilable hatred for gambling and drugs. Everyone, please stay far away from gambling and drugs. Facing the relentless barrage of questions from the reporters, Lu Xiaomu merely chuckled lightly, casually dropping a joke. Ha! Isn't it gambling, prostitution, and drugs? Brother Xiaomu, even if you wanted to indulge in yellow, it wouldn't work, the little guy has no fighting spirit. I bet Brother Xiaomu can handle it. Just look at him strolling around like it's nothing, the ugly country won't stand a chance against him. Seeing the comments, Lu Xiaomu scratched his head. Fine, I'll never associate with gambling, prostitution, or drugs, for at least 3 years. The reporters exchanged bewildered glances. Judging by Lu Xiaomu's expression, he truly showed no trace of fear. Could he really hold his ground? A tiny dragon phoenix battling an oasis? That minuscule speck of land can't possibly withstand 6 aircraft carrier strike groups, sneered a ugly nation reporter from the New York Times. In my opinion, this thug Xiaomu is just bluffing, trying to intimidate my homeland like the ancient empty city strategy of Dragon Nation. But forgive my bluntness, all your military deployments are exposed beneath our radar. Prepare to die. Lu Xiaomu chuckled lightly. Oh? And what is your esteemed opinion? The American reporter glared at Lu Xiaomu with contempt. The only reason you're still lingering in Dragon Nation is to seek official protection, isn't it? But sadly, Your homeland is already trembling in fear before 6 aircraft carrier strike groups, too terrified to respond. Even if you stay here, your life isn't guaranteed. Of course, this is still your best option, leave Longwa, and you'll have no place to bury your remains. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Total nonsense. The netizens were furious. How could our dragon nation possibly fear scum like you? Do you think it's still the era of that ugly country flexing its muscles and dominating the world 20 years ago? Our rise is peaceful, utterly different from your plunder-driven scum. Just as Lu Xiaomu was about to sneer at this ignorant reporter, a shocking turn of events unfolded. The Dragon Nation government even held a press conference, declaring to the world, Lu Xiaomu has always been a citizen of our Dragon Nation. He has never renounced his nationality. Therefore, we solemnly protest the ugly nation's arbitrary labeling of another country's lawful citizen as a terrorist. Furthermore, as long as Lu Xiaomu remains on Dragon Nation territory, he will be protected by his motherland. We will not tolerate any force infringing upon him. As for the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, it is the lawful property of Lu Xiaomu and the Tangzhuang gang. The ugly nation's attempt to seize and destroy it is a despicable act of imperialist hegemony. We will file a lawsuit with the International Court of Justice, and the ugly nation must pay compensation. We warn the ugly nation, do not say we did not warn you. Our swords are not dull. Our aircraft carriers are no paper tigers. TSK TSK. Lu Xiaomu chuckled softly, turning to the dumbfounded ugly nation reporter. Is this what you called legs weak and sinews numb? You take the ugly nation far too seriously. Consider my advice. Their relentless aggression has pushed me beyond endurance. I intend to make them my sacrificial offering. And I am a true pacifist. My greatest passion lies in global peacekeeping. So, Lu Xiaomu flashed a smile that seemed demonic to the reporter. If we destroy the ugly country, won't their hegemony vanish? Won't the world swiftly return to peace? I've made my decision. This time, I'll exercise unlimited legitimate self-defense, counterattacking endlessly until the ugly country is annihilated. Ha! The reporter sneered through gritted teeth. You, a mere brat, dare spout such madness and brazen arrogance. Bring it on. I'll be watching. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. Go back to your country and wait. Of course, I'll give you some advice. It's best to stay far away from the nation where war is about to erupt. Go abroad to lie low, lest you find yourself with nowhere to go when the time comes to flee. Facing Lu Xiaomu's well-intentioned advice, the reporter walked away without a glance back, leaving only a look of contempt. Lu Xiaomu paid it no mind, replying calmly, netizens, our nationwide eating tour has only 2 days left. Once it's done, I'll return to the Dragon Phoenix Oasis to take care of those so-called 6 fleets. Thanks to Longwei for the refuge, and deep gratitude to our motherland for standing firm against that ugly country. But I'm rioter Xiaomu. Mark my words, mess with me, and that ugly country will find its kick to steel plate. No more chatter. Brothers, just get it done. He raised a bottle of AD calcium milk high, then smashed it violently on the ground. This shattered bottle is our signal. We Tangzhuang rioters will fight to the last man standing. Holy, he smashed his calcium milk? Brother Xiaomu is dead serious this time, no more doubts. I can feel Brother Mu's resolve now. Brothers, looks like a bloody storm is brewing worldwide. I'm willing to contribute my share to resisting the ugly emperor's tyranny, a small donation of 300 yuan. Though it's not much. What Lu Xiaomu never could have imagined. His declaration and resolve to fight back won the support of people worldwide who had long suffered under the bullying of the ugly empire. Funds that were expected to take 48 hours to accumulate were fully secured in a mere 20 minutes. Live stream system notice, Prince Hussein has donated $20 million. Wishing you triumph in battle. System notification, Baba Yang, my brother, has donated 5 million dragon coins. Wishing you a victorious start. System alert. Chapter 193, first. A small shock, ship-cutting blade. 1 hour later, Lu Xiaomu's system funds skyrocketed like a rocket, not only surpassing 10 billion but approaching the 12 billion mark. Middle Eastern tycoons, African brothers in need, Asian neighbors enduring constant harassment. Donors from every corner of the globe poured in relentlessly, each expressing their solidarity and support for Lu Xiaomu's fight against the ugly nation. The explosive surge in donations boosted Lu Xiaomu's confidence in confronting the moldy regime by a full 30%. Without a moment's hesitation, after eating and drinking his fill, he retreated to the bathroom. Perched on the toilet seat, he activated his ultimate skill system. Tonzi, I want to purchase, the omnipotent cultivation school principal. This is a whopping 10 billion supersized order, don't you have any discounts or perks? The system replied tentatively in its mechanical voice. How about a complimentary 20% discount card for the host? Only 20% off? Why not throw in a free minor skill? Lu Xiaomu protested, waving his little fists in dissatisfaction. The system then offered, well, how about the ultimate skill, hair removal mastery? You'll be able to painlessly and swiftly remove leg hair, armpit hair, nose hair, and more from patients permanently. Pretty useful, right? Lu Xiaomu. Sure enough, freebies never amount to much, but clinging to a 1 in a million chance, he cleared his throat and said, "Change it. Hey, system, your host is about to face a battle that will decide the fate of the entire world. At this critical juncture, you'd better step up and give me a useful skill." Lu Xiaomu pleaded earnestly. Ding. System AI analyzing. Selecting the most advantageous skill for the current situation. Lu Xiaomu's eyes lit up instantly, anticipation reaching its peak. Moments later, the system's mechanical voice echoed once more. Permission granted to present the ultimate skill to the host, reincarnation technique. After being killed by the ugly nation's forces, upon rebirth in your next life, you may freely choose your family background, whether as the son of the wealthiest tycoon, the grandson of the president, or born in a vocational school's women's restroom, the choice is yours. Lu Xiaomu? Damn you, system, trying to undermine our morale? Before the battle even starts, you're already pushing rebirth skills? How utterly ridiculous. He grumbled as he accepted the 20% discount card. Better than nothing, I guess. Soon, the ultimate skill of, the omnipotent cultivation school principle, appeared in Lu Xiaomu's mind, fusing completely with him. Beep. Learning complete. Learning fee deducted, 10 billion. Host successfully acquired ultimate skill, the omnipotent cultivation school principle. Effect, you can now impart all your skills to others through enlightenment. Each disciple can receive up to 3 skills, and all disciples who master these skills will return a proportion of their power to you. Ordinary disciples, 1% feedback. Direct disciples, 10% feedback. Lu Xiaomu stretched lazily, instantly sensing 4 surging currents of power converging from afar, the 10% strength feedback from his 4 major disciples. Not bad, not bad. Is this the ultimate skill for getting stronger while doing nothing? Lu Xiaomu distinctly felt that after receiving the 10% feedback from his 4 disciples, his overall strength had risen by about 20%. And with the future establishment of the Cultivation Academy, the feedback he could obtain would skyrocket exponentially. Most precious of all, this skill allowed him to directly impart it to his disciples through enlightenment, bypassing the old method of merely teaching ancient martial arts for them to practice slowly. Finally worth the 10 billion investment, Lu Xiaomu murmured with a faint smile before resuming his purchases. Donations poured in relentlessly from every corner of the 7 continents and 4 oceans. Though 95% of the world viewed Lu Xiaomu with skepticism, 99% also recognized her righteous fight against mold as a courageous act akin to Don Quixote charging windmills with his lance. Moreover, regardless of the outcome, Lu Xiaomu had successfully pinned down 6 entire carrier strike groups. This alone had captured the attention of the ugly country, buying breathing room for many nations. For this alone, numerous major powers secretly funneled substantial funds, hoping Lu Xiaomu could leverage his remaining influence to hold out as long as possible. Thus, by evening, Lu Xiaomu discovered to his astonishment, another 5 billion in ample funds had materialized. A super powerful skill he'd coveted for ages, combining the street vendor edition of 5 Tigers Soul Severing Blade with the web novel I Learned Ship Slashing at the Cultivation Academy, was finally within reach. And so, beep, learning complete. Learning fee deducted, 8 billion, minus 20% off. Host successfully acquired ultimate skill, Ship Slaying Blade. Effect, with a single stroke, I cleave ships, slay gods, slaughter demons, and shatter mountains and rivers. Lu Xiaomu took a deep breath, feeling the profound and unfathomable sword technique surge into his mind. After a moment of dazed confusion, he flashed a confident, resolute smile. It was time to gather all his disciples and head to the Crimson Coast to resolve the crisis posed by the 6 great fleets. That very night, in front of Zhou Yu and Wei Shi, Lu Xiaomu addressed Yanma Qianying, who sat cross-legged in meditation. Do you, with sincere heart, wish to become my 5th disciple? In our Eastern tradition, the way is not to be imparted lightly. Should you choose to forge this master-disciple bond with me, you must remember, we belong to the Confucian cultural sphere too. I understand your initiation rites perfectly. Yanma Qianying cut him off, her cheeks flushing crimson as she tapped her delicate chin. There's an ancient Eastern saying, to truly learn, you must sleep with your master. In 3 years, when you're finally a real man, I'll be your woman. Lu Xiaomu? We Easterners have no such saying. Don't slander our ancestors. He rolled his eyes wildly, glaring at Zhou Yu and Wei Shi who were giggling uncontrollably, then said irritably, anyway, becoming a disciple is no trivial matter. In the future, you must serve your master's lineage with unwavering loyalty. Alright, what's our lineage called? Yanma Qianying asked curiously. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. It's called the Lu Clan Cultivation Academy. Our school currently has a rudimentary base in the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. but it'll likely be flattened by ugly nation's artillery soon. He waved dismissively. But it doesn't matter. As long as this esteemed principal is here, our academy's legacy remains safe. Come here. I'll enlighten you and teach you a true, lethal sword technique. You wish to teach me swordsmanship? Yanhua Qianying was taken aback. Brother Xiaomu, you've never displayed any sword-related abilities before, and I am the successor of the wind-slicing blade, already a renowned swordsman of this age. Lu Xiaomu scoffed. Can you cleave through a wall? Yeah, reinforced concrete walls. I can slice through 3 of them. But not even as good as my Huawei Wi-Fi wall-penetrating champion. Lu Xiaomu declared solemnly. What I'm teaching you is the art of ship splitting. Chapter 194. Did Brother Xiaomu get too drunk and mess up? Ship slicing? Yanhua Qianying looked bewildered. Like, literally cutting a ship in half? As in, the literal meaning? She shook her head, finding it utterly unbelievable. Note, ship slicing and wall breaking are 2 entirely different matters. Concrete walls reinforced with steel bars? They'd melt like butter under a razor-sharp sword aura. But warship steel and alloys? Their strength was in a completely different league from civilian structures, and their thickness was downright absurd. Bingo! Lu Xiaomu snapped her fingers and nodded knowingly. This ultimate technique is called ship-splitting blade. As the name implies, once mastered, you'll soar through the skies like lightning, standing beneath the clouds, and with a single stroke, cleave apart a battleship. At the initial mastery level, it can cleave through cruisers and destroyers. Once mastered, even an aircraft carrier can be cleaved in 2. Yanhua Qianying sucked in a sharp breath, utterly dumbfounded. Is that even possible? Brother Mu. Oh no. Lu Xiaomu. Wait. No, Master Mu. Are you certain such an ultimate technique exists in this world? Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly, waving casually. Step forward. I shall impart to you the global path of peacekeeping, slay warships to halt violence, quell conflict through martial might, seek peace through struggle, and peace shall endure, pursue peace through appeasement, and Nazism shall rise. Brother Xiaomu was becoming more and more like a philosopher. Zhou Yu murmured enviously beside him, her beautiful eyes brimming with admiration. Indeed, some in the international community already call him the savior incarnate. I too feel Brother Xiaomu grows more divine by the day. Wei Shi bit her lip, inwardly chastising herself. If only I'd heeded Mother's advice 5 years ago to join him. I dismissed him as too young, convinced devoting my prime years to some clueless kid would be pure life wasting. Such short-sightedness ruined my entire life. Had I joined Brother Mu's disciples 5 years ago, I'd be the foremost among the 6 great disciples now, and also serving as deputy CEO of the Taizhuang Thugs Group. She wished she could travel back 5 years to punch her reckless younger self twice. Under the gaze of the 2 women, Yanhua Qianying approached Lu Xiaomu with reverence, kneeling on one knee. Lu Xiaomu's right hand gently brushed her cascading black hair, golden light flickering in his eyes. The omnipotent cultivation school principal, activated. Countless ancient martial arts knowledge flashed through Yanhua Qianying's beautiful eyes. Many previously confusing concepts suddenly clicked into place, as if an invisible hand had opened her Rin and Du meridians, penetrating her internal organs and thoroughly cleansing her marrow. A thread of golden sacred light seemed to shimmer from the tip of Lu Xiaomu's right finger. Yanhua Qianying's expression grew distant as her mind raced, frantically absorbing the knowledge pouring from Lu Xiaomu. Nearby, sword chi roared violently, leaving countless terrifying gashes on the steel benches. Several insects that happened to pass by were instantly shredded into pulp by the violent sword chi that unexpectedly spilled forth. Seeing this, Zhou Yu and Wei Shi both instinctively took nervous steps back, maintaining a safe distance of 10 meters. Daring not to approach, they waited from afar for Lu Xiaomu to complete the transmission. After a long moment, Yanhua Qianying finally collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Lu Xiaomu had intended to sweep this stunningly beautiful Japanese-style beauty into his arms in a dashing gesture. But alas, his arms were far too short. With no other choice, Lu Xiaomu dragged Yanhua Qianying like a dead dog to the sofa, flung her onto it, and gestured toward Zhou Yu and Wei Shi. Help look after her. She's still in a daze, lost in the sword's path. Make sure she doesn't choke on her own vomit while lying face down. Got it. Zhou Yu grinned, eagerly taking on the task. When I looked after drunk elders before, I was always careful to prevent them from choking on their own vomit. Speaking of which, Brother Mu, were you just performing that legendary enlightenment trip? She asked cautiously, her curiosity bubbling. Could I get an ancient martial art like that too? Wei Shi gazed at him with equal anticipation. First, you must temper your body and cultivate basic internal energy to withstand the power of enlightenment, Lu Xiaomu said, nodding toward the collapsed Yanhua Qianying. Look at her, like I overdid it and messed her up. And she's the successor of the wind-slicing blade, the foremost swordswoman in all of Japan. He shot Zhou Yu a disdainful look. Little Moon, your constitution is merely average, you don't even qualify as a tough girl. Do you think giving you the enlightenment would overload your pig brain and turn you into a brain-dead vegetable? Zhou Yu. Her dream of becoming a martial heroine shattered. Don't get ahead of yourself. You can't learn martial arts from scratch. Lu Xiaomu scoffed, shaking his head. When I have time, I'll develop a basic breathing technique for kids and introductory cultivation practice to be promoted alongside compulsory education. As for you, you can practice alongside the little ones then. Wah! The next day, dawn broke, and the morning sun rose, its glow spreading across the sky. Yanma Qianying had thoroughly integrated all the knowledge. Kneeling obediently on both knees, she performed a deep bow to Lu Xiaomu. Thank you, Master, for imparting your teachings. I've grasped the basics of the ship-splitting blade. Combining this with my existing swordsmanship, I reckon I should have no trouble slicing through an ironclad fishing boat. Lu Xiaomu was quite satisfied. In terms of natural talent, you rank first among my 5 disciples. After all, they all possess supernatural abilities, while you've achieved this level solely through your understanding of swordsmanship. Now, pack your belongings. We're heading to Africa to face the 6 great fleets. A hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. This time, I hope we can have a truly satisfying adventure. As you command. Yanma Qianying was utterly captivated by Lu Xiaomu. She had already attained the rank of swordmaster, yet Lu Xiaomu had imparted to her a technique capable of elevating her to sword saint, a gift that could be described as a rebirth. Yanma Qianying, naturally serene and without ambition, had always aspired only to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. For this, she was willing to offer Lu Xiaomu her complete loyalty. For this, she had even resolved to sleep with her master. At the final stop of the national food tour, fans were stunned to discover Lu Xiaomu had vanished. He didn't attend at all, leaving the event to be hosted by staff in traditional Chinese attire. Where's brother Xiaomu? He promised to complete the entire itinerary. Why has he vanished? Something's off. Could brother Xiaomu have gone AWOL? Could it be he's cowering from the ugly country's military might and running away with his bucket? Impossible. Brother Xiaomu has fought against American hegemony for years without flinching. Maybe he's launching a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, using diversionary tactics to rescue Zhao, and storming the White House? For a moment, the online community buzzed with wild speculation, though they didn't forget to enjoy the Michelin-level feast Lu Xiaomu had generously provided. Even without the main man, the food quality remained top-notch, so they couldn't care less. Sure enough, at noon, Lu Xiaomu finally went live. What left everyone utterly dumbfounded was the sight unfolding on the stream, a carrier strike group comprising over a dozen warships. Chapter 195, The Tease. Welcome to the climax of Summer Fun Show. Lu Xiaomu smiled serenely, pressed her hands to her chest, and bowed. Dear viewers, the scorching summer is drawing to a close, and autumn will soon arrive. Our Summer Fun Show is also nearing its finale. First, allow me to thank each and every one of you for accompanying us on this journey. The fans froze, a wave of bittersweet emotions washing over them as a deep sense of reluctance welled up. No, I'd trade 3 years, 3 days of my life to keep Summer Fun Show going forever. Keep going, Brother Moo. Start a National Day Fun Show and a Mid-Autumn Festival Fun Show. If that's not possible, take a break and do a Winter Break Fun Show instead. Just keep streaming forever. We'll keep tipping until the end of time. There's no streamer in the world who can pull off stunts like you. I can't lose my digital pickle show. Wah! Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. All good things must come to an end. But before we conclude the Summer Fun Show with a grand finale, I'll present you with my most spectacular performance yet, true cultivation prowess and relentless action. Facing humanity's mightiest sea-based war machine head-on, he hovered mid-air, standing shoulder to shoulder with his 5th disciple, Yanma Qianying, moving without wind. Whoa! Are you two really celestial beings descended from heaven? The online viewers were utterly stunned by the sight. Lu Xiaomu calmly explained, nothing special, just a minor sword technique for riding the wind. Viewers, a little trick? Then share it with us in the livestream. You've got us hooked. When will you establish a cultivation school to teach us these little tricks? I want to be graceful and elegant too. I want to ride the wind on a sword too. I want to have a harem of beauties too. Before Lu Xiaomu could chat much longer, a commanding broadcast boomed from the mighty blue water behemoth, the aircraft carrier strike group. This is the Cherry Blossom Divine Axe Carrier. Terrorist Lu Xiaomu, have you come to throw yourself into the net? Lu Xiaomu scoffed lazily. Honestly, sir, you're being a bit thick-skinned. You're greedy for glory, deliberately cutting corners. Instead of coordinating with the other 5 carrier strike groups, you rushed headlong to Red Coast alone, trying to claim sole credit for annihilating the Dragon Phoenix Battle Oasis. But unfortunately, that also means you're isolated now. Isolated? A 5-star admiral appeared on the deck, his sneer dripping with contempt. You seem to possess some peculiar abilities. They call you an ability user, but in my eyes, these are mere trifles, utterly insignificant. before the air-to-air missiles carried by the fighter jets of our Sakura Divine Axe Carrier, your mortal flesh would be reduced to ashes with a single hit. Wouldn't it? The 5-star Admiral laughed heartily. Am I right? The viewers in the livestream fell silent. Yeah, even if Brother Mu was that skilled able to catch bullets barehanded, could he catch a missile barehanded? Even the toughest guy would turn into mincemeat if he took a missile head-on. Or even just a rocket-propelled grenade. Humans, ultimately constrained by their physical limitations, can never become supermen. After all, the strength of substances like protein, fat, and calcium carbonate is inherently finite. Lu Xiaomu merely smiled faintly. Isn't your aircraft carrier strike group just as fragile? If hit by a few heavy blows, could it still sail unimpeded? Aren't you afraid of sinking? TSK. But we're talking about one carrier, 2 frigates, 4 cruisers, 4 destroyers, plus 2 supply ships and a submarine fleet. A full 180 carrier-based aircraft and 30,000 elite naval and air forces. Admiral O'Neill rattled off the numbers with unmistakable pride. What do you have to fight us with? A rabble. What difference does their number make? Lu Xiaomu rolled his eyes lazily at Yanma Qianying. Sakura, give our viewers a show. Enemy attack. Immediate counterattack. Fearing Lu Xiaomu might launch a decapitation strike, the 5-star Admiral retreated into the carrier without a word, then ordered all fleets to open fire on Yanma Qianying with their carrier-based weapons. Bullets whistled through the air. Rocket launchers roared. Both Lu Xiaomu and Yanma Qianying became locked-on targets. Clearly, His Excellency the Admiral intended to take down both terrorists in one fell swoop, ending these enemies of the ugly nation. Pray for Brother Xiaomu. Now he's facing an entire carrier strike group head-on. Whether he's a donkey or a horse, we'll find out soon enough. It's over. Brother Xiaomu is surrounded by 30,000 ugly country soldiers. It feels impossible to be their match. Unless a miracle happens right now, Brother Xiaomu is likely in grave danger. Facing humanity's ultimate maritime fortress, everyone's hearts sank in dread, fearing Lu Xiaomu would be instantly annihilated. But to the utter bewilderment of every American soldier, Lu Xiaomu and Yanma Qianying vanished mysteriously into thin air. All radar systems failed to lock onto their presence. To take us down, you'd first have to match our speed. Lu Xiaomu sneered coldly. If you can't even hit us, how do you plan to deal with us? Against all ships in the world, nothing is too fast to be broken. With that, his figure flickered and he appeared on the deck of a frigate. He waved to the sailors. Hey, I've landed. I wonder if your missiles dare fire at your comrades? Lu Xiaomu, possessing the extraordinary sixth sense, detected absolutely no threat capable of endangering his life. In truth, even if struck by a missile, he possessed means to save himself and was far from the fragile target the ugly nation admiral imagined. Take him out. Without a word, sailors aimed their semi-automatic rifles at him, preparing for a gunfight on the deck. Lu Xiaomu remained remarkably calm, casually unleashing a strike of ancient martial arts Tai Chi. A powerful fist aura shot forth. In an instant, a large group of sailors were struck by an invisible force, sent flying high into the air, and crashing into the Red Sea. Lu Xiaomu moved through the sailors like a tiger among sheep, effortlessly tossing them into the sea one after another. The entire crew of the frigate stood before him like elementary school children facing Megatron from Cybertron or Ultraman confronting the M78 Nebula. They could do nothing but endure the beating, utterly powerless to turn the tide. Within a mere minute, the frigate's deck was cleared. Only the crew members inside the ship remained, cowering like frightened quails, utterly helpless. Lu Xiaomu glanced up at Yanma Qianying, who was striding toward the cruiser. Snapping his fingers at the camera operator, he declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, prepare to witness my talented disciple slicing through this warship. She's also doing us a favor by promoting our Lu Global Cultivation Academy, which will soon open in the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. All gifted individuals are welcome to join us." Chapter 196, a slash that astonished the world. Target her. The 5-star Admiral roared instantly, ordering all ships to open fire on Yanma Qianying. He wasn't the type to sit idly by while an enemy charged their power. But Lu Xiaomu merely smiled. Once the ship splitter completes its initial charge, its colossal spiritual energy will form a barrier around her. Hitting her won't be easy. Sure enough, as if a hurricane had erupted, it surged upward alongside Yanma Qianying, forming an invisible gale of qi. It swirled around her, shredding bullets to dust and slicing rockets into fragments. Reporting to the Admiral. All weapons rendered ineffective. Our missiles cannot lock onto her either. The wind field in the vicinity is highly anomalous. Anything within 100 meters of her is shredded to fragments. This is an unnatural, bizarre force. We have no countermeasures whatsoever. Please advise on how to proceed. Admiral Oni was dumbfounded. Just as they racked their brains for countermeasures, Yanma Qianying suddenly opened her eyes. Her greatsword streaked across the sky like a meteor, tearing through the air as it plummeted toward the cruiser before her. On the live stream platform, A staggering 110 million viewers worldwide tuned in simultaneously, completely overwhelming the livestream. Seeing the ugly nation fleet utterly helpless, they couldn't help but widen their eyes, a surge of uncontrollable anticipation rising within them. No way, could it be? She's actually beating the American bastards? How long has Miss Amaterasu been training with Lu Xiaomu? She's transformed beyond recognition. You have to win, brother Xiaomu. The weight of global peacekeeping rests on this very blade. Whoosh! The blade's aura streaked like a silver ribbon. All the naval soldiers aboard the cruisers felt a piercing coldness sink into their bodies. And then, it felt as if all life had been extinguished. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Lu Xiaomu clapped his hands in satisfaction. Yanhua Qianying's ship-cleaving blade has reached a level of mastery. Ha! It seems victory is ours today. The spectators remained bewildered. The five-star admiral snorted coldly, bold words. Pretentious nonsense. Your deliberately conjured up a blade of air seems pretty unimpressive, doesn't it? Before the words faded, the cruiser abruptly snapped clean in two from the center. The unfortunate soldiers caught in the middle were torn apart, exploding into a sky filled with bloody fragments. A cruiser, split clean in two, utterly shattered. Mission accomplished. Master. Yanhua Qianying sheathed her blade. Though drained of most her energy, she still managed to stagger back to Lu Xiaomu's side. Lu Xiaomu patted her shoulder approvingly, then nodded toward the distance. Angel, escort her back to the helicopter. Yes, a figure, radiant with a holy white light reflecting off the sunlight, appeared in an instant. It lifted Yanhua Qianying and vanished into the sky. The online spectators were utterly ecstatic, slicing a warship in one stroke. That's insane. Is this even humanly possible? A new era has truly dawned. Brother Mu has truly reshaped the world. This is the god-defying strike heralding the new era of spiritual energy revival. Five-star Admiral Oni's face twisted in fury. You dare destroy our ugly nation's maritime territory. This is an open declaration of war. No nation has ever survived after provoking our ugly nation, never, ever. There will be one now. Lu Xiaomu sneered coldly. And let me tell you another fact, no nation has ever survived defending the Dragon Phoenix Oasis unscathed, including your ugly country. Fire! Keep firing! The Admiral roared in fury, immediately ordering, launch all carrier-based aircraft, target Lu Xiaomu. Deplete every missile. I refuse to believe he can survive under this all-encompassing, no dead-angle barrage. But Lu Xiaomu suddenly soared into the air. Spotting an opening, he leapt onto a hypersonic missile and activated his speed demon skill, mastery of all vehicles. Naturally, that included piloting missiles. Thus, under the jaw-dropping stares of the live stream audience, Lu Xiaomu rode the missile, guiding it to glide slowly toward the Sakura God Axe aircraft carrier. Intercept! Quick! Intercept it! Oni stood frozen, his mind a complete blank. How could anyone be piloting a missile? This world is insane. I must be hallucinating. Yet Lu Xiaomu skillfully manipulated the missile, accelerating and decelerating at will, executing Thomas loops one moment and high-altitude roller coaster maneuvers the next. All the interceptor missiles were completely disoriented by Lu Xiaomu's miraculous piloting skills. Their algorithms were programmed to intercept enemy missiles based on fixed trajectories. How could they have anticipated a missile maneuvering with the agility of a bumper car at an amusement park? Here I come, Admiral. Lu Xiaomu's clear, childlike voice echoed in five-star Admiral Oni's ears like Satan's maniacal laughter. Boom! The missile slammed into the deck, triggering a sky-scraping explosion. By then, Lu Xiaomu had already let go, drifting calmly down from the sky to the aircraft carrier's control room. Hi! As Oni scrambled to direct his entire fleet in firefighting efforts, Lu Xiaomu interlaced her fingers and greeted him with leisurely ease. Weren't you going to focus your fire on me? I'm right beside you now. Order all carrier-based aircraft to open fire immediately. Oni, suddenly realizing something, he shouted frantically, all soldiers, block him. He intends to assassinate the commander and plunge the fleet into leaderless chaos. Lu Xiaomu snapped her fingers. Wow, you're so clever, you guessed right. But so what? Can you stop me? The next moment, ordinary punch, bulletproof glass that could withstand heavy machine gun fire shattered like window paper before Lu Xiaomu, sending shards scattering everywhere. Lu Xiaomu shoved the camera right up to the five-star admiral's face, grinning. Come on, say hi to all the viewers in the livestream. Old man. O'Neill's heart trembled with horror. His face turned ashen, and he immediately prepared to close his eyes and await his fate. He won't speak. Lu Xiaomu sighed, shaking her head. She shoved the microphone right into his mouth, pulling Oni's lips up to his ears. What's the matter? Won't you give our 110 million viewers some face? The whole world is waiting to see you kick the bucket. Why not leave a last word? At the mention of last words, Oni forced his eyes open and gritted out. Glory to ugly America. Our ugly army will ultimately triumph. Oh, you've got 10 seconds left to live. And you're still spouting empty slogans? Can you say something practical? Lu Xiaomu shrugged. Oh Neil, the pin for those 2 black cards in my safe is 781781. Madam, take the money and flee the ugly nation. Lu Xiaomu is a monster, he'll devour our homeland sooner or later. Chapter 197, Declaration of War. 10, 9, 1. The countdown ended. Lu Xiaomu calmly tossed Oni aside, flinging him toward the panicked fleet commanders. Thud. Using the 5-star Admiral Oni as a projectile, he smashed a pile of vice admirals and rear admirals into mincemeat. The command center of the Sakura Blossom Axe aircraft carrier instantly transformed into a blood-red mosaic, allowing all spectators to easily imagine the carnage within. With all the top brass dead, the carrier strike group's command structure descended into chaos. Normally, such combat units had standard protocols for power succession. For instance, if 5-star Admiral Oni were assassinated, Admiral Hay would assume all authority as the next in line. The third in command was Lieutenant General Fuchi, followed by Major General Douglas as the fourth. But the top 20 commanders had all been killed by Lu Xiaomu. Who could possibly exercise command now? The entire fleet fell into a state of utter confusion. Lu Xiaomu soared into the air, gripping the great sword left behind by Enma Sunny Eye with both hands, raising it high above his head. Could it be? Could it be? No way. The battleship-slaying sword is back? Yanma Qianying was Brother Xiaomu's disciple. If the disciple could cut down a cruiser, then surely the master could cut down. The hearts of viewers worldwide clenched once more. Eyes widened in anticipation as all gazed at Lu Xiaomu, who was furiously gathering power. Heaven and earth. A wind began to stir. The aura emanating from Lu Xiaomu as he charged was vastly more formidable than Yanma Qianying's. After all, he was a genuine, seasoned powerhouse. Moreover, bolstered by his status as the Cultivation Academy's headmaster, he drew even greater strength from his disciples. This blade is dedicated to the ugly nation, and serves as our response to your shameless acts. I hereby declare war on the world's most brazen hegemon, the ugly nation, on behalf of the Dragon Phoenix Oasis and the Tangzhuang Thugs Group. With these words ringing out like thunder, a terrifying blade aura, cleaving the heavens and earth, struck with a force akin to Moses parting the sea or Yangjian splitting mountains. With a deafening roar, it fiercely descended upon the cherry blossom god axe. Squeak! The shrill screech of steel tearing apart pierced every ear. Amidst the stunned stares of the ugly nation's soldiers, amidst the jubilant cheers of 110 million viewers flooding the live-stream chat, the aircraft carrier shattered as if cleaved by a higher dimensional being wielding unimaginable divine power. Sea water surged in violently, while surviving soldiers panicked and attempted to flee, only to be swept away by the massive vortex of the sinking vessel and hurled toward the ocean depths. Simultaneously, beneath the surface, for entire sections of submarine surfaced. It turned out that the sheer power of Chen Ming's strike, after severing the Sakura Blossom God Axe carrier, still had enough residual force to simultaneously cleave through 2 escort submarines lurking in the deep waters. Whoa! Little Mu was hiding his true strength all along. He's always joking around with us, loving his AD calcium milk, but when he gets serious, he's this powerful. Holy crap, I'm bowing down to Brother Mu. The end of the ugly country's devils is truly here. They actually dared to send an aircraft carrier to fight a warrior who slices ships like cutting through cake. The entire audience erupted into a frenzy of hysteria. They all grasped one undeniable truth. The world order is about to be completely overturned. The era when the ugly country could send an aircraft carrier strike group to hover near some small nation and force its submission is gone forever. Just as the Dutch lost their title as the Dutchman of the Sea, and the British Empire permanently forfeited its empire on which the sun never sets status, the ugly nation's hegemony has also been utterly ended under Brother Mu's ship-slicing blade. The sunken Sakurazuki is the tear of an era. Lu Xiaomu landed leisurely, calmly smiling at the phone on the selfie stick. Everyone, I've done my job well. Thanks for your generous tips. Without your strong support, I probably wouldn't have bothered fighting this battle against the ugly nation. The reason I cut ships? Not out of interest. Not out of a sense of mission, purely because it was a task from my online friends. Brother Xiaomu's sweet talk is as charming as ever. Is it really just a task from our netizens? Then I'll chip in another $10. Could you please shred every other cruiser, frigate, and supply ship to pieces too? Press your advantage against the fleeing enemy, don't chase glory like a pretender to the throne. The viewers were fired up, demanding Lu Xiaomu utterly destroy the Sakura Blossom Axe carrier strike group, leaving no survivors. Lu Xiaomu shook his head. Sorry, everyone. I'm just a kid, not some monster. They've all raised the white flag. How could I break international treaties and commit such insane atrocities as torturing prisoners? Look, he pointed the camera down at the ugly American soldiers below, and thus, a scene that would shock the global news world unfolded. The ugly nation soldiers scrambled to remove their jackets. pulling off their white undershirts and waving their arms wildly. The unlucky ones without white shirts were forced to pull down their pants in an utterly indecent display, holding up their white boxer shorts high in the air while kneeling and shaking them wildly. Holy crap! The way these ugly country soldiers surrender is seriously twisted. The viewers in the livestream chat were utterly stunned. Underwear. I can kinda get that. But boxers? That's taking it too far. Seriously, couldn't they just raise a proper white flag? Probably the sailors from the Cherry Blossom Axe combat group were too cocky. They never considered the possibility of defeat. So they didn't bring a white flag from the start. When push came to shove, they just grabbed some white cloth to improvise. Lu Xiaomu, however, understood their predicament. Grinning, he volunteered an explanation. No commander would ever allow their soldiers to prepare white flags in advance. After all, preparing to surrender before the battle even begins? What kind of precedent would that set? So, since ancient times, surrendering with a white flag has basically always involved using one's own underwear. What do you think, netizens? Isn't your brother Xiaomu quite knowledgeable? He asked smugly, simultaneously accepting the surrender of the entire ugly nation fleet. Netizens, useless knowledge gained. What are you planning to do with the prisoners? Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. Of course, we'll tow all their ships back to shore and imprison every survivor in the dungeons of the Dragon Phoenix Green Oasis. These prisoners will prove quite useful. You know. Ha? What use could prisoners be? To make the ugly nation pay ransom? No, to prevent them from becoming desperate. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. Deploying 6 carrier strike groups is merely conventional military force. But what if they attempt to nuke Longwandu Oasis? Now, we hold a full 15,000 ugly nation soldiers. Once they're all locked away in the oasis, I doubt the ugly nation would dare resort to mutually assured destruction. Chapter 198, Prisoners as Guardians. Got it? Damn. Brother Xiaomu really has some devilishly clever ideas. Sharp thinking. Holding 15,000 American soldiers hostage to prevent nuclear annihilation from their homeland? Honestly, I doubt those congressmen would be that noble. We should capture more, the safer. America is ultimately a vote-driven nation. If any senator dares support blowing up 15,000 soldiers, their constituents will absolutely go ballistic. Netizens couldn't help but marvel at Lu Xiaomu's meticulous plan. Starting with prisoners to circumvent the superpower's ultimate trump card was indeed a path no one had ever considered. I sacrificed my final day of the nationwide food tour, the very joyful time meant for gathering with you all, to secure this opportunity to capture 15,000 soldiers. Lu Xiaomu reflected, apologizing once more. My apologies, everyone. Once I've dealt with the U.S. scum and restart the nationwide food tour, I'll treat you to extra culinary delights as compensation. No worries, as long as you make those moldy bastards eat their words, we don't mind skipping meals. Focus on winning, brother Xiaomu. This time, no need for you to treat us, we'll gladly host banquets at home awaiting your return. Go get M. Kill M. Defend global peace, this is the decisive battle. Strike while the iron's hot, wipe out the other 5 fleets too. That ugly country will be on its knees in no time. I'm curious, how exactly do you plan to transport 15,000 ugly country soldiers back? Can your Taizhuang thugs even control them? Everyone suddenly realized a critical issue. The Taizhuang rioters' total numbers probably only reached around 10,000. Even if every local in the Dragon Phoenix Oasis mobilized, it would be extremely difficult to guard 15,000 prisoners. Subsequent challenges like confinement, supply logistics, and medical care would be equally thorny. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. We must trust the high quality of ugly nation soldiers. They should possess strong self-discipline. These are 15,000 men, not chickens, ducks, pigs, or cattle. I need only issue an order, and they will obey without question. Aren't you worried they might band together, stage a prison riot, and attack you from within? Someone questioned doubtfully. Lu Xiaomu burst out laughing. They couldn't touch me even when armed with aircraft carriers. Now that they're disarmed and reduced to ordinary, unarmed civilians, they think they can cause trouble? They're not that stupid, are they? They don't seriously believe that among us Tang-style thugs, the only ones capable of fighting are just me and Yen Ma Qianying, do they? While Lu Xiaomu casually chatted with netizens, the witch and the angel supervised the survivors of the carrier strike group as they piloted their vessels toward the Red Coast. The Tang-style thugs' helicopters soon arrived, confiscating all U.S. soldiers' firearms while seizing control room keys and weapon launch systems across the fleet. Meanwhile, the entire world stood frozen in shock, utterly speechless at the images streaming from Lu Xiaomu's live broadcast. News reports snowed down across major state media outlets. The New York Times, doomed. Cannibal dwarves from the Dragon Nation capture Sakura God Axe fleet at Red Coast. Ugly Nation news, Admiral Oni dies heroically, the hour of unity has come. We shall unite to defeat the new Satan incarnate, Xiaomulu. The Beijing Post, the first major carrier debacle in history, second only to the catastrophic losses at Midway. What has happened to the Ugly Nation? Al Jazeera, we warmly celebrate our Dragon Nation ally, Mr. Lu Xiaomu, CEO of Tangzhuang Brawlers, for decisively defeating the Ugly Nation's carrier strike group. Baba Sheep National Radio, the world order has shifted. A new blazing sun has risen, and its name is Lu Xiaomu. Calm down. The boss still has hundreds of military bases worldwide. The boss can churn out new carriers like dumplings. We, the G7 nations, stand firmly with the Ugly Nation. The Western world will never be enslaved. Ugly Nation, withdraw your troops immediately. We no longer need protection from such weaklings. Experts were utterly dumbfounded by the dramatic shift in the global landscape, utterly at a loss. All their accumulated knowledge proved utterly obsolete in the face of this new era, and the name Lu Xiaomu had undeniably become the epicenter of this storm. That very day, someone interviewed General Pericles, who had been stripped of his command and was now idle at home. Good day, General. What led to the revocation of your command over the Eagle aircraft carrier and the official request for your early retirement? Pericles took 2 dejected gulps of red wine and snorted coldly. It's all because of those idiots at the Ministry of Defense. Oh, wait. It's been renamed the Ministry of War now. They're all military novices who rose purely through empty fanfare. Besides groveling to the president, what else do they know? Oh, could you elaborate? The reporter pressed. Burakiri sneered. When I commanded the Eagle to Dragon Phoenix Oasis to deal with Lu Xiaomu, the Tangzhuang thugs mobilized their entire force, costing me hundreds of frogmen and a cruiser. That's when I truly grasped Lu Xiaomu's terrifying strength. I immediately sent intelligence back to the White Palace, warning them, our Eagle strike group alone couldn't defeat him. And then the honorable counselors accused me of cowardice, claiming I shirked battle, feared conflict, and even sought to send me before a court-martial. Pericles declared with contempt. Now, you all witness, my warnings proved entirely accurate. I foresaw Lu Xiaomu's threat long ago. My prophetic words are now coming to pass. As for those fools, alas. The reporter's expression turned respectful. So what do you think will be the outcome of our 6 fleets expedition? 6 fleets? 5. Pericles rolled his eyes, reminding the reporter, the cherry blossom divine axe has been utterly destroyed by Lu Xiaomu's ship-splitting blade, sinking to the ocean floor along with nearly 10,000 sailors who drowned with it. The Red Coast now lies strewn with corpses. They say sharks are circling there, feasting on the freshest human banquet. So you don't think the remaining 5 fleets are in good shape either, right? Of course. Barikri downed 2 more glasses of red wine, his words flowing freely. Anyone with even a shred of foresight sees things far more clearly than that fool, Counselor Myers. He actually advocated for all-out war against Lu Xiaomu. Well, now look at us. Our carrier fleet is about to be wiped out. Once we lose our entire fleet, our absolute supremacy at sea will inevitably be questioned by all nations. What fate awaits our overseas bases? Fear not, but by then, our 1,000+ generals stationed across the globe will likely all have to retire early like me. Chapter 199, The Ugly Nation in a Bind. Burakeli snorted coldly. Tell me, why must we fight Lu Xiaomu to the death? If we fight to the death, how can we make money? Moreover, if we don't fight, we can at least maintain our dignity and preserve our face before the major global powers. Once we actually fight. Ah, that dumb pig Miles. He wanted to flex his muscles but ended up exposing his own ass. Barikri's sarcasm was thick, for his retirement had been orchestrated by Miles himself, all to consolidate command of every carrier strike group under Miles's faction. The reporter pressed on. So you believe the destruction of the 6 fleets is merely a matter of time? Yes. Lu Xiaomu is the most ruthless thug I've ever encountered. Borliki snorted coldly. Of course, he's not your typical kind. And that perpetually charming, childlike smile of his is utterly deceiving. He's like a Sudantai version of the Godfather, taking lives with a smile, deciding the fate of gangs. With every word and action, he dictates the rise and fall of factions or entire nations. The reporter scratched his head. The kind of person you're describing, isn't that exactly what the gentlemen in our White Palace are? Ahem. Well, yes. Pericles scratched his head awkwardly. In any case, as I see it, this world is vast enough to accommodate both us and Lu Xiaomu coexisting peacefully. You once said Blue Star was vast enough for both us and the Dragon Nation to coexist as superpowers. The reporter questioned. Are you a appeasement advocate? Bull *********. I'm a pacifist. Bolikri rolled his eyes. Back in the day, when the Greating Empire's Chamberlain faced the surging ambitions of hire, he chose appeasement that was appeasement. But now, the ones with ambitions are us. Dragon Nation isn't expanding overseas, nor do they have many overseas bases. Their largest overseas deployment is the UN Peacekeeping Force. As for Lu Xiaomu, there's even less to discuss, Bolikri reminded him. He's just one man. His Tongzhuang thug gang, including all logistics and outsourced personnel, numbers around 10,000 at most. And, to be perfectly honest, if we hadn't been relentlessly hunting them down and targeting them, Lu Xiaomu probably wouldn't have had any need to expand at all. The reporter froze. Are you saying it's our own actions that have gradually pushed Lu Xiaomu into this position? What else could it be? Bolikri retorted. If we hadn't labeled Lu Xiaomu and his 4 disciples as terrorists from the start, would he have settled in the Dragon Phoenix Oasis to establish his base? He feared those nations would heed our calls to hunt him down, so he needed a lawless overseas territory to build a long-term power base for self-preservation. And if we hadn't later coveted the oil in his oasis, dispatching a fleet under my command to force his submission, to make him kneel and surrender the oil fields, he wouldn't have been driven to desperation, launching a preemptive strike against our fleet. Had we not constantly issued threats, creating instability for the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, Lu Xiaomu wouldn't have poured massive funds into strengthening its infrastructure or even secured backing from the Dragon Nation. If we hadn't mobilized our 6 major fleets to utterly annihilate Lu Xiaomu physically, sigh, why would he have any reason to provoke us otherwise? Bolikri sighed deeply. After winning the first Oasis defense war, Lu Xiaomu didn't resort to aggressive retaliation. Even when hunting down Round Table Knights globally, he deliberately avoided the Sage based in North America. Thus, Bolikri's interview sent shockwaves across the globe, leaving Congressman Miles, the architect of the 6 Fleet's proposal, deeply embarrassed. Media outlets swarmed the capital, camping outside to grill Miles about Lu Xiaomu and the Tang-style thugs. A disheveled and defeated Miles could not avoid the interviews. He needed votes for the midterm elections, so even negative exposure meant he had to grit his teeth and face the press. At noon the following day, as Lu Xiaomu broadcast her expulsion of the remnants of the Cherry Blossom Axe fleet, marching them in force towards Central Africa, and then purchased hundreds of large buses to begin transporting the prisoners to the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, Congressman Miles, accompanied by a group of generals from the command headquarters, attended a press conference hosted at the White Palace. Opposition journalists immediately fired pointed questions. Mr. Miles, will you apologize for the tens of thousands of Ugly Nation soldiers who drowned in the Red Coast campaign? Will you offer repentance to their families? First, allow me to express my deepest condolences to the families of those heroes. Miles shifted his tone, however. With all due respect, when President Roosevelt insisted on entering World War II, bringing a century of glory and the rich legacy we enjoy today for future generations, did you also demand he take responsibility for the soldiers who died in battle? Miles slammed his fist on the table in fury. Lazy fools like Pericles are like maggots feeding on the empire's carcass, doing nothing but spouting hollow rhetoric. If American hegemony ever falls, it will be because of people like him. Do you understand? But Admiral Pericles believes he successfully preserved the Eagle and escaped unscathed, paying only the price of a cruiser. True, but in the end, your deployment of 6 fleets, Representative Miles, enraged Lu Xiaomu. He severed the Sakura blade with a single stroke. You've thoroughly enraged Lu Xiaomu. If our remaining 5 fleets are all destroyed by him next, then, our nation's destiny will vanish into thin air, relegating us to second-rate status. Miles roared in fury. Alarmist nonsense. We still have the strength to fight. Moreover, it was Admiral O'Neill who, greedy for glory, acted recklessly. He ignored headquarters orders and rushed ahead alone to the Red Coast, allowing Lu Xiaomu to seize the opportunity for a surprise attack. Had he not erred, our 6 fleets would have converged long ago, forming an impenetrable fire network that would have rendered Lu Xiaomu's ambush utterly meaningless. A reporter immediately seized the opportunity to interject, but Vice Admiral Bolikri stated that Lu Xiaomu showed remarkable military ethics. Once night fell, our visibility plummeted across vast areas, forcing us to rely solely on night vision goggles to search for the enemy. At that point, Lu Xiaomu could simply hide within the whale shark's mouth, secretly infiltrate the vicinity, then leap out from above to execute his ship-slicing blade surprise attack. We wouldn't have had any chance to respond. Exactly. Lu Xiaomu severed the Sakura God axe in plain sight, even during a live broadcast. If it were an ambush, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 200, Live Broadcast, On-Site Auction of New Fighter Jets. Miles choked on his words. He tried to counter, but the reporter's words and General Bolikri's questions were all true, each striking his weakest point. Indeed, Lu Xiaomu was so brazen as to destroy a warship during a live broadcast. Such a monstrous threat, if he abandoned all restraint and launched a night raid against the Ugly Nation's fleet, would be nothing short of a nightmare. The reporters themselves began whispering among themselves. If Superman from the Justice League were like Batman, only emerging at night to strike the White House during low visibility after everyone had gone to bed, he could easily overthrow our nation. Now that little Superman has appeared, what are we to do? Question. Lu Xiaomu claims he'll hold 15 000 prisoners captive in the dungeons of the Dragon Phoenix Oasis as leverage against our ultimate nuclear deterrent. Would the president disregard their lives and launch a nuclear strike against the Oasis? Miles gritted his teeth, forcing a reply. Gentlemen, Lu Xiaomu's arrogance is the root of his downfall. He remains a child at heart, acting on pure whim. He will undoubtedly livestream his next moves against our remaining fleets. There's no need for such unfounded worry. A person's behavioral patterns aren't so easily altered. His utter disregard for our soldiers' deaths proves his utter cold-bloodedness. He claims to defend peace, yet because of him, every sailor aboard the Cherry Blossom Axe perished heroically. He is nothing but a butcher. That is why we must win this war against terrorism at any cost. Miles screamed, his voice hoarse and strained. Ugly America will prevail. The great citizens of ugly America will prevail. The reporters exchanged bewildered glances. This guy. He started chanting slogans again, spouting empty propaganda. They all felt incredibly uncomfortable, because once Miles entered this politically correct frenzy, questioning him equated to denying the fundamental logic of the motherland must prevail and citizens must prevail. That would make you a traitor to the nation. At that very moment, every reporter, including Miles and the White Palace spokesperson, felt their pockets vibrate at maximum intensity. Special notice, Lu Xiaomu, whom you follow, has gone live. Miles felt an immediate sense of relief, thinking he had somehow managed to muddle through the situation. But soon, every reporter's gaze turned peculiar. Miles' heart skipped a beat, and he quickly shouted, "No need for caution. Lu Xiaomu has declared war on us. Since he's willing to expose his intelligence, we'll openly watch his livestream and study all his plans." As you wish, Mr. Councilman. Staff immediately switched the giant wall screen to Lu Xiaomu's livestream. Hey, welcome to your cutest, most adorable, and most shark-infested Lu Xiaomu's livestream. Our summer fun show is about to enter its final countdown, probably just a few more episodes left. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly, dropping a bombshell right off the bat. Ha? What's wrong? Wah! Don't stop streaming. Lu Xiaomu shrugged helplessly. Well, next up we have to take on the 5 carrier groups. It might be a bit trickier than dealing with the Cherry Blossom God Axe. So, I'm switching from honest Lu Xiaomu to sneaky Lu Xiaomu. He spoke with animated enthusiasm, sending Congressman Myers into a deep freeze. Here's a preview. I'll launch a night raid on the Eagle. Maybe by submarine. Maybe by parachute anyway. Sneaking in stealthily. No shooting required. For secrecy, live streaming is out of the question. Lu Xiaomu shrugged. It can't be helped. After all, the viewers tasked me with annihilating the ugly country. But you can't have everything. Just like the bricklayer's dilemma, if I don't put down the bricks, I can't embrace you. But if I put down the bricks, I can't support you. Oh, I see. Guess we'll have to pause the live stream then. No worries, totally understandable. After all, taking out those ugly bastards is way more important. Support Brother Xiaomu. Love from Arabia. Oh no, the ugly country reporters instantly fell into chaos. All turning to Senator Miles. General Pericles' words have come true. How do you plan to respond? That jinx. Miles cursed. He's a traitor, deliberately feeding Lu Xiaomu strategies. If he hadn't mentioned it, Lu Xiaomu would never have thought of this. Ha! The reporters froze in disbelief. You're seriously underestimating Lu Xiaomu's intelligence, aren't you? A basic night raid, anyone could have thought of that. Numerous media outlets have already advised Lu Xiaomu to abandon petty fame and adopt more pragmatic tactics against us. To actually expect Lu Xiaomu to overlook such a simple, crude scheme. Do you even have the IQ to command an army? A wave of skepticism instantly engulfed Miles. I was joking. Miles stammered, scrambling to salvage his position. Of course we've been fully prepared for Lu Xiaomu's night raid. We already have 3 military satellites on 24/7 standby over the carrier staging area, all equipped with the most advanced thermal reconnaissance systems capable of detecting any approaching living target. Every soldier is equipped with infrared imaging devices. Night vision is no problem, he declared, pounding his chest emphatically. Besides, does Lu Xiaomu think he's immune to darkness? He's just flesh and blood. His night vision is just as limited. And at night, he probably can't unleash those bizarre abilities of his, making him easy prey for our arsenal. This reasoning seemed perfectly logical. The reporter's attitude softened slightly. However, when Lu Xiaomu began speaking in the livestream, the entire ugly nation erupted once more. He announced, "Don't miss out. Clearance sale prices." Although the Cherry Blossom Divine Axe sank, most of its carrier-based aircraft had already taken off. Later, due to fuel shortages, 17 of them made emergency landings on the decks of frigates and cruisers. Of course, with the short runways, no cushioning systems, and no electromagnetic catapults, most of these planes ended up battered and bruised. But hey, they're still the ugly nation's new fighter jets. Lu Xiaomu said with a grin. So why not have a clearance sale right here in the livestream? We're auctioning them all off. Any viewers interested? Everything's at a special friend price. Are there any of the latest non-commercial stealth fighters in there? Someone immediately asked about the price. Of course we do. Lu Xiaomu chuckled. The latest early warning aircraft, stealth fighters, conventional fighters, and bombers. All on clearance. Whether you want them for research or to refurbish for your own use. They're dirt cheap. Chapter 201, Recruiting All Extraordinary Talents. Good heavens. Our ugly America's sky has fallen. Reporters covered their faces in disbelief. Congressman Miles, consumed by rage, slammed his fist on the table. This is provocation. This is a declaration of war. Lu Xiaomu dares to sell off our military secrets at rock-bottom prices. It's utterly malicious. We absolutely cannot tolerate this monster running rampant. We must retrieve our 15,000 soldiers and reclaim every single ship and aircraft. He bellowed. Until a reporter timidly asked, how exactly do we retrieve them? Miles choked on his words. He was merely shouting slogans to bolster morale. As for the current situation, unfortunately, he was genuinely helpless. Meanwhile, in Lu Xiaomu's livestream, even more provocative comments from ugly Americans kept popping up in rapid succession. Can we pre-order the fighter jets you've captured from the other 5 fleets? I want the brainwave carrier. Could you skip the scrapping and just sell it to us intact at a premium? Would you be willing to sell those supply ships? Our nation wants several submarines. How do we pay the deposit? Every nation, every faction, descended like hyenas tearing at a carcass, frenzied bidding. Even preemptive reservations for other fleets' armaments. Every ugly nation soldier and ugly nation journalist present was furious beyond belief. As the century-long hegemony, they had cultivated an arrogance ingrained in their very bones, habitually looking down on the rest of the world and treating other nations as mere fodder to be exploited at will. But now, they were treating the ugly nation like a feast for crows, like a flock of vultures waiting for a giant to die so they could devour the carcass. Lu Xiaomu's lazy voice drifted over. Sorry, capturing an aircraft carrier is still pretty tough. Besides, the enemy probably wouldn't surrender out of pride anyway. And let's be real, to finish the job, I'd probably deliver the final blow myself, making sure every carrier is sunk before calling it quits. Lu Xiaomu, this is outrageous, the journalists exclaimed indignantly. Congressman Miles, he's already treated our 5 major fleets as his personal possessions, implying everything except the carriers is up for negotiation. Don't you have anything to say? It's all those military fools' fault. Miles, with his keen instincts, instantly realized that failing to shift blame would invite public backlash. He declared with righteous indignation, though Admiral O'Neill has made the ultimate sacrifice, I must say his reckless ambition alongside years of complacency among other military leaders is entirely responsible for this debacle. I've ordered a thorough investigation into all of O'Neill's communications to uncover the root of his recklessness. Perhaps, certain individuals, jealous of my achievements, deliberately incited him to make this catastrophic error to undermine my plans. To say the least, at a moment when the nation's very survival hangs in the balance, there are still those who dare play partisan games and sabotage our efforts. I am utterly furious. Miles feigned rage. Ha! Shifting all blame onto a dead man who can't defend himself, the reporters exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to react. They could only continue watching Lu Xiaomu's livestream. Next came the trophy display segment. Look, this is a cruiser from the ugly country. While internationally, $50 to $60 million is generally enough to buy one. Folks, this is an active duty vessel from the ugly country, packed with cutting-edge tech. Just buy it, take it apart, study it, and your military technology will leap forward. Vicky, playing the salesperson, hyped it up. So, our starting price is $80 million. Contact us in the name of your nation and name your price. We'll pick the highest bid, and you can haul the ship away. This Netison offers $110 million. If anyone matches, I'll add another $100 million. If no one does, consider this a joke. Enough talk. Ship it to my estate, the Big Elm Street scrapyard. I'll pay you scrap metal prices. Brother Moo. Put it on my tab. Give me the cruiser now. I'll pirate it to raid ugly country merchant ships. Once I make the cash, I'll pay you back. The chat room buzzed with laughter and excitement. Everyone felt a shared sense of pride and celebration. This first victory had greatly boosted their confidence in Lu Xiaomu. Lu Xiaomu seized the moment to promote his cause, calmly announcing, next, our Dragon Phoenix Oasis will launch a new infrastructure project, the Liu Cultivation Academy. All gifted individuals are welcome to enroll. The academy charges no tuition and provides free room and board. Students need only commit to serving us for 3 years after graduation. What? Global viewers instantly rubbed their hands together in anticipation, their interest skyrocketing. Can we learn your ship-splitting blade for free? Countless people flooded the chat with inquiries. Of course, Lu Xiaomu nodded slightly. It's not some super secret technique, it's perfectly suitable for free promotion within the academy. Naturally, this ancient martial art demands immense internal energy and spiritual qi. That's why, even in today's oasis, I've only taught it to Yanhua Qianying, someone who trained in martial arts from childhood and possesses profound foundations. Then can we learn all your other ancient martial arts for free? Exactly. Lu Xiaomu replied calmly. Anything I can teach, I won't hold back. All students can freely acquire any 2 skills I possess as they progress in their cultivation. Of course, after that, further skill rewards will depend on your contributions to the school. Oh, are there any enrollment requirements? For the first batch, we'll only consider talent and character. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. As the first cultivation academy on the entire Blue Star, we have no shortage of applicants. Therefore, we must rigorously vet students' character and implement political screening. Anyone hostile toward Lu Xiaomu or hostile toward my homeland, regrettably, you need not bother replying. I will regard you as spies attempting to steal ancient martial arts. Otherwise, should you be exposed, well, I can sink ships, and I can cut down men. News of Lu Xiaomu's public recruitment spread like wildfire, igniting a global storm. Within 10 minutes, tickets for the direct transoceanic flight from Dragon Nation to the Dragon Phoenix Battle Oasis were completely sold out. What stunned the Ugly Nation's high command was that even their assault on Lu Xiaomu drew courtesy calls from numerous influential figures. Greetings, I am Viscount Gibran of the Imperial House of Deing. My granddaughter wishes to join Lu Xiaomu's Cultivation Academy. Might you kindly avoid targeting the Academy's teaching buildings and dormitories during your bombardment? Please refrain from launching attacks until my children have completed their talent assessments at the Oasis. Thank you, General. Your grandson has awakened a unique talent. Might we send him to the Cultivation Academy? Wouldn't you want him to become a hero who can cleave warships with a single stroke? Chapter 202, our winter break fun show. Farewell. The generals of the Ugly Nation were utterly dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. We were prepared to fight to the death. Your Majesty, why surrender first? Their relatives and friends all wanted to send their children to Lu Xiaomu's Cultivation Academy to learn the ship-slicing blade, a technique capable of severing the aircraft carrier Sakura Blossom axe in a single strike. Thus, their war instantly devolved into a stumbling block for others. As for the Ugly Nation's hegemony, sorry, but it's a capitalist society. They value private property. So how could the Ugly Nation's hegemony possibly outweigh personal interests? Amidst the chaos, the Ugly Nation's 5 fleets were frozen in place, utterly at a loss. Meanwhile, gifted children from across the globe poured into the Dragon Phoenix Oasis, hoping Lu Xiaomu would impart the means to survive in this era of spiritual energy revival. Seeing this, Lu Xiaomu saw no point in continuing the standoff with the Ugly Nation's fleets. Without a word, he conscripted 15,000 Ugly Nation soldiers as laborers to build infrastructure in the Oasis and welcome parents and children from around the world. This spectacle appeared utterly bizarre in the livestream, while other major factions' hosts were attended by professionally dressed servants. The Oasis was filled with Ugly Nation soldiers wandering everywhere. Not a single soldier even attempted to desert. They were shrewd. If they returned to board another carrier strike group, would they even survive another confrontation with the terrifying Lu Xiaomu? After all, Lu Xiaomu's Dragon Phoenix Arena provided them with meals and didn't even restrict their personal freedom. They were only required to remain there as prisoners of war, performing heavy manual labor as mandated by the authorities. This arrangement allowed them to live comfortably and with ease. After all, among the Ugly Nation soldiers, those assigned to carrier strike groups were the elite of the elite. They all possessed exceptional physical strength, and many were true powerhouses. Helping locals and construction companies from the Dragon Nation build houses? What's the big deal? Volunteering to host parents and children? That was even easier. For a time, the American soldiers even relished it, considering it the best prisoner life imaginable. 3 hearty meals a day, all delicious dishes prepared by Eastern chefs, though no alcoholic beverages were provided. Ice-cold soda flowed freely. They didn't have to carry out military orders to seize oil, slaughter innocent civilians in other countries, or commit suicide missions to kill Lu Xiaomu. After all, they were human too, with their own values and inclinations. None of them wanted to play the villainous roles of bandits and assassins. Who wouldn't want to be a hero? The 15,000 prisoners surprisingly integrated harmoniously into the Dragon Phoenix Oasis. Some bachelors even declared they had no ties to return to, so they might as well settle permanently here. No need to be exchanged back to that ugly country. They didn't care. Tang Tang and Dazhuang, orphans from the orphanage, were the first new students to undergo testing. Before a global audience, they demonstrated their abilities. Tang Tang demonstrated object manipulation, levitating 10 Ugly Nation soldiers used for the demonstration and juggling them like a circus act. After Dazhuang finished his demonstration, without hesitation, Lu Xiaomu immediately designated them as students 006 and 007. Simultaneously, he demonstrated his terrifying abilities as the omnipotent cultivation principle to all parents worldwide and every viewer in the livestream. He bestowed the ancient martial art of Tai Chi upon Tang Tang and the 100 birds, paying homage to the Phoenix Spear technique upon Dazhuang. Thus, under everyone's stunned gaze, Tang Tang performed a set of Tai Chi before unleashing a thunderous punch. A.U.S. fighter jet displayed as a trophy in the school center instantly shattered with a loud boom. Meanwhile, Dazhuang shyly performed the 100 birds, paying homage to the phoenix, thrusting his spear to create a flurry of spear shadows. On the very shell Tang Tang had just shattered, he embroidered a smiling face with his spear tip. This sent parents worldwide into a frenzy. Lu Xiaomu actually possesses the power to turn rotten wood into magic. In just 1 minute, he imparted a miraculous ancient Eastern martial art, granting both children top-tier combat prowess. If our children could gain Lu Xiaomu's favor like they did, there'd be no need to follow the traditional path. They could leap straight into the ranks of global elites. The direct flight route from Dragon Nation to the Dragon Phoenix Oasis suddenly became impossible to book. Even parents whose children showed no particular talent were willing to take them to the Oasis, hoping Lu Xiaomu might uncover hidden potential. Amidst this frenzy, the ugly nation's fleet became utterly ridiculous. Attacking wasn't an option, as the children of many admirals and senators were undergoing Lu Xiaomu's assessments within the Oasis. Some had even enrolled in the academy, becoming Lu Xiaomu's disciples. But retreat was impossible either. After all, the tough talk had already been thrown down. Could they really just slink away in disgrace? What about the face of hegemony? The stalemate lingered in eerie silence, until autumn finally arrived, and summer vacation faded completely. Lunar calendar. The first day of the 7th lunar month. At 11:55 p.m., Lu Xiaomu entered the live stream room, smiling warmly as she watched the countdown in the upper left corner. 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, all good things must come to an end. Lu Xiaomu bowed sincerely, a faint sadness on her face. But autumn is just around the corner, and our summer fun show is finally drawing to a close. Thank you to all our viewers for your support. Without your generous donations, we wouldn't have made it this far. No, summer fun show. Never end. Don't go, brother Xiaomu. Keep doing your thing. We're all willing to watch forever and ever, until I retire and die of old age. Every viewer sensed Lu Xiaomu's resolute stance, their hearts sinking as they realized, perhaps, the summer fun show truly was coming to an end. Let all the beautiful memories linger in this moment. From now on, I'll dedicate myself wholeheartedly to running the Cultivation Academy, so I won't have the energy to stream anymore. Lu Xiaomu smiled faintly. However, Zhou Yu hopes to serve as our academy's ambassador, continuing to stream the campus life and showcase the unique abilities of all our students.